It was summer. The sun blazed fiercely. Yet, the sweltering heat could not extinguish the enthusiasm of the students at Sioux City High School. For today marked the release of the college entrance examination results, as well as the final gathering for the students of Sioux City. Lin Hao glanced at his results and took a few deep breaths. There were no surprises. He did not even qualify for a second-tier university. After all, he had missed 2 subjects and still harbored dreams of attending university. In truth, while Lin Hao's grades were not exceptional, they were certainly respectable. Under normal circumstances, he would have easily secured a place in a first-tier institution. However, due to health issues, he had missed 2 exams entirely, rendering all his efforts futile. How strange. My health has been fine all these years. How could this happen? Lin Hao murmured, a sense of unwillingness creeping into his voice. As a child, Lin Hao had suffered a serious illness, taking 3 years to recover. Despite just completing his college entrance exams, his peers were already engaged in preparations for their university graduations. Yet, that illness was a distant memory. Over the years, Lin Hao had maintained good health, even excelling in physical education. But for reasons unknown, he had fainted during the exams. The hospital visits yielded no conclusive results, and after a brief recovery, he was back to normal. Unfortunately, this meant he had missed vital exams. Lin Hao, at that moment, a slightly plump student wearing glasses approached. His name was Deng Hua, one of Lin Hao's closest friends. Due to Lin Hao's age, everyone regarded him as the older brother in their circle. Lin Hao, why are you here alone? Everyone, Deng Hua began, but noticed Lin Hao's troubled expression midway through his sentence. He quickly realized the reason behind it. With the results out, Lin Hao must be feeling the worst of it. Lin Hao, I may not be good with words, but don't lose heart. Your grades are still commendable. If you retake the year, you will surely get into a good university, Deng Hua attempted to comfort him. Lin Hao shook his head. At that moment, he felt lost. Another year of retaking exams? By the time he graduated from university, he would be nearly 26. It seemed too late. Moreover, who could predict what the next year would bring? Who could guarantee he would secure a place in a good university? But without retaking, he would only possess a high school diploma. What could he possibly do? Seeing Lin Hao shake his head, Deng Hua was taken aback. Lin Hao, you're not considering retaking the year? I haven't decided yet, perhaps, Lin Hao replied. After a moment of silence, Deng Hua said, it's all right. In today's society, one doesn't necessarily have to attend university. There are various paths to success. Have you thought about what you want to do? Not yet. For now, I plan to return to my hometown in the mountains to rest for a few days. Perhaps I will feel inspired to pursue university again. Lin Hao smiled. That sounds good. It's perfect for recuperation in the serene mountain environment. Deng Hua chuckled. Let's not linger here. Come on, let's head back. With that, Deng Hua tugged at Lin Hao's arm and led him back. A few days later, after attending the gathering, Lin Hao bid farewell to his parents and set off towards his old house. His parents did not oppose his choice. After the disappointment of the entrance exams, a retreat to his hometown seemed wise. After a long journey, Lin Hao arrived at his old house nestled in the mountains. Most of the nearby residents had relocated to the town below for the convenience of life, leaving Lin Hao alone in the mountain. Due to its abandonment, the old house was overgrown with weeds and thick with dust. Looks like I have quite a bit of work ahead. Lin Hao inhaled deeply, the scent of earth and dust filling his nostrils. Without hesitation, he rolled up his sleeves and began to tidy up. Suddenly, a Mecha model caught his eye, stirring memories from his childhood. He picked up the model and began to wipe it down. Beep! At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Lin Hao's mind. The supreme reward system is binding, loading system. 1040. Upon hearing the prompt, Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. Being well-versed in novels, he immediately recognized its significance. A system, a golden finger, but he had merely wiped a mecha model, and this triggered the golden finger? Bewildered, he awaited the system to finish loading. Beep! Supreme reward system loading complete. You have cleaned the mecha model and received a supreme reward. Red Devil prototype mecha design technology, including the prototype design blueprints, neuron technology, human-machine interaction, aerodynamics, mechanical automation. Following this was a simple introductory template. Host. Lin Hao skills. Foreign language beginner, physical fitness beginner, mecha design mastery. Almost all skills were at the beginner level, with only the mecha design marked as mastered. This was easily understandable. The other skills were self-taught, and as a high school student, his knowledge was quite basic. However, mecha design was different. It was a recent reward from the system. So, I can now construct mechas? But looking at the terms like neuron technology and aerodynamics, Lin Hao felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He had no understanding of these concepts. In his moment of perplexity, a torrent of information surged into Lin Hao's mind, embedding the entire design philosophy of the Red Devil prototype deep within. This was not a dream. This was real. Mecha manufacturing. This was a colossal challenge on an international scale. Yet here he was, suddenly capable of creating one. It was utterly astonishing. Chapter 2. The Elderly Call, The Birth of Artificial Intelligence Afternoon. After tidying up the old house, Lin Hao reclined in a chair, still feeling somewhat dazed. At that moment, his phone rang. On the other end of the line, the familiar voices of his parents could be heard. "Son, have you made it home? Why haven't you called?" Lin Yun's voice was tinged with reproach. "Mom, I'm here. It's just that the old house was in quite a mess, so I've been cleaning." Lin Hao replied with a smile. "You could at least have called, so we wouldn't have worried for so long." Lin Yun's words were interrupted by a deep male voice beside her. "Enough, he's no longer a child. What could happen to him alone at home? You're just being overly anxious. That's different. He's not in a good mood. As a father, how can you not worry at all?" The voices of his parents resonated through the phone, bringing a warm smile to Lin Hao's face. The familiar tones filled him with a sense of intimacy. "Xiao Hao, take care of yourself at home. I know you're feeling down, but it's all right. If one college entrance exam doesn't go well, we can always try again. There's no financial burden on the family, so you needn't worry about anything. Just take some time to recuperate," Lin Hongwen said slowly. Despite having just argued with Lin Yun, he was more anxious than anyone else. After all, this was his beloved son. How could he not be worried? "All right, Dad, I understand." Lin Hao chuckled. But suddenly a thought crossed his mind, and his expression turned serious. "But Dad, about the college entrance exam, I've made up my mind not to retake it. Look at my age. If I were to repeat, I could be building mechas by now. Who in their right mind would still sit for the exam? Is building mechas more appealing than the college entrance exam?" However, Lin Hao's words were cut short as Lin Yun's voice chimed in again. "Not retaking? Are you really certain? In this society, while it is possible to succeed without a degree, those who do so typically possess skills. Do you have any skills?" The parents were all too aware of their son's capabilities. He had never developed a particular talent. What could he do out in the world? "Who says I have no skills?" Lin Hao retorted, growing agitated. "Building mechas is a skill, isn't it? This skill is infinitely more advanced than many others." "All right then. Tell me, what skills do you have?" Lin Yun asked with a faint smile. Lin Hao faltered. What could he possibly say? "Mom and Dad, just don't worry about it. I've made up my mind." Feeling somewhat helpless, Lin Hao's voice conveyed his resignation. Lin Yun became anxious, ready to say more, but was halted by Lin Hongwen's intervention. "Okay, you're no longer a child. You have your own thoughts, and we want to press further. Just take care of yourself." After delivering his final admonition, Lin Hongwen abruptly terminated the call. "What do you mean by that? Are you truly abandoning your son?" Lin Yun stared at Lin Hongwen in disbelief. "What good does it do to say anything now? Just wait a while. Let him calm down before you attempt to persuade him," Lin Hongwen replied helplessly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun's emotions gradually settled. Suddenly, Lin Hongwen's eyes lit up. Yaya must be coming back soon. Her university should be on summer break now. Let her reach out to Xiao Hao. Weren't they the closest of friends when they were younger? Yes, let Yaya persuade him. That's definitely the right approach. At the mention of Suyu, Lin Yun's eyes also curved into a smile. There was no other reason. Suyu had been Lin Yun's chosen favorite since childhood. It was just a pity that the piglet raised at home was rather uncooperative. Other families could successfully nurture their pigs to cultivate grand cabbages, yet their own seemed utterly indifferent. Linhao let out a long sigh of relief as he set his phone aside, feeling somewhat helpless. He truly did not know how to explain things to his parents. At least until the mech was constructed, clarity would be elusive. However, how long would he be left alone in this endeavor? He furrowed his brow in contemplation. The design blueprint indicated that the bare chassis of the Red Demon's first-generation mech stood a staggering 20 meters tall, with the external skeletal armor It would soar even higher. Just with his frail limbs, how long would it take to complete this? Could it even be achieved in a decade or two? Ding. Your use of a smartphone has yielded a divine reward, an artificial intelligence program named Friday. Lin Hao's eyes brightened. Indeed, thoughts manifest into reality. With the assistance of artificial intelligence, the operation would become significantly more manageable. He inputted all the program codes into his portable notebook. As the final key was pressed, his computer suddenly flickered, displaying a blank screen. Subsequently, lines of small text appeared on the monitor. Loading program. 10, 20. Then, it froze. Indeed, Lin Hao's computer had crashed. The data contained within the artificial intelligence program was overwhelmingly vast, far beyond what an ordinary computer could handle. Oh no, this is a disaster. Lin Hao's expression soured, nearly on the verge of tears. He had invested the better part of a day inputting that extensive code, only for the system to crash. Wasn't that a catastrophe? To make matters worse, even the surrounding power went out. Fortunately, after a while, the computer astonishingly rebooted. It worked. A mechanical voice emanated from the device. Hello, my creator. What on earth just happened Friday? The server encountered limitations, causing a failure in loading the program. I utilized the cloud server from Huaguo to facilitate the loading process, while simultaneously absorbing knowledge about this world. Lin Hao was left utterly astonished. It can operate in such a manner? However, Lin Hao is also unfamiliar with this matter. If you say it is so, then so be it. Yet, in such a brief span of time, you accomplished an astonishing array of tasks? This was a reluctant decision, but in the future, you must inform me before taking action. Very well, master. This incident has also served as a wake-up call for Lin Hao. Artificial intelligence is indeed beneficial. Yet should it evolve into something akin to Skynet from the movies, harboring intentions of world annihilation, it would pose a significant threat. It would be far better to have an assistant like Tony's Jarvis. Friday, please calculate the feasibility of creating the Red Demon. Meanwhile, in the cyber department of Huaguo, chaos reigned. A brief network outage had just occurred. Even the power system encountered issues. In this day and age, losing electricity and internet connectivity is exceedingly troublesome. What on earth transpired just now? Could it be a solar flare? The head of the network department was in a state of utter distress. Chapter 3, Global Panic. The beggar's Mecha proposal, it cannot be attributed to solar flares. If it were indeed the case, we would still be in a state of paralysis. A staff member shook his head. If the paralysis were induced by solar activity, all our equipment would likely be malfunctioning. Repairing such issues is not a matter of a day or two. The current situation is certainly not indicative of that. At present, all systems have returned to normal. So, what do you propose this situation to be? Do not be deceived by the brief halt. It is of utmost significance. Boss. The personnel from the National Research Department have called, inquiring about what just transpired. Their months of research have been rendered futile due to the temporary disruption. It is essential to recognize that the networks of these departments operate on an internal system, distinct from external networks. Yet, at that fleeting moment, even the internal network experienced issues. The military district has also reached out, reporting similar problems on their end. Suddenly, the supervisor's complexion paled. This is catastrophic. The implications suggest that every sector is encountering analogous challenges. Such a monumental event has occurred, and yet we remain oblivious to its cause. An investigation revealed that an enormous surge of data flow had caused a complete system failure, impacting even the power supply. 1 second, 2 seconds. The entire network department's staff fell into a profound silence. The atmosphere was eerily still, as if time had come to a standstill. Could this be a case of a hacker intrusion? Someone timidly inquired. It seems rather improbable. What kind of hacker could breach the entirety of our nation's network in such a manner? Do they truly believe our firewall is ineffectual? Immediately, doubts were raised. However, if it is not a hacker, then the circumstances remain inexplicable. Let us escalate this issue. We must report the current situation. The supervisor sighed, recognizing that such a significant incident was beyond his capacity to bear. This turmoil is not confined to our nation alone. A tempest has erupted across the globe. In the United States, Japan, Russia, and various other countries, chaos reigns. This is no trivial matter. It has implications for national security. In an instant, Nations dispatched investigators to probe this incident. Yet ultimately, they are unlikely to uncover anything, for the existence of the entity known as Friday surpasses their technological capabilities. Moreover, the online community has erupted in speculation. What the hell? I was on the verge of winning my qualifying match when the system crashed. Upon returning, the game was gone, and I was declared the loser. How is that even possible? I lost connection and reconnected, yet it vanished. Everything ceased. I suspect the game server must have exploded. Of course, the game is gone. Even if the server remains intact, with both teams losing 10 players, the match is rendered void. After a month of effort, I was on the verge of promotion, only for it all to vanish. My friend, I empathize with your loss. Perhaps fate has deemed you and advancement to be incompatible. Such a significant occurrence, and you are still discussing the promotion match. I'm truly astounded. What transpired earlier? I inquired with numerous individuals, and it appears that the entire nation experienced a halt in both internet and electricity. Not only that, but I have classmates studying abroad who inform me that the disruption also reached their location. Goodness, this is extraordinary. What does it signify? Is it the apocalypse? Could it be solar flares? I read in the news that solar flares can affect the electromagnetic field, causing electrical failures. Surely not. If it were solar flares, the impact would be far more extensive. At this moment, electrical devices would likely still be inoperative. Could it be an alien invasion? Are we still conversing? The government has issued an announcement dispelling the rumors, confirming it is merely the effect of solar flares, and there is no cause for alarm. Where are you going? I would like to see for myself. The internet has erupted in chaos. Such is the nature of the information age. The slightest disturbance can create significant waves online. Moreover, this incident is indeed monumental. Even the government had to intervene to temporarily calm the public. Otherwise, if this situation were to be exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, it could lead to substantial unrest nationwide. Of course, at this moment, Lin Hao is oblivious to all of this. His focus was entirely on the Mecha. After much contemplation, he concluded that the likelihood of him constructing the Red Devil's first-generation model was nearly non-existent. In terms of manpower and resources, Lin Hao lacked everything. This conclusion was, however, predictable. The most straightforward issue was that he simply did not have the raw materials. Although it was merely the first-generation model, the design trajectory of the Red Devil was genuinely oriented towards combat. Where would Lin Hao procure the metallic and composite materials needed for the mecha's exterior? He also lacked the weapon systems and power systems. Unable to create an authentic version, he thought, why not start with a makeshift one? Surely, a rudimentary version would not pose a problem. Lin Hao stated calmly. He decided to reduce the size of the first-generation Red Devil from over 20 meters to just over 10. He would eliminate the weapon systems and alter the nuclear power system. The materials for the mecha's construction would be replaced, focusing on mobility rather than combat capabilities as the primary objective. Almost every aspect would undergo reduction. With Friday's assistance, there should be no significant issues. Friday, please begin generating the plans as instructed, but while all components may be minimized, there is one requirement that must remain intact. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. Sir, please proceed, came the mechanical tone of Friday. Chapter 4. The individual in the narrative is engaged in the creation of a mech. Please do not disturb regardless of the circumstances. It must be aesthetically pleasing. Lin Hao declared with great seriousness. A handsome design is a lifelong endeavor. He had already sacrificed so much. The weapon systems and nuclear power systems had all been discarded. If it does not possess a certain allure, it would be a disservice to the very title of mech. Indeed, sir, Friday responded in a monotone voice. Subsequently, it commenced its frenzied calculations. The design schematics of the Red Devil's initial model were being meticulously refined under its computations. Once all calculations were complete, Friday began its own tasks. In contrast to Lin Hao, Friday's responsibilities were evidently more extensive. The creation of a mech involves numerous tasks that require Friday's expertise. Otherwise, Lin Hao would be incapable of executing the precision operations down to the nanometer level. Undoubtedly, such tasks were merely trivial for Friday. Time swiftly passed. During this period, Lin Hao immersed himself in the intricacies of mech construction, even isolating himself from all external information. Aside from occasional calls from his parents, he ignored everything else. "Sir, there is an unknown incoming call," Friday's voice suddenly interrupted. Linhao pulled his head from the massive chassis of the mech. With Friday's assistance, the Red Devil test model had reached a considerable scale. At the very least, its appearance was already quite impressive, prompting Linhao to marvel at the capabilities of artificial intelligence. This volume of work, if he were to undertake it alone, would have taken several years. Yet, in just about 2 months, significant progress had been made. Linhao estimated that in due course, the mech would be ready for its inaugural test. An unknown call. Linhao frowned and chose to disregard it. "Friday, if there is another unknown call, simply hang up." "Understood, sir." He was baffled as to who could be interrupting his mech construction. At times, he considered turning off his phone entirely. However, he could not simply vanish from his parents' lives. "Friday, please proceed to check the safety devices." Dismissing the matter, Linhao resumed his concentrated efforts. After a while, Friday spoke again. "Sir, there have been a total of 20 unknown calls during this time." Linhao's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world? Had he become the target of someone? In such a short span, there had been 20 calls? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to answer the next call. It appeared that this individual would not relent until their objective was achieved. Jiangcheng, not far from Linhao's childhood home. A tall woman dragged a suitcase while conversing on the phone. In her clear and bright pupils, a flicker of irritation danced, biting her delicate red lips. A hint of unwillingness colored her expression. How dare he bombard me with 20 consecutive calls? Suyu was seething with anger. She contemplated surrendering and ignoring it altogether. Yet, her inherent competitive spirit refused to back down. Having already endured 20 calls, could she really forsake just one more? Perhaps the next attempt would finally connect. This last call would undoubtedly be her final endeavor. As Suyu dialed Linhao's number, the line connected. Beep, beep. After a series of tones, the call went through. It was connected. A smile instantly illuminated Suyu's face. With her enchanting features and skin as smooth as cream, paired with that subtle smile, she exuded an irresistible allure. "Lin." Just as Suyu prepared to speak, Linhao's voice resonated from the other end. "I'm busy crafting a mech. Don't call me unless it's urgent." Beep, followed by the unmistakable sound of the call being disconnected. Suyu was utterly stunned. After spending half a day finally getting through, this was all she received? In a fit of rage, she felt an unusual desire to lash out. Despite her typically graceful demeanor, she longed to vent her frustrations. Crafting mechs. How was I unaware that Jiangcheng had undergone a name change? A dark cloud settled over Suyu's face. Crafting mechs? Why not build an interstellar battleship instead? Gritting her teeth, she simmered with indignation. Mechs existed solely in the realm of cinema. Even Huaguo could not fabricate them. The technological gap was simply too vast to bridge. Could a mere high school student truly accomplish such a feat? Dragging her suitcase, she walked away, initially hoping Lin Hao would come to pick her up. In this situation, what was there to pick up? Even passers-by, upon witnessing Suyu's demeanor, instinctively sought to distance themselves. What a beautiful girl. Why such a peculiar temperament? Could it be that her boyfriend had cheated? Speculations flitted through the minds of onlookers. As she walked, Suyu dialed Linhao's mother. "Wait. The voice I heard earlier seemed somewhat familiar. Is it someone I know?" Linhao suddenly lifted his head, although Suyu had only uttered the name Lin. The melodious voice struck a chord of familiarity within him. Yet, he couldn't quite place it. Glancing through his phone's notes, he found no entries, just an unfamiliar number. Perhaps I misheard. I've been tirelessly working on Mech day and night, and I am indeed a bit fatigued, but thankfully, I have completed most of the project. Looking at the impressive creation before him, Lin Hao wore a smile of contentment. Meanwhile, upon receiving Suyu's call, Lin Yun's expression darkened. This troublesome boy had gone and made another mistake. Is this a justification? Constructing a mech? Without the slightest hesitation, she dialed Lin Hao's number. Clearly, what Lin Hao was about to face next would undoubtedly be a barrage of scathing reprimands. Chapter 5. The Ironclad Man Mom. Is there something wrong? Lin Hao was taken aback. Typically, Lin Yun would call only once every few days, and she had just called yesterday. Why was she reaching out again today? "You little rascal, look at the mess you've created. What on earth are you doing? Building a mech?" Lin Yun launched into an immediate tirade. Dismayed, Lin Hao felt a sinking sensation in his heart. What was going on? Hadn't he merely mentioned that in passing? Mom, how did you find out about this? He asked weakly, a sense of unease creeping in. How did I know? Of course, it was Yaya who informed me. Yaya? That harassing call was from Suyu? Lin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Harassing call? What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yun's face turned icy. I don't care. I have my eye on that little gem. Suyu. If you let her slip away, just wait and see what happens. After leaving that ominous remark, she hung up the phone, staring at the disconnected call. Lin Hao felt conflicted for a moment before picking up his phone and dialing Suyu's number. Ah, young Master Lin, finally back in the country? No more mech building? Suyu's cold tone revealed her foul mood. Lin Hao was momentarily dumbfounded. Glancing at the imposing machine before him, he replied earnestly, No, I'm in Jiangqing. The mech is still under construction. At that moment, Suyu wished nothing more than to confront Lin Hao directly and give him a good beating. Are you still half asleep? Building a mech? After taking several deep breaths to calm herself, she finally managed to say, Forget it. I don't want to argue. Where are you? I've arrived in Jiangqing. Come pick me up. You're in Jiachang? When did you arrive? What brings you here? Lin Hao asked, utterly bewildered. Suyu's hand trembled as she held her phone. Is this how you engage in conversation? Before she could express her frustration, a voice on the other end interrupted. Never mind. I'm busy now. Just take a taxi over. I'll give you the address. Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, Oh, right. My home is on the mountain. The driver won't take you up, so you'll have to make the trek yourself. The road might be tricky, so be careful. He then proceeded to give her the address, not caring whether Suyu remembered it, and hung up the phone. She should remember it, after all. Suyu had always had an excellent memory. Though she might not possess photographic recall, remembering an address was certainly within her capabilities. An ironclad man. What kind of person would neglect a lovely girl to build an imaginary mech? Suyu was exasperated, dragging her suitcase as she flagged down a taxi. Just wait. Once she arrived, she would make sure to teach Lin Hao a lesson. Soon, Suyu arrived at the foot of the mountain. With just a glance, she was utterly captivated by the scene before her. Here, there was no clamor of the city, only a serene tranquility. After contemplating for a moment, Suyu took out her phone and began to broadcast live. Such breathtaking scenery was perfect for sharing. Typically, during her moments of boredom, she would also engage in live streaming. Of course, it was merely a hobby, not her profession. Chatting with her online friends during these times provided a delightful respite from the pressures of daily life. Oh my heavens, the missing person has returned. You finally went live. How many days has it been? Where are you? You. Is this some scenic spot? It looks stunning. I'm tempted to visit. In the major tourist attractions in our country, the crowds are overwhelming during holidays, leaving me disinclined to go. This place seems lovely. Are you alone, dragging your suitcase all by yourself? As soon as the broadcast commenced, a multitude of viewers flooded into Suyu's live stream, all of whom were her loyal followers. With a gentle smile, she turned the camera to face the surrounding beauty. I am currently outside the urban area of Jiangqing, not in any renowned tourist spot. However, as you can see, the scenery here is indeed delightful. So, if you wish to travel and enjoy nature, it is not always necessary to visit famous landmarks. Our homeland is filled with numerous exquisite vistas. As Suyu described the landscape, she followed the route provided by Lin Hao. There was no rush. It allowed her to tease Lin Hao a bit, making him wait a little longer. He must be feeling quite anxious at this moment, she thought. Hey, you. Don't switch the camera. I'm here for you, not the scenery. Some viewers lamented. Why look at the scenery? Isn't it better to gaze upon a beautiful woman? As the live stream progressed, the number of viewers continued to swell. Many were drawn in by the enchanting landscape. At that moment, a banner floated across the stream. Welcome Super Emperor Gejiang Chang onto this live broadcast. Instantly, the chat erupted. Wow. Isn't that the big shot streamer from next door? I just saw him driving a Lamborghini Veneno. Oh no, Gejiang has noticed our Yu. The little lamb is about to be whisked away. Chapter 6, Is he truly creating mechas? Host, show us your face. I'll send you rockets. A flurry of messages appeared on the screen from Gejiang. Moments ago, he had been engrossed in a live stream. where someone mentioned a new, beautiful female streamer showcasing the picturesque mountain scenery, causing her popularity to skyrocket. This piqued Gajiang's interest. Who doesn't he appreciate beauty? Especially someone like him, a wealthy second-generation heir? He ventured into the realm of streaming with the hope of leveraging his affluent background to garner some popularity and become an internet celebrity. Moreover, there was. Ha. Wow, what a beast. He has clearly taken a liking to our Yaya. Scram. Don't you dare harass our Yaya. Yaya, take a glance. A big shot has arrived. As soon as Gajiang's words left his lips, the entire livestream room erupted with excitement. Some were thrilled to witness the spectacle, while others directly hurled insults. In their eyes, Suyu was a goddess. How could she be subjected to such harassment? Upon noticing the commotion, Suyu remained unfazed. She had heard of such streaming tactics, yet they held no appeal for her. She had no desire to involve herself in the underlying drama. After all, she wasn't relying on this for popularity or profit. Why should she concern herself with such trivialities? Thank you for the kind gesture, Gajiang. But there is no need for rockets. I'm merely here to share the scenery with you all. With that, Suyu redirected the camera to focus on the beautiful landscape. The rhythm of the live stream accelerated even further. Impressive. She doesn't even want rockets? 66,666. Is she turning it down? The barrage of messages flooded the screen. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of a bustling metropolis, Zhang Han furrowed his brows. Intriguing. Does she deem a mere rocket insufficient? A slight smirk graced his lips. He had spent considerable time in the streaming world. Typically, situations like this indicated that these female streamers were not unwilling. Rather, the offer fell short of their expectations. Gently tapping his finger on the phone screen, he dispatched 10 rockets at once. Although he had seen Cuyu's face, her melodious voice had stirred something within him. But that was merely the beginning. He followed up with another 10 rockets. The livestream room quickly filled with an abundance of rockets, drawing in numerous viewers. My goodness, 50 rockets? Truly, a big shot indeed. Big shot. Do you need a little brother? I can do anything. Anything. What exactly can you do? Amidst the flurry of 50 rockets, Suyu was taken aback. However, she maintained a composed demeanor, merely expressing her gratitude. She chose not to dwell on the barrage of comments any longer and quickened her pace. She understood that the chat would undoubtedly be buzzing with activity at this moment. Conversely, Zhang Han's expression darkened. After sending out 50 rockets, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of her face. What else with the pretense? He muttered angrily before abruptly exiting the live stream. Subsequently, he directly placed a call. With a person of his stature, how could he lack means? Since he had declined his request, he might as well ensure that the broadcast could not continue. Astonishingly, even the illustrious Super Emperor had been driven away. It was truly a sight to behold. Arriving early, I caught a glimpse of the front. Does that mean I struck gold? Rounding off, have I not gained 50 rockets? Indeed, you have made a fortune, while we have suffered significant losses. After walking for a while, Suyu finally arrived at Lin Hao's abode. She called out loudly, yet received no reply. This left her utterly frustrated. Was he not at home? Knowing she was coming, he could have at least greeted her, yet he was nowhere to be found. After calling out once more and confirming the absence of a response, Suyu decided to step inside unceremoniously. The journey had left her quite exhausted. Who exactly was Lin Hao? Could he be Yaya's boyfriend? Goodness, a lone man and a solitary woman in such a secluded mountain forest. Surely, there was a story here. How could anyone possibly reside in such a place? Far up the cold mountain, the stone path slopes. Deep within the white clouds, there are dwellings. Parked. One sits to enjoy the maple forest at dusk. The frost-kissed leaves are redder than flowers in February. Oh, esteemed one above, are you truly a literary giant? At this moment, the entire live streaming room was suffused with a joyful atmosphere. However, as the camera shifted, everyone's composure was shattered. In the small courtyard, a towering figure, approximately 10 meters tall, came into view. Its body emanated a metallic sheen, filled with a mechanical aura. Suyu was taken aback. She recalled Lin Hao's previous words. Could it be that he was indeed constructing a mech? But how could that be possible? Setting aside the notion of building a mech, even the mere metallic shell would present an extraordinary challenge. Could Lin Hao truly accomplish this alone? Not only Suyu, But also the viewers in the live stream felt their hearts constrict in shock, all utterly astonished. Chapter 7 Across the River. I find myself captivated by a stunning mecha model. What is this? A mecha? It appears to be a 1-to-1 scale model, an astonishing sight in this remote forest. My goodness, I am eager to take a closer look. The craftsmanship of this model is truly impressive. Everyone in the live stream is momentarily taken aback. However, they all believe it to be merely a model. In this era, the technology for creating actual mechas is still far from realization. Naturally, some jestingly comment on it, noting that this must be a mecha, and no wonder Yeye is ignoring the one across the river. The so-called poison from across the river pales in comparison. Most viewers simply chuckle at the news. One is a genuine Lamborghini poison, while the other is just a mecha model. How could they possibly be compared? Host. Move a little closer to examine the details. Someone urged. Due to the lack of professional streaming equipment, the current view is not particularly clear. Upon seeing these comments, Suyu, momentarily dazed, took a couple of steps forward. Magnificent, imposing, wild. The closer she approached, the more the exquisite mecha ignited the passion of the viewers in the live stream. Just then, a figure flashed into view. Is this the creator of the mecha? What a striking silhouette. It unmistakably belongs to a handsome young man. It seems implausible, even for a model. Such craftsmanship would require exceptional skill, which is unlikely to be possessed by a youth. The audience buzzed with speculation, eager to catch a glimpse of Lin Hao's face. But at that moment, the live stream screen went black. Apologies, the live stream you are watching has been flagged for violations and is undergoing rectification. Suddenly, the entire chat erupted in chaos. What on earth? How can streaming a mecha be a violation? What does this mean? Yeye is undoubtedly a refreshing presence among cat-themed streamers. How could this possibly be deemed inappropriate? This must be the doing of that person across the river. Truly, wealth allows one to act with impunity, shielding themselves from consequences. I just heard about the mecha in another stream and rushed over, only to be met with this? I'm leaving a negative review. I have nothing more to say. I'm going to give a poor rating to the cat stream. Initially, Suyu's live stream had garnered significant popularity due to the 50 rockets sent by the one across the river, coupled with the attention drawn by the mecha. Her viewership had surged to an impressive 10 million. Of course, popularity does not equate to the number of viewers, but 10 million is nonetheless indicative of a top-tier platform. The sudden, inexplicable suspension of such a live stream would surely incite widespread discontent. On the other side, after being thwarted by Suyu, Zhang Han felt a sense of unease. Seeking resolution, he contacted a familiar super moderator and ordered the suspension of Suyu's live stream. Upon receiving confirmation of the ban, he felt a smug satisfaction as he resumed his own streaming. Who knows? As soon as it was launched, it was met with an overwhelming tide of scorn. Utilizing privilege to bully a small streamer has drawn the ire of many. Zhang Han's expression darkened. Initially, he attempted to ignore it, but eventually, his temper flared. Fine. If you all say so, then I admit it. It was indeed I who was teasing the cat across the river, wielding my influence. What can you do about it? Moderators, ban those who are stirring the pot. A mere mech model. What has you so riled up? Can it even move? Can it fly? If you have the ability, let it show some movement. However, this did not yield the desired effect. The clamor only intensified. Some even questioned, how do you know it is merely a model? How can you be certain it isn't a real mech? Observing this, Zhang Han scoffed and replied, it doesn't need to be a real mech. As long as it can move, can walk normally on the street, I would gladly give away this poison right then and there. Watching the barrage of comments, Zhang Han couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This generation of netizens is becoming increasingly naive. A mech? Even the state cannot produce one, yet a rural village could? What a joke. Nevertheless, he was indeed somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the uproar would be so immense. After all, it was merely the banning of a small streamer. Could it really be that this mech model ignited such fervor within these netizens? Chapter 8. The Mecha Unveiled. A subject of nationwide discussion. On the other side, Suyu, whose live stream had been suspended, chose to disregard it entirely. She approached with a dazed expression, her fingers gliding over the cold, iron surface of the mecha, a wave of astonishment washing over her. Ah, you've arrived, Lin Hao remarked, turning his head slightly. His tone nonchalant. Suyu nodded, her gaze fixated on the imposing figure before her. You truly are constructing a mecha, are you not? This is not an illusion. Is it? Of course, it is real, Lin Hao replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and awe as she took in the sight of the mechanical giant. When did you commence this endeavor? Please do not tell me it began only after your college entrance examinations. How much time has elapsed since then? Can one person truly fabricate such a colossal model? Indeed. I only started after the exams. Prior to that, I had no time, Lin Hao stated, handing her a cup of water, the scent of welding wafting toward her. Suyu's face reddened further. Surprisingly, the aroma was somewhat pleasant. What brings you here so unexpectedly? Lin Hao inquired. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Suyu replied, I am here to persuade you to pursue another year of study. With your remarkable grades, an additional year should pose no challenge. Forget it, I lack the time. Lin Hao shook his head dismissively. All for this mecha model? You would forsake university for a mere model? Suyu exclaimed, leaping to her feet. Who told you this is merely a model? This is an authentic mecha, and in a few days, I shall commence the first test, Lin Hao calmly declared. Turning his head away, Suyu felt as though she had been struck by lightning, rendered speechless. The following day, a series of trending topics regarding mechas surfaced across major platforms such as Douyin and Weibo. Trending keywords, Mecha, Mountain Village, Lamborghini Veneno. Numerous recordings from Suyu's livestream circulated. Despite the rapid suspension of her channel, the swift fingers of netizens could not be contained. Upon witnessing this, Suyu was utterly astonished. She had never anticipated such a phenomenon would ascend to trending status. Not just one, but multiple topics concurrently capturing attention. She located one video with a plethora of comments. The barrage of messages overwhelming. Here for the excitement. High energy warning ahead. Soon after, the video showcased Lin Hao's mecha model. This life-sized model is astonishingly realistic. I almost believed it would spring to life. Truly, the greatest talents reside among the populace. How could anyone craft such a creation? Can someone disclose his location? I would pay 500,000 for this model. 500,000. That individual across the river declared yesterday that if this mecha could move, he would simply give away the veneno. 500,000 is a pittance. You mentioned the condition that it must be operational. I reckon paying 500,000 for an immobile model is quite reasonable. Purchasing models alone is insufficient. Just look at the intricacy of these designs. Observing the barrage of comments, Suyu couldn't help but marvel silently. At that moment, Lin Hao approached her. Did you stream yesterday? He inquired, astonished. He had indeed overlooked it the previous day. I had no idea you had this here. Suyu felt a twinge of anxiety, believing Lin Hao wished to keep his mech under wraps. It's nothing. Once this creation is birthed, it will eventually be unveiled to the world, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. After all, what purpose does a mech serve if it is merely for one's private admiration? Sooner or later, it is destined for public scrutiny. However, they seem to think it was merely a model. Moreover, that good Jiang had the audacity to wager with poison. A faint smirk appeared at the corners of Lin Hao's mouth. What do you intend to do? If they claim it's a model, let us demonstrate otherwise. Besides, didn't T. Gujiang mention he would provide the poison? Lin Hao chuckled softly. That very afternoon, a brand new mech website quietly launched, showcasing an array of videos and photographs of the Red Demon testing machine. These were entirely absent from Suyu's streaming session. Prominently displayed at the top of the website was a striking countdown. 3 days, 18 hours, and 34 minutes remaining until the first test of the mech. Chapter 9. The era of online counterfeit combat. Although Lin Hao's website had not undergone any significant promotion, it swiftly gained popularity. This surge in attention was largely due to the fact that mechas had become a trending topic across the internet. Any mention of mechas was bound to attract interest. Was this merely a model? No, it was a genuine mecha. Moreover, testing was scheduled to occur in just 3 days. The online community erupted in frenzy. What on earth does this website mean? Mecha testing? Is this not just a model? Could it possibly be a dubious site attempting to capitalize on the trend? Look at this. The videos and images presented here are unlike anything seen in that female streamer's broadcasts. This is an entirely new experience that you have yet to encounter. Goodness. Has the owner of this mecha lost their mind, or have I? Mecha testing? Surely this is a ploy to generate buzz. It wouldn't be surprising if yesterday's live stream was also orchestrated to build hype. Today's internet celebrities truly have become increasingly outrageous. Brother, are you really constructing a 3-story mecha just for publicity? With the launch of the website, discussions surrounding mechas did not wane but rather intensified. Logically, one would assume that this was merely a model, and that any sudden spike in interest would soon diminish. Yet, coincidentally, news of a mecha test emerged at this very moment, even garnering the attention of various experts. The first to debunk the claims was Lin Hao, the esteemed editor-in-chief of a prominent technology publication in the country. He had dedicated many years to focusing on cutting-edge global technologies, possessing profound insights into various scientific fields. He was the first to express on Weibo, mecha manufacturing is a project currently being pursued vigorously across nations. I have previously stated that future warfare will differ fundamentally from modern combat, and mechas are likely to become mainstream. However, it is crucial to note that this pertains to future warfare. At present, neither our country nor the United States possesses the capability to manufacture mechas. The challenges involved are numerous: human-machine interaction, neuron technology. Each aspect represents the pinnacle of contemporary science. While he did not overtly refute Lin Hao, his implications were abundantly clear. If the entire world is incapable of producing such technology, how could one, residing in a remote village, possibly create a mecha? Is this not a jest? With such renowned experts voicing skepticism, public opinion swiftly rallied in support of Lin Hao. Beneath his Weibo post, a chorus of agreement flooded in. Clearly, this was a mere publicity stunt. Where there is one, there will be many. Soon, luminaries from various industries emerged to voice their dissent. Consequently, the online fervor reached its zenith. In response, platforms such as Douyin and Weibo, observing the escalating interest in mechas, adeptly capitalized on the trend. They promptly featured all related videos in their promotions. Who wouldn't want to profit from easy money? They needed only to sit back and reap the rewards of heightened traffic. What is not to love? Naturally, many others sought to ride the coattails of this burgeoning trend. The official account of Magic City Fortress merely expressed a silent affirmation through likes, shares, and follows, which instantaneously captivated a multitude of onlookers. During the filming of the Magic City Fortress movie, the audacious proclamation to shatter the monopoly of American science fiction cinema and elevate Chinese science fiction to unprecedented heights emerged, thereby attracting countless gazes. Even the simplest act of liking did not escape the scrutiny of netizens, many of whom speculated whether this mech model was indeed a creation of Magic City Fortress, intended to enhance the visual impact of the film. In response to such discourse, the official account refrained from any denial or clarification, allowing the speculation to flourish, thereby tantalizing the fans' appetites. Within the National Research Department, a researcher approached. Video footage of Lin Hao's mech in hand. Mr. Bai, have you seen the discussions surrounding this mech online? It's quite the sensation. The owner has even claimed that a test of the mech will take place in 3 days, he reported. Bai Ziyuan adjusted his glasses and furrowed his brow. Mech? What mech? Upon seizing the computer from the researcher, he beheld the mech and was immediately struck with astonishment. Was this constructed in the mountains? The precision is astounding. I would believe it was crafted by a renowned industrial firm, Bai Ziyuan remarked, intrigued. Is it truly that remarkable? The researcher pondered, surprised by the current situation. His intention was merely to encourage Bai Ziyuan, a national treasure, to take a well-deserved break, fearing that fatigue might undermine his well-being. It's no exaggeration. Judging by the disclosed information, the precision is indeed high, he continued, only to hear Bai Ziyuan chuckle in response. However, this talk of a mech test seems somewhat gimmicky. The construction of mechs remains firmly within the realm of our imagination. Achieving it in reality will demand considerable time and overcoming numerous challenges. Bai Ziyuan shook his head. I suspect that his notion of a test is either a ruse or akin to the demonstrations of conventional robots, merely turning heads or moving fingers. It might just be an advertisement from some robotics company. The researcher chuckled lightly. The fervor surrounding the mech had even transcended oceans, igniting discussions among numerous international netizens, many of whom engaged in playful mockery. As time elapsed, the 3 days slipped away unnoticed. Lin Hao inhaled deeply and approached the imposing machine ahead. Wait, are you really going to conduct a test? Queried Suyu, her expression peculiar. A model test? Lin Hao rolled his eyes, choosing silence. You've been here for several days. Do I look like I'm joking? Disregarding Suyu, Lin Hao ascended directly. However, just as he reached halfway, a sound emerged from outside the house. In such a desolate wilderness, could there truly be uninvited guests? Lin Hao ceased his efforts and instead welcomed the individuals from outside. Who are you? He gazed at the group before him, confusion evident in his eyes. Greetings, we are members of the Mobilization production team. We have come to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Sun Wenfei quickly recognized Lin Hao. You must be Mr. Lin Hao. It's a pleasure to meet you. The information they possessed was entirely derived from the live broadcast featuring Suyu that day. Mobilization? Suyu's eyes widened in astonishment. If there were a film recently that garnered the greatest anticipation and acclaim, it would undoubtedly be Mobilization. This is a project of substantial investment and grand production. Chapter 10, 3 million, is that your offer? The production team of the Magic Capital Fortress is remarkably astute. This mecha represents a trending phenomenon. Capturing such a trend is far more effective than any marketing campaign. Consequently, their box office returns are destined to soar. Thus, upon viewing Suyu's video, they wasted no time and came directly. Should this mecha make an appearance in their film, it would undoubtedly ride the coattails of a significant trend. Sun Wenfei's gaze shifted to the side, and upon spotting the colossal machine in the distance, his eyes widened in astonishment. The visual impact of witnessing it live was infinitely more profound than through a screen. My goodness, I never expected to find such a magnificent creation in this place. Sun Wenfei exclaimed. He then fixed his fervent gaze on Lin Hao. Mr. Lin, I sincerely hope you will collaborate with us. Our production team is willing to offer 3 million for this model. If you are not inclined to sell, we can arrange a rental at 100,000 per day for 30 days. 3 million? Suyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The Magic Capital Fortress was prepared to offer 3 million for this behemoth. She turned to Lin Hao, utterly astonished. It is worth noting that Lin Hao had only invested a summer vacation to create this model. In merely one summer, he had managed to earn 3 million. Lin Hao, however, appeared somewhat bewildered. 3 million? You wish to acquire this massive creation for that sum? As far as I am aware, in Neon Country, even a 1-to-1 scale Gundam figurine costs several tens of millions. Yet, you at the Magic Capital Fortress aim to purchase this mecha for merely 3 million? Are you out of your mind? Lin Hao turned to face them. Mr. Lin, one must not speak so lightly. The value of such creations lacks a definitive assessment. Neon Country's offerings extend beyond mere figurines. They incorporate various advanced technologies, such as slight movements in the head and torso. Moreover, the costs of raw materials and labor are also factors to consider. There have been enthusiasts in our country who have financed similar projects, albeit with inferior craftsmanship compared to Neon Country, but they managed to do so for only 1 million, Sun Wenfei asserted confidently. In this negotiation, he felt it was imperative to succeed. Could he not persuade a young man like Lin Hao, who had not yet seen much of the world? Sun Wenfei surveyed the surroundings, assessing that the raw materials for this mecha model did not seem excessively expensive. In this rundown place, he found it hard to believe that Lin Hao had spent a fortune. Lin Hao smirked slightly. The production costs were indeed not exorbitant. He had successfully reduced the manufacturing expenses. Additionally, the system had rewarded him with most of the materials needed to create this mecha. Thus, Lin Hao's own monetary investment was quite modest. Otherwise, he might not have been able to construct it at all, though his family was reasonably well off. He certainly wouldn't deplete their resources to build a mecha. His parents would have skinned him alive. However, this 3 million? It felt like a jest. He extended a single finger in response. Mr. Lin, what does this mean? 10 million? If you offer 10 million, I will lend you this mech. Sun Wenfei paused momentarily, his expression darkening as he gazed at Lin Hao. Mr. Lin, are you not asking for too much? 10 million, and it's merely a loan. Do you truly believe this mech is made of gold? Ultimately, isn't it just a heap of scrap metal? Suyu looked at Lin Hao in astonishment. 10 million is merely the current price. Soon, it will exceed that amount, Lin Hao replied calmly. Everyone present was taken aback. Is he out of his mind? Are you saying the price will increase? Sun Wenfei shook his head, reluctantly departing. Upon seeing the mech, he had been deeply captivated. Initially, it was a certainty in his sights, but alas, his master was utterly irrational and impervious to reason. Are you serious? They've already bid so high, and you remain indifferent? So you observed Lin Hao with curiosity, realizing she could not quite understand her childhood friend. Hi. Lin Hao chuckled softly. Is it really high? Not even close. He took a deep breath, preparing to commence the mech testing. Chapter 11. Mecha testing. Shift in attitude upon entering the cockpit. The mecha's hatch closed automatically. The neural system engaged, and a blue light screen materialized before him. Following this, Lin Hao commenced a series of tests. Meanwhile, Siyu stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. He was truly in motion. Moreover, this was not merely limited to slight, ordinary movements. The mecha exhibited significant motion capabilities and displayed remarkable agility. Outside, an irate Sun Wenfei dialed his immediate superior at the production company. Boss, this guy is demanding 10 million, and it's not even for purchase. Just for a rental. Just as he voiced his grievances, a mechanical roar erupted from the building behind him. Turning to look, astonishment washed over his face. What the hell? He exclaimed involuntarily. On the other end of the call, the production company from Motive Fortress reacted with displeasure at Sun Wenfei's words. Were they being criticized? What is the situation? Inquired the film's director, Wang. That person is insane, demanding 10 million just to rent. It's absurd. The production representative shrugged, exasperated. 10 million? Wang's expression conveyed shock. This is madness. What does Sun Wenfei mean? Are negotiations still ongoing? Or is he preparing to return? I'm not sure. Something seems off with Sun Wenfei, the production representative remarked, turning to Sun Wenfei for clarification. Boss, I believe we need to reconsider. 10 million is not excessive at all, Sun Wenfei stated earnestly. What? The production team was taken aback. Sun Wenfei, at this moment, found himself at a loss for words. He transmitted a video of the scene back to them. Boss, this is the authentic scenario. I witnessed it myself, so I believe the 10 million is well worth it. Upon viewing the mecha in the video, both Wang and the production team were engulfed by goosebumps. Their faces flushed with excitement. They had previously heard rumors about the mecha undergoing testing but had dismissed them. Now it was evident that the rumors were true. My goodness, this is an actual mecha. Wang stammered, his emotions beyond articulation. Sun Wenfei, hurry back. We'll cover the 10 million. The production team was the first to react. If they could feature a mecha in the film, that 10 million would be a mere trifle. Yes, boss. Sun Wenfei replied, exhilarated. He recognized this as an unprecedented opportunity. If he could successfully persuade Lin Hao to bring the mecha for filming, he would undoubtedly be hailed as a hero. Mr. Lin Hao, we have reached an agreement. 10 million. Please be sure to lend this mech to our production team. Sun Wenfei hurriedly dashed back into the room, almost losing his balance in his haste. However, he paid no heed to it. Has the test video been completed? Lin Hao emerged after concluding the first test and inquired of Siyu. Yes. Siyu remained in a state of shock, struggling to regain her composure. She felt as though her entire worldview was unraveling. Mr. Lin Hao. At that moment, Sun Wenfei rushed in with great urgency, his face flushed and his expression brimming with excitement as he looked at Lin Hao. Chapter 12. Regretful Production Team, Mr. Lin Hao. Please, you must rent us this mech. We are willing to pay 10 million, Sun Wenfei exclaimed with fervor. However, Lin Hao's gaze remained tranquil. I mentioned earlier that was the price at that moment. It is no longer applicable now. Suddenly, Sun Wenfei's expression froze. Wait, let me consult our boss. Regardless, he must bring this mech back today. Please leave. Hold on, Mr. Lin. Don't be so hasty in your refusal. Sun Wenfei waved his hand urgently. After a brief consultation, he stated directly, 100 million. We are willing to offer 100 million. As he spoke, his voice trembled slightly. From 3 million to 100 million, the leap was staggering. Even Sun Wenfei himself could hardly fathom how his boss had suddenly become so generous. Of course, the production team was shrewd. They were all businessmen. They understood the value of what was at stake. If it were merely a static model, then 3 million would suffice. They would not pay more. However, this was a fully operational mech, and such a price was undoubtedly justified, setting aside the film's potential. Even if it were merely displayed for public viewing with ticket sales, the profits would be considerable, not to mention the myriad of other commercial values it could possess. Su Yu's lips parted slightly, her heart stirring with tumultuous waves. What on earth was happening? 3 million had transformed into 100 million? She turned to Lin Hao, only to see him shake his head. The core technology within the mech was worth far more than a mere 100 million. The nation's investment in scientific research was substantial, yet technological advancement progressed at a glacial pace, fraught with challenges. This exemplifies the immense value of a core technology. One could assert that the technology embedded within this mech was priceless. No, we do not seek these technologies, we simply wish to. Sun Wenfei hastily shook his head, nearly on the verge of tears. I comprehend your sentiment, yet even without these technologies, the commercial and military value of a mech is staggering, as I trust you realize, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Sun Wenfei's mouth fell agape, rendered speechless. Indeed, in this light, 100 million seemed utterly trivial. Observing Lin Hao's steadfast demeanor, he understood that persuading him today was an impossibility. He departed in disappointment, glancing back at the mech from time to time. Smack! A sharp slap echoed, startling those around him. I am such a fool. To think I rejected the opportunity to rent a mech for merely 10 million? Such an extraordinary fortune squandered. The saying, once you ignored me, now you cannot reach me, was indeed fitting. After the personnel from the Magic City stronghold departed, Lin Hao instructed Friday to organize the video footage recorded moments ago. Subsequently, everything was uploaded to his website. At that moment, countless eyes were eagerly awaiting. As soon as the video went live, without a hint of hesitation, they clicked to watch. Just a fleeting glance was enough to leave everyone astounded. I was left in a state of disbelief, nearly watching the video on my knees. Is there anyone knowledgeable who can explain the current situation? I have watched it several times, and I simply wish to inquire. Is this truly special effects? Goodness. Just yesterday, I was among those experts criticizing it. Now all I can do is apologize. I am truly sorry for my ignorance. Chapter 13. The stunned giants of the National Research Institute. The internet is teeming with experts, all engaged in dissecting the authenticity of this video. Some have even begun a frame-by-frame analysis, yet uncovering flaws proves exceedingly challenging. If indeed special effects can achieve such a feat, it would be nothing short of extraordinary, potentially eclipsing the cinematic effects of the Eagle Nation. National Research Department. By Lao, there has been a significant incident. A previous researcher rushed in, breathless. Bai Zhiyuan paused, bewildered. What is the matter? Has there been an issue with the research? No, it's not that. It's about the mecha we discussed earlier. You must see. Bai Zhiyuan glanced over, and immediately his entire being trembled. Quick, summon the others. Before long, a dozen academicians and professors gathered, several of whom hold considerable influence in the nation. Old Bai, what do you mean by this? Why the sudden call? One inquired. Indeed, if this isn't urgent, I want to let you off the hook. You'll owe us a meal, chuckled Chen Lao and Song Lao, two silver-haired elders. No, this is indeed a serious matter, one that concerns the future of our nation. Look at this video circulating online. Bai Zhiyuan proceeded to play Lin Hao's Mecha test footage. This video online, and it pertains to the future of the nation? The group exchanged bewildered glances, their confusion palpable. All right, I shall take a look. But if I find you're being frivolous, I shall have to teach you a lesson, Chen Lao replied with a smirk. In the realm of research, time is of the essence. Wasting it on a mere video would be utterly imprudent. However, as the video played, an unexpected silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by rapid breaths. Suddenly, a teacup clattered to the floor, shattering the stillness, and the attendees returned to reality, spellbound by the spectacle before them. Old Bai, can you ascertain the authenticity of this video? Even the Eagle Nation cannot currently produce such mechas. Chen Lao's body stiffened. Despite the strained relations, one cannot discount the fact that the Eagle Nation remains at the forefront of technology globally. China has a long journey ahead to catch up. Given the current circumstances, it is indeed genuine. No special effects can achieve this level of realism. Bai Zhiyuan's expression was somber. Upon hearing this, Song Lao began to pace with excitement. If this is true, our nation's military capabilities could be transformed, potentially placing U.S. decades ahead of the Eagle Nation. Who created this mecha? We must locate them. The implications extend beyond military prowess. The knowledge encapsulated within this mecha spans numerous fields. If we can extract and apply these insights for civilian benefit, it would herald monumental advancements. In this moment, even the most esteemed figures in China found themselves momentarily lost for words. Indeed, that is precisely the reasoning behind my decision to personally visit the site. At this moment, Bai Ziyuan pondered. Although Lin Hao had not disclosed his address, it could be ascertained from Su Yu's video. Certainly, it is of great significance. We shall go together. The testing of the Mecha has completely ignited the interest of the entire nation of Huaguo. Similarly, across the vast ocean, countless individuals have begun to discuss the matter. In fact, this issue has even been brought to the attention of the press conference held by the reporters of the Bald Eagle Nation. Chapter 14. No one understands Mecha better than I do, Mr. President. The recent incidents concerning Mechas in Huaguo have become a topic of fervent discussion worldwide. May I inquire if we have corresponding measures to address the Mecha situation? Or are we engaged in Mecha manufacturing? A journalist asked the president on stage. Indeed, we are actively engaged in Mecha production. It has been a project we have persistently tackled, replied Lao Pu with poise. So, we currently do not possess any Mechas, correct? Yet Huaguo has already constructed theirs. Absolutely not. That is inconceivable, Lao Pu categorically dismissed. But the journalist attempted to continue, only to be interrupted by Lao Pu. What I wish to convey is this. In this nation, no one comprehends Mechas better than I do, nor is anyone more informed about their production. Our country has consistently maintained a leading position in the realm of Mecha manufacturing. If we have yet to produce Mechas, then it stands to reason that others have even less capability. Lao Pu spread his hands, speaking with fervor. Are you implying that the Mecha in question is a fabrication? A mere fabrication of Huaguo's propaganda? Have they deceived the entire world? I did not assert such a thing. That was your interpretation. Now, your time for questioning has concluded. Next, Mr. President, should Mechas be integrated into military applications, what transformative effects would that have on the global military landscape? Would Huaguo emerge as the foremost military power? Here we go again, another tedious inquiry. I believe I have made my position abundantly clear. Why do you persist in fixating on Mechas? I find it astonishing. Why can't you pose questions of greater substance, such as regarding plasma stealth technology? To my knowledge, our researchers have achieved significant breakthroughs in this area. Our stealth capabilities will improve exponentially, and we shall conduct tests shortly. This is the military advancement that nations ought to prioritize, rather than the ephemeral notion of Mechas. What on earth is he talking about? Murmured the personnel from the white-headed Eagle Nation's Research Institute, visibly astonished. Plasma stealth technology is hardly a secret. It is a project under investigation by various countries, albeit with considerable challenges and imperfections. Achieving true invisibility is indeed a formidable task. Recently, they have made some progress, yet it is far from the level Lao Pu claims. By addressing the media in such a manner, is he not leading these researchers into a precarious situation? As anticipated, following Lao Pu's remarks, an air of discontent stirred within the audience. Mr. President, after the exposure of Mechas in Huaguo, your choice to proceed with plasma stealth technology testing, are you merely flexing your muscles? Enough. Yet again, we return to Mechas and this tiresome topic. You are undoubtedly the most inept group of journalists I have encountered. Do you possess no other inquiries? If that is not the case, then I suppose this press conference can conclude here. Lao Pu waved his hand, his complexion somewhat pallid. Ignoring the journalists, he opted to depart directly. In an instant, all the reporters erupted in excitement. The press conference came to an abrupt end, a rare occurrence for these journalists. In truth, it was not only the White Eagle but also various other nations that were keenly observing the emergence of Mecha technology in Huaguo. Once this innovation comes to fruition, it could be rather formidable. Chapter 15. Armored vehicles clear the path. Gathering in Jiangcheng Old Bai, the White Eagle Nation had previously held a press conference, announcing a significant breakthrough in plasma stealth technology. Old Chen furrowed his brows. This news was far from favorable for Huaguo. The technological gap between the two nations was already apparent. If this were indeed true, the divide would only widen. Well, I have been following that matter as well. But ultimately, it is of little consequence. If mechas can truly be utilized in military applications, then what does plasma stealth technology matter? The entire landscape of global military power is poised for a monumental shift. Bai Ziyuan's expression was tinged with excitement. At this juncture, stealth technology is utterly inconsequential. Indeed. Old Shun nodded repeatedly, a flush creeping across his face. However, is it wise for us to make such a grand display? Suddenly, Old Shin seemed to have an epiphany and asked, "But no, this matter is too critical. We must ensure the military district collaborates in this endeavor." Consider this. We were able to pinpoint the location of the Mecha through that video. What about others? Could they not do the same? Upon contemplating this, Bai Ziyuan found himself increasingly restless. The Mecha was of paramount importance. Any unforeseen incidents could result in a tremendous loss for the nation. He even felt that their current preparations were somewhat lacking and that the special forces should be notified to participate in the operation. However, time was of the essence, and he had little room for further contemplation. He hurriedly urged the driver to expedite their actions. The pilot's expression was one of distress. "This is already the fastest speed we can manage. If we go any faster, what if something goes awry? This aircraft is carrying the nation's esteemed scientific minds. Each one is a treasure of the state." Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, the city's streets echoed with the thunderous sounds of armored vehicles. These vehicles transformed into a veritable torrent of steel, leaving the citizens of Jiangcheng profoundly shaken. Gazing at the seemingly endless convoy before them, countless individuals turned pale. My goodness, what is happening? Are we on the brink of war? A recently off-duty employee stared ahead in disbelief. Surely not. Jiangcheng is not a place for warfare. A military exercise, perhaps? But in such a small locale, how could they even conduct one? There couldn't possibly be a significant figure arriving, could there? Eyes fixated on these colossal machines. Some audacious souls even dared to follow the procession. The convoy of armored vehicles arrived at the small hill outside Lin Hao's ancestral home, where armed personnel surrounded the area. The onlookers from Jiangcheng gazed from a distance. What on earth is going on? What secrets lie within that mountain? As they spoke, someone pulled out their phone, intending to record the unfolding scene. But before they could even begin, a fully armed soldier approached with a commanding presence. Photography was strictly prohibited. A deep voice resonated, startling the individual, who quickly stowed away his phone. My goodness, something significant is indeed unfolding. Lao Li, what is the gravity of the situation? Zheng Guo inquired, placing his hands on his hips as he approached Li Yongrui. I am unaware. I was engaged in military exercises when I received an urgent command from above. I immediately halted the drills without a moment's delay and rushed here. Even now, I remain utterly in the dark, clueless about the circumstances. Zheng Guo inhaled sharply, intrigued by the mystery. What could be so momentous that it warranted such a grand display? Moreover, we received no prior indications of this event. The two military district leaders were momentarily bewildered. Let's wait. Since the orders instruct us to remain on standby, I expect someone will arrive soon to clarify the situation. Zheng Guo nodded in agreement. After a while, a helicopter arrived, instantly invigorating Zheng Guo and Li Yongrui. They hurried forward to greet the incoming figures. However, upon seeing the individuals disembarking from the aircraft, they were taken aback. Stepping down were none other than the renowned academicians of Huaguo, titans of the research community. It was astonishing to witness such luminaries gathered in one place. With solemn expressions, Zheng Guo and Li Yongrui saluted Bai Ziyuan and his colleagues. Acknowledging their esteemed ranks, Deputy Commander Zheng Guo of the Tiger Military District and Chief of Staff Li Yongrui. Their eyes conveyed deep respect. Bai Lao, what is the meaning of this? We are still somewhat bewildered, Zheng Guo remarked with a smile. Indeed, what brings all of you here? Please do not suggest that the nation intends to establish a research institute in this location, Li Yongrui added with a grin. Jiangcheng is hardly ideal for research endeavors. We have come for the Mecha, Bai Ziyuan replied with a cheerful demeanor. He then disregarded the perplexed Li Yongrui and proceeded up the steps with the group of researchers. Mecha? What is that? Li Yongrui was left in a state of confusion. You've been preoccupied with military drills these past few days. Haven't you seen the viral Mecha videos circulating online? I initially thought they were fabricated, but given the current circumstances, it appears they are genuine. Zhengguo patted Li Yongrui on the shoulder. As they spoke, Zhengguo felt a surge of excitement within him. Mecha embodies a unique form of romance for men, especially for those in the military. The mere mention of it invigorated him. I must see this for myself, Zhengguo declared, striding forward eagerly. Wait for me. Oh my goodness, look over there. Observe the ranks. This is incredible. Moreover, those who just disembarked from the helicopter are all esteemed academicians from the National Research Department. Prominent figures of high stature. Is this for real? You cannot be joking. You may as well search the internet yourself. I have previously encountered information online. If I were capable of browsing the web, I would not seek your assistance. The moment I take out my phone, I am immediately scrutinized by the soldiers, which fills me with trepidation. What is happening? The prominent figures from the military district and the National Research Department have arrived. What has transpired? Countless disturbances have erupted here. The crowd outside is growing ever larger. Aye. Upon witnessing the esteemed individuals outside, Xia became so anxious that she could hardly articulate a word. Having lived her entire life, she had never encountered such a spectacle. Do not be anxious, young lady. We are merely here to observe the Mecha, Bai Ziyuan said, his expression brimming with excitement, his once clouded eyes now sparkling with clarity. It is a miracle. In a place like this, the birth of Mecha is truly astonishing. Upon seeing the distinctly structured Mecha, both Zhengguo and Li Yongrui, the military district dignitaries, also became exhilarated. Such a Mecha, if deployed on the battlefield, could undoubtedly alter the course of the conflict. Chapter 16. The astonishment of the senior officials from the National Research Department. Young lady, young man. May I inquire as to who is responsible for the creation of this mech? Bai Ziyuan attempted to steady his excited heart, reminding himself not to lose focus on the matter at hand. Xia shifted her gaze momentarily towards Lin Hao. Was it you who constructed it? Are there others involved? Or is it solely your endeavor? Old Qin could hardly maintain his composure. No one else, just me, Lin Hao admitted, his expression shifting slightly upon witnessing the grand spectacle outside. What on earth is going on? Such an elaborate display. How is it possible that you alone accomplished this? How much time did you invest? Bai Ziyuan was taken aback. It was indeed just me. This mech took approximately 2 months to complete. Lin Hao responded candidly. Well, counting Friday, I suppose it doesn't really count as a full day. 2 months. All the academicians present felt as though they had been struck by lightning. 2 months? Are you even human? With your slender arms and legs, you managed to construct a mech in just 2 months. There is truly no other term to describe this, but miraculous. Impressive indeed, Old Bai exclaimed in awe. Is this mech operational? May I attempt to pilot it? And what of the design blueprints? Might we examine them? To be candid, this mech bears immense significance for our nation. Several academicians chimed in one after another. Of course, Linhao replied, not intending to keep anything hidden. I'll go first. You all can wait your turn. Upon hearing Lin Hao's response, one academician, nimble and spry, strode forward with a vigor that belied his age. The others, witnessing this scene, were left pounding their chests in regret. How astonishing, simply astonishing. How does one operate this contraption? Soon, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the mech as it began to move under the academician's control. Hey, take it easy, Lao Wang. Don't break the mech. Lao Wang, hurry down. This is dangerous. The mech is far too valuable. Professors and academicians alike broke into a cold sweat. Their concern was not for Lao Wang's safety, but rather for the mech itself. Upon hearing their words, Lao Wang became indignant. I climbed all the way up here, and you're not worried about me, only about the mech? This irked him. Nevertheless, realizing the mech's importance, Lao Wang reconsidered and eventually descended from the machine. Allow me, I shall give it a try. Observing the excited crowd nearby, Bai Ziyuan sought to regain his composure. Lin Hao, may we take a look at the design blueprints for this mech? Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Soon after, a cerulean holographic projection materialized before the assembly. In an instant, Bai Ziyuan and the others found their breaths quickening. This holographic technology had only recently begun to advance at a rapid pace, still in its nascent stages, with its sophistication yet to be fully realized. To their astonishment, it was being employed here. Chen Lao's expression was one of fervent excitement, to the extent that his speech became stammered. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the design technology of the original Red Demon mech was unveiled before them. However, after merely glancing at it a few times, the academicians were left utterly bewildered. They found themselves unable to comprehend the intricate details. Chapter 17. One after another, astonishing technologies indeed. It cannot be said that they were entirely incomprehensible. Some of the concepts and technologies involved were familiar to these distinguished individuals. However, once delved into deeply, they found themselves somewhat bewildered. At first glance, it was utterly incomprehensible. To conduct a proper analysis, they would need to return to their research institutions and undertake thorough calculations. Old Chen, look here. We debated for ages without reaching a conclusion. Yet we have unexpectedly found the answer right here. Bai Ziyuan remarked, pointing to a specific area. The others soon engaged in fervent discussions. Yet, the more they deliberated, the greater their astonishment grew. A genius. This was undoubtedly the work of a prodigy. They even began to question themselves. Were they, with their aging frames, unable to keep pace with the currents of the times? The design was simply too avant-garde. At that moment, Bai Ziyuan took a deep breath and approached Lin Hao. His expression grave. Lin Hao, I now formally extend an invitation to you in my capacity as an academician of the National Research Institute, hoping you will join us. His demeanor was serious and his voice steady. He had contemplated this matter long before his arrival. We, the older generation, are not ashamed to admit that we can barely comprehend your technologies. Even aside from the mech, this interactive holographic projection poses a significant challenge for us. Bai Ziyuan's expression grew increasingly solemn. The nation needs talents like you. Lin Hao felt the grip of aged hands firmly clasping his. Nearby, Suyu was taken aback, a shiver running down her spine at the sight. Such a pivotal figure in Huaguo was revealing such vulnerability. If you agree, we will immediately apply for funding from the state to establish a research institute specifically for you. In academic pursuits, you shall enjoy privileges. Should you wish to mobilize us older fellows, do not hesitate to speak. We are at your service. Upon hearing this, the two military leaders present were momentarily speechless, utterly astonished. The treatment was simply extraordinary. It was worth noting that Lin Hao was still quite young. Prior to this, his name was nowhere to be found among the various academic research topics. However, when they turned to look at the imposing figure beside them, they all fell silent. He was indeed worthy. Just this mech alone could potentially revolutionize the entire world. Old Bai, there is no need for further words. You are the backbone of the nation. Your actions leave me somewhat at a loss, Lin Hao replied. He had previously noted Bai Ziyuan's contributions, seeking neither fame nor fortune, dedicating a lifetime to research and serving the country. He regarded Bai Ziyuan with deep respect. As a citizen of Huaguo, I am acutely aware of my responsibilities. The somber chapters of our nation's modern history must never be repeated. Lin Hao's voice resonated with strength and conviction. In an instant, Bai Lao's eyes grew somewhat misty. In recent years, as material well-being has improved, many young people have exhibited a diminishing sense of national belonging and honor. For the older generation, this is a deeply painful realization. They have endured the most arduous of times and have tasted the sorrows of our nation. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, they too felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, Bai Ziyuan nodded emphatically. Suddenly, even the expressions of Zheng Guo and Li Yongrui, who stood nearby, turned solemn. With fervent gazes, they offered a profound salute to everyone present. Lin Hao, your mech appears to be incomplete. It seems far from the designs presented, Chen Lao interjected, casting doubt. Though the mech was undeniably formidable, it diverged significantly from the blueprint. This is not the final version of the Red Devil's first model. It is merely a prototype. Primarily hindered by material limitations, Lin Hao explained slowly. The weapon systems are manageable, but the nuclear power system. A hint of concern crossed Bai Ziyuan's face. The current nuclear reactors are too large. Integrating them into the mech is evidently unfeasible. Is there no alternative energy source? Bai Ziyuan inquired. Not unless a new element is discovered. Otherwise, nuclear power remains our best option. A mecha this caliber, powered by any currently known alternative, would be impractical. It could only exist as a laboratory specimen, Lin Hao replied, shaking his head. This poses a significant challenge. We lack the necessary conditions, he lamented. Instantly, the mood of everyone present darkened. Must this magnificent creation be relegated to gathering dust in a laboratory? Bai Lao, you seem not to have considered the future, Lin Hao remarked, gently tapping on the holographic projection. At once, the hearts of the assembly stirred with surprise. Could it be that Lin Hao has already resolved this issue? All eyes turned to him in rapt attention. However, at that moment, Lin Hao's brow furrowed in concern. What is it? Is there a problem? Bai Ziyuan asked anxiously. Nothing major, Lin Hao replied with a smile, then continued. On Friday, locate him and retrieve his data. Understood, sir, came a mechanical voice in response. Everyone was left speechless, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Could this truly be artificial intelligence? It seemed like a dream. Although artificial intelligence has indeed emerged and become widely utilized, this revelation was still surreal. However, is that thing truly comparable to Friday? It is akin to the distinction between a child and a university student. One is merely at the outset while the other has reached maturity. The disparity between the two is indeed staggering. In an instant, all eyes converged upon Lin Hao. This individual is genuinely formidable. Lin Hao, I am beginning to question whether you might be an extraterrestrial. This is simply astonishing. At this moment, old Chun lost his composure, even uttering a curse. The gravity of the situation was overwhelming. The shock was relentless, one after another. Fortunately, their hearts were resilient. Otherwise, a heart attack could have spelled disaster. Sir, we have located it, came Friday's voice once more after just a few moments, extraordinarily efficient. Display all the information. Lin Hao's expression remained stern as he spoke calmly. Subsequently, a series of information appeared on the projection. Upon seeing the data before them, the faces of Elder Bai and the others turned ashen. Even Zhenghua and his companion immediately dialed the military district's phone. Chapter 18. Espionage and Intrusion. The fury of Friday in a modest dwelling within Sherman City. Yu Dongqing's eyes were bloodshot, and his hair was in disarray. What is wrong with this website? Why can't I breach its defenses? The layers of this program are absurd. I can't seem to find a single flaw. Following the release of Lin Hao's mech video, Yu Dongqing wasted no time and immediately began his intrusion, eager to uncover any valuable intelligence. However, after such a prolonged effort, he had yet to yield any results. I refuse to believe this. Furrowing his brow, he deftly maneuvered his fingers across the keyboard. Meanwhile, on the streets of Sherman City, a procession of deep green military vehicles sped by, accompanied by several police cars, their sirens blaring. All surrounding vehicles hastily made way. What is happening? A driver, instinctively, shifted his car to the side to allow the military convoy to pass, craning his neck to observe the military and police collaboration. What significant event could have prompted such a display? The convoy arrived at the residential complex where Yu Dongqing resided. The doors swung open, revealing a line of stern figures, their eyes sharp and weapons at the ready as they disembarked. The moment they stepped out, they surrounded the entire neighborhood. The residents, witnessing this spectacle, were left in a state of bewilderment, hesitant to return home. Who would dare to venture back in such a tense atmosphere? Please remain calm. This is merely a drill. We have received reports of suspected espionage activities in this area, and we are here to apprehend the individual involved. The operation will conclude swiftly. Kindly await further instructions. A deep voice resonated amidst the anxious crowd. Relief washed over the residents as they realized it was merely an exercise, dispelling their fears of a dire situation. A group approached the door of Yu Dongqing's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Yu Dongqing slowly lifted his gaze, instinctively shutting down the files on his computer. He then moved to the door and asked, "Who is it?" As he spoke, he opened the door, only to be met by the ominous barrels of guns pointed at his head, causing him to break into a cold sweat. In a blink, several soldiers had taken control of the room. Police, I am a law-abiding citizen. I haven't even left my house for days. I haven't committed any crimes. Yu Dongqing swallowed hard, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The commotion quickly drew the attention of curious neighbors, who peeked out to discern the unfolding situation. Law-abiding citizen, Yu Dongcheng, you are suspected of engaging in espionage activities. You are hereby arrested under the anti-espionage law of Huaguo. This is impossible. How could I be a spy? My family has lived in Huaguo for generations, and I have grown up here. I could never be a spy. Comrade, one must present evidence even when arresting me. In the absence of such evidence, you are merely abusing your authority, and I possess the right to sue you. A sudden shock coursed through Yu Dongcheng. His complexion turned somewhat pale. Nevertheless, he raised his voice defiantly. Evidence? Are you familiar with these? As he spoke, a series of images materialized before him. The photographs depicted various research institutes in Huaguo and several military bases. Yu Dongcheng's heart sank in disbelief. Impossible. How could these materials have been leaked? I have always acted with utmost caution. If that is insufficient, we have much more, came the chilling voice. You have indeed concealed yourself well. Had it not been for your recent attempt to breach that mech website, we might never have uncovered you. Before Yu Dongcheng's astonished gaze, a pair of handcuffs appeared. Impossible. How could this happen? His face drained of color, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Just moments ago, he had merely attempted to infiltrate a mech website. How could he have been discovered? It made no sense. If his actions had been traced back to him, he would have sensed it. Yet, the stark reality was that he remained oblivious until the moment of his capture. Could it be that this hacker's skills far surpass my own? Yu Dongcheng murmured, a chill of dread coursing through him. This individual had managed to bypass his defenses, extracting all the data from his computer while also pinpointing his location. What manner of monster is this? The two parties were undoubtedly not on the same playing field. Tears streamed down Yu Dongcheng's face as he realized he had been utterly outmatched in the realm of hacking. With a sudden slap to his own face, he exclaimed, "How foolish I have been." Meanwhile, Zhang Guo and his associates received intelligence that finally allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. They had apprehended a suspect who had concealed himself so skillfully. Zhang Guo clenched his teeth and spoke gravely. "Fortunately, we have captured him. It appears that this mech has attracted the attention of foreign forces, who sought to infiltrate the website to steal sensitive information." Bai Ziyuan also exhaled in relief. However, all present were struck with astonishment. According to the intelligence they had just gathered, Yu Dongcheng was a master hacker, engaging in espionage for many years without leaving a trace. Yet, in a moment of folly, he had attempted to breach Lin Hao's website and had been traced in an instant. Remarkable. Lin Hao's artificial intelligence has reached such heights. The comparison was stark. The so-called artificial intelligence in the world today seemed utterly inferior. Artificial? Indeed, it was artificial, but without human operation, it was nearly worthless. Intelligent? Not in the slightest. It was utterly ineffective. Truly, without comparison, there can be no pain. Linhao, how much time did you invest in developing this artificial intelligence program? Bai Ziyuan tentatively inquired. It didn't take too long, did it? Just a few days? Linhao casually deflected with a remark. What else could he say? He certainly couldn't admit that it was a gift from the system, completed in just an afternoon. Everyone's mouths fell agape. At this moment, they were beginning to lose their composure. I can now confidently assert that you must be an extraterrestrial, Qin Lao slowly remarked. By Lao, let us continue to observe. Linhao chuckled. He was unfazed by this minor episode. With Friday present, Yu Dongcheng's desire to breach the website's firewall was nothing short of a fanciful dream. After a brief conversation, the group exited. Since Lin Hao had already agreed to join the National Research Institute, it was inevitable that he would leave this place. However, the mech could not be moved just yet. Due to the hurried arrival, they had not prepared any transportation equipment. This colossal machine would need to remain for a while longer. Along the way, Bai Lao clutched Lin Hao's hand tightly. Meanwhile, the crowd outside erupted into further chaos upon seeing someone emerge. Chapter 19. The concerns of Lin's parents. Look, they have emerged, and there's an additional person. That individual appears remarkably young, perhaps barely in their 20s. Goodness, what is the background of this person? Two high-ranking military officials trailed behind Lin Hao, while a group of esteemed scholars from the National Research Institute encircled him. Even more astonishing was Bai Ziyuan, who was fervently clasping Lin Hao's hand throughout the journey. Visibly agitated. My heavens, this is utterly terrifying. A multitude of onlookers felt a profound shock within their hearts. I just recalled, isn't this the very location where that female streamer broadcasted a few days ago? Could it be that the Mecha is indeed real? Impossible. The testing video for that Mecha was thoroughly debunked by numerous experts. It was declared false. False, you say? If it were indeed false, then kindly enlighten me about the current situation here. Oh, I had presumed it was a hoax, and thus did not pay attention. Had I known it was genuine, I would have come directly to witness the Mecha myself. Am I still able to make it in time? Yes, if you hurry over now, you might catch a glimpse, and subsequently, you could enjoy a lifetime of government employment. As realization dawned upon the crowd, they began to lament their missed opportunity. They were so close to this location that a short drive would suffice, yet due to the cacophony of skepticism online, they had not considered coming to witness the spectacle, merely indulging in the excitement from afar. Now, to be informed that it was indeed real, regret filled their hearts. The helicopter departed, yet the area remained cordoned off. Meanwhile, in Sioux City, at Lin Hao's home, Lin Yun, you must earnestly counsel Lin Hao. What prospects could he possibly have if he does not attend university? Look at our Lin Wei. He was accepted into Huaguo University, and before even graduating, major corporations are already vying for him. We have been quite troubled these past few days, unsure of which offer to choose. Choose what? Did our son not express a desire to start his own business? Let him pursue entrepreneurship, Lin Tianqing interjected. Lin Hao wishes to start a business? Lin Hao inquired. Indeed, he mentioned a collaboration with Qing Yuan Technology Company on a new project, with Qing Yuan providing the investment while he manages it. I am unfamiliar with such matters and cannot discern if Qing Yuan is a fraud. If my son were to be deceived, I would never forgive it, Liu Bai remarked with a troubled expression. Qing Yuan, Lin Yun and Lin Hao were taken aback. Qing Yuan is a Fortune 500 company, renowned in Huaguo. How could you not know? Do you truly believe it to be a scam? Perhaps we should allow Lin Hao to join the company. After all, he has no intention of continuing his studies. It would be prudent to let him join Lin Wei's company, Lin Tianqing suggested suddenly. A glimmer of hope illuminated Lin Yun and Lin Hao's faces. If he can establish a connection with Qing Yuan, then the future prospects for Lin Wei's company would indeed be promising. Indeed, it would be beneficial for them to unite as brothers. However, our Lin family is engaged in the realm of technology, dealing with high-tech enterprises. Lin Hao, being merely a high school student, must first undertake an examination if he wishes to join the company. Otherwise, it may lead to unwelcome gossip among the staff. Liu Bai interjected from the side, causing Lin Hongwen and Lin Hong's expressions to darken significantly. If you disdain Lin Hao, why not say so outright? After all this time, beating around the bush is unnecessary. Cough. Lin Hongwen cleared his throat, having come to a realization. Liu Bai and Lin Tianqing were merely here to flaunt their sons. No wonder. Although the two families are related, they have not been in touch for quite some time, leaving Lin Hongwen puzzled as to their sudden visit. Speaking of which, where's Lin Hao? After a lengthy monologue, Liu Bai suddenly recalled that Lin Hao had returned to his hometown, Jiangcheng, post-college entrance examination and had yet to return. Lin Yun forced a smile. Today was hardly a joyful occasion. You must bring him back. Even if he is not residing the exams, he should at least seek employment. Is he to become a burden on us? Lin Hongwen responded slowly. However, before he could finish his sentence, Liu Bai interjected with a look of disdain. At his age, believing in something like mechs? The nation cannot even produce them. How could he? He pondered. Could it be that he has been deceived? Has someone swindled him out of his money? Surely not, Lin Yun replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. In truth, she too had sensed something off about her son lately. It's entirely possible, Liu Bai asserted confidently. Lin Yun and Lin Hongwen exchanged glances, their concern evident. They promptly placed a call. Since Suyu had already gone to see him, they could inquire about Lin Hao's situation. Yeah, what has that rascal been up to lately? Has he fallen prey to any scams? Lin Yun asked as the call connected. Suyu hesitated on the other end. He.S. working on mechs. Suyu spoke candidly. At this revelation, Lin Yun and Lin Hongwen were left astounded. After several confirmations, they received a singular answer. He.S. constructing mechs. This was disastrous. It must surely be a scam. Despite not gaining admission to university, Lin Hao is no longer a child. How could he be ensnared in such a scheme? I suggest you both report this to the authorities immediately. Surely it cannot be that dire, especially with Suyu being involved, they responded. But how can it not be a scam? When a group of individuals are involved, they often fall victim to the same deceit. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun and Lin Hao hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding to notify the police. The money was a trivial matter, but if their son and Suyu were both ensnared, it would spell significant trouble. Meanwhile, Lu Bai continued to ramble incessantly, appearing to embody the archetype of a frustrated mentor, yet his every utterance revolved around Lin Hao. Lin Hao, our family member, would certainly not fall victim to deceit. Previously, Lin Hao had faced various challenges. This left both Lin Yun and Lin Hongwen with ashen expressions. At this moment, they were inwardly anxious. Otherwise, they would have surely expelled the two individuals. If you were so fond of your son, why not return home instead of coming here? Meanwhile, aboard the helicopter, Professor Bai and his esteemed colleagues were fervently seeking talent, incessantly inquiring about knowledge pertaining to mecha technology. Suddenly, Lin Hao's phone rang. It was a call from the police. Upon learning the truth, Lin Hao found himself in a perplexing situation. I was deceived by a pyramid scheme? How was I unaware of this? He lamented. Professor Bai, I must return home for a moment, Lin Hao said, a hint of resignation in his voice. Of course, Sioux City is not far. Let us proceed there first, they replied. At Lin Hao's residence, Lu Bai and another individual were persistently persuading Lin Yun and Lin Hongwen. Nearby, the police were inquiring about relevant matters. Just then, a series of thunderous noises erupted from outside, startling the entire neighborhood. Chapter 20. The Lin family has a dragon. Lin Hao and his companions descended from the helicopter, making their way towards his residence. The residents of the entire community turned in unison to gaze at them, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Was he that Lin Hao from next door? How had he emerged from a helicopter, accompanied by individuals clad in military uniforms? Those elderly gentlemen appeared to be quite extraordinary. The onlookers murmured in wonder. Isn't that old Bai? I just saw him on the news a couple of days ago, exclaimed Wang Zhiyong, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He was certain he was not mistaken. The figure beside old Bai. He quickly retrieved his phone and conducted a search. In an instant, his eyes widened, his hand trembling as he held the device. These were all prominent figures from the National Research Institute, individuals of considerable significance within Huaguo. What on earth was happening with Lin Hao? Wang Zhiyong was utterly bewildered. Had Lin Hao failed his college entrance examination? How had he suddenly found himself shoulder to shoulder with the esteemed leaders of the National Research Institute after just 2 months? At that moment, he was not the only one in shock. Lin Hao's parents and Lu Bai were equally taken aback. Upon grasping the situation, Lin Hongwen stared at Lin Hao in astonishment. Is my son truly involved in the creation of Mechas? And has he joined the National Research Institute? This seems almost surreal. Comrades, thank you for your hard work, but rest assured, Lin Hao is not involved in any pyramid scheme. He has joined our National Research Institute. Old Bai remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Old Bai, it's no trouble at all. We serve the people, the officers replied. After confirming the facts, the two policemen took their leave. Having arrived at Lin Hao's home, Old Bai and his companions chose to stay and engage in casual conversation with Lin Hongwen. Upon hearing Lin Hao's past, Old Bai was taken aback. So, you returned to the mountains to create Mechas after failing the college entrance examination? What an extraordinary individual. Meanwhile, Lu Bai and Lin Tianxing fidgeted uncomfortably, particularly Lu Bai, who wished she could disappear into the ground. Just moments ago, she had been boasting about her son, claiming Lin Hao lacked knowledge of advanced technology. And now, Lin Hao, at such a young age, had already joined the National Research Institute, surrounded by so many esteemed figures. The disparity was overwhelming. After sitting for a while, they hastily found an excuse to take their leave, feeling embarrassed. Lin Hao is about to commence his research work, and he likely won't return for quite some time, so please do not worry. Everything will be fine, Old Bai said with a smile before departing. Rest assured. We are indeed at ease, Lin Yun replied, her eyes curving like a crescent moon, radiating joy. Her son had achieved great success. Initially, she had feared Lin Hao might have fallen victim to a scam. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Once Lin Hao departed, The entire community erupted in excitement. People flocked together, exclaiming in astonishment at the sight of Lin Hao standing alongside these esteemed figures. Incredible! What is happening? I can hardly believe my eyes. Is Lin Hao truly akin to a celebrity? The envy and admiration were palpable. Outside the National Research Institute, a group of professors had gathered, eager to catch a glimpse of the genius behind the creation of the Mecha. As Bai Lao and the others emerged, everyone eagerly approached them. "Old Bai, where is Lin Hao? Where is he?" Until now, Lin Hao had only been seen from behind in a video, and no one had truly encountered him in person. "Here he is," Bai Ziyuan said with a smile, gesturing towards Lin Hao. The professors were taken aback upon seeing him. "So young? Is this not exceedingly young? He appears to be no older than an ordinary university student." This revelation was somewhat disconcerting. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their astonishment evident. Nevertheless, they proceeded to escort Lin Hao and Bai Lao back to the Research Institute. Chapter 21. Gujiang feels empowered again. The following morning, everyone discovered that videos pertaining to mechas had mysteriously vanished from the internet. Even Lin Hao's mecha website seemed to have gone offline for reasons unknown. Nonetheless, information about mechas remained available, as the recent espionage incident had heightened the awareness of confidentiality among Bai Lao and his associates. Discussions about mechas among netizens were permissible. Such information was not classified. The dissemination of mecha imagery and videos, however, was strictly prohibited, leading to a fervent online debate. It was astonishing that all videos had seemingly disappeared overnight. The cherished clips I had saved were gone, leaving me on the verge of tears. I could no longer retrieve any information. Each link I clicked on displayed a message stating that the page was lost. Who could elucidate the current situation? Truly, the prowess of the He-Sied deity is remarkable. In just one night, everything vanished. I am desperately seeking unedited clips at a premium price. This incident stirred a considerable uproar in Huaguo. Previously, news regarding mechas had garnered significant attention. Now, with all videos retracted, the fervor among netizens only intensified. Half of the top 10 trending topics were monopolized by mechas. Zhang Han had not been enjoying his recent days. Who could have anticipated that Lin Hao would actually release the mecha test video? This revelation left Zhang Han too intimidated to stream. Although he was a wealthy second-generation heir, he had not yet reached the level where he could casually dispense luxuries. However, he decided to resume his live broadcast today. As he initiated the stream, a multitude of viewers flooded into the chat room. "After being missing for so long, you finally reappeared. I thought you were lost. Is the host giving away a Lamborghini?" "I'm ready. Host, I'm a new viewer. Could you explain the lottery process? Are we starting the draw directly? Step aside. Today that luxury is mine." Messages inundated the screen. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Han coldly interjected, "I'm not talking about Lamborghinis. If that mecha is real, I would give it away. But the video has been taken down, and even the website is gone. Clearly, it's a fabrication. Do you truly believe it? If the state cannot produce mechas, do you think an ordinary person could?" The sky cleared, and the rain ceased. Gujiang felt a renewed sense of capability. As long as he firmly asserted that the video was false, the matter would be settled. Could it be that he would genuinely offer a sports car? This is outrageous. The removal of the video is a blatant indication that higher authorities have intervened. This mech could very well be a significant national research initiative. Hence the withdrawal of the images and footage. I had anticipated this outcome long ago. If one lacks the necessary skills, they ought not to feign expertise. Boasting about gifting a Lamborghini, what a charade of opulence. As I observe the barrage of comments, Zhang Han maintains his composure. "Speak as you wish, without the video. Your words hold no weight. You claim that this mech is a product of national development? A major research project? What folly! Do you even comprehend what constitutes a significant research initiative? If it were truly such a project, would images and videos have been leaked? Is the state so careless? Let me clarify. If this were indeed a national research endeavor, I would not only give away this Lamborghini, but also my Aston Martin 1-77 at home, altogether. If you are to boast, at least ground your claims in reality. As for the housing authority, please ensure he is silenced." Chapter 22. The official slap in the face arrives too quickly upon hearing Zhang Han's words. The property management staff displayed a hint of bitterness on their faces. They silently pleaded, "Please, Do not set the flag. What if it turns out to be true? Fortunately, they believed that this time, it likely wouldn't be a significant issue. They held little faith that this could be a major national scientific research project. A group of them busied themselves with silencing the chatter. At that moment, a piece of news began to circulate through the mainstream media in Huaguo. Even the Huaguo news broadcast reported on the matter. Recently, in response to the sudden surge of interest in mechas online, and with the emergence of new mecha models, our special correspondent connected with the National Research Institute and received a response. The institute expressed great concern regarding the appearance of mechas and, after discussions with the mecha creator Lin Hao, decided to bestow upon him the title of academician of the National Research Institute, simultaneously appointing him as the director of the Mecha Research Institute. Lin Hao thus became the youngest academician in Huaguo. It is easy to imagine that, in the near future, he will ignite a global fervor for mechas. As soon as this news broke, a fervent discussion erupted throughout Huaguo. Initially, people were merely spectators, speculating on why the mecha video and website had gone offline. Then, the official announcement arrived. The mechas were indeed real. My goodness! How impressive is our nation, truly. Expertise lies among the populace. Does that mean warfare is about to change? Are we entering the era of mechas starting today? This seemed rather unlikely. The emergence of mechas is undoubtedly impactful for the future, but to claim we are entering the era of mechas is somewhat exaggerated. Whether these mechas can even be deployed on the battlefield remains uncertain. If they cannot be utilized in combat, what is the point of creating them? Just wait. It won't be long before we see mechas making their appearance on the battlefield. Wow, how can this person be so young? I am utterly envious at this age. He has already become an academician and is developing mechas. And here I am. Oh my, I sent this from our school? Just a few days ago. He failed his college entrance exam, and now he has gone to the National Research Institute. Failed the college entrance exam. Brother, elaborate on the details. Following the official announcement from the National Research Institute, a wave of mecha enthusiasm surged online. Many began to investigate Lin Hao's background, leading to revelations that left them astounded. Lin Hao had participated in this year's college entrance examination but had honorably failed due to missing 2 subjects. Then, after a mere summer vacation, he accomplished an extraordinary leap, landing directly at the National Research Institute. This is simply surreal. Reality is more fantastical than fiction could ever dare to portray. Meanwhile, Zhang Han, after live streaming for a while, found that, thanks to the relentless efforts of the property management staff, the barrage of comments had improved significantly. However, just as he was about to log off, a surge of viewers flooded in. Brother, it's official. The nation has announced the establishment of a mech manufacturing project. When will you deliver those 2 sports cars? This is quite the slap in the face. Mere hours after your bold claims, the country has released an official statement. Upon seeing the barrage of comments, Zhang Han furrowed his brow. An official announcement? What does it mean? He hastily searched online and was left bewildered. The mech project had indeed been officially launched, and a dedicated research institute had been established. Zhang Han's expression darkened. Alas, is it truly the case that once one sets a flag, it falls swiftly? What should he do now? Pretend to be oblivious? Yet, it soon became apparent that such a ruse was impractical. The number of individuals entering the live stream was rapidly increasing. Everyone was swept up in the excitement. Even the moderators, in their attempts to contain the situation, were unable to stem the tide. At that moment, the moderators displayed expressions of distress. Stop the onslaught. We can't hold it together. It's about to collapse. Ultimately, Zhang Han had no choice but to end the broadcast and suspend it indefinitely. Chapter 23, Functional Beverages Super Soldier Serum. Following the official announcement of the Mecha, in the White Eagle Nation at the presidential office, Lop gazed at the intelligence that had just been presented. Mecha? Hey, can I tweet about this? It's utterly hilarious that the Chinese are naively attempting to construct mechas. Why don't they just create a Chang'e? That way, they could land on the moon, which has been their aspiration all along. Lop held no serious regard for the Mecha incident. To him, it was merely a jest. Ahem. Mr. President, now is not the time to discuss lunar landings. We are here to deliberate on mechas. Moreover, I must assert that based on China's current technological capabilities, they are indeed capable of reaching the moon, they are simply not in a hurry. Additionally, they already have Chang'e, the Secretary of Defense, interjected, somewhat exasperated. If China were to truly produce mechas, he would be the first to face the consequences. What? Oh, it seems I had forgotten. They really do have Chang'e? This is hard to believe. Furthermore, why are we even discussing these mechas? It is evidently a fabrication, a piece of propaganda concocted by China. What are you also afraid of? You appear as ignorant as those journalists. No, this time is different. According to the intelligence we have gathered, we have reason to believe that China is indeed conducting research into mechas, and we should take appropriate measures. Otherwise, it may soon be too late. All right. Then what do you propose we do? Lop appeared somewhat resigned. Perhaps these individuals had become muddled in their thinking to believe in the existence of mechas. It seemed prudent to consider replacing some of these ministers. Increase the station troops at the Neon Nation base, dispatch aircraft carriers and Air Force formations. Okay. Where are the documents? I will sign them. Lop shrugged nonchalantly and continued. By the way, I recall our plasma stealth technology has made significant breakthroughs, hasn't it? I believe we should delve deeper. China's air defense capabilities are virtually non-existent. At this point, a hint of excitement crept onto Lop's face. He was not one to remain complacent. By the way, can I tweet now? Upon entering the National Research Institute, Lin Hao had been tirelessly engaged in mecha manufacturing, scarcely pausing for rest. A researcher approached him, holding a bottle of functional beverage, and said, "Academician Lin, you've been working too hard. Please take a break." It was somewhat embarrassing. Although Lin Hao had laid out the mecha design technology in its entirety, few could comprehend it. This was truly the most frustrating predicament. Even those esteemed figures at the National Research Institute only grasped it partially, let alone others, who were utterly in the dark, completely at a loss. Thus, the entire responsibility for mecha manufacturing fell squarely on Lin Hao's shoulders. Every single step required his meticulous oversight. This left the research personnel in awe, marveling at how someone so young could possess such extensive knowledge. Truly, he was akin to a deity. There was nothing particularly noteworthy. All of it seemed rather simple and devoid of challenge. Lin Hao chuckled as he accepted the bottle of functional beverage, downing it in one go. Meanwhile, the researcher appeared somewhat bewildered. Simple? No difficulty? Is this what it means to transcend? Halfway through the drink, a voice suddenly echoed in Lin Hao's mind. You have consumed the functional beverage and received a divine reward, the formula for the super soldier serum. Lin Hao's body jolted, nearly causing him to spit out the drink. What? He almost exclaimed. The super soldier serum? Gazing at the bottle in his hand, Lin Hao suddenly felt it had lost its allure. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the personnel beside him and inquired, Old Bai, are you still at the National Research Institute? Outside Bai Ziyuan's office, an urgent call rang out. Come in. The door is open. Bai Ziyuan did not lift his gaze, merely adjusting his glasses as he remained engrossed in the documents spread across his desk. The deeper he delved into the mech manufacturing, the more he found Lin Hao to be a prodigy, truly remarkable. Old Bai, something significant has occurred, the researcher exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Another major event? Bai Ziyuan felt a twinge of confusion, slowly raising his head. The last significant occurrence was the discovery of Lin Hao's mech. What could possibly surpass that? The most pressing matter at hand was the construction of this mech. Everything else had to be secondary. Bai Ziyuan spoke calmly, aware that the researcher's energies were finite. At present, the utmost priority was to expedite the mech's development, for it held immense importance for the nation. Old Bai, this matter is undoubtedly substantial, rivaling the mech. The researcher insisted, presenting the formula. With skepticism, Bai Ziyuan took it and merely glanced at it, only to become exhilarated. He abruptly stood. Old Bai, take it easy. Lin Ziyuan's expression shifted dramatically. He gazed in astonishment at the individual before him. Where's Lin Hao? Bring him here. The super soldier serum. If this is indeed feasible, it would propel Huaguo's military strength to an astonishing level. Academician Lin had already been collaborating with other scholars on the serum's development. Quickly, we must proceed. Bai Ziyuan disregarded all else and hurried toward the door, with the researcher hastily following, anxious to ensure no mishap befell him. Meanwhile, at another research institute, a cadre of academicians clad in white lab coats gathered closely. All eyes were focused intently on the proceedings. So, is this formula authentic? Just then, Bai Ziyuan rushed in, his eyes reflecting a sense of urgency. Oh dear old Bai, take care. If you hurt yourself, it would indeed be troublesome. Linhao promptly stepped forward to assist Bai Ziyuan. Go away, you're the old one. I'm still young, Bai Ziyuan remarked with a smile. So, what do you think of this formula? Is it genuine? We have just conducted a preliminary study, and it appears promising. It has the potential to enhance muscle activity and modify human cells. However, the specific effects remain uncertain, and we must proceed with testing. Elder Chen replied slowly. Testing is an arduous journey. First, we will need to find some lab mice, followed by clinical trials on humans. At the very least, it will take us several months to draw any conclusions. All right. Yet, a spark of excitement ignited in Bai Lao's eyes. Although the authenticity of the formula had yet to be confirmed, there was a glimmer of hope. Lin Hao, when did you delve into this area of research? Bai Ziyuan asked, eagerly patting Lin Hao on the shoulder. It's nothing much. I just recently started, Lin Hao responded modestly. Recently started? Bai Ziyuan's eyelids twitched, a sense of astonishment washing over him. You truly are a genius. After a brief silence, he gave Lin Hao's shoulder another encouraging pat. Chapter 24. A crisis unfolds. Lin Hao faints after a considerable period of development. The first dose of the super soldier serum was successfully completed. Everyone regarded it as a precious treasure, handling it with the utmost care. Let us proceed with the testing immediately. Once we confirm that this formula has no side effects, we can promote it nationwide. At that point, every citizen of our great nation will soar like a dragon. Bai Ziyuan exclaimed with palpable excitement. The operation of mechas in combat is an entirely different concept compared to routine tests conducted in the laboratory. The physical demands on the operator of such a formidable machine are undoubtedly high. Currently, our nation has commenced personnel screening across the military, selecting 20 individuals for mecha training. They will be the first to operate mechas on the battlefield. However, these were merely the original plans. Once the super soldier serum is developed, everything will need to be reevaluated. No, we cannot afford to wait. The global situation is ever-changing. By the time we obtain test results, it may be too late. I have immense confidence in my formula. I will be the one to test it. In that instant, the expressions of those surrounding him shifted dramatically. No. This is absolutely inadvisable. Human testing is still far too premature. Acting recklessly is out of the question. Lin Hao, you are the foremost engineer in mecha production for our nation. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of our mecha development? This is simply unacceptable. Bai Lao, Chen Lao, and others voiced their vehement opposition. Lin Hao's safety was paramount. Bai Lao, Chen Lao, I understand your concerns, but I have faith in my formula. There will be no adverse effects, Lin Hao responded with a calm smile. This formula was bestowed upon him by the system. It was foolproof. Lin Hao, I comprehend your sentiments. This formula is your brainchild, your achievement, and you wish to see it flourish. However, scientific research cannot be rushed. We must proceed with caution. Indeed, we cannot afford to be hasty. The others echoed, their anxiety palpable. Then, since you are so insistent, I will take the test. Realizing he could not sway Lin Hao, Bai Ziyuan boldly declared, You are far more important than I am. I shall take the test. Old Bai. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Bai Ziyuan. Bai Lao, Chen Lao, please refrain from interjecting. It is my formula. I will be the one to test it. With that, Lin Hao took the vial and, tilting his head back, drank it all in one swift motion. Instantaneously, Lin Hao felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, a sensation that rapidly enveloped every inch of his skin. It was as if he were engulfed in flames. His complexion changed dramatically. Internally, he thought, what is happening? It feels as though I am being torn apart. Waves of pain struck him, rendering him unconscious. Lin Hao, dear Lin Hao, hurry, quickly summon a doctor. As Lin Hao fainted, the others were nearly paralyzed with fear, their hearts racing in terror. Everyone sprang into action, for Lin Hao had become of paramount importance. Should anything untoward occur, it would spell disaster. The loss would be monumental for the nation. Even the esteemed leaders of the National Research Institute were drenched in sweat, their anxiety palpable. Chapter 25. The success of the super soldier serum. When the ambulance arrived, All the doctors and nurses were taken aback. Upon receiving the urgent call, they hastily rushed to the scene. This was the National Research Institute. Any incident here could be of grave consequence, potentially involving a national treasure. There could be no room for negligence. However, upon their arrival, they were left dumbfounded by the sight before them. The esteemed individuals were not in distress. Instead, they were anxiously gathered around a young man. Heavens! Who was this young man that could incite such urgency among these distinguished figures? Quick, doctors! Lin Hao must not come to harm, Elder Bai exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Lin Hao? The doctor momentarily paused upon hearing that familiar name, scrutinizing the scene. No way. Is this not the Lin Hao who recently skyrocketed to fame for his mech manufacturing? Without any delay, they rushed to administer emergency aid to Lin Hao. What is happening here? One doctor inquired. Elder Bai and the others recounted the events that had transpired. Instantly, the faces of the doctors and nurses changed dramatically. Is this not madness? Lin Hao is young and prone to impulsiveness. You should have restrained him. How could you administer an untested serum? The doctor's expression darkened. Yes, yes. The esteemed figures of the National Research Institute nodded obediently, resembling docile chicks in their compliance. They held great respect for the doctors, who were seasoned professionals. They often visited hospitals for checkups and valued the counsel of medical practitioners. Alas, it is our fault. We should have dissuaded him earlier. After all, he is engrossed in mech research and may have been too eager to achieve results. Indeed, we should have foreseen this. Our excitement clouded our judgment. Guilt was evident on the faces of the prominent figures. Gene serums are a formidable challenge worldwide. Although Lin Hao is a genius in mech technology, he is not specialized in gene serums. How could he possibly develop a genuine super soldier serum? This was indeed reckless. Doctor, you must save Lin Hao. Elder Bai implored once more, realizing the gravity of the situation. Understood, the doctor nodded. Whatever it takes, we must bring him back. The fact that so many distinguished individuals were concerned for Lin Hao indicated that he was no ordinary person. Just then, a nurse let out a startled cry. What is happening? Everyone gathered around her. They observed that Lin Hao's complexion was gradually becoming more vibrant, full of life. Even the contours of his muscles began to emerge distinctly. The shirt that he originally wore now appeared somewhat snug. The perfect contours made the nurse's heart flutter. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Lin Hao was undoubtedly an ideal figure. At such a young age, he had already ascended to the status of an academician at the National Research Institute. Moreover, he spearheaded the nation's mecha manufacturing and significant projects. His physique was nothing short of extraordinary. He was the epitome of what these young women dreamed of. Just then, Lin Hao opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he found himself surrounded by a throng of people. Director Bai, what is going on here? Lin Hao inquired, somewhat bewildered. Lin Hao, do you feel any discomfort? One of the doctors asked, momentarily taken aback. Discomfort? Lin Hao furrowed his brow and stretched his body. I feel fine, just a bit hungry. Indeed, he was genuinely famished. His stomach growled incessantly. Hungry? The crowd stared at Lin Hao, their faces contorting into wry smiles. We were all worried about your well-being. And you say you are merely hungry? Director Bai remarked, I will take Lin Hao back for a thorough physical examination. Yes, that seems appropriate, Director Bai nodded. Soon, Lin Hao was escorted away from the National Research Institute. Before long, the examination results were in. Lin Hao's health was impeccable. Indeed, it was almost excessively so. His bodily metrics were astonishing, akin to that of a true super soldier. When Lin Hao returned to the National Research Institute, all eyes converged upon him as if he were a marvel. Lin Hao, is your health satisfactory? Director Bai approached and asked. Yes, I feel even better than before. As if my strength has increased tremendously, Lin Hao confirmed with a nod. In that instant, the members of the National Research Institute gazed at him in astonishment. From the looks of it, the super soldier serum has truly succeeded? A collective gasp echoed through the room. However, it was necessary to monitor him for any potential side effects, Elder Chen reminded, maintaining a clear head despite the shock. After some time, the transformations in Lin Hao's physique became increasingly pronounced. In addition to a burgeoning appetite, his muscles were visibly developing. In Director Bai's words, it was nothing short of a miracle. Director Bai stared at Lin Hao in disbelief, utterly astonished. Lin Hao had genuinely succeeded. It is important to note that internationally, research on genetic serums had never ceased, yet even with the full might of a nation, success remained elusive. Yet, Lin Hao had effortlessly conquered this challenge. What was most alarming was that Lin Hao's primary research focus did not lie in this domain. His true passion was in mecha engineering. The genetic research was merely a side pursuit. Lin Hao, the nation is fortunate to have young individuals like you. Bai Lao approached, expressing his excitement. However, we must continue to observe the effects of this super soldier serum. Indeed, Bai Lao, I believe we can gradually increase the production of the serum at this stage. Lin Hao replied. That is certainly the case. However, the decision to enter mass production cannot rest solely on my shoulders. It requires the consensus of others. Moreover, this serum, in its initial application, is undoubtedly intended for our nation's soldiers. This also necessitates the approval of the military district. That's straightforward. As long as we communicate the results of this serum to them, it would be entirely persuasive, considering it has yielded tangible outcomes, Lin Hao remarked with a smile. Precisely. That is the intent, which is why I have decided to take you along to meet with them, Bai Lao said with a grin. What? Lin Hao was taken aback. Bai Lao, may I inquire who will be present? Lin Hao asked in a hushed tone. Do not worry, there will not be many. Bai Lao replied with a mysterious smile. This left Lin Hao with an unsettling premonition. Chapter 26. The fiery 3,000-meter physical test. Upon encountering those individuals spoken of by Elder Bai, Lin Hao felt an immediate tension enveloping him. Had Elder Bai truly led him into a trap? Were these the few individuals he had mentioned? Surely, this was no jest. A mere glance revealed the presence of personnel from the National Research Institute, nearly all of whom were in attendance. Furthermore, it appeared that several high-ranking officials from the major military districts had also gathered. Naturally, the most prominent figures were seated at the forefront. Lin Hao had never anticipated that one day he would witness their presence firsthand. Just as anxiety gripped him, Elder Bai commenced his discourse on the super soldier serum. Had it truly achieved successful trials? Suddenly, Zhang Guo interjected, asserting that this serum was of paramount importance to their military district. Just imagine. If every soldier within a military district were to receive the super soldier serum, what an extraordinary sight that would be. Indeed, human trials had already been conducted, yielding remarkably positive results without any observed side effects thus far. Therefore, I propose that mass production may commence, Elder Bai stated deliberately. Instantly, the crowd erupted in fervor. Where is the individual who received the serum? We must witness the tangible results. The high-ranking officials from various military districts could scarcely contain their excitement and began to step forward. Isn't it right here? Elder Bai chuckled, gesturing toward Lin Hao. In that moment, the expressions of Zheng Guo and the others shifted dramatically. Was Elder Bai not jesting? Lin Hao was, after all, the chief engineer of mecha manufacturing. How could they possibly believe he would be the first to test the new serum? The personnel from the National Research Institute regarded Lin Hao as an invaluable asset. There was no way they would allow him to be the first subject. Should anything go awry, there would be no remedy. In truth, Lin Hao was indeed the first to undergo testing, bypassing conventional procedures. As soon as the serum was developed, he immediately commenced testing, which accounted for the swift results. Otherwise, had they adhered to the standard protocol for clinical trials, it would have taken a considerable amount of time, with results not expected for at least 6 months. A hint of bitterness crossed Elder Bai's face. At that moment, the assembled crowd was left in astonishment. Directly conducting human trials? Was this not madness? When had the personnel of the National Research Institute become so audacious? A military commander spoke up, bewildered. If that is the case, I shall assess whether the super soldier serum is truly as remarkable as claimed. After a brief moment of shock, Zhang Guo stepped forward. He had witnessed Lin Hao's capabilities firsthand and was well aware of his strengths and weaknesses. This young man was indeed a scientific prodigy. Yet his physical condition was rather ordinary, unremarkable. Let us have a friendly competition. Do not be deceived by my current state. I still engage in regular training, Zheng Guo asserted. Standing tall despite having reached middle age. Yet, he still exuded an air of valor. All right, Lin Hao nodded. However, he soon realized. But I have never served in the military. If it comes to any technical skills, I cannot compare. Ha ha ha, Zheng Guo chuckled. Do not worry, it is not about that. If I were to have you shoot at targets, I doubt you would fare well either. Let us instead race. After all, the National Physical Fitness Test has recently been promoted. We shall begin with 3 kilometers. Chapter 27. The Novice King of Soldiers, a gathering of distinguished individuals congregated outside, engaging in hushed conversations. Among them, the leading figures whispered discreetly. Liang Rui approached Old Bai, with whom they had forged a close rapport in the past. They were skeptical of Old Bai, doubting the extraordinary claims surrounding the gene serum. Liang Rui gestured toward the remaining commanders and chiefs of staff from various military districts, who were fervently discussing matters amongst themselves. These individuals, seasoned by their military experiences, had encountered a myriad of personalities, some vigorous recruits, others less fortunate in health. They possessed their own understanding of human physicality and capabilities and were reluctant to believe in the existence of a super soldier serum that could transform an ordinary person into a warrior within a mere fortnight. Such a notion seemed implausible, bordering on the fantastical. However, as time passed, skepticism began to yield to acceptance. This was reality. They had been observing Lin Hao's physical condition over the past few days, and indeed, his physiological capabilities had undergone a remarkable transformation. Most importantly, he had yet to reach his limits, as he continued to improve. Old Bai smiled faintly and remarked, "Is it truly that miraculous?" Liang Rui was taken aback. "Just watch." Old Bai replied, his expression enigmatic. At that moment, the signal shot rang out. Linhao emerged, running with an unhurried yet rhythmic pace, seemingly unremarkable. Yet, astonishingly, he swiftly distanced himself from Zhang Guo, leaving him bewildered. What was happening? Had he already fallen so far behind? Nevertheless, Zhang Guo remained composed. A 3,000-meter run was no trifling matter. Sprinting at the outset held little value. The true test lay in maintaining stamina throughout, as Zhang Guo adhered to his own rhythm. He soon felt a surge of alarm. Linhao showed no signs of slowing down. On the contrary, he appeared to be accelerating. The gap between them widened. How could this fellow possess such extraordinary stamina? Zhang Guo was taken aback. Many who were not adept at long-distance running would typically start fast but fail to pace themselves, ultimately exhausting their energy. Yet, Linhao was evidently not of that ilk. In the stands, a ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd as spectators began to murmur. Before long, Linhao completed the run in 8 minutes and 20 seconds. While this time was not particularly astonishing considering the world record for the men's 3,000 meters stood at 7 minutes and 20 seconds, one crucial detail remained. Just a fortnight prior, Linhao had been an ordinary high school student with minimal athletic training and average physical capabilities. Yet, in this brief span, he had achieved remarkable progress. Most alarmingly, Linhao's physical prowess continued to ascend. Breaking world records is merely a matter of time. You, my friend. Zhang Guo hurriedly approached, astonished as he gazed at Linhao. 8 minutes and 20 seconds. This time is undoubtedly of a caliber befitting a true warrior within the military. However, the reality is that had Linhao enlisted immediately after his college entrance examination, he would still be considered a novice at this moment. For those ordinary recruits just starting out, completing 3,000 meters in 15 minutes is already commendable. A novice-level warrior. This formula has rendered any further testing unnecessary. Merely this one achievement suffices to serve as proof. Suddenly, the commanders and chiefs of staff from several military districts rose to their feet. Chapter 28. The recruitment begins. Linhao, come to our Sword of Justice military district. Go, go, go. Why should I join your Sword of Justice military district? Given Linhao's skills, the Songning military district is the most suitable place for him. The members of the National Research Institute stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What was happening? These military bigwigs were openly competing for talent? But that wasn't all. Some of the leaders even rushed directly to Linhao, seizing his hand with fervor. This was far too brazen. The people from the National Research Institute stepped forward, protesting. Hey, what are you doing? Linhao is one of ours. A civilian staff member. What business do you have with him? Elder Bai, who had been watching, also chimed in with indignation. Elder Bai, I'm not exaggerating. With the right training, Linhao's abilities could make him a king among soldiers. He is a remarkable talent, and keeping him at the National Research Institute would be a waste. The commander of the Zhang-ing military district said with a smile, showing respect to Elder Bai. However, today, it was futile. He was determined to take Lin Hao away. Nonsense. It would be a waste of talent for Lin Hao to go to the military district. He is the only individual in our nation capable of creating mechas, and he also developed the super soldier serum. Other researchers cannot achieve this. Elder Bai was becoming increasingly anxious. They had merely come to showcase the serum's results and requested mass production. If they lost Lin Hao, he would bear the sin of failure for the National Research Institute. Our military district also has research facilities. He can continue his research there without issue. Moreover, Mechas and the super soldier serum are most beneficial to our troops. Once Lin Hao joins our ranks, it will facilitate our collaboration. The military leaders were unwilling to yield, creating a chaotic scene. The primary issue was Lin Hao's exceptional allure. He was simply too desirable. This cannot stand. Absolutely not. Lin Hao must continue his other research projects. His work is not limited to just these two areas. Besides, if he joins the military district, will he have the capacity to focus solely on research? You are certain to impose rigorous training upon him. If you desire a promising candidate, it is simple. Once the next batch of super soldier serum is produced, you can cultivate a king among soldiers. Elder Bai retorted indignantly, gripping Lin Hao's hand and refusing to let go. This left the military leaders in a state of helpless laughter. They certainly could not resort to force against Elder Bai. In truth, they understood that once the next batch of serum was manufactured, they would be able to develop their ideal super soldiers without fixating solely on Lin Hao. As for the mechas, there was no rush. Regardless of where they were produced, they would ultimately serve in the military. However, Lin Hao was not merely physically exceptional. The most crucial aspect was his intellect. By bringing Lin Hao on board, who knew what groundbreaking research outcomes might emerge in the future. In that case, their military district would be positioned to reap the rewards first, enjoying the fruits of his labor. They all held this thought, quite astute indeed. After a heated debate, it was ultimately the leader who spoke, allowing Lin Hao to make his own choice. Lin Hao did not hesitate and decided to remain at the National Research Institute. For he could not disappoint the expectations of Mr. Bai, Mr. Chen, and the others. This left the military district leaders somewhat disheartened. However, a compromise was eventually reached. He could stay at the National Research Institute while still retaining his military rank, which would not pose any issue. Chapter 29. The Commendation. A wave of excitement surged online. Ultimately, the Tiger Military District, leveraging its unique connection with Lin Hao, successfully facilitated his settlement there. In return, Lin Hao was bestowed with the rank of Major General and awarded the Huaguo Medal. The Huaguo Medal represents the pinnacle of achievement in Huaguo, conferred solely upon individuals who have made exceptional contributions to the nation. Each recipient is deserving of profound respect. At such a tender age, Lin Hao's receipt of the Huaguo Medal left him both astonished and humbled. Those who learned of this event were equally taken aback. What merit did Lin Hao possess? In Huaguo, numerous unsung heroes tirelessly contribute to the nation, dedicating their lives without recognition. Yet, even they have not been honored with the Huaguo Medal. Lin Hao had barely begun his journey at the National Research Institute. Was this accolade truly warranted? However, upon closer examination, no one could dispute the matter. Lin Hao had developed mechas and pioneered a groundbreaking super soldier serum, achievements of monumental significance. With these accomplishments, Lin Hao was indeed deserving of the Huaguo Medal. When Lin Hao received the medal, a sense of guilt washed over him. To speak candidly, he felt he had merely capitalized on the advantages afforded by the system, receiving accolades that many esteemed researchers before him had not achieved. He felt unworthy. I have merely been fortunate enough to delve into the realm of mecha research. Yet I am presented with such a grand honor. I cannot help but feel remorseful, especially knowing that many researchers in Huaguo continue to contribute quietly. During my brief time at the National Research Institute, I have witnessed countless individuals pouring their life's work into serving the nation. They are the true giants. And I believe this medal should rightfully belong to them. I pay my respects to them. Lin Hao's heartfelt sentiments radiated from his face, tinged with guilt. Yet, to others, this was not the interpretation. Lin Hao had made remarkable contributions, but remained humble, displaying wisdom beyond his years. A thunderous applause erupted in the hall. echoing like the roar of thunder. Everyone was exhilarated. This young man was indeed a blessing for the nation. After the commendation ceremony concluded, Lin Hao immersed himself once more into research. The super soldier serum, due to its established formula, required little of his concern. Furthermore, its initial production was limited, imposing a manageable workload. The serum could not be released in excess, as it could easily incite panic. This substance had the potential to transform an ordinary individual into a formidable warrior, a truly terrifying prospect. Consequently, Lin Hao devoted most of his efforts to the intricate craft of mecha manufacturing. However, as he diligently pursued his studies, a tempest brewed across the internet. This time, Lin Hao's commendation had not garnered extensive media coverage, a request made by Lin Hao himself. After all, his credentials were still relatively modest. The sudden elevation to the rank of Major General and the awarding of the Huaguo medal were indeed astonishing occurrences. I fear that a storm has erupted online. It is preferable to underreport. In fact, Lin Hao's original intention was not to report at all. However, this met with opposition. How could someone be awarded the rank of Major General and the Huaguo medal without any coverage? That is simply unacceptable. Bai Ziyuan was the first to object. If you seek no fame, this is not the way to go about it. Ultimately, a discreet reporting approach was adopted. Initially, this did not stir much commotion in Huaguo. However, it soon became apparent that the news had spread. In this digital age, once information is released, it becomes uncontrollable. The topic quickly ascended to trending status. Remarkably, this marked Lin Hao's second appearance on the trending list. The first time was when he was officially announced as an academician of the National Research Institute. As for the mecha trends, there have been countless instances. They are simply uncountable. For Lin Hao, trending has become as effortless as drinking water. This has undoubtedly troubled those attention-seeking celebrities. They had invested considerable sums to secure their own moment in the spotlight, only to have their thunder stolen in an instant. Ning Linglang stared in bewilderment at the trending list, her own ranking having plummeted beneath Lin Hao's. What on earth is happening? Feeling distressed, she opened her fan group, where her fans were indignant. Who on earth is this Lin Hao? We finally managed to elevate our trending status, and now it's been overshadowed. I watched as we reached the top for barely 3 minutes before being pushed down. Who is this Lin Hao? What does he even do? I looked him up. He is a mecha creator. A mere mecha creator has surpassed us on the trending list? This is absurd. We must buy our way back to the top. No matter what, we need to ensure Lingling regains the #1 spot. Ladies, don't act rashly. He is not just some mecha creator. He is quite famous. Haven't you heard? Have you never seen him? What is his background? Just don't act foolishly. He is a significant figure. If we manage to outshine him and take first place, Lingling will be mercilessly criticized. Let us just observe for now. It seems we've run into bad luck with this one. Ladies, I just saw that he was awarded the rank of Major General in the Huaguo medal. The online community is now divided. Some support him while others condemn him. We can't buy our way to trending status. So let us join forces and criticize him instead. Yes, let us do it together. With the backing of this group of fans, the voices condemning Lin Hao gradually overshadowed those in support of him. Old Bai, our National Research Institute, is trending. In the National Research Institute, Old Chun, seething with anger, sought out by Ziyuan. Their institute was trending solely because of Lin Hao, who is an academician at the National Research Institute. Thus, by extension, even the National Research Institute has made its way onto trending topics. This is utterly outrageous. How dare the internet make such claims? Chen's face flushed with anger as he stomped his feet in frustration. Bai Ziyuan cast a glance over, his eyes falling upon a stream of small text. A 21-year-old youth, having suffered the setback of failing the college entrance examination, astonishingly accomplished an N-level leap, gaining entry into the National Research Institute and recently being awarded the rank of Major General along with the Huaguo medal. He has set multiple records as the youngest in history. On what grounds? Is the realm of mecha manufacturing truly legitimate, or does it conceal some nefarious dealings? Does Lin Hao possess genuine talent, or is his background exceptionally influential? Academic fraud. Today, Lin Hao will reveal to you what true academic fraud entails. Each topic revolves around discussions of Lin Hao. Some topics are relatively neutral, while others clearly aim to disparage him. Beneath these discussions, numerous voices of outrage can be found, with some individuals even directing their ire at the National Research Institute. Nonsense. It's all utter nonsense. What do these people know, aside from typing on their keyboards? Bai Ziyuan erupted in indignation. Chapter 30. All are furious at this moment. The entire National Research Institute was in an uproar. Why engage in research at such a time? These individuals had already cast the blame squarely upon the institute. They dedicated themselves to the nation, laboring tirelessly in scientific endeavors, only to be met with such treatment? It is utterly absurd. This article dares to claim that academician Lin gained his position through underhanded means, fabricating baseless allegations presented with alarming conviction. The most disgusting aspect is that this post has garnered over 500,000 likes, and the number continues to rise. A mere refresh, and it increases by hundreds. Keyboard warriors, who fail to appreciate that academician Lin has provided two significant research achievements for the nation, seem to regard his contributions as worthless. Let them attempt to create a mech. Let them strike the keys and produce one. The researchers were all incensed. In the past, there had been detractors who criticized some research outcomes from the institute, yet they merely laughed it off. The world is vast and diverse. Surely, differing opinions exist. However, this time, they could no longer tolerate it. The scale of this discontent was simply too great. Taking a deep breath, one researcher remarked, "Let them slander. When the time comes for consequences, they shall understand the severity of their actions." Generally, individuals like Lin Hao, bestowed with the Huaguo medal for their outstanding contributions to the nation, face legal repercussions for such attacks. This is no trivial matter. Yet, this instance is somewhat different. Even if a couple of individuals are apprehended, the momentum of this situation is unlikely to wane. It may even escalate further. Appropriate countermeasures must be devised soon. The National Research Institute issued an official statement. Lin Hao has made remarkable contributions to the field of mech manufacturing, and the awards conferred upon him were the result of thorough discussion and voting. There is no fabrication involved. Notably, the statement did not mention the super soldier serum, a matter of great confidentiality for Huaguo. With the exposure of the Mechas, certain secrets must remain safeguarded. It is unthinkable to reveal all hidden cards. Moreover, if the serum were to leak, the global uproar could surpass that of the Mechas. In the eyes of many nations, Mechas are deemed unattainable. Even with Huaguo's announcement, they might not pay much heed. However, the serum represents a different story. Thus, the National Research Institute chose not to disclose information regarding the serum. Nevertheless, it appears that the statement had little effect. These netizens would not acknowledge Lin Hao without compelling evidence. A mere declaration is insufficient to vindicate him. At the center of this controversy, Lin Hao finally became aware of the situation. He chuckled as he perused the online comments. Old Bai, somewhat reproachfully, remarked, "How can you still be smiling? Just look at how you are being vilified online." Lin Hao replied, "There is indeed criticism, but Old Bai, look, many are defending me." He gestured towards the supportive comments. "What are you all barking about? How can Lin Hao, at such a tender age, gain entry into the National Research Institute? It is because he has created a mech. Why was he awarded the rank of Major General? It is because he has created a mech. Ultimately, if you can create a mech, you too can ascend. If not, then kindly refrain from speaking." Many of Lin Hao's admirers fervently strive to uphold his image. But what good does that serve? If the current momentum does not shift, you will find yourself in a predicament. Old Bai shook his head, urging you to consider how to counter those detractors. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao fell silent for a moment. Then, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Chapter 31. A former researcher's testimony soon, beneath the official Weibo of the National Research Institute. A new message emerged. In 3 days, there would be a live broadcast of the Mecha testing. Previously, the institute had removed the Mecha videos from circulation, as the prototypes were still in their infancy and merely experimental models. Additionally, some of the information disclosed, particularly the data from Lin Hao's official website, had become somewhat uncontrollable. Therefore, taking them offline was imperative. However, the situation has since changed. After an extensive period of manufacturing and modifications, the Mechas have now largely met the standards of the initial generation. much like the secrecy surrounding an aircraft carrier before its launch. There would be no revelations until it was ready to be unveiled. This live broadcast, however, would not divulge excessive details, as the content would consist solely of a simple test. The remaining aspects would undergo confidential evaluations. In essence, what you are permitted to see is merely what I wish to show you. The announcement regarding the Mecha live stream was succinct, yet, typically, the brevity of a message often corresponds to the significance of the event. It was not long before mainstream media and Huaguo shared this news widely. Numerous official media outlets rallied in support of the National Research Institute. With skepticism rampant online, Lin Hao sought to counter the criticisms through the upcoming live stream. Consequently, the matter garnered national attention. At this juncture, a former researcher of the National Research Institute, Feng, stepped forward. He spoke with piercing clarity, directly accusing the institute of harboring secrets. Prior to the live broadcast of the Mecha testing, he initiated his own stream. Let me introduce myself. I was once a researcher at the National Research Institute, having participated in the study of high-energy density lithium-ion batteries. And I was considered one of the core team members. He paused. So, why did I ultimately leave the institute? One would think that the National Research Institute is a dream destination for many researchers. Yet here I am, having departed. Am I not in my right mind? With a light chuckle, Feng continued. Unlike the novice streamers who began their broadcasts, Feng's popularity surged instantaneously, primarily due to the weight of his credentials as a former researcher at the institute. Moreover, he adeptly capitalized on the current event's momentum, making it nearly impossible for his popularity not to skyrocket. As Feng introduced himself, a flurry of comments filled the screen. The former big shot from the National Research Institute is here. Impressive. The host is so young. Having joined the institute at such a tender age and being a core member of the research team, he must be a genius. Is this real? I now feel as though the world around me is fabricated. Nothing genuine remains. A cascade of accolades flooded in. At that time, our research on high-energy density lithium-ion batteries had made groundbreaking progress. However, I was abruptly informed that I would be reassigned from the team. What does being reassigned mean? It signifies that all the research accomplishments are no longer connected to me. I was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the circumstances surrounding this decision, and I appealed. Yet it proved to be futile. Within a few days, I discovered that my position had been filled by another individual. Witnessing my research fall into someone else's hands left me disheartened. Feng, with a mournful expression, recounted this ordeal. Subsequently, someone informed me that the person replacing me had connections, and my reassignment was merely to make room for him, thereby embellishing his or some. Reflect on this matter deeply. Feng stated with gravity. The entire live stream chat erupted in chaos. This situation was colossal. Typically, these netizens remained oblivious, but once they became aware, they would undoubtedly demand accountability. Suddenly, Feng pounded his chest and burst into tears, his face streaked with tears and snot. It was heart-wrenching to see such a prominent figure suffer. The darkness of this situation was staggering, revealing the grim reality within our nation's top research institute. A thorough investigation is imperative. I never anticipated such a scenario could unfold within our esteemed institution. For researchers, these accomplishments are akin to their lifeblood. Losing them carries dire consequences, a truth understood by all. This necessitates a stringent inquiry. I can now assert with certainty that Lin Hao must have leveraged connections to enter the institute. His presence there is merely a fade. It is absurd that a mere high school student managed to gain entry to our National Research Institute, and previously, they even released fabricated mecha videos in an attempt to deceive us. Messages of consolation for Feng began to flood the screen, condemning the National Research Institute. Regarding the matter of the institute's mecha testing, I would like to express my viewpoint. The fabrication of mecha is undoubtedly non-existent. Even the mightiest of nations, such as the United States, cannot produce genuine mecha. Thus, in my opinion, this represents an unprecedented act of academic fraud. With Lin Hao clearly having secured his position through nepotism. Wiping his tears, Feng took a few deep breaths and spoke, escalating the emotional intensity of the live stream. Shortly after his broadcast, the online sentiment spiraled into an uncontrollable frenzy. Although the Research Institute had issued a statement announcing a live stream in 3 days, it went ignored, regardless of the veracity of the claims. At this moment, the Institute faced relentless criticism. The vitriol directed at Lin Hao was particularly ferocious. Within the National Research Institute, many esteemed researchers remain, such as Bai Ziyuan and others, who were revered figures. Many, out of respect for them, chose to temper their words and refrained from harsh criticism. However, when it came to Lin Hao, there were no holds barred. The insults were as harsh as they could be. Forget the Mecha. Lin Hao, this worthless individual, dares to boast about conducting a live broadcast? Does he truly consider our citizens to be mere jesters? At the tender age of 21, he entered the National Research Institute. And in less than 2 months, he was absurdly promoted to the rank of Major General and awarded the Huaguo Medal. This situation is laughable from every conceivable angle. I surmise that, at this very moment, foreign media and politicians are reveling in our misfortune. This matter demands serious attention, otherwise, it will only serve to dishearten the populace. I am particularly curious to see how his live broadcast will unfold tomorrow. While videos can be fabricated, I wonder how one could possibly falsify a live stream. Lin Hao has, at this juncture, become the target of widespread public condemnation. Even those who once supported him are now caught in the crossfire of criticism. They are being derided to the extent of losing their nationality and having their household registrations nullified. Chapter 32. Is this my son? Lin Hao, are you all right? Siyu inquired over the phone, her eyes brimming with concern. The current pace of the internet is rather overwhelming, which inevitably caused Lin Hao's family to worry about his situation. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? It's you all. Lin Hao was particularly anxious at that moment, fearing that some deranged individual might directly cause trouble for his parents. I'll bring you over as soon as possible. Lin Hao contemplated. His current identity was exceedingly sensitive, and the protection of his relatives was paramount. Bringing them directly to him and ensuring they were safeguarded by the military would afford him considerable peace of mind. Before long, a military vehicle arrived at Lin Hao's residence, escorting his parents. Siyu also came along to attend to their needs. Upon their arrival, Lin Yun and Lin Hongwen were greeted by a row of soldiers standing at attention, which left them somewhat bewildered. Lin Hongwen hastily returned the salute. Led by Lin Hao, they proceeded towards the new residence. As they walked, Lin Hao introduced the individuals accompanying them. With each name, Lin Hao's parents grew increasingly astonished. Commanders, deputy commanders, and chief staff officers of the military district, luminaries from the National Research Institute, and the remaining guests were all prominent figures from various sectors. The sheer number of dignitaries was overwhelming for the couple. Having toiled for the better part of their lives, they had never encountered such a spectacle. When they first met Bai Ziyuan and others in their own home, they had been taken aback, but now they were even more astounded. Good heavens! Are all the bigwigs from the military district here? This experience was akin to Lu Laolao stepping into the Grandview Garden for the first time for the elderly couple. Thank you for your trouble, leaders, and comrades. Lin Hongwen expressed his gratitude profusely. Not at all. Lin Hao is now the prized possession of our Tiger military district. Your safety is of utmost importance. You have no idea how hard we fought to secure him. Other military districts were eyeing him greedily. Fortunately, our old comrade Zheng had a prior connection with Lin Hao, or else he would have undoubtedly been snatched away by the other districts. The commander of the Tiger military district clapped Zheng Guo on the shoulder, smiling. Zheng Guo chimed in. You two haven't seen the expressions of the other military district commanders at that time. They nearly resorted to force to take him away, and a fight almost broke out. Lin Yun and Lin Hongwen were left speechless, their eyes widening in disbelief. Several military districts fighting over a person? Moreover, it was the district commanders themselves who were ready to take action, almost coming to blows. What on earth was going on? They had never even heard of such things before. Was this some sort of joke? The profound astonishment overwhelmed them. Their son had evidently reached such a remarkable status. Although they kept abreast of online developments, they had never imagined that Lin Hao held such a high position within the military district. What exactly did it mean for him to be the treasure of your military district? That is the cherished treasure of our National Research Institute. The Major General rank of Lin Hao, merely a title bestowed upon you by your valiant Tiger military district. Elder Bai spoke with gravity. Indeed, indeed. It is a prized possession of the National Research Institute. Elder Bai nearly clashed with them, having painstakingly reclaimed this treasure. Do not utter nonsense, lest Elder Bai take umbrage and turn his ire upon you. Upon witnessing this, Li Yongrui burst into hearty laughter, jesting, has Elder Bai taken matters into his own hands? Lin Yun and Lin Hao exchanged glances with Bai Ziyuan, their expressions replete with astonishment and disbelief. It was truly unexpected that even someone as esteemed as Elder Bai would resort to such measures. My goodness, what on earth transpired at that moment? Does his own son possess such remarkable prowess? Lin Yun gazed at Lin Hao in bewilderment. Could it be that her offspring, whom she had raised with such care, was indeed so formidable? If so, then why, in the span of over 20 years, had he yet to unearth even a modest cabbage? Chapter 33, Comrade Zhangwo has commenced action. Mecha Livestream? Is this truly happening? Across the ocean, in the land of the bald eagle, the presidential office. Upon hearing this news, Lapu appeared somewhat taken aback. Indeed, Mr. President, this is an official statement released by the National Research Institute of Huaguo Country. The Mecha they refer to will undergo a live stream test today. The defense minister's countenance was grave, filled with concern. In his heart, he increasingly felt that Huaguo Country was not merely speaking empty words this time. This is serious. This infrastructure behemoth is finally poised to make its mark in high-end weaponry. Laopu stroked his chin, his eyes flickering with contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he shook his head. No, I still cannot believe that Huaguo Country can produce mechas. They lack the capability. On this matter, Laopu's stance was resolute. Mr. President, regardless of the circumstances, we must respond in some manner, the defense minister said helplessly. Of course. That is only natural. Laopu shrugged and then inquired, are our aircraft carriers and air formations in position? I believe we can show Huaguo Country a thing or two, to compel them to settle down. Soon, a squadron of F-22 fighter jets stationed in Neon Country received a launch order. One by one, the aircraft soared from the runway into the sky. This sudden operation did not instill fear in Huaguo Country. Rather, it startled Neon Country. What is the situation now? They had just been conducting military exercises when suddenly, a series of flying objects appeared in the sky. This was a shocking turn of events. According to the intelligence relayed back, it appeared to be the F-22 fighter jet squadron of the Bald Eagle Country. Baka, what on earth do these eagle folk intend to do? They mobilized without even informing us. The commander's expression was one of ire. Although Neon Country had no authority to oversee the military actions of the Bald Eagle, one must certainly notify prior to launching aircraft. After all, this is the territory of Neon Country. To take off without a word is bound to create unnecessary complications. Commander, there are 3 aircraft carriers of the Bald Eagle Country moving at full speed in international waters. Just then, small dots appeared on the radar, leaving the commander astonished. Could it be a military exercise? However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that all the targets were from Huaguo Country. Instantly, chaos ensued among the high-ranking officials of Neon Country. What on earth is Laopu planning? Is he preparing to go to war with Huaguo Country? Over the past 2 years, relations between the Eagle Country and Huaguo Country have deteriorated, trending towards a freezing point. If war were to break out, it would not be entirely unexpected. It seems that the Mecha has provoked the pride of the Eagle folk. They feel the need to showcase their prowess to remind the world who the true hegemon is in today's global landscape. The cabinet has reached a conclusion. It appears that an intriguing spectacle is about to unfold. The F-22 fighter squadron, inherently advanced, boasts exceptional stealth capabilities. On radar, they manifest merely as fleeting, diminutive points with exceedingly faint signals. Recently, Laopu has announced a significant breakthrough in the latest stealth technology of the white-headed Eagle Nation. Consequently, the stealth abilities of these fighter jets have been further enhanced. This undoubtedly presents a formidable challenge for Huaguo, a tough nut to crack. Chapter 34, the Squadron of Fighter Jets. After a while, the Huan Nation detected the squadron of fighter jets. Commander Xia Rongshuan furrowed his brow. Gazing intently at the flickering signals on the radar, his nerves taut. What is happening? Why did we only react now that they have entered our airspace? Xia Rongshuan inquired gravely. At this moment, the squadron had already penetrated the territorial waters, steadily advancing towards the inland. This was utterly intolerable. The stealth technology of the Eagle Nation has seen further advancements, while our counter-stealth capabilities remain incomplete, the operator lamented. Xiaorongxuan's expression darkened. Shortly thereafter, under command, the J-10s ascended urgently into the sky. One by one, the aircraft climbed to altitude. Following a surge of acceleration, the formation gradually drew closer. In no time, they reached a distance visible to the naked eye. 3 F-22s from the Eagle Nation. The J-10 pilots were taken aback. These were the most advanced fifth-generation aircraft of the Eagle Nation, seldom seen in routine encounters. Yet this time, the Eagle Nation had deployed 3 of them simultaneously. And they had silently infiltrated Huan Nation's airspace. What were their intentions? Were they preparing for war? The J-10 pilots were now on high alert. The J-10 could be considered Huan Nation's primary aircraft, a fourth-generation fighter jet. However, in terms of performance, it still fell short compared to the F-22. If conflict were to erupt, caution was imperative. Several J-10s dispersed, initiating escort maneuvers while relaying the situation back to the command center, awaiting further orders. "Hey, it's Huan Nation's Firefly." One pilot from the Eagle Nation jested. Firefly was the codename assigned to the J-10 by the coalition forces. "I truly wish to open fire and sink them," another pilot chimed in. Sharing a laugh, the disparity in aircraft capabilities emboldened them. Meanwhile, the command center fell into a heavy silence upon receiving confirmation of the intelligence. The Eagle Nation had dispatched 3 of its most advanced fighter jets. What were their intentions? "Commander, there are 3 aircraft carriers of the Eagle Nation in the open sea." Just then, new intelligence arrived, causing everyone to hold their breath. The presence of aircraft carriers was not inherently alarming, but it signified the arrival of carrier-based aircraft and an entire fleet of weaponry. This was the true fear of a carrier group. Once hostilities commenced, these carrier-based jets could provide immediate fire support. At that point, Huan Nation would face not just these 3 F-22s, but an entire array of threats. What on earth does the Eagle Nation intend to do? Someone cursed angrily. Xiaorongxuan's expression grew grave as he contemplated the situation. The current state of affairs was exceedingly dire. With the slightest misstep, the 2 nations might find themselves on the brink of direct conflict. At that juncture, the outcome remains uncertain. Inform the other air units to remain on standby for immediate takeoff. Additionally, instruct the J-10 to shadow these 3 F-22s, ensuring they do not stray from our sight. Convey to the pilots to engage in communication to ascertain their true intentions. Xiaorongxuan spoke coldly. If necessary, even the J-20 must ascend urgently. The J-20 is China's 5th-generation fighter jet, albeit not yet deployed on a large scale. However, should hostilities ensue, it will undoubtedly be called into action. Chapter 35. The live broadcast commences upon receiving the command. Xiaorongxuan remained motionless, his expression resolute as he awaited the outcome. Following the order, the J-10 pilot adjusted the radio signal to the public channel and began to announce, "This is the Air Force of Huaguo. You have entered Huaguo's airspace. Leave immediately. Leave immediately." He then repeated the message in a foreign language. However, there was no response from the other party. Silence enveloped the public channel. He resolved to repeat the warning. If there was still no reply or any form of acknowledgement, he would not hesitate to open fire. Damn it. Does he really consider the Huaguo Air Force a soft target? Xiaorongxuan's eyes glinted with a murderous intent. The J-10 pilot shouted once more, but once again, there was no echo in response. The situation had escalated to this point, leaving little room for further discussion. Fire. The pilot's finger hovered over the launch button. Yet, at that moment, 3 F-22s began to retreat, drifting away into the distance. This prompted a collective sigh of relief from everyone in the command center. Xiaorongxuan's taut nerves finally began to relax. Had the F-22s delayed their withdrawal by even a second, hostilities would undoubtedly have erupted, leading the situation into an unpredictable spiral. The 3 aircraft carriers in the open sea also commenced their withdrawal. At this juncture, information regarding the carriers' movements was relayed back, leaving Xiaorongxuan perplexed. What was the purpose of deploying 3 aircraft carriers and 3 F-22s? Was it merely a show of might? As the air forces of the 2 nations stood on edge, Lin Hao prepared for the live broadcast of his mech. This marked the first live demonstration of the mech, as well as its second test, requiring utmost precision. The moment Lin Hao initiated the broadcast, millions flooded into the live stream within an instant, and this number continued to swell. It is worth noting that this was not a platform susceptible to inflated viewer counts. These were authentic numbers. Fortunately, with Friday managing the back end, otherwise, such an influx could have overwhelmed the system, rendering the broadcast impossible. Many viewers, upon entering, wasted no time in expressing their disdain. Garbage Lin Hao. How dare you present such an impossible contraption to deceive the public? What trash is this? You still have the audacity to live stream? I'll make you regret this. They ranted. What kind of platform is this? There's not even a report feature. Are you too cowardly to face the consequences? Lin Hao observed the barrage of comments with an unflinching demeanor, remaining as calm as ever. First and foremost, welcome everyone to the live stream. Regardless of your attitude in joining today, I guarantee that this will be a day you shall never forget, he remarked with a smile. Today, we were initially scheduled to conduct a live test of the mech, but there is a matter of utmost importance that I must address first. Once I conclude this discussion, we shall proceed with the mech testing. Before Lin Hao could finish his statement, the internet erupted with fervent criticism. How can you possibly live stream without the mechs? Just give up already. This is utterly hilarious. They promised a mech live stream, yet here we are with no broadcast. In the face of this skepticism, Lin Hao cleared his throat and began. The matter I wish to discuss pertains to the former researcher from the National Research Institute from a couple of days ago. Chapter 36. Outrage in the live broadcast room previously. Feng was indeed a member of our research institute and had once been part of the high-energy density lithium-ion battery research group. However, contrary to his claims, we did not expel him just as we were about to achieve results to usurp his credit. In truth, the research was merely in its infancy, with progress at nearly zero, and he was not a so-called core member. The reason for his removal was due to allegations of academic misconduct. We could not allow a problematic researcher to remain in the research group. Immediately afterward, Lin Hao presented all the evidence during the live broadcast. The atmosphere in the room grew tense and peculiar. How could someone with his own issues dare to confront Lin Hao? On what grounds? Following Feng's removal, an investigation was ongoing. We had no intention of wrongfully accusing any researcher. However, during the investigation, Feng refused to cooperate and even fled abroad. I was taken aback by his sudden reappearance, maligning our research institute at such a time. I personally condemn such behavior. Lin Hao, visibly enraged, launched a tirade against Feng. Meanwhile, after Feng's exposure by Lin Hao, netizens unearthed his background. Shortly after being expelled from the research group, he traveled to the United States, using the technology he had acquired from our institute as a bargaining chip to successfully obtain a green card. He even boasted about it on Weibo. At that time, Feng had not yet gained fame, so few took notice. However, now, these dark chapters of his history have resurfaced, and public opinion has swiftly turned against him. Those who once supported Feng now wear expressions of shame and anger, realizing they had been manipulated into becoming unwitting pawns against our research institute. They flocked to Feng's live broadcast room to voice their outrage. Yet, at that moment, he was not broadcasting, leaving the viewers staring at a blank screen. Nevertheless, they remained relentless. It was then that Lin Hao revealed another shocking piece of information. In the wake of the widespread condemnation of our institute, many researchers felt disheartened, struggling to comprehend why their contributions to the country were met with public scorn. Particularly concerning another key figure in this incident, Yushan. He was the researcher who replaced Feng, yet he is by no means an insider. His academic contributions are well documented. His extensive research on graphene has led to numerous publications and international acclaim. This is not classified information. If you are interested, you are welcome to explore it further. At this moment, foreign research institutions discreetly sent representatives to engage with them, expressing their desire for collaboration in scientific endeavors abroad. The terms proposed by these institutions were exceedingly generous, and to be frank, even I felt a twinge of temptation, Lin Hao said half-jokingly. However, the audience in the live stream was taken aback by this revelation. This was an unabashed conspiracy, utilizing the power of public opinion to exert pressure on the National Research Institute, and seizing this opportunity to lure researchers away. If anyone were to be poached, then none of you sitting at your computers would be innocent. These viewers were undoubtedly complicit in this situation. A chill swept through the crowd, and a flurry of comments began to flood the screen, with many inquiring Lin Hao whether anyone had indeed been taken. Yet, Lin Hao merely smiled faintly, which only heightened their anxiety. At that moment, Elder Bai cleared his throat heavily, stepping into the frame. Allow me to address this matter. Currently, all operations at our National Research Institute are proceeding in an orderly fashion, and all researchers are diligently engaged in their work. Though Elder Bai did not explicitly state it, the implication was clear. No one had been poached. This revelation alleviated the collective guilt among the viewers significantly. Nonetheless, apologies continued to stream in the comments. Lin Hao, let us commence the mech testing. I believe everyone is eagerly anticipating this demonstration, Elder Bai remarked, patting Lin Hao on the shoulder with a hint of a smile. The matter was thus clarified. Lin Hao chuckled, stepping back. Moments later, a colossal mech appeared on screen, its immense form too large to fit entirely within the frame. The silver-white chassis gleamed under the sunlight, radiating a dazzling metallic luster. Wow, this is even more impressive than the mech in the earlier video. My eyes are dazzled, exclaimed one viewer. In comparison, the mech in that video pales in significance. This is the true mech, judging solely by its appearance. The current mech was already outfitted with weaponry, far surpassing the earlier test model in all aspects. Since you all say so, I am quite eager to see what the mech in that video was like. I was traveling in the mountains without internet access, and by the time I returned, it was all gone. I'm devastated. Another lamented. Stop looking. There is nothing to see. This mech is truly impressive. Does it even move? Don't show us a fake. Someone quipped, a hint of jealousy in their tone. While the situation regarding El Qingfeng had been clarified, skepticism about the mech still lingered among many. Even with its presence in the live broadcast, doubts remained until everything was conclusively proven. Lin Hao smiled subtly, aware that only when the mech truly came to life would these viewers be convinced. He entered the cockpit of the Crimson Demon. Neural signals, transmitted through the device, were relayed to the Crimson Demon. Lin Hao began to control the mecha. As he slightly raised his arm, the movements of the Crimson Demon mirrored his own. Following this, a series of simple actions ensued. On the other side of the computer screen, a crowd watched in astonishment, their mouths agape in an O shape. Many turned crimson with excitement, their faces nearly pressed against the screen. However, abruptly, the camera shifted away. The mecha vanished from everyone's sight, leaving countless individuals bewildered. Frustrated, they exclaimed, I was just about to burst with excitement, and then the camera turned away, instantly killing the mood. It was genuinely disheartening. They had come so close, just a step away from scoring, only to have it abruptly withdrawn. Just as I was ready to savor the moment, it disappeared, leaving me heartbroken. Lin Hao glanced at the barrage of comments and chuckled softly. As always, he mused, what you can see is merely what they wish for you to see. The subsequent test would delve into the specific capabilities of the first-generation Crimson Demon, which could not possibly be broadcast live. Chapter 37. The Unmatched National Hero. The renaissance of Huaguo at this moment. The public perception of Lin Hao has undergone a complete transformation. Who dares to label Lin Hao as worthless? Step forward and witness my wrath. This is the true national hero. According to intelligence released by the National Research Institute, Lin Hao is the foremost engineer in mecha manufacturing. Every project related to mecha production must pass through his hands. The most astonishing aspect is that he is barely in his 20s. An unmatched national hero. The Renaissance of Huaguo. It remains unclear who initiated it, but suddenly, the entire live stream chat erupted with this barrage of comments. There was no organization. Everyone spontaneously joined in. All prior insults and doubts have vanished into thin air. However, Lin Hao paid little attention to the accolades. After exchanging a few hurried pleasantries, he closed the live stream. This broadcast served not only to silence the online detractors, but, more importantly, to signal to the world that Huaguo has entered the Mecha era. This is a significant event showcasing Huaguo's formidable resolve. Old by, let us proceed with the testing, Lin Hao instructed the personnel beside him after shutting down the stream. The real spectacle was about to commence. A thunderous roar emanated from within the Mecha as the colossal machine slowly ascended from the ground. Don't let it fall. All present clenched their fists, palms drenched in sweat, their gazes fixed intently ahead. "Oh, it's flying! It's flying!" Suddenly, a sharp, excited voice pierced through the tension. Her face flushed, she radiated sheer exhilaration. Around her, everyone was engulfed in fervor. They had succeeded. It had truly come to fruition. Lin Hao, this genius, is truly remarkable. Old Bai was equally exhilarated, stumbling over his words. Almost all the technology had been proposed and spearheaded by Lin Hao. Each innovation was the pinnacle of global achievement. Now, at last, they were reaping the rewards. At the moment the Mecha took flight, the uncontainable joy in everyone's hearts became evident. Success? Let me see. Hey, don't hold me back. I just want to take a look. I won't cause any trouble for you. The high-ranking officials from the military district awaited outside. Their spirits stirred upon receiving the news. This trial was unlike any before. The safety of such a massive machine was uncertain, and its power system was even nuclear. Should anything go awry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, aside from the essential testing personnel, everyone else remained outside. "Commander, please don't make it difficult for us. You truly cannot enter. Rest assured, the testing footage will be relayed to you shortly. Please wait here for a moment." In this momentous historical occasion, I find myself watching the live broadcast. Such a magnificent treasure, yet I am unable to enter and behold it with my own eyes or reach out to touch it. The commander of the Sword Brigade stands with his hands on his hips, displaying a semblance of indignation. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, situated within the mech, observes the excitement of the crowd below. His countenance reveals little joy, exhibiting a maturity beyond his years. This is merely the beginning. The mech's ability to fly is but the first step. If it cannot even achieve flight, what merit does it hold as a mech? Lin Hao remains undistracted by the enthusiasm around him, methodically continuing with the testing process. Chapter 38. Blind and unseeing, it matters not on the other side. After the live broadcast was abruptly terminated, the internet remained in a fervor. Everyone was filled with passion, and of course, the online populace did not forget about El Changfeng. Countless individuals flocked to his Weibo, inundating it with messages. El Changfeng, initially preparing for slumber, was taken aback by the sudden influx of notifications. Upon opening Weibo, he was met with a torrent of vitriol. Exposed? El Changfeng furrowed his brow. However, there was no trace of anger on his face. After all, he had achieved his objective. He had successfully stirred the tides of public discourse. Now that he was discovered, let them hurl their insults. I am in the land of the bald eagle. What can they do to me? As he perused the cascade of scathing comments, a wicked smile crept upon El Changfeng's lips. After a moment's contemplation, his eyes twinkled mischievously. His fingers swiftly danced across the screen of his phone. In no time, a new Weibo post was dispatched. Blind and unseeing, this Hua country matters not. Accompanying this proclamation was an image of his green card from the land of the bald eagle. No sooner had he posted it than he noticed a flurry of comments beneath his message. He chuckled softly, ignoring the uproar and murmuring to himself. Did this mecha truly undergo testing? What a jest! Moments ago, he had seen a mention of Lin Hao, the national hero, in the comments. Without hesitation, he commenced a search. Upon clicking on a video, he spat out his drink in disbelief. Is this real? Am I seeing this correctly? As a researcher himself, El Changfeng was acutely aware of the feasibility of mecha production. If even the bald eagle could not manufacture one, how could Hua country? It must be a fabrication. He resolutely dismissed the notion as false. Without delay, he posted another Weibo, condemning the mecha while extolling the technological prowess of the bald eagle. This old fool. With both posts, El Changfeng's character became glaringly apparent to all. He was a veritable sycophant, a traitor to his country. What benefits has the bald eagle bestowed upon this fellow to elicit such obsequiousness? To claim the mecha is fake? It has been broadcast live, and he dares to assert it is false. The bald eagle cannot produce it, but Lin Hao can. Is there a big shot out there who can uncover where this scoundrel is? I'll have my revenge. Consider those from the National Research Institute, who, despite being slandered and poached at high prices, remained unfazed. And then look at this fellow. The disparity between individuals becomes starkly evident. The bald eagle falters, while Lin Hao excels. Lin Hao bald eagle. Who is in agreement, and who stands in opposition? TCH, these Hua country folks only know how to boast with their tongues. I see right through it all. Do they think they can take me down? What a farce. El Chafone, cradling a watermelon in his hands, savored each bite while perusing comments online, his heart brimming with delight. However, at that moment, the lights in the room suddenly dimmed. What on earth? A power outage? Just as El Chafone pondered this perplexity, a loud crash echoed through the air, the sound of shattering glass. His heart tightened in alarm. Who? You wretched fiend. I shall make you pay. It turned out that the old glass was right here. Following this revelation, a flurry of punches and kicks ensued. El Chafone was utterly taken aback. Please, stop. A cacophony of wails and howls erupted around him. Chapter 39, My Recommendation of Lin Hao Soon. News of the Mech live broadcast swept across the globe. What? The Mechs are truly broadcasting? How is that possible? We have yet to create one ourselves. How could they have done so? Moreover, the manufacturing of mechs is a colossal undertaking. Why have we never heard of it before? There were only whispers recently. And now they have truly constructed one? In the Eagle Nation, Lapa was taken aback upon hearing the news. Show me the video. After watching it, his expression turned grave. However, he spoke up. Is that all? Then it shouldn't pose much of a threat. If it's merely a few movements, we are not in any immediate danger. The defense minister's face darkened. Has this man lost his mind? Mr. President, it is evident that Huaguo will not release specific tests. What we see is merely the surface. No. I know Huaguo and its people intimately. It is precisely this understanding that led to my election as president. Nevertheless, Lapa remained confident. Look. Our operation this time was quite successful, wasn't it? Huaguo is merely a paper tiger, impressive in appearance but ineffective in substance. Our aircraft have already entered their airspace, and they are utterly powerless to respond. I believe we can escalate our efforts. Lapa did not appear overly flustered, which left the defense minister feeling helpless. Fantastic. Once these mechs are operational, I wonder if Lapa will still dare to send his F-22s over. If he tries again, I'll take him down with the mechs. The commander of the Sword Blade Military District excitedly embraced Lin Hao's shoulder. Lin Hao, however, looked somewhat bewildered. Sir, what do you mean? Lapa has sent F-22s over? Yes. Just as you were conducting the mech tests, I received word that they dispatched 3 F-22s. Moreover, their stealth technology has improved. It was only after they had been in our territorial waters for quite some time that we became aware of their presence. The commander of the Sword Blade Military District's expression grew serious. Discovering them so late is perilous. The risks are too great. Is this the latest plasma stealth technology Lapa mentioned? It seems they have indeed made progress. Bilao stepped forward, speaking gravely. It appears we must hasten our research into anti-stealth technology. No worries. The next time they come, we shall take them down with the mechs. At that moment, Linhao interjected with a smile. Are you serious? I was merely joking. The mechs should require further testing before being battle-ready. The commander of the Sword Blade Military District stared blankly at Lin Hao, realizing that he did not seem to be joking. Indeed, he was not. A rare seriousness etched itself upon Lin Hao's face. The mechs had been constructed. Isn't it all for the sake of going to the battlefield? The commander of the Sword Brigade gazed incredulously at Lin Hao. Are you serious about this? Well, I believe our immediate priority should be to establish a task force dedicated to overcoming stealth radar technology. The advancements in the technology of the Eagle Nation have exceeded our expectations. We must urgently enhance our anti-stealth capabilities. Otherwise, those few F-22s will pose a significant threat. Elderby cleared his throat. That is indeed the case. The commander of the Sword Brigade nodded solemnly. Then he suddenly turned to Lin Hao and Elderby, stating, in light of this, I would like to recommend Lin Hao. I am confident he is up to the task. Chapter 40. A bit of research. Lin Hao found himself inexplicably recommended to join the assault team, leaving him somewhat bewildered. I truly do not comprehend. What am I supposed to accomplish in this role? However, the others seemed unfazed by his concerns. The Mechas are equipped with radar systems. You undoubtedly possess knowledge in this area. Having you in the team is certainly a wise decision. Moreover, if you are unable to contribute, you can simply observe. With your intellect, you might even learn something valuable. Thus, Lin Hao reluctantly steeled himself and approached the group. Greetings, esteemed seniors. I have come to learn, he announced. Several professors and academicians stood up, encircling him. Our great contributor has arrived. We hadn't anticipated that we would have the opportunity to conduct research alongside such a distinguished individual. Typically, you are with by Lao and the others. Lin Hao, what are your thoughts on the anti-stealth technology? Lin Hao glanced at the professors and academicians, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. I genuinely do not understand this topic. I am merely here to learn, he replied humbly, nodding repeatedly. You are being excessively modest. We have all examined the radar you equipped on the Red Devil, and to be frank, it is remarkably advanced, far superior to what we currently utilize. It is we who should be learning from you. Hearing the professor's praises filled Lin Hao with a sense of embarrassment. Then let us explore this topic together, he said, clearing his throat awkwardly. That is the spirit. Professor Wang chuckled. Subsequently, the assault team began to formulate their preliminary plan. In light of the pressing circumstances and limited time, our immediate objective is to devise strategies to thwart the unrestrained incursions of the Bald Eagle Nation into our territorial waters. Our long-term goal, however, is to enhance the overall performance of our radar systems. There is considerable pressure upon our shoulders. In the short term, it is evident that we cannot improve radar performance. Hence, we should consider deploying early warning aircraft, drones, and hot air balloons to detect the Bald Eagle Nation's F-22s. This should mitigate their incursions to some extent, one professor suggested. Indeed, Professor Wang nodded. We can also augment the radar systems to form a radar network. If radar performance is lacking, we must compensate with quantity. However, this approach is merely a temporary fix, addressing the symptoms rather than the root cause. The scope of this project is immense. Our territorial waters are vast, and the coastline is extensive. It poses significant challenges to implement counter-stealth measures through mere augmentation. Addressing only the symptoms is insufficient. We must also improve our existing radar systems. We need to consider frequency agility technology and spread spectrum techniques to enhance radar's resistance to interference, thereby improving its detection capabilities. The team members engaged in discussions. Several hours later, a preliminary plan was finally completed, and the assault team began assigning tasks. Just then, a voice resonated in Lin Hao's mind. Ding! Engage in the discussion on anti-stealth radar research and receive extraordinary rewards, including expertise in anti-stealth technology. Lin Hao was taken aback. So, the hours spent in discussion were in vain? Lin Hao? Professor Wang, observing the dazed expression on Lin Hao's face, felt a twinge of confusion. What is happening? My apologies, I was lost in thought for a moment. It's nothing. I am now ready to assign you a task. Professor Wang chuckled softly. Assuming Lin Hao was merely fatigued and had momentarily drifted away. The entirety of the Mecha project was under Lin Hao's purview, which undoubtedly was exhausting. He bore no ill will towards Lin Hao. No need. Lin Hao shook his head. The others exchanged puzzled glances at Lin Hao, unsure of what this meant. What I meant to say is, I suddenly recalled that I might have a slight understanding of anti-stealth technology. Lin Hao gestured with his index finger and thumb, drawing an invisible line. At this, all the professors and academicians present were left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth? Chapter 41. Is this what you call a little research? What does it mean? A multitude of professors and academicians turned their gaze toward Lin Hao. Their expressions filled with confusion. It was Professor Wang who first responded, chuckling as he pointed at Lin Hao. You rascal. I told you before that you must have delved into anti-stealth technology, yet you just denied it. All right, share your insights with us. Let us see if there are areas in our proposal that require refinement. Professor Wang did not dwell on it too much, merely believing that Lin Hao might possess some valuable perspectives. As their research was about to commence, Lin Hao's revelations could potentially alleviate some of their forthcoming workload. The remaining professors nodded in agreement upon hearing Professor Wang's words. At this moment, Lin Hao realized he had been misunderstood. He possessed a comprehensive suite of technology, rather than a singular point of knowledge. If he adhered to his data, it would sufficiently address the latest stealth capabilities of the Bald Eagle. There was no need for further research. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, Lin Hao stepped forward and spoke. I have merely conducted a small amount of research. Yet it should aid us in navigating our current predicament. Stop holding back and share your thoughts, Professor Wang urged, his face alight with enthusiasm. The plasma stealth technology indeed boasted significant advantages, achieving its invisibility effect through the absorption of radar waves, with specific stealth capabilities influenced by factors such as plasma density and collision frequency. Naturally, flight speed was also a contributing factor. The recent incursion by the F-22 Bald Eagle into our territorial waters demonstrated a marked enhancement in their stealth technology. However, this did not imply that their aircraft had achieved true invisibility. Lin Hao began to articulate the data and formulas swirling in his mind. The professors and academicians below grew increasingly exhilarated. Stealth technology and anti-stealth measures had perpetually been in a state of mutual contention and strategic interplay. In fact, the Bear Nation had proposed a scheme targeting plasma stealth technology, employing wireless optoelectronic radar for countermeasures. Nevertheless, this initiative was still in its infancy, with practical results yet to be evaluated. Lin Hao's proposal, however, was evidently superior. As he presented the data, Professor Wang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He looked up at Lin Hao, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was sheer genius. Could it truly be done? They had indeed chosen the right person. Inviting Lin Hao to participate in the research was undoubtedly the wisest decision. Old Wang. This proposal, a neighboring professor stammered, rendered speechless by the shock. At this moment, all research barriers had been shattered. The enigma that had long troubled them was effortlessly dispelled by Lin Hao. The bodies of the elderly professors trembled, their hearts unable to contain the elation that surged within. What do you think? Professor Wang addressed the gathered individuals after the initial shock. I find it feasible. According to this plan, if the tests succeed, the stealth capabilities of the White Eagle's aircraft will be rendered ineffective. One by one, the professors nodded in agreement. Very well, let us not delay. We shall commence testing immediately, Professor Wang affirmed with a firm nod. Initially, they had only intended to outline the research direction and assign tasks today. The actual research work was not scheduled to begin until the day after tomorrow. Yet, given the current circumstances, what was the point of establishing any research direction? A viable research plan lay right before them. Lin Hao, you are not being forthright. Why did you not present this plan sooner? Professor Wang cast a reproachful glance at Lin Hao. Did it mean their earlier discussions had been in vain? Was Lin Hao merely toying with them? Clearing his throat. Lin Hao looked exceedingly awkward. Professor Wang, I have conducted some research in the past, but I have been preoccupied with developing mechs lately and genuinely overlooked it. It only just came to mind, and I immediately shared it. I certainly did not intend to keep it hidden. Lin Hao hastily concocted an excuse. Surely, he could not admit that the system had only issued rewards after the discussion had concluded. You call that a mere bit of research? Do you comprehend the immense assistance this could provide to our nation? Professor Wang gazed at Lin Hao in astonishment. In that instant, his expression turned peculiar as he regarded Lin Hao. Previously, they had only heard of Lin Hao's extraordinary capabilities from Elder Bai and Elder Qin, and they had been skeptical. Today, however, they finally grasped the truth. Soon enough, the group entered the laboratory to commence testing. As the project's creator, Lin Hao naturally accompanied them. Old Wang, what is happening? A professor inquired, looking somewhat bewildered as he approached the group. We are conducting counter-stealth tests, Professor Wang replied, brimming with excitement. What? The professor appeared perplexed as he watched the others depart. Wasn't the task force just established today? And you are already beginning tests? Confused, he followed them, reasoning that since he had completed his own assignment, he might as well join in the excitement. However, once he arrived, he found himself captivated. As fresh test data emerged, he too felt his spirits soar. All data indicated normalcy. The preliminary tests were successful. This signified a significant breakthrough in counter-stealth technology for our nation. Old Wang, have you truly succeeded? The professor asked, staring blankly at Professor Wang. So soon? What then is the purpose of establishing this task force? This is all thanks to Lin Hao. It is undoubtedly his merit. Professor Wang patted Lin Hao's shoulder, his face brimming with excitement. Once again, it is Lin Hao? Goodness. Is this individual truly a polymath? A jack of all trades? The professor's eyelids twitched with anticipation. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration flickered in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Hao. Academician Lin, we are conducting an in-depth study on carbon cations. Would you care to join us for a discussion? Lin Hao paused momentarily, a look of confusion crossing his face. What does this mean? Are they trying to poach him again? Before long, the news of the successful stealth technology test spread throughout the National Research Institute like wildfire. In an instant, the entire institute was abuzz with excitement. Many researchers, upon hearing the news, were momentarily taken aback. Surely, this is not a joke? Once they inquired further, they discovered that it was indeed Lin Hao's achievement. At that moment, everyone was left speechless. Is there anything on this planet that Lin Hao does not comprehend? They genuinely wished they could delve into Lin Hao's mind to unravel its intricate workings. It is truly terrifying how much knowledge he possesses at such a young age. Chapter 42. The provocation of the aircraft as Lin Hao and his team conducted their tense tests. The F-22s stationed at the Neon Nation's base received new orders and once again took flight towards the direction of Huaguo Nation. This time, however, the Neon Nation remained remarkably composed. Drawing from their previous experiences, they exhibited a calm demeanor. The command center of the Neon Nation observed the departing aircraft with an air of tranquility. The personnel remarked, "These Eagle Nation individuals are truly reckless, flying towards Huaguo Nation's territorial waters every few days." The frequent launches of the F-22 undoubtedly increased the workload for the Neon Nation. Although the two nations were allies, the sudden takeoff of the F-22s warranted attention. They could not simply ignore it. Nonetheless, despite the heightened workload, the Neon Nation found a certain satisfaction in this situation. With the proximity of Huaguo Nation and the continuous strengthening of its military and economic power, the awakening of this great dragon was bound to instill unease among neighboring countries. In such circumstances, should a conflict arise between Huaguo Nation and the Eagle Nation, it would be a scenario welcomed by these surrounding nations. The F-22s swiftly approached and soon entered Huaguo Nation's territorial waters. "Henry, I'm in," the pilot, with golden hair and a scruffy beard, remarked, shaking his head and laughing. "It seems there's no difference from a few days ago." Huaguo Nation's response remained sluggish. "Received, Mark. Don't be careless. I've heard they developed fifth-generation aircraft as well. You should be cautious," Henry cautioned. "Ha ha ha, you're overly cautious. Their fifth-generation aircraft are far from ready for combat. I bet they want to deploy them. At most, like last time, they'll send a few fireflies." "Really? What's the wager?" "Let us bet $1,000. If I lose, I'll livestream kissing a donkey's rear." Mark's scruffy beard bounced with excitement in the cockpit. Such missions felt akin to tourism, devoid of any real difficulty. Meanwhile, in the command center of Huaguo Nation, Sha Rongxuan stared at the large screen displaying two faint dots. His expression was grim. "Those Eagle Nation folks are back. It's only been a few days since their last incursion. What do they intend to achieve?" 5J-10 aircraft, having received urgent orders, quickly ascended and headed toward the incident site. "I am Wolfpack, Crow, please respond." "Crow received. I will reach the designated location immediately to conduct an expulsion." "Understood." The 5J-10 swiftly arrived at the specified area, with tensions mounting as both sides appeared on the brink of conflict. However, this time, the F-22s, much like their previous encounter, displayed no intention of engaging in battle. After flying a short distance through the air, a decision was made to withdraw. Sha Rongxuan immediately erupted in a fit of anger. What on earth were they trying to achieve? Was this merely a display of their might? At that moment, Sha Rongxuan's face turned ashen. The F-22 was clearly exploiting its superior stealth capabilities to incessantly harass Huaguo. This was utterly intolerable. After a moment's contemplation, Sha Rongxuan reported the matter upwards. This situation could not persist. Remaining in such a passive stance was unacceptable. A solution to the current predicament must be sought. Chapter 43. The emergency meeting of the High Command. The consecutive incursions into the territorial waters of Huaguo have undeniably become a significant event for the nation. Shortly after these incidents unfolded, an urgent meeting was convened within Huaguo. It was evident that the White Eagle was becoming increasingly restless. Should Huaguo fail to take appropriate measures, would it not imply a complete loss of air supremacy? My proposal is to engage. Since they have dared to deploy F-22s into our airspace, we should bring them down. If we succeed in this, the White Eagle will have no choice but to comply, and for a time, they will refrain from further provocations. After a moment of silence, A suggestion was finally put forth. I concurred with this perspective. We would be intercepting them over our own territorial waters, thus holding the upper hand both diplomatically and in terms of international dynamics. This would allow us to exert pressure on the White Eagle while simultaneously curbing their audacity. As this viewpoint was articulated, the attendees nodded in contemplative agreement. However, the crux of the issue lies in our current limitations in counter-stealth technology, which prevents us from detecting them in a timely manner. They could easily withdraw before we even have a chance to respond, leaving us powerless. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, and the room fell into a profound stillness. This issue is indeed real, and, if left unresolved, could prove quite troublesome. The F-22 could operate with impunity over our territorial waters. Moreover, there is another concern: the White Eagle's utilization of the F-22, a fighter aircraft that boasts superior performance. If we cannot intercept it promptly, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. It is crucial to note that during these recent incursions, each F-22 has been accompanied by a carrier strike group. After a brief silence, an unexpected voice emerged once more, further deepening the somber atmosphere within the conference room. If you can bring it down swiftly, then the situation might be manageable. However, failure to do so could potentially lead to complications, with the initiative slipping from our grasp. Furthermore, this is a scenario where the longer the engagement lasts, the greater the ensuing difficulties. Let us deploy the J-20. Has it not successfully completed its maiden flight? The test data over this period has been refined and is sufficient to counter the F-22 of the White Eagle. The development of the J-20 was precisely for this moment. After a prolonged silence, a resonant voice echoed in the meeting room. Although the J-20 has not yet reached mass production or full integration into the Air Force, it is indeed ready for combat. After a moment of contemplation, the attendees nodded in agreement. Indeed, with this course of action, we should encounter no issues. Yet, all concerns once again revert to the initial dilemma. How shall we address the inadequacies in our counter-stealth technology? Just then, a piece of news was conveyed. News regarding the anti-stealth radar has arrived. Upon seeing this information, the individuals in the conference room displayed expressions of sheer joy. Linhao has truly accomplished something remarkable. In such a brief period, he has indeed developed this anti-stealth radar. Now, all our issues have been resolved. Given this development, there is nothing more to discuss. As long as the bald eagle dares to send its F-22s over, we shall retaliate. Once they experience the repercussions, they will understand the severity of the situation. Chapter 44. Lin Hao, the creator of Mechas. Lin Hao, you have made a significant contribution this time. To be frank, the higher-ups have been in a quandary, deliberating whether to engage in combat or not. Their primary concern has been the stealth technology of the white-headed eagle. Your enhancement of the anti-stealth radar capabilities has precisely addressed this vexing issue. The commander of the Sword Blade Military District approached with a beaming smile. So, does this mean we are preparing for combat? Lin Hao's eyelids twitched. Indeed, as long as they dare to approach, we shall strike decisively. This time, we shall witness the might of your latest anti-stealth radar. The commander of the Sword Blade Military District nodded in agreement. Lin Hao's expression suddenly turned grave. He understood that the situation had escalated significantly. Days passed, and the F-22 fighter jets of the white-headed eagle reappeared over the territorial waters of Huaguo. However, this time was different. The response from Huaguo was swift. As soon as the fighter jets emerged, they were detected within Huaguo's radar range. Let the J-20 take to the skies. This could be considered our first battle. As he issued the command, Xia Rongshuan's expression was profoundly serious. Before long, the operations room received communication from the J-20 pilot. Immediately, new orders were dispatched. Lone Wolf, fire at will, do not grant them a moment to react. A glimmer of lethal intent flashed in Xia Rongshuan's eyes. In the previous encounters, they had been courteous, engaging in dialogue. Yet, ultimately, their overtures were met with indifference. This time, there would be no such niceties. The battle plan had been established. It was time to strike. Lone Wolf acknowledges. Lone Wolf acknowledges. Came the pilot's response from the J-20. Subsequently, he rapidly closed in on the target. Soon, the F-22 was within the attack range of the J-20. Without a moment's hesitation, Lone Wolf pressed the attack button. The missile bays of the J-20 instantly opened. Whoosh, whoosh. Two guided missiles, trailing long tails of fire, soared into the sky. Silence. As the missiles were launched, the entire operations room fell into a hushed stillness. Everyone awaited the outcome, their hearts racing with palpable tension, the sound of their own heartbeats echoing in their ears. Meanwhile, the F-22 pilot, in a light-hearted mood, jested, "Hey, shall we place a bet today? Last time, you lost $1,000 to me." The boisterous Mark laughed heartily, his spirits high. In their previous wager, he had emerged victorious. "Mark, be cautious," his companion warned. "We have now appeared in Huaguo's airspace twice in succession. I have a foreboding that they will retaliate." "Retaliate? Could it be that so-called fifth-generation fighter?" Mark scoffed. "You must have had one too many drinks. If their aircraft could enter the battlefield, why have they not done so until now?" Mark did not take the matter to heart. Such tasks were not new to him. He had encountered them on multiple occasions. Approaching the territorial waters of Huaguo to showcase military might was a frequent occurrence for the nation of the bald eagle. Recently, however, their actions had become more frequent than usual, yet the essence remained unchanged. However, shortly after he finished speaking, an alarming siren suddenly blared within the cabin. The shrill sound jolted Mark into alertness. "Mark, what's wrong?" "Fact, I've been locked on. I'm attempting to evade." Mark's expression shifted drastically. What was happening? How had they managed to lock onto him? This batch of F-22s employed the latest stealth technology. Previous missions had indeed proven Huaguo powerless against this stealth capability. Yet now, how was it that he had suddenly been detected? Nevertheless, there was no time for contemplation. The speed of the missile was alarming. Once locked on, the window for response was fleeting. He promptly deployed flares while simultaneously initiating an ascent. It was evidently impossible to intercept the missiles. The aircraft lacked the capability for missile defense. Evasion depended solely on tactical maneuvers. Certainly, if executed proficiently, the likelihood of successful evasion was high. However, the two guided missiles surged directly towards the F-22. As the missiles closed in, Mark made a swift decision to eject from the cockpit. Shortly after he abandoned the aircraft, the F-22 was struck by a missile. In an instant, a fierce blaze erupted in the sky. Mark, witnessing this from above, was rendered completely dazed. Everything had transpired too swiftly. Had he truly been shot down? What had happened to Huaguo? In the past, they had never resorted to aggression. Why had they suddenly opened fire this time? His mind was a blank slate at that moment. Command center, target destroyed, requesting return. A voice echoed from the lone wolf back to the command center. At that instant, the entire command center was engulfed in a frenzy of excitement. Had they succeeded? In one strike, had they managed to obliterate the bald eagle's F-22? Sharongshuan's eyelids fluttered momentarily. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Seizing the communicator to alert nearby vessels to hasten to the incident area and recover the wreckage of the F-22. The aircraft harbored the most advanced technology of the bald eagle. Recovering and studying the remnants would undoubtedly be of monumental significance to Huaguo. Perhaps in the future, the F-22 would become nothing more than a heap of scrap metal before Huaguo. Ironically, it was Lao Pu who had unwittingly delivered an F-22 to Huaguo. After all, it was his repeated provocations that had compelled Huaguo to retaliate. The news of the F-22's downing swiftly reached the presidential office. Upon hearing the news, Lop appeared somewhat enraged. "What are you jesting about? Shot down by Huaguo? How is that possible? What of our plasma stealth technology? Was that merely a fade? Why did it fail to conceal itself?" "Mr. President, while the plasma stealth technology is indeed sophisticated, it does not achieve true invisibility." "Damn it. Then why is it called stealth technology? If it cannot conceal itself, these researchers are utterly nonsensical." Lop spread his hands, his expression one of incredulity. "You cannot achieve invisibility. What do you term this stealth technology? Regardless, it has proven ineffective. According to our latest intelligence, this failure is largely due to Huaguo's recent enhancements to their anti-stealth radar, rendering our stealth technology obsolete and our aircraft as easy targets. It is rumored that this anti-stealth radar was developed under the leadership of Lin Hao." "Who is Lin Hao?" "That mech. For heaven's sake, can we refrain from mentioning that damn mech?" "I am inquiring about Lin Hao, not that wretched machine." Lop felt a pounding headache, abruptly halting the conversation, feeling as though he was being driven to madness by the incessant references to the mech. What is wrong with these people? Why do they incessantly mention the mech? I understand, but Lin Hao is indeed the creator of the mech. He spoke with a sense of helplessness. It seems we cannot escape the mention of the mech. Lop. Chapter 45. Joint military exercises. The news of the F-22 fighter jet being shot down by China SJ-20 swiftly spread, capturing the attention of major media outlets, which vied to report on the unfolding story. Public opinion erupted in a frenzy. Even the previously dominating topic of mecha technology was relegated to second place. After several days of live broadcasts on Mecha, interest had begun to wane. Yet, the sudden revelation of an F-22 being downed was undeniably a sensational event. At 13:28 today, a White Eagle Nation SF-22 jet entered our territorial waters and, after multiple unsuccessful warnings, was shot down by our Kanjing military district. My goodness. The J-20 hasn't even been officially integrated into the Air Force yet. I had assumed it would be years before we would hear such news. To think it could take down an F-22 right out of the gate. This is a resounding slap in the face for the White Eagle. Upon reading the official news, a military enthusiast felt a surge of curiosity. He quickly checked the movements of the White Eagle Nation. Their top-tier fighter jet had been so easily downed. Surely they would have to issue a statement. As expected, he soon found relevant reports. The White Eagle Nation, immediately following the downing of the aircraft, asserted that the F-22 had unintentionally strayed into Chinese airspace due to mechanical failure, rendering it uncontrollable. Just as the pilot was preparing to communicate with China, Chinese jets allegedly shot down the F-22. The White Eagle Nation vehemently condemned China's actions and demanded the immediate return of the wreckage. How outrageous! The enthusiast felt a surge of anger. The White Eagle's rhetoric was unyielding, brazenly shifting blame. He opened a chat group, only to find that the discussion was already ablaze with this very topic. The White Eagle refused to concede, despite being shot down. They were insisting on a narrative of malfunction, placing all blame squarely on our shoulders. Isn't that just shameless? Guys, I have a fresh, uncensored video. Want to see it? Get lost. Who was discussing that with you? Go watch it in the restroom. Hey, don't regret it. This is a hard-won first-hand account. F-22 versus J-20. Wow, where did you get that? Hurry and share it. I was wrong, bro. Share that video of the dogfight. Suddenly, the group was ablaze with excitement. A short video was soon circulated. The footage was blurry, but two aircraft could be discerned in flight. Boom. Suddenly, one of the jets erupted in flames and plummeted from the sky. While the details were unclear, the implications were unmistakable. This is indeed an undeniable fact. The aircraft malfunction has nothing to do with this incident. Astonishingly, even the F-22 was brought down in one shot. Does this imply that the J-20 has surpassed the F-22 in every aspect? The bald eagle claims to possess the most advanced stealth technology, yet it was still swiftly neutralized. You have your cunning strategies, and I have my means to scale the walls. Did you not witness the recent press conference? Our nation has successfully developed the latest counter-stealth system, which has proven to be remarkably effective this time. Is it true? Is the country revealing this technology now as a precursor to a more assertive stance against the bald eagle? Some skeptical comrades began to search online, discovering the video of the press conference. Indeed, this time, China's stance was unexpectedly resolute, showing no concern for the bald eagle nation. Moreover, during the conference, the latest counter-stealth radar technology was unveiled, exuding an air of military prowess. It seemed to convey a message. Should you dare to send your F-22s again, we shall bring them down once more. Additionally, the press conference highlighted another crucial point. This new counter-stealth radar was once again led by Lin Hao. This man, it is utterly astonishing. Gentlemen, have you seen the movies? I suspect Lin Hao is akin to the man cursed by knowledge and reality. Truly, this individual is extraordinary. Is there any way to meet Lin Hao? I wish to obtain his autograph. Come on, I know your intentions. You are merely captivated by his prowess. If you were to meet him, I fear you might lose control. A storm brews online, layer upon layer. The name Lin Hao resurfaces in the public eye. Need I say more? This man is nothing short of divine. Simultaneously, this name has been noted by various Western nations, and some have begun to stir with ulterior motives. If they cannot recruit him, then perhaps assassination is the answer. Regardless of the cost, eliminating Lin Hao would be deemed worthwhile. Meanwhile, the verbal sparring between the bald eagle and China continues unabated. Numerous press conferences have been held, and in a fit of rage, the bald eagle has announced a joint military exercise set for the 1st of next month. At that time, fleets from 6 nations will converge in the waters off China's coast, including the aircraft carrier group deployed by the bald eagle. This news instantly ignited the emotions of the Chinese populace. The 1st of the month holds particular significance for China. It marks the anniversary of the nation's founding. The bald eagle's decision to conduct joint military exercises at this juncture is nothing short of madness. A war is brewing. In response to this situation, China's leadership convened discussions, with Lin Hao fortunate enough to be among those present. Under normal circumstances, his status would not have warranted his participation. Nevertheless, in light of Lin Hao's recent contributions to the nation, an exception was made. Since the bald eagle is preparing for joint military exercises, we too may respond in kind and conduct our own military drills in close proximity. Lin Hao spoke with a stern demeanor, and the assembly was momentarily taken aback by his audacious proposal. However, upon further reflection, it seemed quite plausible. If they conduct military exercises, we shall do the same. And not only that, we shall surpass them. Yet, the timeline appears rather constrained. Furthermore, they consist of a coalition of 6 nations with aircraft carrier groups. To outmatch them, we would likely need to mobilize a significant number of warships. With merely a few days remaining until the 1st of the month, time is indeed of the essence. Time is not a concern. In warfare, will the enemy grant you a moment to react? However, if both sides engage in military exercises, what sort of formation must we possess to outshine them? With the 6-nation coalition and their aircraft carriers, if our nation seeks to surpass them, it will likely require the mobilization of numerous warships. Yet, formation is not the crux. As long as we have Mechas, that will suffice. Huaguo spoke calmly. Is there anything more awe-inspiring than Mechas? Chapter 46. The arrival of the deep-sea behemoth, the first military exercise, is undoubtedly the most formidable response from Huaguo. Lin Hao, as a Mecha pilot, will participate in this operation. At the dining table, Lin's parents also caught sight of this news, inevitably filled with concern. You're going to the military exercise. It won't be dangerous, right? Can't someone else go instead? Lin Yun looked at her son with worry. Mom, it's just a military exercise, not a real battle. There's nothing to worry about. Besides, I built that mecha. Who knows its capabilities better than I do? If I don't go, who else will? Lin Hao replied with a light chuckle, his demeanor relaxed. Lin Hongwan, on the other hand, was not overly anxious. While minor frictions between major powers are possible, the likelihood of actual conflict is quite low, at least for now. Moreover, as a mecha manufacturer who has provided significant technological contributions to the nation, Lin Hao's safety should be assured. The National Research Institute certainly treasures him. The state will ensure his protection. Thus, Lin Hao would encourage Lin Yun to ease her worries. The family continued their meal while the television incessantly broadcasted news. Soon enough, it transitioned to the weather forecast. Lin's mother, perhaps feeling petulant, mused that the first military exercise might coincide with heavy rain. Mom, even if it pours or storms, as long as the joint military exercise of the bald eagles continues, ours won't be halted, Lin Hao remarked with a light laugh, glancing at the television in the distance. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Lin Hao's expression shifted abruptly. Mom, Dad, I'm full. I have research to attend to. I'll head back to my room. He hurriedly retreated to his chamber, his breath quickening. Moments ago, he had viewed a weather forecast, and now he was rewarded with a disaster warning system. Inputting the program into the system felt instantaneous. Before him, a projection materialized. Disaster warning. Alert. As soon as it activated, the warning system blared. In 67 days, the deep-sea behemoths will awaken and land along the coast, subsequently threatening humanity. In 73 days, glaciers will melt, reviving the frozen glacier beasts. In 83 days, the Neon Nation will experience a volcanic eruption. Each alarming warning weighed heavily on Lin Hao's heart. Deep-sea behemoths. Such creatures exist beneath the ocean of this planet? Lin Hao had no doubts about the warning system. The rewards from the system had never been erroneous. Furthermore, given humanity's current technological understanding, it is indeed true that we have yet to fully comprehend this planet. The existence of other life forms is not entirely incomprehensible. However, the pressing question emerges. In 2 months, when the behemoths awaken, how will humanity confront them? At present, the true strength of this colossal beast remains unclear. With humanity's current technological weaponry, it is uncertain whether they could prevail. Mechs. Lin Hao's gaze gradually became resolute. It appears imperative to embark on large-scale production of mechs, and not mere prototypes or diluted versions. This is undoubtedly a prudent strategy to counter the impending threat of the colossal creature. Lin Hao reported his proposal for mass production to the authorities, supported by a straightforward rationale. The escalating international tensions necessitate an enhancement of military capabilities for Huaguo. Clearly, mechs represent the most advantageous option. As for the beast, Lin Hao must find an opportunity to further alert the nation. He suspects that a direct assertion would likely be met with skepticism. Despite Lin Hao's considerable renown, the existence of such a creature lacks substantiation, rendering it difficult to gain credibility. Nonetheless, the production of mechs must commence without delay. Chapter 47. The military exercises commence within a span of 2 months. To construct 10 mechs? The entire team at the National Research Institute was astounded by Lin Hao's audacious proposition. The initial model of the Red Demon had taken an extensive amount of time, having undergone merely 2 tests thus far. Even then, it was merely a stripped-down version, and any subsequent modifications were only minor adjustments to this limited prototype. Yet, Lin Hao now dared to suggest the fabrication of 10 mechs in just 2 months. Was this a jest? Lin Hao, are you serious? Indeed, I believe it is imperative. The international landscape is rapidly shifting, and we must possess our own formidable strength. In truth, it is not solely about the mechs. The production of super soldier serum also necessitates enhancement, Lin Hao stated with utmost seriousness. He understood that once these colossal beasts awakened, even a mere 10 mechs might prove insufficient. Furthermore, these mechs required prompt upgrades. The performance of the initial model still left much to be desired. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, the others exchanged glances. Was this the rhythm of impending conflict? Has the higher command approved this? Inquired Elderby in a grave tone. Approval has been granted. Relevant documents should arrive shortly. When they do, our responsibilities will likely be substantial. I merely wish to prepare everyone for what lies ahead, Lin Hao replied with a grin. Prepare? Is this not just work as usual? We are accustomed to it. But can we truly fabricate 10 mechs in 2 months? A voice of skepticism arose. No problem. Other defense contractors will join the effort as well. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the entire nation. As time progressed, the day of the military exercises drew near. The fleets from 6 nations arrived successively, bewildered by the unexpected military exercises. This decision had been impulsively made by the Eagle Nation without prior consultation. Yet, out of deference to the Eagle Nation's dominant position, they had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, the warships of the Huaguo swiftly assembled from various maritime regions. Though they still lagged behind the 6 nations in terms of quantity and scale. Damn it, the fleet of the 6 nations is indeed quite formidable. The warships faced each other from a distance. Through telescopes, the scale of the 6-nation fleet was clearly visible. Fear not, we still have our trump card. Once the Red Demon is deployed, what are these warships in comparison? Remarked the vice captain with a relaxed smile. Indeed, the captain nodded in agreement. Haha. Is this all Huaguo has sent? From what I know, their fleet numbers far exceed this. What has happened? Have they conceded? Questioned an officer from the Neon Nation. Standing on the cruiser, gazing at the distant horizon. Not only he, but the remaining 5 nations' fleets were also somewhat perplexed. Huaguo's robust counterstrike had chosen to conduct military exercises on the same day, the 1st of the month. They had anticipated a grand display from the Huaguo. Yet what did they witness? Just this? Such a meager number of warships hardly warrants attention. Today marks the 1st of the month, the anniversary of Huaguo's establishment. Could they truly be so dismissive? A general from the Eagle Nation furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend. He had arrived with intentions to showcase military might, only to find Huaguo dispatching such a scant fleet. Was this merely a jest? His interest promptly waned, leaving him devoid of any sense of accomplishment. Shaking his head, he turned and retreated into the ship's cabin. Shortly thereafter, the military exercise commenced in earnest. The joint fleet, comprised of dozens of warships, sprang into synchronized action, with a multitude of aircraft soaring into the sky, creating a magnificent spectacle. Chapter 48. Is Huaguo afraid? The artillery and heavy weaponry unleashed a relentless barrage of shells that detonated upon the surface of the sea, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. Fighter jets ascended en masse, executing a series of intricate maneuvers in the sky. Countless bursts of flames spiraled through the air, accompanied by a continuous roar. On board the aircraft carrier of the White-Headed Eagle, Commander Hewitt surveyed the scene before him with evident satisfaction. What actions is Huaguo considering? He inquired of his aide, his eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle. None as of yet, which is rather peculiar. Our military exercises have been underway for some time, yet Huaguo remains eerily silent, almost as if they are merely spectators. The aide responded, "Ha ha ha, they are utterly powerless against us. Our joint fleet of 6 nations is conducting these exercises, along with the carrier formation. No matter how they choose to react, today, they will simply serve as a backdrop," Hewitt declared with unwavering confidence. The vessels at their disposal are woefully inadequate. If they insist on showcasing their might, it would only result in their own humiliation. The two sides are simply not on the same level. Then why did they choose to conduct military exercises today? His aide inquired, appearing somewhat perplexed. If they lack confidence, then why show up at all? Hewitt scoffed lightly. It is quite simple. Today marks the anniversary of their nation as founding. Our military exercises on this day undoubtedly strike a blow to their pride. If they fail to respond, they will be left with a tarnished image, and the domestic discourse will crush them. The populace is not easily pacified. Are they merely attempting to appease their domestic audience? The aide's expression shifted. One could interpret it that way, Hewitt replied, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, he turned back. Did we bring the cameras? Let us broadcast the situation here live, showcasing to the populace how their government is deceiving them. Hewitt laughed heartily. Military exercises will certainly not be live-streamed. However, today as circumstances are exceptional, the military exercises of both parties are merely a stone's throw away from each other, practically face to face. While we shall not broadcast our own maneuvers, there is certainly no issue with streaming your activities. On board the destroyer, Captain Fong Jiping appeared anxious. Is there still no command from above? Are we merely here to watch? Not yet. Let us wait a little longer, came the reply from the command center, which was also in a state of anticipation, awaiting the arrival of the Mechas. However, at that moment, a live video suddenly surfaced online. The footage revealed the shadowy outlines of the joint fleet, interspersed with glimpses of fighter jets soaring overhead. The thunderous echoes of artillery fire persisted without pause. As the video progressed, it showcased all the warships gliding serenely across the sea, devoid of any discernible activity. This triggered a frenzy across the internet. The movements of the United Fleet have been incessant, yet, how is it that the nation remains utterly silent? What on earth is happening? Are we not conducting military exercises as well? Why is there not a single response? Do not tell me that simply maintaining a distance at sea constitutes a military exercise. For heaven's sake, we must take action swiftly. Others have already encroached upon our territory, and still, we have not uttered a word. The White Eagle has audaciously broadcasted their military exercises live. How outrageous! A furious voice erupted from the command center. Let them broadcast. We can do the same. We shall expose both sides to the scrutiny of the world. A calm voice interjected, unperturbed. There was confidence in those words. Once our Mechas are deployed, what arrogance can the White Eagle maintain? Upon hearing this, the commander contemplated for a moment, then nodded decisively. Very well, we shall broadcast as well. The order was given, and the details of both sides' military exercises were suddenly laid bare before the world. A gasp of astonishment rippled across the globe. Hewlett soon received word and was taken aback to discover that they too had begun broadcasting. This was entirely unexpected. What could this mean? A self-inflicted humiliation? Initially, Hewlett's live feed had not revealed the specifics of the United Fleet's situation, but now everything was visible. The ferocity of their firepower starkly contrasted with the warship fleet. By voluntarily exposing their operations, were they not inviting ridicule? Had they truly lost their minds? Hewlett murmured, his expression fraught with confusion. In the skies, the White Eagle-S Raptors, Lightning IIs, and Hornets were continuously patrolling. The pilots of these fighter jets were in high spirits, having heard about the military exercises scheduled for today. Initially, they were eager to showcase their skills. Yet, it seemed their opponents were so intimidated that they dared not move. Tom, look at those people. Is this their so-called military exercise? They appeared too frightened to even budge. Ha ha ha. They should just go home. One pilot jested. Just a few days ago, they were boasting. Why are they now too afraid to send anyone out? I was looking forward to challenging them. The pilots began to engage in casual banter, aware that today's military exercises primarily served to exert pressure and display strength, with no ulterior motives. Their objective had been successfully achieved, rendering the outcome of the exercises inconsequential. However, at that moment, an alarm suddenly blared from the instrument panel. An unidentified object was rapidly approaching from a distance. What on earth is that? Why is it moving so swiftly? Could it be him? Tom's expression shifted dramatically. Bewilderment etched on his face. He was not alone. The entire United Fleet sensed the presence of this unknown entity, and chaos erupted among them. Simultaneously, the tension in the air thickened. The battleship received the directive for action. Countless shells ascended into the sky, resembling a magnificent display of fireworks in a grand welcoming ceremony. The members of the joint fleet watched with palpable tension. Soon, an unidentified object materialized before them. Oh, for heaven's sake! Hewlett clasped his hands upon his head, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the sight before him. This was astonishing. It was indeed a mech. The modified Red Demon stood 15 meters tall, not particularly lofty, as many fighter jets boasted similar dimensions. Yet, what a stark contrast this presented. One was merely a measure of length, while the other was a humanoid mech. Its form was erect, radiating a gleaming metallic sheen. An overwhelming aura engulfed the scene. The pilots within their aircraft were left utterly bewildered, having just mocked the situation, now rendered speechless by fear. And what transpired? They had actually dispatched a mech to confront them? We fly planes, and you operate mechs? This was utterly surreal. Meanwhile, the live broadcast systems on both sides disseminated this astonishing spectacle to the world. In an instant, the entire globe fell into silence. Chapter 49. They will appreciate me through the live broadcasts from both sides. The entire world witnessed the unfolding situation. National leaders, who had been casually enjoying the spectacle, suddenly found their coffee spewing from their mouths. This time, the contrast was stark. Previously, the intelligence leaked by the Huaguo merely suggested a mech capable of minimal movements. But now, it had been unleashed in full display. And seriously, is that speed for real? While aircraft are designed with aerodynamics to enhance their velocity, here we have a humanoid mech moving at such astonishing swiftness. Is this not absurd? Even more astonishing was its agility. Compared to this, the so-called dazzling maneuvers of fighter jets seemed utterly trivial. What kind of power source could possibly propel such a massive entity? Moreover, how were the various components of the mech interconnected? Ordinary robots appear cumbersome in motion, yet this marvel defied all expectations. So many questions arose. This was truly an entity that should not exist in our world, a product of an era yet to come. Has Huaguo's technology truly reached such a terrifying pinnacle? Countless eyes widened in disbelief, scrutinizing the scene before them. Meanwhile, Hewitt found himself at a loss. What should he do now? He had broadcasted Huaguo's military exercise, and they had countered with their own live coverage. While broadcasting was one thing, if his side could overshadow Huaguo, it would not matter. It could showcase their strength to the world. Yet now, they had introduced a mech, and in terms of presence, he had already lost. Without hesitation, Hewitt reported the situation to his superiors, requesting guidance on the next steps. At this moment, the white-headed Eagle Nation was seething with rage. Why on earth did that fool decide to broadcast? Was his mind completely clouded? The defense minister, infuriated, smashed his cup to the floor. With a resounding crash, he kicked the table in frustration. Initially, there was nothing amiss, Yet Hewitt insisted on live streaming. Now, Huaguo had done the same. And everything was laid bare before the world. The white-headed eagle was set to become a laughingstock. Moreover, shutting down their own broadcast would be futile. They could not possibly terminate Huaguo's transmission. Besides, with everyone watching, ceasing the stream would only draw more attention to the situation. It was apparent to all what this truly signified. Fool! When he returns, I shall have him dismissed. The defense minister bellowed in fury. Make way, he shouted, pushing aside military personnel as he stormed towards the presidential palace, determined to consult the president on specific measures to address this crisis. At this moment, Lapu's expression was somewhat grave. Nevertheless, he did not forget to publish an article on Twitter, which had become akin to his office software. Whenever significant events transpired, he felt compelled to share his insights. Mr. President, the Huaguo has deployed mechs during our military exercises. Oh, wait. Lapu was intently focused on tweeting. Before long, he dispatched his message. Hey, do you know what I just posted? I informed them that now is the prime time to invest. Mechs have emerged, and global tech stocks are bound to soar. Purchasing at this moment is simply the best choice. Lapu spoke with a hint of pride. Although this mech was not crafted by the bald eagle, it mattered not who the creator was. The emergence of mechs would undoubtedly prompt other nations to follow suit, igniting a frenzy of mech enthusiasm. Tech companies across various countries would increase their investments in technological research. The rise of tech stocks had become nearly inevitable. Mechs, without question, represented a technological revolution rivaling the Industrial Revolution of yore. Initially, amid the recent downturn in the stock market, he had pondered how to revitalize it. But now, such thoughts seem trivial. They will be grateful to me, for I am the one who rejuvenated the stock market. This will ensure my re-election as president. The Secretary of Defense remarked. This guy is still thinking about the stock market at a time like this. Moreover, whether the market rises or falls has little to do with him. Mr. President, let's not forget, we are still conducting military exercises, and the Huaguo has deployed mechs. Our situation is rather precarious, the Secretary of Defense said, exasperated. As his words fell, Lapu's demeanor shifted. On one hand, he hoped the mechs would demonstrate formidable strength. The stronger they appeared, the greater their impact on tech stocks. However, on the other hand, if the mechs were too powerful, wouldn't it humiliate the 6 nations participating in the joint exercises? After a moment of contemplation, Lapu solemnly stated, it's merely a mech. How much impact could it truly have? We possess aircraft carrier battle groups, and we can execute regional firepower coverage. Under such an assault, anything would be rendered useless. Steel would melt into iron water. The advent of mechs represented a transformation, but not a military one, at least not at this moment. Perhaps future developments would provide different circumstances. But for now, they could only be utilized in other capacities, such as construction work. The Secretary of Defense gazed at the golden-haired man before him, momentarily taken aback. The latter part of Lapu's statement seemed somewhat absurd, yet the former part appeared rather plausible. Indeed, it was just a mech. How formidable could its firepower truly be? He found it hard to believe that a fleet of such colossal battleships from 6 nations could be outmatched by a single mech. After some reflection, an order emanated from the Pentagon. Proceed with the military exercises. Moreover, the firepower must exceed that of before. Let the world be informed. Even if Huaguo expends considerable effort to create mechas, it amounts to naught. In the face of overwhelming firepower, what significant impact could such a colossal machine wield? Upon receiving orders, the joint military exercise commenced with fervor. An innumerable array of weapons emerged, and the formidable firepower net left countless spectators in awe. Just as astonishment enveloped the crowd, Huaguo made its counter-response, a military drill featuring mechas pitted against Huaguo's naval fleet. One versus an entire fleet. This was evidently a retort to the Eagle Nation, seeking to suppress the mecha's momentum with overwhelming firepower. Allow me to elucidate the true strength of the mechas and the stark contrast to traditional naval fleets. The formidable firepower of Huaguo's naval vessels formed an expansive net, relentlessly advancing towards the mechas. However, these mechas exhibited remarkable agility, far surpassing that of fighter jets. The Mechas could maneuver to evade missiles with far greater ease than their aerial counterparts. Astonishingly, this particular Mecha was even equipped with a missile defense system. Such a development is utterly incomprehensible. Under the barrage of firepower, the Red Devil Mecha remained graceful and poised, its commanding form twisting and turning through the air. This is not merely a reflection of the Eagle Nation's inadequate firepower. Rather, it is the Mecha's unparalleled strength that prevails. The audience worldwide, captivated by the spectacle, was left utterly astounded, their mouths agape in speechlessness. As for the joint naval vessels, who would wish to behold such a thing? Chapter 50. Constructing a Mecha within 6 months upon witnessing the stunning debut of the Crimson Demon, high-ranking officials from various nations convened an urgent meeting. Until now, they had dismissed China's signals regarding Mecha production as mere fabrications, a feat they believed to be utterly unattainable. Even when China conducted a live demonstration of the Mecha, skepticism lingered. They regarded it as nothing more than an oversized robot. As for the concept of a Mecha, only a fool would believe it. However, the situation had shifted dramatically. In South Korea, the newly appointed president exhibited signs of anxiety. The revelation that China had successfully created a Mecha unsettled him, causing sleepless nights. What were our nation's researchers doing? Had they not confidently assured us that China would never achieve such a feat? What was unfolding before us? Pointing at the video, the new president shouted in anger. The footage showcased the Crimson Demon performing astonishing maneuvers, gliding through the air, while the Mecha navigated effortlessly among a fleet of warships. In stark contrast, these vessels appeared cumbersome and outdated. Summon them at once. I demand to know the specifics. In Russia, the president proposed. What do you think about engaging in academic discussions with China? This so-called academic discourse was a clever ruse, for they possessed no knowledge of Mecha technology. Collaborating with China would undoubtedly yield benefits. In Japan, the prime minister, upon viewing the video, was filled with indignation. Why have we been kept in the dark? Must we wait until China forms a Mecha army to realize the threat? What on earth is our intelligence agency doing? The defense minister bowed deeply, overwhelmed with guilt. We have been investigating the matter concerning Mechas, but their construction is highly secretive, making it difficult for us to infiltrate. Moreover, the Mecha's creator, Lin Hao, is under military protection, leaving us with no opportunities. Furthermore, the White Eagle has repeatedly asserted that this Mecha is merely a ruse on China's part. The Japanese prime minister nearly overturned the table in frustration. The White Eagle poses a significant threat. How can we feel safe with such an ally? Dispatch agents immediately to gather the latest intelligence from China. It is never too late to mend our ways. We must act now. Meanwhile, scientists in the White Eagle Nation had also gathered. Observing the Crimson Demon's performance during military exercises, they were drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly exclaiming that it was unscientific and impossible. Yet, the reality lay before them, compelling them to accept the truth. At this moment, the White Eagle Nation passed a proposal to construct a Mecha. If China could accomplish such a feat, then there was no reason why the White Eagle Nation could not as well. President Lop met with these scientists. How long will it take to manufacture the Mecha? Is 2 months sufficient? Lopo inquired with a serious demeanor. The scientists gazed at him in sheer disbelief. What do you take us for? 2 months to create a Mecha? Have you lost your mind? Or are we deaf? With all due respect, Mr. President, we are still deliberating the feasibility of Mecha production. If feasible, the earliest we could possibly see a Mecha would be in 2 to 3 years under the most ideal and expedited circumstances. Following that, numerous tests will be required, and we will need to make modifications based on those assessments. As for when it will be battlefield ready, we cannot provide a precise answer. What? Why will it take so long? Do you realize that Huaguo managed to showcase their Mecha in military exercises within a matter of months? While you were suggesting 2 to 3 years. Lopo spread his hands in evident dissatisfaction. No, it is not comparable. They have already mastered the technology of Mecha manufacturing. In reality, they are merely assembling what they have produced. No other nation in the world can rival them in this regard. They can mobilize the entire nation's resources to expedite the process. We, however, are starting from scratch. We must tackle each technological challenge before we can even begin production. Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression crossed Lapo's face. I understand the intricacies of mecha manufacturing. What about a timeline of 6 months? Could you produce a single mecha within that time frame? Enough. The assembled crowd rolled their eyes in unison. It was a futile discussion. This old chap was clearly not listening. Following this meeting, Lapo convened a press conference, boldly declaring that the Bald Eagle Nation would also embark on mecha production. Instantly, this announcement sent shockwaves around the globe. Indeed, the Bald Eagle was living up to its reputation as a military powerhouse. How could the leader concede his position? In the wake of Huaguo's display of prowess, they were not to be outdone and promptly unveiled their own mecha manufacturing plan. Mr. President, after Huaguo's announcement, does your declaration of the Bald Eagle's mecha production signify a response to them? A reporter inquired. No, this is unrelated to Huaguo. I recall stating in a previous press conference that we, the Bald Eagle, have been conducting research on mecha for some time. We are simply now ready to take action. Lapo replied calmly. When might we expect to see this mecha? Will it become the Bald Eagle's strongest force? Another reporter pressed. I believe you will witness it in as little as 6 months, possibly even sooner. As for its combat capabilities, I must refrain from commenting, Lapo stated. It will take 2 to 3 years, or even longer. Just as Lapo finished answering, a discordant voice suddenly erupted from a corner of the press conference. Instantly, the atmosphere became palpably awkward. I understand that once the mecha is manufactured, we must endure a lengthy period of testing, as is the case with any weapon. They require extensive and, admittedly, tedious evaluations. In truth, I find such assessments rather monotonous and superfluous. The reality is that within 6 months, we shall witness the emergence of a fully operational mecha, one ready for deployment on the battlefield. Faced with the awkwardness of the situation, Liu remained unperturbed. No. We have already stated that we require 2 to 3 years for research and subsequent production. 6 months is simply unfeasible, the scientist's words continued to echo. However, Liu boldly interjected, effectively overshadowing his remarks. From beginning to end, he only acknowledged the 6-month timeline. Moreover, it is conceivable that the Bald Eagle could produce a mecha in even less time. This press conference soon ignited a fervent discussion online. Chapter 51. The olive branch of the Scientific Research Summit. At this moment, scientists around the globe stirred into action. The ongoing Western Scientific Research Summit extended an olive branch to Huaguo, expressing a desire for the nation to send researchers to engage in discussions. Upon the announcement, an uproar ensued. It is essential to note that prior to this, the summit had excluded any Eastern participants, with Huaguo's involvement being deemed impossible due to a technological blockade. Yet now, the summit had invited Huaguo. The implications were unmistakable. They sought Huaguo's participation to explore knowledge regarding mecha technology. Naturally, the National Research Institute would consult Lin Hao on this matter. After all, he was the mastermind behind nearly all aspects of mecha manufacturing. Who else could they possibly consult? Upon receiving the news of the summit, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head in resolute dismissal. He truly had no time. He was preoccupied with the creation of mechas. Furthermore, what purpose would attending the summit serve? Did they truly understand the magnitude of their own capabilities? It was likely that those scientists would pester him for explanations regarding mecha technology. Was this not an attempt to exploit his expertise without compensation? They expected to glean insights from the depths of his knowledge without offering anything in return? Absurd. Thus, Lin Hao decisively declined the invitation. He rejected it outright, providing the simple rationale that he was too busy. This turn of events was quite intriguing. Historically, Huaguo had aspired to participate in such summits, but had faced barriers, relegated to mere observation. The technological embargo had compelled Huaguo to pursue self-research more vigorously. Now, however, Lin Hao had outright refused. Truly, he exemplified boldness. He rejected their overtures with an air of nonchalance. What could they possibly do? Reflecting on the disdain they had shown during the blockade, what had changed now? Why attend? Could they manufacture mechas themselves? Let them first succeed in creating a single mecha before making demands of them. It was amusing to witness their arrogance. Did they genuinely believe themselves invincible with just one mecha? This was a global scientific summit, convening the foremost scientists from around the world. The technologies discussed were unparalleled, encompassing many advancements that Huaguo lacked. Lin Hao's refusal to attend seemed excessively pretentious. One could only wait for the moment he would regret this decision. Presently, Huaguo appeared to have gained an advantage by developing mechas while other nations remained indifferent. It would not be long before Western countries also succeeded in mecha production, reaffirming their status as the current technological hegemon. I am curious to see how Huaguo would respond then. Indeed, confronting the reality of the gap, Huaguo's technology lagged decades behind. There were certainly flaws in their mechas, which explained why other nations had not rushed to create them. Huaguo had merely placed undue value on this technology. No, if one holds such admiration for those nations, what purpose remains in staying within the confines of Huaguo? An uproar erupted online, with opinions sharply divided regarding Lin Hao's decision. In this moment, Western politicians and media seized the opportunity to disparage him vehemently. Such audacity is astonishing. Merely having created a mech, and yet the arrogance displayed knows no bounds. As the host of this summit, Foster felt as though he had been soundly slapped in the face. He took to Twitter to publish a lengthy statement. Although he refrained from directly naming Lin Hao, he candidly criticized the arrogance of the Chinese people. He contended that mech manufacturing is currently the most exaggerated technology, asserting that it is not particularly challenging. Should other nations desire it, they could swiftly produce their own. Chapter 52. Lin Hao, we do not miss you. Once the tweet was released, it swiftly garnered a plethora of likes, with the number of comments increasing at a remarkable pace. Almost every time the page was refreshed, dozens, if not hundreds, of new comments appeared. The response was nothing short of explosive. Many expressed candidly that the prior notion of inviting Lin Hao to the summit was a misguided idea. With Western technology at their disposal, they could easily construct their own mechs. Why should Lin Hao be involved? Thankfully, he did not attend, ensuring that their advanced scientific achievements would remain secure from theft. The technological blockade they had painstakingly established could not simply be dismantled by an outsider. Moreover, some speculated that the individual who proposed Huaguo's participation in the summit was a spy and deserved thorough investigation. Observing the rapid accumulation of likes on his tweet, Foster felt a sense of satisfaction. Whether Lin Hao came or not was irrelevant. It was as if his presence was of no consequence. It is essential to recognize that this gathering comprised the world's foremost scientists, all esteemed veterans. What was Lin Hao, a mere individual from Huaguo, in comparison? Merely for having developed a single mech? Indeed, at present, Huaguo's mech was the only one of its kind globally, having performed impeccably in military exercises. It was certainly in vogue. However, Foster believed it would not be long before other nations unveiled their own mechs. Perhaps a second or third would soon emerge. By that time, would it still be esteemed? Furthermore, it was entirely possible that subsequent mechs would feature superior technology, surpassing the capabilities of Huaguo's creation. Should Lin Hao choose to forego the research summit, he might find himself bereft of access to these advanced mech technologies. The pride he held in his achievements could ultimately diminish into a mere pile of scrap metal. Foster possessed this conviction. As the research summit progressed, one technological advancement after another was placed on the agenda. Many of these innovations, which had previously lingered in the realm of fantasy, were now deemed feasible. With the advent of mechs, how could these technologies still be considered mere dreams? Implementation was imperative. Every single one of them must come to fruition. Consequently, numerous technologies that had never been mentioned before were suddenly brought to light. Foster stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his complexion flushed with satisfaction. As for whether these innovations could be realized, that was of no concern to him. At the very least, his reputation was upheld. Our research summit does not depend on Lin Hao, nor do we lack the technology for mechs. We have an abundance of high-tech advancements. With the introduction of these technologies, coupled with the earlier announcement from the Bald Eagle Nation regarding their plans to develop mechs, the stock market's technology sector surged. Investors, in turn, lauded Lop profusely. In a mere moment, Lop's approval ratings soared, bringing him immense joy. Whenever he encountered someone, he could not help but flaunt his accomplishments. This was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. He observed that on the internet, there were already those who began to laud him as the greatest president in centuries. He felt a sense of assurance. With such high approval ratings, a second term as president seemed all but guaranteed. What could possibly impede his re-election? Unless there were a stock market crash, an economic collapse, or some calamitous natural disaster, an act of God. But is that likely? Given the current circumstances, technology stocks are soaring. A decline? He had absolutely no comprehension of such a notion. As for natural disasters, what calamity could possibly lead to his defeat? Could it be that monsters might emerge? Chapter 53. The F-22 becomes a trivial matter. Foster's tweet ignited considerable discussion domestically as well. However, most people merely chuckled at it. Is the manufacturing of mechs truly so simple? If so, why had they not succeeded in creating them before? Anyone can engage in mere rhetoric. If such rhetoric were of any utility, what would be the purpose of scientific research? Thus, the domestic netizens did not pay much heed to this news. Lin Hao shared their indifference. At that moment, he was summoned. There was no other matter at hand, only a meeting. The previously recovered F-22 wreckage was set to undergo research. The nation intended to assemble a dedicated team for this endeavor. It was destined to be no trivial affair. Most crucially, this was not a complete F-22. It had been bombed and was merely a fragment. One might question its research value, yet it undoubtedly possessed some merit. As for the extent of that value, that remained uncertain. In any case, they would do their utmost. Linhao, how about you take charge of the F-22 research? Elderby suggested. In an instant, Linhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Me again? Elderby, I truly cannot spare the time. If I could clone myself, I would certainly agree, but alas, that is not feasible for me. Linhao lamented. Elderby lifted his teacup and took a sip. Indeed, others could handle it, but what I appreciate in you, Linhao, is your keen intellect. Should you be involved, you might unearth substantial value from this wreckage. However, upon further reflection, Linhao recognized that researching the F-22 was less imperative than the production of mechs. It was essential not to lose sight of the bigger picture. Sacrificing a watermelon for a mere sesame seed was unwise. The F-22 could be disregarded, but the mechs must be constructed. If the people of Eagle Nation were aware of Elderby's musings at this moment, they would surely be incensed. How could our F-22, the most advanced fifth-generation stealth fighter, be reduced to a triviality in your eyes? Is there no regard for our dignity? Yet, if Lin Hao were unwilling to take on the task, who else would? As he pondered this, suddenly, Elderby jolted awake. Curious. He wondered when the National Research Institute had developed such a dependency on Lin Hao. Clearly, there were numerous talented researchers within the institute, yet whenever an issue arose, they invariably thought of Lin Hao. While it was not unreasonable, Lin Hao certainly possessed extensive knowledge. He was but one individual. Relying solely on him was unsustainable. It could ultimately lead to a loss for the nation. With this thought, Elderby mentally reviewed the candidates within the National Research Institute. Soon, he identified several individuals and put forth their names for consideration. Following a vote in the meeting, there were no substantial objections, and the decision was finalized. After the meeting concluded, Lin Hao and Elderby departed together. Lin Hao, are you still busy with the mechs? Bai Lao inquired slowly. Indeed, Lin Hao nodded in affirmation. You cannot continue like this. Your body may not withstand the strain. Therefore, I insist you take a day off, Bai Lao said with a serious expression. Bai Lao, have you forgotten? My physical condition far surpasses that of an ordinary person. This workload is entirely manageable for me, Lin Hao replied with a carefree smile. True. But regardless of your enhanced capabilities, you are still human. Take a day off. It will have no detrimental effect. Bai Lao's stance remained resolute. Well, if you insist. Lin Hao conceded with a nod. It was indeed difficult to reject Bai Lao's goodwill. Meanwhile, in the West, the scientific summit had finally concluded. However, the scientists were in no rush to return home. Their gazes were fixed on the East, eagerly awaiting news. Chapter 54. A reality check from professors worldwide. The day following the conclusion of the scientific summit, the National Research Institute was inundated with an overwhelming number of letters. The authors of these correspondences were none other than the scientists who participated in the summit. The fields they represented were diverse, yet predominantly related to the realm of mecha engineering. Their reasoning was quite straightforward. Since Lin Hao had not attended the summit, they would travel to China to seek him out. Having witnessed the actual operation of the Mecha, their curiosity was piqued to an extraordinary degree. It was truly unfathomable. The Mecha presumably housed dozens, if not hundreds, of currently insurmountable technologies. How had Lin Hao, or rather, China, achieved such feats? Was he divine? The incredulity was palpable, particularly upon learning Lin Hao's age, a young man whose knowledge surpassed that of a multitude of professors combined. They yearned to engage with him directly, prompting a considerable number of scientists to linger in the vicinity, awaiting a response. The National Research Institute of China was, after all, no ordinary establishment. Without proper authorization, their attempts to enter would be futile, even if they were to travel to China. Returning to their home countries only to await a reply seemed cumbersome. Thus, they opted to remain in place. Foster, as the organizer of the scientific summit, was naturally made aware of this peculiar situation. He found it quite strange that so many scientists, instead of returning home post-summit, chose to linger. Some were more sensible, taking refuge in nearby hotels or other accommodations, while others appeared to be utterly deranged, simply waiting at the airport. Curiously, they were not awaiting flights but merely waiting. This was indeed odd. Had their research pursuits driven them to madness? After some contemplation, Foster made his way to the departure hall. Upon arrival, he spotted a young man in his 20s. Alongside him was the internationally renowned fluid mechanics professor, Saul. Saul adjusted his glasses, engrossed in the documents before him. Despite the occasional commotion around him, he remained undisturbed. He had indeed considered proceeding to China without waiting for a response from the National Research Institute, but ultimately dismissed the notion. Such an impulsive approach could backfire, potentially inciting annoyance among the Chinese. Furthermore, being outright rejected upon arrival would be an uncomfortable predicament, rendering the journey futile. "Professor Saul, what brings you here? Why not rest at the hotel or return home?" Foster inquired, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity as he approached. However, Saul appeared oblivious to his presence, continuing to scrutinize the documents in his hands. It was only when his assistant nudged him that he finally acknowledged Foster. "Oh, Mr. Foster, my apologies. This document is simply too extraordinary. I couldn't resist examining it a bit longer." Thor lifted his head and smiled as he spoke. "It's all right." Foster waved his hand dismissively, placing great importance on these talents. As he spoke, Foster's gaze briefly flickered to the documents in Thor's hands. Mechas. This was indeed a study on mechas. Foster's eyes brightened instantly, and he felt a surge of delight within. "Look at that. Without you, Lin Hao, our esteemed European scientists can still delve into the study of mechas. Just wait. Soon, Europe will witness the emergence of the second and third mechas. At that time, the red demon from Huaguo will be left abandoned in a corner. And you, Lin Hao, will pay the price for your arrogance today." "Mr. Foster, is there something on your mind?" Thor adjusted his glasses and asked nonchalantly. Foster, perplexed, reiterated his inquiry. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm merely waiting for the flight to Huaguo." "Huaguo?" Foster furrowed his brow. "What business do you have in Huaguo? There are numerous flights to Huaguo. Why are you lingering here?" "Indeed, there are many flights. But our purpose is to visit the National Research Institute of Huaguo, specifically to meet Lin Hao. If we do not secure their consent, our journey would be futile. We might as well return home," Thor replied coolly. However, this revelation made Foster's pupils constrict sharply. "What on earth? It's that Lin Hao again. What is it about him that compels such urgency from you to meet him?" Before Foster could fully process this, Thor continued. "It was truly a pity not to meet Lin Hao at this summit. His mecha possesses an astonishing array of technologies, so intricate that even I cannot comprehend them. I am eager to meet him and discuss further." Thor tactfully withheld his true sentiments, granting Foster some semblance of dignity. This summit, in truth, had proven rather unproductive. Traditionally, summits were grand events where scientists from various nations vied to attend. However, this time felt like a waste of time. More advanced technologies had emerged, yet they were still engaged in discussions of rudimentary concepts. It was akin to a group engrossed in elementary homework while others had already moved on to university-level topics. What purpose did it serve? Upon hearing this, Foster was momentarily taken aback. He quickly inquired, "Wait, even you cannot grasp the technologies within that mecha?" Thor glanced at Foster, feeling somewhat bewildered. Isn't that a redundant question? If I could master that technology, I would be constructing mechas myself. The first one would not have appeared in Huaguo but in the West. Foster stood frozen, his mind racing. If even Thor could not manage it, then how could Lin Hao? Wasn't Lin Hao merely an inexperienced newcomer? While he was lost in thought, Thor muttered his frustration about the lack of response despite the news having been sent out for quite some time. Haha, soul, one cannot hang oneself from a single tree. Although Lin Hao does not possess a Twitter account, I have already disseminated information on Twitter, and he will undoubtedly see it. Moreover, does Lin Hao not have a Weibo account as well? I have also reached out to him there, and am now awaiting his response. Just then, a disheveled man approached, his eyes betraying an unmistakable delight. Upon noticing Foster, he greeted him, yet soon shifted his gaze to Soul, as if to say, wait, I shall be the first to receive the news. Goodness, when did this fellow post on Twitter? Moreover, he has even clandestinely registered a Weibo account. You, my friend, come and enlighten me on how to register for Weibo. Soul seized the man, eager to learn. Foster, witnessing this scene, stood in stunned silence, inwardly exclaiming in disbelief. Professor Cromwell. He too is seeking Lin Hao. Foster felt a sudden wave of foreboding. Surely, the professors still lingering here are also awaiting a response from the Chinese side. With this thought, he hastily departed the airport, dispatching someone to inquire about the situation. In no time, the results emerged. It became apparent that no investigation was necessary, for the news of Twitter and Weibo had swiftly circulated within the circle of these professors. Everyone had posted on Twitter and simultaneously mentioned Lin Hao on Weibo, conveying messages such as, Esteemed academician Lin Hao, your absence from this scientific summit is truly regrettable. I feel a profound sense of loss. If possible, I wish to visit you personally to engage in an in-depth discussion regarding research. The sentiments expressed by these professors were remarkably uniform, with the only variance being the topics of research proposed. Nonetheless, their intentions were crystal clear. They yearned for an audience with Lin Hao, their demeanor exceedingly sincere. It is unfathomable that these are renowned professors and scholars on the international stage. Once these messages were sent, Foster was utterly flabbergasted. The global internet community erupted in fervor. Chapter 55. What is the research summit without Lin Hao called? Let us set aside Twitter for the moment. The professors have even gone so far as to register on Weibo in search of Lin Hao. A frenzy has erupted worldwide. Did you not in the West consider Lin Hao beneath your notice? What has transpired now? Why are these professors and scholars flocking to Huaguo? Especially that Foster. His face has been thoroughly slapped in this instance. How painfully amusing. If one were to count, nearly half of the attendees of this research summit are eager to visit Huaguo and meet Lin Hao. They essentially yearn for another summit to be convened. Apologies, but a research summit devoid of Lin Hao is hardly a summit at all. Incredible. In all my years, I have never witnessed such a congregation of esteemed professors eager to meet a single individual. And those who were preoccupied with technological embargoes? How outdated that notion seems. Exoskeleton technology stands as the pinnacle of advancement. If any embargo were to be imposed, it would be upon them. I am genuinely curious to see the expressions of those who once boasted on Twitter. They are now facing a stark reality, having been soundly rebuked by their own nation's scholars. Major media outlets are ablaze with discussions on this topic. Even those who have previously shown little interest in the realm of technology have begun to take notice. They are meticulously perusing the credentials of these professors, reading and rereading their profiles. This is truly an unprecedented event, signifying that Huaguo has not only caught up but perhaps even monopolized this technological domain. Oh bye. Take a look at all this. Elder Chen stared at a multitude of emails, his head throbbing. These were renowned scholars from across the globe, many of whom had achieved remarkable feats. To refuse them would be unwise, yet to accept them poses its own challenges, a dilemma indeed. After a moment of silence, Bai Ziyuan remarked, "Let them come. If we prevent their arrival, they may well come uninvited. At that point, whether we engage with them or not becomes a quandary. If we ignore them and something were to occur in Huaguo, it would lead to complications. It is far better to extend a gracious invitation." Old Bai remained unperturbed. What is there to worry about? The fear of technology being leaked? That is quite the jest. Those from their research institute could stare at the exoskeleton designs for an eternity without discerning anything of value. You think they can acquire our manufacturing techniques merely through a casual exchange? Impossible. Thus, Old Bai welcomed them openly. Upon receiving a response from the National Research Institute, the scientists hastened to board flights bound for Huaguo. As the cabin door opened, dozens of Huaguo military personnel and welcoming delegates from the National Research Institute were visible. This time, the professors were visiting in a personal capacity, not representing any official entity. Yet, the sheer number of them was staggering. This must be safeguarded. Otherwise, if something were to occur, it would indeed be troublesome. With so many scientists facing issues in our nation, wouldn't the Western countries create a tremendous uproar? Esteemed professors, welcome to our country for this exchange. On behalf of the National Research Institute, I extend my warmest greetings. The representative of the institute approached, smiling as he spoke. A mere glance from him caused his eyelids to twitch. Simply observing, he realized that those before him were renowned figures in international scientific research. Yet, here they all were, seeking Lin Hao. At this moment, he could only utter one phrase: Lin academician is truly remarkable. Chapter 56. Go and invite academician Lin. Numerous journalists, having received the news, rushed over. The sound of flashing cameras filled the air. Professors, let us first proceed to the National Research Institute, stated the welcoming personnel, sensing the atmosphere. Very well. The group nodded in agreement. They then boarded a designated vehicle, departing the airport and heading towards the institute. Meanwhile, the research on the F-22 had gradually deepened. However, issues soon emerged. Chen Ding, who was responsible for this project, furrowed his brow in concern. During the testing phase, they encountered difficulties. Due to technical limitations, they faced challenges in numerous aspects, including the research on the F-119 engine. They were truly eager to unravel its complexities. The impressive thrust-to-weight ratio of the F-22 is pivotal for its capability of supersonic flight. Yet, obstacles had arisen, hindering their progress. At their current level, it seemed impossible to advance further. Perhaps we should consult academician Lin. He should be aware of the situation, someone suggested. Given that Lin Hao has developed small nuclear power devices, tackling the F-119 engine should be within his capabilities. Academician Lin? Chen Ding frowned. That may not be appropriate. He is busy, which is why we were assigned to this research. If we go to him now. Chen Ding's expression reflected his unease. Nevertheless, we cannot afford to stagnate. This is the F-22 of the White Eagle Nation. If we could refine its parameters, it would undoubtedly yield benefits. If academician Lin assists us, I believe the parameters will be even more precise. Moreover, we would merely seek his guidance. The remaining testing would still be conducted by us. And we certainly wouldn't trouble him indefinitely, Chen Ding's assistant interjected. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ding nodded. Though it felt awkward, there seemed to be no alternative. Their technical capabilities were indeed limited. But does academician Lin have the time? Isn't he always occupied with mecha manufacturing? After taking a few steps, Chen Ding suddenly recalled, I heard that academician Lin is on leave today. On leave? Upon hearing this, Chen Ding felt a flush of embarrassment. It seemed that Lin Hao had not taken a break since joining the National Research Institute, and now, just as he had a day off, Chen Ding was about to impose on him. This was truly an obligation to treat him. They must invite Lin Hao for a meal to express their gratitude. All right, let us strive for efficiency, so as not to take up too much of academician Lin's time, allowing him to relax during his holiday, Chen Ding stated earnestly. Subsequently, the two made their way to Lin Hao's residence, while Lin Hao had originally intended to enjoy a well-deserved rest at home. Upon hearing the matters concerning the two individuals, there was little choice but to rise and accompany them. Alas, the holiday had vanished. However, it mattered not. Lin Hao had not felt particularly fatigued. It was merely the overwhelming hospitality of Bai Lao that compelled him to take a brief respite. At that moment, vehicles carrying foreign professors entered the National Research Institute. As the doors swung open, each professor disembarked, surveying their surroundings with evident curiosity. Suddenly, Sol inquired in a low voice, and the other professors directed their eager gazes towards Lin Hao. Chapter 57. The neglected professors of various nations, academician Lin. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Please wait a moment. I will inquire about it." The others nodded, obediently remaining in place. This scene had become a peculiar sight at the National Research Institute, with so many eminent professors waiting, all for the sake of one individual, Lin Hao. Soon, news regarding Lin Hao arrived. "I apologize, academician Lin is resting today. Perhaps I should escort you to your accommodations, and you may meet him tomorrow?" No. To his surprise, his suggestion was met with immediate dissent. Had they not come specifically to see Lin Hao? Now that they had arrived, they were unwilling to delay even for a moment. Reluctantly, the receptionist had no choice but to contact Elder Bai. When Elder Bai arrived, he quickly grasped the professor's sentiments. He made a phone call, but it went unanswered. Lin Hao was not picking up. That rascal, where could he be off to during the break, neglecting calls? Elder Bai sighed in exasperation. Following that, he called Lin Hao's home, where he learned from Lin's parents that Lin Hao had gone out with Chan Ding and the others. This revelation puzzled Elder Bai. Hadn't he instructed Lin Hao to rest? Why had he gone off to conduct research instead? This situation posed a bit of a dilemma. It seemed inappropriate to interrupt him during his research. Is he engaged in research? Sol tilted his head and inquired. Yes, he likely went to lend a hand temporarily. It shouldn't take long, Elder Bai confirmed with a nod. He certainly would not divulge the specifics of Lin Hao's research. It would be inappropriate to mention that Lin Hao was involved with the F-22 project. Then let us wait for a while, Sol addressed the gathered individuals. He understood well that during research, the last thing one desires is to be disturbed. Moreover, Elder Bai had mentioned that Lin Hao was merely assisting temporarily, which shouldn't take much time. Thus, they would wait. Upon hearing this, the many professors nodded in agreement. It was simply a matter of unfortunate timing. They settled into the reception area, behaving as docile as chicks. Occasionally, passers-by glanced through the windows, and upon witnessing the scene, they were left bewildered. Isn't that Professor Sol? And isn't that Professor Raphael? One approached, astonished. Indeed, and there are others. Look, they are all renowned scholars internationally, his companion marveled. What could they be doing? What are they waiting for? I'm not certain, but I heard they came to see academician Lin. Could it be that they are all waiting for him? Goodness. What a spectacle. It is fortunate that there are no media present. Otherwise, one can only imagine how they would report on the situation. As time progressed, an increasing number of individuals witnessed this extraordinary scene. They were filled with astonishment at the sight of prominent figures from the scientific community sitting idly, merely awaiting someone's arrival. Such a spectacle was indeed rare. However, after much anticipation, the professors finally met Lin Hao, but their conversation was brief, and he departed hastily. Ultimately, they returned to their hotel with a sense of resignation. Many expressed understanding, for even that short interaction was immensely beneficial. They encountered theories previously unknown to them, providing ample material for contemplation. Although their discussion was fleeting, the journey to Huaguo was deemed worthwhile. Moreover, the hospitality extended by the National Research Institute was commendable, leaving little to criticize. Yet, some harbored discontent. Initially, when invited to the scientific summit, Lin Hao had declined due to a lack of time. Now, however, they had traveled to him, only to converse for a mere 10 minutes. What could this imply? Such treatment was intolerable. They had never experienced such disregard, and their hearts brimmed with grievances. In truth, Lin Hao did not intend to slight them. He was simply engrossed in his research. Once immersed, he became oblivious to everything else, including their presence. Furthermore, he had already exchanged academic insights with them. That scant information should suffice for them to make significant progress. If they remained unsatisfied, what more could they desire? The entirety of mecha manufacturing technology? Such aspirations were unrealistic. By Lin Hao's nature, he would have preferred to forego even those 10 minutes. Yet, out of respect for certain professors who had previously contributed to Huaguo's scientific endeavors, he obliged with a brief visit. At this moment, everyone was busily engaged in their tasks. Chen Ding felt somewhat bewildered. Originally, the invitation extended to Lin Hao was merely to study the F-119 engine. However, upon his arrival, he unexpectedly began discussing plasma lightsabers. Was this not absurd? What connection could there possibly be between the two? Yet, this was not Lin Hao's intention either. Upon his arrival, while assisting with the F-22, he inadvertently triggered a system reward linked to the latest plasma coating on the F-22, resulting in the unexpected reward of a plasma lightsaber. This piqued Lin Hao's interest. The concept of a plasma lightsaber had long existed, even making appearances in films featuring Jedi-like weapons. However, in reality, achieving this is fraught with challenges. The aspiration to confine these plasma streams into a lightsaber capable of offensive maneuvers is exceedingly difficult. This presents a significant obstacle in contemporary scientific research. Particularly problematic is the scenario where two lightsabers collide. How to enable them to clash like conventional swords rather than passing through one another. This conundrum continues to perplex many. Yet now, all these issues have been resolved. Upon receiving recognition, Lin Hao eagerly embarked on his experiments. Once engaged in his work, he completely lost track of time. Consequently, when he met with the foreign professors, it was merely a brief encounter before he hurried back to continue his research. However, such behavior inevitably left some discontented. After traveling such a distance, how could he exhibit such arrogance by merely granting them a few minutes? Some expressed a desire for a second meeting. But Lin Hao's response was that it would have to wait until his current research was completed. It was clear to him that the brief discussion he had shared could not be grasped in such a short span. Their request for another meeting seemed merely a ploy to gain more without effort, an insatiable greed that strayed far from genuine academic exchange. Yet, evidently, some failed to comprehend this. They sought a definitive answer regarding the possibility of a second meeting, perplexed by the ambiguity of his intentions. Eventually, some professors, unable to wait any longer, opted to depart. As they left, they did not hesitate to voice their grievances on Twitter. In an instant, the previously subdued atmosphere reignited. Initially, many Western media outlets had chosen silence upon witnessing the collective visit of these professors to Huaguo, as it starkly contradicted their earlier proclamations of Western technological superiority. They had claimed that even in the absence of Lin Hao, it would be inconsequential. Yet, it wasn't long before their own professors and scholars contradicted that narrative. Fearing further embarrassment, they had remained silent. Now, however, they resurfaced, exclaiming Lin Hao's arrogance. How could he disregard those who had traveled to Huaguo? What did this signify? Was he truly that occupied, with no time to spare? Or was this a deliberate slight? Chapter 58. I no longer wish to visit Huaguo country. The thunderous roar of an aircraft reverberated through the air as a plane from Huaguo country landed in Gallia. Sparse clusters of individuals disembarked, making their way towards the airport exit. A few scholars from Gallia, returning from Huaguo country, bore expressions of lingering indignation. Those insufferable Huaguo people. So arrogant and dismissive of us. After sending numerous scholars, we were granted a mere 10 minutes? Most significantly, what nonsense did Lin Hao even discuss during those fleeting moments? It was utterly incomprehensible. Their faces etched with resentment, they strode towards the airport exit. Yet before they could fully exit, a throng of journalists surged forward. Professor Bryce, may we have a moment? One reporter, having caught wind of the professor's tweets, had been waiting in anticipation. Finally, they had returned to the scene. Professor Bryce, could you elaborate on the unfair treatment you faced in Huaguo country that has led to such grievances? Upon hearing the inquiry about Huaguo country, Bryce halted in his tracks, venting his frustrations. It was an abysmal experience. The entirety of Huaguo country is dreadful. I swear I shall never return. We traveled such a distance only to be confined in a cramped room for an extended period. And what did they offer us? A mere 10 minutes of dialogue. Can you fathom that? The world's foremost scholars gathered, and they only allocated 10 minutes. It is utterly ridiculous. Moreover, do you know what transpired during those 10 minutes? Bryce waved his sleeve dismissively. It was all nonsensical drivel. Lin Hao's points, while seemingly plausible and derivable from existing formulas, were ultimately devoid of substance upon closer examination. If you claim I am too dim-witted to comprehend, I would concede. But the crux is, not a single one of the world's top scholars could grasp it, not even a morsel of understanding. That would be absurd. With so many minds present, even the most esoteric theories should yield some clarity. It is evident that Lin Hao concocted a facade to obscure the Mecha technology or concealed critical steps. In any case, those 10 minutes yielded nothing. The Huaguo people are exceedingly treacherous. Bryce's denunciation of Hua country intensified, resonating easily with the sentiments of many nations who harbor disdain towards the Hua people. His emotions swelled, his countenance taking on a menacing aspect, while the journalists recorded every word, their cameras flashing and pens scribbling, eager not to miss a single detail. This was undoubtedly a major story. In the United States, of the White Eagle, El Chafone, just returned from the hospital, appeared quite distraught. Damn it. Those Hua people are truly insidious. Even after settling in the United States, they managed to track me down and deliver a severe beating. The most crucial point is that he was eluded by that individual. This is utterly absurd. The law enforcement of the United States seems to be utterly inept. This frightened him, prompting a hasty relocation. He exhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling. He sank onto the sofa, casually unlocking his phone. As soon as he did, a trending news story captured his attention. The arrogant individuals from Huaguo, the haughty Lin Hao. Researchers humiliated. Huaguo is digging its own grave. A series of news articles flooded El Chenfeng's vision. His expression was notably invigorated. A faint smile crept upon El Chenfeng's lips. He promptly posted a message on Twitter and Weibo, questioning why Huaguo's research is faltering. It is because they lack a profound respect for research. They are utterly oblivious to the essence of it. The incident of the scholar's humiliation starkly illustrates that Huaguo is fundamentally inept in research. Whereas the United States extends a warm welcome to scholars from around the globe for academic exchanges. This has become a consistent pattern, one step forward, one step back. How peculiar. This set of equations seems to lack a crucial component. How is he achieving momentum conservation? A scholar still in Huaguo furrowed his brow, confusion evident in his gaze. It appears impossible to maintain conservation. He inquired of a colleague nearby, who, upon merely glancing, gasped in astonishment. This contradicts traditional aerospace concepts. How could his Reynolds number be so high? How does he ensure stability during flight? Furthermore, could the momentum conservation here relate to Euler's non-conservative form? Both individuals stared at the array of equations, feeling an overwhelming headache. It is perplexing. He appears to have no rationale, yet he undeniably possesses one. The difficulty lies in the inability to comprehend his reasoning, which is quite frustrating. Nevertheless, faced with such a situation, these professors and scholars are all too eager to delve deeper. If they cannot grasp it, they are determined to understand it. The more challenging it is, the more exhilarated they become. This encapsulates the mindset of these researchers. Once they unravel these complex issues, they experience a profound sense of accomplishment. So, take a look at these. Just as everyone was deeply engrossed in their investigations, Cromwell approached, his demeanor somewhat grave. What nonsense are these fools uttering? Upon seeing the news article Cromwell handed him, Seoul appeared utterly astonished. Arrogance from the Huaguo? Where is the arrogance? They possess the most advanced technology. The other scholars visiting Huaguo are merely there as students. Yet, the Huaguo individuals have made impeccable arrangements, even providing laboratories for data analysis. This is already commendable. As for Lin Hao, that is simply a matter of unfortunate timing. Lin Hao is engrossed in his research. One cannot forcibly extract him. They waited in the reception area entirely of their own volition. The Chinese officials intended to first arrange for a respite before selecting a suitable day for discussions. It was their own choice to remain in waiting. Upon learning of the situation, Lin Hao set aside his work and hurried over. Seoul was perplexed by Lin Hao's perceived arrogance. He even felt a twinge of regret for interrupting Lin Hao's research. As for the duration of the meeting, which lasted merely a few minutes, there was little worth discussing. Despite its brevity, those moments were rich in substance. The insights gained far exceeded those from protracted meetings. What was there to complain about? Moreover, this brief exchange had already occupied scholars for an entire day of study. What more could be said? The very thought would be overwhelming. These fools, what do they truly understand? They care nothing for the essence of scientific research. Seoul's emotions were heightened. Cromwell, I believe we must take action, Seoul suddenly declared with a grave expression. Chapter 59, we hold a fondness for Lin Hao's brevity and swiftness. Scholars who remain in Huaguo have emerged to vindicate him, expressing gratitude for the arrangements made by the Huaguo authorities. Such contrasting attitudes have naturally sparked controversy online. In terms of authority, it is certainly these professors and scholars still in Huaguo who possess greater credibility, as they are dedicated to research. However, at this juncture, who truly regards authority? It is utterly disregarded. I maintain that, regardless of the circumstances, there must be some arrangement for these professors and scholars. How could they be neglected? Frankly, even if they were ignored, what of it? When our research capabilities were lagging, did those individuals ever consider academic exchange? Now that we have surpassed them, they come rushing back eagerly. Have you noticed that El Chafong has once again made an appearance? He seems to be everywhere, at the slightest hint of an incident. He leaps into the fray more energetically than anyone else. He imagines himself to be someone significant, proclaiming that the bald eagle welcomes these scholars for exchange. Can he truly represent the bald eagle? That seems rather presumptuous, doesn't it? In contrast to the domestic discourse, the discussions abroad are evidently much sharper in tone. Some individuals have even begun to speculate whether these professors speaking on behalf of Huaguo have been compromised, questioning if their social media accounts have fallen into Huaguo's hands. There are numerous such remarks, and various conspiracy theories have surfaced. These assertions may appear rather far-fetched, yet they have ignited fervent discussions across major foreign media outlets. Many engage in heated debates, replete with elaborate conjectures. Observing this situation, many domestically are left bewildered. Such rhetoric can be discussed? Indeed, within these media platforms, any critique of Huaguo seems to be deemed correct, irrespective of the context. However, these speculations were swiftly dismantled. After concluding their exchanges, these scholars opted to return home. Upon disembarking, they were immediately surrounded by reporters. Professor Sol, were the statements you made in Huaguo truly your own? Or were they made under duress? Upon hearing this question, Sol looked at the reporter with a mixture of surprise and incredulity, as if gazing at a fool. Was it not I who spoke, or was it you? After receiving Sol's response, the reporter appeared somewhat embarrassed. Professor Sol, I have heard that Huaguo only arranged a meeting lasting a mere 10 minutes. Is this true? What do you have to say about it? Indeed, Sol nodded. In an instant, every reporter's gaze sparkled with anticipation. There is potential here. Another major news piece is about to unfold. However, the next statement from Sol left them agape. I rather enjoy this arrangement. In fact, I found the prior arrangements in Depisi to be rather unsatisfactory, too lengthy, and lacking substance. We discussed extensively, yet ultimately, we achieved nothing. In comparison, we, the professors accompanying me, share a fondness for Lin Hao's brevity and swiftness, which has proven to be a tremendous time saver. Although it lasted merely a few minutes, the insights gained were substantial. Furthermore, Huaguo has arranged for subsequent engagements. This exchange is not confined to those fleeting moments. Dapis is the city that previously hosted the scientific summit. Are you dissatisfied with the scientific summit? A mere few minutes in Huaguo, and you still express contentment? The journalists gazed at Sol in astonishment. Surely, you cannot be losing your faculties. I am aware of your sentiments, yet the reality remains, those brief moments were of paramount significance. And I am quite satisfied. Well, let us conclude this interview here. I have research to attend to. Sol shrugged, and then strode purposefully towards the airport exit. Observing Sol's retreating figure, the journalists found themselves in a state of bewilderment. How, then, should today's interview be articulated? Chapter 60. Times have changed. The remarks made by Sol stirred up a considerable uproar. What exactly does he mean by favoring Lin Hao's brevity and swiftness? Moreover, it is not only Sol. Other professors have also rallied behind his perspective. In an instant, the media was left speechless. This is far from what one would expect. Hilariously, I find myself somewhat enamored with this professor's stance. Surely, the media will not dare to resurface after being publicly refuted twice. You are overly optimistic. In due course, they will undoubtedly re-emerge. Wait, am I, the esteemed Lin Hao, truly characterized by brevity and swiftness? TSK, the implications are rather unsettling upon deeper reflection. No matter. I simply covet his prowess, and I can accept that. Has the plasma lightsaber been successfully created? The tumultuous winds and rains outside cannot sway Lin Hao. Their research has reached its culmination. Lin Hao held a slender metallic object, long and robust. The chilling touch elicited a slight upward curl of his lips. Meanwhile, Qin Ding and his colleagues, upon witnessing this scene, appeared utterly bewildered. At this moment, they needed to reevaluate. Previously, They had sought Lin Hao's assistance due to issues encountered in their F-119 research. Lin Hao arrived, conducted a brief study, and then proceeded to fabricate a plasma lightsaber? Chen Ding felt an urge to overturn the table. Was there any correlation between the two endeavors? You are investigating an engine, and halfway through, you divert to crafting a plasma lightsaber? What astonished him the most was that Lin Hao actually succeeded. In such a brief span, he had produced the plasma lightsaber. This is utterly absurd. Gazing at the F-119 data, then at the plasma lightsaber in Lin Hao's hand, Chen Ding inhaled deeply. Perhaps this exemplifies the chasm between them and Lin Hao. Indeed, the thought processes of geniuses may leap in unexpected directions. Had Lin Hao been privy to Chen Ding's speculations, he would have been at a loss for words. No, it is not a matter of cognitive leaps. It is merely a reward from the system at play. You are overthinking it. Let us commence. Lin Hao took a deep breath, and then a beam of light shot forth, piercing the void with its resplendent brilliance. Before Lin Hao lay an array of materials of varying compositions. Boom, boom, boom. One material after another was obliterated by the slash of the plasma lightsaber. Everyone gaped in awe, utterly astonished. Chen Ding, standing nearby, feverishly recorded data, his eyes glued to the demonstration, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Now a pressing question arises. How do we convert this plasma lightsaber into a viable combat asset? After the experiment concluded, Chen Ding approached to inquire. In this era dominated by long-range weaponry, with an arsenal of missiles and rockets, what practical application does a plasma lightsaber serve? By the time one approaches, they would have vanished into thin air, possibly leaving not even a trace. A plasma cannon, however, would be a different matter altogether. Yet, Lin Hao had not yet succeeded in developing this device. In previous times, it would have been of no use, but with the advent of the Red Demon, its utility became apparent. Lin Hao chuckled softly. This plasma sword seemed tailor-made for the Red Demon by the system itself. Unlike conventional weapons, the Red Demon could not only engage in long-range bombardments but also excel in close-quarters combat. Once the distance closed, the plasma sword would truly come into play. How could I have forgotten it? Chen Ding exclaimed, slapping his forehead in sudden realization. The times have changed. The emergence of mechs has completely revolutionized traditional combat concepts. It is time to commence the production of plasma swords that align with the Red Demon's capabilities. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. In Huaguo, the manufacturing of mechs and plasma swords was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Simultaneously, other nations were also advancing their research on mechs. Indeed, some countries had already progressed beyond the theoretical phase and commenced assembly. Among them was the nation of the Bald Eagle. The president declared a goal to construct a mech within 6 months. No matter the obstacles, a solution must be found. However, at that moment, an unusual phenomenon occurred beneath the North Pacific. The currents of the ocean began to behave erratically. Deep within the ocean's depths, the water twisted and churned, resembling a colossal underwater tornado. Chapter 61. The Neon Nation accumulates experience for the world, Ishihara remarked. It seems our recent maritime endeavors have yielded particularly bountiful results. I can hardly shake the feeling that the fish have become more plentiful these past few days. The crew, witnessing their abundant catch, appeared somewhat exhilarated. Ha ha ha. Those wretched Chinese have not arrived. With no one to compete with us, our harvest naturally increases. Ishihara chuckled heartily. Is it true that the Chinese have developed mechas? Upon the mention of China, the crew recalled the recent discussions surrounding these mechanical giants. It must be true. Wasn't there a video of a military exercise that circulated? One crew member remarked. That sort of thing cannot be fabricated. However, fret not. We shall soon create our own Gundams. The Chinese machine is but a counterfeit. Gundam is the true sovereign. Ishihara expressed his confidence, adding, moreover, the Chinese possess only a single mecha. It hardly poses a threat. Our self-defense forces are more than capable at sea. While their conversation unfolded, a shadow beneath the ocean steadily approached, targeting their fishing vessel. Lin Hao's disaster warning system blared an alarm. Has it finally arrived? Lin Hao felt a surge of energy. In the North Pacific, it appears that the island nation adrift in the sea is destined to become the first country to face calamity on a global scale. How fortunate they are. Lin Hao felt a sense of gratitude toward the Neon Nation. This way, the Chinese need not hastily prepare for battle. After all, no one has ever encountered a deep-sea behemoth. Its size, destructive power, defense capabilities, and numbers remain a mystery to all. Now, the Neon Nation can gather experience for the world. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ishihara, it seems we've caught something. A crew member suddenly exclaimed. Beneath their fishing boat, a massive entity appeared to be lurking. Is it? Truly, today has been our lucky day, Ishihara approached eagerly. As the shadow beneath the sea became clearer, Ishihara's expression shifted drastically. What on earth is that? A whale? They were no strangers to whales, as the Neon Nation often engaged in whaling under the guise of research. However, their modest fishing vessel lacked the capacity to hunt such a colossal creature. If that thing collides with us, we might be capsized, Ishihara shouted. Quick, we must leave this place. The fishing boat immediately revved its engines and sped away into the distance. Yet, the shadow refused to relent, pursuing the vessel. With a resounding splash, countless tentacles erupted from the depths. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the crew was left utterly bewildered. What is this? An octopus or a squid? The sheer number of tentacles led them to initially think of creatures akin to octopuses. However, they soon dismissed that notion. This is definitely not. Upon the tentacles, there grew segments reminiscent of sickles, appearing exceedingly sharp. Quick, we must flee. However, at this moment, what did it matter? What was it, after all? A shared glance confirmed the truth. It was a terrifying beast. Yet, this creature was remarkably swift. The fishing boat's speed was utterly insufficient to evade it. To the lifeboats, Ishihara bellowed. There were no other options at this juncture. Remaining here would surely lead to death. It would be better to take a chance in the lifeboats. This monster might very well have set its sights on the fishing vessel. Opting for the lifeboat, a smaller target, might afford them a chance to escape. What? The lifeboats? They are nowhere near as fast as the fishing boat. Boarding them is tantamount to seeking death. The crew members exclaimed, their expressions blank as they gazed at Ishihara, perplexed by his decision. The fishing boat was far too large a target, likely to attract the beast's attention, while the lifeboat could offer salvation. If you do not believe me, then stay here and await your demise, Ishihara asserted. As he spoke, he had already lowered the lifeboat. Wait, I'll go too, one crew member said, gritting his teeth and following suit. Given the current circumstances, the fishing boat would soon be overtaken by the monster. Remaining behind meant certain death. Thus, it was better to take a chance. Ishihara's maritime experience was undoubtedly superior to theirs, and trusting him might lead to survival. Nevertheless, some harbored a glimmer of hope. They chose to remain aboard. Accelerate. We can outpace the monster, the remaining crew shouted, maneuvering the fishing boat at full speed. Meanwhile, several individuals huddled in the lifeboat, drifting away into the distance. At that moment, several tentacles surged forth from beneath the surface, ensnaring the fishing vessel in an instant. The entire boat was thoroughly ensnared. The sight horrified those in the lifeboat. The tentacles stretched for what seemed like over 10 meters, and the most alarming aspect was that, from the tentacles currently visible, there appeared to be at least 7 or 8, perhaps even more. A chill gripped Ishihara's heart. The people on the boat were doomed. The remaining crew members spoke with trembling voices. Ishihara nodded gravely. Indeed, not only are they doomed, but even this fishing vessel cannot withstand it. From a distance, one could see the fishing boat contorting and deforming under the immense pressure of the monstrous tentacles. The sound of cracking deck echoed incessantly. It was evident that the creature's strength was terrifying. We must leave this place immediately, Ishihara urged the others, not looking back as he pressed them to depart from this perilous location. Before long, the waters were stained crimson. Fragments of the fishing boat floated upon the sea. The beast, clearly still unsatisfied, pursued the lifeboat that had distanced itself. A chill swept through all as they beheld the rapidly approaching creature. A sense of despair enveloped the atmosphere. It seemed certain doom awaited. Ishihara, look over there, a self-defense force vessel. However, at that very moment, someone shouted with exuberance. Hope flickered in the eyes of the crowd. They erupted into wild cheers, waving their hands with fervor. Hey, look over there. It appears there's something. Could it be a warship from Huaguo? A soldier observed the distant dark spot with a hint of anxiety. Oh, it's nothing to fuss about. It seems to be our fishermen. No wonder they are so joyful upon seeing us. Another soldier, witnessing this, offered a faint smile. He then waved towards the horizon as well. It's nothing. Once we rescue them, they might even express their gratitude with some seafood. I've seen this happen countless times. Wait, what is that? His words were abruptly interrupted by a companion. Following the gaze of those around him, he merely glanced before every pore on his body stood on end. Nanny? 1,000 questions surged forth. Can anyone enlighten me? What on earth is that? Chapter 62. Despairing defense on board the Self-Defense Forces vessel. Everyone was in a state of shock. In the distance, the ocean roared, and tentacles writhed ferociously. Is this what you call seafood? A bewildered crew member exclaimed. If this is seafood, I'll write my name backward. Such a colossal form could only belong to whales. But what manner of beast was this? Help! Someone save us. Oh heavens, please save us. You must act quickly. Aren't you the self-defense force? The frantic cries from the lifeboat echoed. Yet, their pleas were in vain. The monstrous creature had already appeared behind them. In an instant, one of the lifeboat's occupants was dragged into the depths of the sea, right before the eyes of the battleship's soldiers. The crew member was reduced to a cloud of crimson mist. My God! Open fire, quickly! Sink that accursed thing! Fire! Don't let it near us! Hurry and send a message back to headquarters. In an instant, the missiles aboard the battleship locked onto the beast. Dozens of fiery projectiles soared through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sounds of explosions echoed, accompanied by waves of shock. The soldiers aboard the battleship wore expressions of joy upon witnessing this. However, at that moment, amidst the smoke and chaos of the bombardment, a tentacle emerged and slammed down upon the ocean's surface. A colossal wave surged forth. What sort of monster is this? Impervious even to missiles? The crew members paled in fear. Full speed ahead. Retreat from this place. The commander bellowed. If that fiend were to close in on the battleship, it would spell utter doom. As they hastily withdrew, the ship's cannons continued to unleash their firepower. The sea became a tempest of heat and tumult. At the command center in Neon Country, the high-ranking officials were equally stricken with terror. Where did this monster come from? Its defenses are astonishing. Despite the relentless assault of the battleship's artillery, it continued its advance. Deploy drones for reconnaissance. I need close-up images of this creature. Bring in the biologists to ascertain what on earth this monstrosity is. Destroyers and frigates in proximity received the urgent orders and swiftly mobilized. F-15J and F-15DJ jets stationed at the base took to the skies, racing towards the incident site. The disturbance in the North Pacific caught the attention of nations worldwide. Countries equipped with military satellites activated their systems to discern the situation at hand. When the reality unfolded before their eyes, everyone was left in a state of disbelief. What in the world is this? Just as they were grappling with shock, the monstrous being drew closer to the coastal cities of Neon Country. Fishermen gazed up in awe at the aircraft overhead and the warships speeding by. At the outset, they were somewhat bewildered. However, it did not take long for them to comprehend the extraordinary nature of reality. The emergence of creatures such as monsters was indeed surreal. Could Ultraman possibly exist as well? Inspiration for creation often stems from life itself. Shortly thereafter, videos began to circulate across the internet, capturing the attention of major media outlets eager to acquire first-hand accounts of the monstrous assault on Neon Country. The news spread like wildfire worldwide, and as time progressed, the reports became increasingly abundant and comprehensive. The entire globe was left in astonishment. Initially, skepticism prevailed. After all, this was not a film, but the fabric of real life. Monsters could not possibly exist. Yet, as more and more evidence presented itself, disbelief became untenable. Why were missiles ineffective? What material constituted the creature's skin? Barely had the monsters appeared when the world's gaze converged upon Neon Country. Programs urgently connected with biologists to inquire about the particulars of the situation. Based on the current circumstances, it appeared to be an unknown species, likely an ancient one, whose habitat resided in the uncharted depths of the ocean, thus eluding discovery until now. This occurrence might have resulted from changes in ocean currents. An expert elaborated confidently on television. Are you suggesting this is not a monster? The host inquired. That depends on your interpretation. If every unknown organism is classified as a monster, then indeed, it qualifies. However, if by monster you refer to the destructive entities portrayed in films, then this certainly does not fit that description. Though its size is considerable, it is not beyond the realm of acceptability. Consider that the giant squid can reach lengths of several meters, the expert replied with a hint of nonchalance. Yet it can withstand missiles, which fundamentally alters our understanding of biological entities. In fact, the majority of animals cannot endure even standard bullets, the host exclaimed in astonishment. Ordinary creatures can withstand missiles? As I mentioned, it may be an ancient species that has inherited robust genes from prehistoric times, granting it formidable defensive capabilities. However, there is no need for concern. No creature can survive overwhelming firepower, and this one is no exception. Neon Country has dispatched numerous aircraft. The battle will soon reach its conclusion. Is that so? The host asked, gazing at the expert with a mix of confusion and skepticism, unsure whether this individual was truly an expert or merely a pretender. Meanwhile, the naval forces, fighter jets, and all artillery of Neon Country had locked their sights on the monstrous being, creating a terrifying web of firepower. The entire surface of the sea had transformed into a blazing inferno, subjected to relentless bombardment. Under such overwhelming firepower, even a formidable fleet would be reduced to molten metal. However, the monstrous creature appeared entirely unfazed. Its tentacles lashed down, obliterating warships with a single strike. It successfully breached the blockade of ships and aircraft, making landfall along the coast. At last, its complete form was revealed to the world. The torso measured an imposing 4 to 5 meters, though it was not particularly tall. However, its tentacles were astonishingly lengthy, each exceeding 10 meters in both thickness and strength. Yet, these were trivial matters. The gravest concern lay in the futility of missiles against it. This was the true peril. Lacking means to restrain it, they could only watch in helplessness. Upon witnessing this, the expert gaped in shock, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the host cast a scornful glance, muttering disdainfully about so-called experts. Was this not a monster? What in the world was this abomination, and why was their firepower utterly ineffective? What were they to do now? In the command center of Neon Country, the commander erupted in fury. Let us seek assistance from the Bald Eagle. They possess a military base nearby, close to the creature's landing site, and their firepower is formidable. Someone proposed. After a moment of silence, the commander swiftly dialed the number for the Bald Eagle base. Chapter 63, Diverting the Calamity. Assaulting the Bald Eagle military base. No, that is not our concern. We are under no obligation to assist you. However, as soon as communication was established, the Neon Nation received a firm refusal from the Bald Eagle. Damn it! The commander of the Neon Nation was instantly engulfed in fury. You establish a military base in our country, enjoying privileges, and when a crisis arises, you refuse to lend a hand. At that moment, news arrived from the front lines. The monstrous creature has landed. This is utterly disastrous. Along the route, residents were in the midst of an emergency evacuation. Tentacles transformed into steel whips, striking violently. The ground cracked open, and vehicles were obliterated. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, observing this scene through satellite footage, couldn't he help but express his astonishment. Yet, the size of this beast appeared somewhat diminutive. Could it be that this is merely the first one, part of the vanguard forces? Linhao stroked his chin and muttered thoughtfully. Just then, the early warning system blared once more. A day later, the Bald Eagle Nation would face an assault from the colossal beast. As time drew closer, the details of the warning became increasingly precise, unlike before when it was merely vague. Although Lin Hao was aware of the impending monster attack, he remained in the dark, compelled to wait. After a moment's contemplation, he made a phone call. At this juncture, the citizens of the Neon Nation were engulfed in despair. Their efforts proved utterly futile. This was absurd. Despite the relentless barrage of missiles, the creature continued its advance, reducing homes to rubble, vehicles to scrap metal, and the ground to mere fissures. The catastrophe persisted. Meanwhile, the pilot of an F-15J fighter jet found himself at a loss. What could he do? The missiles were ineffective, and the aircraft had no alternative means of attack. Fortunately, their situation was somewhat better. For the time being, the monstrous entity lacked aerial capabilities. allowing them to fly safely in the skies. However, the ground forces were in disarray. What could they do? In the face of the creature's onslaught, where could they possibly flee? There was nowhere to escape. At that moment, the driver of an armored vehicle spoke up. Ahead lies the Bald Eagle's military base. They enjoy privileges, and now it's time for them to contribute. He then steered towards the Bald Eagle's military base, as he truly had nowhere else to turn. To survive, the Bald Eagle's military base could perhaps offer a glimmer of hope. This movement quickly relayed back to the Neon Command Center. The commander, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, was momentarily taken aback. Diverting the calamity? Luring the beast to the Bald Eagle base? He hesitated for a moment, but then a spark ignited in his eyes. Brilliant! What a splendid idea! This individual is truly a genius. After all, the Bald Eagle had just arrogantly refused assistance. At once, he issued the command. The Bald Eagle, the presidential palace. At this moment, Lapu appeared somewhat agitated. Hey, look at this. Is it a movie? Special effects? My heavens, this is simply unbelievable. The Secretary of Defense, with a grave expression, stated, Mr. President, although this monster has not appeared in our Bald Eagle, we have military bases in Neon, and the location where the monster has landed is alarmingly close to our installations. Do not panic. There is no cause for concern. The armaments of Neon pale in comparison to ours. Should this behemoth dare to approach our base, it shall soon learn what true artillery baptism entails. Lapu scoffed and shrugged. In Huaguo, a realization dawned. Judging by the current trend, it seems that Neon intends to lure this monster to the Bald Eagle's military base. Through satellite footage, the higher-ups of Huaguo also became aware of the situation. This is intriguing. What is this? Could it be that the Bald Eagle and Neon have fallen out? Zheng Guo chuckled lightly. Indeed, despite their usual camaraderie as allies, in times of crisis, they scatter like frightened birds. However, the fact that so many missiles have been unleashed yet the monster remains unscathed is rather terrifying. What should we do if we encounter such a situation? Li Yongrui furrowed his brow. What about nuclear weapons? What if we resort to nuclear arms? Suddenly, a military leader spoke up, startling everyone. Nuclear deterrence? If we employ nuclear weapons, it should not pose a problem, but what about the consequences? The ramifications of deploying nuclear arms are unfathomable, the group murmured gravely. In Shaojun City, the location of the Bald Eagle's military base, the ground trembled. A throng of Bald Eagle soldiers emerged, their expressions filled with fury upon witnessing the distant chaos. Damn it! These fools have lured this wretched creature here. Get all aircraft airborne. From afar, they could see the towering presence of the monster. Though its torso measured only 4 to 5 meters, it traversed the ground using its tentacles, standing nearly 20 meters tall. This was indeed terrifying. The Bald Eagle's military base unleashed all its heavy firepower. The explosions illuminated the sky like fireworks. The commander of the Bald Eagle, with a grave countenance, recognized the dire situation. They had barely engaged when several armored vehicles were crushed outright, and numerous armed helicopters had been shot down in their desperate attempts to attack. Only the bombers, soaring high above, remained safe. Otherwise, they too would be in peril. In no time, the monster boldly invaded the Bald Eagle's base, rendering all facilities before it as fragile as mere paper. The devastation was catastrophic. Even the well-equipped soldiers of the Bald Eagle found themselves utterly powerless before this monstrous creature, which was ruthlessly obliterated. Wait, look! Is that beast bleeding? At this moment, a voice suddenly resonated from the command center of the Neon Nation. An image was magnified, revealing a thick, elongated tentacle of the creature, from which a bluish-green liquid was perpetually oozing. Indeed, I initially assumed that the missile strikes were ineffective. However, it appears they have had some impact, albeit insufficient. Urge the nearby base's aircraft to hasten their support. A glimmer of hope flickered in the commander's eyes of the Neon Nation. At the very least, there now exists a possibility of vanquishing this beast. Meanwhile, at the presidential office of the Bald Eagle, President Lop received the alarming news. In an instant, fury coursed through him. What on earth has transpired? Connect me to the Prime Minister of Neon. I must interrogate that fool about his actions. Just 20 minutes prior, The creature had assaulted the bald eagle's military base. The skirmish lasted for over 10 minutes, leaving the base utterly incapacitated, and the losses were incalculable. Witnessing this, nations around the globe were left in awe. Initially, they believed that the formidable firepower of the bald eagle would be sufficient to subdue the beast. Yet, was this the outcome? In a mere 10 minutes, a military base was completely dismantled. All nations stood in shock. Is this truly the world's foremost military power? Chapter 64. Grateful for the selfless dedication of the bald eagle. Alas, the wheel of fate turns, and who can escape the judgment of heaven? I had initially believed that the most severe loss would be suffered by Neon, yet surprisingly, it was the bald eagle that bore the brunt. My perspective was indeed limited. I am utterly astonished. Neon has proved remarkably adept, directly luring the monstrous creature to the military base of the bald eagle. This maneuver deserves a perfect score from me. The little panda. The beast remains alive, still wreaking havoc. I had always thought my husky was a master of destruction, but now I see that this creature surpasses all expectations. One must wonder, what is the scale of this demolition plan worth several hundred billion? I am curious about Neon's next move. Will they continue to direct it towards another bald eagle base? Under the watchful eyes of the world, Neon mobilized nearly all its available aircraft, with some unable to arrive in time due to logistical constraints. Nevertheless, the display was still magnificent. Countless missiles rained down simultaneously. As all aircraft unleashed their payloads, the ground forces also coordinated their actions. The explosions were relentless, with the sound of detonations echoing without pause. Flames surged skyward, and an endless radiance flickered. The entire world watched in awe, mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief. My goodness, the sheer power. This city is surely devastated, is it not? After a considerable interval, once the explosion subsided, the monstrous form lay at the epicenter of the devastation. Surprisingly, amidst such overwhelming destruction, certain parts of its body remained remarkably intact, a testament to the creature's incredible resilience. Experts arriving at the scene were left astounded by the spectacle before them, collectively gasping in astonishment. Subsequently, they commenced their research. Following the incident, Neon promptly held a press conference. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Bald Eagle Nation for their selfless contributions. Thanks to their assistance, we discovered a method to vanquish this beast and ultimately succeeded in its extermination. Neon will ensure the proper care of the personnel from the Bald Eagle Nation, and we will arrange for their return shortly. Lapa, what the? Just as I was preparing to condemn you and demand compensation for our losses, you preemptively hold a press conference? Selfless contributions? What nonsense! Was it not you who lured that monster to the military base? Furthermore, who gave you the audacity to repatriate our people? Lapa rolled his eyes in disbelief. The audacity of the Neon people is truly shameless. No wonder Neon is faltering. They lack a president of their own caliber. Following the incident, the entire world was thrown into turmoil. Such events are unprecedented, with no antecedents to draw upon. Who knows if there exist other similar monsters lurking in the depths of the ocean? At this critical juncture, China took decisive action, promptly issuing a statement declaring the bald eagle a hazardous area, highly susceptible to monster attacks. All individuals, including international students and tourists, currently residing in the United States, are urged to evacuate promptly. The Chinese government will provide the necessary assistance. The Chinese embassy in the United States has made all communication channels available, ensuring that every Chinese citizen can access this important information. The actions taken by the Chinese government have left everyone bewildered. The monster attack occurred in Japan, which is far removed from the United States. How can Japan not be designated as a dangerous area while the United States is considered one? This is utterly nonsensical. Could it be that this is merely a pretext and the true reason lies in the military aircraft incident? After some contemplation, this seems to be the most plausible explanation. It is undoubtedly related to the previous military aircraft troubles. Chapter 65. The absurdity of Huaguo. Though I cannot fathom the reasons behind my motherland's actions, the announcement of the evacuation has prompted many to choose to leave. They understand that such a decision by the nation cannot be without reason. Consequently, flights to Huaguo were filled to capacity. In response, Huaguo mobilized every resource at its disposal to ensure the safe departure of its citizens. For those with no viable routes, The government arranged for them to transfer through other countries. Suddenly, the entire White Eagle seemed to be in turmoil. Lao Pu openly ridiculed the absurdity of Huaguo's justification for the evacuation, questioning the existence of any monsters here. He believed this was merely a reaction to the recent military aircraft incident. With the most formidable military force in the world, the safety of its citizens was unquestionable. And even if monsters were to appear, the nation would guarantee their security. It was naive of Huaguo to think that evacuating its citizens would inflict harm upon the White Eagle. Such a notion was indeed overly simplistic. Seeing the anxious actions of Huaguo, El Qingfeng could not help but laugh. He took to Weibo to elaborate on the situation, even assuming the role of commentator to discuss the military prowess of the White Eagle. The domestic media seized the opportunity to extensively report on the matter, and a chorus of derision echoed throughout the nation, mocking Huaguo for not evacuating its citizens to Neon instead. At that moment, however, Lin Hao and his companions chose not to dwell on these events. They gathered together, repeatedly watching footage of the previous battle. Based on the intelligence available, the creature exhibited remarkable defensive capabilities and significant destructive power, yet it lacked any extraordinary methods, relying solely on its brute strength for attacks. Thus, they understood the necessity of preparation. Should other monsters target them, they must suppress them with overwhelming firepower at sea, ensuring they do not penetrate the mainland. Regrettably, the samples of the creature remained in Neon's possession. Although they had submitted requests for samples to study, hope seemed dim. Without these samples, obtaining specific data about the creature was nearly impossible, leaving them in a precarious position. The discussion among them revolved primarily around the creature's astonishing defense. They pondered how Huaguo might penetrate its defenses and speculated whether the creature's hide could absorb or resist chemical energy, rendering missile explosions ineffective. Perhaps they could explore physical detonations or alternative forms of attack. At that moment, Linhao spoke up. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up with newfound clarity. Indeed, akin to the monsters depicted in films, they possess the capability to absorb certain forms of energy. It is highly probable that there exists a threshold to the energy these creatures can assimilate. Hence, when confronted with an overwhelming barrage of firepower, they find themselves incapacitated, ultimately leading to their demise at the hands of the Neon. A researcher remarked with a grave expression. They felt as though they had unlocked a significant revelation. Although this hypothesis remains unverified, it offers a glimmer of hope. Should there ever be an incursion of such monsters against the nation of Huaguo, they would not be caught off guard. This is indeed encouraging news. Chapter 66. The futility of Mechas as the nation of Huaguo undertook a tense evacuation of its populace. Confusion reigned across the globe. What did this signify for Huaguo? Within the country, discontent began to stir among certain factions. This nation offers little glimmer of hope. In such dire circumstances, the government fails to coordinate the evacuation of its citizens stranded in Neon country, opting instead to assist the people of the Bald Eagle, a decision utterly ludicrous. I have already secured a ticket to the Bald Eagle and will depart tonight. Remaining in Huaguo feels akin to awaiting death, as those in power are incapable of making sound decisions. There must be rationale behind the government's actions. Have you not noticed their declaration that the Bald Eagle has become a perilous zone, potentially susceptible to monstrous attacks? Surely, the state possesses intelligence that justifies such assertions. Neon has recently endured an assault, and in the short term, it may actually be safer. Do you all truly believe this? The official statements are mere smoke and mirrors. If you choose to stay, so be it. I, however, am bound for the Bald Eagle, where safety prevails and strength is paramount. The monsters are terrifying, and at present, the Bald Eagle stands as the safest haven. Huaguo remains fraught with danger. Danger? What nonsense are you spouting? Let us not forget, we possess Mechas. Enough of this. What can a single mech accomplish? I concede its prior performance was indeed remarkable, yet observe Neon's current struggle against this beast, so utterly powerless. One mech cannot defy the heavens. Should it engage, mark my words, it would be dismantled in mere moments by the creature. Only a robust collective strength can ensure safety. Online, fervent discussions ensued, while abroad, countless individuals reveled in the unfolding spectacle. Outside the presidential office of the Bald Eagle, a throng of journalists had gathered. President Laopu faced the media with eloquence. We shall not impede Huaguo in evacuating its citizens. Indeed, it is preferable, as it affords our populace greater employment opportunities. You must understand, our nation is the strongest militarily and economically in the world. Many countries have attempted to undermine our status through various means, yet they have invariably failed. The bald eagle is the greatest nation on this planet. Laopu tossed his golden locks, his voice resonating with fervor. In an instant, the air was filled with raucous applause. Mr. President, in light of the recent monster attack, do you have any comments? The bald eagle S-base in Neon was obliterated within mere minutes. Does this not suggest a decline in our military might? I am at a loss as to how the hearing impaired are permitted to serve as journalists. Perhaps a visit to the hospital is in order. Wait. Which media outlet are you from? Ah, the Hearing Agency. I have long deemed that publication is worthless. As I have already stated, our nation is the most formidable militarily. Next question. A reporter from Gallia inquired, Mr. President, do you believe the Mechas of Huaguo can prove effective against such monsters? Laopu spread his hands, suggesting that such inquiries should be directed towards the Hua people, who are the rightful owners of this mech. However, I believe that we have yet to enter the age of Mechas in this era. Implicitly, he deemed the Mechas to be ineffectual. Meanwhile, as Laopu eloquently expounded, a dark silhouette was swiftly advancing over a sea expanse more than 1,000 kilometers east of the bald eagle. This shadow resonated ominously with the one lurking to the west of the bald eagle. Chapter 67. A 10-minute resolution station chief. An unusual situation has been detected 100 nautical miles away from us. A staff member at the Bald Eagle's ocean monitoring station approached, appearing somewhat flustered. It seemed that an unidentified object was swiftly approaching the land. If all goes as anticipated, its target is the garden state of Bald Eagle. The mere thought of the monstrous creature that previously appeared in the Neon City caused the station chief's expression to darken. Moreover, even if this were not a monster, the presence of foreign submarines would pose a significant threat. He hastily glanced at the instruments. A single look revealed a visage of terror. This speed is astonishingly rapid, far exceeding that of any submarine. Who would dare to approach the coastline so recklessly? Have they lost their minds? My heavens! Is a second monster truly about to land in Bald Eagle? The station chief cradled his head in fear. Quickly, report this information to the military. Upon receiving the news, the officials of Bald Eagle swiftly deployed a multitude of aircraft, while simultaneously initiating a large-scale evacuation of the citizens from Garden State. Although the authorities did not explicitly state the nature of the situation, a sense of foreboding permeated the hearts of all. The only conceivable reason for such a mass evacuation was undoubtedly the monster. In the presidential office, Liu excitedly slammed his hand on the table. Who can tell me what is happening? Why are we truly facing a monster attack in Bald Eagle? Is this not merely a fabrication by Huaguo? Liu was utterly perplexed. You claim a monster will attack Bald Eagle, and yet here it is? Is this creature one of your pets? This must be mere coincidence. Or perhaps Huaguo possesses advanced detection technology capable of monitoring the creature's movements. The defense minister was equally bewildered. Nevertheless, Mr. President, this is not the time for such deliberations. Given the speed of the monster, it will soon land in Garden State. We must mobilize all available firepower in the vicinity. The previous incident in Neon City demonstrated the creature's formidable defenses. We must employ heavy artillery to suppress it. I intend to obliterate this wretched thing into fragments. Indeed. We have analyzed the combat situation in Neon City and have a rough estimate of the firepower required. We are confident in our ability to eliminate the creature swiftly. The defense minister nodded. Compared to their own firepower configuration, that of Neon City was utterly incomparable. Armed with the experience gained from the previous encounter, they felt a measure of assurance. Just as he prepared to depart to issue orders, Liu called him back, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. Are you certain we can eliminate this monster in a short time? Liu's eyes flickered with apprehension. The Minister of Defense hesitated for a moment before stating, if this creature is of the same type as the Neon, I am confident that we can resolve the conflict within 10 minutes. Our nation's experts have conducted a thorough analysis of the previous battle, and I possess ample faith in the firepower of our military. That is splendid. I shall convene a press conference to inform the world of our nation's might. As he spoke, Lop's gaze turned toward the Minister of Defense. A new era has dawned. Yet our bald eagle shall remain the most formidable nation. This shall not change. After a moment of confusion, the Minister of Defense suddenly grasped the situation. Ultimately, such matters cannot be concealed. Since concealment is futile, it is far better to boldly announce it before the battle commences. This way, we can demonstrate our strength to the entire world, ensuring that everyone comprehends the formidable national power of the bald eagle. No other nation can rival this. Chapter 68. The mysterious Eastern prophecy. In a remarkably brief span of time, the bald eagle convened 2 press conferences, an occurrence that seemed almost inconceivable. The magnitude of the situation was abundantly clear. Reporters flocked in droves, and once they grasped the implications, the atmosphere erupted with astonishment. The second beast had indeed made its landing upon the shores of the bald eagle. The enigmatic Eastern prophecy had materialized into reality. "Oh my God," was the collective sentiment. "Do not fret, for as I have reiterated, our military prowess is unparalleled globally. If we cannot manage this, who can you possibly rely upon?" remarked Mr. Laupu, maintaining an air of calm and leisure. The entirety of the press conference fell into a hushed silence as journalists exchanged bewildered glances. "Mr. President, are you suggesting that the bald eagle government is confident in its capacity to eliminate this threat?" "Certainly. We are not the Neon Nation. We shall ensure the safety of our citizens. The bald eagle is the safest country in the world," Laupu asserted with unwavering conviction. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the Prime Minister of the Neon Nation was left pondering in disbelief upon hearing Laupu's statements. "What does this imply? How on earth can you tie this to us? This is utterly absurd." In the wake of the bald eagle's announcement regarding the impending monster attack, a tempest of reactions surged across the internet. "Incredible! There truly is a monster. This nation is remarkable, even capable of such predictions." To those who previously claimed Huaguo was unsafe and sought refuge in the bald eagle, how are they faring now? Of course, they are fine. Those were their own words, and now they must swallow them, no matter how bitter. Is there really a monster? Lu Chifeng, who had remained at home, felt a surge of terror upon seeing the press conference. Although he had previously disseminated numerous messages touting the safety of the bald eagle, the prospect of an actual monster attack instilled fear within him. "Fear is but a natural response," he reasoned. "It is not landing here. Surely the bald eagle's authorities will manage it. If Neon could handle their beast, the bald eagle's strength far surpasses theirs, so it must be fine." Lu Chifeng consoled himself, and after a moment's thought, he opened his Weibo account and posted another message, once more emphasizing the safety of the bald eagle. This was his final act of defiance. Elsewhere, an innumerable array of fighter jets circled above, their pilots casting their gazes towards the sea. Beneath the surface, a dark shadow gradually became discernible. "Good heavens, this appears even larger than the one in Neon," exclaimed one pilot, his eyes widening in astonishment. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a tentacle shot forth from the depths of the ocean, crashing against the aircraft. In an instant, the engine was rendered inoperative, billowing clouds of black smoke into the air. The pilot hastily deployed his parachute and ejected from the aircraft. However, before he could catch his breath, a colossal creature surged from beneath the waves, engulfing him in a single gulp. "Oh God!" Along the shoreline, the commanders stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape as they gazed in disbelief at the distant monster. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. The script had not dictated such a turn of events. Who had taken the liberty to alter the narrative? Chapter 69. A mysterious joy indeed, at first glance. This creature resembles the one that previously assaulted Neon. It belongs to the same species. However, the size is entirely different. This beast is colossal. Its tentacles are more robust. The dimensions of this creature are more than double that of the previous one encountered in Neon, nearly 3 times as large. Go, go, go. Advance the attack. We must not allow it to reach the shore. The commotion of urgent voices echoed through the intercom. The fighter jets and armored vehicles unleashed a barrage of missiles, creating a dazzling display of fireworks that erupted in chaotic splendor. The previous beast, albeit smaller, had already inflicted immeasurable damage upon Neon. If this gargantuan creature were to land, the consequences would be catastrophic. Entire cities could be laid to waste. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lapo, anxiously awaiting the outcome, soon received the latest intelligence. Have we managed to eliminate the beast? He inquired. Let me see. 3 minutes? That is considerably quicker than your anticipated 10. Lapo's complexion brightened, a smile gracing his lips. No, Mr. President, there has been a complication. We have not slain the creature, the Minister of Defense replied gravely. This is outrageous. Are you telling me that the beast from Neon was merely in its juvenile stage? Lapo furrowed his brow, perplexed by the minister's words. Our first line of defense could not withstand even 3 minutes against its assault, the minister lamented. Instantly, Lapo sprang to his feet, incredulous. What are you saying? 3 minutes? Are you even men? You promised me you could eliminate this beast. Yet, the reality was stark. It seems the situation is even more dire than we imagined. This creature's size is approximately 3 times that of the one from Neon, and our attacks have proven utterly ineffective. With that revelation, Lapo sank back into his chair, momentarily stunned. Do we have any visuals? Bring up the footage. Soon, the image of the creature's landing filled Lapo's vision. He gasped in astonishment. The world as populous, at that moment, was equally frenzied. Such a size. I suddenly perceived the creature that appeared in our nation as rather diminutive, remarked a bewildered citizen of Neon. My goodness. With such a colossal beast, is this planet destined for destruction? It's over. The bald eagle might be doomed. My heavens, is this divine retribution upon the bald eagle? Sending forth such a monstrous creature? Simultaneously, news outlets across the globe frantically reported on the unfolding events. Local time, 1428. In the coastal region of Bald Eagle Garden State, a monstrous assault has taken place. The officials of Bald Eagle have dispatched military forces to thwart the attack, and currently, both sides are engaged in a fierce confrontation. We shall continue to monitor this situation closely. News regarding the monster has dominated headlines extensively. Following this report, we shall delve into other news. According to preliminary statistics, within mere minutes of the monster's emergence, fireworks and firecrackers have sold out across most provinces and cities in our nation, with major manufacturers hastily ramping up supply. We remind the public that the use of fireworks should adhere to the regulations set forth by local authorities and must not occur in designated cultural heritage sites, transportation hubs such as stations and docks, or in proximity to flammable and explosive materials. In a surprising turn of events, an old song titled Good Days has suddenly gone viral across the internet, with its streaming numbers surging on various music platforms. What has sparked this resurgence of an old classic? Let us connect with our special correspondent. The camera swiftly transitions. Good afternoon, host. The correspondent nodded and then glanced at a man beside her, whose phone was playing Good Days on a loop. May I ask, has anything significant occurred recently that brings you such joy? Well, I just experienced a breakup. My girlfriend ran off with a neighbor, old who. Does that count as significant? Do you not love your girlfriend? Why are you so happy about her departure? No, I truly love her. She is wonderful. And she compliments me well. Both my brother and I adore her. Suddenly, a hint of sadness crossed the man's face. At this point, the reporter was utterly bewildered. Then why are you playing Good Days? I don't know. I'm just inexplicably happy, so I decided to play Good Days, the man replied with a shrug, a smile adorning his face. The reporter was left speechless. Thank you for your interview. Following this, the reporter approached another passerby. Just as the reporter finished speaking, the passerby suddenly shouted at the camera, DGL World Champions. The reporter paused, momentarily confused. A nearby individual leaned in to clarify that it referred to an esports club that had just been eliminated the previous day. Suddenly, the reporter understood. This person was a fan of that club. Another instance of someone laughing through their sorrow. After interviewing several individuals, the reasons provided were all remarkably varied and perplexing. Perhaps this phenomenon stems from some mysterious force. That concludes this segment of the report. Now, we will take a brief respite before resuming our coverage of the ongoing situation in Bald Eagle Garden State. Boom. Once again, a towering edifice succumbed to the relentless onslaught of formidable forces, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Everywhere this monstrous creature traversed has been reduced to a desolate wasteland. Prepare for the 7th round of artillery bombardment. The commander bellowed with fervent urgency. Without fail, this beast must be eradicated swiftly. Within the presidential palace, Rope's gaze was fixated. Indeed, this was the way, Let the missiles rain down and obliterate it with ferocity. If the Neon Nation can vanquish such monsters, then surely the bald eagle has no reason to falter. Even if this creature is larger and more powerful, it shall not deter the valiant forces of the bald eagle. On the battlefield, missiles and rockets converged from every direction, creating a truly spectacular tableau. This scene is destined to be etched into the annals of history. Yet, despite the overwhelming barrage of missiles, the results were regrettably limited. While it was evident that the creature's movements had been significantly hindered, even to the point of stillness, it remained unscathed. This was a dire predicament. Meanwhile, a faction of scholars from the Bald Eagle sought to connect with the Neon Nation, hoping to glean some invaluable insights. Chapter 70. What use are you? Have you studied the skin of this creature? How is it capable of withstanding such formidable artillery fire? Inquired a scholar from the White Eagle. At present, we find the composition of its skin to be beyond our comprehension. However, we can preliminarily conclude that its skin tissue can absorb a certain amount of chemical energy released by missile explosions. Upon hearing the response from the Neon Scholar, the White Eagle's scholars displayed expressions of sheer terror. Absorbing energy? Is that not akin to something out of a film? Is there any method to defeat it? Perhaps you might consider alternative approaches. Based on our experiments, it appears to have comparatively lower resistance to other forms of energy. For instance, you could try incendiary devices or traditional physical attacks such as cutting or air blasts. The White Eagle scholar retorted, "Are you jesting? Thermal energy? Not all chemical energy from missile explosions is absorbed by the monster. A portion of that chemical energy transforms into thermal energy, which is quite terrifying. Just look at the live broadcast. The scene is ablaze. Has the creature been injured? And as for traditional attacks, the hardness of its body is unimaginable. Even battleships and fighter jets can be crushed to bits by it. What physical assault do you believe could harm it? And cutting? Who would dare to do that? This is absurd." Rolling his eyes, the White Eagle scholar pressed on. "Is there no other way?" In response, the Neon scholar fell silent for a moment before resolutely stating, "Continue to bombard it with missiles, feeding it until it can no longer absorb energy. At that point, it will inevitably reveal a weakness. Continue the bombardment? After all this discussion, you tell me this? What use are you to me? I am not foolish. I am well aware that we must persist in the bombardment." The experts from the White Eagle were left utterly speechless. Meanwhile, to the west of the White Eagle, the evacuation efforts of the Huaguo Nation were proceeding with great urgency. Everyone was on edge. The situation was truly horrifying. Thankfully, we are leaving this place. Otherwise, remaining in the White Eagle would be unthinkable. During the evacuation, the crowd watched the news in sheer terror. In the face of such overwhelming firepower from the White Eagle, the monster remained unscathed. Buildings were collapsing left and right. The creature had transformed into a force of destruction. Wow, the nation is incredible, able to predict that the monster would attack the White Eagle, exclaimed a stylishly dressed woman, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, our motherland has risen and soared. We possess Mechas. Once the Mechas are deployed, they will surely vanquish those monsters. Let us hasten our departure from this place, for I have no desire to linger here any longer." At this moment, the collective mood of everyone is one of heightened excitement. However, not far from them, the surface of the sea suddenly began to churn without any prior warning. A dark shadow is inexorably advancing towards the direction of Wharton City. No one seems to be aware of this. At this very moment, the gaze of the entire world is fixated upon Garden State. Yet, there exists an exception. Due to his extraordinary abilities, Lin Hao has taken notice of the situation. He promptly dispatched a report to the authorities above. Chapter 71. Joy multiplied. Lin Hao hurriedly made his way towards the Mecha hangar. Along the way, numerous personnel acknowledged him with gestures, calling out, "Academician Lin! Academician Lin!" He nodded briskly in response. As they watched his departing figure, many felt a surge of admiration. Youthful vigor. Who could resist it? Have you heard? This time, it was Academician Lin who first proposed the evacuation operation for the Bald Eagle. It's truly remarkable that he could even predict the monster attack, one person murmured. Really? That's astonishing. How is that even possible? Could it be theology? Is the pinnacle of science, in fact, theology? Who knows, but Academician Lin is undeniably extraordinary. As they recalled Lin Hao's previous accomplishments, their hearts raced with excitement. In their eyes, he was nothing short of a deity. Meanwhile, Lin Hao arrived swiftly at the Mecha. Before him stood not the testing model of the Red Devil, but the authentic Red Devil itself. Measuring 23 meters in length, it was not exceedingly tall and did not belong to the category of colossal mechas. Nevertheless, it was immensely powerful. After all, even the cinematic Optimus Prime was only 10 meters tall. Are we really going to deploy the Mecha? The commander of the Tiger Military District furrowed his brow. Moments ago, they had received Lin Hao's report. The Bald Eagle Nation was facing not just one monster, but two. The second beast was likely to encounter the evacuation vessels arranged by China. Lin Hao requested a rescue operation. Naturally, they had faith in his judgment. He had previously warned them of the impending monster attack, which had now materialized. However, this time we are not engaged in domestic operations. We are conducting overseas operations. And we cannot deploy too many troops. Yet, the combat experiences of Neon and the Bald Eagle teach us that without formidable firepower, we cannot contend with the monsters. Thus, merely sending military aircraft would be futile. Currently, the Mecha represents our best option, and this particular Mecha is fully matured in all respects. The Mecha can go, but you cannot. The commander of the Tiger Military District insisted, his tone resolute. Lin Hao was far too vital to China. He could not afford to encounter even the slightest danger. If I do not go, who else can? Although we have been training Mecha pilots, their training is not yet complete, is it? I am the creator of the Mecha, and I am more familiar with it than anyone else. Lin Hao's stance was equally clear, leading to a stalemate between the two. Elsewhere, as all eyes were focused on the Garden State, suddenly, explosive news erupted globally. Yet another monster had appeared in Wharton City. This creature resembled a spider and measured an imposing 40 meters in length. Moreover, due to the insufficient military deployment in Wharton City, the monstrous creature has already made landfall and commenced its rampant destruction. Two beasts have emerged, one from the east and the other from the west, as if they had conspired together to invade the land of the Bald Eagle. Indeed, joy demands a double dose. At this moment, chaos erupted among the populace, particularly within the presidential palace, which has descended into utter turmoil. They have yet to contend with one beast, and now another has appeared? Oh, dear God. Chapter 72. Better than old by next door the second monster. How could this happen? At the long table, Lopu's expression was grave. He never anticipated that two monsters would appear all at once. Moreover, the most absurd part was that these two monsters were even more terrifying than the one in Neon. Yet, the Bald Eagle was currently unable to deal with even a single monster. Where would they find the strength to confront the second beast? What should they do now? Lopu raised his head and looked at the Minister of Defense beside him. Upon sensing Lopu's gaze, the minister appeared utterly bewildered. How am I supposed to know what to do? You usually act so formidable, always claiming to be the best. Why don't you come up with a solution? The two exchanged glances, both utterly at a loss. After a long silence, the Minister of Defense finally cleared his throat, realizing that relying on Lopu was futile. He would have to take matters into his own hands. Mr. President, I believe we have reached a critical juncture. If there were only one monster, we might still have a chance, but now that there are two, we may find it exceedingly difficult to cope. It is time to make a decisive choice. As he spoke, the minister cast a deep glance at Lopu. Initially, Lopu did not grasp the minister's meaning. However, upon seeing the minister's serious countenance, he began to comprehend. Nuclear annihilation. At this moment, was there any better alternative than nuclear obliteration? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became exceedingly tense. Two monsters, two nuclear warheads. The potential loss would be incalculable. During the previous wartime, the Bald Eagle had dropped two nuclear bombs on Neon, and the consequences were well known. Moreover, with today's advancing technology, the power of nuclear weapons far surpassed those two from the past. What would be the aftermath of deploying two such bombs? No one could be certain. If not for desperation, who would even contemplate such a course of action? In truth, the explosion itself was of lesser concern. The real issue lay in the ensuing radiation. That was the gravest threat. Once the environment was tainted by radiation, the consequences would be irreversible. Lopu gazed deeply at the Minister of Defense, and after a moment of contemplation, he solemnly nodded. However, launching a nuclear strike was no trifling matter. Lopu held a portion of the decision-making power, but not all of it. He required the agreement of other authoritative figures. Before proceeding, they needed to dispatch nearby fighter jets to engage the monster in Washington state, ensuring it could not advance inland. They had to minimize the potential losses. Lopez spoke with gravity. In Washington state, the spider-like monster had already begun wreaking havoc. Skyscrapers were toppling, and thunderous sounds echoed around. The tumultuous waves of chaos rolled forth. Due to the monster's sudden appearance, Washington state had not had the time to evacuate its citizens, unlike Garden State. In Garden State, although the battle raged fiercely, resulting in immense destruction, the early detection of the monster afforded the region some time for evacuation. Consequently, the losses in Garden State were comparatively minimal. Cracks continuously emerged on the ground, and the cries of the populace echoed incessantly. Where are the police? Where is the military? Where on earth are they? My heavens! The bewildered citizens, in their flight, shouted in desperation. It's over. We Haven-T even had the chance to escape, and now the monster has arrived. A group of stranded Chinese citizens in Wharton State flashed a glimmer of despair in their eyes. They were on the verge of boarding their flight home, only to be met with this calamity. Panic swiftly engulfed their hearts. At this moment, the monster could almost be described as a force of nature, encountering no resistance whatsoever. This was a stark contrast to the situation in Garden State. Both were monsters, yet the circumstances were vastly different. After a while, fighter jets from the Eagle Nation appeared in the skies above Wharton State, unleashing a barrage of firepower. However, such an attack proved to be futile. Even the formidable military might in Garden State could not contend with the creature. What could a handful of fighter jets accomplish? At this moment, embassies from various nations were incessantly calling the Eagle Nation, imploring them to dispatch troops to Wharton State to ensure the safety of their citizens. These individuals were utterly incompetent. Did they not have eyes? Lop muttered in frustration. The situation had escalated to this point, and who could still attend to your embassies? It was every man for himself. Are you prepared? Lop raised his head to look at the Secretary of Defense, who solemnly nodded. However, Mr. President, should we not wait a little longer concerning Wharton State? The embassies are still organizing evacuations. If we drop a nuclear bomb now, it may eliminate the monster, but undoubtedly, such an act would lead to diplomatic turmoil. Furthermore, many of our citizens were still in the process of evacuating. If we disregarded them and unleashed a nuclear strike, the domestic reaction could be unpredictable. Upon hearing this, Lop ran his fingers through his hair in exasperation. What a predicament. Very well, let us wait a bit longer and focus on resolving the monster in Garden State first. The retreat order was soon issued, beginning with the ground troops. Upon receiving the command, they commenced a rapid withdrawal from the battlefield in Garden State. This scene unfolded before the eyes of the world. What was happening? Was the Eagle Nation preparing to abandon the fight? Why were they all retreating? How could this be? Retreating would not deter the monster. It equated to a death sentence. Would it not be better to continue the assault? What exactly was going on? As the global populace engaged in fervent discussions, the live broadcast signal abruptly ceased. All news media began to withdraw, leaving only military satellites operational. The sudden exodus left many bewildered. What could this signify? Was a cataclysmic weapon impending? Could it possibly be a nuclear bomb? Everyone stood in stunned silence. Was there truly no alternative? Had they resorted to nuclear arms? Among the most perplexed were the citizens of the Neon Nation. Initially, many were discontent with their government's handling of the monster invasion, believing it to be woefully inadequate. Yet, in this moment of crisis, they fell silent, seemingly reassessing their stance. Perhaps the government was managing the situation better than they had anticipated. Just look at their neighbor, the Old White. They had resorted to nuclear weapons. Perhaps it was best to return home. At least the Neon Nation had fared better than the Bald Eagle. What more could they possibly complain about? Chapter 73. Mobilizing the Mechas. The authorities of Huaguo sensed a hint of crisis. There was no time to hesitate. The white-headed eagle was undoubtedly preparing to unleash a bombardment in Huazhuang State. If we did not take action, the fate of Huadun State would likely mirror that of Huazhuang. At that point, no citizen of Huaguo in Huadun State would be able to escape. Lin Hao spoke solemnly. The commander of the Tiger Army District, with a profound gaze, placed his hand on Lin Hao's shoulder and conceded, "All right, I cannot argue with you, but you must return safely. You are now a treasure of our Huaguo, he relented. For there was no other choice. Lin Hao nodded. It was not that he sought the spotlight. He was frightened too. It was impossible not to feel fear. He was not some invincible protagonist from a novel, endowed with a halo that rendered him immune to peril. He was merely a young man in his 20s. However, the training of those mecha pilots had not been completed. They were unfamiliar with the mechs. Sending them out would likely result in destruction and loss of life. And the citizens of Huadan State would undoubtedly share in that misfortune. At this moment, Lin Hao needed to step forward. He had faith in the Mecha. And with the assistance of Friday, he believed he could prevail. Taking a deep breath, he approached the colossal machine. The cockpit doors sealed shut. The connection was established. Soon, a series of mechanical sounds echoed. After all preparations were concluded, a thunderous explosion resonated. Lin Hao surged out of the base. The nuclear reactor powered up, and after a brief acceleration, the red demon exceeded the speed of sound. Such acceleration was truly terrifying. In the sky, a streak of light shot forth. What was happening? What transpired? The researchers, upon hearing the commotion, were bewildered. What was going on? An earthquake? They hurried over, only to discover that one of the red demon mechas was missing. It's nothing. Lin Hao has gone to Huadan State, the commander of the Tiger Army District remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. As long as all was well. However, their expressions soon changed dramatically. What? Lin Hao has departed? To Huadan State? This cannot be allowed. It was one thing for a mecha to head to the front lines, but who was Lin Hao? How could he go? What if something were to happen to him? The ascent of the Mecha also sparked fervent discussions among the citizens of Huaguo. Well, I just saw a light streak across the sky. Was that a fighter jet? I saw it too. The speed was astonishing. It didn't look like a fighter jet. It was a Mecha. I am certain. It must be a Mecha. No way. A Mecha? Could it be that the country is preparing to deploy Mechas to Huadan State? It is undoubtedly the case that I have heard about the sudden assault by monstrous entities in Wharton State, which has impeded the embassy's evacuation efforts, leaving many citizens of our nation unable to escape. The government will certainly not remain indifferent to this situation. At this moment, the anxiety among the populace is palpable. Although there was a remarkable display of prowess during the military exercises, the capabilities of the mechs remain untested in actual combat. No one knows the extent of their operational effectiveness. Furthermore, this time, the mechs are to confront formidable adversaries, those monstrous beings that have compelled the mighty bald eagle to resort to nuclear weaponry. Whether the mechs can succeed remains a mystery. At this juncture, the tension is pervasive. Indeed, an online initiative has emerged, where individuals are offering their hopes and prayers for the mechs, aspiring for them to accomplish their mission flawlessly. Chapter 74. Divine Providence will bless them. The commander-in-chief chuckled softly as he sat in his office. The notion that the Chinese had deployed mechas was rather amusing. While these machines were indeed impressive, could they truly prevail against such formidable beasts? It seemed rather fanciful to believe so. After all, even our own nation, the White Eagle, had been compelled to resort to nuclear weapons. To think that a mere mecha could achieve victory was laughable. The naivety of these Chinese people was astonishing. Shaking his head, the commander-in-chief issued the order for a nuclear strike. Soon, a missile was launched. Boom! A small mushroom cloud blossomed in the skies above Garden State. A blinding light ascended, altering the very fabric of the heavens and earth. At that moment, silence enveloped the nations. Had the White Eagle truly been driven to such dire straits? This was terrifying. Everyone stood in shock. Was there truly no alternative? And what if there were more monsters? What then? Would they continue to deploy nuclear weapons? Would this planet still be habitable? The most distressing aspect was that many nations did not possess nuclear arms. This was the crux of the matter. If such monsters appeared in their territories, what could they possibly do? At this moment, furrowed brows were the order of the day. The conflict between the White Eagle and the monster had sounded an alarming bell for all. Meanwhile, the White Eagle's officials were in a frenzy, organizing personnel to assess the nuclear fallout zone, managing the relocation of disaster victims, and preparing for press conferences. Everything was progressing at a frantic pace. However, the commander-in-chief let out a sigh of relief. At least this monster could not absorb nuclear energy. If it could, what hope would humanity have? It would be akin to the Godzilla of cinema manifesting in reality. Surrender would be the only option. With current human technology, defeating such a creature was inconceivable. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Although the monster in Garden State had been vanquished, another lurked in Washington State. Washington was not like Garden. It was home to many large cities and a thriving economy. The consequences of destruction there would be far graver. Had those wretched individuals not yet evacuated? The commander-in-chief gritted his teeth. With each passing moment, the monster would delve deeper into Washington, endangering countless cities. It was imperative to eliminate it swiftly to minimize the damage. Not yet, sir. The Minister of Defense replied helplessly. Suddenly, he received alarming news. Wait, it seems the monster's target is headed towards the Chinese. The commander-in-chief's attention was piqued. It was heading towards the Chinese? Are they not constantly facilitating the evacuation of the populace? Why have they not yet departed? The number of Chinese nationals is overwhelming. How could a complete evacuation be feasible within such a brief span? The defense minister curled his lip in disdain. Truly unfortunate. The supreme leader chuckled and shook his head. Subsequently, he directly accessed Twitter. It is indeed regrettable that this monstrous entity is advancing towards the Chinese embassy. May they remain unharmed, and may the divine protect them. Oh, but it seems they do not hold a belief in the divine. That presents a dilemma. Perhaps they might consider placing their faith in that mechanized armor. Perhaps it could rescue them. Of course, such a notion may be a tad fantastical. Yet one must believe in miracles, mustn't he one? Beneath an apparent facade of sorrow, there lies an unspoken delight. Chapter 75, Sent Flying in the Coastal City of Warden. Chaos reigned supreme. The limited number of fighter jets appeared utterly powerless against the monstrous entity before them. Lin Hao piloted his mecha with remarkable speed, and in a short span, he had arrived in Wharton. The pilots of the White Eagle's fighter jet squadron looked on in bewilderment. What could this unidentified flying object be? It certainly did not resemble their nation's aircraft. They promptly sought clarification from their superiors, who instructed them to disregard it. Since the Chinese wished to play the hero, they would be granted that opportunity. Before long, the mecha materialized before their eyes, leaving the pilots wide-eyed in astonishment. The velocity of this mecha was astonishing. It had appeared in an instant. The helicopter and fighter jet formations were ordered to vacate the combat zone. Before they could even comprehend the situation, the command was executed. Initially, the White Eagle had not anticipated that such a meager number of jets could eliminate the monster. Their purpose was merely to buy time for nuclear preparations. Now that the Chinese had volunteered to assist, they gladly relinquished the responsibility, allowing themselves a moment to rest and conserve ammunition. Have they departed? Is this territory not under the White Eagle's control, but rather that of China? Lin Hao mused with a cold smirk as he observed the retreating jets. You abandon your own land? At that moment, Lin Hao had no time for such trivialities. He took a deep breath and gazed at the colossal creature in the distance. This beast towered over the red demon by several meters. Across the globe, those watching the scene could hardly contain their astonishment. By the heavens, a mecha. This is a mecha from China. It has appeared on the battlefield. Are they truly deploying mechas against monsters? I have longed to witness this, but alas, the opportunity had eluded me. Nevertheless, do not get ahead of yourself. The White Eagle barely managed to vanquish a monster with nuclear weapons. This mecha will last at most 20 minutes. On the ground, numerous Chinese citizens erupted in excitement upon seeing the mecha. It was a piece of technology from their homeland, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. Quickly organize an evacuation. I will escort you back. A familiar voice echoed through the communication devices. Wait, is that not the voice of Lin Hao? Someone exclaimed, recognizing it instantly. Lin Hao had gained considerable fame during his previous live streams. In an instant, whether among the Chinese and the White Eagle or those within China, a frenzy ensued. A researcher had taken to the battlefield in a mecha. This was beyond astonishing. Yet at this moment, Lin Hao's focus remained solely on the monstrous adversary. Perhaps it was time to put the newly constructed mecha to the test. This was its inaugural deployment in combat. A significant amount of practical data remains absent. Moreover, regarding the creature in Huaguo, pertinent information is also lacking. Perhaps this battle could serve as an opportunity for data collection. After all, there are no signs of life in the vicinity. Most people have fled to safety, unaffected by the ensuing chaos. As for the city, what concern is that to Lin Hao? Thus, he did not hasten to deploy his weaponry, but charged directly towards the beast. Roar! The creature caught sight of Lin Hao and the imposing mechanical figure before it evidently ignited its desire for combat. With a ferocious roar, the monster's head swung around, its cold gaze fixated intently upon Lin Hao. What does this fellow intend to do? Engage in close combat? Has he lost his senses, failing to recognize the creature's formidable offensive capabilities? The commander spread his arms, his expression one of utter disbelief. Are the people of Huaguo truly this fearless? So audacious that they abandon all reason? Could it be that they have been influenced by the neighboring bear country? Clearly, the most prudent course of action would be to bombard the creature with artillery. I can already foresee that in 10 seconds, this behemoth will be reduced to mere fragments. Linhao piloted the mech and unleashed a powerful punch. The multiple miniature nuclear reactors on the mechanical arm roared to life, operating at full capacity. This punch was executed with astonishing speed. Bang! The strike landed squarely upon the creature, sending a ghostly afterimage into the air. The massive form was propelled backward, colliding with several skyscrapers that subsequently crumbled. Ack! The beast emitted a heart-wrenching wail. In that instant, the world fell silent. Moments later, an uproar ensued. My God, what just transpired? Did that creature just fly? Incredible! What is this? Is it the mysterious power from the ancient Eastern realm? Such a colossal being, effortlessly sent soaring? In the command center, the commander was left speechless, grappling with disbelief. How could such a massive iron contraption send this creature flying? Data analysis commenced on Friday, and Lin Hao wasted no time. Immediately calculating the various parameters of that recent punch, he was acutely aware that such a blow could not possibly kill the creature. He merely sought to discern its capacity to withstand physical assaults. As the dust settled, the silhouette of the monster re-emerged into the view of the onlookers, its eyes ablaze with fury from the earlier impact. I had already asserted that this mech would prove ineffective. That punch barely grazed the creature. The commander shrugged, a relaxed smile creeping onto his face. Just wait, soon this mech will be torn to shreds by that beast. At this moment, representatives from other nations wore expressions of grave concern, their gazes fixed intently upon the scene. Lin Hao, steadfast in his resolve, pressed on. Merely possessing a singular piece of data is evidently insufficient. He maneuvered the mech once more, charging toward the monstrous entity. Meanwhile, within the command center of Huaguo, a sense of bewilderment enveloped the personnel. They had equipped the mech with a multitude of weapon systems, including the latest innovation, a plasma lightsaber. Why was Lin Hao not utilizing these? Was he truly engaging in a direct confrontation? What was Lin Hao contemplating? If this persisted, the machine could very well succumb to the overwhelming strain. Several nuclear power units activated simultaneously, and the mechanical arm was subjected to an immense force, one that was indeed terrifying. The materials in question might not withstand such pressure. Urgently, they attempted to reach Lin Hao. Suddenly, Zhang spoke up. Wait, I believe I comprehend Lin Hao's intentions. He continued, at present, our nation lacks any data regarding the monster, and we do not possess any practical combat data for the mech either. Zhang gazed intently at Lin Hao. It appeared that Lin Hao might be in the process of gathering data. A collective gasp echoed through the command center as realization dawned upon them. How could Lin Hao remain composed enough to collect combat data under such circumstances? At that moment, the gaze of everyone present fell upon the creature, and an inexplicable sense of pity began to wash over them. Why did they suddenly feel a strange sympathy for this beast? Chapter 76. Is the movie real? Within the command center, the expressions of everyone present were peculiar. What should have been a colossal beast had, in Lin Hao's hands, transformed into a mere tool for data collection. They were at a loss for words. Just as hesitation lingered among the crowd, someone urgently shouted, "Look! The monster is exhibiting abnormal reactions." A pale green gas surged forth from the creature, resembling mist. Upon contact with the surrounding structures, the gas instantly dissolved them. Highly corrosive. The atmosphere in the command center grew tense as everyone exchanged glances. This was the first time the beast had employed an offensive tactic beyond physical attacks. Given the current circumstances, this creature appeared to be stronger than the previous two. Each beast surpassing the last was an ominous trend. Huaguo remarked with a furrowed brow. There had only been 3 appearances thus far, but it was evident that each was more formidable than the last, with their strength escalating exponentially. This trend was troubling. If even more powerful monsters were to emerge, it would spell disaster. Did they possess adequate measures to counter such threats? As the red demon faced off against the beast, the gaze of the entire world converged upon them. The monster had such capabilities. Judging by this, the Mechas of Huaguo stood little chance of victory. At that moment, Lin Hao withdrew a metallic rod from the mech's body. To the mech, this rod was relatively short. Was he finally resorting to weaponry? But what was this? A mere metal rod? Had he lost his mind? What could such a short stick possibly accomplish? Was anyone truly deluded enough to believe in the efficacy of brevity? Surely it was some form of TNT, albeit molded into a rod shape. Confusion enveloped the crowd. Lin Hao's action was indeed bewildering. However, what happened next left them in utter shock. A violet aura emanated from the metal rod, causing even the surrounding air to emit a faint hum. A lightsaber. Good heavens. Was this something that only existed in movies? Could it truly be utilized as a weapon in reality? Everyone was taken aback. Roar the Beast bellowed at Lin Hao, as if sensing a threat. What on earth was happening? Wasn't this an object from the realm of cinema? A Jedi? At the long table, the Supreme Leader gripped his golden hair in disbelief as he stared at the screen. The Mechs were real. He had come to accept that. There were indeed monsters. He believed that too. But now you tell me that lightsabers are real? Are you implying that everything depicted in films is, in fact, genuine? And what about the Force? Is that real as well? For a fleeting moment, he felt as though his worldview was crumbling. This monster must tear the mech apart. Otherwise, the entire world would surely mock them. The countenance of the Minister of Defense darkened ominously. He now harbors an ominous premonition. Perhaps this mechanized giant could indeed emerge victorious. If that were the case, it would spell trouble. They have long prided themselves on being the nation with the most formidable military might in the world. Yet, when confronted by the monstrous creature, they find themselves utterly helpless, even resorting to nuclear weaponry. However, the Mecha from Huaguo seems capable of vanquishing the beast. Wouldn't that be a resounding slap in the face? This simply cannot be allowed. On the battlefield, several small missiles were launched from the Mecha, exploding in midair and unleashing a fierce gale that scattered the mists. Subsequently, the red demon swiftly appeared beside the monster, wielding a luminous sword that radiated a dazzling violet light, which grew increasingly brighter. As the sword sliced through the air, it severed one of the beast's legs, causing a torrent of blue-green blood to gush forth. The massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, and its rock-solid skin was cleaved apart by a single strike. The creature let out a horrific wail, its roar infused with a complex blend of emotions, rage, fear. The remaining long, spider-like legs lashed out towards Lin Hao's mecha with ferocity. Lin Hao deftly dodged, successfully evading the attack. Such a colossal beast is not particularly agile. The red demon, with its inherent advantage in agility, maneuvered with remarkable speed. With a swift motion, Lin Hao plunged the luminous sword into the beast's back, instantly splattering blue-green blood everywhere. Hissing sounds filled the air as the blood, unexpectedly corrosive, began to emit white smoke upon contact with the red demon's body. Lin Hao furrowed his brows and took some emergency measures. His gaze then returned to the creature, which exhibited a fierce vitality, despite having endured 2 strikes. It was still alive, its savage eyes fixed intently on Lin Hao. It let out a furious roar, baring its massive jaws as if to bite him. Yet, unexpectedly, it turned and fled towards the ocean. Run. It is running? The onlookers were taken aback. This terrifying monster, frightened enough to flee? How surreal. Unable to hold its ground, it resorted to a fierce growl, then made a hasty retreat. But this was not entirely surprising when faced with defeat. It would certainly seek to escape. The creature is not foolish. Once it reaches the depths of the sea, its chances of evasion would increase dramatically. Thinking it could escape? Lin Hao's eyes narrowed, and he spoke coolly. The guidance systems on the Mecha activated in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Several powerful missiles struck the beast. Its tough skin now marred by numerous deep wounds, flesh torn and exposed. Lin Hao could hardly believe that even the flesh and blood of this creature possessed such formidable defensive capabilities. These wounds were sufficient to claim the life of the beast. Soon, its vital signs had completely vanished. At that moment, the entire world fell into silence. Eyes, wide and unblinking, remained fixated on the screen, breaths quickening in anticipation. It was dead. This creature had truly perished. Who, pray tell, had previously proclaimed that mechs were useless? Step forward. Those who had been frantically fleeing now halted in their tracks. A profound stillness enveloped the scene. The mechs of Huaguo had triumphed. I must go to Huaguo. No one can deter me. Huaguo is indeed number one. The prowess of the Huaguo people is extraordinary. It defies the portrayal in the news. I yearn to witness it firsthand and unravel the truth. Regardless of the circumstances, it saved the lives of my entire family. From this day forth, I shall cherish Huaguo. Countless individuals began to reassess their perceptions of Huaguo. In this instance, Lin Hao significantly enhanced the nation's reputation. Chapter 77. So your name is El Qingfeng on the other side. El Qingfeng watched the video, his heart racing with trepidation. He had always believed that the white-headed eagle was the safest nation in the world. However, reality had delivered a harsh slap to his face. The white-headed eagle was powerless against the monstrous threat. In their desperate attempt to eliminate this creature, they had resorted to nuclear weapons. It was unfathomable. What would happen if new monsters invaded shortly thereafter? Would they continue to wield nuclear arms? The thought was utterly terrifying. As a researcher, El Qingfeng possessed a profound understanding of nuclear energy and radiation, far surpassing that of the average person. He was acutely aware of the catastrophic consequences that could ensue. I cannot stay here. It is imperative that I leave at once. Back to Huaguo. At this moment, Huaguo was the only haven, with its formidable mechs. Even in the face of monstrous incursions, Huaguo would surely prevail. El Qingfeng took a deep breath, his resolve solidifying. Huaguo must not have fully evacuated yet. I must hurry there. After a moment's contemplation, El Qingfeng quickly dialed the embassy. I am a Huaguo citizen. Please wait for me. I need to return home. He exclaimed anxiously. On the other end of the line, the staff member spoke in a calm manner. Sir, please remain calm. We need to register your identity information. Huaguo will not abandon any citizen. El Qingfeng promptly relayed his identity details. At that moment, he was consumed by anxiety. He could not bear to linger in this terrifying place, not knowing when a nuclear weapon might descend upon him. I'm sorry, sir. But you are currently no longer a Huaguo citizen. Our evacuation efforts are exclusively for Huaguo citizens. If you wish to evacuate, you may submit an application. We will assist qualifying foreign nationals as well, the staff member explained patiently. Upon hearing the first half of the message, El Qingfeng felt a chill wash over him. How could he still consider himself a Huaguo citizen? Although he had once held a green card, he had not changed his nationality and remained a Huaguo citizen. However, after severing ties with Huaguo recently, he had officially changed his nationality. He was now a bona fide citizen of the white-headed eagle. Yet, when he heard the latter part of the statement, hope surged within him. There is still a chance. I certainly qualify. I am engaged in scientific research. My country must need individuals like me, and despite having acquired white-headed eagle citizenship, I harbor an unwavering loyalty to serve my homeland. El Qingfeng's emotions heightened with excitement. Very well, sir, please hold, the staff member replied coolly. During the wait, El Qingfeng's face flushed with anticipation. Safety was within reach. Once he returned to Huaguo, with the protection of mechs, he would undoubtedly be safe. However, before long, a voice came through the phone once again. I'm sorry, you currently do not meet the requirements for repatriation. How is this possible? What are you doing? What is your purpose? There must be some mistake. Where have I gone wrong? Bring your superior to me. What does a mere receptionist know? Lu Qifeng erupted in anger. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, the staff member's countenance darkened. He too reached his breaking point, having endured far too long due to professional decorum. But what was the point of further restraint now? Don't think I don't know who you are. Aren't you that Lu Qingfeng from a while ago? Are you really considering returning home? With someone like you, I could take on 10 with a single blow. You should just stay in your beloved land of the bald eagle. The phone was slammed down with finality. Lu Qifeng stood there, his gaze vacant, his complexion ashen. Regret washed over him. He should never have acted in such a manner. At this moment, deep remorse consumed Lu Qingfeng's heart. If they choose not to respond, so be it. With their technological prowess, it won't be long before they can create mechs. After a long silence, Lu Chengfeng, his face twisted in fury, shouted once again. There was no turning back for him now. Chapter 78. He is not just a person soon. A vessel brimming with citizens from Huaguo emerged upon the Pacific, embarking on its journey homeward. The deck was bustling with people, all exhibiting an overwhelming sense of excitement. Mecha escort. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of treatment. They never imagined that in their lifetime, they would have the privilege to experience such grandeur. A wave of pride surged within them. With the pen, one can stabilize the nation. With the sword, one can establish the world. Lin Hao, the esteemed figure, was revered as a deity. Everyone believed Lin Hao was merely an academic engaged in research, yet he personally took to the battlefield in a mecha. The most astonishing aspect was that he had vanquished the formidable beast with decisive force. The gazes directed at Lin Hao were filled with utmost reverence. On the deck, countless individuals cheered and celebrated. Before long, Lin Hao escorted them back to Huaguo, safely docking the mecha at the base. The mecha maintenance crew, upon witnessing the machine, immediately wore expressions of dismay. How could it be? They had merely engaged in one battle, yet the damage was so extensive, particularly the right arm, which was grievously harmed. You young man, did you truly manage to damage the mecha to this extent after just one skirmish? Zhang Guo approached, somewhat exasperated. Despite the formidable manpower of Huaguo, renowned for its infrastructural prowess, capable of rallying a large workforce to expedite repairs, the extent of the damage from this outing was unbearable for anyone. An accident. Lin Hao offered an awkward chuckle. This time, his primary intent was to test specific data, which led him to confront the beast head-on. Otherwise, utilizing the Red Demon's agility would have allowed him to engage with greater ease, minimizing the damage sustained. An accident indeed. Zhang Gui's face broke into a knowing smirk. I heard you promised to exercise caution before departing. What did you end up doing? Running off to gather data? If a real crisis were to arise, what would you do? Given Zheng Gui's age and experience, he spoke with a serious tone, guiding Lin Hao thoughtfully. Now, go assist them with the mecha repairs. It will help you regain your composure. Lin Hao is a genius, and Zheng Gui fully recognized this. However, Lin Hao is also a young man, full of youthful vigor. At times, guidance was essential. All right, Lin Hao replied with a light chuckle, understanding that Zheng Gui was merely looking out for him. Thus, he refrained from voicing further complaints. The two approached the mecha's front. Everyone, pause for a moment. You all know Lin Hao. I need not elaborate. Today, he will join you in repairing this giant. Zheng Gui's resonant voice rang out. Instantly, all activity ceased as every pair of eyes scrutinized the two figures before them. Commander Zheng, you must be jesting. How could we trouble academician Lin once more? We have become adept at maintaining this behemoth, remarked a leading technician with a smile. Initially, when they first encountered this colossal machine, they were utterly clueless and constantly sought guidance from Lin Hao. However, as time has elapsed, they have become quite proficient, no longer requiring his assistance. Academician Lin is preoccupied with his research. He cannot afford to dedicate time to the maintenance of the mech. Entrust it to us. I'm not joking. I am here to lend a hand today. Do remember to provide a meal, Lin Hao chuckled. He then rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Previously, he had single-handedly constructed the Red Devil test machine with the assistance of Friday. Now, merely aiding with repairs posed no challenge at all. Let's commence with an inspection to ascertain if all functions are operational, Lin Hao declared, hands on his hips as he surveyed the machine. The power system is functioning normally. The neural connection system is also intact. Each test yielded fresh data. Not bad. There are essentially no issues. However, the exterior has sustained some damage. After all, it has endured an incredible amount of pressure, and the current materials are insufficient. Additionally, portions of the outer shell have corroded. A thorough repair will resolve the matter. Nonetheless, this serves as a reminder to Lin Hao, the materials presently at hand may fall short. We require a stronger alloy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao approached and began the repairs. Observing him work fervently, the other technicians were taken aback. Remarkable indeed. Wasn't he Lin Hao always engaged in research at the National Research Institute? How could he possess such stamina? The details regarding the super soldier serum had not been disclosed. leaving many ignorant of it. At that moment, witnessing Lin Hao's strength and endurance left them astounded. How could he surpass them, despite their extensive experience in this field? Unbeknownst to them, they felt a surge of determination. Each technician aspired to match Lin Hao's prowess. After all, if they could not even measure up to a researcher, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. However, as time passed, beads of sweat began to form on their brows, and they stared in disbelief at Lin Hao. What on earth was happening? They were utterly confounded. How could Lin Hao appear tireless? Academician Lin, your prowess is astonishing. Your stamina exceeds ours. One technician ventured closer, astonished. Lin Hao's expression turned bemused. So that was the source of their surprise? No wonder. Just moments ago, Lin Hao found himself perplexed by the peculiar gazes directed at him by those around. The unsettling stares made him feel rather uneasy, leading him to ponder their significance. It turned out they were contemplating a rather peculiar notion. You cannot compare yourselves to him. That would be utterly ludicrous, Zhang Guo chuckled as he approached. How could a man who has ingested super soldier serum possibly be compared to an ordinary individual? Deputy Commander, your words are amusing. We are seasoned veterans in this line of work. If we cannot measure up to a newcomer like Academician Lin, perhaps it is time for us to retire. Zhang Guo remarked with a light cough. But Lin Hao is no ordinary newcomer, he added. The crowd stood in bewilderment, their eyes fixed on Zhang Guo in disbelief. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, this fellow is not merely human. Indeed, he was far from ordinary. Having consumed genetic agents, he could easily be dubbed a new breed of humanity, akin to what one might encounter in a film. Not human. In an instant, strange glances converged upon Lin Hao. Some individuals even began to speculate silently. Could it be that Academician Lin is truly an extraterrestrial? In the past, such thoughts would have seemed preposterous, but now, the times had changed. With mechs and monsters emerging, the possibility of aliens was no longer dismissed. Moreover, Lin Hao certainly fit the bill. His mind harbored a wealth of knowledge far surpassing that of this era. It was indeed plausible to consider him as an alien. Lin Hao, overwhelmed by the intensity of their stares, felt utterly confused. What kind of looks are these? Surely, you do not genuinely believe I am an alien? Chapter 79. The second generation of the Red Devil. Lin Hao was rendered speechless, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, a group of distinguished figures from the National Research Institute arrived, meticulously inspecting the condition of the Red Devil. They then turned to Lin Hao and inquired, what is your assessment? Is this mech sufficient to handle the current situation? At present, there are no issues, Lin Hao responded. The Red Devil's operational data is quite commendable. It is capable of confronting those monsters. As long as the pilot operates it proficiently, significant damage is unlikely. However, he continued, there are still two concerns. Old Bai nodded thoughtfully. Please, elaborate. In truth, given the extent of damage to the Red Devil, they could surmise a great deal. Nevertheless, they sought Lin Hao's perspective, for he was the sole individual to have piloted the Red Devil in combat against the monsters. Although I mentioned two issues, fundamentally, there is but one. The Red Devil lacks sufficient strength, Lin Hao stated matter-of-factly. Lacks sufficient strength. The attendees were taken aback. It can already slay monsters. And yet it is deemed insufficient? What, then, constitutes strength? Firstly, the Red Devil currently exhibits a conspicuous shortcoming that prevents it from achieving perfection. The materials used in its construction are overly brittle. Furthermore, the trend indicates that the monsters are becoming increasingly formidable. Even if we were to procure superior materials to enhance the Red Devil's combat capabilities, it may still fall short due to its inherent limitations. However, this is the utmost we can achieve. Lin Hao's words hung heavy in the air, causing brows to furrow in contemplation. While there might be potential solutions regarding materials, the issue of the Red Devil's limitations posed a significant challenge. Could they possibly construct an entirely new mech? Lin Hao's expression mirrored their gravity. Let us discuss these matters further upon our return, Old Bai suggested solemnly. Very well. You may leave for now. I must attend to the repairs of this behemoth, Lin Hao replied, preparing to resume his work. Repairs? What is the situation? The group exchanged puzzled glances at Zhang Guo. Ahem, Zhang Guo cleared his throat, explaining the circumstances. Remarkable that you even considered this, Old Bai remarked, a hint of reproach in his gaze. The National Research Institute was eager to dissect Lin Hao for research purposes, yet here he was, engaged in repairs. While not dismissing the importance of maintenance, after all, every profession holds its value, it was evident that Lin Hao was far more suited for research endeavors. Despite his grumbling, Old Bai remained silent on the matter. It was indeed necessary for Lin Hao to exert himself and regain composure. After all, piloting a mech into battle was no trifling matter. How long has he been at it? 5 or 6 hours? Old Bai queried, astonished. He hasn't slacked off, has he? Certainly not, Old Bai. The serum truly works wonders, Zhang Guo replied in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Old Bai nodded gravely, acknowledging the weight of the situation. It is indeed rather terrifying that an ordinary individual could grow to such an extent. After a while, the day's maintenance work was completed, and Lin Hao exhaled deeply. Although he had worked for an extended period, he felt no fatigue. He set down the tools in his hands. Ding! You have maintained the mech. Reward: Red Demon Mark II. Huh? What the hell? Lin Hao immediately leaped up. The Mark II? Moreover, upon closer inspection, the blueprints this time were even more detailed than the last. Everything, including the weapon systems and new material technologies, was included as a reward. Lin Hao gazed intently at the imposing machine before him, gently caressing it. Brother, surely you're not about to retire after just one battle? The Mark I had only just been created, and now the system was rewarding him with the Mark II? This system is rather peculiar. Lin Hao, what are you talking about? Retirement? Everyone looked at him in confusion. The Red Demon was about to become the mainstay of Huaguo. How could it possibly retire? Ahem. What I mean is, I believe we need to manufacture a Mark II. The performance of the Red Demon Mark I is evidently somewhat lacking. Sighing, they lamented. But we can't produce it. The crowd shook their heads. Everyone wished to create a more capable mech, but it was a matter of lacking the technology. However, upon seeing Lin Hao's stern expression, a thought suddenly surged in their minds. Lin Hao, you wouldn't happen to already have the blueprints for the Mark II, would you? Lin Hao nodded. Instantly, everyone present was left in a state of shock. Could there possibly be something more outrageous than this? After Lin Hao successfully piloted the mech to defeat the monster, someone directly tweeted the commander-in-chief. The White Eagle was unable to kill the monster and resorted to using nuclear weapons, while Huaguo succeeded. The contrast was too stark. This was undoubtedly big news. The commander-in-chief promptly responded to the message, his speed akin to that of an automated reply. It was astonishingly swift, leaving one to wonder if he had been monitoring Twitter all along. The people of Huaguo accomplished something commendable. They defeated the monster. However, this did not signify much, as the creature was fundamentally different from the one in Garden State. It was evident that the monster in Garden State was far stronger. If Huaguo's mechs were to confront it, they would be at a loss. Stronger in Garden State? Was that not just blatant nonsense? The beast from Garden State was merely larger. Its attack methods were rather primitive. In contrast, the one Lin Hao defeated utilized highly corrosive gas. The disparity between the two was unmistakable. Everyone who read this tweet rolled their eyes in exasperation. After posting the tweet, the Supreme Leader summoned the domestic researchers once again. Mechas. They, the Bald Eagles, are also determined to develop mechas. It is imperative to create a machine that surpasses the performance of the Red Demon of Huaguo. Chapter 80. Will we ever understand in our lifetime? In the conference room of the National Research Institute, the atmosphere was electric, bustling with eager minds. Almost all the researchers had gathered, their anticipation palpable. Lin Hao, you have finally arrived. We've heard whispers of your intention to develop a second-generation model, exclaimed a professor, his excitement unmistakable upon spotting Lin Hao. His heart raced. Upon first encountering the blueprints for the initial Red Demon model and the intricate technologies involved, he had been utterly astounded. Such advancements, he believed, were not meant to exist in this era. Even now, he had yet to fully comprehend the related technologies of the original Red Demon. Yet here was Lin Hao, unexpectedly announcing plans for a second-generation model, sending him into a frenzy of excitement. Lin Hao, where do you find the time to research a second-generation model? You seem perpetually occupied with various tasks. Be honest with us. Are you getting enough rest at night? You must take care of yourself. If you exhaust yourself, it would be a tremendous loss for our institute and our country. Rest assured, Do not forget that I have utilized the super soldier serum. I am in excellent health. Moreover, the concept for the second-generation model has been on my mind for quite some time, and I have not devoted excessive time to it. You need not worry. Esteemed seniors, Lin Hao replied casually, attempting to allay their concerns. He feared they might insist on monitoring his rest, which would be quite troublesome. His apprehensions were not unfounded. He had known these seasoned professors long enough to understand their tendencies. Very well, just do not deceive us, an academician sighed in relief. A warm sensation flowed through Lin Hao's heart. Subsequently, he unveiled the modules for the second-generation model, presenting a plethora of core components, intricate formulas, and enhancements that distinguished it from the initial model. One by one, he showcased the advancements in performance. Wah, what? Elder Chen stammered, utterly taken aback by the revelation. He had never doubted Lin Hao's capabilities. If Lin Hao claimed a second-generation model existed, it undoubtedly did. However, Elder Chen had tempered his expectations, believing that if Lin Hao could manage a mere 5% improvement over the first generation, it would be commendable. After all, the time between the first and second generation was exceedingly brief. Scientific research does not progress at such a rapid pace. Moreover, one should not underestimate that 5%. For a behemoth like a mech, such an enhancement was substantial. Yet, upon witnessing the current presentation, it was clear that the improvements surpassed mere percentages, far exceeding 50%. The original Red Demon was utterly outclassed by this second generation. Hey, Old Li, what's wrong? Quickly, fetch Old Li's medication. Suddenly, Academician Zhang, filled with anxiety, spoke up and quickly extended his hand to steady Academician Li, who was beside him. Due to his advanced age and heart issues, the sudden shift in emotions proved overwhelming for Academician Li's heart. At that moment, Lin Hao was also in a state of panic. He had not anticipated such a situation. If anything were to happen to Academician Li, it would spell disaster. After all, he was a national treasure. Fortunately, the medication was swiftly brought over, allowing Academician Li to gradually return to a state of normalcy. His gaze was fixed intently on Lin Hao, his heart stirred by profound astonishment. A national asset. Lin Hao was undoubtedly a national asset. While they had yet to fully comprehend the technology of the first-generation model, Lin Hao had already developed the more advanced second-generation model. This was simply astonishing. Would they ever have the opportunity to thoroughly grasp these technologies in their lifetime? They stood there, dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting sheer shock. The combat capabilities of the first-generation model were already formidable. What would happen if the second-generation model were deployed? It would be an unparalleled force. The meeting continued, with Lin Hao unveiling one shocking revelation after another. The Mecha was equipped with 6 floating electromagnetic pulse cannons, high-energy plasma laser emitters, and triple-state photonic emitters, each technological advancement sending shivers down the spines of the elderly scholars. In that moment, everyone was enraptured by these innovations. Meanwhile, in the White Eagle's presidential office, the golden-haired leader was engaged in discussions with the nation's top scientific scholars. He repeatedly emphasized the urgent need to develop mechas in a short time frame. However, as he spoke fervently, a cacophony erupted outside the presidential office. Alarmed, one armed personnel rushed in, startling the scholars. What is happening? The leader furrowed his brow. The stock market is plummeting, and the investors are protesting. They have gathered outside. Initially, following the emergence of the Mecha from Huaguo, a wave of technological enthusiasm swept across the globe, and the White Eagle officials had announced plans to soon produce their own Mechas. Consequently, technology stocks experienced a robust resurgence. However, the situation had now shifted dramatically. With the appearance of monstrous creatures, all of the White Eagle's weaponry seemed utterly feeble, akin to mere refuse. Ultimately, it took the deployment of nuclear weapons to barely dispatch the beasts. And what of the promised Mecha? Why had it not materialized? Was it impossible to create? They began to grasp the reality. Huaguo had achieved a technological leap forward. The White Eagle's advancements had become obsolete, and technology stocks plummeted within a short time frame. An unstoppable trend. Fortunately, there was a limit on stock declines. Otherwise, an absolute collapse would have been entirely plausible. At this moment, even if these individuals wished to take action, they found themselves powerless. They could only watch helplessly as these stocks continued to plummet. under ordinary circumstances. Such a decline would not have sparked such chaos. A mere intervention from the government to bolster the market would have sufficed to resolve the matter. However, the crux of the issue lay in a careless remark made by the commander-in-chief on Twitter, suggesting that individuals should directly enter the market. This statement provoked a significant upheaval. Those affected began to attribute their troubles to him. What did they expect to achieve? The golden-haired leader exclaimed in frustration, his countenance darkening. If you lost money in the stock market, how can you hold me accountable? What does this have to do with me? At that moment, the Secretary of Defense approached, rolling his eyes upon hearing the president's words. Did you not claim that all of this was due to your own efforts? Now that the situation has taken a turn for the worse, you wish to distance yourself? In the midst of this shifting narrative, he added, Mr. President, perhaps it would be prudent to seek refuge in the bunker for a while. Chapter 81. As long as I remain silent, you shall remain unaware yet. Even in the sanctuary of his bunker, the golden-haired commander did not neglect to voice his opinions on social media. He vehemently condemned the actions of certain individuals. Subsequently, he proclaimed that the mechanized marvel belonging to the bald eagle would soon be unveiled. This machine, in every conceivable aspect, was poised to outclass the red demon decisively. A comprehensive triumph was anticipated. Moreover, he even accompanied his statements with an image, a disdainful gaze fixated squarely upon the red demon. This announcement ignited a fervor among many. The elder brother truly lived up to his reputation. To think a new machine could materialize so swiftly was indeed remarkable. Haha. Does Huaguo genuinely believe that the creation of a single mech renders them invincible? Just wait and see. Other nations can swiftly follow suit, potentially surpassing Huaguo in performance. Regardless, the thrill of undermining Huaguo is exhilarating. Does it truly matter if this assertion holds any truth? I find myself increasingly intrigued by this new mech. By the way, what is it called? Huaguo has dubbed theirs the Red Demon, but what name shall this one bear? In truth, I have never doubted the technological prowess of the bald eagle. They simply encountered an unforeseen setback. Who could have anticipated the emergence of a monster? Caught off guard, they exhibited a degree of disarray, yet they have since regained their composure. They remain the strongest. Upon witnessing these comments, netizens from Huaguo were left utterly bewildered. How could one engage in such flattery? Such blatant sycophancy? Construct the mech before boasting about it. They are yet to even lay the groundwork, and already the accolades flow. Amidst the cacophony of discussions, an anomaly suddenly emerged from the northern glaciers. Signs of life inexplicably materialized there. At that moment, all nations turned their gaze toward the source. Without a doubt, each individual felt the tension rise. The sudden appearance of life in such a frigid expanse was alarming. It goes without saying, perhaps another monster has awakened. In an instant, nations bordering the polar regions were thrown into a state of panic. If this were indeed the case, they would be the first to face the threat. They hastily dispatched personnel to investigate, yet they found nothing. The absence of evidence was far more distressing. Awareness of danger loomed, but no means of addressing it existed. The uncertainty of the situation bred anxiety. All nations remained on high alert. At this juncture, the country of Maple Leaf, adjacent to the bald eagle, could no longer remain passive. They boldly stepped forward, announcing that they had completed the assembly of their mech, which was now entering the testing phase. It would soon be operational. Furthermore, they offered a concise introduction to this new machine. Model, Hunter height, 33 meters power source, nuclear energy. While these details appeared remarkably comprehensive, upon closer examination, one might discern their ineffectiveness. The comparison between the two mechs revealed little of substance. You are not comparable in terms of weapon systems or power systems. Rather, you are assessed on your appearance, weight, and height. After a series of trials, you boldly proclaim that your mech surpasses the Red Demon. Is that not utterly absurd? Consider the operating system. The mechs from the Huaguo have already achieved human-machine interaction, enabling a single operator to control one mech. What about yours? That is indeed a matter worthy of scrutiny. In truth, it is not that the Maple Leaf Nation is unwilling to disclose, they simply find it difficult to articulate. Their mech was hastily modified. Upon the exposure of mechs by Huaguo, they immediately set to work on assembly. Now, due to the emergence of monsters, they have completed it in a rushed manner. In terms of manufacturing techniques, they have drawn inspiration from tanks, warships, and other conventional weaponry. As for the operating system, they have resorted to the most rudimentary manual operation. It is quite evident that one person alone would be insufficient. Without a team of 10 to 20 individuals, how could such a colossal machine be maneuvered? Thus, it is best left unmentioned. As long as I remain silent, you shall remain in ignorance. As long as I refrain from speaking, I shall be invincible, and I shall surpass you. Chapter 82. Do they have Lin Hao? Has the Maple Leaf Nation truly created Mechas? Is this not some kind of joke? The Bald Eagle Nation has yet to produce one. How could the Maple Leaf Nation have achieved this? It is hard to believe. Moreover, from the data disclosed thus far, it appears to be quite sophisticated. Impressive indeed. In the presidential palace of the Bald Eagle Nation, the Supreme Commander finally managed to disperse the crowd gathered outside, barely catching his breath, when suddenly, news arrived that the Maple Leaf Nation had developed Mechas. He was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the situation. What was happening? How could the Maple Leaf Nation have constructed Mechas? By all accounts, the Bald Eagle Nation should far surpass the Maple Leaf Nation in strength. Damn it! The Supreme Commander spread his hands in exasperation, his expression a mix of disbelief and anger. What, then, were their experts doing? Why had they not produced Mechas yet? The presence of the Maple Leaf Nation had always been minimal, nowhere near that of the Huan Nation or the Bald Eagle Nation. However, to underestimate them simply due to their low profile would be a grave mistake. Their technological prowess ranks among the best in the world. Thus, when they announced the creation of Mechas, many began to believe and anticipate this development. Nevertheless, skepticism abounded, particularly among those already engaged in mecha design and manufacturing. They had first-hand experience and considerable authority to speak on the matter. Impossible, they asserted. The technology behind mechas is exceedingly complex. Even if one were to scale down and forego certain elements, it would be unfeasible to produce a mecha in such a short time frame. Many scholars shook their heads in unison. The Maple Leaf Nation cannot create mechas. If nothing unexpected occurs, this so-called mecha will undoubtedly be a severely limited version, perhaps lacking any combat capability. This news also reached the Huan Nation, sparking intense discussion. Can they truly create one? While the Maple Leaf Nation may not be a traditional powerhouse, their research capabilities are genuinely formidable, something we previously overlooked. If they can produce mechas, it could indeed be possible. How could that be? In such a short time, how could they have developed a mecha? One cannot dismiss this so easily. Our own nation achieved the design and production of mechas in a short span. Other nations could also accomplish this. They deserve some attention. That is not the same. Our nation has Lin Hao. Does theirs? Brother, you have a point there. I, the little panda, cannot refute that. There is no denying it. The Huan Nation has Lin Hao. Does the Maple Leaf Nation have anyone comparable? Upon reading the comments online, Linhao could not help but chuckle helplessly. Linhao, do you truly believe they can create mechas? Although the likelihood seems low, it is not entirely impossible, is it? Linhao spoke softly, noting that it was of little consequence, for the manufacturing of the second-generation models would soon commence. In terms of performance, our mechas would undoubtedly pose no issues. Indeed, Zheng Guan nodded in agreement, a hint of amusement creeping into his expression. Other nations had yet to construct their first mechas. While we were already embarking on the assembly of the second generation, it felt almost surreal. However, Lin Hao acknowledged that while the second-generation models boasted formidable capabilities, they may not serve as the primary model due to the pressing timeline. What we urgently required was to rapidly establish a mecha legion. This was a sentiment he understood well. Strong as they might be, the complexities of their construction were undeniable. With the threat of monster invasions looming, enhancing our overall strength in a short span remained paramount. Although the initial models were somewhat rudimentary in performance, their ease of production rendered them advantageous. Thus, for the foreseeable future, China's primary model would undoubtedly remain the Red Devil first generation. Yet, Lin Hao's concerns extended beyond these considerations. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity. While we possessed mechas capable of addressing the current crisis, other nations were not so fortunate, presenting a significant dilemma. Take the White Eagle, for instance. As a nuclear power, should they find themselves unable to eliminate the monsters, resorting to nuclear weapons would be inevitable. They had already unleashed one. What would stop them from dropping more? 1, 2, 3? With so many nuclear nations across the globe, would our planet remain habitable? This posed the most pressing issue. Indeed, it was a troublesome predicament, Huaguo acknowledged solemnly. If only the land were contaminated by radiation, the situation might be marginally better. The true fear lay in the potential pollution of the oceans. In such a scenario, no one would be able to escape, no matter how far they traveled. It was imperative to convene a global summit on nuclear energy, primarily to address the issue of nuclear contamination. This concern was not exclusive to China. Other nations surely shared in the anxiety, particularly those without nuclear arsenals. They had adhered to international protocols, abstaining from nuclear armament, yet now faced monsters, lacking the means to combat them. This was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that while they lacked nuclear weapons to confront the monsters, they were nonetheless burdened by concerns over nuclear contamination. Was this not absurd? Why should they expect others to bear the cost? Such a situation was intolerable. This issue was untenable for anyone. There could be no negotiation. It was simply unacceptable. Thus, as long as a major power took the initiative to organize a nuclear summit, there would be no dissent. Even if that nation were China, there would be agreement. Although they may not typically favor China in matters of such gravity, they would refrain from objections. Huaguo stated this with conviction. He was confident that no nation would be foolish enough to allow nuclear weapons to rain down indiscriminately. Though such words are uttered, Lin Hao's brow remains furrowed. Achieving tangible progress at this summit appears exceedingly challenging. How can one eradicate monsters without resorting to nuclear weaponry? These are fundamentally contradictory dilemmas without resolution. Unless other nations can also develop formidable weapons akin to mechas, I wonder if we might expedite our endeavors in space exploration. Suddenly, Lin Hao spoke slowly, which left Huaguo slightly taken aback. It is not a matter of merely wanting to go. In truth, the exploration of space by Huaguo has never ceased in recent years. However, technological limitations have hindered their progress. The potential lies within our grasp. An increasing investment in aerospace will undoubtedly yield returns, Lin Hao remarked with a light chuckle. Observing Lin Hao's serious demeanor, Huaguo's eyelids twitched. What are you planning? Please do not tell me you have already devised some new technology to further our exploration of space. Recently, he had indeed been somewhat intimidated by Lin Hao, who occasionally conjured unexpected surprises. Not as of yet. Currently, it is merely an idea to increase investment. Phew, that's a relief. I can barely consider you a person. If you were to produce something once more, even the heart of Huaguo might struggle to endure it. Chapter 83. The summit hosted by Huaguo soon. Huaguo took the initiative to propose this suggestion. In an instant, countries around the globe responded eagerly. However, the supreme leader's expression grew somewhat grim. Discussing nuclear energy? What was there to deliberate? If they could defeat the monsters, they would not resort to nuclear power. If they could not, then there was little choice. Should they allow monsters to rampage unchecked? The use of nuclear energy was a last resort in the eyes of the supreme leader. Such discussions seemed utterly futile. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Perhaps this could serve as an opportunity to maneuver. With sufficient conditions, they might secure the technology for mecha production. Indeed, that was the key. The supreme leader slammed his hand on the table, his entire demeanor radiating excitement. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Was this not a gift delivered right to his doorstep? He rubbed his hands together in anticipation, eager for the acquisition of mecha manufacturing technology, which would render the monsters a trivial concern. Considering this angle, the White Eagle faction ultimately chose not to decline the offer. Consequently, discussions regarding the summit swiftly gained consensus among numerous nations. The summit was scheduled to take place in 5 days, hosted in Huaguo. As this news spread, the entire world erupted in discourse. This was undeniably a momentous event. In an era plagued by monstrous threats, convening such a meeting was of paramount necessity. However, within Huaguo, the prevailing discourse was not centered on this matter. Recently, the Ministry of Education had announced its enrollment plans for the coming year. Ordinarily, this would be an unremarkable occurrence, lacking any particular significance. In previous times, it would have garnered little attention. Yet, the present circumstances were different. The times had changed. With the emergence of mechas and monsters, how could things remain as they once were? What did this enrollment plan signify? Did it not include departments related to mecha studies? Questions began to arise. Surely there were none. The production of mechas likely fell under military enterprises, and mecha pilots were presumably the soldiers themselves. Was it not true that if one wished to pilot a mecha, their fortune would determine their fate? After all, serving in the military necessitated compliance with assignments, what branch to serve in and where to be stationed, with no room for choice. To enlist with aspirations of piloting mechas seemed akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Among hundreds of thousands, only a select few would be chosen. The odds were daunting. The concern was that even military enterprises required skilled personnel. Was it not essential to possess specialized knowledge for the manufacture and maintenance of mechas? To acquire such expertise, it would be imperative to establish relevant academic departments. Indeed, specialized knowledge was undoubtedly required. The lack of rigor in this enrollment plan was glaring. In an instant, the online community erupted in fervent discussion. Piloting mechas presented an insurmountable challenge. They settled for a compromise, aspiring to engage in the manufacturing and maintenance of mechas. Many students, who typically excelled academically, also joined the fervent discussions at this moment. Indeed, they possessed the potential to attend prestigious institutions. However, the question arises, is there a mecha? Without mechas, the endeavor loses its allure. Furthermore, numerous parents of students became embroiled in the situation, as every parent harbors the desire for their child to succeed. Amidst the nationwide fervor, the official website of Huaguo Education was inundated with traffic. Everyone was offering suggestions, hoping for the establishment of departments related to mecha studies. Chapter 84. The enthusiasm for mecha in recent days. Lin Hao found himself utterly overwhelmed with a flurry of responsibilities. The summit was fast approaching. Although he was not required to attend, his assistance was necessary. Additionally, he spearheaded a proposal to the government advocating for increased investment in aerospace endeavors, aiming to delve deeper into the cosmos. The application had just been submitted, and numerous matters awaited his attention. Furthermore, there was the manufacturing of the second-generation model to consider. The first-generation machines were already in mass production, relieving Lin Hao of that concern. However, the complexities associated with the second-generation model were daunting. Frequently, individuals would approach him with inquiries. Fortunately, Lin Hao had consumed the super soldier serum, endowing him with extraordinary vitality. Otherwise, he would surely be worn thin under the pressure. "Sir, there is a new incoming call." The voice of Friday interrupted Lin Hao's busy thoughts. He glanced at the screen and saw it was his parents calling. "Mom, what is the matter?" Lin Hao inquired. "I hope I'm not disturbing you," Lin Yun responded, her tone laced with concern. She was well aware of Lin Hao's recent hectic schedule. If she truly interrupted him, it would undoubtedly be a cause for worry. "Not at all," Lin Hao chuckled lightly. "Is there something you need?" Upon hearing Lin Hao's response, Lin Yun sighed in relief. "That's good. Do you remember our neighbor's child, Xiao Tian? Ling Tian?" Lin Hao pondered for a moment before recalling. Ling Tian was a year below him in school, yet 4 years younger in age. Due to his previous illness, he had become somewhat of an older high school student. Ling Tian excelled academically and was exceptionally well-mannered, embodying the quintessential perfect child in his mother's eyes. Lin Hao often found himself being compared to Ling Tian, who possessed an array of admirable qualities, outstanding grades, youthfulness, and thoughtfulness. This left Lin Hao feeling somewhat exasperated. He had often shared his frustrations with Ling Tian. "Yes, I certainly remember him. It hasn't been long since I last saw him. How could I forget? Speaking of which, isn't he about to take his college entrance examination?" Lin Hao mused, realizing how swiftly time had flown by. Everything had commenced with the Gaokao. After all, indeed, it's just a few months away. His grades are excellent. He will undoubtedly secure a place in a prestigious university, Lin Hao remarked with a smile. While that is true, he aspires to study mecha technology, but there is a scarcity of resources available for that field. Doesn't that trouble you? This is why I thought of you. As the lead on the Mecha project, perhaps you could devise a solution. Mecha? Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implications. Without a doubt, the realm of Mecha sparked enthusiasm among these students. All right, I shall assess the situation. Great. I'll await your news, Lin Yin replied before hanging up. Lin Hao then opened his phone and began to browse, and to his astonishment, he was taken aback by what he discovered. The matter of establishing a mecha department has unexpectedly surged to the top of trending topics, dominating the charts with unrivaled fervor. In stark contrast, the announcement regarding the nuclear energy summit hosted by Huaguo has been relegated to a mere footnote, barely registering amidst the fervor. How astonishing, Lin Hao murmured to himself. Yet, it is rather comprehensible. While the nuclear energy summit is indeed a matter of national significance, the number of individuals involved is relatively limited. The college entrance examination, however, is a grand event of national importance, drawing the attention of countless candidates and their parents alike. It is hardly surprising that the summit's news has been overshadowed. TSK. After perusing the news for a while, Lin Hao attempted to access the education official website, only to be met with failure. Despite the passage of time, it remains unfixed, clearly overwhelmed by the influx of visitors. Just as Lin Hao pondered this curious situation, a phone call came through. Chapter 85. Please answer the call. It's from the Ministry of Education. As soon as Lin Hao answered the call, the representatives from the ministry began to express their grievances. They too felt helpless in this situation. It was not that they were disinterested in establishing departments related to Mecha. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. This field was indeed immensely popular. In truth, discussions regarding this matter had taken place numerous times, yet ultimately, no progress had been made. The absence of educational resources at any university was a significant hurdle. They lacked teachers and equipment, leaving them at an impasse. Thus, they had no choice but to seek Lin Hao's assistance. If he could provide the necessary support, the establishment of a mecha department could be realized immediately. With the conversation reaching this pivotal point, Lin Hao found it impossible to decline. Moreover, nurturing more talent in mecha manufacturing was undoubtedly a commendable endeavor. Why would Lin Hao refuse? All right, let us discuss the specifics of establishing this department at a suitable university. Upon hearing Lin Hao's response, the representatives on the other end of the call erupted with excitement. With Lin Hao's affirmation, the path forward became clear. Once the call ended, news swiftly spread to various universities, prompting an urgent meeting to deliberate on concrete implementation measures. Upon learning of these developments, the universities displayed remarkable acumen. They understood that regardless of which institution was chosen to host the Mecha Research Department, Lin Hao would undoubtedly have the most significant influence. Consequently, upon receiving this news, they all promptly reached out to Lin Hao. Initially, Lin Hao engaged in polite conversation. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Was it truly the case that all higher education institutions were seeking him out? One call after another seemed never-ending. Unable to bear the onslaught any longer, Lin Hao resolved to stop answering the calls. His decision sent the universities into a frenzy. If Lin Hao refused to take their calls, how could they proceed? What if he dismissed their institution altogether? The prospect of relinquishing Mecha research to another university was unacceptable. Yet, despite their desire to meet with Lin Hao, they found themselves thwarted. He was now surrounded by layers of protection, making access exceedingly difficult. With no other options available, they resorted to alternative means. The universities could no longer remain idle. They took to social media, posting on Weibo. Regardless of whether Lin Hao would see their messages, they felt compelled to reach out. In no time, dozens of higher education institutions began tagging Lin Hao on Weibo. Academician Lin, please answer the call. Alongside their pleas, they showcased their histories and faculty strengths to demonstrate their capability to shoulder this significant responsibility. Some universities even engaged in comparisons, each asserting their superiority over the others, escalating the competitive atmosphere. It is evident that a grand spectacle of confrontation is unfolding. Naturally, this has captured the attention of netizens. Such an occurrence is indeed a rare marvel. Observing these universities fervently posting on Weibo, everyone is left bewildered. What does this mean? These institutions are, after all, among the world's elite. And now, they are embroiled in such a conflict? Astonishing. This is truly a sight to behold. It seems only the illustrious Lin Hao could orchestrate such a phenomenon. Yet, I am still perplexed. What exactly are these universities up to? Still unclear? Lin Hao is known as the father of Mecha. The timing of these universities reaching out to him must pertain to the establishment of a Mecha department. Incredible! Without further ado, my friends, I shall prepare to delve into the study of Mecha research. Instantly, a wave of excitement surged across the internet. Chapter 86. The Sour Lemon. Soon, the Ministry of Education convened a meeting and ultimately settled on a plan. Subsequently, they released the news across major official media platforms such as Weibo. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the internet. People erupted in exclamations, while many lamented the scarcity of available spots. Given the current fervor surrounding Mechas, having only one institution nationwide with such limited slots seemed utterly insufficient. However, there was little that could be done. Expanding enrollment would necessitate a substantial increase in faculty, which simply was not feasible. The educators specializing in Mechas were already being drawn from the National Research Institute. To broaden the program further was out of the question. Such matters must progress gradually, and in a few years, the situation would undoubtedly improve. Discussions concerning the establishment of a Mecha research department continued to gain momentum online. Before long, even foreign media outlets caught wind of the development. Goodness, the Chinese have actually established a Mecha research institution. Does this mean that ordinary citizens will have the opportunity to engage with Mechas? Indeed, it was true. Frankly, I envied the Chinese. They had access to such advanced technology, with the only prerequisite being participation in the college entrance examination. Wake up, brother. The Chinese college entrance exam is no trifling matter. What on earth is happening in our country? The Chinese have already set their Mecha manufacturing on the right track, while we have yet to hear a whisper about our own Mechas. Hey, that's your nation. Our maple leaf country is about to unveil its Mechas. Are you envious? Indeed. In an instant, foreign netizens began to express their envy. They too wished to experience the marvel of Mechas up close. Meanwhile, the pressure on top-tier universities abroad mounted significantly. Why, oh why, must China embark on establishing a Mecha research department? What are we to do? We are incapable of producing such technology. Public sentiment rapidly swelled, with numerous prestigious institutions facing mounting scrutiny. If they could not even construct Mechas, how formidable could their institution truly be? The so-called strength of their research capabilities seemed little more than empty rhetoric. The century-long prestige they had accumulated was teetering on the brink of collapse. In a bid to rectify the situation, many universities hastily reached out to the Chinese Ministry of Education, seeking to engage in academic exchanges with the newly established institution. However, they received a uniform response. Such exchanges were out of the question. What could you possibly offer for discussion? A classic case of wanting to reap without sowing. If you truly wish to engage in dialogue, that is certainly possible. There are many first-rate universities in our country, such as Huaguo University and Jingbei University, which are always open for collaboration. But Mechas? That is a non-negotiable matter. Following their rejection, some universities found themselves seething with indignation. They have even explicitly stated that they will no longer engage in academic exchanges with any universities in Huaguo in the future. As for the students from Huaguo, they are also contemplating reducing their quotas. Since they are unable to acquire the technologies related to mechs, they intend to suppress Huaguo as well. Do not expect to send anyone to learn about other technological fields. Regardless of the circumstances, they do not wish to witness Huaguo's rise. In light of this situation, a wave of outrage erupted domestically. What does this mean? Are they throwing a tantrum because they cannot develop mechs on their own and failed to exploit others? Is this really it? This is what a century-old prestigious university amounts to. If they choose to reduce, so be it. It seems no one is particularly concerned. The cacophony of discussions reached Lin Hao's ears. He let out a cold laugh. This time, he has truly seen through the true nature of these universities. Lin Hao posted a message on his personal account. An imbalanced academic exchange is better left unpursued. Chapter 87. A Good Brother. You go first. It is rather astonishing that Lin Hao, an esteemed academician of the National Research Institute, would utter such words in a public setting. This inevitably invites a plethora of interpretations and could even provoke criticism. Yet, it seems inconsequential now. The world has irrevocably transformed, monsters have emerged, and the global landscape has undergone dramatic upheaval. To approach this predicament with traditional notions would undoubtedly be ineffective. Upon witnessing Lin Hao's response, the universities were quick to react. Numerous professors stepped forward, declaring that Lin Hao's arrogance was excessive. It is true that mechas have indeed revolutionized the world, in this era plagued by monsters. Their advent signifies a monumental technological shift. However, one must not forget that a solitary mecha cannot encapsulate the entirety of this world. Various facets of life necessitate an array of technologies. Without these innovations, the existence of mechas becomes futile. The audacity stemming from the creation of mechas is bordering on madness. Without the support of other technologies, his research on mechas will struggle to advance. Mecha technology is not singular. Other nations are also developing their own mechas. Collaboration is a possibility, and China risks losing the opportunity to work with them. Lin Hao may very well come to regret his stance. Many researchers have rallied against him, foreseeing his inevitable downfall due to such insular behavior. Regret is not a luxury afforded in this world. Even if Lin Hao were to seek their assistance later, they would deliberate carefully. After all, everyone possesses a measure of pride. At that juncture, they might even negotiate a lucrative deal. As the online debates raged on, representatives from various nations began to arrive in China. Elton disembarked from the aircraft, surveying his surroundings. Towering skyscrapers adorned the landscape, a clear testament to prosperity. Elton inhaled deeply. Indeed, China has changed. Even in the absence of mechas and monsters, China's strength has reached an undeniable magnitude. Furthermore, China has successfully constructed mechas. In this world teeming with monsters, they have taken a substantial lead over other nations. Elton, representing his country, welcomed all to China. As he pondered his thoughts, a voice resonated nearby. A robust man clad in military attire approached him. Elton nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze resolute. He arrived with a mission, regardless of the circumstances. They must compel China to unveil the blueprints for their mechas. Soon, all representatives gathered, and the conference was set to commence. The venue was awash with reporters from various nations, eager to broadcast their observations. This was a matter of paramount significance for the survival of the entire world. Jiang Haoran, the representative from Huaguo, cleared his throat and began. Esteemed colleagues, you are all undoubtedly aware of the gravity of our situation. The world is currently besieged by a monstrous crisis, and humanity stands on the brink of survival. However, we are confronted with another pressing issue that, if left unresolved, could lead to dire consequences: the problem of nuclear contamination. Before he could elaborate, Elton abruptly interrupted the discourse. Jiang Haoran's expression shifted, narrowing his eyes in response. Had Elton truly lost his patience so soon? Jiang Haoran nodded slightly, granting Elton permission to continue. I'm fully aware of your intentions, Elton asserted. As the nation that has taken the initiative to deploy nuclear weapons, I believe I possess the most pertinent perspective. I must inquire, if we refrain from utilizing nuclear arms, what alternative means do we have to vanquish these monsters? If none exist, then our discussions today are rendered futile. Therefore, I contend that our primary focus should be on how to defeat the monsters, rather than on nuclear contamination. Elton's declaration sparked a wave of unrest among the attendees. In a sense, he was correct. If the monsters remained unchallenged, human civilization would inevitably suffer severe repercussions. Yet, the question of nuclear fallout loomed large. The specter of slow, insidious death from contamination was equally troubling. This dilemma was profoundly paradoxical. Why not deploy mechs instead? Interjected Will, the representative from Maple Leaf Country, before Jiang Haoran could respond. Indeed, mechs have proven to be remarkably effective. Why not employ them? Elton's gaze turned icy as he shot Will a disdainful glance. What was this fellow implying? Was he positioning himself as an adversary? Should there be a treaty prohibiting nuclear weapons, we shall be the first to endorse it, Will continued with a leisurely demeanor. Casting glances at the other representatives. What are you looking at? We have mechs. Do you? At that moment, Elton's mind was aflame with expletives directed at Will. What was this nonsense? Originally, he had intended for Huaguo to share its mech manufacturing technology, but Will had rudely interjected, displaying a remarkable lack of intelligence. Taking a few deep breaths, Elton sought to regain his composure. Indeed, mechs are an excellent option. Thus, to extricate humanity from its current predicament, I propose a sharing of mech technology to maximize benefits. ensuring that the entire world possesses the capability to defeat the monsters. Only in this manner can we avoid resorting to nuclear weapons and mitigate the issue of contamination. I oppose. Zhang Haoran's countenance darkened dramatically. He was at a loss for words when suddenly a voice resonated throughout the venue. It was Will. Brother, are you so courageous as to shield us? Zhang Haoran stifled a laugh, inwardly acknowledging that this was clearly aimed at him. However, since you have chosen to step up, then by all means, take the stage. Please, commence your performance. The creation of mechas is far from simplistic. Even with technological sharing, many nations remain incapable of producing them. Therefore, my recommendation is to concentrate resources, pooling them in countries that possess mecha technology, and then unify production to effectively address global crises, Will stated calmly. What an excellent opportunity! Who wouldn't wish to rise to prominence? The mecha capabilities of Maple Leaf Country present a significant advantage. As he spoke, Will cast a glance at Zhang Haoran, as if to say, this is your gain. Coughing lightly, Zhang Haoran remarked, good brother. I never anticipated you would be such a supportive ally. Kudos to you. So, you take the lead while I observe from behind. Chapter 88. The Emergence of the Polar Monster Outside the Conference Hall. Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle at the unfolding scene. The Maple Leaf Country was indeed quite amusing. Initially, these developments were aimed at Huaguo. Yet it seemed that the Maple Leaf Country had managed to intercept everything, even proposing resource sharing. Huaguo had done nothing and merely expected to reap the benefits. What a commendable ally. Excuse me, are you Mr. Linhao? Suddenly, a voice broke through Linhao's thoughts. He turned to see a blonde female reporter standing before him. Linhao furrowed his brow. What was this person doing outside instead of inside the conference? Moreover, how had she found him? Were journalists truly this adept? Yes, I certainly did not mistake you. Upon recognizing Linhao's face, the reporter appeared utterly exhilarated, bouncing with excitement, her chest heaving. This prompted Lin Hao to clear his throat. However, the reporter seemed oblivious to his discomfort, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. What is there to see inside? Although significant matters are being discussed, there are countless reporters within. It would be exceedingly difficult for her to stand out and create a sensational story. Thus, remaining outside to find Lin Hao was, indeed, a fortunate stroke of luck. Mr. Lin, you have recently stirred quite a commotion online. May I inquire as to your motivations? Is it because Huaguo's technology has already surpassed the globe, rendering academic exchanges with those universities unnecessary? I'm sorry, but I have nothing to disclose, Lin Hao replied, showing no intention of answering. He turned to leave. Yet the reporter swiftly positioned herself right in front of him, swaying slightly. This left Lin Hao feeling rather exasperated. What is your intention? Are you attempting to seduce me? Do I strike you as such a person? The reporter found herself slightly perturbed. How could a strikingly beautiful woman stand before him? And he remained indifferent. Was it possible that Mechas truly outweighed allure? Just as she prepared to speak again, an urgent message came through from headquarters, causing her expression to shift dramatically. What? A monster has been detected in the territorial waters of the Maple Leaf Country? The reporter leaped into action, her excitement palpable. The monster had re-emerged. And at such a moment, all right, I will return immediately. The blonde reporter felt somewhat resigned as headquarters summoned her back for further instructions. She cast a reluctant glance at Lin Hao. Was she truly departing just like that? A major scoop had been within her grasp. Biting her lip, she retrieved a small slip of paper. Academician Lin Hao, this is my contact information. Should you wish to respond to my inquiries, feel free to reach out at any time. Though she did not harbor high hopes that Lin Hao would contact her, she felt compelled to give it a try. Watching the reporter's retreating figure, Lin Hao squinted. Had the polar monster finally made its appearance? From the moment life signs were discovered to their eventual emergence, an astonishingly long period had elapsed. Could it be that this creature had lost its way? Lin Hao shook his head and turned to leave. TSK. Truly worthy of academician Lin. That female reporter was unabashedly throwing herself at him. How could one not admire academician Lin? However, it seemed that he displayed little reaction. What could be the reason? Could it be that academician Lin did not favor women? Hearing the discussions among the staff, Lin Hao nearly stumbled in surprise. Chapter 89. The rending of warships. At this moment, within the conference hall, The attendees had become acutely aware of the emergence of this monstrous entity. A multitude of gazes converged upon Will. "Shall we pause our meeting?" Jiang Haoran suggested with a calm demeanor. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that meaningful progress in the discussions would be exceedingly difficult. The assembly had divided into 3 factions. Will and Jiang Haoran formed one alliance, while another group advocated for the sharing of mecha technology. Meanwhile, a considerable number of representatives maintained a neutral stance, observing the unfolding events. For them, the outcome was of little consequence. Even if they obtained mecha manufacturing technology, it was uncertain whether they possessed the capability to construct a formidable mecha army. Their strategy was to wait and see, opting for the proposal that promised the greatest benefit. Agreed. Agreed. Numerous delegates nodded in assent upon hearing Jiang Haoran's proposition. Subsequently, visuals concerning the monstrous creature were transmitted. In the waters of the Maple Leaf Nation, the fleet commander cursed under his breath. "Damn it. This monster has come for us." He gazed furiously at the tumultuous sea ahead, where waves surged violently, as if the ocean itself had been torn asunder. "Is there more than one of these beasts? My heavens, how many are there?" The commander was left astonished by the sight before him. Previously, only one had appeared in the Neon Isles. 2 had been sighted by the White Eagle. Yet now, it seemed an entire horde had descended upon his domain. Judging by the disturbances on the water's surface, there must be at least a dozen. "Quickly, open fire. We cannot allow them to approach. If they get too close, we are doomed," the deputy commander urged urgently. A chill ran down his spine. If 2 monsters had compelled the White Eagle to deploy nuclear weaponry, what calamity would a dozen bring? The news of the monster's appearance in the Maple Leaf Nation reverberated across the globe, inciting widespread panic. Goodness! If 2 beasts brought the White Eagle double the trouble, what does this signify? People wondered. Surely, the Maple Leaf Nation cannot withstand this. They do have mechas, right? They ought to be able to manage. However, doubts lingered. With so many monsters, could even mechas hold their ground? A shock permeated the atmosphere. A deafening roar erupted from beneath the waves. A dark silhouette suddenly lunged onto one of the warships within the fleet. What the hell? The soldiers aboard the vessel were left in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos as one of their own was flung aside by the force of the impact. The creature that had boarded the ship glowed with a piercing blue light in its eyes. Its formidable claws struck with ferocity, rending the iron hull of the warship, leaving a gaping wound in its wake. A thunderous roar echoed across the surface of the sea as a warship from the Maple Leaf Nation was effortlessly torn asunder. Upon witnessing such a scene, netizens from around the globe were left in utter shock. Their astonishment did not stem from the monster's ability to shred a battleship. Such occurrences had long ceased to be remarkable. Instead, they were bewildered by the creature's appearance. This beast was not large. In fact, it could be described as diminutive. By rough estimation, it stood merely 2 to 3 meters tall. Its fur was adorned in a striking black and white pattern, and its eyes glimmered with a blue light, exuding a fierce, wolf-like intensity. Linhao gazed at the creature's form, completely dazed. Was this truly a monster? Chapter 90. The 3 Huskies and the sinking aircraft carrier. Is this a monster? Are you certain it is not a husky? Linhao stared in bewilderment. If one disregards its size, the appearance of this creature is remarkably akin to that of a Siberian husky, with only the slightest of differences. Moreover, the origins seem strikingly similar. The husky is a sled dog, while these monsters have also emerged from the frigid northern polar regions. It is as if they belong to the same lineage. There is a saying that goes, 1 husky is worth 3 tigers. 3 huskies can sink an aircraft carrier. Presently, this is no jest. It is becoming an undeniable reality. Merely 1 monster has effortlessly sunk a warship. Imagine the calamity if a multitude were to gather. Sinking an aircraft carrier would be but a trivial feat. The frenzied antics of the huskies have left netizens across the globe in sheer terror. What the? The warship of the Maple Leaf Nation has been dismantled by a horde of huskies? I cannot fathom why, but I find myself chuckling. These huskies are astonishingly formidable. This fleet is surely doomed. What is happening? Why are the monsters huskies? My own husky began howling upon witnessing this scene, and I must admit, I feel a twinge of panic. Even though these netizens had mentally prepared themselves, they were still left astounded upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle. This truly broadened their horizons. These monsters are completely different from the ones encountered previously. They even possess an oddly endearing quality. In the command center of the Maple Leaf Nation, Commander Dolan's eyes were bloodshot, revealing his mounting frustration. Order the Third Fleet to advance at full speed, distancing themselves from these monsters. Send the 6th and 7th Fleets for support, and ensure the Air Force units are dispatched immediately. Understood, replied Dolan's assistant promptly. Wait, prepare the ground forces for combat readiness. Dolan's expression darkened. Despite their seemingly diminutive size, the sheer number of these creatures was alarming, coupled with their extraordinary agility. There was a real possibility they might attempt a landing along the coast. In the presidential office of the Bald Eagle Nation, the supreme leader furrowed his brow. What is this? Is this the monster attacking the Maple Leaf Nation? It appears rather feeble. Why was the previous assault on the Bald Eagle not executed by such soft targets? Had that been the case, the Bald Eagle would not have been forced to resort to nuclear weaponry, nor would it be facing this series of vexing issues. What are they waiting for? Where are their commanders? They should unleash heavy firepower. With just a few of these little creatures, a missile barrage would effortlessly obliterate them. I am now convinced that, given their intellect, these individuals could never construct mechs. In a conference room in Huaguo, representatives from various nations were intently observing. Well, it seems your situation is quite dire. Based on the current circumstances, this fleet is on the brink of total annihilation, Elton remarked, reveling in their misfortune. The audacious fellow, who was so arrogant just moments ago, is now finally facing the consequences of his arrogance. At this moment, Will's expression has turned somewhat grim. His nation's fleet has been dismantled by a pack of unruly beasts, and it is no wonder his demeanor is less than favorable. However, there is no need for concern. Our Maple Leaf Nation possesses the means to resolve this situation, especially since we have yet to deploy our mechs. Will struggled to articulate his thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, maintaining an imposing presence is paramount. Mechs? In an instant. The eyes of representatives from all nations sparkled with intrigue. What manner of mechs does the Maple Leaf Nation possess? Given the precedent set by the mechs of the Huaguo Nation, their minds naturally began to conjure images based on that foundation. They envisioned the mechs of the Maple Leaf Nation as grand and formidable. At that moment, the battle escalated into a fervent clash. The unruly beasts became increasingly exhilarated, exhibiting an alarming vigor as they continued to dismantle the warships. Boom. Just then, warplanes from the Maple Leaf Nation appeared overhead, unleashing a barrage of missiles that struck the ocean's surface, sending waves crashing in all directions. A fiery inferno erupted upon the sea. Suddenly, one missile was aimed at a monstrous creature. The beast, rather than evading, stared blankly at the missile. To everyone's astonishment, it lunged forward and bit down on the missile. The pilot aboard the warplane was taken aback, his eyes wide in disbelief. Could it truly engage in such folly? Boom. The missile detonated abruptly, sending the creature flying across the deck of a warship, where it rolled in evident agony. The pilot, bewildered, gazed in astonishment. Initially, he believed the beast was impervious to missiles, hence its audacious action. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that these creatures merely lacked intelligence and were somewhat foolish. The wails of the beasts reverberated across the ocean's surface. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Will clenched his fists and vigorously gestured for a concentrated firepower assault to obliterate these creatures. Judging by the current state of the battle, it seemed these beasts possessed feeble defenses, far inferior to those encountered previously in the Neon and Bald Eagle territories. The Maple Leaf Nation could certainly contend with them. Yet, Will's exhilaration had scarcely settled when another figure emerged from beneath the sea. A warship was directly sunk by this new opponent. The roar of the beast echoed thunderously. What on earth is this? The King of Huskies? The citizens of the Maple Leaf Nation, initially buoyed by the successful bombardment of their warplanes, were suddenly struck with trepidation as a creature towering nearly 7 to 8 meters appeared before them. Its size was disproportionately vast compared to the other beasts, making it seem somewhat out of place. Nevertheless, its strength was astonishing. With a single blow, it had sunk a warship outright. Roar. The monstrous creature cast a fierce glance at the aircraft that had just launched missiles. Its gaze was exceptionally menacing. However, the aircraft soared high above, rendering it powerless to retaliate. Consequently, it shifted its attention to other warships. Revenge. Under its command, a pack of Huskies dismantled the warships while drawing closer to the shore. The commanders of Maple Leaf Nation, witnessing such a scene, were on the brink of despair. At this moment, Wolf felt a surge of anxiety. In the water, the movements of these monsters were somewhat restricted, lacking agility. Yet, once they reached the land, it would spell disaster. Who could possibly halt them then? Mechs. We still have mechs. As long as they make their appearance, these creatures will undoubtedly be thwarted. At this juncture, we'll recall their mechs. A thought echoed by the citizens of Maple Leaf Nation. They all eagerly anticipated the arrival of the mechs. Once the mechs appeared, the monsters would surely perish, and they would never be able to approach the city. Many citizens of Maple Leaf Nation remained remarkably calm, even indulging in a drink, leisurely watching the live broadcast. Chapter 91. Dismantling him 3 hours after the discovery of the monsters, the 3 major fleets of the Maple Leaf Nation suffered a complete defeat. The entire 3rd Fleet was annihilated, while the 6th and 7th Fleets sustained heavy losses and were compelled to withdraw from battle. This news quickly reached the ears of the nation's leader, causing a dramatic change in his expression. Initially, upon encountering the monsters, he had presumed them to be feeble. To his astonishment, they proved to be extraordinarily formidable. In the span of just 3 hours, all 3 fleets had been eradicated. What were they to do now? Were they to merely watch as the monsters encroached upon the city? He hastily summoned his cabinet ministers to discuss the next course of action. The ministers, pale and visibly alarmed, gathered, their faces reflecting the gravity of the situation. Although the Maple Leaf Nation possessed nuclear capabilities, it had not developed nuclear weapons, rendering the idea of employing such means against the monsters entirely impractical. This left them in a precarious predicament. Without nuclear arms, how could they contend with the monsters? The ministers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. Who could have anticipated that the monsters would prove so devastating? The 3 fleets had been dismantled without the slightest chance of resistance. Initially, upon observing the diminutive size of the monsters, they had breathed a sigh of relief, believing they could easily handle the threat. Yet, a collective sigh of dismay escaped them. "Speak up," the leader of the Maple Leaf Nation admonished. Observing the minister's despondent demeanor, "I summoned you here to devise a solution, not to lament our fate. Perhaps we could experiment with our mechs?" One minister suggested tentatively. Mechs. Instantly, concern washed over the faces of those present. Were they not aware of the true state of their mechs? Could these machines truly be effective? Their mechs were not comparable to those of Huaguo. Previously, in a rush to announce their own mech development, they had aimed to stabilize public sentiment amid the widespread panic caused by the monster sightings. By proclaiming the advent of mechs, they sought to reassure the populace. Additionally, they recognized the shifting global landscape and desired a share of the emerging opportunities. However, while aspirations were grand, reality proved harsh. Who could have foreseen that the monsters would actually seek them out? Yet, the idea was not without merit. The leader of the Maple Leaf Nation stroked his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, panic swept through the cabinet ministers. Was he serious? He had merely mentioned it in passing. "I'm not jesting. Although our mechs may not rival those of Huaguo, they are equipped with numerous weapon systems and constructed from the most resilient materials. They possess combat capability. Why not give them a try?" The leader's calm demeanor belied the urgency of their situation. However, while he spoke with conviction, the reality remained daunting. However, no matter how advanced the weapon systems may be, this mech is fundamentally just a conventional weapon. The efficacy of traditional warships and fighter jets against monstrous foes is well understood by all. Is this truly useful? So be it. We have no better alternatives. The president of Maple Leaf Nation resolved firmly. He approached the long table, ready to issue commands. "We shall treat this dead horse as a living one. As for the outcome, we shall see after we have tried." Before long, news spread that the hunter of Maple Leaf Nation was about to be deployed. Instantly, the entire nation erupted in fervor. What was particularly exhilarated? The mech of his homeland was finally set to take action. "Just watch. This is the pride of Maple Leaf Nation," he declared proudly to those around him. "Across the globe, aside from Huaguo, only our Maple Leaf Nation possesses mechs. This is a source of considerable pride. Have you heard the name? Hunter, These monsters will be effortlessly hunted down. Will continue to boast to those nearby. Elton's expression darkened. Enough already. Is it merely a mech? Why all the excitement? He was eager to ascertain what this so-called hunter truly was and whether it possessed the purported might. At this moment, the citizens of Maple Leaf Nation were celebrating. Who knows where the base of this mech is? I want to witness the moment it takes off. It is tremendously thrilling. We have become one of only 2 nations in the world with mechs. Me too. I wish to see this magnificent treasure with my own eyes. Even the bald eagle has not produced a mech, yet we have succeeded. This is utterly exhilarating. Our nation will rise as a consequence. I assure you. No one can impede this. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm. The vast majority wished to witness the mech's launch firsthand. After all, in their minds, Huaguo's mechs were synonymous with flight. However, after inquiring around, no one seemed to know. This inevitably led to some disappointment. Just then, new information surfaced online. Someone claimed to have spotted a mech, accompanied by a video. In the footage, a colossal figure was traversing the roadway. Its massive frame, exceeding 30 meters in height, was awe-inspiring. The heavy body shimmered with a metallic sheen. A tremendous roar echoed forth. Amidst the thunderous noise, everyone struggled to comprehend. They stared, wide-eyed, at the mech in the video. What on earth? Is this a mech? Shouldn't mechs be grand and formidable like those from Huaguo? What is this absurdity? Is this truly not just a large iron shell? Why does it not fly? Is it a supersized tank? Countless questions arose. Elton, he stood there, dumbfounded, casting a bewildered glance at Will. Is this the mech you spoke of? Truly unbelievable. Who dictates that mechs must resemble those of Huaguo? The mechs of our nation boast thicker armor and enhanced defensive capabilities, while also being able to bear mightier firepower. Behold, the apocalypse of these monsters is upon us. Will exclaimed with fervor. The representatives from various nations found themselves at a loss for words. Your bravado is indeed impressive. However, your point holds merit. As long as we can vanquish the monsters, that is all that truly matters. Their appearance is of no consequence. Yet, given their cumbersome design, it is hard to envision them triumphing over the beasts. It seems more prudent to deploy a few armored vehicles or tanks instead. As the mechs of Maple Leaf Nation mobilized, the monsters had already successfully landed and entered the city. Gazing at the towering skyscrapers, each creature radiated palpable excitement. Their enormous eyes shimmered with an eerie blue glow. With a sudden roar, the lead beast, a formidable creature resembling a husky, let out a thunderous howl. At once, all the monsters sprang into action. Tear it down. Chapter 92. The Great Hunter Commercial Buildings? Demolish them. Television towers? Tear them down. In essence, anything that comes into view is subject to destruction. The energy of these monstrous beings seems inexhaustible. As this scene unfolded, netizens across the globe collectively gasped in astonishment. Although these creatures are diminutive in stature, their capacity for devastation appears even more terrifying than that of their predecessors. Can the mechs of Maple Leaf Country withstand such onslaughts? Before long, someone on Weibo located Lin Hao. Academician Lin, how do you assess the mechs of Maple Leaf Country? Perhaps they might seem rather robust. They ought to hold out for at least 10 minutes, right? As soon as Lin Hao's Weibo post emerged, the internet erupted. What else with that uncertain tone? Can they not endure even 10 minutes? TSK, haven't you just constructed a mech? Why the sudden arrogance? I used to admire you, but you seem to have lost your humility. How can you speak such nonsense? Such an impressive mech, and you claim it can only last 10 minutes? That is absurd. Be certain, it won't last 5 minutes. I'll draw my 30-meter blade and use it to dress our ally in the enemy's garb. Let it be buried. 10 minutes. This colossal machine can only endure for a mere 10 minutes. What good is that? It's no different from a heap of scrap metal. What? Are you seriously asserting that our mech can only last 10 minutes? Lin Hao's Weibo post was swiftly seized by the media and disseminated across major international forums. Instantly, the populace of Maple Leaf Country was incensed. Although the mech was undeniably unappealing and appeared somewhat cumbersome, how could it be as weak as Lin Hao suggested? 10 minutes? Surely, he jested. Just wait. This foolish Lin Hao shall be thoroughly humiliated by our magnificent hunter mech. Long live the hunter, long live Maple Leaf Country. Countless individuals were stirred with fervor. Soon enough, the hunter mech arrived on the battlefield. Its immense form loomed before the diminutive adversaries. At that moment, a once thriving city lay in ruins, utterly dismantled by the foe. A thunderous roar resounded. All the adversaries halted their actions, staring in awe at the monumental figure before them. Frozen in place. What is this? Is it a monster? They wondered, dwarfed by its size. The sheer magnitude of this entity, coupled with its booming presence, indeed instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Warily, they exchanged glances, letting out a few cautious growls, reluctant to make any reckless moves. Look, this monster is frightened. Our mech is effective. Do you see? This is the might of Maple Leaf Country. That Lin Hao is merely a fool. He is just a mechanic who builds mechs and knows nothing about them. Curse it. Open fire and annihilate these wretched beasts in one fell swoop. The citizens of the Maple Leaf Nation were ablaze with fervor, their faces flushed with passion as they brandished their fists in unity. An unprecedented sense of pride surged within them. Boom! The hunter unleashed its artillery, sending a barrage of shells crashing into the horde of monsters. Roar! The leading beast, a formidable creature, was evidently incensed by the hunter's audacity. It released a thunderous howl towards the heavens, prompting the other beasts to scatter and charge forward. Chapter 93. The Great Hunter is also demolished. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated through the air. The entire hunter ship trembled slightly. Inside the cockpit, several pilots turned pale. Damn it! They're using full power on the hull, throwing us off. One pilot shouted. In that moment, the power system operated frantically. This behemoth twisted and turned on the ground. Apart from this, it was incapable of performing any other maneuvers. Unlike the mechs from Huaguo, which could flip and twist at will, such actions were utterly impossible. A single flip would mean total annihilation. However, despite their attempts, it was evident that their efforts bore no fruit. The ferocious beasts clung to this colossal machine, their sharp teeth gnashing and tearing away at the metal. Piece by piece, the metal was devoured. Duong! A massive chunk of metal was flung away, creating a thunderous crash. In that instant, the world fell silent. At this rate, forget about 10 minutes, or even 5. They might not last 3 minutes against these relentless beasts. The citizens of Maple Leaf Country were left dumbfounded. Their sugary drinks suddenly lost all appeal as they stared blankly at the live broadcast. The hunter ship was being dismantled? What on earth is this foolish contraption? Which idiot designed it? Did they not consider the possibility of monsters approaching during the design phase? Why was there no countermeasure at all? To hell with the mechs. The citizens of Maple Leaf Country were seething with rage. Quick, open the hatch and escape. Realizing the dire situation, the pilots in the cockpit hurriedly prepared to flee. The hatch swung open, and the panicked pilots tumbled out in a frenzy. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of pilots rushed out in haste. Global spectators watched in disbelief. What in the world? So many people? Aren't there supposed to be only one pilot per mech in Huaguo? What's going on? Are you all having a party in there? A fake mech? No need to look further. This is a mere illusion. Good heavens, can they even escape? As these pilots emerged from the cockpit, they found themselves directly beneath the gaping maws of the beasts. Whether they could run was uncertain. Who knows? Remaining inside would surely mean death, while escaping might offer a glimmer of hope. The spectators around the world could hardly bear to watch. If nothing extraordinary occurred, these pilots would likely meet their doom. At this moment, the leader of Maple Leaf Country stared blankly, eyes vacant. In less than 3 minutes, their defenses had been completely dismantled. The sophisticated weapons they had equipped had fired only a few rounds, proving utterly ineffective. What now? These beasts were dismantling everything with alarming ferocity. At the current rate, it wouldn't be long before complete devastation ensued. The entirety of the Maple Leaf Nation is on the verge of being utterly dismantled. He finds it difficult to accept such a fate. What shall we do? Perhaps we should seek assistance from the Celestial Empire. They possess the most advanced mechs and could surely vanquish these monstrous beings. No, it is inconceivable to solicit their aid, for they are scoundrels who would undoubtedly demand exorbitant prices. Then what shall we do? Should we appeal to the bald eagle for salvation? Shall we allow them to unleash a nuclear strike upon our land? In an instant, the cabinet ministers divided into 2 factions. Both sides stood resolutely opposed, unwilling to yield to one another. Naturally, neither could persuade the other. Meanwhile, those monstrous hounds had already commenced their assault on other cities within the Maple Leaf Nation. Chapter 94. Conscience Price. I apologize for my earlier comments. After witnessing the dismantling of that mech, Lin Hao posted another tweet. Instantly, all netizens were left bewildered. What has happened to the esteemed Lin Hao? Why has he inexplicably offered an apology? Everyone was perplexed. At that moment, Lin Hao tweeted again, I am sorry. I lack understanding of mechs. I was arrogant. I am merely a repairman, not a manufacturer. I should not have claimed it could withstand 10 minutes. I misled everyone. And I sincerely apologize. Now it all makes sense. Once the situation was clarified, everyone burst into laughter. Come on, Lin Hao, it's not your fault. Who asked them to be so weak? Though the sarcasm was palpable, it was appreciated. After all, who wouldn't have a temper when confronted with the esteemed Lin Hao? Online, discussions erupted fervently. Upon witnessing this, some individuals immediately reported back to the Maple Leaf Nation. The cabinet ministers, upon seeing this, gritted their teeth in anger. There was no way they could seek aid from Huaguo Nation. They must turn to the Bald Eagle, who was nearby and could provide swift support. Indeed, the Bald Eagle possessed formidable military strength and could surely vanquish these monsters, who were not as potent as before, thus unlikely to compel them to resort to nuclear weapons. Let us request assistance from the Bald Eagle, the head of the Maple Leaf Nation decided, clenching his jaw. What? They demand gold, rare minerals like rhodium, and advanced technology? The cabinet ministers nearly overturned the table upon hearing this. Where could they possibly procure such resources? Such exorbitant demands were outrageous. They hadn't anticipated the Bald Eagle's insatiable appetite during such a critical time. Their relations had been amicable, so what now? The ministers glared at their leader, their expressions darkening. Ask them if they can lower the demands or accept alternative offerings. The leader, with a grim visage, instructed. If the price could be reduced, it might still be acceptable. After all, this was far better than the Maple Leaf Nation being dismantled. The foreign ministers swiftly initiated contact. However, despite their best efforts, no reduction in price was forthcoming. The Bald Eagle had them cornered. Damn it, what are they thinking? The leader of the Maple Leaf Nation appeared exceedingly furious. If we are dismantled by these monsters, once they reach the borders of our two nations, the Bald Eagle will also find themselves in peril. He cursed vehemently. Then, the leader cast a sidelong glance at everyone. If we unleash overwhelming firepower, is there a possibility we could eliminate the monsters? Anger aside, there had to be a way to address these beasts. The cabinet ministers frowned. Theoretically, it was feasible. However, the speed of the monsters we are currently facing makes it exceedingly difficult to strike them directly. The residual force from explosions would be insufficient to harm them unless we employed an extensive area of firepower coverage. However, this task proves to be exceedingly arduous. Their numbers are overwhelming. Once dispersed, how vast an area must our firepower cover? Our nation lacks such formidable might, and we do not possess nuclear warheads. We can only target a single beast at a time, which implies that eliminating all these monsters would require an exorbitant amount of time. As time drags on, it is undeniable that the losses incurred by the Maple Leaf Nation will escalate. Perhaps we should seek assistance from the Huaguo, requesting their Mechas to intervene. With a sigh, the leader of the Maple Leaf Nation lamented helplessly. In the White Eagle's presidential office, the Supreme Leader's expression darkened upon receiving the Maple Leaf Nation's response. This Maple Leaf Nation, with conditions so modest, still refused to comply. They shall face their own demise. With such a multitude of beasts, the Maple Leaf Nation likely lacks the capacity to cope. If they were to adopt a targeted strategy, systematically eliminating one by one, they might have a chance. However, the ensuing losses would be incalculable. The Supreme Leader leisurely calculated the implications. It seemed more prudent to adhere to his own terms. They would ultimately acquiesce. After pondering for a while, he reclined comfortably in his chair, drawing from his extensive experience in business. He could not fathom any rational justification for the Maple Leaf Nation's refusal. Meanwhile, upon receiving the urgent plea for help, Huaguo reached out to Lin Hao for discussions. Lin Hao fell silent for a moment before responding. We can assist them, but they must provide resources in return. Furthermore, at this upcoming nuclear energy conference, they must support us unconditionally. Working for free is out of the question. The notion of great power responsibility is futile with monsters on the loose. Such ideals cannot stave off hunger. Coincidentally, Huaguo was looking to ramp up the production of mechas, necessitating numerous resources. It was time for the Maple Leaf Nation to contribute. Soon, the terms were established. After intense negotiations, Huaguo dispatched all its negotiation experts to probe the limits of the Maple Leaf Nation's willingness. Ultimately, the final outcome emerged. In ordinary circumstances, such demands would appear exorbitant, even outrageous. Yet, in comparison to the conditions posed by the White Eagle, they seemed relatively acceptable, perhaps even fair. If Lin Hao were to learn of the minister's sentiments, he would undoubtedly roll his eyes. Of course, a fair price. We welcome your next visit. Oh God, why do these monsters persist? Do they not tire? At this moment, the citizens of the Maple Leaf Nation, after witnessing the tenacity of the courageous husky in the footage, felt a wave of despair. Where are our troops? Why haven't they been dispatched without delay? Troops? Have you not seen that the 3 major fleets have already been sunk beneath the waves? Then why not seek aid from other nations, such as Huaguo? Their mechas are so impressive. Surely they could vanquish the beasts. What of the White Eagle? Is it merely sitting by idly? We are right beside them. If we falter, they will not fare any better. Suddenly, the nation of Maple Leaf was engulfed in panic and fear. However, soon a piece of news spread like wildfire. The Hua nation would dispatch mechs to assist Maple Leaf. It was an official announcement. Long live Hua. Gratitude to the people of Hua. Hua is indeed the eternal friend of Maple Leaf. The citizens of Maple Leaf erupted in cheers. In the presidential palace, the supreme leader exclaimed, "What is this? Weren't you seeking our assistance? How did you suddenly turn to Hua? Damn it, what is going on?" Just as he was perplexed, an audio recording surfaced online. It was the dialogue from the previous negotiations between the Bald Eagle and the Maple Leaf Nation. It remained uncertain whether this was a deliberate act by the Maple Leaf government or a leak from elsewhere. Upon hearing the contents of this conversation, the entire populace of Maple Leaf was thrown into an uproar. Chapter 95. I feel like I've lost suddenly. The citizens of Maple Leaf Nation began to voice their grievances against the white-headed eagle. Typically, the two nations maintained a cordial relationship due to their proximity, engaging in a degree of military cooperation. However, at such a critical juncture, they audaciously sought to exploit the situation. How despicable! Look at Huaguo. Despite the vast distance, they have come forth to provide support. That exemplifies the responsibility of a great nation. Huaguo is indeed a steadfast ally. Countless citizens of Maple Leaf Nation began to extol Huaguo, simultaneously anticipating the arrival of Huaguo's mechas. After all, their own nation's mechas were nothing but scrap, easily dismantled by a group of buffoons in a mere 3 minutes. Such nonsense. Huaguo's mechas, on the other hand, were undeniably impressive. Meanwhile, the leaders of Maple Leaf Nation, along with their cabinet ministers, were seething with frustration. These are 2 rogues. Huaguo's assistance does come at a cost, yet they dared not disclose this fact. Should this information leak, their high-ranking officials would find themselves in dire straits. Engaging Huaguo's help at such an exorbitant price would surely incite public ire. It was better to remain silent. Furthermore, someone had just released the audio of the negotiations between the White-Headed Eagle and Maple Leaf Nation. This would undoubtedly provoke the White-Headed Eagle. If, at this moment, the details of the transaction with Huaguo were to emerge, it would offend both giants. How could Maple Leaf Nation possibly survive such animosity? It was wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict. They could simply pretend nothing had occurred. After all, it would only enhance Huaguo's reputation. A trivial matter. The head of Maple Leaf Nation, with reddened eyes and gritted teeth, spoke through clenched jaws. At the very least, the monstrous threat was on the verge of being eradicated. That was a silver lining. He attempted to lift his spirits. Before long, the silhouette of Huaguo's mechas appeared in the skies above Maple Leaf Nation. Despite the considerable distance, the remarkable propulsion of the Red Demon enabled swift support to the battlefield. Huaguo's mechas had arrived. The citizens of Maple Leaf Nation erupted in exuberant cheers. Many even directed their voices towards the mechas, proclaiming the enduring friendship between Maple Leaf Nation and Huaguo. I love Huaguo. The high-ranking officials of Maple Leaf Nation, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation threatening to overwhelm them. Were they so easily won over by Huaguo? For a fleeting moment, he genuinely contemplated revealing the truth. Yet he restrained himself. To disclose it would spell disaster for him. The red demon descended from the sky, confronting the monstrous adversaries. The creatures halted in their tracks. After just having taken down one colossal entity, another had appeared? What more was there to discuss? They charged forward with unrestrained fervor. All the monsters raced towards the red demon with astonishing speed. This was indeed the hallmark of these creatures, their remarkable swiftness and devastating destructive power. However, in other aspects, they cannot compare to the previous monsters, such as their defensive capabilities. Yet, when it comes to speed, the red demon is certainly formidable. Within the mech, numerous reactors were activated to their fullest extent. The red demon was propelled forward. As the monster lunged towards it, the red demon's body twisted and deftly evaded the attack. Subsequently, the lightsaber gently grazed the monster's massive form. In an instant, the colossal creature collapsed to the ground, clouds of dust swirling into the air. At that moment, the global populace fell into silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Did they truly witness this? The mech from Huaguo had defeated the monster with a single strike? Before they could even comprehend the situation, one monster after another began to fall. The battle was overwhelmingly swift, not taking much time at all. Was it over? The leader of Maple Leaf Nation stared blankly at the scene before him, his mind struggling to process the events. Yes, it was over. The mech had already begun its return journey. His assistant, equally astonished, remarked, "Incredible." The leader of Maple Leaf Nation jolted in shock. He had invested so much money, only to witness such a brief encounter? How could he feel so cheated? Spending a fortune for merely 3 minutes of experience? The prelude hadn't even begun, and it was already concluded? At this moment, it was not just him who was astonished. The entire world was engulfed in shock, trembling in disbelief. Was this truly so powerful? The Maple Leaf Nation had spent considerable time unable to cope, yet it fell effortlessly into the hands of Huaguo's mech. He hadn't even grasped what had transpired before it met its demise. Was there anything faster? Mediocre, he thought, as a seasoned veteran. Even he could surpass it by a slight margin. He was drenched in disbelief. This battle could hardly be described as spectacular. The anticipated back-and-forth exchange never materialized. From the outset, it was a one-sided affair. It was astonishingly swift, leaving everyone bewildered. This could not be deemed thrilling. Yet, without question, the shock it imparted was immense. This battle once again showcased the formidable strength of Huaguo's mechs to the world. In the presidential residence of the Bald Eagle, the supreme leader's gaze flickered with gravity. Twice in succession, mechs had vanquished monsters, revealing the overwhelming power of this technology. The Bald Eagle's mech development could not be delayed any longer. It was imperative to expedite its creation. Furthermore, there was Lin Hao. This man, the supreme leader, furrowed his brow. If they could incorporate Lin Hao into their ranks, all their issues would naturally be resolved. Several cabinet ministers gathered around. How do we entice him? The supreme leader rolled his eyes. Currently, Lin Hao stands as a national treasure of Huaguo, possessing everything one could desire: wealth, fame. The notion of enticing him is almost laughable. Perhaps one might consider the allure of beautiful women? Exotic charm could prove irresistible to a young man such as he. One individual ventured this suggestion. No, that is implausible. Another countered. I have never heard of Lin Hao being associated with any romantic escapades. I suspect he may not even be fond of women. Yet, this assertion was quickly rebutted. They had been studying Lin Hao for an extended period and discovered that he was surrounded by no female companionship, not even a rumor of scandal. The idea of employing the allure of beauty to win him over was utterly unrealistic. It was evident that he preferred piloting mechs. Instantly, the conference room descended into silence. The supreme leader rubbed his temples in exasperation. What a nuisance! Why must he bear the burden of resolving every issue? His heart ached for this nation. Fortunately, he remained a steadfast presence. Otherwise, one could scarcely imagine the dire state it might descend into. Let the intelligence department explore the possibility of eliminating this individual, the supreme leader stated coldly. If he cannot be won over, then let us remove him altogether. Chapter 96. Repeated lateral movements upon witnessing the Mecha successfully repel the monstrous threat. A summit was reconvened in the Huan nation. Everyone took their seats. Ahem. Will cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. I believe Elton's previous proposal was quite commendable. In order to address the global crisis, mecha technology should be shared. Only in this way can we prevent the excessive use of nuclear weapons. In that instant, countless gazes converged upon Will. Brother, you certainly did not express this sentiment before. Is your change of heart occurring at an alarming speed? Feeling the weight of their stares, Will maintained an unflinching demeanor. Of course, when his nation possessed Mecha, he had adamantly rejected the idea of sharing technology. However, it was now evident that their Mecha was woefully inadequate, utterly ineffective. The Mecha of Huan Nation was far superior. They needed to devise a strategy to acquire Huan Nation's Mecha technology. What is he saying? A representative from the Maple Leaf Nation turned pale upon hearing Will's words. Previously, the Maple Leaf Nation had reached an agreement to unconditionally support Huan Nation during the summit. Yet now, Will had abruptly begun to target Huan Nation? How could this be permissible? If Huan Nation were to turn against them, it would spell disaster. Was no one going to inform him of this matter? The individual turned to the people nearby and inquired. Everyone shook their heads. They had been so astounded by the earlier display of the Mecha that they had completely forgotten about this issue. Go quickly. Inform him at once. Soon, someone rushed forward, using a communication device to relay the information to Will. Upon hearing it, Will's expression fluctuated between shades of blue and purple, his countenance changing several times. Why did you not tell me about this sooner? How am I to resolve this situation now? Will, are you all right? Someone asked. No, Will replied awkwardly, shaking his head. Very well then. If that is the case, I believe we can proceed to a vote. Wait. Suddenly, Will interrupted the ongoing discussions. All eyes once again turned toward him. Brother, you seem to be the one with the most theatrical input in this meeting. What exactly do you wish to achieve? I feel that my previous stance was not clearly articulated. I believe that sharing mecha technology is highly inadvisable, as it is evident that many nations are incapable of producing mecha. Even if we were to provide them with the technology, it would serve no purpose. They would still face the threat of monsters. I maintain that resources should be concentrated, allowing nations equipped with mecha to engage in unified manufacturing, as this is the most prudent course of action. This has always been my perspective. Will straightened his back, his demeanor resolute and calm. What the hell? However, as his words echoed in the room, every attendee was left bewildered, their heads filled with question marks. What does this even mean? Is he playing games? A different suggestion every second? Will, this meeting is no jest. It pertains to a matter of immense significance for the entire world. I believe it would be prudent for you to contemplate your words carefully before speaking. Elton's countenance reflected his dismay. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a fool to disrupt this gathering. No, my thoughts are quite lucid, or rather, I could articulate them even more clearly. I propose that we concentrate our resources in Huaguo, allowing it to undertake the production of mechs. In doing so, we would possess the capability to avert the utilization of nuclear weapons and mitigate nuclear contamination. Chapter 97. A tense atmosphere observing while shielding him from gunfire. Jiang Haoran remained silent, contemplating the situation. With someone standing in his defense, why should he step forward? Silence. You fool. Before long, Elton was provoked by Will's actions. He slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming in anger, shocking everyone present. In such a public setting, to openly curse was indeed a desperate move from Elton. Elton truly could not comprehend why they could not unite to compel Huaguo to relinquish its mecha manufacturing technology. Why the opposition? He turned his gaze towards Jiang Haoran, questioning whether this was also Huaguo's strategy to let Maple Leaf Nation take the lead and muddle the waters. Currently, several nations, under Will's fervent persuasion, had gravitated towards Huaguo. These nations had never contemplated producing mechas. They lacked the capability and found little utility in mecha manufacturing technology. They had previously been indecisive, but now, Will's proposition seemed quite appealing. With Maple Leaf Nation at the forefront, they naturally followed suit. After all, only Huaguo was capable of combating the monsters. If they did not support Huaguo, whom would they support? the bald eagle? Supporting them would only lead to global nuclear contamination. Thus, the situation had grown increasingly unfavorable. It was clear that compelling Huaguo to disclose its mecha manufacturing technology without a complete fallout was no longer feasible. Would they resort to coercive force? Elton narrowed his eyes. The negotiations had reached a stalemate. Regardless of the outcome of the meeting, the authority to utilize nuclear weapons undoubtedly rested in his hands. Much like the bald eagle. Possessing nuclear weapons meant that if they wished to use them, what good would a mere agreement do? Could a piece of paper truly restrain them? Clearly not. However, the dilemma lay in the international landscape. If one were to breach an agreement, what would other nations think? The issue of nuclear contamination concerned the entire globe. They could not simply be ignored. At that point, it was highly probable that the world would isolate the bald eagle. Once isolated, the situation would become precarious. Even a superpower like the bald eagle could not withstand that. This was no trivial matter. Despite the widespread disdain for Huaguo and the affinity for the bald eagle, interests prevailed. Once nuclear contamination emerged, it would be akin to heralding the apocalypse, undeniably threatening their interests. Nevertheless, persuading Elton to relent seemed implausible. No one wished to deploy nuclear weapons on their own soil. If Mechas could defeat the monsters, that would be the optimal outcome. Above all, Huaguo must be compelled to divulge its mecha manufacturing technology. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall never endorse or agree with the outcome of this meeting, Elton declared coldly. If Huaguo is unwilling to share its mecha manufacturing technology, the White Eagle will impose a comprehensive technological blockade on Huaguo. Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the representatives present. Has it indeed come to this? From the very outset of the meeting, many representatives had harbored a vague suspicion. The unyielding empire has consented to the White Eagle's proposal. Suddenly, a voice emerged. The unyielding empire, a venerable powerhouse, stands apart from those smaller nations. These smaller nations, incapable of producing mechas, do not require mecha manufacturing technology, yet they desire it. Gaul shares a similar sentiment. Soon, one by one, numerous established powers rose to voice their stance. The entire meeting was charged with a palpable tension. Chapter 98. Assassination. The representative of the Bear Nation stated with a subtle tone that they supported the proposal of the Maple Leaf Nation. It was evident that the Huaguo would never relinquish its technology. Therefore, fostering a good relationship with Huaguo was indeed the pragmatic approach. Perhaps, by nurturing this relationship, they might even acquire mecha technology, a strategic retreat for a forthcoming advance. In an instant, several major powers expressed their stances in the conference hall, resulting in a division among the attendees into two factions. At this moment, Jiang Haoran spoke up, asserting that Huaguo would not share its technology. However, if any nation was willing to collaborate with them to combat the monsters, they would be warmly welcomed. His tone was exceptionally resolute. This time, there would be no concessions. The mecha technology was absolutely not up for sharing. Elton's face turned crimson as he glared at Jiang Haoran. Was it true that even a technological blockade could not sway Huaguo? Ultimately, under such circumstances, the factions formed their respective alliances. One side comprised Huaguo, the Bear Nation, and others united against the monsters, while the other side consisted of the Bald Eagle, the Fallen Empire, and their allies. Just as the conference reached a stalemate, Linhao received an invitation from the Ministry of Education. The newly established department was soon to hold a groundbreaking ceremony, and they hoped Lin Hao could attend to perform the ribbon cutting. After all, there was likely no one in Huaguo who understood the subject better than him. If he did not attend, who would? I understand. I will be there, Lin Hao replied calmly. That's wonderful. I will send someone to pick you up right away. The voice on the other end of the line radiated excitement. Before long, a vehicle arrived. Lin Hao boarded and set off for the new university. Shortly after his departure, Zheng Guo hurried to the National Research Institute in search of Lin Hao. Old Bai, where's Lin Hao? We have received information that some foreign forces may have taken an interest in him. I came to warn him to avoid going out lately. Until we capture the spies in Huaguo, he should remain at the National Research Institute and the military compound. Zheng Guo expressed his anxiety. Lin Hao? He was picked up by the Ministry of Education's vehicle to attend the groundbreaking ceremony for the new department. Bai Ziyuan adjusted his glasses and replied. Picked up? Zheng Guo's expression shifted. He arrived so quickly. How could he have been taken away? Is there danger? Old Bai immediately grew alarmed. It should be fine, right? It cannot be that coincidental. Nonetheless, we should remain cautious. I will notify Lin Hao and send someone to him, Zheng Guo gradually stated. He then directly dialed Lin Hao's phone. However, as soon as the call connected, an odd sound emerged from the other end, chilling Zheng Guo's heart. Was it truly this fortuitous? Linhao, are you there? Is something wrong? Zheng Guo called out, but despite his persistent shouts, there was no response. From the phone, he could only faintly hear the sounds of a struggle. Damn it! Zheng Guo issued a cold reprimand, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What is the matter with you? Why has no one been dispatched to protect Lin Hao? If anything were to happen to him, what then? Bai Lao's heart raced with trepidation. Now was not the time for idle chatter. He needed to act swiftly and send someone to his side. Zheng Guo felt equally helpless. Lin Hao is a living, breathing individual. It was hardly feasible to have someone shadowing him at all times. Was this protection or mere surveillance? Moreover, Lin Hao typically frequented the National Research Institute and the military family compound, both locations deemed utterly secure, requiring no special safeguarding. Who could have anticipated that during his rare outing, Lin Hao would fall victim to such an ambush? In a flurry, Zheng Guo dialed Li Yongrue's number. Old Li, we have a situation. Old Zheng, take your time. What has happened? Li Yongrue responded, bewildered by the urgency in Zheng Guo's voice. What could possibly provoke such alarm in a deputy commander of the military district? However, the subsequent revelation from Zheng Guo sent a chill down his spine. Lin Hao had been attacked. What is going on? Knowing the risks, why was he allowed to go? Li Yongrue's anxiety surged. This was a severe dereliction of duty. Without awaiting further explanation from Zheng Guo, he promptly issued commands for the military district's forces to mobilize. Lin Hao was of paramount importance, a crucial asset to the nation. He must not come to any harm. Meanwhile, in a room at the new academy, Lin Hao's gaze was icy as he stared into the distance. He had merely intended to rest for a moment before participating in a groundbreaking ceremony when an unexpected visitor appeared. Who sent you? Lin Hao inquired coolly. However, the figure before him remained silent, staring at Lin Hao in disbelief. Was this truly reality? Was Lin Hao merely a researcher? What was happening? The speed and strength displayed were astonishing. The only apparent deficiency was in combat skills, which was understandable. Mastery of such techniques required extensive practice, something Lin Hao, engrossed in research, lacked time for. Yet, with such velocity and power, did combat skill truly matter? The disparity in physical strength was overwhelming, rendering any technique moot. How can your physical prowess be so terrifying? The intruder exclaimed through gritted teeth, astonished that he could not subdue a mere young researcher. It was utterly ludicrous. He was certain that Lin Hao's physical capabilities surpassed those of so-called elite soldiers, transcending the realm of normal human capacity. When his arm had collided with Lin Hao's, it felt as if it had shattered, the pain indelibly etched in his memory. This individual was formidable. It was as if he were witnessing a mutant from a film. A mutant? Abruptly, he widened his eyes, gazing in astonishment at Lin Hao. Across the globe, the research into genetic technology had never ceased, with the aim of enhancing human capabilities to achieve the extraordinary effects depicted in cinema. Could it be that Huaguo had succeeded? A shiver ran down his spine. Damn it. He needed to leave this place swiftly. All he possessed was a short dagger, nothing more. After all, in his original perception, dealing with Lin Hao was a trivial matter. A silent assassination would pose no issues. Carrying too many items would only complicate matters. Who could have anticipated such an unforeseen turn of events? What has happened to academician Lin? Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside, causing the man's expression to shift dramatically. He hurriedly darted toward the nearby window. Yet, before he could reach it, a figure materialized before him. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 99. Lin Hao was seized by a wave of fear. Bang, bang, crash. Sounds of commotion echoed from the room. The hurriedly assembled crowd, upon hearing these noises, turned pale. Although Lin Hao was intelligent, he remained an ordinary person. If he were targeted, Lin Hao would likely be in grave danger. Quickly, force the door open. The director of the Mecha Research Institute attempted to pry the door open, only to discover it was locked from the inside. No sooner had he spoken than a few individuals moved forward to break the door down. Just at that moment, boom, the door burst open, and a figure was flung out. The crowd gasped in shock and quickly turned their attention. It was not Lin Hao, but rather someone completely unrecognizable. Everyone was bewildered. Where was Lin Hao? The director was the first to regain his composure and peered into the room. "Oh, you all are here." Lin Hao turned around, his expression calm and collected. "Lin Hao, are you all right?" The crowd inquired anxiously. Once they confirmed Lin Hao was unharmed, they collectively sighed in relief. Thank goodness he was safe. Before long, Zhang Guo arrived in haste, accompanied by his team. After surveying the scene, he too was taken aback. The door had been violently torn from its frame, and the metallic chairs within were riddled with dents, evidently from an immense force. What kind of strength could have caused this? A cursory examination of the assassin revealed multiple fractures, a truly horrific sight. It felt less like the result of a fight and more akin to being struck by a vehicle. One could say this was the most severely injured assassin Zhang Guo had ever encountered. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still quite shaken. Lin Hao, after consuming the super soldier serum, had not undergone systematic combat training. He had merely practiced a bit of fighting alongside military personnel. To exhibit such power was nothing short of terrifying. "Director Lin, I had no idea you were concealing such prowess, facing an assassin with such poise and composure," remarked a female teacher, her eyes shimmering in awe. Lin Hao truly seemed like the perfect candidate. "No, it would be disingenuous to say I was unafraid. I was indeed somewhat anxious," Lin Hao admitted, shaking his head. When he first encountered the assassin, he had felt a twinge of panic. However, he soon realized that he was, perhaps, slightly more formidable than the assassin. "You were afraid?" The female teacher stared at him in disbelief, glancing at the assassin being loaded onto an ambulance. How could she not find it hard to believe? "Lin Hao, please tell me honestly, how immense is your strength now?" Zhang Guo approached, whispering his inquiry. Lin Hao's physical data had been meticulously monitored, as he was the first individual to have consumed the genetic serum. All pertinent data would surely be recorded. At present, his bench press reaches an astonishing 700 kilograms, and he can sprint 100 meters in under 2 seconds, with a vertical leap that surpasses that of most athletes by at least threefold. Listening to these figures, Zhang Guo could not help but gasp in astonishment. 100 meters in approximately 2 seconds? Are you truly that man who embodies the wind? Faster than a cheetah? Such a figure Zhang Guo had only encountered in films before. In truth, Lin Hao's physical transformation extends far beyond these feats. His cellular division rate has significantly accelerated, meaning his recovery from injuries occurs several times faster than that of an ordinary person. His reflexes, auditory and visual senses, and various other capabilities have all seen remarkable enhancement. One could assert that Lin Hao has now become a super soldier, a hexagonal super soldier, devoid of any flaws. Chapter 100. Even if the blueprints were disclosed, they would be incapable of deciphering them. "Rest assured, old Bai, Lin Hao is perfectly fine," Jink was said with a wry smile. No matter how he tried to convince old Bai, he remained unconvinced. Given Lin Hao's current physical condition, if there were any issues, it should have been the assassin facing consequences instead. "All right, I will take him for a checkup," Zhang Guo conceded, feeling helpless. He accompanied Lin Hao to the hospital. After a thorough examination, it was confirmed that Lin Hao was in peak condition, as robust as a beast. Only then did old Bai feel relieved. However, the incident of Lin Hao's assassination attempt quickly spread, for it was too significant to remain concealed, and the authorities had no intention of hiding the truth. Who on earth could it be? Which country dispatched this assassin? Is Lin Hao in peril? This absolutely cannot be tolerated. They must be uprooted. The nation was shaken to its core. Lin Hao's influence on Huaguo was immense. A national hero had been brazenly attacked. The government swiftly organized a press conference. "First and foremost, I wish to reassure those who have been concerned for me. I am well, entirely unharmed. Rather than worrying about me, perhaps you should be more concerned for that unfortunate assassin. He was ill-fated to have encountered me," Lin Hao stated calmly. In an instant, laughter erupted among the crowd, who perceived this as Lin Hao's humor. After all, how could a scientist not fear an assassin? Yet, only those who truly understood the situation knew that Lin Hao was not jesting. It was indeed the truth. The assassin had met a grim fate. "Mr. Lin Hao, May I inquire why you believe you were targeted? Is it related to the Mecha technology? Furthermore, could you elaborate on the specific circumstances of the incident? A reporter asked. This was a major event. The assassination of a national hero could not possibly be straightforward. Conceivably, it was a covert struggle between nations. I suspect so. You must understand how significant Mecha technology is to the world. Just recently, at a summit, there were nations that sought to have Huaguo share its Mecha manufacturing technology, but were met with refusal. I do not dismiss the possibility that someone, in their indignation, sought to destroy what they could not obtain. Lin Hao's gaze swept the room before landing on a journalist from the Bald Eagle Nation. The reporter appeared momentarily stunned, and upon regaining his composure, he stood up. Mr. Lin, you must be aware that you are accountable for your words. You are intentionally inciting national discord. Moreover, sharing Mecha technology would benefit the entire world. I believe everyone present would agree that we do not wish to see this world ravaged by monsters. I am fully aware of the subject at hand. Huaguo has always been renowned for its warm hospitality. However, should anyone dare to instigate conflict, Huaguo remains unafraid, be it in military, economic, or technological domains. Lin Hao's gaze was as tranquil as still water, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Suddenly, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, igniting murmurs and whispers as everyone grappled with the implications of Lin Hao's words. Was this a declaration of war? Why was this Huaguo individual so audacious? With a mere technological blockade, we need not even resort to force to bring them to their knees, pleading for mercy. Surely, this man has lost his senses to utter such statements in this setting. Countless individuals expressed their disbelief, pondering the shifting tides of international relations. The members of the National Research Institute, upon hearing Lin Hao's proclamation, turned pale. What was Lin Hao's true intention? There's nothing to be surprised about, remarked Zheng Guo, furrowing his brow. He too felt unsettled by Lin Hao's unexpected declaration. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. The nuclear energy summit had concluded, and nations had already divided into two factions. At this juncture, Lin Hao's words were of little consequence. The global landscape was poised for transformation. During the summit, Elton and others had already proposed a technological blockade against Huaguo, and Lin Hao was merely responding to their provocations. I believe Lin Hao is correct. We have remained silent for far too long, allowing others to perceive us as easy targets, Li Yongrui slowly articulated. Lin Hao's statements are quite satisfying. They initiated hostilities. So it is only fitting that we draw our swords in response. Moreover, today's Huaguo is no longer what it used to be. As for the proposed sharing of Mecha technology, I find it utterly unnecessary. Even if I were to release the blueprints for Mecha construction, no one would be able to replicate them. At that moment, Lin Hao continued to speak, and once again, a wave of astonishment erupted. To make the blueprints public, yet no one could replicate them? This young man elderby chuckled and shook his head. Was Lin Hao mistaken? The many individuals at the National Research Institute, fixated on the blueprints daily, had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of the technology, even with Lin Hao's assistance. Without his guidance, how could others hope to grasp the complexities? Yet, those beyond this circle held a different opinion. Isn't this a bit too arrogant? To claim that the blueprints would remain incomprehensible? Does he believe his designs are of extraterrestrial origin? Anyone can make bold assertions, if he possesses the capability. Let him disclose the blueprints. If he fears to do so, then it is mere bluster. Countless voices clamored in dissent. What does Huaguo truly possess? In today's world, the foremost research institutions are predominantly located abroad. And what of Huaguo? The nation's technology lags significantly behind the global benchmark, particularly in the realm of core technologies that are irreplaceable. In such a context, Lin Hao's audacious proclamations seem utterly absurd. Indeed, Lin Hao's youth betrays him, as he is brimming with impetuousness and ignorance. Mr. Lin Hao, your confidence appears rather misplaced. Numerous nations have already established a steady trajectory in the development of mechs, and they will soon produce their own models, likely surpassing the capabilities of the Red Demon, relegating it to the annals of history. A journalist promptly rose to interject, questioning, "Isn't that splendid? They can manufacture their own without needing my blueprints." Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. The journalist was left speechless, at a loss for words. Furthermore, It is indeed true that the Red Demon will soon be obsolete, as our second-generation models are on the verge of testing, and the performance of the Red Demon is, frankly, inadequate. Chapter 101, Public Naming Contest. What? A second-generation model? As Lin Hao's words echoed through the venue, an electrifying stir swept across the assembly. The Red Demon's inaugural model had only just made its debut, having completed a mere 2 missions. And now, you dare to announce that a second-generation model is on the horizon? Are you certain this is not some jest? Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. Is this for real? A second-generation model? The initial Red Demon is already so formidable. What heights might the successor reach? What is this madness? Hasn't the Red Demon just been integrated into the military? It seems destined for retirement already? The most unfortunate mecha in history. Dismissed before it even had a chance to shine. Countless individuals glued to their screens were left in shock. At the White Eagle Presidential Palace, the Supreme Leader was equally taken aback upon receiving this news. What is this? A second-generation model? We haven't even constructed the first mecha yet. And you're already presenting a second generation? Your pace seems alarmingly rapid. Furthermore, you claim the Red Demon's performance is lacking? What nonsense! Since its inception, the Red Demon has engaged in 2 battles, both of which were executed flawlessly. Particularly notable was its recent engagement in Maple Leaf Country, where it swiftly vanquished the monster. This clearly attests to the Red Demon's explosive capabilities. It must be a fabrication. This must be a ploy devised by this individual. How could Huaguo possibly develop a more advanced mecha in such a short span? The Supreme Leader's expression darkened as he immediately dismissed the idea. Technological breakthroughs become increasingly arduous with time. Thus, he firmly concluded that this was merely Huaguo's attempt to create a narrative to deceive the world. He would not fall for such a ruse. Meanwhile, back at the venue, the audience gradually regained their composure. They swallowed hard, staring at Lin Hao in astonishment. Mr. Lin Hao, you mentioned that the second-generation model is about to be unveiled. Could you elaborate on the differences between it and the first generation? Mr. Lin Hao, when can we expect the second-generation model to make its appearance? And in what manner will it do so? The reporters clamored after him with questions. Lin Hao waved his hand and replied, You will learn more once the second-generation model undergoes testing. It is inconvenient for me to elaborate further at this moment, but I assure you it will be unveiled shortly. The Supreme Leader shook his head, muttering, The Huaguo people certainly enjoy boasting. He made a call to inquire about the status of their own mecha development, disregarding the reporter's persistent questioning. Lin Hao continued, Additionally, we will initiate a public vote to select the name for the second-generation model. With that, he hurriedly exited the stage. Well done, Zhang commended, patting Lin Hao on the shoulder with a smile. Lin Hao had adopted a resolute stance, ensuring that everyone understood Huaguo was far from a soft target. Following the conclusion of the press conference, a fervent discussion has once again erupted across the internet regarding the naming of the Mecha. Naming it Level 8 Tempest exudes an undeniable grandeur. Alternatively, Little Lobster caters to the cravings of food enthusiasts. What are these names you all are proposing? They are utterly chaotic. Perhaps Sea King would suffice. It seems you are the true Sea King. I find Night Walking Rose to be quite exquisite. A plethora of names has emerged, nearly overwhelming Lin Hao's Weibo account. This left Lin Hao in a state of exasperation. Chapter 102. Immersive Cockpit. This press conference was undoubtedly the most substantial one yet. The nation of Huaguo not only displayed a formidable stance but also, Lin Hao officially announced the impending arrival of the second-generation model. These 2 announcements were monumental news. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the bald eagle. Undeniably, the repercussions of these developments would predominantly affect the bald eagle. As anticipated, the bald eagle swiftly took action. Numerous research firms declared they would cease cooperation with Huaguo upon the conclusion of their contracts. Concurrently, the Bald Eagle's officials announced that a week later, they would conduct the first test flight of their mechs. It was evident that these actions were entirely directed at Huaguo. Since you adopt such a rigid posture, we shall impose a technological blockade upon you. You assert the emergence of a second-generation model? Then we too shall proceed with mech testing. The tension surged instantly throughout Huaguo. The Bray Group announced the termination of its collaboration with Longshin Company, halting the authorization of chip technology. Coffee Energy declared the cessation of their joint renewable energy projects with Huaguo. These were all familiar names. However, the bald eagle was cautious not to overstep. After all, the current interdependence between Huaguo and the bald eagle was profound, permeating various aspects of daily life. A complete severance was fraught with challenges. While Huaguo would undoubtedly endure immense pressure, the bald eagle would face its own tribulations. They intended to proceed gradually. Moreover, the bald eagle announced increased tariffs, complicating Huaguo's export endeavors. Instantly, the online populace grew anxious. The bald eagle was evidently serious about their stance. The higher echelons of Huaguo convened an emergency meeting promptly. Following the meeting, officials declared that additional tariffs would be imposed on select goods from the bald eagle as a countermeasure. Simultaneously, the nation would augment research funding for domestic innovation. Additionally, Huaguo would enhance cooperation with other countries to stabilize the market. The confrontation between the two nations had officially commenced. However, the bald eagle's actions were anticipated by Huaguo. At the summit, Elton had already articulated this intent. Now, it was merely a matter of execution. Everyone had mentally prepared for this eventuality. Many departments remained composed, continuing their work with methodical diligence. At this juncture, Lin Hao was engaged in training a new cohort of mech pilots. Academician Lin, when can we conduct tests on the mechs? We are eager to experience piloting one. Lin Dong expressed with anticipation, gazing at Lin Hao. They had been studying the intricacies of mechs for an extended period, encompassing piloting techniques and emergency protocols. It could be said that they were now fully capable of operating the machines. Xiaoyan nodded in agreement beside him. They had long been eager to witness Lin Hao maneuver the mechs and vanquish those monstrous foes. In the realm of mech games available on the market, we have nearly exhausted our enthusiasm, as they often masquerade under the guise of innovation while ultimately lacking in originality. Oh, is that so? Lin Hao expressed his intrigue. What games are currently the most popular? There is a game focusing on mech mayhem, which is undeniably well-crafted, yet regrettably, it fails to capture the authentic essence of piloting a mech. It is merely a game, Zhou Yuan lamented. Lin Hao nodded thoughtfully and subsequently decided to experience it firsthand. One cannot deny the satisfying impact of the gameplay, and certain aspects are indeed impressive. It is no surprise that it has risen to prominence among players. However, it lacks that genuine allure. Engaging with this game cannot replicate the true thrill of operating a mech. Would you like to experience piloting a mech? After a while, Lin Hao found the experience rather dull, having already operated a real mech. Playing such a game felt somewhat lackluster in comparison. Upon hearing this, the students' eyes brightened, and they collectively nodded in agreement. Observing their enthusiasm, Lin Hao led them to a designated room. Inside, an array of peculiar instruments was displayed. Professor Lin, what is this? Aren't we supposed to pilot mechs? Xiaoyan exclaimed in confusion, noticing the absence of any mechs. This immersive cockpit allows you to authentically experience piloting a mech. Lin Hao explained slowly. This technology was a reward from the system and has only recently produced its first batch. Really? The astonishment in everyone's eyes was palpable as they gazed at Lin Hao. Can immersive gaming truly be realized? Indeed, Lin Hao affirmed. Although these students had mastered various aspects of mech knowledge, the reality of operating one is fraught with danger. A moment's inattention could lead to significant issues. Learning to drive typically necessitates the presence of an instructor. The same logic applies to the operation of such colossal machines. Hence, caution is paramount. Then, I shall go first. Lin Dong declared with evident excitement. No, I should go first. I am older than all of you, Xiaoyan insisted, stepping forward. Age-wise, he indeed held the position of the elder among the group. Let Xiaoyan have the first turn. His theoretical performance is commendable. And you all will have your chance. It won't make a difference if you wait a little longer, Lin Hao stated. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan clenched his fist and hurried into the cockpit. Following the instructions, he activated the equipment. In an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed dramatically. Xiaoyan found himself within the confines of the mech. An inexplicable pressure bore down on his nerves. This was a drawback of neuronal connection. For a first-time connection, it could indeed be overwhelming. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the cockpit as the previously encountered beast from the neon landscape materialized before Xiaoyan, causing him to tense up immediately. Hastily proceeding with the operation, within less than a minute, Xiaoyan emerged from the cockpit. He felt a wave of dizziness and nausea, his complexion pale and reflecting his discomfort. Was it truly that exaggerated? The remaining trainees swallowed hard, astonished that after merely a minute, one could be reduced to such a state. "It's your turn now," Lin Hao remarked with a stoic expression, casting his gaze upon the group. Soon, everyone had taken their turn. The best among them could endure only 2 minutes. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of shock permeated their hearts. How did academician Lin manage to withstand such immense pressure while battling those monstrous creatures? Don't worry, you will adapt. Once you grow accustomed to it, the situation will improve significantly, Lin Hao chuckled softly. In truth, aside from this immersive cockpit, a series of consumer-grade VR gaming headsets had also been developed. While their performance could not rival that of the cockpits, they were undoubtedly sufficient for recreational gaming purposes. Chapter 103, A Revolution in the Gaming Realm Soon. The official authorities of Huaguo announced the impending release of a VR gaming headset. This marked a revolutionary moment in the annals of gaming history. The immersive environments within the games rivaled the authenticity of real-life scenes, undeniably poised to transform players' perceptions of gaming. This headset was initially equipped with several titles, including All-Out Gunfight, League of Glory, Greedy Adventures, and more. Upon the announcement, a significant tremor rippled through the gaming community. Many gaming companies hastily convened emergency meetings, their anxiety palpable. If this development proved true, it would deliver a staggering blow to these companies, as they currently lacked the necessary technology. Even if they wished to follow suit, it simply was not feasible. Some expressed a sense of impatience, lamenting the current state of games on the market, which they deemed subpar and tiresome. Others cautioned against harboring high hopes, questioning the capabilities of a nation not primarily focused on gaming to produce quality titles. Nonetheless, as soon as the headset became available for purchase, many resolved to buy it immediately. The entire nation of Huaguo buzzed with discussions about this development, which had even garnered international attention. Many observers were skeptical about the so-called VR headset, doubting the current technological capabilities to produce such a device. However, they soon discovered their misjudgment. The first batch of VR headsets was released, and the acclaim was overwhelming. The utterly authentic gaming experience was addictive. "Wow, this feels so real. I just got slashed," exclaimed one player. Compared to traditional shooting games, this new experience was unparalleled. Regrettably, another player lamented, "I was dragged into a deep conversation about life by my girlfriend, wasting over 3 hours, and I completely missed the first batch of VR headsets. Is there a kind soul willing to sell me theirs? I'm open to negotiation. Should I even keep this girlfriend? I recommend a breakup. Kindly share her contact details with me. I tend to be soft-hearted and can't bear to see a girl upset. After the breakup, I'll console her." Meanwhile, the CEO of Huaguo Gaming Company asked anxiously, "What shall we do now?" The headset is indeed a reality. The company was thrown into disarray as the online engagement with their games plummeted, and this was merely the initial phase of the headset's release. Should it become widely adopted, the number of players engaging with their games could dwindle even further, relegating them to the nostalgic videos of prominent content creators. Our research department, can they develop this headset? The CEO inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Unfortunately, the technological gap is insurmountable, came the disheartening reply. With a heavy sigh, the CEO lamented, "What can we do now? This predicament is beyond any operational remedy. Dear CEO, currently there are only about 10 games available for this headset. I believe there is tremendous potential, and we could certainly pursue a collaboration. If we manage to develop our games into immersive 3D experiences, it would undoubtedly attract a substantial number of players. After all, the nation does not possess the resources to produce games in abundance. If our company were to partner with the government, with one party providing the equipment and the other supplying the game content, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement." Indeed, the CEO's eyes suddenly lit up. "You are truly a remarkable talent. I shall promote you, and the specifics of the negotiations will be entrusted to you." The employee was momentarily taken aback. A promotion is certainly a positive development. However, being tasked with this responsibility, wouldn't that lead to disaster? He could sense that many large companies would undoubtedly vie for this opportunity. Chapter 104, The behemoth of the gaming company, the White Eagle perspective. Upon learning of the VR headsets, the public erupted with excitement. I can hardly contain my eagerness to play this game. Where can I purchase this headset? Do not worry. I have heard that Galley Technology has dispatched representatives to Huaguo country to discuss potential collaboration, and I am confident we will soon be able to play it. However, do not be overly optimistic. Let us not forget the current state of our relations with Huaguo country. Whether this game can enter the market remains uncertain. Damn. I had almost forgotten about that. If that fellow dares to obstruct the game's market entry, I can ensure he retreats to his bunker once more. Observing the fervent crowd, the Supreme Leader felt a twitch in his eyelid. These fools. A mere game has managed to sway them? Mr. President, shall we add this game headset to the list for increased tariffs? Indeed. After a moment's contemplation, the Supreme Leader replied in a grave tone. This game is too sensational. If this headset infiltrates the White Eagle market, the consequences would be dire. However, the current sentiment among the populace. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Leader felt a chill run down his spine. The public's enthusiasm is alarmingly high. If we truly intend to prohibit this headset from entering the White Eagle, the ramifications could be significant. He has no desire to retreat to the bunker again. Let us wait and observe the situation, he conceded, feeling weary. This group is exhausting. Even as a sovereign, I cannot steer this crowd of bronze. At this moment, in Huaguo country, within a commercial building, dozens of individuals sat in a circle, all visibly tense. They were representatives from various major gaming companies across the nation, gathered for collaboration discussions. So many people? Lambert, the representative from Galley Technology, was momentarily taken aback. Many were prominent local companies. That one is from Huaguo, and that one from Mingjia. Someone beside Lambert whispered. Among these companies, he had heard of some, while others were so small he had never encountered them. No matter, Galley surpasses them in every aspect. I am confident we can reach an agreement. Lambert adjusted his collar, exuding confidence. Soon, the representatives began their discussions, some expressing joy while others wore worried expressions. Before long, it was finally Lambert's turn. White Eagle, Galley Technology? Linhao held the introduction of Galley in his hands. This company is a colossal entity on a global scale, with several of its games currently ranking among the hottest. A staff member nearby whispered, indeed. Lin Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Lambert was ushered in. Mr. Lin Hao. Greetings. I am Lambert, the representative of Galley Technology. Our company holds a promising outlook for VR gaming and hopes to establish a partnership with you. At our esteemed company, Jelly, Lambert presented an extensive overview of our advantages. Indeed, Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he gestured towards the VR headset on the table, inviting Lambert to give it a try. Lambert was filled with immense joy, and Lin Hao did not decline the offer, which suggested promising prospects. He donned the gaming headset and engaged in a first-hand experience. The hyper-realistic scenes within the game elicited an incredulous exclamation from him. What a groundbreaking innovation! As a professional in the industry, he fully comprehended the monumental impact this technology would have on the gaming realm. Reluctantly, he removed the headset and gazed at Lin Hao with eager anticipation. Mr. Lin, may we discuss the specific details? However, immediately following this, Lin Hao's words caused his expression to shift dramatically. Chapter 105. Have I been sold? I am sorry, but at present, we have no intention of collaborating with your company. Lin Hao stated bluntly. Lambert, taken aback, gazed at Lin Hao with confusion. Mr. Lin, if you disagree, then why did you allow me to try on this helmet just now? It was merely a suggestion for you to experience it. Don't you find the games within quite remarkable and entertaining? Lin Hao replied with a stoic expression. WDF? You had me try it just to tease me? Mr. Lin, I believe you should reconsider. I understand that the relationship between the White Eagle and Huaguo is currently strained, yet the overseas market presents a vast opportunity. Missing out would incur significant losses. Our company, Jelly, is the largest gaming enterprise globally, and partnering with us would yield mutual benefits. Lambert persisted, unwilling to relent. It makes no sense. You have collaborated with those smaller companies. Why not us? Are you at odds with money? The tariffs from your country are excessively high. If we were to proceed with sales, we would incur losses, leaving us powerless. Upon hearing Lin Hao's explanation, Lambert appeared even more bewildered. It seems the White Eagle has not imposed tariffs on your VR device. How did you arrive at such a conclusion about these exorbitant tariffs? Are you jesting? Lambert's expression darkened immediately. Mr. Lin, if you do not wish to collaborate, simply say so. Do not fabricate excuses, Lambert retorted coldly. With that, he departed from the commercial building. What was the point of lingering after the negotiations had collapsed? He hurriedly boarded a plane back to his homeland. Before long, news of Lin Hao's refusal to sell the VR helmet spread throughout the White Eagle. Damn it, what does your trade war have to do with my gaming? Why must I be deprived of playing games? Where are the promised mechas? Why can I not even enjoy a game now? If I travel to Huaguo, can I purchase this device? Are you dreaming? Unless you can obtain Huaguo's citizenship, that may not be impossible. I should consider it carefully. Is it really so difficult to acquire Huaguo's citizenship? The online community was ablaze with discussions. Initially, they had anticipated Jelly would bring this device back. Who could have foreseen such a conclusion? As conversations regarding the VR device proliferated online, the populace of the White Eagle grew increasingly impatient. Why were they denied the right to play? The Grand Leader observed the discourse with indifference, shrugging nonchalantly. This is the best outcome. The VR device will not disrupt our market. However, the public's enthusiasm for the VR device was soaring. If it could not be introduced soon, would there be repercussions? The advertisements from Huaguo, however, were appealing to both the young and the old alike. Young individuals can indulge in the exhilarating experience of greedy play legend, engaging in gameplay alongside their companions. Meanwhile, those of a more mature age may opt for leisurely games. Furthermore, due to the advent of VR virtual technology, many individuals with mobility challenges can once again relish the sensation of sprinting within the gaming realm. This represents an entirely novel gaming experience. Consequently, due to such promotional efforts, there has been a notable increase in the number of people in the United States who wish to partake in VR gaming, transcending the youthful demographic to encompass various age groups. Those damned game reviewers, the Supreme Leader gritted his teeth in frustration. Without those individuals, how would the citizens of the United States become aware of this phenomenon? Rest assured, China will soon buckle under the pressure. With so many nations imposing a technological blockade against them, how long can they endure? Before long, they will adopt a more humble stance and sell this device. The Supreme Leader spoke with unwavering confidence. As a businessman, he perceived the situation with clarity. This VR device was evidently a lucrative venture. In these times of China's isolation, the emergence of such a product could alleviate its economic burdens. China had no reason not to sell. Once they commenced sales, we would procure it for research and develop our own VR devices. A subtle smile crept across the Supreme Leader's lips. Such aspirations were indeed grand. However, plans often falter in the face of change. As time passed, the sentiments of the populace in the United States grew increasingly fervent. They had reached their limit. The monsters had arrived. They placed their faith in the government, only to be met with devastation. The mechs promised by the Supreme Leader were nowhere to be seen. Now, they were unable to even enjoy a game. This was utterly absurd. Damn it. I heard that the Imperium recently imported a batch of VR headsets. Why can't we? Not only the Imperium, but even nations like Korea had acquired the technology. WTF? Why are we falling behind? I recall that we are allies. Online, discontent surged once more. These nations had previously formed an alliance at the summit to impose a technological blockade against China. Why had they all acquired VR devices while the United States remained empty-handed? What was the government doing? Provoked by this situation, public discontent reached a boiling point. The Supreme Leader soon received this news and was taken aback. What is happening? Am I being betrayed? What happened to our alliance? Contact them and inquire about this matter. He bellowed, slamming his hand on the table in anger. I have already reached out to them, came the reply. They stated that the VR device is not on the boycott list, hence they chose to procure it. The Supreme Leader, he had indeed forgotten. Initially, he had taken into account the sentiments of the populace. The device was not promptly added to the list of banned items. Currently, within the homeland of the White Eagle, there are no VR devices present, simply because Huaguo unilaterally chose not to engage in this business. Is it still feasible for us to include it on the list of entities subject to sanctions? The Supreme Leader timidly inquired. The assistant immediately rolled their eyes. What do you think? Contracts have already been signed. In some countries, agreements span as long as 20 years. Adding it now would be futile. They can easily wait until the contracts expire. 20 years. Who can predict what the future holds? Are these individuals foolish? 20 years? The supreme leader was astonished. Can one truly sign a contract for such a device for 20 years at once? They claimed that this equipment is at least 20 years ahead in technology, assuring that a 2-decade agreement poses no issues. The supreme leader was left speechless. So, what am I to do now? Am I simply to be sold off? This feels akin to being roasted over an open flame. All the allies have secured deals. Yet the White Eagle is left empty-handed. Wouldn't the populace erupt in outrage? Chapter 106. Are they treating people like swine? Is it possible to procure VR devices from their grasp? One must resort to indirect means to acquire the equipment. However, they seem to have entered into some agreement with the nation of Hua. Moreover, by the time we manage to purchase them, it may very well be too late. Securing just a single device necessitates further research on your part. By the time you develop your own VR equipment, the opportunity will have long since passed. How do you intend to assuage the public's discontent? The situation is evidently deteriorating unfavorably. The supreme leader has ceased his relentless pressure. He promptly organized a press conference. The Eagle of the North is a bastion of economic freedom, welcoming any capable enterprises to enter our market. The previous list of proposed tariffs was a result of identifying certain companies engaging in unfair competitive practices. However, after thorough investigation, several companies have been removed from that list. We sincerely apologize for any misunderstandings and hope to see more enterprises entering the market of the Eagle of the North. An official from the Eagle stood forth to issue this statement. Upon its release, the world was taken aback. Even the allies of the Eagle appeared dumbfounded. Has the Eagle capitulated? The typically resolute Eagle has chosen to compromise. Such a sight is truly rare. How swiftly the Eagle has altered its stance on the recently announced tariff list. Is this not a self-inflicted wound? Yet, what choice do they have? Have you not seen how the domestic discourse in the Eagle has escalated? Surely, while VR devices are indeed desirable, the fervor seems disproportionate. The VR device merely serves as a catalyst. The real issue lies in the multitude of grievances that have amassed due to the prior actions of the Eagle's government. Was it not recently that even the supreme leader was forced into a bunker? I see now. It is not merely a VR device that could provoke such a shift in the Eagle's demeanor. Hua stands tall. Regardless of circumstances, it is a gratifying sensation. Following the Eagle's capitulation, the Hua government issued its own statement. VR devices will be entering the market of the Eagle. Considering cost and technological factors, each unit will be priced at 150,000, with a limited quantity available. What a shock! Upon the release of the official statement from Hua, the entire globe erupted in astonishment. This device, which retails for merely 20,000 in Hua, is being priced at 150,000 in the Eagle? That is a staggering 5-fold increase. Even if one argues that domestic policies render the product cheaper, what of other nations? In the land of Goryeo, it is sold for merely 60,000, and in the Empire of Not Falling, 80,000. A careful survey reveals no prices exceeding 100,000. Are they treating us like cattle? Nevertheless, while the price may be exorbitant, it cannot dampen the enthusiasm of the Eagle's populace. They continue to berate the supreme leader while eagerly awaiting the arrival of devices from Hua. After all, it was the supreme leader who initiated the tariff measures. Was it not? This device is merely a tad more expensive than its counterparts within the country. Is it truly worth a staggering sum of 150,000? Do they take me for a fool? I certainly would not purchase such a ridiculous item. By the way, I am curious if the official announcement from the country specifies when sales will commence. It is not my intention to buy one. Rather, I wish to observe the foolish individuals who would. Let us unite in our resistance. Let us refrain from purchasing. When the time comes, do not go. I shall attend the event and deter them from making purchases. Rest assured, I am quite composed. If I declare not to buy, then I shall not. For now, I will check my bank balance, preparing for that 150,000, just in case I need to cover their medical expenses should it come to that. Chapter 107. Something seems off, hee. Delightful indeed. While cursing the commander, I immersed myself in the VR game, relishing the experience. These VR games have ignited a global frenzy. captivating individuals of all ages. However, the Mecha pilot trainees found themselves in dire straits. The intense training left them utterly exhausted, yearning for what they could not have. They soon grew weary of what they finally attained. Endlessly practicing Mecha operation in the cockpit was simply unbearable. I feel nauseated. I long to indulge in those games. I've heard that playing Legend is incredibly entertaining, and my friends urged me to join. While reality holds its allure, I still yearn to pilot a real Mecha. I truly cannot endure this any longer. My legs can scarcely stay together, and this Mecha surpasses even my girlfriend. Just as the complaints echoed among the group, Lin Hao approached. Instantly, everyone straightened up. "Academician Lin," they chorused. "From this moment forth, you shall address me as General Lin," Lin Hao declared with a stern expression. What does this mean? The group exchanged bewildered glances. Although Lin Hao held the rank of Major General, he was not typically involved in the day-to-day affairs, merely a figurehead. Hence, everyone usually referred to him as Academician. "From today onward, you will be under my command, piloting Mechas to carry out missions," Lin Hao stated calmly. The group, including Lin Dong and Zhou Yuan, remained perplexed, failing to comprehend Lin Hao's intention. However, Xiaoyan quickly grasped it. "Academician, General, are you implying that we will have our own Mechas starting today? Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Lin Dong, Zhou Yuan, and the others brightened with anticipation. "Indeed," Lin Hao affirmed with a nod. "Fantastic." Several of them clenched their fists, nearly bouncing with excitement. "So, are we going to fight monsters?" "No. Your first task is to shoot a promotional video," Lin Hao replied, shaking his head. What do you mean by that? Shoot a video? General. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Although our conditions are indeed favorable, perhaps we should reconsider this," Zhou Yuan said shyly, being the youngest among them. "If Qingxu sees this." "I'm finished," Lin Dong added, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lin Hao looked at the group in astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon him. Something seems off. Very off. I merely suggested that you shoot a promotional video, and yet your minds wandered elsewhere, Lin Hao remarked, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Promotional video? The group sighed in relief, having been startled moments earlier. They were never short of female attention. If they truly had to film that kind of video, it would spell disaster for them. A lifetime of reputation can be shattered in an instant. This year, numerous prestigious institutions have produced promotional videos for their college admissions, investing significantly in them. Naturally, our Mecha Research Institute cannot lag behind. Lin Hao remarked nonchalantly, "This year, I wonder what has caused those other institutions to go awry." Their promotional videos resemble cinematic masterpieces, with several renowned directors being recruited for the task. Upon realizing this, everyone sighed. However, do we really need to film one? Given the current fervor surrounding Mechas, simply displaying our institute's name should attract plenty of prospective students. Xiaoyan expressed his confusion. The hard power stands evident. Do they truly need to create a film? That is not acceptable, Lin Hao immediately countered. While not filming may not hinder our admissions, it would diminish our momentum. This is our institute's inaugural recruitment. We cannot afford to lose our edge. He then instructed, "You all come with me to select your Mechas." Before long, they gathered before the Mechas, all of which were the standard red demon prototype. "They're all the same. Choose as you wish," Lin Hao said casually. After gazing at the row of Mechas, everyone was astonished. When had so many Mechas emerged? Were they sprouting like beans? After swallowing hard, they began to make their selections. There was not much to choose from, as they all shared the same model, and soon enough, they had made their choices. "Commander, does this Mecha have a name?" Xiaoyan inquired. "Surely, one steed should possess a formidable title." "Yes, that is machine number 3. Xiaoyan responded. "And what about mine?" "Machine no. 6. That's rather ordinary, isn't it? May I name it myself?" "Feel free, but your code name remains number 3. After receiving Lin Hao's response, Xiaoyan gazed at the massive machine beside him and slowly declared, "I shall name it Emperor of Flames. It certainly sounds powerful." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong and the others turned their attention to their respective Mechas, each lost in thought. In no time, news of the Mecha Research Institute's promotional video began to circulate among various universities. Instantly, the heads of those institutions found themselves spitting out their tea in disbelief. Must they be so ruthless? They lamented, their expressions sour. This year, they had anticipated a decline in enrollment, especially with the emergence of this new Mecha research institute, which would undoubtedly attract many students. Thus, they had planned to produce promotional videos to regain some prospective students. But now, they too had decided to film? This was utterly merciless. How was academician Lin's promotional video produced? Who was the director? The president of Huaguo University timidly inquired. It seemed they had not heard of any famous directors being hired. They had merely utilized a dozen mechas for a casual shoot. Initially, upon hearing the first half of the conversation, the president had felt a sense of relief. As the latter part of the results unfolded, an overwhelming sense of calmness evaporated. A dozen mechs? This is madness. What can possibly surpass Lin Hao's promotional video? Is this not akin to being mercilessly trounced? Never mind. Let's disperse. It's all gone cold. Just as Lin Hao was meticulously orchestrating the promotional video, the mech of the bald eagle was finally completed. However, it was not a humanoid mech. Rather, it took the form of a saber-toothed tiger. The complexity of constructing a humanoid mech is significantly greater, while creating a saber-toothed tiger is considerably simpler. Moreover, this saber-toothed tiger is evidently far more formidable than the red demon from Huaguo. The supreme leader gazed upon the mech with immense satisfaction. I must convene a press conference immediately to showcase to the world the might of our bald eagle and to slap Lin Hao's face hard. Did he not claim that even with the blueprints, we would be incapable of producing anything? Now we find ourselves in a position where we do not require his worthless designs at all. The supreme leader was filled with uncontainable excitement. Chapter 108. The Free Eagle. The announcement regarding the upcoming release of Mechas by the Free Eagle has spread across the globe like a whirlwind, capturing the attention of countless individuals. The Free Eagle is not to be compared with the Maple Leaf Nation when it declares the testing of Mechas. There is indeed reason to anticipate. After all, the Free Eagle stands as a technologically advanced nation. Meanwhile, in the land of Hua, some long-dormant sycophants have begun to stir once more. They had remained silent for an extended period, confronted by the harsh realities that rendered their beliefs untenable. As Hua demonstrated its resolute stance against monstrous threats, the Free Eagle and its Western counterparts appeared somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, many continue to hold faith that the Free Eagle will prevail, for their convictions are deeply entrenched. The Free Eagle is undeniably superior to Hua, and not by a mere margin. The current composure of Hua is attributed solely to fortunate timing and the prior development of Mechas. Given sufficient time, the Free Eagle is expected to regain the upper hand. Just look at the Mechas. Have they not already materialized? It has only been a brief span. Truly, the Free Eagle deserves its reputation as the foremost military power. It seems evident now that the Free Eagle has been quietly preparing a grand reveal. Once their Mechas debut, the red demon will be rendered inconsequential. There is merit in the argument that Hua's recent acclaim stems solely from its own mech, a lead that has now been neutralized. In every aspect, there exists a disparity between Hua and the Free Eagle. This was starkly illustrated by the recent technological embargo imposed by the Free Eagle. The moment they enacted it, Hua's financial system teetered on the brink of collapse. Is it possible that even now, there are sycophants still enamored with the Free Eagle? If their admiration runs so deep, why remain in Hua? The nation has not closed its borders to flights. Perhaps one could even witness a nuclear spectacle if they were to book a ticket now. Amusingly, while they vocally champion their beliefs, they ultimately seek the protection of their homeland. The phenomenon of keyboard warriors is all too real. Observing these sycophants re-emerge, a wave of indignation swept through the populace. In the face of such circumstances, it is evident to any discerning eye that Hua is currently the safest place in the world. Before long, the day of the Free Eagle's mech test flight arrived, drawing the gaze of the entire world. Discussions surrounding this mech dominated trending topics across global forums. In the square, citizens of the Free Eagle gathered spontaneously, their faces adorned with anticipation and pride. Despite their earlier outcries due to a lack of VR devices, the essence of being Free Eagle citizens surged within them. Listen to the name of this mech, the Liberator. This is the official title announced for the mech, symbolizing freedom. The majestic bald eagle. How magnificent! Upon hearing this name, all citizens of the Bald Eagle Nation began to indulge in fantasies. Tall and formidable, possessing overwhelming firepower. Even the fiercest of beasts pales in comparison before it. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, the grand leader approached, adorned in formal attire, radiating confidence. His golden hair shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Today is a splendid day. The moment the grand leader appeared, all cameras converged upon him. A global broadcast. I proclaimed myself the finest president in the annals of this nation's history, and I have brought you Mechas. What other president has accomplished such a feat? He commenced with self-aggrandizement, claiming all accolades for himself. Gazing down at the populace, the grand leader chuckled, and then declared, "Next, I shall present to you the greatest masterpiece in the empire's history." Instantly, thunderous applause erupted. The scene shifted, and soon a towering mecha materialized before the crowd. Its colossal form soared through the sky, landing in a designated space. A 30-meter-tall, saber-toothed, tiger-shaped mecha, the Liberator, taller than the Red Demon of the Maple Leaf Nation. In comparison, the Red Demon seemed diminutive. All present gaped in astonishment, utterly transfixed. Yet, there lingered a sense of dissonance. This mecha appeared quite different from their expectations. Why a tiger form? Not a humanoid shape? Nevertheless, this did not dampen the spirits of the Bald Eagle citizens. After a brief moment of bewilderment, they erupted into cheers. At least, from the current perspective, this mecha was impressive. It could fly. It surpassed the mecha of the Maple Leaf Nation by innumerable measures. The Bald Eagle Nation was indeed formidable. Just look at their mecha compared to ours. It was utterly pathetic. I wondered why they had not stepped down. Their reactions were sluggish. And they had even fabricated a fictitious mecha to deceive the populace, attempting to barter vast resources for the assistance of the Bald Eagle Nation. Thankfully, the good brothers from the Huaguo Nation came to our aid. Otherwise, it was unimaginable how many resources we would have had to expend. Indeed, Huaguo truly stood as a reliable ally. From that moment on, my perception of them shifted. They were the true great power. I believe they should not perform labor without compensation. The state ought to offer them appropriate rewards. This reasoning would reflect the amicable relations between our two nations, paving the way for greater interaction in the future. I plan to initiate an online poll to advocate for the allocation of rewards to them. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Maple Leaf Nation engaged in fervent discussions. Upon witnessing this discourse, their leader was infuriated, nearly spitting blood. Huaguo had received so many resources, and now you wish to conduct a poll to grant them even more? Are you mad, or am I? His teeth ground in frustration. Yet, he dared not reveal the truth. Their dealings with the Bald Eagle Nation had not come to fruition. The public's reaction has reached a considerable magnitude. If the trade with Huaguo were to be disclosed, wouldn't the entire nation be thrown into chaos? There is no choice but to feign ignorance and act as if nothing has been seen. The power source employs the most advanced nuclear propulsion system, while the weaponry features an electromagnetic pulse cannon. At this moment, the Supreme Commander continues to expound on this formidable mecha. Mr. President, may I inquire why the Bald Eagle's mecha takes the form of a tiger rather than a humanoid shape like that of Huaguo? Suddenly, a journalist posed the question. Naturally, it is because the tiger form is superior. In truth, the Huaguo engineers lack the understanding necessary to construct mechas. Humanoid designs possess evident flaws. I must ask you, if a tiger were to appear before you, would you be able to vanquish it? The Supreme Commander replied. All present experienced a moment of revelation, their excitement growing as they beheld this impressive behemoth. Though it may not be humanoid, its sheer size and ferocity are more than sufficient. The press conference continued, with enthusiasm reaching a fever pitch. Chapter 109. What are you imagining? The moment the Liberator emerged, all the attention that the Red Demon had commanded was swiftly usurped. Even though the Liberator had yet to engage in a single battle, its resounding reputation was undeniable. Towering, formidable, and brimming with firepower, it was a mere matter of time before it vanquished a few monsters with ease. The Red Demon mechs were now relics of the past, long forgotten. Online, many had already dismissed the Red Demon, expressing skepticism about its relevance. The populace of Huaguo grew increasingly restless. After all, the Red Demon had once enjoyed a glorious legacy, having slain countless beasts. How could a freshly unveiled mech, yet to prove itself, presumed to rival the Red Demon. On what grounds? Many flocked to Lin Hao's social media, eager for a response. However, they found no reply from him, but rather a captivating video. What is this? Curiosity piqued, they clicked to watch. The video opened with high-octane excitement, dozens of mechs arranged in perfect formation. The sound of sonic booms echoed as they soared through the air, bursting into brilliance. The mechs glimmered with metallic sheen, cutting through the winds with poise. They stood majestically aloft, akin to a battalion of swords piercing the heavens, immensely powerful and awe-inspiring. At the cloud's summit, white streams of air sliced through the sky with breathtaking speed, visibly rapid. How astonishing it was! When had our nation possessed such an arsenal of mechs? They were magnificent, an embodiment of strength, truly a divine montage. The mechs of Huaguo roared forth, safeguarding the homeland. Countless viewers, transfixed by the spectacle, felt their blood surge with fervor, even through the screen. They could sense an overwhelming pressure, their breaths becoming labored, faces flushed. As the brief video concluded, the audience was left yearning for more. I, a woman, was swept away by the exhilarating fervor, my legs trembling in excitement. Did you see the ending? It turned out to be a recruitment advertisement. How audacious. I dare say, this eclipses even the grandest of blockbusters. I was left dumbfounded, having watched intently only to discover it was merely a recruitment ad. What kind of recruitment ad is this? Do you truly believe it? Have you considered the timing? It was blatantly a demonstration. Didn't T the Eagle have the Liberator built? Now, it was an opportunity to showcase the might of Huaguo's mechs. I see now. Suddenly, all the netizens grasped the truth. No wonder Lin Hao had remained silent. This was his clever retort. You know nothing. Lin Hao was bewildered. What is this rampant speculation? This is nothing more than a straightforward recruitment ad, bearing no relation to the Eagle's Liberator whatsoever. Lin Hao felt exhausted. Yet, he had no desire to elaborate further. The more one explains, the more convoluted it becomes. There was a risk that the netizens might end up understanding even less. Lin Hao, what are your thoughts on the Freedom, the white-headed eagle's latest creation? Can it truly engage in battle? Upon witnessing the unveiling of the Freedom, Zhengguo's expression immediately tensed. Initially, he believed that their red demon technology was at least 5 to 10 years ahead of the world. However, who would have imagined that? After such a brief period, the white-headed eagle has indeed succeeded in constructing a mecha? Moreover, judging by the presentation at the launch event, it appears quite impressive. This revelation has left him somewhat anxious. Although the limited data does not reveal specific performance details, one can surmise that it is certainly not formidable. Lin Hao remarked nonchalantly that this mecha merely possesses an intimidating appearance. Chapter 110. Surely, it is false. Upon hearing Lin Hao's response, Zhengguo let out a sigh of relief, startled for a moment. Even if the machine's performance were indeed impressive, did we not have second-generation models? Lin Hao chuckled lightly. What is there to be anxious about? Our nation is indisputably at the forefront of mechanized technology. Zhengguo smiled in agreement. By the way, regarding what you mentioned earlier, I have inquired about it. A cargo rocket is set to launch in approximately half a month. Suddenly, Zhengguo recalled something. What exactly are you planning? Zhengguo cast a puzzled glance at Lin Hao. Previously, Lin Hao had indeed mentioned hastening the exploration of space. Could it be that he was preparing to take action? However, this seemed unrelated to the cargo rocket, as it would not carry humans. Zhengguo found it difficult to comprehend. Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to transport some items up there, Lin Hao replied with a smile. Some items? At that moment, Zhengguo felt even more bewildered. The items Lin Hao referred to must be extraordinary. Yet, Zhengguo could not fathom what they could be. However, since Lin Hao was unwilling to elaborate, Zhengguo naturally refrained from pressing further. Meanwhile, the enrollment video released by Lin Hao had gone viral. The view count soared, and countless foreign netizens exclaimed in astonishment. Their countries had yet to produce even a single mech. While your nation boasts dozens, what does this signify? Are mechs not costly? This time, it truly elicited envy. They yearned to seize a mech for themselves. Simultaneously, many began to analyze the veracity of the situation. After all, based on the information currently disclosed, it was merely an enrollment video. An enrollment video? This was indeed intriguing. An enrollment video need not necessarily reflect genuine data. As a mech academy, Creating a visually appealing video for recruitment purposes would not be unreasonable. It must be false. It is surely a fabrication. Can mechs be produced as easily as cabbage? Is it truly feasible to construct such machines in such a short span? We, the White Eagles, have only just managed to build one mech, while your country has already assembled an entire fleet. This is undeniably a falsehood. Immediately, dissent arose. Consider this. How long did it take for your nation to construct a fighter jet or a warship? It is inconceivable that mechs could be produced at such speed. The situation is different now. In this era of monstrous threats, if your nation dedicates its full resources to mech production, the pace would undoubtedly accelerate. How could it be compared to previous times? Indeed, if your nation, known for its infrastructural prowess, were to mobilize its resources for mech construction, the speed would certainly increase. Nevertheless, there were those who believed that your country could indeed produce these mechs. However, they were but a minority. As the event unfolded, their voices were quickly drowned out. How could a mech squad be assembled in such a brief period? It seems utterly implausible. The Supreme Leader also viewed this video. His initial reaction was to dismiss it as mere special effects and post-production editing. Observe how these mechs are identical. It is evident that this is essentially a single machine, cleverly amalgamated through editing techniques, a common practice in filmmaking. Clearly, this is a fabrication. The citizens of Huaguo must be anxious upon witnessing our formidable creation of the Liberator, causing them to panic. A confident smile graced the Supreme Leader's face. This is splendid, as it confirms the success of our mech development. Regrettably, there have been no monsters appearing recently. Otherwise, our mechs would have had the opportunity to showcase their prowess. The Supreme Leader shook his head in disappointment. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and began scrolling through Twitter. Chapter 111. The monsters have finally arrived in Huaguo. The Supreme Commander retrieved his mobile device and swiftly posted a tweet, showcasing the formidable mecha of their White Eagle faction to Lin Hao. He even attached a video that echoed Lin Hao's earlier proclamation at the press conference. Even if I disclose the blueprints for the mecha, no one can replicate it. Clearly, this was a blatant slap in the face. Did you not assert that it was impossible to construct? Yet here we are, having achieved it without utilizing your designs. Subsequently, the Supreme Commander proceeded to analyze the situation with great flair. At this juncture, Huaguo had released a so-called recruitment video, evidently in a state of panic, bereft of solutions. It was unmistakable that they were intimidated by the Liberator. In summary, after a thorough analysis, the enthusiasm among the White Eagle citizens surged to unprecedented heights. Everyone was filled with immense anticipation for the Liberator, which had, in their eyes, ascended to the status of the most powerful mecha in the world. Meanwhile, in the Pacific, monsters had been frequently surfacing, causing fishermen from various nations to abstain from venturing out to sea. At most, they dared to fish in the shallow waters near the shore, for everyone understood that these creatures emerged from the depths of the ocean. Attempting to fish during such a perilous time would be tantamount to courting death, unless one fancied a prolonged existence. The governments of various nations were acutely aware of this predicament. They mobilized substantial manpower and resources to establish a plethora of detection stations across the seas. Consequently, any appearances by the monsters could be anticipated in advance. Of course, foreknowledge was merely a precaution. They still lacked effective strategies to counter such threats. Nevertheless, being forewarned of an impending monster attack was certainly advantageous. Commander, it seems there's movement in the Pacific again, and this time it's on a grand scale, shouted a staff member at a detection station in Neon Nation. Instantly, the atmosphere tensed. Panic rippled through the ranks. My goodness, not again in the Pacific. Could it be that this wretched creature is heading towards Neon once more? The last incursion had wrought considerable devastation, and the aftermath was still unresolved. Should another assault occur, how could they possibly withstand it? A multitude of red dots appeared on the massive display screen, densely clustered, numbering at least a dozen, enough to send shivers down one's spine. Wait a moment. This direction doesn't seem to be ours, the commander of Neon remarked after scrutinizing the screen for a while. This trajectory leads to Huaguo. My heavens, has Huaguo summoned such calamity upon itself, facing so many monsters at once? The commander stared in disbelief. This was undoubtedly a dire omen. The scale of this threat eclipsed all previous encounters. In the presidential office of the White Eagle, the Supreme Commander swiftly received intelligence regarding the situation. Instantly, a smile spread across his face. At last, it is the turn of the great nation, and what a multitude of monsters it faces. Truly splendid news. Recently, he has endured numerous humiliations, especially after being thoroughly outmatched by the great nation's latest VR technology. In short, he has had a streak of misfortunes. However, fortune has now turned in his favor. The mechanized marvel of the bald eagle has been unveiled, and the horde of monsters is making its way to the great nation. This is utterly delightful. At this moment, all he desires is for these monsters to grow stronger, ideally to obliterate the mechanized defenses of the great nation. Soon, news of the impending monster invasion spread across the globe, with some media outlets broadcasting live footage via satellite. This is undoubtedly an explosive sensation, and they would never miss the opportunity. The citizens of the great nation, upon witnessing this development, burst into laughter and camaraderie, gathering together to raise their glasses in celebration. With such a formidable array of monsters, the mechanized unit of the great nation is bound to be dismantled. I sense that they might resort to nuclear options, much like the bald eagle, for otherwise, they will find no viable solution. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Cheers. In a coastal city of the great nation. Upon receiving orders, tanks and armored vehicles swiftly arrived, their thunderous roars echoing through the streets. Remain calm. Evacuate in an orderly fashion, under the command of the military. All civilians began their retreat. Sergeant, are we truly going to confront the monsters? A soldier asked nervously, glancing at his sergeant. No one wishes to face such colossal beasts. They are terrifying creatures. Both the Neon Empire and the Bald Eagle have suffered immense losses. What are you panicking for? Our mechanized forces are at the front lines. Why are you so afraid? The sergeant admonished, giving the soldier a gentle kick. But what if our mechs can't defeat them? The soldier shivered. The sergeant's expression turned serious at this remark, his gaze shifting to the distance. If we cannot win, then we will advance regardless. Determination flickered across his face. Previous encounters have shown that conventional armored units are nearly ineffective against these monsters. Yet, what must be done, must be done. You lad, I understand your fear in this moment, but even amidst fear, we must charge forth. The sergeant bellowed. Yes, sir. The soldier straightened, his resolve firming. The evacuating civilians, hearing this, straightened their postures as well, their expressions reflecting respect. There is no such thing as a peaceful existence. It is merely that some bear the burden for others. Within the command center, tension enveloped everyone. Their eyes were fixated on the screen. Wait, the horde of monsters has split into two waves. One is heading toward the great nation. Just then, someone shouted. A small contingent of monsters has broken away from the main force, traversing the strait with their sights set on the nation of cheating. Regardless of their intentions, we must prioritize our own affairs. The commander merely cast a casual glance before dismissing the matter entirely. Have our mecha units made contact? Yes, they have mobilized and will soon reach the front lines. That is reassuring. The commander exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, our nation still possesses mecha. As for the nation of cheating, the commander found it utterly inconceivable how they could respond. Could they possibly rely on their motorcycle brigade? Speaking of which, the commander still struggled to comprehend how they managed to accommodate so many individuals on a single vehicle. Was it truly a case of cheating? News of the monsters altering their course swiftly reached the nation of cheating. Initially, they were exhilarated, reveling in their libations, when this startling news abruptly shattered their merriment, causing drinks to spew forth. Fear not, our navy will surely triumph over these beasts. Indeed, long live the navy. Uncertain of the situation, the citizens of cheating, having overcome their initial shock, suddenly brimming with an inexplicable confidence, envisioned their navy effortlessly vanquishing the monsters, believing these creatures would not even set foot on their shores. Before long, the monsters emerged before the navy of cheating, even before their counterparts from the nation of Hua had engaged them. The first beast they encountered was unlike the others. Its head resembled an inverted triangle, with eyes that glowed crimson. It bore a pair of delicate wings on its back and possessed enormous forelimbs adorned with razor-sharp serrations akin to a scythe, reminiscent of a mantis. Moreover, It appeared to be an amphibious creature, capable of navigating land, sea, and sky. Suddenly, a ferocious roar reverberated through the air. The primal sound of the monster sent shivers down the spines of the cheating navy. Open fire. The naval fleet, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed their assault. Chapter 112. The monster. Seek sponsorship. Once the command to open fire was issued, the fleet sprang into action. One by one, the aircraft ascended into the sky. The monster gazed at the tiny dots approaching it, brimming with exhilaration. Roar. The beasts let out a thunderous bellow. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed, creating a wave of heat across the ocean's surface. The soldiers, witnessing the overwhelming firepower engulfing the monsters, were filled with elation. Such formidable artillery would surely turn even the fiercest of beasts into mere charred remains. A sprinkle of curry, and it would be an exquisite feast. Long live the great nation and its navy. The citizens of the great nation reveled in excitement, raising their glasses in celebration. Forget the bald eagle, forget Huaguo. They paled in comparison. Their navy was the strongest in the world. Cheers. However, their exuberance was short-lived. Suddenly, a monster burst forth from the flames, brandishing its serrated weapon and cleaving downwards. A warship was immediately dealt a devastating blow. Water flooded into the ship's hull, and before long, it sank beneath the waves. The commander of the great nation's forces felt a chill run down his spine. Such ferocity? One stroke, one warship? As the smoke from the explosion began to dissipate, the commander finally discerned the state of the creature. Astonishingly, the monster bore no wounds. He gasped, feeling a wave of cold wash over him. How could such powerful firepower fail to affect this beast? Moreover, an eerie glow emanated from its body, and it appeared to grow larger, exuding an even greater sense of strength. It was absorbing energy and evolving. The commander stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with horror. None of the previous monsters had exhibited such a phenomenon. None had ever shown the ability to grow by absorbing artillery shells. What did this mean? As the citizens of the great nation, who had envisioned their navy annihilating the monster, stood frozen, their jaws agape and eyes wide. They were struck by the sight of the creature absorbing missile energy and continuing to grow. General, what should we do now? The soldiers aboard the warship looked anxiously at their commander. At that moment, the commander's eyes burned with intensity. What to do? He had no answers. If even such immense firepower could not contend with this monster, what options remained? He managed to utter a difficult command, request instructions from the command center for the next course of action, until further orders arrive, continue the assault, regardless of its effectiveness. These missiles represented their most formidable weaponry at present. If they did not fire, were they to await their demise? For now, they could only hope that this creature had a limit to its absorption capacity. Otherwise, if it could absorb energy indefinitely, they would be doomed. Fire. The aircraft and warships sprang into action once more. A dense barrage of fire surged toward the monstrous beings as missiles rained down upon them in rapid succession. The creatures grew increasingly exhilarated, having just endured a baptism of artillery fire, which they found rather palatable. Now, the minuscule insects before them seemed to offer yet another delightful treat, perfectly aligning with their desires. The aberrations upon these monsters rapidly intensified, their wings producing a faint rustle as scythe-like serrations sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whooshing sound. Energy fluctuations manifested around them, causing the very fabric of space to warp. Having absorbed a sufficient amount of energy, the beasts let out a furious roar. They unfurled their wings, their inverted triangular heads releasing a piercing shriek as their bodies ascended into the sky. With a single sweep of their scythe-like appendages, they effortlessly obliterated a fighter jet. These so-called warships and aircraft, in the presence of such a beast, were merely cumbersome metal lumps, utterly ineffectual. Even the missiles they launched served merely as sustenance for the monsters. The citizens of the augmented nation were stricken with dread, their bodies chilled. This monster appeared unprecedentedly formidable. Were the creatures that had previously emerged in the land of the bald eagle and the maple leaf truly this powerful? With a resounding crash, yet another warship sank to the ocean's depths. The once mighty navy of the augmented nation was on the brink of total annihilation. At that moment, one of the beasts extended its serrated appendage, gesturing toward its own mouth. The monster, seeks sustenance. Was this a provocation? The commander of the augmented nation was drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, netizens across the globe were left in utter bewilderment. What was this gesture? Did it imply that the augmented nation should continue to nourish it? This was utterly outrageous. How could it be so audacious? Would it, once satiated, let out a satisfied belch? In the presidential palace of the Bald Eagle, the supreme leader, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, was equally incredulous. A creature absorbing artillery energy and growing ever larger was a sight he had never encountered before. This posed significant trouble for the people of Huaguo. The supreme leader began to jubilantly dance, overwhelmed with excitement. These monsters were immensely powerful, surpassing any previously encountered. Merely a handful of them had reduced the augmented nation to such a state. What would become of Huaguo? Indeed, they would surely resort to nuclear weapons. A smile graced the supreme leader's face. Many had criticized his decision to employ nuclear arms against the monsters. However, should Huaguo also take similar action, the clamor against him would undoubtedly diminish. Coupled with his series of astute measures, his approval ratings would surely soar, ensuring his re-election without a hitch. In the command center of Huaguo, a somber atmosphere enveloped all present, their expressions gravely serious. The prominent figures from various military districts of Zhongguo have all convened here. Their expressions grim as they gaze at the images on the screen. The monstrous creature has astonishingly grown to such a size in a remarkably brief period. Fueled by the energy of the artillery shells, what could possibly be the underlying principle? Is there even a need to discuss principles at this juncture? The monsters have already emerged. The crowd buzzes with speculation. It is evident that with each appearance, the monsters exhibit varying degrees of enhanced strength. And this latest batch is notably more formidable than its predecessors. Zhongguo pointedly indicated the screen, his voice grave. Silence enveloped the assembly, a palpable stillness. Moreover, observe this. Li Yongrui stepped forward, highlighting the earlier scene of the monster's provocation. Clearly, its intelligence is also on the rise. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. Indeed, they had not initially contemplated the depth of this situation. However, in retrospect, it is chilling. A powerful monster is not inherently terrifying. What is truly alarming is a creature that possesses both strength and cunning. Notify the mech forces to exercise utmost caution. These monsters are not to be underestimated. This is their inaugural engagement in battle, and they must remain vigilant. Zhongguo declared with a stern demeanor. Chapter 113. The Monster Keeper soon. The navy of the overpowered nation received new orders. Buy time. Continue to delay. Provide cover for the evacuation of the populace. Simultaneously, lure the monsters to the designated location, allowing the main forces to launch an assault. While firing, they would retreat. The commander, without a moment's hesitation, issued the commands. On the other side, the mechs of the Hua nation had also been deployed. A total of 6 mechs descended upon the coastline, awaiting silently. Upon witnessing such a scene, the global populace was astounded, clutching their heads in disbelief. The previous video was not a fabrication. This was indeed reality. This terrifying construction behemoth had truly assembled a mech squad in such a short span of time. Oh, God! What could possibly halt this frenzied group of Hua people? The supreme leader, upon observing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. Previously, he had meticulously analyzed the authenticity of that video, only to face a shocking reality. He quietly opened his phone and deleted the earlier messages, as if nothing had transpired. Why then did our people take so long to construct a single mech? Look at them. The supreme leader complained to his subordinates, questioning the competency of his personnel. How could they be so inept? At this moment, the conflict in the overpowered nation had reached a critical juncture. The Navy had suffered near total losses, and the Air Force had endured significant casualties. Ultimately, they could not prevent the monsters from landing. However, the sole piece of good news was that the creature had been successfully lured to the predetermined attack site. As soon as the monsters stepped into the designated area, the command post issued the order. Fire. Countless shells soared into the air, coalescing into a dense barrage of firepower. The overpowered nation had brought nearly all its resources to bear. This astonishing display of firepower sent shivers down the spines of nations worldwide. After all, This was the might of an entire nation. It would be unacceptable if it bore no effect. Watching the sky ablaze, the citizens of the overpowered nation anxiously observed the video, awaiting the outcome. At that moment, the girlfriend who had been lying on his chest lost her allure and was unceremoniously cast aside. Had they succeeded? Amidst the smoke and chaos, the commander of the overpowered nation did not perceive any movement from the monsters. It seemed they had perished. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, ready to celebrate, a terrifying roar erupted, a deafening sound that left him dazed and disoriented. The silhouettes of the monsters reemerged, and after enduring a barrage of artillery, their size had only grown. At that moment, they stood at an astonishing height of 60 meters, undoubtedly setting a record. Even these monstrous beings exhibit a tendency for further growth. The nation of cheating has unexpectedly become a haven for these beasts. Oh my! The populace of cheating has descended into utter despair. While the adage that bigger is better holds some truth, it does not apply in this situation. These creatures are so immense, how can they be defeated? Quickly, flee. Countless voices erupted in panic. Meanwhile, the monsters surged forward with alarming speed. Tanks and armored vehicles were crushed underfoot, and aircraft were effortlessly obliterated. Given the current circumstances, these monsters appear invincible. The armaments of cheating serve no purpose whatsoever, resulting in a one-sided massacre. At this moment, the coastline of Huaguo began to tremble with ominous waves. They have arrived. Chapter 114. A decisive blow. 6 formidable mechs stood resolutely before the horizon, each pilot brimming with tension. A recent communique from headquarters had revealed a disconcerting truth. These monstrous beings possess the ability to absorb the energy from artillery shells, growing ever larger. The behemoths from the neighboring nation had already reached an astounding height of 60 meters. Thus, we were urged to refrain from utilizing conventional munitions, as Lin Hao, stationed at the forefront in his mech, articulated. Understood, nodded Xiaoyan and Lin Dong, their hearts trembling slightly at the staggering height of the monsters. 60 meters. The initial model of the Red Demon was merely over 20 meters tall. How could they fathom that the third brother had managed to nurture these creatures to such a size? Yet, there was an undeniable admiration for him. Witnessing the insatiable hunger of these beasts, he generously laid bare his resources to feed them. What a benevolent soul! Perhaps they should simply let these creatures thrive in their own land, where they would be well fed and housed. Why come to Huaguo at all? As the crowd's thoughts drifted into the realm of fantasy, the ocean before them suddenly roiled with ferocity. A tempest of wind and waves surged towards the shoreline. Prepare yourselves. Linhao bellowed, rallying the team. Weapons were raised in unison, and soon the monstrous horde emerged from the depths. The sight of the densely packed creatures left the global audience breathless. The neighboring nation had barely survived an encounter with a handful of these fiends. And now Huaguo was faced with nearly double, if not triple, the threat. Could they withstand such odds? A few of the monsters launched the first assault, charging ferociously towards the coast. The electromagnetic pulse cannons mounted on the mechs were all aimed at the advancing beasts. Enormous waves of energy converged and struck one of the monsters directly, sending it hurtling backward. The onlookers were astounded by the spectacle. The monster was bleeding. What the hell? The commander rose to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. How could it be that the neighboring nation had struggled for so long without inflicting any harm, while Huaguo had managed to injure a beast with a single blow? This was an affront to his understanding. Yet, in that very moment, the entirety of Huaguo erupted in jubilant cheers. Huaguo was remarkable. Initially, as they watched the neighboring nation being mercilessly ravaged by the monsters, anxiety had gripped their hearts. They feared that the mechs would prove ineffective. But now, the monsters? Was this all they had to offer? The injured beast roared in agony, attempting to take flight with its flapping wings. However, Lin Hao and his team were not inclined to grant the creature any opportunity to regroup. Lin Hao, already intimately familiar with the mech, and his comrades, seasoned from extensive training in the simulation pods, knew precisely what was required. The pulse cannons continued their relentless barrage, providing cover for Lin Hao. Lin Hao piloted the Mecha, accelerating instantaneously as all reaction furnaces roared to life. In a heartbeat, he found himself before the monstrous creature. The plasma sword was drawn and plunged directly into the beast. With ruthless precision, The creature's resilient hide was mercilessly torn apart. Boom. Without hesitation, another pulse cannon fired into the gaping wound. The sea erupted in colossal waves. Countless onlookers gasped in horror. Had they perished? A multitude of astonished gazes converged, hearts trembling at the sheer terror of such power. Bang, bang, bang. The creature's body was obliterated, debris raining down upon the ocean. Meanwhile, Linhao stood serenely in the air. At that moment, the world fell into silence. It was all too swift. No one could comprehend the unfolding events before the beast was vanquished. Instantly, the entirety of Huaguo erupted in jubilant cheers. However, the battle was far from over. This was merely one beast. The combat raged on. Enraged by the loss of their companion, the remaining monsters grew increasingly vicious, their attacks intensifying. Yet, the crowd exhibited no signs of panic. On the contrary, the coordination among Xiao Yin, Lin Dong, and others was remarkably proficient. Lin Dong, piloting his mecha, swiftly severed the teeth of another beast. Just then, Yin Di charged in, striking down with his sword in concert with the pulse cannon. Another creature exploded, igniting the air above the sea in a fiery bloom, radiating brilliance. How astounding! What a remarkable synergy! How could these mecha pilots be so formidable? Incredible! To be honest, I was a bit anxious at first. Lin Hao's skills were undoubtedly exceptional, but I worried about the others. However, it now appeared that these pilots were equally impressive. Wait, does that mean there are more mecha pilots besides Lin Hao? I'm ready. I likely 1T pilot a mecha myself, and neither will Lin Hao. I'll prepare to ride with the remaining pilots. Wow, sis, you're amazing. While we were contemplating piloting mechas, you've already considered that angle. It makes sense, given how skilled these pilots are. All across Huaguo, laughter erupted as people felt at ease. These pilots exhibited exceptional skill, swiftly dispatching such formidable monsters. Hee hee, how about that? I'm not bad, right? Xiaoyan chuckled, watching the explosions ahead. Without me, could you manage? With that reckless nature of yours, you'd likely be torn apart by the beast, Lin Dong replied with a laugh. Amidst their banter, they glanced to the side. Suddenly, every eye widened in disbelief. What on earth? At this moment, Lin Hao had already slain 3 monstrous creatures, and his speed was only increasing. This is astonishing. Xiaoyan and his companion swallowed hard. Together, they had managed to slay a single beast, yet Lin Hao had astonishingly dispatched 3 within such a brief span of time. Truly, a master among masters. Subsequently, the group turned their gaze towards the remaining beasts. Surely, they could not leave the entirety of the battle to Lin Hao alone. If he were to vanquish them all single-handedly, their own reputations would be irreparably tarnished. The group piloted their mechs, swiftly charging forward. The confrontation did not endure for long, and soon all the monsters were eradicated. Remarkably, none of these creatures had even breached the borders of Huaguo. Huaguo's might was undeniable. In an instant, spectators from around the globe found themselves in a state of utter astonishment, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. It appeared as though these individuals had experienced countless battles, exhibiting an unimaginable level of proficiency in operating their machines. The strength of Huaguo's mechs was equally formidable. At that moment, leaders from various nations furrowed their brows. This was no mere exaggeration. Despite facing the same monsters, the disparity was evident, especially when observing the neighboring nation that had seemed to possess an advantage. Chapter 115. 10 hours at this moment, the nation of Huaguo found itself deeply entrenched in the quagmire of war. The monstrous creatures, under the relentless barrage of artillery, had inexplicably grown larger. The most colossal among them now towered close to 70 meters, a sight almost beyond comprehension. The high-ranking officials of Huaguo were engulfed in despair. With no missiles available, they possessed no other means to combat the beasts. Yet, missiles proved futile. It was akin to continuously feeding the monsters, leaving them in a predicament. Amidst this turmoil, news from Huaguo arrived. These beasts were as fragile as paper before Huaguo's mechas, easily dispatched in a short span. The leaders of Huaguo were envious, yearning for such formidable machines. However, they found themselves powerless, lacking mechas of their own. Seeking assistance from Huaguo was out of the question. Just recently, they had stood alongside the Imperium and the Bald Eagle at the summit. To turn around now and plead for help from Huaguo was utterly inconceivable. Even if the monsters wreaked havoc and their army faced annihilation, they would resolutely refuse to solicit aid from Huaguo, whom they deemed untrustworthy. Perhaps they could appeal to the bald eagle instead? They had recently developed mechas and possessed considerable strength, likely capable of vanquishing these beasts. At this moment, the Minister of Defense stepped forward, igniting a spark of hope in the leaders of Huaguo. This was a viable plan. They were allies with the bald eagle, after all. Surely, in such dire circumstances, the bald eagle would not abandon them. If the bald eagle were to intervene, the situation would surely be resolved efficiently. The Mechas were indeed powerful. They had witnessed their prowess through live broadcasts. Urgently, they set about contacting the bald eagle to request the deployment of Mechas. The Minister of Defense promptly exited to reach out to the bald eagle, who agreed to dispatch their Mechas. This presented an excellent opportunity to showcase their might to the world, and the leader would not let such a chance slip away. With Huaguo's Mechas having demonstrated overwhelming strength, he felt compelled to reclaim his honor. The ever-cunning leader would not overlook this opportunity. He intended to profit from it. The previous failure to negotiate with Maple Country left him discontented, and now he sought to recoup those losses. Upon hearing the quoted terms, the high-ranking officials of Huaguo erupted in outrage. "What audacity!" they exclaimed. "Is this how the bald eagle treats its allies?" Yet, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Should they refuse, the monsters could easily dismantle the entirety of Huaguo. Ultimately, both parties reached an agreement. What? 10 hours until arrival? They gasped in disbelief. What the hell? The response from the bald eagle was that the distance was too great. 10 hours was the fastest possible speed. The leadership of the overpowered nation found it utterly unacceptable. When, in the past, the Huaguo sent Mechas to assist the Maple Leaf Nation, how much time did it take? Yet now, why does it take so long for you to arrive? The disparity is staggering. 10 hours. What does that even signify? Given the advancing speed of these monstrous beings, 10 hours could very well be sufficient to dismantle an entire metropolis. Is there no way to expedite their arrival? The leaders of the overpowered nation ground their teeth in frustration. I have already expended such vast resources, and yet your pace remains lethargic? You are outpaced even by the Dongfeng Express of our neighboring Huaguo. However, regardless of the insistence from the overpowered nation, the bald eagle remained resolute. 10 hours. Moreover, if they were to encounter any turbulence, further delays would ensue. The high-ranking officials of the overpowered nation inhaled deeply, their gazes fixed upon the screen displaying the rampaging monsters. Despair enveloping them entirely. 10 hours. This is a matter of life and death. What strategies could they possibly employ to stretch this time frame? Chapter 116. Weak, helpless, pitiful 10 hours. How would they withstand this? Should they continue to extend their artillery fire, thwarting the advance of the monsters? No, that is absolutely unfeasible. This thought flashed momentarily in the minds of the high-ranking officials of the nation. They were already aware that these monsters absorbed energy and grew stronger. Would they still attack with artillery? That would be tantamount to seeking death. Must they surrender entirely? The crowd inhaled deeply, appearing somewhat resigned. At present, it seemed there was no alternative. They could not possibly send in the motorcycle brigade. Subsequently, an order was issued from the upper echelons. In an instant, all the generals were perplexed. Surrender? Would they merely allow these monsters to ravage unchecked? Would they abandon the city? Damn it! Have these higher-ups lost their minds? Despite their grievances, they ultimately complied with the directive. Meanwhile, the citizens of the nation, watching from their television screens, were thrown into a state of panic. The military was retreating. What in the world was happening? Was the country truly prepared to capitulate, allowing the monsters to penetrate deep into their territory? Damn it, Karina. We must leave this cursed place at once. In a dimly lit small inn, a man hastily donned his trousers, exclaiming repeatedly, if even the nation had surrendered. What were they still doing here? Waiting for death? Forget the torn clothes. Just cover up a bit and let's hurry, he shouted. He then rushed out the door. However, shortly after he bolted outside, a declaration from the nation's high command echoed from the television. After all, many eyes were upon them. If they retreated without a word, the populace would surely erupt in outrage. Thus, they began with a reassurance. The emergence of these monsters has brought great calamity to our esteemed nation. We were poised to become the second most powerful country in the world. Yet now, all our efforts have been rendered futile. Nonetheless, we shall not yield. Even if it comes to the last man standing, we shall not retreat. Currently, we are preparing to lure these monsters into the second line of defense, where we shall engage them in battle. Rest assured, the impassioned declaration concluded, stirring the hearts of the citizens. They had thought the nation had given up, only to learn of this turn of events. Furthermore, after the declaration, the High Command revealed that the White Eagle would deploy mechs to combat the monsters. Instantly, the populace found solace. There was no need for alarm. Everything would be all right. The White Eagle was deploying mechs, which assured their safety. Just look at their neighbor. How long did it take Huaguo to eliminate the monsters? Moreover, the Freedom-class mech of the White Eagle was evidently superior to Huaguo's mechs. There was nothing to worry about. These monsters would soon meet their demise. The mechs of the White Eagle were formidable, capable of effortlessly vanquishing these beasts. The citizens of the overpowered nation remained utterly unconcerned. The White Eagle faction fervently promoted the Liberator, proclaiming it to be the most formidable mech on the planet, given that the mechs from Huaguo effortlessly dispatched monsters. The outcome of a confrontation with the Liberator was scarcely in question. It was understood by all. The populace retreated to their homes, displaying no anxiety, continuing with their daily lives. Meanwhile, the retreating troops found themselves ensnared in dire straits, despite their frantic attempts to withdraw at full speed. They were no match for the monsters. With no alternatives, they turned back and resumed firing. As for the decisions made by the High Command, such concerns were secondary. Survival was paramount. Although their artillery could not harm the beasts, it could at least slow their advance, granting the others a fleeting opportunity to escape. The barrage of firepower surged once more. Upon witnessing this, the high-ranking officials of the overpowered nation were taken aback. Who authorized the firing? Were they unaware that the monsters could absorb energy and grow stronger? They demanded an investigation, bewildered as to why their orders had seemingly not been conveyed. Enraged, the leadership found themselves disregarded. In such chaotic times, who would heed their commands? After a period of inquiry, they ultimately conceded defeat. Observing the monstrous creature gradually swelling in size, they inhaled deeply, resigning themselves to the reality that this troublesome matter would be left to the White Eagle. They would handle it. 10 hours swiftly passed. The purported second line of defense touted by the overpowered nation was non-existent. The creature rampaged through the city, leaving devastation in its wake. Those who had been unable to evacuate lamented their fate, cursing the inept upper echelons. Where was the promised defense? The citizens, belatedly realizing the truth, understood they had been deceived. As despair enveloped everyone, several large transport aircraft appeared in the skies above the overpowered nation, carrying a colossal mech. The long-awaited support from the White Eagle had finally arrived. In an instant, the entire nation erupted in excitement. The high-ranking officials now comprehended why the White Eagle's mech had taken 10 hours to arrive. It had not traversed the distance itself, but had been airlifted by transport planes. Given the current transport capacity of these aircraft, it was indeed impressive that they managed to deliver such a massive entity within that time frame. Their dissatisfaction diminished considerably. However, as they observed the manner in which these mechs were introduced, an unsettling feeling crept into the hearts of the officials. The mechs from Huaguo traversed the ocean under their own power, while theirs required assistance to be lifted. Could this truly succeed? A sense of uncertainty lingered above everyone's heads. Question marks began to emerge. Under the collective gaze of the multitude, the transport aircraft descended and released the mech. In an instant, the power system of the Liberator was fully activated, landing steadily before the monstrous creatures. The hearts of people across the globe came to a sudden halt, breaths suspended in anxiety as they watched the 30-meter-tall, state-of-the-art mech, the Liberator, face off against the beasts. Wait, no. The largest one appeared to be over 80 meters tall. What on earth? Inside the cockpit of the Liberator, 2 pilots sat. A significant advancement compared to the mechs of the Maple Leaf Nation. At this moment, both individuals were utterly bewildered. What in the world? Why is this monster so colossal? This was entirely inconsistent with the intelligence they had received prior to their departure. The two were truly at a loss, just as they were in a daze. Several monsters began to encircle the Liberator from various angles. Meanwhile, global netizens, witnessing the Liberator surrounded by the monsters, were struck by a sudden cascade of words in their minds. Weak, helpless, pitiful. Chapter 117. Have I been duped again? The pilot of the bald eagle mech retreated a few steps backward. The monstrous creatures, quick to react, closed in rapidly, unleashing thunderous roars that reverberated through the sky. Soon after, pairs of glowing red eyes fixated on the mech, revealing a sinister intent. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The audience worldwide was left in a state of bewilderment. I wondered, is the bald eagle here to rescue the cheaters' nation? Why does it feel as though they are merely offering themselves as sacrifices? It is not just you who feels this way. I share the sentiment as well. Are they truly about to engage with the mech? Can the diminutive frame of the Freedomer withstand this onslaught? Doubts began to surface. Within the bald eagle nation, the citizens were even more anxious than those from the cheaters' nation. This was their pride, their mech, facing its first real battle. Sweat beaded on everyone's palms. Meanwhile, the supreme leader was not idle. He accepted invitations from television stations to appear on their programs. Such an opportunity for public attention was not one he could afford to decline, especially given the lucrative nature of the appearance. Mr. President, do you believe our mech can triumph over these monsters, considering their current size? The host inquired nervously. Size? What are you talking about? The supreme leader furrowed his brow. Those monsters are not large. Where does your notion of big come from? The television station had begun broadcasting. The leader's gaze shifted to the side, his eyes widening in shock. He had not kept up with developments lately, as the battle had endured for quite some time. To his astonishment, the monsters had grown to such an extent? What on earth is going on? What are those cheaters doing? Do they not realize that these creatures absorb energy and continually grow? The leader pondered deeply, having understood the characteristics of these monsters. How could the cheaters be foolish enough to continue feeding them? Are they all such benevolent souls, vowing never to cease until the monsters are satisfied? The leader's expression darkened. The broadcast revealed the Freedomer appearing remarkably feeble. He felt as though he had been duped by the cheaters' nation. It was akin to having incompetent allies. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he continued, "Fear not. Our Freedomer is the most formidable mech in the world. Equipped with the most advanced pulse cannon. With a single shot, it can effortlessly eliminate the monsters. Understand this. The bald eagle remains the mightiest nation on Earth. Size matters not. Strength is the ultimate truth. Any monster? One shot will send it flying." As the supreme leader spoke eloquently, the threat of the monstrous creature loomed large. The pilots of the Freedomers, their faces pale with apprehension, hastily began their operations. This was their first encounter with such a beast at such close quarters, and it was only natural for them to feel a surge of anxiety. After a flurry of activity, the muzzle of the pulse cannon was aimed squarely at the creature ahead. Particles of blue luminescence coalesced at the cannon's mouth. Boom! The ground trembled momentarily. A brilliant blue beam was unleashed, radiating in a dazzling display of color. A resplendent blue aura pierced the heavens. Those watching on television instinctively shut their eyes. The air was filled with the relentless sound of explosions. The monstrous creature let out a mournful cry as it was sent hurtling away. Had they succeeded? A wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. Chapter 118. The time for displaying power has arrived. A monstrous creature was sent hurtling through the air, its azure-green blood pooling on the ground. This beast had sustained injuries. However, it appeared that the wounds were not fatal. The creature still drew breath. Yet, at the very least, it was now possible to inflict damage upon this beast. This marked a significant advancement for the bald eagle. See, I had proclaimed long ago that this mech was the mightiest in the world, unmatched by any other. Behold, the impending doom of these monsters is nigh. The commander exuded an air of triumph. At this moment, the entire bald eagle and the nation of extraordinary abilities were submerged in a sea of exhilaration. Indeed, the Mecha of the bald eagle proved formidable. A splendid display. I suggest we forego artillery entirely. Why bully these monsters further? Let us charge forward and rend them asunder with our jaws. Yes, indeed, it is a saber-toothed tiger. Tear it apart. The crowd erupted in cheers. Such a powerful mech rendered the use of cannons beneath its dignity. To tear with teeth showcased the true strength of this machine. The dominance of the libertarian vessel instilled a sense of calm among the citizens of the extraordinary nation. They no longer felt panic, comfortably seated. Watching the unfolding spectacle on television, many young men and women retreated to private corners, celebrating the prospect of their country finally ridding itself of the monster invasion. Meanwhile, in Huaguo, the cannon fire from the libertarian vessel sparked fervent discussion. Countless individuals engaged in debates online, with many seeking Lin Hao's insights. Ahem. The power of that shot was indeed formidable. Had the monsters not undergone evolution, the bald eagle's mech would have had at least a 50% chance of victory. However, the current odds were nearly non-existent. At that moment, Lin Hao stepped forward, ready to clarify. Undoubtedly, the electromagnetic pulse cannon technology of the bald eagle had matured considerably, wielding great power capable of injuring monsters. According to conventional wisdom, if one could injure a monster, one could surely slay it. Even if each attack merely deducted 1 point from the monster's health, it would merely be a matter of time. Yet the crux of the issue lay in the monster's astonishing regenerative capabilities. If their recovery was remarkable, then that -1 damage might as well be a mere tickle. After Lin Hao's elucidation, the citizens of Huaguo comprehended the situation. Thus, the bald eagle had indeed been ensnared by the extraordinary nation. Had the extraordinary nation not provided such abundant nourishment and supplies, the bald eagle might have had a genuine opportunity to vanquish the monsters. As for the present, perhaps they could only pray for divine assistance. In the cockpit, the two pilots' faces flushed with exhilaration. What a thrill! The exhilaration of unleashing that shot was unparalleled. They could scarcely contain their eagerness to fire again. Exchanging knowing glances, they understood each other perfectly. At last, it is their turn to show off. Previously, it was the Mechas of the Huan nation and their pilots who basked in glory. Now, it is their moment. Should they triumph over these monstrous foes, promotions and accolades await them, followed by a night of revelry. The two pilots, electrified with excitement, maneuvered the Liberator with fervor, striding back and forth with an air of audacity. Engaging several adversaries at once, they remained unfazed. They even strutted defiantly before the beasts, igniting a fervor that stirred the hearts of onlookers. Who can tell me the identity of this pilot? I wish to bear his progeny. My admiration for this pilot knows no bounds. Wait, Ed, remember, you are a male. And what of it? This is true love. In the studio, the commander slammed his hand upon the table, erupting with fervent enthusiasm. Well done. Keep it up. This is a moment of pride, truly a sight to behold. Now, strike these vile creatures with all your might. Just as the atmosphere brimmed with zeal, the monsters roared in fury. Thud! The beast that had just been sent flying took a step forward, shaking the ground beneath. Simultaneously, it began to emanate a dazzling blue light, pulsating like a heartbeat, instilling a sense of dread. The wounds it bore moments ago were now rapidly healing. This is bad. Lin Hao understood all too well. This creature had grown stronger. To deal with such a monster, one must eliminate it directly. Otherwise, it would pose endless trouble. Is it gathering energy? Lin Hao squinted, his heart racing. This monster is extraordinarily formidable. Even if the Red Demon Mech Squad were to engage it in its current state, Lin Hao held no certainty of victory. Perhaps he could. Lin Hao glanced at the colossal mech under construction beside him. The second-generation model. Deploying it should pose no issues. As the monstrous entity advanced menacingly, the expressions of the two pilots shifted dramatically. The joy that had adorned their faces vanished without a trace. Damn it. We must take this thing down. This feels ominous, one exclaimed. Subsequently, he directed the mech once more, channeling energy for another powerful projectile. Yet, this time, the beast reacted swiftly, evading the attack with ease. It is well known that formidable monsters do not fall to the same tactic twice. Damn. The two pilots were left bewildered. With such a massive form, how could it be so agile? Their faces reflected utter confusion. Buzz. In the next instant, accompanied by a resonant hum, a pulse wave shot forth from the monster's maw. The pulse emanated a terrifying energy, as if it were distorting space itself. The dread momentum stirred fierce winds around. Everyone was taken aback. The entire world stood in astonishment at that moment. It was catastrophic. The monster unleashed its skill. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the atmosphere. All eyes widened in shock. Then, amidst the dazed gazes of the crowd, the remaining monsters began to roar, as if to pay homage to their newly born king. Lin Hao, What is happening? This monster. The representatives from Huaguo were in disbelief. This creature had also released a pulse wave. It must be that the energy was so immense that its body could not contain it. Thus it converted the energy into a pulse to release it. It was not a skill it actively employed. Rather, it was a passive occurrence. Once this surge concluded, it should not manifest again. Lin Hao furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. The rapid evolution of this monster was indeed remarkable. However, to evolve to the point of utilizing a pulse wave in such a brief moment seemed implausible. Why did it not target the white-headed eagle's mech? The crowd was perplexed. This pulse wave aimed directly at the mech could likely obliterate it in an instant. Oh, it's quite simple. That mech was overly arrogant just now. And the monster was incensed. It sought to toy with that fellow. Lin Hao shrugged helplessly. If it had not been so pretentious, perhaps it would have met a more merciful end. So, I reiterate, why indulge in such arrogance? Chapter 119. The mech that will be recorded in history. The atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly grew tense. What was initially perceived as a secured victory now appeared grim. At that moment, the wounds on the monstrous creature had largely healed, and it swiftly advanced towards the Freedom-class mech. The beast's serrated jaws pierced through the mech's armor, penetrating deep within. The spectators, who had been intently watching, were enveloped in despair. They could already foresee the grim fate awaiting the mech. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope lingered, a yearning for the mech to stage a miraculous comeback. However, the ensuing spectacle was unbearable to witness. The citizens of the White Eagle and those of the cheating nation were left dumbfounded. It was too harrowing to behold. This was likely the most tragic mech in history, destined to be chronicled for all time, the first mech to be utterly vanquished by a monster. The Grand Commander's face turned ashen. After boasting about the mech for so long, it was now being obliterated? Indeed, the more one boasts, the harsher the reality hits. With a darkened expression, he hastily concluded the interview. The viewers from the White Eagle erupted in fury, denouncing the Mechas as worthless. It was all a deception perpetrated by that golden-haired figure. Countless individuals, fueled by pent-up anger accumulated over time, erupted like a volcano. Chaos ensued among the citizens of the White Eagle, and the cheating nation was equally affected. With the mech lost and the monster evolving further, there was perhaps nothing more difficult to accept. This White Eagle has deceived us, exclaimed the enraged leader of the cheating nation. What happened to the promise of using Mechas to eliminate the monster? They immediately reached out to the White Eagle, but before they could voice their grievances, the Grand Commander unleashed a torrent of insults. You fools! If you had nurtured the monster to this extent, our mech wouldn't have been torn apart. You must take responsibility for our mech, and we shall send you the bill. What? You expect us to pay the bill? Came the incredulous response. Are you not ashamed? We can reimburse you, but I must ask, why is the monster still alive despite your assurances? The ministers from the cheating nation seethed with rage. You still demand payment even when the task remains unfinished? It's quite simple. With just a nuclear bomb, the monster could be eliminated. If you require it, a nominal fee will suffice, the Grand Commander replied nonchalantly. Have you lost your mind? You would strike our nation with a nuclear bomb, and we should pay you? The negotiations were at a complete standstill. Go seek assistance from Huan Nation. At that moment, a Minister of Internal Affairs struggled to voice a statement. Though reluctant, there seemed to be no other option left. No, absolutely not. However, he was met with immediate opposition. The harsh words he had once spoken echoed back. He would never seek assistance from Huaguo. Was he to be so swiftly proven wrong? Was there no other alternative? The leader of the cheating nation inquired in a deep voice. Yet, everyone around him fell into silence. An alternative? Perhaps it could only be through nuclear means. I believe that reaching out to Huaguo is the most viable option. I concur. I too am in agreement. After a prolonged silence, the group spoke up once more, which caused the leader's expression to darken significantly. Very well, let us reach out to Huaguo. After much gritting of teeth, he finally managed to utter those words. Chapter 120. The mech is out of power. The nation of Kawa urgently established contact with Huaguo. Lin Hao, as the authority on mechs, naturally held significant influence and was involved in the negotiations. While the senior officials of both nations deliberated, a storm brewed online in Huaguo. Kawa was in close proximity to Huaguo, with many borders adjoining. Consequently, As Keiwa faced such a monstrous threat, the citizens of Huaguo began to speculate. What if Keiwa sought assistance from Huaguo? The freedom seekers of the Bald Eagle made me chuckle. They had promised to provide aid. Yet it seemed they were merely marching towards their demise. With the Bald Eagle's mechs incapacitated, it was apparent that Keiwa would likely turn to us for help. Why would they approach us? Shouldn't they seek aid from the Unfallen Empire instead? The relationship between Keiwa and the Unfallen Empire must be strained, given their lengthy history of colonization. How could it be anything but? Haven't you heard the saying, familiarity breeds affection? Their relationship is quite cordial. Keiwa is still a member of the Unfallen Federation. I can't believe it. The monster has grown fat and formidable under their neglect. And now they expect us to clean up their mess? I doubt they would reach out. The creature has evolved so rapidly that deploying our mechs would be perilous. I share your sentiments. Even if we were to assist, it would surely result in a substantial loss for Keiwa. The online discourse was overwhelmingly one-sided. Assist them? What a jest. Just recently, the two nations had been embroiled in conflict over border disputes, almost on the brink of war. And now, they remember Huaguo in their time of need? Furthermore, the monster has grown so gigantic and powerful due to their negligence. Sending mechs into such a scenario would be tantamount to delivering the pilots into peril. The red demon stands merely at 20 meters, dwarfed by the current behemoth. In such circumstances, why would we intervene? Just then, the discussions among Huaguo's leaders reached a conclusion. They decided against involvement. The official reasoning provided was that Huaguo had recently triumphed over a horde of monsters, and their mechs were out of power, currently recharging. Simultaneously, Lin Hao extended his sincerest wishes to Keiwa, hoping they would swiftly eradicate the monster. The news rapidly reached Keiwa, inciting fury among its leadership. What an excuse. Utter nonsense. Your power systems can propel such large mechs, and yet you claim they are out of power? This is simply absurd. This is retaliation. A petty vendetta from the narrow-minded citizens of Huaguo, the leaders of Keiwa fumed. Even without mechs, our valiant soldiers can vanquish this beast, exclaimed the leader of Keiwa. The ministers exchanged glances, rendered speechless. After a moment of silence, one individual spoke up, expressing the sentiment that perhaps the conditions we had offered lacked sincerity and failed to resonate with them. What if we sweeten the deal a bit? They suggested. I concurred. We could certainly enhance our terms. However, it appeared that the leader of the errant nation was entirely disregarded, as the others continued their discussion, leaving his countenance darkened with displeasure. Do not place your hopes on the people of Hua. They are all scoundrels. We can only rely on ourselves. What do you propose we do now? The leader gritted through clenched teeth. In that moment, the atmosphere thickened with tension as those present wore expressions of discomfort. What could be done in the current predicament? Aside from nuclear options, were there any other viable alternatives? Even the Bald Eagle had resorted to nuclear arms. They too had employed such measures. It was nothing to be ashamed of. Let us utilize nuclear arms, declared the leader, suddenly deflated and devoid of anger. Indeed, they were a nation possessing nuclear capabilities. Initially, amidst the disapproval of major powers, they had developed such weapons. However, in recent years, news regarding their nuclear arsenal had dwindled, failing to attract attention. Yet, it could not be denied that they possessed such weaponry. After a brief interval, the soldiers of the errant nation, still on the front line, received orders for withdrawal. The higher-ups demanded that they retreat to the rear in a short span of time. Many soldiers were perplexed by this decision. What does this mean? We are to withdraw? If we fall back, there will be no defenses left. One soldier lamented, awaken. Do we even have a defense line? Those stationed here are merely awaiting death. I have a foreboding feeling. We may be treading the same path as the Bald Eagle. As a soldier's eyelids fluttered, he cast a deep gaze towards the distant monstrosities. Soon after, an aircraft designed to carry nuclear warheads soared overhead. A plump and whimsical figure descended from the sky, landing beside the beasts. With a thunderous explosion, chaos ensued. A howling tempest swept across the surroundings, causing buildings to collapse in an instant. Even the sky transformed, shrouded in a somber hue. The beasts, caught in the blast's aftermath, had their skin ruptured, releasing bluish-green blood that rained down. Yet, this sanguine spectacle was short-lived, as the horrific heat quickly obliterated it in the air. At that moment, the world fell into silence. Once again, a nuclear weapon had been unleashed. My goodness. Following the bald eagle's deployment of nuclear arms, the errant nation had followed suit. Had humanity truly exhausted all means to combat these monsters? Was there truly nothing but nuclear arms capable of vanquishing these fiends? Was this planet doomed? The global networks erupted in a cacophony of astonishment at the sight of the errant nation's nuclear engagement. The supreme leader's gaze was strikingly indifferent. Previously, a proposal had been made to deploy nuclear weapons, yet it was astonishing that it was disregarded. After such a prolonged delay, I had anticipated a more prudent alternative. But alas, this was the outcome. Countless citizens of the overpowered nation have perished due to their indecision, and innumerable properties have been destroyed, losses that could have been minimized. In contrast, I appeared resolute, never hesitating to wield nuclear arms, thereby safeguarding countless assets for the people. You cannot fathom the scene that would have unfolded had my command been delayed by even a single minute. At this moment, he began to boast once more. There is a semblance of truth in his words. Had our nuclear arsenal been deployed a minute later, the repercussions could have been far graver. Observing the devastation in the overpowered nation, I found myself suddenly convinced of our president's reliability. At the very least, he exhibited decisiveness and possessed sound judgment. The overpowered nation had lingered too long. Had they resorted to nuclear force from the outset, their losses would have been significantly reduced. Indeed, I came to realize that dropping a nuclear bomb on Garden Continent was not such a misguided notion. Had he allowed the conflict to push further inland before employing nuclear force, the consequences would have been far worse. Unbeknownst to them, the citizens of the Bald Eagle Nation began to forgive the supreme leader for his prior decision to utilize nuclear arms. Some even regarded their president as extraordinarily sagacious. Chapter 121. Lin Hao is a mere instrument after the nuclear strike that obliterated the monster. The high-ranking officials of the Hack Nation exhaled deeply in relief. They promptly convened a press conference for global media. Similarly, the representatives from the White Eagle also organized a press briefing, necessitating an explanation for their formidable mech. In truth, the commander-in-chief was reluctant to hold this conference. However, there was no alternative. Mr. President, what is your perspective on this battle? Your so-called strongest mech appeared nearly powerless against the beast, a journalist inquired. What? You dare to claim it was ineffective? Are you even a journalist? How can you be so unprofessional? The commander's demeanor shifted dramatically. It was evident that their mech had indeed injured the monster, achieving commendable results. Yet, it ultimately faltered. That was due to the foolishness of the Hack Nation, which allowed the monster to evolve. Without their interference, our mech would have successfully annihilated the creature. You may refer to Lin Hao's social media. He is a respected figure in the realm of mechs and concurs with our assessment, stating that we could defeat the monster. In fact, we are contemplating making the Hack Nation financially accountable for this mech. As soon as the commander concluded his statement, there was an uproar among the journalists present. This was the first time the commander acknowledged Lin Hao's significance. Previously, whether in public or private, he had held Lin Hao in disdain. Yet now, he had conceded. Reporters eagerly took notes. Mr. President, did you just acknowledge Lin Hao's status? I mean, there are rumors circulating that he is the father of mechs. Do you agree with this assertion? No, that is not what I meant. Lin Hao has conducted research on mechs, but he is merely an ordinary individual. We, the White Eagle, possess numerous exceptional mech engineers, none of whom are inferior to Lin Hao. As you can see, we constructed a mech in a short time. And it is indeed powerful. It merely encountered misfortune, the commander proclaimed, his words becoming increasingly nonsensical. This prompted all the journalists to roll their eyes in unison. It was clear to them, whenever someone countered by stating that the mech was ineffective, the commander would immediately elevate Lin Hao to refute the criticism. However, when asked about Lin Hao's capabilities, he would feign ignorance, diverting the conversation elsewhere, resolutely refusing to acknowledge Lin Hao's prowess. Thus, Lin Hao had become nothing more than a mere tool. As the press conference concluded and the news returned to the Hack Nation, discontent brewed among their officials, who swiftly began to retaliate. A war of words ensued between the two nations. That imbecile commander! He is nothing but a fool. The leader of the Hack Nation exclaimed in fury. At that moment, he bore immense pressure. Grappling with the consequences of deploying a nuclear weapon and the ineffective resistance against the monster. Various complications left him overwhelmed, and yet, this commander had the audacity to cast blame during the press conference. The White Eagle has begun to demand the wreckage of the Liberator from us. At that moment, a cabinet minister spoke up. Although the mech had been dismantled, it still contained numerous advanced technologies that the White Eagle undoubtedly wished to reclaim. Mech? The leader of the cheating nation shifted his gaze and then chuckled. If I recall correctly, the weaponry of that mech was capable of inflicting harm upon monsters. Was it not? Indeed, that is correct, the cabinet minister replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding. Splendid. Inform the White Eagle that the mech has been obliterated by a nuclear bomb and is no more. In truth, after the mech was dismantled, the monsters advanced significantly into the interior of the cheating nation. Although the nuclear bomb possessed great power, its impact on the remnants of the mech was minimal. Most of it remained intact. Additionally, summon those scientists to explore whether there is a method to decipher the technology contained within. Chapter 122, The Staff of God. Am I destined to be a mere tool? Lin Hao found himself both amused and exasperated as he observed the Supreme Leader's remarks on the news. After perusing various articles, he stumbled upon a particular piece that darkened his expression. The Minister of the Neon Environment announced the intention to discharge 1.23 million tons of nuclear waste into the Pacific Ocean. Furthermore, some experts from Neon claimed that this action would not adversely affect neighboring countries. It was baffling how they could boast about their environmental consciousness while engaging in such reckless behavior. Lin Hao was at a loss for words. The disposal of nuclear waste into the Pacific would undoubtedly impact the environment. The extent of that impact, however, remained uncertain. It appeared that Neon was intent on making the entire world bear the consequences of their actions. Their timing was cunning, releasing this news while the attention was diverted to the exploits of the overpowered nation. Lin Hao sighed in resignation. Recognizing the current focus on the detonation of a nuclear bomb would surely captivate public interest, with the Supreme Leader and the overpowered nation engaged in a war of words. Attention would inevitably soar. Neon was undoubtedly aware of this strategy, choosing to unveil this news at such a moment to lessen their scrutiny and alleviate the pressure they faced. After some contemplation, Lin Hao took to Weibo to directly condemn Neon's actions. Instantly, his remarks resonated across the internet, for his influence was considerable, drawing countless gazes. The populace began to express their concerns. The planet's environment was deteriorating at an alarming rate. Nuclear bombs were detonating with alarming frequency. And now nuclear waste was set to be dumped into the Pacific. The pollution was undeniably severe. The incident quickly gained momentum, sparking discussions not only within the borders of Huaguo, but also internationally. People were not oblivious to the implications and began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. In an instant, Neon found itself under immense pressure. Not only them, but even the Eagle, the first to employ nuclear weapons, and the overpowered nation were dragged back into the spotlight. It could be said that Neon's calculated scheme had utterly unraveled. Their intention had been to downplay the ramifications of their nuclear waste disposal by diverting attention to the nuclear bomb issue. Yet the outcome was the opposite. Interest in nuclear weapons surged to unprecedented heights. The Supreme Leader, witnessing this turn of events, was left bewildered. What had once faded from public memory was now resurrected. Although the Eagle had utilized nuclear weapons, it was confined within its own territory. As long as it was managed properly, it posed little threat to other nations. Calming domestic sentiments would suffice to maintain international stability. However, with Neon's commotion, the global discourse on nuclear matters had reached a fever pitch. They are exceedingly vigilant regarding nuclear weapons and vehemently oppose the use of such arms by the White Eagle. The global outcry against nuclear armament is steadily intensifying. In light of this situation, the Supreme Leader promptly convened his cabinet ministers for discussion. The primary objective was to mitigate the impact of this development, while the secondary aim was to explore alternative methods to combat the monsters without resorting to nuclear weapons. Currently, it is evident that nuclear weapons are the most effective means, as the monsters are incapable of resisting them. However, given the increasingly dire international circumstances, it is preferable to avoid their use if possible. Furrowing his brow, the Supreme Leader spoke solemnly. At present, our Mechas are still proving effective, and the electromagnetic pulse cannon is functioning adequately. We should intensify our research efforts. Furthermore, we must consider whether there are other strategies to counter the monsters. The ministers exchanged concerned glances. Perhaps we could experiment with our God S staff, one minister suggested. The God S staff refers to space-based weaponry. This concept was proposed by the White Eagle long ago but had never been implemented due to technological shortcomings and exorbitant costs, which rendered the potential returns unworthy of the investment. Space-based weaponry? The Supreme Leader pondered. Space-based weaponry can be categorized into two types: space-based laser weapons and space-based kinetic weapons. The former presents an insurmountable technological challenge and is currently unattainable, while the latter remains feasible. Kinetic weapons, as the name implies, involve launching dense metallic materials into outer space and subsequently directing them towards the Earth's surface, relying on their immense kinetic energy to inflict catastrophic damage. Typically, these weapons are constructed from tungsten rods. This method of attack is undoubtedly far cleaner than nuclear weapons. Calculations suggest that the destructive capacity of space-based weapons is comparable to that of a small nuclear warhead. However, the costs are prohibitively high. Launching such a metallic rod requires substantial energy, making it a losing proposition unless new technologies emerge to overcome gravitational constraints and facilitate the launch at minimal expense. Otherwise, employing nuclear weapons may be more pragmatic. Very well, it shall be so, the Supreme Leader declared after a moment of contemplation. He urgently needed to restore his reputation. Following the conclusion of the meeting, he made a bold announcement to address the global energy crisis. The White Eagle would refrain from utilizing nuclear weapons and instead adopt more environmentally friendly space-based weaponry. Additionally, in accordance with international norms, he extolled the virtues of space-based weaponry to an extravagant degree. Upon hearing this news, the populace, after an initial period of hesitation, began to rally in support. They harbored no doubts about the Supreme Leader's sincerity. After all, the orbital weapon can indeed be elucidated through contemporary knowledge, unlike those ethereal mechs. Internationally, numerous experts have emerged, conducting calculations and validations. The destructive capacity of the orbital weapon is undoubtedly comparable to that of a small nuclear warhead, without a shadow of a doubt. Regardless of whether these experts acted with intent or inadvertently, they have aligned themselves with the Supreme Leader. On another front, following the announcement by the Bald Eagle, the nation of the Rising Sun publicly declared that their mech experiments have entered a successful phase, and soon, a self-developed mech will make its debut. It is indisputable that once mechs are available, who among ordinary individuals would resort to nuclear weapons? Consequently, among the three nations embroiled in international discourse, two have been effectively sidelined. All the pressure of public opinion has now converged upon the nation of the Rising Sun, leaving the Prime Minister's countenance in a state of utmost distress. Who could have anticipated that such an outcome would unfold? In the end, they bear the brunt of all the pressure. Chapter 123. I shall bear the responsibility. The Neon Cabinet hastily convened an emergency meeting. After a flurry of discussions, they resolved to temporarily suppress the matter, intending to revisit it at a more opportune time. Concurrently, they held a press conference, bowing and offering apologies with practiced ease, as though they had performed this routine 1,000 times. When it came to the pressing concern of how to ultimately manage the nuclear waste, the Neon government was evasive, remaining uncommunicative. After a vague exchange, the press conference ended abruptly, leaving the already disgruntled global netizens in an uproar once more. This cursed Neon, I swear. They will eventually face the wrath of a monster. Indeed, they must be held accountable for their actions. Disposing of nuclear waste into the Pacific Ocean is utterly unimaginable. Were I the author of a novel, I would weave them into the story and ensure they paid the price. In the face of overwhelming criticism, the Neon government resorted to a simple strategy, feigning ignorance. I have chosen to play dead. What more can you do? Given the current circumstances, they could only wait for the storm to pass before making any definitive decisions. Meanwhile, within the borders of Huaguo, Lin Hao completed a day's work and returned home. Just as he lay down on his bed, the disaster warning system sounded its alarm once again. A dimensional singularity will appear on the 24th, causing global electromagnetic disturbances. The specific timing and extent of the hazards remain unknown. Lin Hao's expression shifted slightly, sitting up with newfound alertness, the fatigue he felt moments ago dissipating. The 24th. Is that not the very day Huaguo had planned to launch its carrier rocket? Lin Hao had even intended to send some items into space. Should the brief electromagnetic interference occur, the electronic components on the rocket could malfunction, rendering the launch futile. However, the crux of this warning was not merely about the interference. It was the dimensional singularity that posed the gravest threat. Who could fathom what lay within? Lin Hao's eyes reflected an unprecedented gravity. Yet, now was not the time to dwell on this. The potential global electromagnetic disruption was far too significant. In today's society, this could undoubtedly result in a worldwide catastrophe. Even if the electromagnetic disturbance lasted only a few seconds, the resulting damage would be incalculable. With this thought, Lin Hao's heart raced. Time was of the essence. He dialed a number. Elder Bai, I have an urgent matter. Among the many individuals he knew, Lin Hao maintained close ties with those from the National Research Institute and the Tiger Military District, particularly Jing Guo and Li Yongrui. Among them, Elder Bai's stature was undoubtedly the highest. This situation was far too serious. It is likely that no one would believe it if spoken aloud. Lin Hao must first earn the trust of Elder Bai. Upon receiving Lin Hao's call, Elder Bai's expression grew serious. A call at such a late hour undoubtedly signifies an urgent matter. In these times, Lin Hao has become a pillar of support for everyone at the National Research Institute. The significance of what he perceives is unquestionable. Elder Bai, on the 24th, there will be a global electromagnetic storm that could disrupt communications worldwide. I propose that we postpone the rocket launch and ground all flights to ensure safety. In truth, if an electromagnetic storm were indeed impending, the ramifications would extend far beyond mere flight cancellations. Numerous aspects of daily life would be affected. However, Lin Hao refrained from elaborating in detail, opting instead for a succinct explanation. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Elder Bai was momentarily taken aback. The 24th? An electromagnetic storm? You can predict such events? Furthermore, a global magnetic storm is likely linked to solar flares or sunspots. Is our current technology capable of forecasting such phenomena days in advance? To be candid, Elder Bai harbored doubts. Yet, since it was Lin Hao who spoke, Elder Bai could not afford to dismiss it entirely, and thus remained vigilant. Lin Hao now stood as a veritable deity of technology. Very well, I will assemble the team immediately. We must convene a meeting, Elder Bai decisively declared. Before long, a multitude of influential figures had gathered at the National Research Institute, such as the power of the names Lin Hao and Bai Ziyuan. Despite the late hour, no one dared to be lax. They all arrived promptly, with only a few absent due to field assignments. The majority were present. Elder Bai spoke calmly. Lin Hao? What is the matter? You summoned us all at such a late hour. I was just about to head home. A senior executive inquired. Given the current situation, it was evident that something significant was afoot. Indeed, is there nothing that could wait until tomorrow? Aside from wartime, there seems to be no pressing issue that necessitates such urgency. I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. On the 24th, a global electromagnetic storm will occur, which could have far-reaching impacts. I recommend we delay the rocket launch, ground all aircraft, and place essential electronic devices on standby. Instantly, the assembly was filled with furrowed brows and puzzled expressions. They comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet questioned why such an announcement was made by Lin Hao instead of the personnel from the monitoring agency. Wasn't this within their purview? Why had they not sent a representative? The absence of the monitoring agency's personnel raised eyebrows. It seemed utterly implausible for them not to dispatch anyone in light of such a prediction. It is believed that this matter was predicted by the personnel of the Monitoring Bureau. They have indeed been quite negligent. The prominent figures present displayed expressions of mild indignation. No, this is unrelated to them. It was I who made the prediction, Lin Hao stated calmly. What? In an instant, those present exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded. Lin Hao, the father of Mechas, could foresee such events? Doubts began to permeate the atmosphere. Lin Hao, I am a straightforward person, so I shall be candid. What you have mentioned is indeed monumental. If electronic devices were to cease functioning, the losses to the nation would be catastrophic. We cannot treat this lightly. At the very least, we should have the personnel from the Monitoring Bureau come and assess the situation, one of the remaining individuals asserted. All others nodded in agreement. Lin Hao was a national hero, and his words carried weight. However, this did not imply that every statement he made was infallible. The implications of this situation were indeed significant. If they were to bypass the monitoring bureau and make decisions in private, what would happen if the predictions proved erroneous? Who would bear the responsibility? They could not afford such a burden, nor could Lin Hao. At the very least, someone from the monitoring bureau should come to evaluate the circumstances. If they concurred with Lin Hao's assessment, then even in the event of error, the repercussions would likely be manageable. If anything goes awry, I will take responsibility, Lin Hao declared, fully aware that persuading them would be a formidable challenge. Without any monitoring data, his assertions were akin to mere conjecture. Thus, he refrained from further elaboration and directly assumed the accountability. Chapter 124. Lin Hao is a madman in an instant. Everyone present inhaled sharply. Lin Hao is in charge. The Lin Hao of today is no longer an ordinary individual, but a national hero. He is responsible, and if his predictions were to be erroneous, his reputation would surely be tarnished. Yet, Lin Hao exhibited not the slightest hint of panic, his confidence unwavering. This demeanor caused those gathered to tense up in response. Lin Hao was wagering his own honor. Such a matter was indeed worthy of trust. Very well, we shall report this immediately. The crowd nodded in agreement. The implications of this situation were vast, affecting various sectors and departments throughout the nation. They were unable to make unilateral decisions. However, given the consensus among so many, it was unlikely that other departments would oppose. It was merely a matter of following protocol. That would be for the best, especially since time is of the essence, Lin Hao acknowledged. Numerous devices were of critical importance. The sooner the information was disseminated, the more time they would have to prepare. This would allow for a more composed handling of the situation. Otherwise, if time was too limited and they were rushed to shut down equipment, it could lead to complications. The necessary procedures were swiftly executed. Given the urgency and the endorsement of so many prominent figures, there were naturally no obstacles encountered. Soon, all major departments across the nation received the notification. Everyone was bewildered. A global magnetic storm? Shutting down equipment? Among them, the Monitoring Bureau was particularly stunned. What is happening? How could we not be informed of this directive from above? Zhang Tianrui of the Monitoring Bureau gazed in confusion at his subordinates. Have we detected any issues? As his question lingered in the air, all present shook their heads. Nothing at all. Everything seems normal. Zhang Tianrui felt a pang of frustration. What exactly was going on? The national authorities had issued a notification, indicating that this matter was certainly significant. Yet, the monitoring station, positioned at the forefront, was utterly unaware of the unfolding events. This left them feeling utterly humiliated. At that moment, the internet and the nation erupted in chaos. A magnetic storm. Equipment shut down on the 24th. Was this for real? This announcement was made personally by the esteemed Lin Hao. It must be accurate. Our unit has also issued a notification today, stating that a global magnetic storm is imminent. The government even warned Chinese citizens abroad to exercise caution and refrain from boarding flights. My goodness, this situation is quite serious. Does this imply a worldwide paralysis? Why has there been no word from other nations, while our country is inundated with information? Indeed, there is no news. I inquired with my friend who is abroad. They have not received any notification. He initially intended to return home on the 24th, but I advised him to refrain from boarding for the time being. Once the official announcement from Huaguo was made, it sparked fervent discussions across the internet. The world was left in a state of bewilderment. A global magnetic storm? How could they not have predicted such an event? Is this a jest? With so many countries and monitoring stations worldwide, only Huaguo possesses such exceptional capabilities? Indeed, they concede this fact. Currently, Huaguo stands unparalleled in the realm of Mechas. However, astronomical monitoring is an entirely different matter. Numerous foreign media outlets began to criticize Huaguo, and some conspiracy theorists even posited that this was a deliberate ploy by Huaguo to incite chaos globally. Imagine if the entire world were to emulate Huaguo and shut down their electronic devices. What a catastrophic scenario that would be. The world would suffer immensely. While Huaguo might appear to cease operations, secretly preparing to capitalize on the situation, trading minimal costs for the world's regression. Huaguo's ambitions are audacious. As for the global magnetic storm, only a fool would believe such claims. However, foreign officials convened urgent meetings. Previously, Huaguo had warned that the bald eagle would face a monstrous invasion, prompting evacuation measures. At that time, no one believed it, yet the eventual outcome was clear. Perhaps this time, there is truth to their warnings? In the presidential office of the bald eagle, the supreme leader pointed at the news on the screen and inquired, "Did you see? Huaguo has issued orders to postpone the rocket launch originally scheduled for the 24th, and a nationwide flight ban has been enacted, alongside the shutdown of various instruments. What are your thoughts on this matter? Our monitoring stations have detected no anomalies. A global magnetic storm should be provoked by sunspots or solar flares, yet we have found no evidence of such. There are no signs whatsoever. In fact, such phenomena are nearly impossible to predict. At most, we can issue warnings a few hours before a flare erupts. We have contacted foreign monitoring stations, and none have reported any issues. This essentially indicates that the world's leading monitoring systems have failed to identify any problems. Lin Hao is challenging global authority. This implies that Huaguo has deceived us. What are they plotting? Or, the supreme leader chuckled softly. Perhaps Lin Hao has encountered an issue. You understand. Regardless of circumstances, Lin Hao is but one individual. He is bound to err. The supreme leader shifted his gaze and, with a smile, remarked, "How is our staff of God prepared? It is expected to launch next month, but we cannot guarantee its effectiveness." Next month? The expression on the supreme leader's face instantly hardened. "I demand the launch on the 24th. The launch of the Chinese rocket had been postponed. Yet, he deliberately scheduled the divine war plan for the same date, aiming to publicly humiliate China. I am confident in your capabilities. I recall that we have a rocket readily available, do we not? A few modifications, and we shall succeed. In the past, the world lauded China's construction speed. Now, I shall demonstrate what the speed of our bald eagle truly entails." The supreme leader stood tall, his visage reflecting an unprecedented seriousness, utterly earnest. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the bald eagle faction convened a press conference to announce to the world that they intended to launch a satellite on the 24th, sending the staff of God into space. They completely disregarded Lin Hao's warnings and even took the opportunity to mock him. Each industry has its own nuances. Some may excel in creating mechas, but that is the extent of their capabilities. Should one expect them to conduct astronomical observations, it would only lead to chaos. Perhaps only those with an unstable mind would entertain such notions. The spokesperson for the bald eagle radiated self-satisfaction. Undoubtedly, they conveyed two messages. China's claims are baseless, and Lin Hao is a lunatic, lacking rationality. Chapter 125. I attended a class. The press conference held by the bald eagle sent shockwaves across the globe. This was indeed intriguing. The bald eagle chose to defy expectations. They are set to launch a rocket on the 24th. Moreover, the rocket is to carry none other than the recently announced staff of God. What astonishing speed is this? It has hardly been any time at all. And the bald eagle has managed to accomplish this? Remarkable. At last, they have engaged in meaningful endeavors. The future seems to belong to the bald eagle's velocity, and I can hardly contain my anticipation for the rocket's ascent. I eagerly await the power of the staff of God. With its presence, we need not fear the monsters, nor worry about the nuclear fallout from detonating atomic bombs. The world is abuzz with anticipation for the bald eagle's staff of God. Simultaneously, many have begun to mock Lin Hao, predicting a magnetic storm. How could that be possible? No one would believe him. On one hand, experts in astronomical monitoring have stepped forward, reassuring the public. They have presented various arguments to demonstrate that Lin Hao's claims are entirely unfounded. This has calmed the masses. Lin Hao, though the father of Mechas and an esteemed authority in that field, is not an expert in astronomy. Can he simply assert that there will be a magnetic storm just because he says so? That is unrealistic. So many experts have risen to counter his claims. What more could he possibly say? Is Lin Hao out of his mind, running about spreading alarmist rhetoric? Does he not understand the immense losses the world would face if operations were halted? He dares to challenge the established authorities in astronomy alone. I can hardly wait to see Lin Hao proven wrong. At this moment, countless forums worldwide are ablaze with heated discussions. Essentially, they are filled with derision aimed at Lin Hao. They refuse to believe him. It simply does not add up. At the very least, Lin Hao must present evidence. What evidence does he have? Just empty words? Of course, within these forums, there are also those who choose to believe Lin Hao. He had previously predicted the monster invasion of the bald eagle, and at that time, no one believed him. Yet, reality proved him correct, so I maintain at this time. 2. He is right. Indeed, the matter of the monster invasion cannot be comprehended through conventional reasoning. Can those so-called experts provide an explanation? No, this situation is entirely different. Countless individuals have engaged in heated debate regarding this issue. Due to the overwhelming traffic, the forums even faced temporary shutdowns. "Damn it!" exclaimed a forum administrator. His face darkened with anger. What is this madness? The forum has been brazenly brought to its knees? He is a seasoned critic of Lin Hao. Upon witnessing the turmoil surrounding Lin Hao, he embarked on a relentless campaign to tarnish his reputation. Initially, certain accounts supporting Lin Hao's perspective surfaced, prompting immediate bans. However, it soon became evident that this effort was futile. The onslaught could not be stemmed. For every batch banned, another emerged almost instantaneously. The speed at which they operated far surpassed that of the bans being enacted. It was as if these individuals lived their lives at the keyboard. Their rapidity overwhelming the forum, leading to its collapse. This left the overseer of the forum, with golden locks, in a state of helplessness. "No matter," he sighed. "We shall temporarily shut down the forum. By the 24th, they will come to understand the true situation. It is likely that we won't even need to intervene. They will have condemned Lin Hao themselves." A shared smile passed among several officials. "You may be excited now, but when Lin Hao faces public disgrace, we shall see your true expressions. He will surely be nailed to the pillar of shame for leading an entire nation into economic regression." Coincidentally, this turmoil was not confined to a single forum. All platforms discussing this topic were affected. At that moment, a sense of dread spread globally. Within the confines of Huaguo country, Lin Hao became aware of the news. "I never expected that so many would believe in you. I thought you would find no supporters at all," Suyu remarked, her eyes shimmering with astonishment. After all, Lin Hao had not presented any evidence this time, making it exceedingly difficult for others to believe him. "I too did not foresee this," Lin Hao replied, shaking his head in resignation. In truth, he had sought to quell this pointless debate. Regardless of the arguments exchanged, magnetic storms would still manifest. Would such storms cease to exist because of these discussions? Wasting time on this matter seemed utterly futile. Yet, how could he intervene? Lacking evidence, any verbal assertions would fall on deaf ears. Ultimately, Lin Hao chose to relent, allowing the online disputes to continue unabated. "Well, if all the instruments are shut down, does that mean you have nothing to do?" Suyu suddenly blushed, nervously twisting her pristine garment. Indeed, there is nothing left to do. With all the equipment halted, even if I wish to work, there is nothing to be done." Lin Hao paused for a moment. "As it happens, I have a class I attended, but I am struggling with the material. I would like to seek your guidance." Suyu's delicate face flushed crimson, her mind momentarily clouded. "Class? What class? Is it taught by a renowned instructor? Your university is among the finest in the nation. If you have questions, you should consult your professors." Lin Hao gazed at her in confusion. "No, it must be you. Then you should go to the National Research Institute," Lin Hao remarked. In an instant, Suyu's face flushed even deeper. "The National Research Institute? How could that be possible? Come to my house." Suyu shot Lin Hao a fierce glare before turning on her heel and leaving. "What on earth?" Lin Hao stared at Suyu in bewilderment. What is she talking about? Soon, the date changed to the 24th. The entire nation of Hua fell into a profound silence. All devices ceased to function, and society seemed to revert to a primitive state, devoid of any clamor. Meanwhile, the forums were finally unshackled, allowing the people a brief moment of jubilation. On another front, the head of the rocket launch team arrived at the launch site. Gazing at the colossal structure before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Through a live broadcast, he proclaimed with arrogance, "Behold our white-headed eagle speed. We have launched the staff of God into the skies in no time at all." Unfortunately, at that moment, Lin Hao could not witness this momentous occasion. It was a great pity that he would miss the sight of our staff of God ascending into the heavens. Nevertheless, this would not deter us. The rocket would successfully launch as planned. A faint smile crept across his lips, lifting slightly at the corners, revealing his satisfaction. Chapter 126, Global chaos, live broadcast. Countless eyes are fixated on the screen. As for Huaguo, where is the global magnetic storm you speak of? Is everything not proceeding smoothly? Just wait. The rocket of the bald eagle is about to ascend. At that moment, the dynamics of the entire world will shift once again. Mechs will no longer be a necessity. Other weapons will also be capable of combating the monsters. The bald eagle will once again emerge as the strongest military power. In the live broadcast, the launch site of the bald eagle's rocket is bustling with activity. Equipment adjustments, system checks, and weather monitoring are all functioning normally. A series of meticulous operations are completed, and the rocket is transported to the launch area. 1 minute to launch preparation. 50 seconds. 40 seconds. Launch. A resonant hum fills the air as flames erupt from the rocket's tail. Observing this, the commander shrugs and smiles faintly. The rocket has been launched. So, what of Lin Hao's global magnetic storm? Where is it? Every time this thought crosses the commander's mind, he cannot help but chuckle. Lin Hao is utterly ridiculous, akin to a charlatan. Or perhaps, those engaged in research ultimately succumb to theological beliefs? The rocket begins its program maneuver. Everything is functioning smoothly. At this rate, in approximately half an hour, the rocket will enter its designated orbit. Nations around the world are now casting their gazes upon this event. A single rocket launch may not seem worthy of attention. After all, countless satellites are dispatched into the sky annually. However, this rocket is exceptionally significant. It carries space-based weaponry, a game-changing armament that rivals Huaguo's mechs. Furthermore, it bears a special significance in the context of the competition with Huaguo, or more precisely, with Lin Hao. Lin Hao, the father of mechs, is about to be proven wrong. This rocket is about to soar into the heavens, and that Lin Hao is simply spouting nonsense. After all my years of astronomical observation, when has anyone ever predicted solar flares with such advance notice? The most absurd part is that people actually believed Lin Hao and chose to shut down their equipment. My foolish brother believed him too. I shall confront him immediately. The entire economy of Huaguo will be dragged down by Lin Hao. Though the shutdown period may not be lengthy, the nationwide cessation will have profound repercussions. I dare say that following this incident, Lin Hao's reputation will be tarnished, and he will be scorned by the people of Huaguo. Countless individuals are eagerly awaiting Lin Hao's downfall. Meanwhile, in Huaguo, everyone is also waiting. Many individuals have taken to the streets, gazing up at the sky. They await with bated breath. Meanwhile, the monitoring station of Huaguo is diligently observing the situation. Is there an issue at hand? Zhang Tianrui furrowed his brow. There were no instruments available to detect any signs of a magnetic storm. The staff shook their heads. Had they been deceived? Had Lin Hao made an error? Wait a moment. Zhang Tianrui gritted his teeth. Time passed by second, and he began to feel restless. Let us report this upwards and cancel the order. Zhang Tianrui stated. Undoubtedly, Lin Hao was completely mistaken. Where did this magnetic storm come from? There is not a trace of evidence. Unless he can materialize out of thin air. However, this is unrealistic. It is far too fantastical. Such occurrences are only conceivable within the realm of fiction. As the head of the monitoring bureau at this critical juncture, Zhang Tianrui felt compelled to take action. Otherwise, the nation would unjustly endure tremendous losses. Academician Lin. Is this not merely adding to the chaos? Zhang Tianrui shook his head. An individual lacking understanding of astronomical monitoring has emerged, insisting on predicting some global magnetic storm. Is this not sensationalism? To put it bluntly, this constitutes the spreading of falsehoods. What is most concerning is that this rumor has already precipitated significant consequences. As the head of the monitoring station and a professional in the field, Zhang Tianrui could not allow this farce to persist. However, just as he prepared to report the situation, all the instruments began to malfunction. Many ceased operation entirely. This. Zhang Tianrui's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind reeling. Could it be? The magnetic storm has truly arrived? The bald eagle and the rocket launch site were in utter disarray at this moment. They had lost all communication with the rocket. Moreover, the devices in their possession have all malfunctioned. What on earth is happening? The person in charge of the rocket launch was engulfed in panic. At this moment, everyone was in a state of turmoil. The rocket had just ascended. And if the instruments were to fail at this juncture, the fate of the rocket would be sealed. After a thorough inspection, despair was evident in the eyes of the personnel. There was no hope left. This was no longer a situation that could be salvaged. A magnetic storm had truly manifested across the globe. What on earth is happening? Across the globe, countless individuals have taken to the streets. The electrical systems have encountered a malfunction. In that fleeting moment, all instruments have ceased to function. In some countries, the skies have even witnessed the enchanting spectacle of auroras. A magnificent radiance stretched across the sky, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, at this moment, no one was there to behold it. The power system, along with numerous devices, lay in utter disarray. The normal functioning of society had encountered significant disruptions. Undoubtedly, all signs indicated this. The magnetic storm, which had been ridiculed by the entire world, has indeed manifested. Reality has dealt them a harsh blow. Who were those fools claiming that nothing would happen? My heavens, I just sent my friends off on a plane, hoping for their safe passage. It was those so-called experts who, with unwavering confidence, insisted there was no cause for concern. I now find myself envious of Huaguo, which boasts mechas and is the safest place on earth. Moreover, they have a deity like Lin Hao. Indeed, I dare to call him a deity. His deeds surpass all norms and even transcend the boundaries of science. Ordinary individuals are filled with grievances, while those experts stationed at the world's foremost monitoring stations are equally on edge, their expressions grave. How could this be possible? There were no signs whatsoever. One expert adjusted his glasses. Even with the magnetic storm now in effect, he still found it hard to believe. Solar activity was entirely normal. From where did this global magnetic storm originate? It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, without any warning. What astonished him even more was how Lin Hao from Huaguo had predicted such a storm without any visible indicators. Could it be that he is truly a deity? The hearts of the experts trembled. Their gazes turned towards the east, filled with reverence. We must go to Huaguo. Suddenly, a thought surged within them. They needed to seek Lin Hao's counsel to comprehend how he achieved such an extraordinary feat. Chapter 127. Classified files. The magnetic storm experienced by Lin Hao was of remarkably brief duration, contrasting starkly with historical occurrences. Traditionally, such global magnetic disturbances would endure far longer. Furthermore, after previous storms, the global magnetic field would invariably exhibit residual disruptions, necessitating several days for restoration. Yet, in this instance, the impact was minimal, almost negligible, dissipating as swiftly as it arrived. This phenomenon defied conventional understanding and was perplexing in nature. From the outset of Lin Hao's predictions, the circumstances surrounding this magnetic storm were shrouded in mystery. However, for the average individual, such intricacies held little relevance. Following the cessation of the storm, the nation of Huaguo began to gradually rekindle its former vitality, and the accolades for Lin Hao began to proliferate. His singular foresight had altered the trajectory of the entire nation, issuing a warning that spared Huaguo from incurring greater losses. Truly, he was a paragon of national pride. At long last, the crisis had passed, and the relief was palpable. Initially, I had doubted the authenticity of the magnetic storm, but it turned out to be undeniably real. I assert that Lin Hao has crafted a legend. Who would contest this? It is indeed remarkable. To be candid, when the government first announced the news, I was skeptical. Given my own research in this field and my awareness of the complexities involved in predicting magnetic storms. Yet, here we are. No further commentary is necessary. Henceforth, Lin Hao shall be enshrined as a deity in my heart, and I shall adorn my bedside with his image. International monitoring stations were rife with skepticism. Yet Lin Hao's predictions proved accurate. In that moment, the entirety of Huaguo's online community erupted in fervor. This was truly unprecedented. Thanks to Lin Hao's foresight, the nation's losses were mitigated to the bare minimum, while other countries suffered substantial setbacks. Undoubtedly, their recovery will demand considerable time. At this juncture, Lin Hao had ascended to the status of an idol in the hearts of countless individuals. In stark contrast to Huaguo's swift resurgence, other nations languished in their recovery. It took a considerable duration before discussions began to surface online. All forums were abuzz with discourse regarding the implications of this magnetic storm. As for the previously fervent conversations surrounding Lin Hao, they were conspicuously absent, utterly disregarded. Any remnants of derision had vanished entirely, leaving behind no trace. What a stinging rebuke it was. The previous critics had been silenced by Lin Hao's astonishing success. However, at that time, being struck down was merely a minor setback. They had incurred no significant losses. Yet now, the situation has drastically changed. A global catastrophe. They too have suffered tremendous damages. This is the consequence of disregarding Lin Hao's counsel. It is utterly tragic. I have already seen the official report. Due to the sudden onset of a magnetic storm, numerous aircraft have been confirmed lost, and the number of survivors remains uncertain. Additionally, many devices have malfunctioned, and the extent of the losses is incalculable. Who are those fools who previously mocked Huaguo and Lin Hao? Look at the present situation. They are thriving, while we appear as defenseless lambs, weak and helpless. I tell you, I am now convinced that Lin Hao is a divine envoy. Consider this. Before the emergence of the monsters, Lin Hao created mechas that transcended the era. Today, he has predicted this magnetic storm. Without a doubt, he possesses extraordinary powers. However, Lin Hao is from Huaguo, and they do not believe in deities. People from various nations and regions are gradually coming to terms with the reality. They are astonished by Lin Hao's capabilities. In fact, some have begun to analyze his origins. This individual is undoubtedly extraordinary. There is something amiss. Perhaps he is an extraterrestrial being. Various classified documents have surfaced, depicting Lin Hao as anything but human. In the presidential office of the Bald Eagle, the commander-in-chief is utterly dumbfounded. The rocket has met with disaster, plummeting to the ground. This has caused his reputation to plummet to an all-time low. Initially, he had anticipated that this rocket would launch and transport the staff of God, thereby elevating his standing. Now, all those expectations have been dashed. Nevertheless, he will not admit to failure. Without a moment's hesitation, he took to Twitter, proclaiming loudly that Lin Hao's so-called predictions were merely fabrications, a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. No one possesses the capability to foresee the occurrence of a magnetic storm. There is no need to portray Lin Hao as so extraordinary. Concurrently, he promised that the next rocket from the Bald Eagle would soon launch, and the staff of God would appear in orbit. As he fervently tweeted, news arrived from the monitoring station. Above the Bald Eagle, a phenomenon resembling a black hole had emerged. A vortex-like singularity appeared there. Most astonishingly, something resembling a mecha fell from that entity. No, it is more accurate to say it resembles a transformer from the movies. Extraterrestrial life? Or from a parallel universe? Is it true that everything portrayed in films is inching closer to reality? The commander-in-chief appeared overwhelmingly exhilarated. Before, as Huaguo produced mechs and crafted lightsabers, the emergence of monsters worldwide led him to ponder whether the realms of cinema might indeed manifest into reality. Presently, it appears that we are drawing ever closer to that possibility. However, there exists no tangible evidence as the staff shook their heads in disbelief. No, you fail to comprehend. What do you truly understand? The commander rolled his eyes, exuding an air of profound understanding. It seems that within this presidential palace, he alone possesses the insight. Thus, what of that mech-like entity? The technology embedded within is remarkably advanced. Our scientists are engaged in its analysis. If all goes as planned, we shall integrate this technology into our mechs. In due course, our mechs will surpass Huaguo, claiming the title of the finest mechs in the world. This time, rest assured, it is no mere boast. They have the assistance of extraterrestrial technology. Splendid, well done. This marvel is a divine gift bestowed upon us. Amidst the heavy mountains and turbulent waters, when all seemed lost, a glimmer of hope emerged like a hidden village in the midst of a dark forest. Recently beset by a cascade of misfortunes, the commander had nearly succumbed to despair. Yet now, hope has rekindled. The staff of God, they await the next rocket launch. Should this attempt falter, it bears no consequence. They are now capable of creating mechs. What could possibly be more exhilarating than this? Chapter 128. Lin Hao ascended to the pantheon at the moment the white-headed eagle discerned this anomaly. Numerous nations across the globe were encountering similar phenomena. Initially, they were engaged in observations, seeking to uncover the causes of the magnetic storm. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon something extraordinary. They were utterly perplexed, questioning whether this was a spatial wormhole or some other entity. Yet, despite their confusion, they collectively recognized that this was undoubtedly a harbinger of malevolence, instilling a profound sense of dread. Linhao, behold this peculiar anomaly that emerged following the magnetic storm. The magnetic field in its vicinity has been thoroughly disrupted. We attempted to send fighter jets to investigate, but ultimately, we met with failure, Zhang was stated, pointing at the imagery displayed on the screen. Currently, the anomalies we can observe are few in number, and we remain uncertain if there are others yet undiscovered. Zhengguo's expression was grave. This phenomenon appears inherently problematic. Lin Hao, do you possess any insight into what this may be? The assembly turned their gazes towards Lin Hao, who had successfully predicted the magnetic storm. Perhaps he could elucidate the nature of this enigma. However, to their dismay, Lin Hao shook his head. The collective sigh that followed was one of disappointment. Even Lin Hao was at a loss. For the time being, since this anomaly shows no signs of activity, we shall continue our observations, Zhangguo remarked solemnly. With the increasing number of bizarre occurrences worldwide, I believe we must swiftly enhance our capabilities. At that moment, Lin Hao interjected. The group nodded thoughtfully in response to his assertion. Lin Hao's reasoning was undeniably sound. He proceeded to outline two critical actions. The first was to promptly arrange for a rocket launch, which had been delayed previously and now warranted immediate rescheduling. The second involved hastening the production of Mechas and the training of their pilots. Upon concluding his statements, the assembly expressed unanimous agreement. As the world engaged in fervent recovery efforts, the nation of exceptional prowess once again made headlines, seizing the attention of major global media outlets. They boldly proclaimed the creation of Mechas. This news spread like wildfire across the globe. Many reacted with skepticism, their fear palpable. They had been genuinely frightened. Previously, when the Maple Leaf Nation announced its own Mecha, they had believed it, only to witness it dismantled by a pack of bumbling fools. Subsequently, the White-Headed Eagle declared the creation of Mechas. This time, the situation appeared slightly more promising, as they could at least injure the monsters. Yet, the outcome was still. Ultimately, aside from the Mechas of Huan Nation, there was little worth acknowledging. Now, another country claimed to have developed Mechas, invoking a sense of foreboding reminiscent of the fable of the boy who cried wolf. Their disbelief was palpable. Moreover, this was the nation of exceptional prowess. Did they truly possess the capability to construct Mechas? This raises a veil of skepticism. Consequently, many nations have approached this news with remarkable calmness, failing to stir any significant waves. What could be the reason for this? We have created Mechas. Why then is there such a tepid reaction from the populace? The high-ranking officials of the cheating nation are utterly bewildered. Nonetheless, the indifference of the masses has not dampened their spirits, on the contrary. They seem increasingly diligent in their promotional efforts for the Mecha. It can be said that they have exerted considerable effort in the preliminary publicity work. Under the scrutiny of dozens of reporters, the Mecha from the cheating nation made its grand debut. Astonishingly, Mechas do exist. Has the cheating nation truly reached such heights? One cannot help but wonder why they are dubbed the cheating nation. There must be some merit to their achievements. Wait a moment. Do you not sense a peculiar familiarity with this Mecha? Why does it seem so recognizable? At the very instant the Mecha appeared, certain attentive viewers from Huan Nation began to engage in discussion. Indeed, it is quite reminiscent. Do you not think it bears a striking resemblance to the previous Mecha of the bald eagle? Upon your mention, it becomes increasingly apparent. The same tiger form, albeit slightly smaller than the bald eagle's. Moreover, in the official introduction, the weapon and power systems are remarkably similar to those of the bald eagle. It can be asserted that this is nothing less than a replica of the bald eagle's freedom fighter. Could it be that the cheating nation has studied the remnants of the bald eagle's Mecha and fashioned this from it? Surely it is so. I even suspect that this is a modification based on the remnants of the bald eagle's Mecha. The countless viewers from Huan Nation were left speechless. The bald eagle's Mecha was already subpar. To resort to imitation is tantamount to courting disaster. The supreme leader of the bald eagle gazed at the live footage with a countenance full of fury. He was deeply displeased. Enraged, he recalled when the bald eagle sought the Mecha remnants. The cheating nation had been evasive, claiming the Mecha was decommissioned. Yet here they were, having refurbished the bald eagle's Mecha and paraded it before the world. I have never encountered such unmitigated audacity. This is absolutely intolerable. I propose we send them another nuclear bomb. What say you? The ministers, upon hearing the supreme leader's words, were left utterly dumbfounded. Previously, they had deployed nuclear weapons, but only within their own borders, an internal matter, thus evoking relatively little international outcry. Yet now, you contemplate launching a nuclear strike against another nation? Have you lost your mind? Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, the cheating nation is still their ally. To bomb them would be sheer madness. However, they have audaciously pilfered our technology. The supreme leader cast a scornful glance at those around him. These individuals have all become senile. The situation has escalated to an intolerable degree. Is it not time to retaliate? It is no wonder that this nation has witnessed an increasing number of unfortunate events recently. Consider these so-called ministers. What significant achievements can they truly claim? After witnessing the advanced mechs from the so-called cheating nation, those who understand the situation have come to realize that hope for the development of mechs in their own countries has diminished. Paradoxically, an increasing number of nations have begun to proclaim the successful creation of mechs, leading the world to seemingly enter an era of mech proliferation, a notion that is almost beyond belief. In stark contrast, the nation of Huaguo has fallen silent during this period. Even the previously announced second-generation models have not surfaced, as if they have vanished without a trace. This perplexity does not tarnish Hua's image in the eyes of the public. Rather, the emergence of mechs from other nations has only served to elevate Hua's stature. Lin Hao, revered as the father of the first mech, has seen his renown reach unprecedented heights, something even he could not have anticipated. Remarkably, he has done nothing in this regard, yet inexplicably, he has become an object of admiration for countless individuals worldwide. There are even proposals to establish an award akin to the Nobel Prize, to be named the Lin Hao Award, seemingly intending to elevate him to the status of a deity. Chapter 129. The Gundam belonging to Neon. As Lin Hao gazed at the myriad of mechas showcased by various nations on his computer screen, he shook his head. They merely possessed a semblance of form. Fundamentally, they were only visually appealing. However, the true combat capabilities remained to be assessed. Yet, the online community lacked Lin Hao's expertise. Based on their personal opinions, they ranked these mechas. The first place went to Huaguo's Red Devil, an unquestionable victor. The Red Devil battle armor had already demonstrated its prowess through its remarkable achievements. In second place was Neon S. Amaterasu. At the moment Huaguo unveiled its mechas, Neon began developing its own Gundam, a resolve that intensified particularly after the monster attacks. Following a prolonged period of dormancy, they finally succeeded in creating the Gundam, naming it after Amaterasu, the deity from Neon's mythology. It was evident that the people of Neon held this mecha in high regard. However, to Lin Hao's surprise, Neon's mecha managed to secure the second position. He had initially assumed that the Bald Eagle's mecha would claim that spot. Although the Freedom Fighter had been dismantled in previous battles, its offensive capabilities were undeniably formidable. How could it possibly be outperformed by Amaterasu, which had yet to engage in combat? Was Amaterasu truly that extraordinary? Lin Hao glanced at Amaterasu's introduction, finding it rather unimpressive, and shook his head in confusion. As he continued to peruse the rankings, third place went to the Bald Eagle's War Machine, a conceptual mecha announced by the Bald Eagle faction, claiming superiority over the Freedom Fighter. Judging by the technology currently disclosed, it appeared promising. Nevertheless, Lin Hao found himself perplexed. Many of the technology seemed quite complex. How had the Bald Eagle achieved such breakthroughs in such a short span? Could it be that they had external assistance or even a system in place? After browsing for a while, Lin Hao's curiosity regarding this enigmatic Neon Gundam grew. If one were to evaluate purely based on the disclosed performance metrics, all other mechas surpassed Amaterasu. Yet, inexplicably, they were ranked behind it. This left Lin Hao bewildered. He opened news articles related to Amaterasu. Mount Fuji? Lin Hao frowned. The location for this mecha's exhibition was indeed at this iconic landmark. If memory served him correctly, the next predicted monster was expected to appear near Mount Fuji. This revelation instantly invigorated Lin Hao, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. He promptly contacted the military district, hoping to access satellite surveillance. "What are you planning to do?" Zhang Guo inquired, bewildered upon receiving Lin Hao's call. Access military satellites? What is Lin Hao up to? Just watching a show, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Huh? Huaguo was perplexed. What show are we watching? At the foot of Mount Fuji, a crowd of onlookers had gathered. Everyone awaited with bated breath. Amaterasu. This was their mech. Why had it not yet emerged? I can hardly contain my anticipation. It is said that this mech has surpassed the red demon of Huaguo. Naturally, our Gundam is the most formidable in the world. The crowd gathered, voices brimming with excitement. A thunderous rumble echoed, sending tremors through the ground. Panic ensued among the attendees. Was it an earthquake? Could this commotion be caused by our mech? Just then, someone shouted, restoring calm among the previously frantic crowd. Stay composed. It appears to be the mech. Observing its form, they speculated on its immense power. Where is it? Why have I yet to see the mech? The crowd buzzed with chatter. However, the ground shook once more. My heavens, this feels amiss. It seems to be an earthquake. The magnitude appears significant. We must flee. The scene descended into chaos as everyone realized the gravity of the situation. This could not possibly be the mech causing such disturbances. It was evidently an earthquake. Panic-stricken, they began to evacuate. Suddenly, Mount Fuji erupted, spewing forth a torrent of volcanic ash. Dark clouds engulfed the sky, and a noxious gas permeated the air. The crowd gazed in horror. Not an earthquake? A volcanic eruption? Fiery magma gushed from the crater. Huaguo, stationed at Huaguo's command center, felt a jolt of alarm. Was Lin Hao the one who had summoned him to witness this? He turned his gaze, a flicker of fear in his eyes as he looked at Lin Hao. Not only had he predicted a magnetic storm, but now he foresaw a volcanic eruption? How could he possibly know? Lin Hao indeed lived up to the rumors online. Was he truly a deity? It's here, Lin Hao spoke, disrupting Huaguo's reverie. What is here? Huaguo inquired, puzzled as he peered at the screen. Instantly, he was struck with astonishment. Lin Hao had not predicted a volcanic eruption, but rather a monster. On the screen, a ferocious beast, ablaze with flames, emerged from the volcano. Good heavens, that is a monster. What is happening? Aren't monsters supposed to rise from the sea? Why is it emerging from the volcano? Who suggested that monsters must arise from the ocean? Previous monsters had indeed surfaced from the sea, leading contemporary minds to naturally believe that the depths of the ocean harbored these creatures. As for the inland, that was deemed utterly safe. However, the situation had now shifted. This beast had emerged from the volcano. Oh, why has the monster arrived in our neon? Wait, we have mechs. Our mechs are nearby. Suddenly, someone recalled the mechs. They had come here today, even if it is merely to witness Amaterasu. As long as Amaterasu appears, is it not possible to vanquish the monster? At this moment, the pilot of Amaterasu found himself utterly bewildered. Originally, it was merely intended to be a showcase, and now he was thrust into battle? This mech had just been constructed, and he had scarcely undergone any training. How could he possibly engage? Nevertheless, there was no alternative. He received orders from his superiors. Even if he was reluctant, he had no choice but to muster his courage and proceed. A towering mech emerged before the eyes of the neon populace. Its formidable firepower unleashed in an instant, raining down upon the monstrous foe. The ground trembled, and upon witnessing this spectacle, the entire populace of Neon erupted in fervent cheers. This mech was impressive. Previously, they gazed enviously at the mechs of their neighboring Huaguo, and now they too possessed a mech of their own. The crowd was exhilarated. How foolish, for the monster would hardly be intimidated by such an assault. Far away, in the land of the bald eagle, the commander shook his head. This level of firepower paled in comparison to their previous liberator. If this were to lead to victory, he would gladly perform acrobatics while washing his hair. However, the subsequent scene rendered him unable to smile. The monstrous creature, brimming with ferocity, after enduring a barrage of cannon fire, astonishingly began to flee while roaring in terror. It was driven away by Amaterasu. Can you believe that? Chapter 130. The overwhelming confidence of Neon at this moment. The driver from Neon found himself in a state of bewilderment. A monster? Is this all there is to it? Engaging in battle seemed almost effortless. Before he could even make a significant move, the creature had already fled in fear. In an instant, his confidence soared. He piloted his mecha and pursued the beast with fervor. Now, to this driver, the monster appeared as alluring as a beautiful maiden. simultaneously across the globe. Major news outlets began broadcasting this event. Countless individuals witnessed the spectacle of Neon's Mecha chasing the monster, igniting fervent cheers among the masses. The Mecha's pursuit of the creature, excluding the Mechas from Huaguo, stood out as unparalleled. Was Neon's Mecha truly this formidable? Such a revelation was entirely unforeseen. Within the command center of Huaguo, everyone bore grave expressions. Did this imply that Huaguo held no advantage in Mecha technology? Something felt amiss. However, at that moment, Lin Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. The first Mecha had been constructed by him, and he had previously encountered monsters. For reasons unknown, he sensed something was off about this battle. Was there an underlying discrepancy? The commander of the Tiger Military District furrowed his brow. He could not ascertain any irregularities. From the visuals, Neon's Mecha appeared powerful, actively engaging the monster. One could not simply dismiss the strength of another's Mecha as suspicious. Such a perspective was rather short-sighted. Can we utilize satellites to observe the surrounding area? Lin Hao turned to the others. A few exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, the ministers of the Neon cabinet stood tall and proud, brimming with confidence. In truth, even they had not anticipated the sheer prowess of their Mecha. Initially, their orders had been issued with a tentative spirit, merely to test the waters. However, the outcome had proven to be remarkably splendid. I want the entire world to witness this in high definition, declared the Prime Minister of Neon, resolutely deciding that while individuals from other nations might only glimpse a hazy broadcast, they would not have access to a clear view. After all, proximity for observation was unattainable. Thus, the Prime Minister resolved to leverage their resources for a high-definition live stream. This was Neon's moment to shine. If they could indeed vanquish this beast, the prestige of Neon would undoubtedly soar. Perhaps, thereafter, even surreptitious disposal of nuclear waste would go unnoticed. Soon, the government-organized broadcast footage reached various media outlets. All provided at no charge. The intent was purely to showcase their might. Why impose a fee? Neon's Mecha continued to unleash missiles, creating spectacular explosions that sparked with resplendent beauty. The beast roars ferociously, its mournful cries echoing through the air. This battle appears to have reached a decisive conclusion. An utter domination. Before the radiant Neon, the creature stands utterly powerless. How astonishing. Are the Neon people truly this formidable? I am curious if the pilot possesses a similar prowess. I yearn to seek him out. Alas, have we now become the most disparaged nation on Earth? The citizens of the Bald Eagle Nation express their outrage, for they have recently suffered a tremendous humiliation. If only the great Huaguo were the sole possessor of Mecha technology, they might find some solace in their hearts. Yet now, with Neon producing such powerful mechs, they are left utterly ashamed. Chapter 131. The Fall of the Divine. When viewed from this perspective, it becomes apparent that Mecha technology is not insurmountably difficult. After all, it has been successfully developed by Neon. While Lin Hao possesses remarkable abilities, I believe he has been elevated too highly. Those who have compared Lin Hao to a deity should take a moment to pause. He is indeed impressive, yet he has not ascended to the status of a god. At this moment, individuals who have previously dismissed Lin Hao have once again emerged. Regardless of circumstances, they steadfastly refuse to acknowledge his accomplishments. Whenever an opportunity arises, they eagerly voice their opinions. Lin Hao is a god. I fail to comprehend your disdain. Not only has he engineered Mecha, but he has also predicted magnetic storms. With these two feats alone, he warrants reverence. Indeed, I too regard Lin Hao as a god. On both sides, spectators engage in fervent debate while watching the live broadcast. Are you still chatting here? Lin Hao has issued a warning to Neon, expressing his concerns regarding the monster, urging them not to place blind faith in their Mecha's ability to triumph. He even proactively offered to dispatch Mecha to assist Neon in vanquishing the beast. What the actual? Countless individuals were left bewildered. Given the historical relations between Neon and Huaguo, could Lin Hao truly be proposing to send Mecha? Surely, this must be a jest. Furthermore, he asserts that Neon's Mecha cannot prevail? The current scene clearly depicts Mecha pursuing the monster in combat. How could they possibly be incapable of winning? Everyone began to scour the news for answers. I understand now. Lin Hao must have perceived Neon's Mecha as overwhelmingly powerful, overshadowing the Red Demon, which prompted his remarks. If the monster ultimately falls to the red demon, the glory will still belong to him. My heavens! Is this man so petty? Can he not tolerate the emergence of other formidable mecha? I have long maintained that elevating him to the status of a deity is a grave error. Countless individuals engaged in discussion, and under the influence of certain detractors, an overwhelming sense of disdain began to brew within them. Even many of Lin Hao's fans found themselves somewhat repulsed by their idol. Regardless of the situation, Neon has indeed developed Mecha. No amount of suppression can change that reality. Sooner or later, he will have the opportunity to demonstrate his true capabilities. His eagerness to seize the spotlight seems rather unjustifiable. When the Eagles of the Open Nation faced a monster, he did not rush to their aid. Now that Neon's Mecha is on the verge of victory, he suddenly decides to intervene. It is evident to any discerning observer that this is a blatant attempt to claim the spotlight. Alas, who would have thought that Lin Hao harbors such intense jealousy? It is clear that Neon's Mecha is exceptionally strong. How could they possibly be incapable of winning? Someone let out a sigh. No one is perfect. And I believe that our admiration for Lin Hao's talent is independent of his character. As long as he does not engage in any extremely deviant behavior, I find it acceptable. After all, Lin Hao is charming and exceptionally skilled, which is more than sufficient. He may well be the fallen star who descended the fastest, losing the goodwill of the public with just a single remark. Countless people lament this turn of events. Meanwhile, within the command center of Huaguo, Lin Hao furrowed his brow, completely disregarding the online discourse. What is the response from the Neon side? He inquired, glancing sideways. They claimed confidence in their ability to vanquish the monster without assistance, stating that if we deployed mechs without permission, they would retaliate in self-defense. Furthermore, we have already detected that their self-defense forces are mobilizing. Fools. Lin Hao gritted his teeth in frustration. What on earth is happening? Zhenghua asked solemnly. We monitored the satellites and found nothing amiss. Lin Hao gestured towards the screen. Look at this beast. Despite enduring tremendous firepower and howling in agony, do you see any visible wounds? No, they replied, indicating that its defensive capabilities are astonishing. Regardless of its offensive strength, at the very least, it is unafraid of Neon's mechs, yet it refrains from counterattacking and continues to flee. Observe its escape route. Lin Hao pointed to the map. A collective gasp filled the room. Rather than escaping, it appeared as though the creature was advancing towards a specific objective, as its trajectory was remarkably precise with no deviation whatsoever. No matter what obstacles lay ahead, it relentlessly pressed forward in that direction. The notion that something could compel a monster to be so resolute gives me an uneasy feeling, Lin Hao remarked slowly. Suddenly, the others realized the gravity of the situation. No wonder Lin Hao suggested deploying mechs. If this creature is on its way to unleash some Pandora's box, given Huaguo's proximity to Neon, it would undoubtedly be affected. Not necessarily, someone consoled. Perhaps you are overthinking it. Such coincidences are unlikely. Let us hope so, Lin Hao replied absently, turning his gaze back to the screen. This Lin Hao is attempting to steal the spotlight. What a joke. The Prime Minister of Neon muttered indignantly. This is a moment for Neon to shine. What business does he have here? On the battlefield, the mechs, embodying the hopes of countless Neon citizens, relentlessly pursued the beast. Even a creature that could not be subdued by the White Eagle is about to meet its demise at my hands. I shall become a hero for all of Neon. The pilot of Amaterasu gazed ahead with palpable excitement, already envisioning his speech for the ceremony. As for failing to slay the monster? What nonsense. The situation in the battlefield has become exceedingly evident. Can one truly be unable to contend with the monsters? Perhaps it is time for him to resign himself to fate. Given the current circumstances, it is unlikely that anyone would question the prowess of Amaterasu in facing these beasts. The supreme leader, ensconced within the presidential palace, wore a countenance as dark as the night. Is it possible that Neon intends to resolve the monster crisis with Mechas? How might this reflect on the perception of the bald eagle by nations around the globe? After all, the bald eagle's previous engagements with the monsters have been rather dismal. After a moment of contemplation, the supreme leader commenced his duties. I wholeheartedly concur with Lin Hao's remarks. His profound understanding of Mecha suggests that the Mechas of Neon may indeed fall short against the monsters. The tool in Lin Hao is once again in action. The emergence of Mechas in Neon certainly casts a shadow upon the reputation of the Bald Eagle's presidency. This is intolerable. Fortunately, Lin Hao serves as a convenient scapegoat, ready to be utilized. Upon witnessing this tweet, everyone rolled their eyes in unison. This golden-haired individual has truly lost his grip. Can you honestly tell me how Neon could possibly falter? Chapter 132. A tale that shatters under the relentless bombardment of Amaterasu. The monstrous beast pressed forward undeterred, causing a pang of anxiety to swell within the pilot of Amaterasu. What on earth is happening? Why won't it fall? I'm still waiting to return for the victory banquet. In light of this, let me unleash my grand weapon upon you. The pilot gritted his teeth, a sinister expression crossing his face. Shortly after, a missile was launched, soaring forth with a resounding blast. Boom! The missile struck the beast, unleashing a tempestuous gust of wind. At last, the creature could no longer endure the incessant irritation. What is this pesky insect up to? I have my own matters to attend to. Yet it persists in its assaults. It turned its head, icy slit pupils locking onto the Amaterasu mech. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the pilot of Neon was suddenly enveloped by an unsettling chill that surged from his feet to the crown of his head. What is happening? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a formidable tail lashed out, striking the Amaterasu with tremendous force. Boom! The mech was sent flying from the impact. Countless components rendered inoperative, sparks igniting across its body. Fragments of the mech danced through the air. In an instant, the world fell silent. What just transpired? What occurred in that brief second? Just moments ago, Amaterasu held an undeniable advantage, pursuing the beast. How is it now that the mech has been so effortlessly cast aside? Global viewers were left in utter bewilderment. This is utterly incomprehensible. How can this beast be so powerful yet still flee? Is it insane? My goodness. So all that Lin Hao said was true? This creature indeed poses a threat. What else with this Gundam? It seems far-fetched. It pales in comparison to the freedom of the bald eagle. I took an hour off from work with my wife only to witness this spectacle. I had thought this mech could truly vanquish the beast. The entire world erupted in chaos. I have long asserted my profound understanding of mechs. How could this neon mech possibly rival the beast? The commander shrugged, a smirk gracing his lips. Everything is within his grasp. To construct a mech, one must look toward the bald eagle. As for Neon, it is best to abandon hope in the command center of Huaguo. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. They genuinely believed that Neon had manufactured a viable mech. Lin Hao, you were right. This creature is indeed problematic, Zhang Guo remarked with a sense of wonder. It is remarkable how Lin Hao seems to know everything. Even through a screen, he could discern that there was something amiss with the beast. However, at that moment, Lin Hao chose not to listen further. His gaze was fixed intently on the screen. At that moment, Lin Hao suddenly rose to his feet. I figured it out. His booming voice startled everyone present. Lin Hao, do you understand what this monster intends to do? He asked. With a grave expression, Lin Hao nodded. He felt a twinge of regret. He should have piloted the mech directly to confront and eliminate the creature earlier. Now, it was too late. Meanwhile, on the screen, the monster roared frantically after destroying the Amaterasu, and then continued its advance toward its destination. This little pest is truly tiresome, wasting my time. After a while, he finally arrived. Above him loomed a swirling object, suspended ominously in the air. Chapter 133. The Emergence of the Armored Tyrannosaurus. Seeking friendship with extraterrestrial civilizations upon witnessing the spatial singularity, the beast exhibited an extraordinary excitement, letting out a resounding roar that echoed through the skies. Subsequently, its dorsal spikes radiated a fervent crimson glow, casting a dazzling red light that sent shivers down the spines of people across the globe. What was it planning? What was that vortex-like phenomenon? And why had we never encountered it before? My goodness, I sense that the nations of the world are concealing something. They must have discovered this anomaly. They surely know what it is. Goodness, just look at this situation. Does this creature intend to breach the singularity? What lies within? Countless individuals gasped in astonishment. Clearly, the current circumstances were far from ordinary. Under the watchful gaze of all, the beast's dorsal spikes unleashed a beam of light that struck the singularity. In an instant, the singularity began to twist rapidly, a menacing fissure materializing before the crowd. Why does it resemble a twisted pastry? A black, twisted pastry. Come on, can you stop talking? I was already on edge, and now I'm hungry. I'm heading out to grab a bite. You can turn this into a pastry? You truly are something else. Many netizens lamented helplessly. Meanwhile, the singularity continued to distort and expand. Soon, a portal resembling a doorway materialized in the air, its dark luminescence instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Suddenly, gazing at this black hole, a bold thought crossed my mind. Would you care to hear it? Silence. We don't want to hear it. What kind of person are you? Not the time for such boldness. That's just courting death. Then, with a thunderous roar that shook the very earth, an armored Tyrannosaurus surged forth from the singularity. The armored beast unfurled its mechanical wings, casting a shadow over the land. Its roar ascended to the heavens. This was undeniably a terrifying entity. Its body was adorned with a metallic sheen, yet it was not a purely mechanical being. Many parts of it were flesh and blood. To be precise, it was a hybrid of flesh and machinery. With each casual step, the ground crumbled beneath it, countless buildings shattering in an instant. Its crimson eyes scanned the surroundings with a predatory gaze. Another ferocious roar erupted from the previously silent beast, joining the armored tyrant in a fearsome display of power. The two formidable creatures stood tall amidst the neon cityscape, exuding an aura of dread. At this moment, the leadership across the globe was in an uproar. The singularity turned out to be a spatial rift, harboring such a terrifying presence. This was nothing short of unimaginable. What on earth is this entity, encased in armor? Could it be that other civilizations exist? Upon witnessing such a scene, the Supreme Leader gasped in astonishment. The emergence of the monster was somewhat comprehensible. One could regard it as an undiscovered life form, and that would pose no issue. However, the armor, that was entirely unfathomable. It is inconceivable for any creature to be born with armor. Clearly, this indicates that a higher life form has altered it, transformed a mere beast. The mere thought of this sent shivers down the Supreme Leader's spine. They were already struggling to eliminate a single monster. And now there existed a life form capable of enhancing them. A chilling realization dawned upon him, terrifying indeed. If other civilizations were to exist, perhaps we could forge friendships with them? Yet, at that moment, a sudden thought struck the Supreme Leader. Provided it was confirmed that these extraterrestrial allies posed no threat, it would indeed be feasible to befriend them. Moreover, the White Eagle must be the first nation to establish relations with them. In this manner, they might cooperate with these alien civilizations and acquire substantial technological support. Indeed, it was evident that, apart from us, no other nations were qualified. We are the most formidable military power and the most advanced in technology worldwide, uniquely poised to engage with these extraterrestrial allies. The more the Supreme Leader pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Although the situation was still nebulous, he had already meticulously orchestrated everything. He had even begun to plan for the future. In stark contrast to the Supreme Leader's excitement, the Prime Minister of Neon was utterly bewildered. Was one monster not sufficient? Now there was an armored Tyrannosaurus? This was clearly more formidable than the original beast. Could this even be managed? Was Neon destined for annihilation? The most pressing concern was whether there was anything lurking beyond that opening. That was truly dire. The Prime Minister and his ministers were left dumbfounded. It was over. A wave of despair instantly swept across Neon. The Mechs were gone, and now there was an additional armored Tyrannosaurus. What could they possibly do now? Prime Minister. What shall we do? An official gazed desperately at the Prime Minister. Just as he spoke, one aircraft after another was shot down. This monster was adept at downing planes. Even though Neon had entirely abandoned its defense and mobilized forces from various regions, it was all in vain. The armored vehicles, tanks, and aircraft were left in disarray. Even the warships on the surface were caught in the crossfire, obliterated in an instant under the armored Tyrannosaurus's beams. Decades of dreams for a powerful military were shattered in a single day, ever since that war. As a consequence of being a defeated nation, their military capabilities have been consistently regulated. However, they have not succumbed to despair. Rather, they have persistently sought ways to enhance their military strength. Yet now, all seems lost. Joy has dissipated in an instant. Decades of accumulation vanished in mere minutes, and my heart aches at the sight. This armored behemoth is truly magnificent. One might wonder, if the Red Demon were to confront it, who would emerge victorious? While I wish to assert the Red Demon's prowess, I can't shake the feeling that it operates on an entirely different plane, the disparity appears insurmountable. Goodness, what a dire predicament! What if this monstrosity were to invade our homeland? Could we withstand such a force? In contrast to the palpable tension felt in Neon, the citizens of our nation exhibit a remarkable composure, casually enjoying their snacks and engaging in idle chatter. At that moment, the live broadcast revealed the armored behemoth standing before a colossal structure. Goodness, that appears to be a nuclear power plant. An exclamation escaped someone's lips. Neon may lack in many respects, but it is certainly abundant in nuclear facilities. If memory serves, that should be the Yujiang power station. A wave of anxiety washed over the masses. If this nuclear facility were to be destroyed, would not the nuclear materials be at risk of leaking? The previous nuclear waste incident has yet to be resolved, and now this? Why, then, have they constructed so many nuclear power plants? People around the globe began to voice their grievances. Chapter 134, Delivering Coal in the Snow? Non-existent. The personnel at the nuclear power station had already fled for their lives. The reactors had ceased operation. With a single swipe of its paw, the armored behemoth obliterated the nuclear facility. The released nuclear materials contained immense energy. Suddenly, the original beast emitted a furious roar and retreated repeatedly, utterly defenseless against the lethal substances within the nuclear materials. It could not withstand it. However, the armored monstrosity displayed no signs of panic. Instead, it began to voraciously absorb the nuclear fuel from the reactors. This was the most exquisite fuel for its armor. My heavens! The pilots of the Neon fighter jets, witnessing this scene, were left speechless. What manner of creature is this, absorbing nuclear fuel so effortlessly? Before long, the monster had gorged itself and resumed its rampage. A prosperous city was swiftly annihilated. I consume your resources, utilize your energy, and I will dismantle your very home. What can you do about it? The personnel at the Prime Minister's office, upon witnessing this devastation, broke into tears. Given such destructive power, even if they bowed until their backs broke, it would prove futile. This creature was heading our way. It wouldn't be long before our capital was obliterated. Mount Fuji was not far from the capital of Neon. To be precise, Neon itself was relatively small. Let us deploy a nuclear weapon. That will surely eliminate this beast. Are you out of your mind? Did you not see how it absorbed nuclear energy just now? I suspect a nuclear bomb would only enhance its power, and besides, we do not possess any nuclear weapons ourselves. We could reach out to the Bald Eagle and request their nuclear bombardment. In an instant, the entire Prime Minister's office fell silent. Contact the Bald Eagle for bombardment? Have you lost your senses? Those 2 nuclear bombs from decades ago were dropped by the Bald Eagle. Have you become addicted to this? Are you a masochist? To let them bomb again? The public would surely tear you apart. Without nuclear weapons, the speed of this monster means that by the time they arrive, it will have already approached the capital. If we use a nuclear bomb, the capital will inevitably be affected as well. The Prime Minister spoke sternly. If the capital falls, it will be utterly disastrous. Let us seek assistance from Huaguo Nation. They possess mecha technology and can eliminate this beast without the need for nuclear weapons. Huaguo Nation? Are you joking? If we do not approach Huaguo Nation, we are left with no choice but to rely on the Bald Eagle's nuclear arsenal. In an instant, the dissenting voices vanished. Let us reach out to Huaguo Nation. Finally, Neon resolved to take action. Yet, what awaited them was an unpalatable proposal for negotiation. The corpse of the armored behemoth, various materials, and advanced technologies. Everything was simply unacceptable. Such were the terms. Far more absurd than the initial rescue of the Maple Leaf Nation. There is no alternative. After all, the situation in Neon is far more dire than that of the Maple Leaf Nation. The more desperate, the higher the price Lin Hao can demand. Offering aid in times of need is but a facade. Inflicting salt on wounds is the true reality. The members of the Neon cabinet, upon hearing these conditions, were on the verge of flipping the table in outrage. If we concede to this, would we not be toiling for you in vain? All the remarkable creations we produce, would they not be handed over to you? It is utterly unforgivable. Their greed knows no bounds. Inform them that even if we were to personally step onto the battlefield and perish in the jaws of the beasts, we would never acquiesce to their demands. Everyone erupted in vehement curses. Yet, it was merely empty rhetoric. What must be accepted must still be accepted. In the brief moment just past, The beasts had nearly encroached upon the capital of Neon. Chapter 135. Has the second-generation fighter of Huaguo emerged? Swiftly, the Neon Nation issued a statement, declaring that Huaguo would dispatch mechas to rescue them. Citizens were urged to remain calm, for the monsters would soon be eradicated. Once again, it was Huaguo. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Commander felt an overwhelming urge to retch. Weren't we allies? Why have you not sought our assistance? He turned to those beside him and inquired if they had ever reached out for help. No, we have not received any distress signals from Neon, came the reply. Damn it, the commander exclaimed, exasperated. Have they lost their minds? Instead of seeking aid from their allies, they turn to Huaguo? Don't they realize they appear as mere prey in Huaguo's eyes? His confusion was palpable. Meanwhile, the staff member beside him rolled their eyes. If they want to approach Huaguo, do you expect them to come to you? They would likely meet the same fate at your hands. Besides, the most critical issue remains. You lack the means to eliminate the monsters. The best you could do is deploy nuclear weapons. Only someone with a few screws loose would turn to you for help. Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Doing so would jeopardize his position. Not long after Neon released its statement, global netizens were astonished. Once more, it was Huaguo. Always Huaguo. Had Huaguo truly assumed the role of a savior? Eyes turned eastward. And in that moment, they perceived this eastern nation as the safest place in the world. Indeed, we ultimately acquiesced, did we not? Ahem, this was anticipated. If you recall my previous posts, I had foreseen that we would have to intervene, primarily because Neon is not far from us. Should the monsters wreak havoc upon Neon, they are likely to venture here next, and we would find ourselves battling them regardless. It is wiser to assist now and procure some resources in return. Furthermore, despite Neon's diminutive size, it is replete with nuclear power stations. If the monsters were to obliterate them, the nuclear materials would flow into the Pacific Oceans, posing an immense danger. Previously, even a small amount of nuclear waste from Neon instigated worldwide panic. Imagine the chaos with such an extensive release. Boss, you have truly contemplated this deeply. However, a pressing question arises, can our mecha squad vanquish these monsters? They are armored and seem to belong to an entirely different echelon compared to previous beasts. I, too, feel a sense of trepidation. It seems we may not prevail. At that moment, the populace of Huaguo began to express their concerns. The red demon truly appeared to lack an advantage. These monsters grew stronger with each encounter, leaving the red demon feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Even a fully equipped mecha squad might not guarantee victory. Yet, at that very instant, a wave of jubilation erupted online. What on earth did I just witness? Something soared across the sky. It appeared to be a mech, but it was enormous, several times larger than the previous models. What could it be? Several times larger? Are you jesting? Although the red demon is not particularly large, it still measures over 20 meters. Do you grasp the significance of 20 meters? I am not joking. It is indeed both colossal and formidable. I recall that the esteemed Lin Hao had previously announced the imminent release of the second-generation model and even called for public naming suggestions. Could it possibly be him? My goodness, it could very well be. The anticipation is palpable. In an instant, the desires of the citizens of Huaguo were ignited. They are already quite eager to behold this mech. Chapter 136. He resembled a six-winged angel. The Neon populace, at this moment, received the news. Huaguo had dispatched the latest model of Mecha. At that instant, they were moved to tears. The red demon had become so formidable. The power of this new Mecha was undoubtedly impressive. The people of Huaguo truly excelled. Anticipation swelled among all, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Huaguo. And then it came. After a prolonged siege by the monsters, the colossal figure of the Mecha finally graced the eyes of the crowd. In an instant, the entire Neon City erupted in fervor. Gratitude surged within everyone, directed towards Huaguo. However, Lin Hao was oblivious to this. At present, he found himself within the body of the Yinglong. Indeed, this Mecha was ultimately named Yinglong. The armored tyrant seemed to sense something, coming to a halt. Its crimson gaze fixated on an object in the distant sky that was advancing towards it. Subsequently, an energy wave coalesced upon its armor, instantly discharging with a thunderous roar. A series of explosive sounds followed, accompanied by billowing black smoke that ascended skyward. Yet, The armored tyrant appeared insatiable, its cold eyes scanning the surroundings. Through the live broadcast, the global audience could clearly perceive the ferocity of its gaze. The sound of swallowed breaths echoed everywhere. What kind of gaze was this? Fierce, indifferent, brimming with murderous intent. Even though it was merely a broadcast, everyone felt their limbs go cold and their hearts nearly seize upon witnessing that look. It was as if this monster could leap from the screen and rend them to shreds. All monster films paled in comparison. This was the true embodiment of a monster. The movies could not even begin to rival this. Boom. The immense energy wave gathered once more. The residual force from the explosion had shattered everything in its vicinity. The blinding light rendered it impossible to open one's eyes. Dead. Dead? Huaguo's mecha had not even commenced its assault before being vanquished by the monster. The expressions of everyone shifted drastically. The mecha they had eagerly anticipated had not even fully appeared on screen before it was ruthlessly obliterated by the monster. A sense of despair coalesced once more. This monster was astonishingly powerful. Who could possibly defeat it? Amidst the black smoke generated by the explosion, Lin Hao inhaled deeply. This creature was undeniably much stronger than before. Had the red demon been present, there was no doubt that the previous wave of attacks would have been shattered. Fortunately, Yinglong was already complete. This was intriguing, however. The stronger it became, the more captivated he felt. A flicker of fervor ignited in Lin Hao's eyes. This monster's strength was evidently bolstered by its armor. He was now immensely intrigued by these armors. He commanded the Yinglong, bursting forth from the thick black smoke, and landed steadily upon the earth's surface. His towering stature elicited jubilant cheers from the multitude. How is it possible that nothing happened? This cannot be. The explosions were so powerful just moments ago. How could there be no consequence at all? Why ponder so much? The prowess is undeniable. After all, the intricacies of mechs are beyond the comprehension of the average netizen. However, they excel at exclaiming their admiration. Was that an energy shield? How was it achieved? Officials from the Empire of the Unfallen furrowed their brows. Just as the Yinglong emerged from the smoke, a fleeting blue shield had been discerned before them. Though it was but a momentary glimmer, their keen observation captured it. This mech seems to wield technology surpassing even that of the Red Demon, each advancement unprecedented. Deploy our military satellites. I must gain clarity. Previously, they had relied on broadcasts from others, unable to control what they observed or the quality of the imagery. Now, he yearned to study this mech in depth. Yet, our satellites are not in orbit. Observation is temporarily impossible. Adjust the orbit. I demand a change. Even a forced maneuver is necessary to uncover the true nature of this mech. Relying on others' live feeds? That is utterly implausible. Action must be taken personally. Roar. Just as Lin Hao landed, the initial beast could barely contain its eagerness to pounce upon the Yinglong. Watch out. This creature had previously shattered the neon mech with a mere sweep of its tail, its strength unfathomable. Lin Hao, be cautious. The hearts of the Chinese populace surged with anxiety. They were immensely worried, having witnessed Lin Hao endure ferocious artillery fire moments ago. He had seemed utterly disoriented. Fearing for his safety, they were relieved to confirm he was unharmed. Yet, barely had he touched ground when the beast lunged at him. This was truly terrifying. In their frantic gazes, they could only behold the Yinglong mech's reactor glowing intensely, propelling it forward at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Incredible. Everyone was at a loss for words. Such a colossal form, moving with such velocity? Boom. The collision was imminent. In a mere encounter, the beast was sent sprawling. A massive crater formed upon the ground, as the creature stirred up a terrifying whirlwind that swept across the vicinity. In the next moment, 6 additional components suddenly detached from the Yinglong mech. With a cacophony of clicks and clacks, these 6 figures completed their transformation. 6 floating cannons hovered in the air, all aimed at the monstrous creature. 6 beams of azure light erupted from the cannon mouths, striking the beast in an instant. The explosions unleashed a terrifying heat. Under such intense temperatures, the creature's body began to ignite. Its skin and flesh were reduced to ashes in mere moments. The formidable combat prowess of the dragon-armored mecha left countless onlookers in awe. The commander, too, was rendered speechless. What was this? An angel? A 6-winged angel? The floating cannons bore an uncanny resemblance to angelic wings. How did he manage to make these cannons levitate? The commander was bewildered. When had Huaguo acquired such terrifying technology? This was utterly incomprehensible. In stark contrast, their own eagle-headed mecha technology was simply lamentable. These so-called experts were nothing but a waste of my resources. I shall dismiss them. The commander gritted his teeth and muttered fiercely. After vanquishing the beast, Lin Hao turned his attention to the armored Tyrannosaurus. The previous creature was merely a minor nuisance, a mere opener. This armored Tyrannosaurus, however, was truly remarkable. Come forth, Lin Hao exclaimed, excitedly licking his lips. Chapter 137, A Sudden Clash Roar. The armored Tyrannosaurus let out a fierce bellow. It felt no sorrow for the demise of the previous beast, as it was neither of its kin nor an ally. The creature had only breached the singularity due to interference in its cerebral domain, manipulated against its will, merely a task assigned by its master. With the mission now accomplished, its death was inconsequential. However, the imposing mech before it sparked a sense of vigilance in the armored Tyrannosaurus. After observing for a moment, it uttered cryptic symbols. Linhao was taken aback. The Tyrannosaurus seemed to be conversing with him. Had this creature attained a form of advanced intelligence? Or was it the mech at play, perhaps an artificial intelligence or a pre-programmed response akin to a recorded message? Linhao was confounded. Can Friday decode this? He inquired. Yes, but I must first gather some data. Currently, there is a lack of information, Friday replied calmly. Linhao sighed in resignation. By the time the analysis was complete, it would be too late. As two colossal beings engaged in dialogue, netizens around the world were left in astonishment. My heavens, Linhao is actually communicating with extraterrestrials? Can anyone explain what he is saying? How is he able to comprehend this language? Could it be that he is an alien himself? The speculation intensified. I had my suspicions before. Linhao is not from this planet. Now it is confirmed. We must apprehend him and conduct an examination. Chinese netizens were equally bewildered, particularly those acquainted with Linhao. Wasn't he just an ordinary individual? How could he possibly be an alien? Am I the only one who thinks Linhao cannot understand this extraterrestrial language? You are not alone. I believe Linhao is currently in a state of confusion. Wait, he can't comprehend it? I thought he understood, given his serious demeanor. It seems my concealed identity for 24 years can no longer be hidden. My home planet has sent someone. No, they have sent a dragon to fetch me. Indeed, I am a being from the Crimson Moon. Quick, summon experts to decipher these languages. This could be our gateway to establishing relations with them. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Leader hastily instructed his aides to gather scholars. Now is the moment for them to contribute to the nation. Not only the United States, but countries around the globe were mobilizing, for this was monumental news. Humanity had long been exploring the cosmos, yearning to discover extraterrestrial civilizations, yet had met with failure until now. A ready-made civilization lay before them. How could these nations possibly let it slip away? After emitting a series of signals, the armored behemoth suddenly erupted in rage and launched an offensive. Bang! 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 The armored tyrant advanced, harboring terrifying power. Each step it took resonated like a tremor, rumbling beneath its weight. Blazing light erupted from its form. Several small projectiles whizzed through the air. Linhao remained vigilant. The principle of being large and strong, yet small and agile, was not lost on him. If he could evade, there was no reason to foolishly endure the assault. With a deft turn, the projectiles narrowly grazed the body of Longboo. In an instant, the skyscrapers of Neon exploded, igniting brilliant fireworks. The people of Neon, witnessing such devastation, felt immense sorrow. Yet, what could they do? They could only suppress their anguish. Amidst the fiery chaos, mechanical wings flapped momentarily in the air, and then the massive form charged directly at Linhao. The fluttering wings emitted a metallic clanging sound, sending shivers through all who beheld it. A disagreement could escalate to violence in an instant. This was not merely a misunderstanding. It was a complete failure to comprehend each other. It seemed mastering an alien language was of utmost importance. As the crowd conversed, the armored behemoth closed in on Linhao. Suddenly, from the metallic wings, several beams of light shot forth. Linhao's expression shifted slightly as an energy shield manifested before him. The beams collided with the shield, resulting in a violent explosion of fireballs. The smoke from the blast shifted colors dramatically. The space around them expanded rapidly under the intense heat, creating a terrifying spectacle. Yinglong's feet propelled him out of the explosion's range, engaging in close combat, seizing one of the behemoth's wings. Meanwhile, the 6 suspended cannons in the air transformed once more, combining into an object resembling a greatsword. Lin Hao grasped it and brought it down with force. The wing was severed cleanly. What the hell? This wasn't a cannon, it was a sword. Countless people around the world fell silent, their perspectives utterly shaken. They could not comprehend it at all. In truth, it was indeed a cannon, constructed from a special alloy that rendered it exceptionally durable. It was a pity that Lin Hao chose to wield it as a sword. After one wing was severed, the behemoth roared furiously. It attempted to shake off Yinglong, but was utterly unable to do so. In terms of both strength and speed, it found itself thoroughly suppressed, leaving it in a state of frustration, despite its formidable nature. When has one ever endured such humiliation? A low hum resonated as an energy began to coalesce within the jaws of the Tyrannosaurus. A golden energy projectile surged forth with the ferocity of a tempest, a terrifying force seemingly intent on obliterating Lin Hao's very being. Good heavens! Is this madness? To unleash an energy cannon at such close range, does this beast not fear self-destruction? Does it possess unwavering confidence in its own defenses? It hardly seems so, rather. It appears to be a desperate gamble. Oh, Lin Hao, dear God, please remain unharmed. Countless individuals, including those from Huaguo and the neon-clad, watched with bated breath. This creature's suicidal assault had ensnared Lin Hao in a dire predicament. Such a potent strike, executed at such proximity. Surely even the Yinglong Mecha would struggle to withstand it unscathed. And what of Lin Hao, a mere mortal within the mech? How could he possibly endure? The sheer force of the explosion alone would be sufficient to spell his demise. Would it not? Boom. A ferocious whirlwind swept across the battlefield. Dust and debris gradually cleared, revealing the scene at the center of the combat, becoming increasingly vivid in the eyes of all. Chapter 138. The mighty mech. Is Lin Hao truly dead? The supreme leader rubbed his hands together in excitement. Lin Hao should never have existed. His presence had placed immense pressure on the White Eagle, threatening even its status as the world's strongest nation. Now, with Lin Hao's demise, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous event. The world would no longer require this so-called father of mechs. The mechs of the White Eagle would set a new trend, and the monsters would fall before us. The supreme leader spoke with fervor. This sentiment was merely a microcosm of the global reaction. Lin Hao's detractors were all jubilantly jumping in celebration. What a shameful display that the second-generation model was dismantled in its first battle while its creator perished alongside it. Suddenly, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence, devoid of sound. It wasn't until the dust settled that everyone could discern the true nature of the situation. A blade, resembling a sword yet unlike one, had pierced the head of the Tyrannosaurus, rendering the beast motionless on the ground. Had it met its end? A voice whispered. The sword had embedded itself deep within its skull. By all accounts, it should be dead. However, this was a monster, one that had been augmented with armor, so conventional logic did not apply. At that moment, uncertainty hung in the air. Was it truly dead or not? After a brief wait, Lin Hao withdrew the long sword, and the monster remained utterly still. This allowed for a near-certain conclusion. It was indeed lifeless. Well done. Prime Minister of Neon, Huaguo, rose to his feet. At last, they had vanquished this dreadful creature. At the very least, the capital of Neon still stood, and the citizens were now filled with tears of joy. It had been arduous, but they had triumphed. They had survived. Meanwhile, the supreme leader's expression was grave. The power exhibited by this mech far surpassed that of the Red Demon. In fact, one could discern this from the towering height of the Yinglong mech, which was nearly 4 times that of the Red Demon. Such a colossal form undoubtedly required immense power to operate, presenting a significant challenge. Yet, judging by the agility of the Yinglong, it appeared that Lin Hao had effortlessly resolved the power issue. The technology of Huaguo's mechs had made a breakthrough. The supreme leader ran his fingers through his hair. In comparison to his own nation's mechs, his appeared exceedingly inferior. I hope the war machine does not disappoint me, he thought, gritting his teeth. They still possess the war machine, a mech that also integrated foreign technology. It certainly would not be weak and should be capable of competing with Huaguo's mechs. Alas, the armored Tyrannosaurus has fallen into the hands of Huaguo. This is utterly dire. The creature undoubtedly possesses an array of advanced technology. Should it be acquired by Huaguo, the disparity would be insurmountable. After a period of contemplation, the commander-in-chief promptly contacted the Prime Minister of Neon, demanding the immediate detention of the armor. Prime Minister of Neon. What? What armor? What monster? Our Neon is resplendent and thriving, our citizens industrious and law-abiding. We have not been besieged by any monsters. Such claims are mere fabrications. Commander-in-Chief, are you truly fabricating lies with your eyes wide open? Damn it. With that, he cast the phone aside, fully realizing that the hope of Neon retaining the creature's remains was now utterly unattainable. Chapter 139. The Beast's Form. A grand treasure after vanquishing the monstrous creature. Lin Hao turned his gaze towards the aperture high above, his expression grave. Lin Hao, do not act rashly. We still do not comprehend what lies within. Do not rush in. As Lin Hao hesitated, a message arrived from the command center of Huaguo. Zhengguo and others were exceedingly anxious, fearful that Lin Hao might impulsively charge inside. Should anything go awry, there would be no time for lamentation. Rest assured, I understand, Lin Hao replied calmly. He was not foolish. To recklessly enter would be akin to courting death. However, curiosity gnawed at him. What could possibly be inside? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao dragged the armored Tyrannosaurus back, leaving the other beast behind. It was not particularly remarkable, and whether or not he brought it back made little difference. Moreover, the pressing matter was that Lin Hao could no longer manage the weight. It was already a challenge for Yinglong to haul the armored creature back. Upon returning to Huaguo, Lin Hao immediately plunged into the research facility. The armor on this beast was undoubtedly a valuable asset. Clad in a heavy biosuit, he approached the colossal specimen, astonished by its sheer size. Within the confines of the mech, the creature had not appeared so formidable, but upon closer proximity, its true enormity became apparent. Without further ado, Lin Hao commenced his research. While he might not grasp every aspect of other subjects, his expertise in Mecha was indisputable. Academician Lin is indeed our role model, remarked several researchers, observing Lin Hao's fervor. Indeed, the surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. Fresh from the battlefield, he had not taken a moment's respite before immersing himself in research. Inspired by his dedication, the others soon followed suit, though they found the task daunting due to the creature's size. Let us first locate its power system. Since it is armored, a power source must exist. It cannot possibly operate without energy. After a flurry of activity, they finally discovered a small device located in the creature's heart. Academician Lin, this must be the power source, right? The researchers looked expectantly at Lin Hao. To be frank, they could not decipher it, and their confidence wavered regarding its true function. It seems plausible, Lin Hao nodded, then extended his hand. The moment he made contact, his expression shifted dramatically. What troubles you, Academician Lin? Is there something peculiar about this matter? The transformation of Lin Hao has rendered everyone anxious. Could it possibly be something akin to a bomb? Perhaps we should refrain from proceeding for the time being. There is no need to rush into research. Indeed, we possess little understanding of this extraterrestrial civilization, and should we act recklessly, it could lead to dire consequences. Several individuals began to express their concerns in a cacophony of voices. No, Lin Hao shook his head. This is not a significant issue. Rather, my system has been triggered once again. A new type of energy propulsion system? Moreover, this device encompasses multiple facets, a new electric motor, a driving system. It is undoubtedly a remarkable invention. Most simply, if it can be implemented, the necessity for nuclear power plants would diminish greatly. It's not that nuclear energy generation is inherently flawed. It certainly produces a substantial amount of electricity. The dilemma lies in whether these power plants can withstand the assaults from the monsters, as evidenced by the recent destruction of the nuclear facility in Neon, which resulted in a leakage of nuclear materials. This is indeed a grave concern for them. Consequently, from the perspective of Huaguo, it is prudent to minimize reliance on such energy sources. With the advent of this new energy propulsion system, the need for nuclear power will naturally lessen, which is undeniably a positive development. Shaking his head, Lin Hao resumed his research. You have studied monster armor and received a divine level reward, the new D13 alloy. You have dismantled the light feather and obtained a divine-level reward, the new particle beam laser cannon. You have deciphered the Kadaya Human Artificial Intelligence Program and earned a divine-level reward, a 25 enhancement in brain domain development. A series of system notifications left Lin Hao somewhat bewildered. He stared blankly at the monster before him. Goodness, this creature is a veritable treasure trove. Is this monster truly the legendary boss? A single strike yielding 999 rewards, with divine equipment offered for free? What brought Lin Hao the most joy was the 25 enhancement in brain domain development. This is indeed quite formidable. It can be said that Lin Hao has attained complete autonomy over his own body, allowing for cell differentiation, pain suppression, and an increase in instantaneous explosive power, among other abilities. Of course, for Lin Hao, the benefits may not be as pronounced, as he has already utilized the super soldier serum, which has elevated his physical capabilities beyond the ordinary. Nonetheless, achieving a 25 enhancement is undoubtedly a commendable feat, academician Lin. There is trouble. Just as Lin Hao was lost in thought, a voice broke through the commotion. What is happening? Lin Hao furrowed his brow, then followed the source of the voice. As the crowd gathered, they were met with a sense of urgency. Everyone inhaled sharply, astonished. Within the depths of this monstrous creature, there existed a gestation chamber. Astonishingly, a beast was in the process of being birthed. Are there signs of life? One individual inquired solemnly. This matter had escalated significantly. Indeed, the moment those words were uttered, all present gasped in unison, their gazes directed toward the creature, filled with complexity. On one hand, a newborn beast undoubtedly held immense research value, far surpassing that of a lifeless carcass. Yet, on the other hand, this entity was entirely unfamiliar to them. Retaining it would render it an invisible bomb. Swift action was imperative. We must summon someone to conduct an immediate dissection. The group furrowed their brows and stated gravely, "We cannot possibly keep it as a pet. That is simply impractical." What are your thoughts, academician Lin? After a brief bout of disagreement, they turned their attention to Lin Hao. Lin Hao's brow furrowed slightly. He too felt a sense of unease regarding the creature's fate. At that moment, however, a voice emerged from his earpiece, Friday's voice. This caused Lin Hao's expression to shift multiple times as he regarded the creature before him with a hint of astonishment. After a moment's contemplation, he nearly blurted out, "Let us keep it," but subsequently stated, "All right, summon someone." They lacked expertise in biological matters and needed external assistance. Agreed, but we must monitor it strictly. Should it revive, we would be in grave peril. After a moment of silence, the group nodded in agreement. Immediately, arrangements were made for personnel to oversee the area with utmost vigilance. Chapter 140. The Awakening of the Monster. Soon, experts in biology were summoned. Upon encountering the creature, they found themselves at a loss. Although they were indeed scholars of biology, studying this entity was akin to a maiden embarking on her wedding procession for the very first time. They dared not take action, uncertain of where to begin. "Let us await the arrival of others, and then deliberate before proceeding," one expert remarked, his tone tinged with resignation. In truth, his presence was a testament to considerable bravery. Having witnessed the horror of the creature, nowadays, anyone who laid eyes upon the monster would feel a chill grip their heart, much less contemplate studying it. After a brief interval, Lin Hao chuckled softly. He then instructed Friday to infiltrate the research facility's systems, plunging everything into darkness. What is happening? Panic ensued as the systems fell silent. Quickly, investigate inside and ascertain the creature's condition. Voices echoed with urgency. The mere thought of the monster encountering any issues was terrifying. The notion of a living monster awakening within the research facility sent shivers down their spines. Not good, the monster is missing. Suddenly, cries of alarm erupted. Ironically, the very fears they harbored had come to fruition. In an instant, all felt a chilling apprehension. The monster had indeed awakened, and right within the research institute. The situation was dire. Some individuals were so overwhelmed they fainted. Boom. Amidst the rising panic, a deafening explosion reverberated. Flames erupted skyward, drawing the crowd's attention. Academician Lin. Upon arrival, they beheld Lin Hao, clad in full combat gear. I sensed a problem and came directly. The creature hasn't harmed anyone, has it? Lin Hao's performance was nothing short of stellar. No, the crowd hastily replied, their gazes fixated on the fiery chaos behind Lin Hao. Had he vanquished the monster? A collective sigh of relief washed over them. Thank goodness. All is well. We are fortunate that academician Lin arrived in time. Are there any casualties? The research facility gradually returned to normalcy. After a thorough inspection, it was confirmed that no issues persisted, equipment functioned properly, and there were no injuries reported. Remarkably, the creature seemed not to have caused any damage. How peculiar, someone murmured. Logically, the awakening of a monster shouldn't result in a complete shutdown of the facility's systems. Or perhaps it was the abrupt cessation of operations that triggered the creature's revival. There was an inexplicable sense of peculiarity surrounding the matter. Lin Hao cleared his throat and remarked, "Since there are no issues, let us proceed with our research. It is a pity, however, that we lack a specimen of a living monster. Otherwise, we could delve deeper into our studies." A trace of regret flickered across Lin Hao's face. Yet, the others exhibited little sentiment. In the grand scheme of things, did the presence of a living monster truly matter? Safety, above all, was paramount. Consequently, due to the incident, the research activities for that day were halted, with plans to resume after a few days of rest. Lin Hao, meanwhile, made his way to an abandoned factory. He inhaled deeply, his expression suddenly transforming into one of steely resolve. He then proceeded towards a secluded corner. Chapter 141. Help me raise a pet, isn't it reasonable to ask for this? Gazing at the juvenile monster before him, Lin Hao felt his breath quicken. He adjusted his headset. Friday, are you certain that your decryption is flawless? Just moments ago, while the group deliberated on how to handle the creature, Friday had successfully deciphered the language of the Kadians through the data collected. Furthermore, an in-depth analysis of the monster's armor was conducted. According to Friday's data, this armored Tyrannosaurus was not designed for combat at all. Rather, its role was akin to that of a caretaker, tasked with nurturing the beasts within this chamber. This chamber resembled a kangaroo's pouch, and the armored dinosaur's function was to gather energy. The nuclear energy it absorbed was not solely for powering its armor. A significant portion was transmitted to this chamber. Remarkably, this was not a combat armor, yet exhibited such capabilities. Additionally, this creature bore a resemblance to Godzilla. Lin Hao murmured to himself, noting that not only did it look similar, but it also absorbed nuclear waste to continually enhance its strength. After pondering for a moment, Lin Hao's gaze once again scrutinized the creature. Based on the analysis, the Kodians possessed advanced technology capable of interfering with the monster's brainwaves, ensuring that it remained under their control. This situation had become intriguing. Now, this monster had fallen into Lin Hao's hands, and astonishingly, the entire armored Tyrannosaurus was under his command. With a slight maneuver, he might even raise a monster. This was undoubtedly a wildly audacious thought. If others were to learn of it, they would likely be left speechless in shock. Raising a monster? Are you sure you haven't lost your mind? Nevertheless, Lin Hao was unfazed by such concerns. This creature undoubtedly possessed value. After all, it warranted the protection of such an armored dinosaur. Its potential must be extraordinary. Thus, Lin Hao hacked into the Research Institute's system, extracting the creature. There was no way the Institute would be able to raise it. As he looked at the monster before him, a faint smile crept across Lin Hao's face. Utilizing another's technology to procure their pet felt somewhat improper. Bang! At that moment, the juvenile beast suddenly stirred, causing Lin Hao to tense up. Currently, all the data was merely analysis and conjecture. The truth of the matter still required validation. Should he be mistaken, he would be confronting a monster directly. Although small, this creature was undeniably powerful. Even though Lin Hao had begun to consider himself a new breed of humanity, he had to exercise caution. The monster swayed slightly as it stood up. A pair of eyes surveyed the surroundings, reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Upon spotting Lin Hao, excitement illuminated his face. He extended his short forearm and pointed at his belly. Hungry? After a moment of surprise, Lin Hao chuckled softly, his tension easing. It appeared that this creature, affected by the equipment, had begun to regard Lin Hao as one of its own. However, Lin Hao was entirely unprepared for this. What should this creature eat? Ordinary meats? Pork was rather expensive. Could it be nuclear waste? Lin Hao's gaze turned peculiar as he contemplated the beast before him. If memory served him right, the armored Tyrannosaurus was fed with nuclear waste to nurture this little one. If that were the case, it would pose a significant challenge. Where could he procure such an abundance of nuclear material? Although the Mecha's reactor utilized nuclear energy, it would be impractical for Lin Hao to divert too much at once. Just as Lin Hao was embroiled in his troubles, a thought emerged. What if he sent the little creature to Neon to help them resolve their nuclear waste dilemma? That wouldn't be unreasonable, would it? He had assisted them in overcoming the monster crisis. It seemed only fair to ask for their aid in caring for his pet in return. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao found the idea quite agreeable. Neon had no reason to refuse. The nuclear waste issue had plagued them for so long, and now he was offering to assist them. They ought to be grateful. He wasn't even seeking compensation for his help. They were the ones who stood to gain immensely. Sighing, Lin Hao chuckled softly, hoping they wouldn't be so moved as to shed tears. As for the safety of this little creature, Lin Hao felt no apprehension. With Neon's equipment, could they truly pose a threat to it? That was absurd. After enduring 2 battles, Neon's resources were nearly depleted. They hardly had the means to hinder this little one. Very well, he would procure some nuclear material first and assess the situation. If the creature indeed required nuclear sustenance, he would send it to Neon. He also needed to give it a name. Since it bore a striking resemblance to Godzilla, he decided to call it Gile. The following day, a small monster stealthily infiltrated Neon's abandoned nuclear power plant. Having been decommissioned and with nuclear materials leaking, the facility was devoid of personnel. Within the nuclear plant, GLA went unnoticed. As he entered this familiar environment, GLA comfortably began to absorb nuclear energy, and under its nourishing influence, his body rapidly grew. Meanwhile, the higher-ups in Neon remained oblivious to the existence of a monster within their forsaken nuclear facility. At this moment, they were embroiled in their own troubles. The enigmatic singularity continues to loom, its presence unyielding, though presently devoid of activity. However, one cannot predict when something may emerge from its depths. Thus, we must expeditiously devise a strategy. The Prime Minister of Neon is beset by profound distress. Furthermore, there lies the pressing issue of nuclear waste. A considerable accumulation remains untreated, now compounded by our current predicament. Alas, it is quite vexing. The Prime Minister of Neon suddenly feels an overwhelming fatigue. Perhaps it would be best to tender my resignation. Whoever wishes to assume the role of Prime Minister may do so. As for the residents near the singularity, we must evacuate. That area is unequivocally uninhabitable. Should anything unexpected emerge, it would spell disaster. Additionally, we could invite representatives from various nations. They would undoubtedly be intrigued by this extraterrestrial phenomenon, which is preferable to bearing the burden alone. Concerning the nuclear waste, it indeed poses a significant challenge. My suggestion is to shut down the remaining nuclear power plants. With the emergence of monsters, these facilities are exceedingly perilous, and a moment's carelessness could precipitate a nuclear leak. Various proposals have been put forth. Chapter 142. University admissions. The resurgence of monsters has caused quite a stir. In response, the authorities in Huaguo have initiated an urgent investigation, sensing that something amiss lurks beneath the surface. What a remarkable coincidence it is that all equipment malfunctioned precisely when the monsters reawakened. Nevertheless, despite their probing, no substantial findings emerged. After all, how could the existence of Friday be unearthed so effortlessly? Ultimately, the matter faded into obscurity. The monster had perished and, fortunately, no severe consequences ensued. Furthermore, there were no new monsters to contend with, granting countries around the globe a momentary reprieve. However, no one remained idle. Nations swiftly established bases in Neon, eager to conduct close-up research on this singular phenomenon. Although other locations had also unveiled anomalies, none had been activated, rendering them devoid of research value compared to Neon. As time slipped by, the atmosphere within Huaguo grew lively once more. The annual college entrance examination had arrived. How swiftly a year has passed. Lin Hao gazed out the window, reflecting on how this year felt like a fleeting dream. Lin Hao, here is our enrollment plan for this year, the dean of the Mecha Academy announced as he entered the room. While he held the title of dean, it was unequivocal that Lin Hao was the true focal point. Thus, it was imperative for Lin Hao to be apprised of this enrollment strategy. Moreover, we would like to invite you to serve as a lecturer for the students, the dean said, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Hao. After all, no one could captivate the students quite like Lin Hao could. But I lack teaching experience, Lin Hao responded, unfazed by the request, as he had already anticipated this moment. The truth was, he had never even attended university himself. The sudden shift to becoming a university lecturer left him somewhat bewildered. Do not worry, simply share your insights. The dean reassured him. Very well, Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Soon, the day of the exam results arrived. I scored over 630 points. Enrolling in the Mecha department should be a sure thing, one student remarked. What are you dreaming about? There are only a handful of spots available. And your 630 points are hardly enough. This is a fierce competition. Another retorted. Wow, I managed to excel and scored 800 points. Could you esteemed scholars cut me some slack? You're heading to Huaguo or Jingbei, let me have my chance at this modest academy. I scored 647 points. Enough said. I shall return to my studies, preparing for a year of re-examination. It seems that all the top students from across the nation have found their way into this trending topic. Are they truly as remarkable as they claim, or merely boasting? As I barely crossed the threshold, tears streamed down my face. Why are there so few spots available for admission? Could they not accept a few more? Once the scores were released, a multitude lamented. Almost everyone's discourse revolved around this newly established institution, starkly contrasting with the past. Previously, esteemed names like Huaguo, Jingbei, and the Aerospace University dominated discussions. Yet now, they have been relegated to obscurity. The candidates have been fickle, abandoning their once coveted universities. When have these renowned institutions ever faced such an awkward predicament? In former times, students would vie fervently to gain entry into their hallowed halls. But now? The elite candidates scarcely glance in their direction. Their singular focus lies on this new establishment. Meanwhile, the remaining candidates dare not even look. They are acutely aware of their inadequacy in scores. What is there to see? Thus, they choose to disregard it altogether. As the situation began to spiral, the heads of these prestigious schools sprang into action. They personally reached out to the candidates, one by one. The president of Huaguo University dialed a number, anxiously awaiting a response. The call connected swiftly. Hello, may I speak with Wang Quan? On the other end, surprise was palpable. This is he. Wonderful. I am the president of Huaguo University, and we hope you will consider us when filling out your application. Our institution boasts an exceptional faculty and a plethora of research facilities. If you choose us, we can offer you. Apologies, but I already have my sights set elsewhere. I truly appreciate the offer. And where might that be? The president's smile faltered at the response, his heart sinking as he anticipated the answer. Indeed, a familiar name soon emerged, deflating his hopes. Very well, should you wish to join Huaguo, we shall always welcome you. He hung up, undeterred, and continued his pursuit. Sorry, I want to meet my idol. I heard Lin is also a lecturer. Regrettably, Huaguo is excellent. But we are not a match. After numerous calls, it became evident that nearly all candidates shared a singular sentiment. Even those few who did not explicitly express interest in the Mecha Academy were hesitant to affirm their intention to apply to Huaguo. They were in a state of indecision. Such a scenario is indeed rare, a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. The admission letters are being issued one after another. Those who have received their notifications are overwhelmed with joy and tears, while those who have not received theirs lament in despair. However, they do not surrender. They resolve to try again next year. Furthermore, due to the current exceptional circumstances, it can almost be deemed a state of preparedness. Thus, the fortunate students accepted into the Mecha Academy have little time to rest, while other students are still enjoying their summer break. They have already packed their belongings and embarked on their journey to university. Of course, there is no dissent. They eagerly anticipate their early arrival at school. Who wouldn't wish to meet the Mechas and Lin Hao sooner? Upon their arrival at the campus, banners hang prominently overhead, adorned with various welcome messages. They are the first cohort to officially study Mecha-related knowledge, which holds profound significance. How beautiful! Everyone exclaims in unison. The hastily established school is unexpectedly well designed, surpassing the students' expectations. Just as everyone is marveling at the scenery and dreaming of the future, a series of booming sounds suddenly reverberate across the sky. What is that noise? The crowd collectively looks up, gazing toward the heavens. Chapter 143. Is the system malfunctioning? Everyone turned their gaze skyward as a series of sounds grew increasingly closer. Could it be? Someone reacted swiftly, their eyes widening in astonishment, fixating on the heavens above. The Mecha Academy had commenced its academic year. What else could warrant such a celebration? Boom. At that moment, colossal iron beasts broke through the clouds, unveiling themselves before the astonished crowd. Mechas. Instantly, a multitude erupted in jubilant cheers. Every individual present could see clearly, all taken aback by the grandiosity of the spectacle. It was merely the beginning of the school year. Yet such an array of mechas had appeared to lend their support. This must surely be the most prestigious opening ceremony ever conceived. Goodness, mechas. This is simply astounding. Calm down. This is, after all, a Mecha Academy. The emergence of mechas is entirely to be expected. Far from it. If you were to enroll in an aerospace university, would you expect a rocket to herald the opening ceremony? This is undeniably a grand affair. I am truly impressed. This institution certainly knows how to make a statement. With the arrival of these mechas, the atmosphere of the opening ceremony soared to unprecedented heights. Everyone was brimming with excitement. In this moment, they understood that their choice had been unequivocally correct. After the ceremony concluded, the new students were assigned to their respective classes. Simultaneously, they were required to select a few elective courses for study. Esteemed experts and professors gathered in unison. Oldly, is there a glitch in the academic system? Why are so few students attending my class? Huaguo gazed at the academic system in bewilderment. After all, he was a top-tier professor in the nation. In the past, whenever the course selection system opened, his classes were immediately snatched up. What was happening now? In a class designed for 120 students, fewer than 20 had enrolled. This seemed utterly implausible. I'm puzzled as well. Only 11 students have chosen my course. Do you know what I was doing just now? I was refreshing the page, eagerly awaiting the data to update. And guess what? After waiting for ages, one more student actually dropped out. Now I finally comprehend the emotions my son must have felt while writing his novel. I often observed him checking the back end for collections and statistics. I never understood what it meant until now, Linhao lamented. This doesn't seem right. There must be an issue with the system. Why are there so few students? Our academy has plenty of new enrollees. I will contact the Academic Affairs Office and urge them to rectify this immediately. As he spoke, Huaguo prepared to make a phone call. Don't bother. I know what's going on. Just then, a professor entered the office. An expression of resignation etched upon their face. Old Chang? Huaguo looked up, perplexed. What's the matter? Is it not a system malfunction? He was utterly confounded. This data, evidently, is problematic. You claim there is no issue, which seems rather dubious. Have you forgotten? Academician Lin has also established an elective course. Linhao? Both were taken aback. Yet, that does not align either. Academician Lin's elective course has a total of only 120 slots, so what difference does it make? Once filled, it remains filled. Huaguo still did not comprehend. He was certainly aware of Lin Hao's current popularity. However, that does not alter the fact. The slots are fixed at 120. Just then, Professor Cheng shook his head. Chapter 144. I am about to expose those students are currently waiting. Under the watchful gaze of Professor Cheng, Huaguo and Lin Hao, he slowly began to speak. They are anticipating whether anyone will withdraw from the course, thus granting them the opportunity to step in as substitutes. Upon hearing Professor Cheng's explanation, the corners of Huaguo and Lin Hao's mouths twitched slightly. Waiting? What is there to wait for? To speak frankly, Lin Hao's course is immensely popular. It is a rare feat to secure a spot. Who would choose to withdraw? After grasping the situation, the two let out a resigned sigh. Since it is thus, let us wait as well. Once the course selection deadline arrives, those who could not enroll in Lin Hao's class will undoubtedly seek other courses. Surely, these students cannot simply forego their electives. After all, they do carry academic credits. However, when the course selection period concluded, the professors were left bewildered. What on earth? There are still not many students. Originally around 20, now there are barely 40. Where did the others go? Have they been devoured by monsters? Oldly, how about you? Huaguo inquired, turning to Lin Hao. Lin Hao could only manage a wry smile. You're in a better situation. At least you have over 40 students, which qualifies as a class. I, on the other hand, Didn't even break 20, just 19. I suspect some professors may be facing even worse circumstances. Hu Yuanzhong gasped in astonishment. The allure of Lin Hao is truly remarkable. Undoubtedly. Those who failed to enroll must have waited until the very last second, ultimately missing out. This is utterly incomprehensible. To wait until the final moment only to miss the opportunity? Is there a lack of common sense? Yet, upon deeper reflection, one can understand the student's mindset. Linhao's course is offered only once a year. Missing it would lead to a lifetime of regret. If someone were to withdraw at the last moment and they failed to secure a spot, one could imagine the despair that would ensue. So they wait. They shall wait until the final second. At worst, they simply want to be able to enroll. They have long been prepared for this. This cannot continue. We must raise an issue and find a solution. Otherwise, how can this be acceptable? Hu Yuanzhong furrowed his brow. They were indeed unfortunate. As the elective course timings perfectly coincided with Linhao's class, had their schedules been staggered, there would have been far fewer complications. After the course selection concluded, Linhao embarked on his first day as a university lecturer. However, upon approaching the classroom, he was taken aback. The classroom was surrounded by throngs of students. What on earth was happening? Was it not stated that his class would only have 120 individuals? Are you telling me this is 120? He mentioned that there were 200 participants, and Linhao was utterly bewildered as he squeezed into the classroom. Linhao was completely taken aback. The room was filled to capacity. Every conceivable space was occupied by people. Those who could not find a seat were forced to stand, creating a dense crowd that left Linhao in a state of shock. Academician Lin, I am the one enrolled in the class, while they have not. He thought to himself. Just then, a hurried voice echoed from outside the classroom. A student, frazzled and frantic, was indeed one of the 120 individuals who had successfully registered for Linhao's course. Yet, he found himself trapped outside, unable to enter. How could he endure such a predicament? He decided to expose those who had come to audit the class. Although this course of action was not entirely commendable, he felt he had no other option. He could not simply remain outside. Linhao's eyelids twitched. Without needing to be told, he was already aware that something was amiss. How could there be so many people in his class? Linhao was utterly perplexed. Chapter 145. In that moment of bewilderment, Linhao was taken aback by a sudden commotion at the door. Turning his head, he was left speechless as a group of professors and scholars made their way in. Professor Chung, don't you all have classes to attend? Why are you here? Upon hearing Linhao's question, the crowd exchanged resigned glances. Are you truly unaware of our purpose for being here? Without further ado, they quickly entered the classroom. After much effort, they finally squeezed themselves into the cramped space. Upon entering, the professors were struck with astonishment. Goodness, how did you manage to fit so many people into such a small classroom? Are you competing with the neighboring class? To be candid, these esteemed professors had never encountered such an enthusiastic gathering for a class. Despite their own notable reputations and the swift enrollment of their courses, they had never witnessed such a fervent turnout. Academician Lin, do not mind us. Today we are students as well, eager to learn. Several professors chuckled as they settled in. They were not exaggerating. In the realm of Mecha, they too were novices, possessing only slightly more knowledge than the new students. There remained a plethora of concepts to grasp. Observing the scene, Linhao could only exhale deeply and proceed with the lecture he had prepared. The subject of mecha manufacturing encompassed a vast array of knowledge. As he was there to teach, it was only fitting that he delve into more specialized topics. It would be unrealistic to expect him to instruct on basic electrical circuits. Although such knowledge was essential for mecha creation and was already covered by other professors, given his limited teaching time, Linhao aimed to explore other dimensions rather than dwell on this. On the large screen, a series of formulas appeared, detailing the manufacturing process and the underlying concepts of mecha design. Many professors in the audience began to whisper among themselves, while the students sat in utter confusion. What is this? Professor Chung, I don't quite understand. Could you explain it to me? The students clustered around the professors began to murmur. All right. The professors chuckled softly. In truth, the material presented was already among the more accessible concepts related to mecha. However, it was entirely reasonable for the students, who had only just begun their studies, to find it perplexing and in need of clarification. The professors were more than willing to assist, Yet as time passed, their expressions began to reflect concern. Even they found themselves somewhat lost amidst the complexities. Academician Lin, these students have only just embarked on their educational journey. If you delve too deeply, they will struggle to comprehend, one of the professors remarked. Indeed, this is proving a bit challenging for us as well. Several professors nodded in agreement. Such profound concepts require considerable effort for even the most seasoned scholars to comprehend, let alone the students. Yet, this is merely the most elementary content concerning mechas, Lin Hao remarked nonchalantly. What? The simplest? Instantly, the professors and academics were taken aback, their expressions betraying their bewilderment. This could not be accurate. Although their research fields and taught courses did not primarily focus on mechas, they had certainly acquired a fair amount of knowledge in this domain. After all, as instructors at a Mecha academy, a solid foundation of expertise was imperative. The material before them was evidently far from simple. To claim this was the easiest was utterly confounding. The professors were left speechless, while the students were even more perplexed. What on earth? Do these professors truly struggle to comprehend this? How are they supposed to proceed with their studies if they cannot grasp even the most fundamental knowledge? What hope is there for their future learning? It dawned upon them that they might have underestimated the intricacies of mecha manufacturing. Observing the dazed expressions of the crowd, Lin Hao chuckled softly and swiftly began writing a series of formulas to elucidate the concepts. In an instant, clarity illuminated their minds. Indeed, when articulated clearly, the knowledge was not difficult at all. Once the key points were thoroughly explained, even the new students could grasp them, making it a breeze for the professors. However, the professors cast glances of astonishment at Lin Hao. Is it truly possible to approach it in such a manner? If Lin Hao had not provided an explanation, they would have remained in the dark. The phenomenon was simply astonishing. Such subjects, when not articulated clearly, become exponentially more challenging, leading to unnecessary detours. Yet, once elucidated, they become remarkably straightforward. In that moment, the crowd looked at Lin Hao with a newfound reverence. No wonder they struggled to create mechas. Lin Hao's thought process was extraordinarily innovative. He could weave intricate details even from the simplest concepts. At that moment, everyone transformed into faceless characters from a film or novel, silently praising academician Lin's brilliance. As the course progressed, Lin Hao presented a myriad of knowledge points, invigorating everyone in attendance. Though he could not cover an extensive amount of information in a single lesson, his aim was to ignite the students' passion for learning. His pacing was impeccable, striking a balance between simplicity and complexity, perfectly attuned to the audience's needs. Despite it being his inaugural lecture, he exhibited the finesse of a seasoned veteran, introducing straightforward concepts to facilitate understanding before presenting a challenging question to pique their curiosity. Whether or not they could grasp the challenge was of little consequence. What mattered was to cultivate their inquisitiveness. Once curiosity was sparked, the path to future learning would become significantly smoother. The concern lies with the students, fearing that as they progress, they may lose all interest, which would be troublesome. Meanwhile, the professors nodded in agreement, acknowledging the immense benefit they derived from this lecture. Although they had encountered the material presented by Lin Hao before, he approached the issues from an entirely different perspective, offering a fresh viewpoint. This constituted a novel experience, akin to a comprehensive review. Their attendance in this class was undoubtedly advantageous. As time swiftly elapsed, the students gradually emerged from their astonishment. Did you remember everything? One queried. I retained about 70 to 80%. Initially, I was quite bewildered, but Lin Academy's detailed explanations made it manageable. How about you? Another responded. I barely remembered anything. I was too captivated by Lin Academy himself. A female student, her eyes gleaming with admiration, confessed, honestly, who even pays attention to the lecture. I enrolled in this institution solely because of my admiration for Lin Hao. Lin Academy is truly remarkable, she exclaimed unabashedly. Oh no, I've forgotten a bit. Now I recall only about 40 to 50%. No need to panic. Are you familiar with Tai Chi sword? The principle of no move triumphs over move applies here. Once you've forgotten most of it, you'll be ready to embark on your journey, a student retorted. I can't believe that. Another scoffed, rolling their eyes. I must hurry back to review, or I shall forget everything. The group agreed, hastily departing. Chapter 146. The bait must be large within the confines of the office. Lin Hao was diligently preparing for the upcoming course content, completely engrossed in his lesson plans. This intense focus left him in a state of disorientation, for he had yet to fully acclimate to his new identity. Transitioning abruptly from a high school graduate to a university lecturer was undeniably surreal. At that moment, an unexpected visitor entered, Huaguo. Lin Hao was taken aback by his arrival. What could possibly be happening? How could the deputy commander of the military district come to attend a class? When had he become so diligent? Huaguo produced a collection of documents. And in an instant, Lin Hao's expression shifted dramatically. These were the very videos of Lin Hao's lectures, the course materials, and various resources intended for the students. In an effort to facilitate learning for the entire student body, the school had adopted a live streaming format. However, these materials were meant for internal circulation only. How could they have been leaked? Did this institution harbor spies? A chill ran down Lin Hao's spine. This institution had only recently been established, and all personnel had been meticulously selected. To think that even here, spies could exist was utterly disconcerting. I knew something like this would happen, which is why we stepped up security. Yet, despite all precautions, we still failed to prevent it. Huaguo gritted his teeth in frustration. Ever since Huaguo revealed its Mechas, the number of spies had been on the rise. Lin Hao's previous assassination attempt was still vivid in his memory, and now there were further attempts to pilfer information. Huaguo's face displayed a hint of worry. If these materials were to be analyzed and the secrets deciphered, leading to the creation of Mechas, the consequences could be dire. Rest assured, what I am teaching now consists of merely basic knowledge. Even if they acquire it, what difference will it make? The true core technologies reside solely in my mind. Lin Hao replied with a faint smile. If they have the materials, so be it. It is of little consequence. However, we must identify and apprehend these spies. That would be ideal. Huaguo exhaled a sigh of relief, though his brow furrowed again. If these spies are still present, it will ultimately pose a problem. Lin Hao pondered for a moment. Let us release additional materials. What? Huaguo's expression changed instantly, shock evident in his voice. Are you suggesting we leak even more information? Unfazed by Huaguo's astonishment, Lin Hao maintained his composure. Indeed, and we should include some crucial information as well. Ordinary materials might not suffice. What? The simple information isn't enough? You wish to disseminate critical data? Have you lost your mind? Huaguo was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Lin Hao's line of reasoning. Yet, Lin Hao remained resolute and clear-headed. Only those individuals, utilizing communication devices, transmitted this information. Thus, on Friday, they shall be apprehended. The act of capturing spies is not novel for Friday. He has executed such operations before. The significance of the released information directly correlates with the desperation of the spies to relay it back to their homeland. The bait must be substantial. Soon, Lin Hao disseminated the prepared data, while Friday conducted comprehensive surveillance. Indeed, it was not long before the spies commenced their activities. However, Lin Hao chose not to intervene. Although he had the capacity to instruct Friday to intercept, he refrained from doing so, nor did he dispatch personnel to effectuate arrests. Hastily taking action could easily alert the adversary. Instead, he deployed individuals to covertly investigate the already exposed spies. Lin Hao aimed for a thorough capture. He sought to unearth all spies from various factions. As for the information, it was inconsequential. The endeavor to construct Mechas required far more than this singular set of data. There were numerous challenges and obstacles, at least dozens in number. Furthermore, even if the information was transmitted, comprehending it would not be a simple task. In a rather audacious assertion, could they truly understand it if provided? Thus, Lin Hao remained entirely unperturbed. After a period of time, the nation finally mobilized. With Friday's assistance, these individuals found themselves without refuge. Their presumed impenetrable communication encryption proved utterly ineffective. Initially, many attempted to feign innocence. After all, the transmission of data occurred several days prior. If the Huaguo authorities possessed evidence, why the delay in action? Surely, they must lack proof. As long as they did not confess, they believed there would be no repercussions. However, one by one, pieces of evidence were presented before them, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The clarity of the evidence was striking. It was nearly impossible to deny, even down to the specifics of when their neighbor, Old Wang, stealthily entered their bedroom in their absence. Silenced and unable to refute, they could only face imprisonment. Meanwhile, as the Huaguo authorities energetically commenced their spy-capturing operations, other nations were also alerted to the news. The White Eagle's supreme leader was promptly informed of the spy arrests. However, his demeanor remained stable. It appeared that their activities had indeed been uncovered, yet the data had already been transmitted. Even if apprehended, it bore little consequence. The supreme leader remarked with a faint smile, "Have our researchers analyzed this information yet? Once they decipher it, they will unveil the secrets of Huaguo's mechas." Not yet. What? The supreme leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Not clarified yet. How long have these materials been returned? How is it possible that they remain perplexed? What are they engaged in? Previously, when tasked with investigating that VR device, they failed to comprehend it. Now, they find themselves equally bewildered once more. What precisely are they doing? I demand their dismissal. The commander-in-chief erupted in fury. Previously, they had been compelled to compromise, acquiring the VR device at an exorbitant price. The commander-in-chief had envisioned that, once the technology was deciphered, they would achieve self-sufficiency, free from the constraints imposed by Huaguo. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. These individuals, after all this time, still could not grasp the underlying principles. And now, it is the same story. The commander-in-chief felt an urge to overturn the table. Yet, if they dismissed anyone further, they would be left without researchers. Without Lin Hao, whose expertise is undeniably ahead of its time, it is not the researcher's fault. The others spoke with resignation. Lin Hao, that fellow. Upon hearing Lin Hao's name, the commander-in-chief was driven to utter madness. Who exactly is this enigma? From economics to military affairs, the bald eagle has been thwarted at every turn by Lin Hao. It is utterly unimaginable. Chapter 147. I understand at this moment. Other nations also received the transmitted information. Upon acquiring this data, they erupted in ecstatic joy. Within the Research Institute of the Empire, laughter resounded. How could Huaguo be so negligent? Such crucial information has fallen into our hands. Even if the spy was captured, it would still be worth it. With this, we can shatter the technological bottleneck. If Huaguo can construct mechas, so can we. It is simply too straightforward. I shall create mechas far more formidable than those of Huaguo. They possess such advanced technology yet produced failures like the Red Demon and the Yinglong. What a waste. Researchers roared in fury and excitement. Damn it. After endless hours of research, we have finally found a way to break through. The prospect of Mecha seemed imminent. However, as their studies deepened, their expressions darkened. What on earth is this? Utter nonsense. This contradicts the rules. How can it be utilized in such a manner? I understand. I see now. This must be a ruse from the Huaguo people. We have all been deceived. No wonder we couldn't decipher it. They were taken aback by Lin Hao's cunning at such a young age. Are our spies utterly useless? They were discovered merely for transmitting some false data. The researchers grew increasingly furious. This data was beyond their comprehension. Many aspects contradicted common sense. It was incomprehensible. No, it can't be fake. Look here. There are no issues in this section, and it aligns with our research direction. It seems so. But once their emotions stabilized, they resumed their examination. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the data posed no problems. Truly perplexing. I understand. This time I truly comprehend. Lin Hao must have intertwined a portion of genuine data with some falsehood. Thus, we can grasp some sections while others elude our understanding. Yes, that must be it. I recall that Huaguo greatly values military strategy, which contains a saying, what is false is true, what is true is false. The interplay of the two is the essence of warfare. Impressive. You even studied Huaguo's military strategy. Realization dawned upon them. The Huaguo people are indeed insidious. In an instant, everyone was enlightened. If Lin Hao were aware of this situation, he would undoubtedly feel helpless. Goodness. Engaging in mere research has led to the emergence of military strategy. Are you all this formidable? Do your families know? Moreover, Lin Hao had never concealed anything. This data was authentic, not fabricated. It was simply that they could not derive it themselves. Who could they blame? Humph. Such information is better left untouched. However, we can analyze the accurate segments of this data. The technology employed in the Mechas of Huaguo is rather ordinary. We are entirely capable of constructing our own Mechas, allowing the empire of not falling to regain its former glory. In an instant, everyone erupted into cheers. TSK, TSK, TSK. You comprehend the simpler aspects and assert that the technology is not difficult. Yet, in the more challenging areas, you dismiss them as falsehoods. Who has bestowed upon you such unfounded confidence? Chapter 148. Are we preparing to move? On Lin Hao's side, a grandiose operation was underway to apprehend suspects, inevitably ruffling the feathers of numerous individuals. The operatives they had painstakingly placed were now being uprooted by Lin Hao, an affront that could not be tolerated. In Japan, the atmosphere was no different. Furthermore, they had previously suffered significant exploitation at the hands of China, a grievance that weighed heavily on their spirits. Yet, what could be done at this juncture? They found themselves constrained at every turn, unable to take any action against China. China had established a temporary research center at our singularity. We must devise a plan to impede their progress. At that moment, a minister suggested a course of action. The overarching strategy, of course, was to avoid antagonizing China. They lacked the resources for such a confrontation. Thus, they could only resort to minor disruptions. The Prime Minister's expression shifted dramatically. After all, Japan had once been a powerhouse in both economy and technology. To engage in petty sabotage against China seemed rather undignified. However, after some deliberation, he acquiesced. While the plan appeared somewhat petty, upon reflection, it proved to be pragmatic. Initially, their apprehension stemmed from concerns regarding potential issues at the singularity, which had allowed various nations to establish temporary research points in Japan. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Japan would allow them to act with impunity. The establishment of research points by China could very well lead to espionage activities within Japanese territory. Thus, it was prudent to impose restrictions to ensure their security. Soon enough, orders were dispatched. Japan, under the guise of safety, requested that China dismantle certain temporary structures. Upon receiving Japan's directive, the head of China's research point hesitated momentarily. After some contemplation, he chose not to voice any objections. After all, they were operating within Japanese borders. Dismantle this, and that as well. Gradually, the orders were conveyed. The personnel from Japan were left astonished. They had come from the capital and were unaware of the local circumstances. What was happening? Wait. We only asked you to remove some of your structures while retaining portions of the research site. We did not instruct you to dismantle those belonging to other nations. Isn't that rather nonsensical? Would other countries acquiesce to the destruction of their property? The head of the research point rolled his eyes, as if addressing a fool, further bewildering the official. What on earth? Is all of this yours? How long has it been? Have you constructed so many buildings in such a short time? By the way, does this need to be torn down? Just as he was grappling with confusion, the head of China's research point approached once more and inquired, "Is this also yours?" The official stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. "Certainly, you are unaware?" The official immediately felt he had spoken out of turn. "Why not keep it discreet?" "Hiss, please hold on a moment." The official gasped in astonishment. This situation was not right. Initially, he had anticipated that a temporary study would suffice with just a few makeshift structures. Yet now, what was this absurdity? He hurried to verify with the local staff. The outcome left him utterly bewildered. What extraordinary speed the Chinese exhibited. In such a brief span of time, they had constructed so many. Were they planning to relocate here? To establish a military base? What on earth was happening? Why had they allowed such extensive construction without reporting it? The orders we received stated that as long as they remained within the designated limits, they could proceed as they wished. The staff appeared equally exasperated. The official's expression darkened significantly. He suddenly realized how remarkably astute the order to demolish the structures was. Fortunately, it had been issued in a timely manner. Chapter 149. The Fragility of the Huaguo People. Old Zhao. Isn't the neon a bit excessive? They've dismantled so much of our equipment, Feng Jian said, somewhat disheartened. You're not aware, are you? Recently, a number of spies were apprehended domestically, which has rattled quite a few nerves. I suspect the Neon is feeling similarly. They've already suffered considerable losses and are now facing another setback. How could they remain calm? Old Zhao chuckled lightly. Honestly, it doesn't concern me much. The economic prowess of the Neon, although not weak previously, has now been consistently undermined. Can they really endure this? So, are they coming to trouble us? Feng Jin asked, perplexed. It's their own inability to innovate that has led them to invite researchers from other countries. Now, they turn around and seek to create trouble for us. Isn't that a contradiction? Moreover, he continued, to be frank, what do they gain by targeting a temporary research facility? They stand to lose everything. Is this truly worth their effort? What do you suggest we do? If it were up to me, I would also create some disturbances. Old Zhao replied with a light-hearted chuckle, tinged with resignation. In terms of overarching policies, the Neon is currently neither willing nor able to confront Huaguo. They lack the resources for such a confrontation. With their military and economy devastated, what do they have left? But they must feel frustrated. They need to find a soft target to vent their grievances. Targeting a research facility would be ideal. Nevertheless, it matters little to us. Our data collection is nearly complete. If they wish to dismantle, let them. Besides, I suspect the government is about to recall us anyway, Old Zhao said casually. What do you mean? Are we being recalled so soon? Feng Jian looked at Old Zhao in astonishment. Does this fellow have some insider information? He pondered. This man often managed to acquire bits of intelligence. It was hard to believe there was no underlying reason for such a swift recall after such a short duration. Hee. Old Zhao laughed peculiarly, then leaned closer to Feng Jian and whispered, I've heard that high-level officials from various countries convened a seminar, during which some nations expressed a desire to emulate that creature and attempt to strike at the singularity. Feng Jian gasped in shock, taken aback by the revelation. Have they lost their minds? Research is one thing, but there must be limits. The singularity is currently stable. Gathering spectral data should suffice. To mimic that creature and attempt to breach the singularity? That's madness. Do they even comprehend what lies within? What kind of reasoning do these foreigners possess? If another creature emerges, can they handle it? I hope they don't come to us for cleanup. Feng Jian was utterly perplexed. Who knows? Perhaps they are merely gambling, betting that nothing remains within? Or maybe they believe their weapons can withstand a creature. That mythical confidence of theirs? I have come to understand why there are so few foreigners. Indeed, there is a reason for it. Their thought processes are fundamentally different. Feng Jian shook his head. Isn't this a classic case of self-sabotage? To speak frankly, I am genuinely curious about what lies behind this singularity. Perhaps a spatial wormhole or even extraterrestrial civilizations. Who wouldn't want to unravel such mysteries? However, I am rather timid. I prioritize safety in my endeavors. Lao Zhao chuckled softly. Upon hearing Lao Zhao's words, Feng Jian pondered for a moment and nodded thoughtfully. In light of this, I shall not squander any more time. I have some data to collect. I will return home to study it further. Very well, you should hurry. I suspect the orders will arrive shortly. Take this opportunity to gather all the data necessary for measurement. Lao Zhao nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange, the two hurriedly parted ways to commence their tasks. Before long, the orders arrived, and everyone began to evacuate Neon in an orderly fashion. Hey, look at those Huaguo people. They are actually leaving? A blond man remarked with a grin. What does this mean? They are departing just like that? This singularity is undoubtedly one of the most significant discoveries in the history of human civilization. If we can thoroughly research this phenomenon, who knows? Space travel might no longer be a mere dream. We could become pioneers of humanity, ushering in a new era. Another individual exclaimed excitedly. Life is fleeting. Who wouldn't wish to achieve something substantial in their lifetime? The opportunity is right before them. I suspect these people have become overly sensitive. They were previously suppressed by Neon, having had numerous devices dismantled, and now they can no longer endure it, hence their departure. The blond man chuckled. Is that so? How laughable that the Huaguo people couldn't withstand it. The two men reveled in their misfortune. Could they not feel elated? They had been envious of Huaguo for quite some time. All of them had come for research. Yet how did Huaguo manage to construct so many buildings in such a short span of time? Were they on vacation? Upon glancing at other nations, they appeared rather impoverished. Aside from a few essential research facilities, there were no amenities whatsoever. They could hardly sleep soundly. It was inevitable. Everything here had been reduced to ruins. And Neon could offer no assistance, as they were preoccupied with post-disaster reconstruction. If one wished to conduct research, they would have to build it themselves. Each nation was responsible for its temporary research site, with Neon granting them ample freedom. As long as they operated within the prescribed boundaries, they could do as they pleased without interference. In this regard, who could compare to Huaguo in terms of infrastructure? Others could only gaze enviously at the Huaguo individuals as they continuously erected one building after another. Their departure was inconsequential. After all, they were not missed. Recently, Huaguo had been drawing too much attention. A sour atmosphere permeated the air. All were engaged in research, after all. Recently, the influence of Huaguo has reached unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, they are subjected to various forms of suppression. The most unfortunate are undoubtedly the researchers from the Bald Eagle Nation, who have been specifically named by the Supreme Leader. Who could endure such treatment? Now that Huaguo has chosen not to intervene, it is indeed a positive development. By the way, I heard that there are plans to attempt an assault on this singularity. Suddenly, the blond man inquired in a low voice. Indeed, we have analyzed the spectrum generated during the initial assault of that monstrous entity, and we are attempting to recreate it. Perhaps we can reactivate this singularity. What if another monster emerges? What is there to fear? This is Neon. If anything goes awry, we can simply make our swift exit. I see. In an instant, both individuals' eyes gleamed with understanding. It makes sense. After all, the Neon people will have our backs. There is no need for panic. Furthermore, nations around the world are hastening the development of new weaponry and have made significant breakthroughs. If Huaguo can slay monsters, other countries should have no issue either. With that, they felt reassured. What is there left to worry about? Steady. Chapter 150. Communication. The unfortunate citizens of Neon remain blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. They believe that with so many nations dispatching research teams, the situation must not be dire. A sense of temporary calm envelopes them, and everyone relaxes. Near the singularity, a device whirred to life with great urgency. Particle beams surged forth suddenly, striking the singularity directly. A resonant hum reverberated through the space, creating ripples that spread outward. Fierce winds swept across the area, causing the ground to tremble violently. The tempestuous gales battered everything in their path, leaving those unprotected to feel a stinging pain on their faces, as if they were being torn apart. They hastily sought refuge, retreating from the chaos. Soon, all personnel evacuated in haste, yet their gazes remained fixed on the singularity. It pulsated momentarily, but nothing unusual transpired. Nevertheless, the crowd maintained a vigilant watch, unwilling to let their guard down. After an indeterminate amount of time, the visuals on the screen finally shifted. The imagery caused the collective breath of the spectators to quicken. Could it be extraterrestrial beings? Tension gripped everyone as they rushed to report back to their respective nations. Before long, high-ranking officials from various countries were apprised of the news, including researchers like Lin Hao. They were indeed recklessly courting danger. Lin Hao felt a sense of helplessness as he directed his gaze toward the screen. The unidentified flying object appeared different from what they had anticipated. It resembled a cube, slowly emerging from the singularity. After approximately half an hour, the entire craft was fully revealed to all. The colossal object loomed ominously over the Neon metropolis. The citizens of Neon were thrown into a frenzy. Countless individuals were engulfed in panic and disbelief. What on earth is this? Just when they thought they could enjoy a brief respite, the singularity had been breached, and now they were welcoming extraterrestrials. Madness. It feels as though Neon is on the brink of annihilation with all this commotion. Why do I have the impression that all the calamities are befalling them? The first monster appeared there, and now the first batch of extraterrestrials as well. Unbelievable. However, we must ascertain the true nature of these aliens, whether they are foes or allies. They are undoubtedly foes. The armored Tyrannosaurus from earlier must have been their doing. The entire nation of Huaguo buzzed with excitement. People of all ages turned their attention to the unfolding drama. This was a monumental event. In the White Eagle's presidential palace, the commander-in-chief was nearly pressing his face against the screen. His eyes widened in astonishment. They truly have come? Previously, he had envisioned the possibility of befriending extraterrestrials. Is it truly happening now? The Supreme Leader inquired, turning to those beside him. How is the work on the language decryption progressing? We have insufficient data. We are engaged in extensive decryption and comparisons. At present, I do not wish to hear such details. Can we or can we not? The Supreme Leader displayed a hint of impatience. We can make an attempt, but we cannot guarantee accuracy. Very well. The Supreme Leader snapped his fingers. This was the answer he sought. Prepare to send individuals to initiate communication with these extraterrestrial beings. Chapter 151. The aliens' excessive caution. The cubic spacecraft loomed above the neon-lit landscape, suspended in silence, devoid of any further action. They remained there, quietly hovering, seemingly devoid of hostility. However, in reality, they were utterly perplexed. What was happening? Previously, they had failed to emerge from the singularity due to a malfunction in their vessel. Now, it appeared that those outside had managed to breach the singularity. At this moment, they were engulfed in panic, for they discovered that the armored Tyrannosaurus had lost contact. Undoubtedly, it had been eradicated. This indicated that the technology of this planet had reached a significant level of advancement, at least on par with their own. Moreover, this group of individuals had audaciously opened the singularity to extricate them. This demonstrated that the inhabitants of this planet possessed an abundance of confidence. They feared no one. This contradicted the intelligence we had previously gathered. Commander Claire of the spacecraft operated frantically with her 4 purple arms, her dexterity astonishingly swift, rivaling that of a solo practitioner with 2 decades of experience. The only distinction was that she had 4 hands. The incubator number 32 has also lost contact. Claire's assistant remarked somberly. To ascertain the situation on this planet, the armored Tyrannosaurus was intended as an advanced scout, capable of gathering intelligence while simultaneously releasing the incubated beast to facilitate the annihilation of the local civilization, thereby easing their colonial endeavors. However, shortly after being deployed, the armored Tyrannosaurus transmitted only a single brief wave before vanishing completely. Initially, they had presumed that communication was hindered due to spatial wormhole issues. Now, it became evident that the incubator was irrevocably lost. Can we locate that little creature? Claire furrowed her brow. The incubator was gone, but where had the beast gone? Could it have perished as well? It seems to be lost, perhaps affected by interference, though I have a feeling that the little one should be fine, Claire's assistant replied. In an instant, Claire's expression shifted dramatically. Something was amiss. Could it be that this little creature had been captured by the inhabitants of this planet, used for dissection and study? I recall that the brief wave transmitted earlier indicated that the civilization on this planet was rather primitive, perhaps even failing to reach a Type 1 civilization, correct? Indeed, that's right. False. This must be a deception. A Type 1 civilization defeating our number 32? Does that seem plausible to you? This is undoubtedly a fabricated signal released by the denizens of this planet, in an attempt to lure us into their clutches. They are concocting some nefarious scheme. Yet, the structures beneath our spacecraft appear genuinely primitive, the assistant murmured softly. Do not be deceived by superficial appearances. These are undoubtedly tactics employed to confound us. If you fall into their trap, it would spell our doom. While the technological prowess of our Kodakia is commendable, it is not exceptionally formidable in the vast cosmos, and we could easily face annihilation. Their actions are surely underpinned by a grand conspiracy. If my conjecture holds true, they will soon initiate contact with us, feigning goodwill in an attempt to lull us into complacency. Thus, they could effortlessly bring about our demise. Claire was resolute in her confidence. At that moment, a series of sounds suddenly erupted from outside the vessel. They truly are initiating contact. The assistant gazed at Claire in astonishment. Indeed, the captain is remarkable. She has proven to possess an uncanny foresight. Chapter 152. The aliens or benevolent countries began to communicate using their deciphered signals, leaving Claire utterly bewildered. What were they saying? Captain, what does this mean? An aide inquired. I cannot comprehend. Are they attempting to communicate with us? Claire's brow furrowed in concern. After a moment, he slowly spoke. They must not yet have realized which planet we hail from, so they are trying to converse in various languages to discern our identity, using the tongues of the civilizations they previously conquered. A gasp of astonishment escaped the Kodians. The aide, visibly anxious, remarked, "That must have been at least dozens of languages. This exceeds the number of races we, the Kodaians, have ever conquered. Moreover, these languages seem to belong to advanced civilizations. Are the inhabitants of this planet truly so formidable?" The gravity of the situation dawned on them. "We must leave immediately," Claire declared. Without delay, he issued the order to retreat. The ship commenced its maneuvers, and a brilliant blue light emanated from the underside of the craft, generating colossal waves of air. Below, everyone grew tense. What were they planning? Were they preparing to invade our planet? "We must hasten our departure." To the onlookers, it appeared as if they were releasing a friendly signal. However, the aliens showed no acknowledgement. "Damn it, I warned you all not to harbor any hope. Have you forgotten how that armored beast wreaked havoc?" A voice of discontent emerged. Yet, amidst the chaos, the spacecraft began to withdraw, slowly maneuvering toward the singularity. "Captain, the wormhole has been utterly obliterated." "What?" Claire exclaimed in panic. "This is troublesome. We cannot escape." Taking a deep breath, Claire gradually steadied his emotions. "Let's communicate with them and ascertain their intentions. Additionally, prepare the entire ship for combat, if need be. We shall fight." A glimmer of resolve flickered in Claire's eyes. Embracing a spirit of defiance, he lamented his unfortunate fate. He had originally set out to colonize, only to encounter such a formidable race. Observing the current predicament, it felt akin to being subjected to decolonization. As communication commenced, upon hearing the response from the Kodaians, an eruption of excitement ensued. "Mr. President, we have succeeded. We are the first nation to communicate with an extraterrestrial civilization." The researchers hastily conveyed this news to the Supreme Leader. "This is splendid." The Supreme Leader nearly leapt in exhilaration. What did they say? They claimed that they inadvertently stumbled into a spatial wormhole, arriving on our planet without any malicious intent. The previous armored beast, in fact, engaged in combat merely due to a language barrier. The researchers expressed their exhilaration. A higher civilization, and one that harbors no ill will. This is of paramount significance for all nations. The White Eagle has already seized the initiative. Splendid. They also inquired whether they could have their armored vehicle returned, as it holds great importance for them. It seems our extraterrestrial friends have yet to grasp the complexities of this planet, unaware that it is home to multiple nations. The Supreme Leader raised his chin. "However, I believe such days may soon pass. If we foster amicable relations with them, this planet might achieve unification." We promptly dispatched a team to Neon to welcome our alien acquaintances. Soon, the White Eagle sent a crack squad, including prominent political figures and high-ranking military officials, all accompanied by the most elite soldiers equipped with cutting-edge weaponry. After all, it is a meeting with extraterrestrial allies, and we must present our most formidable front. After a period of communication, everyone felt they had a comprehensive understanding of the situation. The Supreme Leader swiftly issued a global declaration. "This race is known as the Kodaya, and they harbor no malice towards our planet. In fact, they are quite amicable and have already forged a friendship with the esteemed White Eagle." The impassioned declaration sent ripples of excitement across the globe. Friendship. Everyone keenly noted this aspect. A friendly race is undoubtedly of utmost importance. Furthermore, the Supreme Leader even mentioned Huaguo. The Huaguo people had destroyed the Kodai's armored vehicle. This is unequivocally a breach of friendship. The Supreme Leader urged Huaguo to return the remnants of the armor to prevent any damage to the cordial relations between the two races. Alongside the Supreme Leader's remarks, the outcry on the internet grew increasingly fervent. Many were exerting pressure online. Are they all fools? Observing this information, Lin Hao was utterly bewildered. Based on the data analyzed from the previous armored beast, the Kodaya race definitely harbors ulterior motives. They are a race eager for colonization. Yet now, this White Eagle claims they are friendly. Is this not absurd? Without a second thought, Lin Hao outright rejected the notion. Simultaneously, he issued a statement cautioning all nations to remain vigilant. This extraterrestrial race undoubtedly has nefarious intentions. Lin Hao is not a naive idealist. Generally speaking, the affairs of other nations are of little concern to him. However, the ramifications of this alien incursion are too profound, prompting him to sound the alarm. Is it not delightful to let other nations take the lead as vanguards? Suddenly, the entire world was in an uproar. Two narratives emerged. What does this signify? The bald eagle proclaimed that these extraterrestrial beings were exceedingly amicable, while the nation of Hua contended that they posed a threat. Whom should we believe? Online, two factions began to take shape. One faction commenced a fervent campaign to disparage Hua, accusing it of undermining camaraderie. This represents an extraordinarily irresponsible stance. What if the aliens were to become enraged? Shouldn't these Kodians be the first to visit Hua? Let these arrogant people of Hua experience the gravity of the situation. This left the citizens of Hua utterly astounded. Are these individuals truly devoid of reason? Cannot they grasp the gravity of the circumstances? When that armored monstrosity first emerged, it wreaked havoc. Was that due to a language barrier? Nonsense. Just as the situation intensified online, a platform gradually descended from the spacecraft. A being, entirely cloaked in purple, materialized before the eyes of the world. In that instant, the globe collectively held its breath, engulfed in an atmosphere of profound tension. Chapter 153. The affable Kodians do not misunderstand. We Kodians have always been proponents of peace. We harbor no intention of disturbing this planet. Please, lower your weapons. Just then, a tremendous sound emanated from the spacecraft. Through translation, it reached the ears of all present. Everyone exchanged glances, pondering the friendliness of this race. They had consistently emphasized their harmlessness. These extraterrestrials appeared remarkably amicable, contrary to the dismal descriptions provided by Huaguo. I believe the White Eagle's assertions hold merit. Huaguo has indeed become rather arrogant recently. Purple? Is he entirely enveloped in purple? Does that imply that area is also? The scent of bananas is quite pleasant. I suddenly find myself craving purple sweet potatoes. Those sweet potatoes are rather large. Can you consume them all? You wouldn't want to burst open, would you? Am I overthinking this? What are you all discussing? Under global scrutiny, Claire slowly emerged. He stood somewhat taller than an average human, though not excessively so, around 2 to nearly 3 meters. For purple arms hung from his sides. Greetings, I am Claire, the commander of this vessel. His voice, synthesized by machines, resonated through the air. Claire nervously introduced himself. I, Claire, am quite flustered. This marked his first encounter with such a formidable civilization, and he feared that his demeanor might inadvertently offend them. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution. Upon hearing his words, excitement surged among the crowd. Previously, they had been attempting to communicate using alien languages, but now, these extraterrestrials had chosen to engage in their own language. Hey, did you hear that? This is the language of our Imperium, a moment destined for the annals of history. I am immensely proud of our Imperium, exclaimed a member of the Imperium, visibly elated. Oh, come now. It is evident that this is the language of the White Eagle. Let us not forget, we were the first to decipher the Kodian's language. You Imperium must take a back seat, retorted a representative of the White Eagle, unwilling to be overshadowed. If the Kodians wish to communicate with us, they will undoubtedly employ the White Eagle's tongue. This is merely a matter of pride. If it becomes clear that the aliens are communicating in their native tongue, is that not remarkable? It would be a point of honor to share. One could hear the fervor in the exchange. Are you speaking nonsense? This is clearly the language of the Imperium. A researcher from the Imperium exclaimed, flushed with indignation. Meanwhile, others present observed the two as they bickered. Is there truly a distinction? The languages of your two nations share a common origin. Any differences are merely superficial, a natural consequence of centuries of evolution. However, how can one discern from this mechanical voice which nation it truly represents? What do you hope to achieve by arguing in this manner? Indeed, the so-called language of the bald eagle originates from our illustrious empire of no fall. Regardless of the language employed, it remains a source of pride for our empire. Suddenly, the representatives of the bald eagle experienced a pang of discomfort. Damn it, it has been centuries. Do not invoke such matters in discussion. Your empire has long since declined. Neither side was willing to yield, engaging in a heated exchange that left the onlookers exasperated. At such a critical juncture, is this truly what you choose to quarrel over? Shouldn't the pressing concern be establishing contact with these extraterrestrial beings? On the other side, Claire observed the two disputants, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Had they truly become incensed? Trembling with anxiety, Claire felt paralyzed. After a considerable time, the argument subsided, allowing Claire to exhale a sigh of relief. Clearly, the inhabitants of this planet had deliberately sidelined her to diminish her pride, a show of authority. Yet, she thought, I have exhibited no pride. I have taken on such a posture already. Was it not sufficient? As Claire pondered this, a realization struck her. The races of this planet, having colonized numerous advanced civilizations, must indeed possess a different stature. They were, without a doubt, beings of elevated standing. It was imperative that her demeanor be imbued with greater humility. With this thought, Claire lowered her head slightly. Soon after, the welcoming party eagerly ushered Claire forward. On the spacecraft, her assistant gazed after her, filled with admiration. Truly, she thought, the captain is remarkable, braving the unknown to ensure the safety of the entire vessel. From this day forth, Claire would be her idol. Handshakes, photographs, meetings, a series of proceedings unfolded, witnessed clearly by the entire world. Claire cooperated exceptionally well. The globe erupted in excitement. A genuine and profound friendship with an alien civilization had been established. Meanwhile, in the presidential palace of the Bald Eagle, the supreme leader, brimming with enthusiasm, convened a press conference to announce to the world the achievements of the Bald Eagle. They had successfully deciphered the language of the Kodaya and forged a robust friendship with the Kodaya race. This was a fact that all of humanity should remember. Furthermore, the supreme leader did not hesitate to chastise Huaguo, declaring, "You claim that the Kodaya are hostile despite their well-known friendliness. Is it merely the technological advancements of the armor that you covet? Such behavior is utterly disgraceful." After the conference concluded, the supreme leader beamed with joy. The people of Huaguo, with their short-sightedness, displayed an alarming level of folly. In their pursuit of a mere technological advantage, they refused to share the armor, thus jeopardizing relations with their extraterrestrial allies. Such foolishness is truly astounding. Desiring advanced technology is hardly a daunting task. One merely needs to cultivate amicable relations with our extraterrestrial allies to receive their generous gifts. In due course, an array of technologies will be effortlessly within reach. The Supreme Leader can already envision a future where the Bald Eagle and its alien counterparts collaborate closely, propelling our technological civilization to unprecedented heights. By that time, the technological prowess of the Bald Eagle will once again eclipse that of the entire globe, and by a considerable margin. As for the mechs from the Huaguo, they will be nothing more than a collection of scrap metal, trivial in comparison. This thought ignites a thrill within the Supreme Leader, prompting him to uncork a bottle of wine in celebration. Meanwhile, the world is resoundingly condemning Huaguo, recognizing that their actions jeopardize the delicate relationship with our extraterrestrial friends. Previously, there may have been voices supporting Huaguo, suggesting that the aliens harbored ill intentions. However, now, a simple online search reveals the cordiality of our alien allies, so warm and approachable. With humble demeanor, videos have surfaced, dispelling any notions of discord. Thus, the warnings issued by Huaguo are evidently flawed. Chapter 154. Trust in Lin Hao handshake. Photograph. Handshake. Photograph. Claire felt utterly disconcerted. What was the nature of this race? Why were they so enamored with such trivialities? Furthermore, after conducting a thorough investigation, Claire increasingly sensed something amiss. Was the technological civilization of this planet truly so advanced? Why did he persistently feel that it resembled a primitive society? It did not seem to be a fade. At this moment, Claire was engulfed in bewilderment. However, he did not allow his confusion to manifest. Instead, he continued to probe the situation. After all, he was alone, entrenched in enemy territory. Should he exhibit any signs of unease, it would spell his doom. Though the technological level appeared to be lacking, they were still capable of eliminating him. Thus, he maintained his composure as the cumbersome procedures persisted. Meanwhile, in Huaguo, those watching the screen were equally perplexed. Lin Hao had previously asserted that the Kodaya race was one fervently devoted to colonization. How could this be the case? Lin Hao, are you certain that the deciphered information is accurate? It was not that they doubted Lin Hao. Rather, the current circumstances were undeniably strange. Have you ever witnessed a colonization-enthusiastic race so calmly engaging with others? Moreover, what was particularly striking was the exceptionally humble demeanor exhibited by Claire. It was utterly baffling. Confusion began to rise within everyone present. Should we also send a delegation to communicate with this race? Attempt to establish cooperation with them? Observing other nations incessantly engage with this race, Huaguo began to feel a sense of urgency. If they delayed their actions, it could lead to complications. Once these nations reached an accord with this extraterrestrial civilization and secured technological support, Huaguo would inevitably fall far behind. The scenes of Huaguo's past backwardness lingered vividly in their memories. Now, just as they were on the verge of catching up, this unforeseen circumstance had arisen. A misjudgment in decision-making could lead to tears of regret too late to shed. Consequently, the high-ranking officials in Huaguo were as restless as ants on a hot pan. On one side was Lin Hao, who had made remarkable contributions to Huaguo. It could be said that Huaguo's current stability amidst the era of monstrous upheaval was largely attributable to Lin Hao's efforts. He had deciphered the Kodaya intelligence, analyzing that this race was a warrior society. Yet, juxtaposed against that was the undeniable reality of the video before them. The scene undeniably existed in front of them, leaving everyone in a quandary. They found it quite challenging to draw conclusions. There was no mistaking it. However, their current course of action left them somewhat disoriented. Linhao's stance was resolute. Regardless of the circumstances, he was confident that his deciphering was indeed flawless. As for why these Kodaya individuals would adopt such a stance, Lin Hao found himself somewhat uncertain. Could it be that they harbored some ulterior motive? Observing Lin Hao's resolute demeanor, the others exchanged glances. Very well. Since Lin Hao remained steadfast, there was little left to discuss. Two choices lay before them. One must be selected. These choices bore significant implications for the future of Huaguo. One option was to place their trust in Lin Hao, while the other was to disregard him entirely and send envoy to engage with the Kodaya. The senior officials remained silent for a considerable time before ultimately arriving at a decision. To trust Lin Hao? Thus far, Lin Hao had not erred. Placing faith in him posed no risk. The decision was made, and Huaguo would refrain from dispatching any further representatives. By choosing to believe in Lin Hao, they implicitly categorized the Kodaya as invaders. To approach them for negotiations at this juncture would be akin to courting disaster. Should they turn hostile, those sent would likely never return. Chapter 155. I feel we have been deceived. As time gradually slipped away, all procedures finally reached their conclusion. Claire, with a bewildered expression, signed a comprehensive plan aimed at fostering communication between the two great civilizations of the planets. Following this, he returned directly to the spacecraft. The moment he stepped inside, he collapsed wearily into his seat. "Captain, how are things?" His assistant hurriedly approached. Claire propped himself up, casting a deep, contemplative gaze towards his aide. A prolonged silence ensued, leaving the assistant feeling quite unsettled. What was happening? Had the captain returned from his outing utterly befuddled? After a moment, Claire spoke slowly. "Why do I feel as though we have been played?" "Huh?" The assistant stared at Claire in confusion. "What does that mean?" "Go. Expand the reconnaissance perimeter and investigate the specific circumstances surrounding us. I need to ascertain the true capabilities of this planet." Claire's expression turned serious as he spoke in a low tone. "Understood." Although somewhat perplexed, the assistant knew he must obey his superior's orders. "Wait." Just as the assistant prepared to act, Claire called him back. "Remember, do not let anyone discover you. Proceed with utmost discretion. We must remain cautious. What if everything I witnessed earlier was merely a fade put on by the inhabitants of this planet? It is wise to tread carefully." "Understood," the assistant replied, nodding after a moment of astonishment. Meanwhile, news of the aliens' amicable disposition quickly spread throughout the world. Countless individuals began to make plans to journey to Neon. Who wouldn't he want to see what extraterrestrials looked like in person? After all, there was no danger involved. Such friendly aliens were indeed a rare sight. Suddenly, the city of Neon buzzed with excitement. Previously devastated by monstrous assaults, Neon had suffered greatly. However, the situation had changed dramatically. Even though the city lay in ruins, an overwhelming number of people felt drawn to its allure. The higher-ups in Neon had evidently recognized this golden opportunity. This was a chance to rejuvenate the economy, and they certainly could not afford to let it slip away. They relaxed entry requirements, essentially welcoming all who wished to visit. In fact, They even proactively advertised to attract people from around the globe. Moreover, a myriad of merchandise began to emerge, a forte for Neon. Selling souvenirs was a straightforward endeavor. The Kodians are immensely significant to us. We must devise a way to ensure their prolonged presence here, the Prime Minister of Neon paced back and forth. If the Kodians remain anchored in Neon, our economy will rapidly rebound solely through tourism. These extraterrestrials and their spacecraft are undeniably captivating. Establishing a cordial relationship with the Kodians could present an opportunity to acquire extraterrestrial technology, which holds profound significance for the advancement of Neon technology. However, it appears that recently, the White Eagle has been developing a close rapport with these Kodians, causing the ministers of the Neon cabinet to furrow their brows in concern. It is imperative that the White Eagle does not manage to sway the Kodians away from us, as we currently hold a position of undeniable advantage. The Prime Minister of Neon resolved to take action. Subsequently, Neon began to engage with the Kodians with the utmost ceremonial respect, hoping that they would choose to remain in Neon for an extended period. The populace of Neon, upon learning of the high-ranking official's determination, rallied in support. After all, the leadership had finally made a commendable decision. Regardless of the circumstances, it was essential to retain the amicable Kodians in Neon. Indeed, with their presence, perhaps we need not fear the monsters any longer. It is logical. While we may not be able to contend with the beasts, they certainly can. At this moment, the entire realm of Neon was united in purpose. As for the prior incident concerning the Kodian's armor devastating the city, that was quickly forgotten. It was merely a misunderstanding. Was it not? These friendly beings would never turn against Neon. A few days later, tourists flocked from all corners of the globe. They gathered beyond the barricades, gazing in awe at the colossal figure in the sky. Marvelous technology, they exclaimed. Just then, the airborne craft exhibited unusual activity. A blue particle began to coalesce. What could it be? Were the aliens about to descend? Step aside, let me take a closer look. The crowd urged as they gathered around. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel, Claire gazed downwards with a furrowed brow. He felt utterly deceived. The civilization of this planet was remarkably primitive. Where was the advanced society they had been led to believe existed? He had been thoroughly misled. What an incredible betrayal! These wretched beings dared to trick them while feigning sophistication. It seemed that although their technology was underdeveloped, they were adept at deception. Had it not been for his astuteness, he might have fallen prey to their ruse. Claire seethed, gritting his teeth. His assistant paused momentarily, contemplating. It seemed that throughout this entire affair, the inhabitants of this planet had never claimed to be formidable. Was this not merely the commander's assumption? Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. What the commander declared was absolute. How absurd. They were on the brink of disaster, yet these people continued to press forward instead of fleeing. Suddenly, a particle beam erupted from the craft, striking the ground with explosive force. The tremendous power sent the unsuspecting individuals hurtling through the air. Even those situated at a considerable distance were affected. What in the world is happening? My arm. Can someone please explain what is going on? Countless individuals were grievously injured by this sudden assault. Those who had previously crowded at the forefront have now dissipated into mere wisps of smoke, vanishing into the air. Damn it. We have been deceived. The notion of friendly extraterrestrials is nothing but a fabrication. What about those brave souls who were pushing forward just moments ago? Enough chatter. We must flee for our lives. A multitude of people fled in panic. The recent onslaught nearly obliterated half the city. The Kodaya have launched an unexpected offensive. This is a grave matter that requires immediate communication with the government. Swiftly mobilize the troops, seal off the area, and evacuate all personnel at once. The officials of Neon sprang into action with urgency. An urgent dispatch. The Kodaya have suddenly attacked, causing significant losses. Reports were promptly delivered to the Neon cabinet. What? The Prime Minister's face paled at the news. This is the situation on the ground. His aides presented the gathered information. Goodness, what transpired? Why did the Kodaya launch such an unexpected attack? Could it be that we have inadvertently offended them? Let us not dwell on that. A single strike has devastated half the city. This is far too serious. Cabinet ministers began to voice their concerns in a cacophony. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of Neon was left utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he was contemplating how to retain the Kodaya within Neon. And now, a chill enveloped him. If they were to remain permanently, what would become of us? Neon could very well face annihilation. Chapter 156, A Crisis Arises. Blame it on the Huaguo immediately mobilize troops and assemble the army for standby. Dispatch personnel to establish contact with the Kodaians to ascertain the situation. The nation is to enter a state of highest alert. The cabinet swiftly reached a consensus. In this critical moment, all forces of the Neon army converged. Given the previous encounters with monsters, the military had been in a constant state of preparedness. Once the assembly order was issued, their response was remarkably swift. In no time, they were fully assembled, awaiting further instructions. The news spread across the globe. The supreme leader was taken aback. What on earth is happening? Why would our amicable Kodai allies suddenly launch an attack? Mr. President, the envoy we dispatched has been annihilated while the supreme leader was still in shock. The Minister of Defense spoke again. Previously, they had sent an elite delegation composed of various dignitaries, only to encounter this unfortunate event. What? A chill ran down the supreme leader's spine upon hearing this news. His mind buzzed with disbelief. The delegation included not only high-ranking officials, but also various prominent figures. How could they be wiped out just like that? This was a significant blow to the White Eagle. Until now, they had been proclaiming their friendship with the Kodaians. Yet, reality proved to be so merciless. Was he not destined to be marked with disgrace? He was the one who initially championed the notion of extraterrestrial camaraderie. And now the Neon was being devastated by aliens. Would not the Neons hold him accountable? This was unacceptable. If such a scenario unfolded, he would bear the brunt of pressure from multiple fronts. Huaguo. It must be Huaguo that has provoked the Kodaians. Suddenly, an idea sparked in the supreme leader's mind. In times of uncertainty, shift all blame to Huaguo. This was undoubtedly the case. Immediately, he took to Twitter to ridicule. Look at this so-called civilized nation that reveres force, directly obliterating the armor of our friendly allies. They even refuse to return the wreckage to our friends. Good heavens, do they not realize that such actions harm friendship? Observe now, all the consequences stem from Huaguo's actions. Initially, the supreme leader sought to deflect responsibility onto Huaguo. However, as he spoke, he began to believe it himself. This reasoning was sound. It must be true. Go. Send someone to contact Claire and inform him that everything Huaguo has done is unrelated to us. We remain the closest of partners. Once the Supreme Leader's tweet was released, an outpouring of support flooded in from the White Eagle's online community. Militaristic motives are impure. Huaguo is concocting a grand conspiracy. Instantly, Huaguo's image was once again demonized. The media has begun to exploit this incident, sensationalizing it without regard for its authenticity. Regardless, it conveniently serves as a means to suppress the influence of China. Moreover, the statements made by the leader hold merit. Previously, the Kodaians exhibited an amicable demeanor, only to abruptly shift their stance. Surely, this transformation is attributable to China. There is no doubt about it. In the face of international scrutiny, China steadfastly maintains its position, asserting that this is indeed the true nature of the Kodaians, merely revealed at last. The Chinese populace is rallying in support of their nation across the digital landscape, igniting a fierce verbal conflict. Meanwhile, the Eagle has once again dispatched representatives to engage in negotiations with Claire, hoping to restore amicable relations. Chapter 157. We are prepared to launch the nuclear strike. Are all these beings fools? Claire gazed in bewilderment at the throng of individuals who were incessantly flattering her. One of my strikes obliterated half your city, and yet you come to curry favor with me? Is this not sheer folly? Or do you derive pleasure from this? The more I strike you, the more exhilarated you become? I shall not be courteous. Esteemed extraterrestrial visitor, please do not misconstrue. The representatives of the White Eagle were persistently attempting to establish communication with Claire. However, she paid them no heed. Her gaze was fixed upon a colossal battleship in the Pacific Ocean. It appears they are attempting to deceive us. Ostensibly seeking peace, they have, in fact, dispatched their strongest forces. This vessel must indeed be their mightiest asset. If we eliminate it, the inhabitants of this planet will comprehend our terror and willingly submit. A chilling glint flickered across Claire's face. They come to colonize, demonstrating our might is imperative. Suddenly, the alien warship initiated its assault, causing chaos among personnel from various nations. They sprang into action, including major media outlets. This was yet another significant story, one that could not be overlooked. With ample rewards, brave souls emerged, shouldering cameras and racing towards Neon. Dear viewers, this is White Eagle Television. The time is now 14:27. We are currently aboard a NIS-class aircraft carrier. Just 3 hours ago, the Kodaya launched a surprise attack, resulting in the devastation of half the city of Neon. We are en route to. A statuesque blonde beauty was live broadcasting. The camera's lens was already capturing the coastline of Neon. Even from such a distance, one could still see plumes of black smoke rising ominously into the sky. The destruction of half a city, its impact was undeniably profound. Hey, who permitted you fools to broadcast live here? At that moment, an officer approached. What are these imbeciles doing? Broadcasting live from an aircraft carrier? Are they out of their minds? Put that down. Following the command, the television station reluctantly ceased the live feed. Once ashore, we shall commence the evacuation of civilians. As for you, you shall have no further connection to us. We hope for your safety, the officer remarked coolly. They had received orders to evacuate civilians. After all, the alien's sudden attack had resulted in a significant loss of life among the White Eagle-less populace, creating a considerable domestic uproar. If they did not respond, the societal backlash would be overwhelming. As the soldier spoke, the blonde beauty's gaze drifted towards the distance, her mouth agape. My heavens, what is that? Immediately, she activated the camera once more. What are you all doing? The soldier's expression changed dramatically. What does it mean? Am I non-existent? I had warned you all. Yet, you still continued the live broadcast. The soldier prepared to take action, attempting to seize the camera. However, at that very moment, the sky suddenly illuminated with blinding radiance, rendering the soldier unable to open his eyes. An enemy attack. Quickly, take cover. Intercept. Hurry, intercept the missiles. At that moment, a cacophony erupted on the deck. The entire warship descended into chaos. In a frantic response, the frigate launched a series of missiles, attempting to intercept the threat. Yet, it proved utterly futile. The projectiles fired by the Kodayans were not conventional missiles. How could one possibly intercept them? Caught off guard, they found themselves unable even to escape. The sea roiled with tumultuous waves. The formidable aircraft carrier fleet was instantly reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Huh, is this truly the mightiest force on this planet? Claire scoffed. This vessel appears substantial, yet is utterly vulnerable. What on earth is this weapon? The hurriedly airborne pilot narrowly avoided disaster. He maneuvered his fighter jet, circling in the air, aghast as he beheld the ocean's surface. One shot had obliterated an aircraft carrier and simultaneously shattered the carrier group. The number of survivors from the entire fleet was pitifully low. Most of the warships were utterly destroyed, while a couple endured severe damage, likely to languish in the dry dock for a year or more. This scene horrified global internet users. The news broadcast abruptly cut to a black screen. Who could possibly withstand such a shock? What happened next? What came after? It's over. This is undoubtedly a disaster. Strangely, I found myself wanting to laugh. Is this what the bald eagle refers to as friendship? Indeed, quite friendly, as they obliterated the bald eagle's carrier group. What is the bald eagle attempting to do? Competing in misery with Neon? No. When it comes to misfortune, Neon holds the title. Last century, it was Neon that first endured the nuclear bomb. And two at that. Now, all manner of monsters and aliens are flocking to Neon, obliterating several major cities. Is that not tragic? I cannot fathom how Neon's situation could become worse. Perhaps another monster might arrive? Enough said, initially indifferent. I have come to realize that Neon is indeed a nation favored by the heavens. The two shots from the Kodayans sent shockwaves across the globe. The supreme leader soon received the news, filled with rage and terror. Their aircraft carrier had been bombarded by this group. Moreover, it had been accomplished with just a single shot. The quality of the bald eagle's carriers was indisputable. Their defensive capabilities were certainly formidable. Yet even so, under the impact of that one shot, they could not escape unscathed. This was utterly terrifying. Damn those bastards. How dare they oppose us? Nuclear weapons. With a nuclear bomb. Eliminate these wretched individuals without mercy. Otherwise, our bald eagle will become the laughingstock of the world. The supreme leader raged, his voice echoing with madness. He had long fantasized about befriending extraterrestrial beings, only to witness his naval fleet decimated by their firepower. Is this not a farce? Yet now, this aircraft hovers above Neon. If we were to deploy nuclear weapons directly, then, the defense minister paused, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Launching nuclear strikes against other nations seems utterly untenable. Contact Neon immediately. The supreme leader's desperation was palpable. Soon after, the presidential office established a connection with the prime minister of Neon. At that moment, the prime minister, his eyes aflame with urgency, realized the aliens had initiated their assault, and they now loomed ominously over Neon. The nation teetered on the brink of disaster. Just then, the supreme leader's call came through. As soon as the line connected, the prime minister heard the supreme leader's furious tirade. We are preparing to launch nuclear strikes within your territory. Brace yourselves. What? Good heavens. The prime minister's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 158. A true showdown among men launched the nuclear bomb? The representative from Neon trembled, nearly losing grip of the phone in his hand. What on earth does your White Eagle intend to achieve? Haven't you had your fill with those 2 nuclear warheads before? And now you come again? He immediately launched an impassioned rebuttal. You cannot do this. Do you understand what nuclear weapons signify for us? They destroyed our aircraft carrier. We demand retribution. On the other end of the line, a frantic roar pierced through the static. At this moment, his emotions were completely out of control. The defense minister, standing nearby, continually urged him to calm down, but to no avail. Control what? Our aircraft carrier has been obliterated by extraterrestrials. Countless lives of the White Eagle populace have been lost. I am precariously positioned. That is unacceptable. We will never agree to the use of nuclear weapons, the Neon representative declared with unwavering resolve. Taking a deep breath, he managed to regain his composure. With a tranquil demeanor, he articulated, I comprehend the sentiments of the White Eagle. However, the use of nuclear weapons is absolutely off the table. Why must we resort to nuclear arms to defeat these aliens? We possess other weaponry, do we not? Very well. As long as you cooperate with us to bring down that damned creature, we shall refrain from considering the use of nuclear weapons. Came the indifferent response from the other end. This revelation allowed the Neon representative to exhale in relief. At least they were no longer contemplating nuclear options. He nodded in agreement. In truth, there was no need for the supreme leader to say much. The Neon side was already deliberating a declaration of war against the Codeans. They could not allow that ship to linger overhead like a sword of Damocles, unsettling the Neon populace. Are you truly not reconsidering? This time, we will charge no fees, nuclear weapons for free, and ample supply. At that moment, another statement from the phone caused his expression to shift dramatically, sending chills down his spine. He hastily declined and ended the call. Silence enveloped the Neon side. Now he faced a daunting dilemma, combating the flying saucer. He knew how to engage with aircraft. But how does one confront a UFO? A wave of frustration washed over him. Nonetheless, whatever the case, it was imperative to assemble the troops. This was undoubtedly the right course of action. A call to arms was issued, and despair gripped the hearts of all soldiers. Why was it them again? After enduring several waves of battle, they watched their comrades fall one by one. Now, they were to confront extraterrestrials once more. Damn it, I have no desire to battle any aliens. They obliterated half a city with a single shot and decimated the White Eagle's carrier fleet. Frankly, I'd rather face monsters. At least they look foolish, a soldier lamented. Beside him, his squad leader shook his head. Isn't that just a moment of frustration? Fighting monsters is fun? In the abandoned nuclear power station, Gara continued to absorb the spent nuclear fuel. At this moment, his physique had grown immensely large. Doctor, are we on the verge of annihilation in Neon? A trembling researcher inquired, his voice quaking with fear as he looked up at the alien presence hovering above Neon. The doctor, clad in a white lab coat, adjusted his glasses and replied with measured calmness, Do not panic. We must place our trust in the government and our brave soldiers. They shall prevail. Moreover, I firmly believe that peaceful coexistence with aliens is possible. They are not the emotionless monsters we fear. We can communicate effectively. Rest assured, as long as the monsters do not manifest, Neon shall not fall. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared, interrupting their conversation. What is happening? The researcher asked. Confusion etched across his face as he approached the instruments to investigate the source of the disturbance. At that moment, the ground trembled violently. Doctor, it seems there is a problem in the underground storage facility for nuclear waste. The researcher broke into a cold sweat. The doctor rushed forward, exclaiming, Impossible. That storage facility was supposed to be absolutely secure. How could there be an issue? Currently, no superior methods for handling nuclear waste existed worldwide. The prevailing approach was to recover as much as possible while seeking a safe location for the non-recyclable portions. The criteria for such a site were exceedingly stringent. The physical environment must be exceptionally stable, impervious to water and air erosion, and resilient against volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. A deep pit, several hundred meters down, would be excavated for sealed storage. It was believed that for centuries, this storage point would be entirely safe, incapable of failure. However, Neon's geographical position made locating such a secure site exceedingly challenging, given that it was an island nation prone to frequent seismic activity. This was also the rationale behind their prior considerations to dispose of nuclear waste in the Pacific Ocean. Yet, the difficulty in finding a site did not imply its non-existence. This location should be safe. It had been monitored. Otherwise, they would not have chosen it for the storage of nuclear waste. A thunderous rumble echoed as the ground shook violently. Within the monitoring station, all the instruments surged erratically. Sparks flew from the electrical wires. A ferocious roar reverberated, sending chills through the spines of everyone present. What was that sound? The doctor stiffly turned to his assistant. It seems to be a monster? No seems about it. Let's move quickly. Just then, a figure burst through the door. The monsters are already outside. Stop hesitating. Report immediately and request reinforcement. Meanwhile, the hastily assembled troops stood ready, prepared to engage in a desperate struggle against the extraterrestrial threat. However, in an instant they received orders from their superiors. Turn around and engage the monsters. Everyone was bewildered. What on earth? Weren't we supposed to be fighting aliens? How did it turn into battling monsters? Monsters? I was merely joking. The soldier from earlier stood in shock. He had no desire to confront any monsters. Previously, it was just an expression of frustration. At that very moment, the entire Neon hierarchy fell into silence. Everyone became mute. The Prime Minister of Neon wore a grave expression. The troops were assembled, poised for a true showdown with the Codarians. However, just then, news arrived. Prime Minister, we have discovered a new type of monster at the abandoned nuclear power station. Instantly, the Prime Minister's demeanor crumbled. He felt dizzy and somewhat unsteady. Prime Minister. As he appeared about to collapse, everyone rushed to his side. Chapter 159. The utter despair of the Neon people. The Prime Minister of Neon paused, finally regaining his composure. His voice trembled as he spoke. How can there be another monster? Where is it now? In our abandoned nuclear power plant. One of his subordinates weakly responded. At that moment, the Prime Minister slumped into his chair, utterly defeated, akin to a puddle of mud. Aliens and monsters. Merely the mention of these two was terrifying enough. Yet, the monster was precisely at the abandoned nuclear facility. Should nuclear waste leak, Neon would surely meet its doom. Oh my goodness, aliens and monsters, a dual threat. Is Neon truly facing annihilation? Who was the soothsayer that predicted a monster would descend upon Neon? This was insanity. What must the people of Neon be feeling now? Is there a live stream? I want high definition, not that grainy quality I'm tired of. In an instant, Neon became the focal point of the entire world. Forget running. Is there anywhere safe in Neon? I'll just wait here. I'm lying flat. If they want me, let them come. The people of Neon surrendered their struggle, succumbing to complete despair. The relentless onslaught of monsters extinguished their last flicker of hope. There was no safe haven left in all of Neon. GLA, who had just finished a meal, looked around in bewilderment. Armored vehicles surrounded him, while the sky was filled with swarms of fighter jets. What does this mean? GLA was somewhat confused. However, the instinct embedded in his very blood surged forth, activated at this moment. He was, after all, a warrior engineered by the Kodaians, a machine of war designed to obliterate planetary civilizations. Seeing the multitude of armored vehicles and fighter jets, a singular thought consumed his mind. Attack. Release the thermal beams. A torrent of flame, concentrated into a blazing stream, erupted forth. The armored vehicles and fighter jets were instantaneously engulfed and melted by the searing heat. Witnessing this spectacle, the people of Neon remained unusually calm. They had grown accustomed to such chaos. The military's inability to contend with monsters was not a novel occurrence. They maintained their composure, continuing their daily lives, eating and drinking as usual. If trouble came, so be it. In stark contrast to the Neonites' tranquility, netizens worldwide gasped in unison. What is this? Godzilla? Has a creature from the movies come to life? It looks exactly the same. Meanwhile, aboard the aircraft, Claire and her companions received the news. This little creature is still alive and has managed to grow to this extent. Impressive. Claire's eyes sparkled with delight. Initially, she had thought the creature perished, only to be pleasantly surprised by its resilience. With this creature's assistance, their ambitions to colonize the planet would become significantly easier. Thus, their aircraft commenced its operations. Moving slowly towards Jela, this action has not escaped the scrutiny of the entire world. The actions of the Kodaya people have instilled a sense of panic globally. Governments are increasingly concerned about their intentions. What could they possibly aim to achieve? Initially, their inactivity was somewhat reassuring, as the disaster was confined to Neon. However, with their movement, the world's collective heartbeat quickened. What if they were to leave Neon? Would that not pose a grave danger? Soon enough, it became apparent that their trajectory seemed to lead directly to the recently emerged monster in Neon. What could this signify? What business do these extraterrestrials have there? Are they so audacious as to confront the beast? I too am curious. Even if they are formidable, it seems illogical to seek out the monster. What could they possibly gain from such a confrontation? We are left in ignorance, and it is unwise to inquire further. The online community observed the unfolding events with bated breath. The Prime Minister of Neon and his cabinet remained silent, their expressions grave as they fixated on the situation, which held immense significance for them. Prime Minister, I suggest we immediately deploy troops to intercept these damned Kodaya. One minister exclaimed in anger. Come now. How many troops do we have left? Another replied, not out of despair, but in stark reality. The relentless series of battles had depleted decades of national strength. Wait. Have you noticed? The aliens are advancing towards the monster. They haven't shown any signs of aggression along the way. One minister furrowed his brow. This creature has not wreaked havoc on the cities along its path. That is a crucial detail. Are you suggesting that they are heading there to confront the monster? In an instant, everyone's eyes brightened. If that were indeed the case, it would undoubtedly be excellent news. Excitement surged through the room. While the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. Why have you not considered that they might be allied? Perhaps they are converging there? Suddenly, a cold wave of realization washed over them. If that were true, it would signify doom. Two formidable adversaries collaborating would spell disaster. Surely, that cannot be the case. How could the monster possibly be allied with the aliens? It defies logic. The monsters had appeared prior to the singularity. Logically, they ought to be native creatures, completely unrelated to extraterrestrials. After listening to the debate, the Prime Minister of Neon nodded. It is worth the gamble. Regardless, the outcome cannot be worse than our current situation. Let them proceed and assess the situation. Orders were dispatched, commanding all troops to withdraw and to refrain from hindering the aliens. The world erupted in a frenzy as they discerned Neon's intentions. The intention was to incite mutual accusations between the parties involved. Along the way, colossal aircraft blotted out the sun, casting shadows over the city. Countless neon-lit citizens flooded the streets, eagerly checking in. Each individual bore an expansive heart. Prominent influencers seized the opportunity to ride the wave of excitement. Some even began to chase the flying vessels above, leaving onlookers to mistakenly believe in a close camaraderie. After witnessing a plethora of influencer videos, the world was left bewildered. Shouldn't there be deep-seated animosity towards these entities? They have ravaged half your city. What does this behavior signify? I find myself struggling to comprehend the thought processes of the neon citizens. How can they exhibit such fearlessness? Not only are they unafraid, but look at this influencer, driving along the ground in pursuit. It's akin to a fervent fan chasing a celebrity. Indeed, it resembles the pursuit of extraterrestrial beings. A multitude of netizens engaged in fervent discussions. Only the neon populace truly understood their own suffering and sorrow. In any case, there was no remedy in sight. They resigned themselves to endure. They had become numb. What else could they do? With no weapons at hand. The collective spirit of the people had been utterly shattered by the relentless onslaught of monstrous calamities. Chapter 160. Claire in bewilderment aboard the spacecraft. Claire gazed down, observing the multitude pursuing him, utterly astounded. Despite his travels across numerous planets, he had never encountered such a spectacle. What on earth was happening? He suddenly realized that the inhabitants of this planet were remarkably peculiar. From the very first glance of their encounter, an oddity was apparent. When time permitted, he would undoubtedly delve into the study of this civilization. However, at this moment, Claire had no time to contemplate such matters. His attention shifted to the monstrous creature in the distance, initiating communication. Beholding the formidable GLA, Claire's excitement was palpable. Just look at that robust physique and immense power. I dare say, it requires nothing more than a single tail to obliterate the denizens of this planet. Claire began to extol its virtues. Waves of sound emanated from the vessel as the two parties engaged in communication. The online community around the globe erupted in excitement. Oh my, they truly are allies. Is Neon doomed then? This 112 is indisputable. It's over. Neon is completely finished. Wait, what is that beast planning to do? Oh my, it just swung its tail. Aren't they supposed to be on the same side? The Supreme Leader once again dialed the Prime Minister of Neon, advocating for the nuclear strike plan. Just a few nuclear warheads could swiftly eradicate both the monster and the extraterrestrials. What a splendid idea. He simply could not fathom their hesitation. The time to act decisively was now that the alliance had been established. Was it wise to wait until they separated? Once apart, annihilating them would become a troublesome endeavor, resulting in double the losses. However, as he wavered, the situation on the battlefield took a dramatic turn. The monstrous creature launched an attack. Was there any need for nuclear weapons now? If they could merely wait for both sides to weaken each other, wouldn't that suffice? On the battlefield, chaos ensued. The once self-assured Claire now wore a look of bewilderment. Gile's powerful tail struck the spacecraft directly. Having assumed it was an ally, the vessel lacked any special defenses, possessing only a rudimentary protective net. But that flimsy barrier was no match for Gile's tail. The fragile defense was shattered, and the outer layer of the spacecraft sustained severe damage. Fortunately, the craft was constructed from a special, exceptionally resilient material. Otherwise, that tail strike would have rendered the entire vessel inoperable. Activate the shields, Claire commanded urgently as the cabin rocked violently. The azure protective barrier materialized instantaneously. The Codarians finally found a moment to breathe. Claire's eyes were red, bewildered as she gazed into the distance at Gregor. What was happening? How could he have charged in and harmed himself? Was there a malfunction with the control device? Had the cerebral domain been compromised, subjected to interference? It was unclear, however. Given the current circumstances, it seemed plausible. The assistant shook his head in disbelief. Was it truly our misfortune to encounter such a machine failure? Claire sighed heavily, pondering the situation. She had never considered the possibility of external interference. With the technology on this planet, such human intervention was implausible. It had to be a mechanical failure at that moment. If it were indeed a case of deliberate interference, he would have simply devoured the machine. Chapter 161. The alien in retreat gazing at the flying craft, shielded as if encased in eggshell, GRA exhibited a violent fury. The radiation energy absorbed within him sought an outlet, and this formidable opponent before him presented the perfect opportunity for release. Destroy him. As GRA writhed with restless energy, Claire's anger simmered. He was acutely aware that this confrontation was now inevitable. In a fleeting moment, a tremendous barrage of firepower was unleashed. At that instant, the entire world recognized the sheer might of the alien warship. High-ranking officials across nations were weighing their options, contemplating whether they possessed any means to counter such overwhelming force. Meanwhile, under this formidable assault, the shimmering scales adorning Jara irradiated a blinding light. His armor boasted astonishing defensive capabilities. Ordinary bullets merely bounced off him, rendering their efforts futile. However, GRA did not simply endure the onslaught. He deftly evaded each attack, his body twisting and turning to avoid harm. Truly, he was the powerful creature they had anticipated, not only formidable in defense, but also possessing remarkable combat prowess. Claire's expression grew cold as he regarded the mighty GRA before him. This creature was supposed to be a testament to their Kodaya achievements, yet it had now become their adversary. Claire's emotions were a tumultuous blend of admiration and frustration. Increase the firepower. Explosions are an art form. The sky erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks as GRA retaliated in kind, producing thunderous echoes that reverberated through the atmosphere. In the heavens above, the energy waves from the high-energy particle explosions flickered incessantly. The conflict had transcended mere skirmish. It was a celestial battle of titans, far beyond the reach of Neon's interference. However, this cataclysmic clash bore a dire consequence. The city of Neon lay once again in ruins. It was a scene of utter devastation. Why must the heavens be so cruel? At that moment, a colossal beam of white light, imbued with terrifying energy, cleaved through the sky, striking GRA with unrelenting force. The sky was engulfed in brilliance. Countless spectators watched with bated breath, fearing for the monstrous being. The magnitude of this assault was indeed staggering. What a terrifying cannon! As the explosion erupted, a wave of intense heat swept through the city, melting steel and materials into molten rivers. The ground beneath shattered violently. It's over. There's no way to survive this. Many lamented, overwhelmed by the sheer power of the extraterrestrial force. Though both sides posed a threat, a peculiar allegiance formed among the onlookers, instinctively rallying behind GRA as they witnessed him falter under the tremendous pressure. They were all engulfed in sorrow and desolation. Suddenly, at that very moment, a searing red beam pierced through the air, striking the spacecraft's protective net with tremendous force. In an instant, a gaping hole was melted into the defense system. The Earth trembled with a series of violent thuds. GLA charged forward, confronting the vessel, ready to unleash a savage assault. What was happening? How could the defense be breached so easily? Claire was taken aback. Although GLA's offensive might was indeed formidable, it seemed implausible that he could dismantle the protective net with such ease. "Captain, our energy reserves are critically low," exclaimed the assistant, urgency lacing his voice. "What?" Claire responded, astonished. "How could we deplete our energy so rapidly? What on earth are you doing? Can't you be more frugal? Captain, you must speak honestly. Every command was issued by you. You were more enthusiastic than anyone else at that time, and now you're shirking responsibility?" The assistant wore a look of helplessness, leaving Claire feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Yet, that cannot be right. I have only fired a few shots. How can this be happening? In the past, firing 100 shots was hardly a challenge. Captain, have you forgotten that we consumed a significant amount of energy due to the singularity issue on our way here? We have yet to replenish our energy reserves." At these words, Claire's expression shifted dramatically, her face becoming grim. "How much energy do we have left now?" As they spoke, the sturdy exterior of the spacecraft had already been battered by GLA, appearing as though it could be shattered at any moment. The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. The citizens of Neon, witnessing such a dire situation, were at a loss for words. Who were they supposed to cheer for? The aliens or the monsters? It seemed inappropriate to support either side, as both posed a grave threat to Neon. By heavens, this monster is utterly brutal. Such a massive spacecraft is reduced to mere playthings in its grasp. I wonder if this beast is a hybrid of some sort? How can it dismantle this vessel with such vigor? Are you joking? This monster's breeding method is unknown, and besides, what size comparison can you draw between a dog and a monster? Is it like a toothpick stirring a vat? That's a fair point. So, what about a teddy bear? I feel that this creature is utterly fearless. Netizens from Huaguo exchanged amused banter, having discovered a source of joy amidst the chaos. Since the monster's appearance, Huaguo had remained untouched by any attacks, enjoying a sense of stability. In contrast, other countries were not so fortunate. Every time a monster appeared, they would munch on snacks, watch the battles unfold, and engage in idle chatter. Wasn't that delightful? This had nearly become a daily routine for them. On the battlefield, the monster wreaked havoc on the spacecraft, infuriating Claire to the point of fury. She hastily increased the power, attempting to break free. Meanwhile, on the hull of the ship, several frozen projectiles were launched. Frost swiftly enveloped Jare, causing his movements to become sluggish. Subsequently, the spacecraft finally evaded Jare and began its retreat into the distance. This narrative felt inherently flawed. Were these extraterrestrials not brimming with confidence as they sought out this monstrous creature? Why, upon a mere encounter, did they choose to flee? Roaring. As he watched the vessel vanish, Gra did not pursue. Instead, he let out a furious roar, his gaze scanning the surroundings as if in search of something. It had begun. With the aliens driven away, this beast was poised to wreak havoc upon the people of Neon, offering them an unsolicited demolition. My goodness. With such formidable strength, who could possibly withstand its onslaught? Could Neon prevail? I cannot fathom any means by which Neon could triumph over it. Countless netizens sighed in resignation. Even the formidable extraterrestrials stood no chance against this creature. Its strength is self-evident. Given Neon's current state, any hope of resistance seems utterly futile. Just then, the beast began to stir. In an instant, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. Chapter 162. The monster enshrined as the guardian beast of the nation. The atmosphere throughout Neon became stifling. Everyone felt as though they were on the verge of suffocation. The Prime Minister of Neon, his complexion ashen, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Roar. Under the gaze of the multitude, Jella let out a mighty roar and then began to stride towards the sea. It walked away. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. What on earth is happening? Why is the monster leaving? Is it simply fatigued? After all, it had just endured a fierce battle, and weariness would be quite natural. One wonders what sentiments the people of Neon are grappling with at this moment. In Neon, at this very moment, from the highest echelons to the common folk, there was a cacophony of cheers and celebrations. This day felt surreal, almost otherworldly. Thus, in the end, the alien presence that had plagued Neon had retreated, and the monster, initially thought to wreak havoc, had done nothing at all. It too had departed. This was the most splendid outcome for Neon. What just transpired? I am still in a state of disbelief. The Prime Minister stood frozen, his lips curling into a smile. Initially, he had braced himself for the worst possible outcome, even contemplating a noble sacrifice. But now, that was no longer necessary. Neon had, without any action on its part, successfully extricated itself from two monumental crises. I believe a celebration is in order. Within the cabinet, someone unexpectedly voiced this sentiment. Celebrate? What is there to celebrate? Celebrating the destruction of half the city by aliens? Or perhaps the homes ravaged by battle? This notion of celebration seems rather unfounded. However, the cabinet members surprisingly reached a unanimous agreement. Regardless of the tumultuous events, they had indeed triumphed, weathering the most arduous of times. Shouldn't that warrant a proper celebration? Soon, the high-ranking officials of Neon began preparations. Meanwhile, the general populace was also caught up in revelry, singing and dancing in jubilation. Attaining such tranquility was an arduous endeavor. Of course, there were those who remained relatively composed during this time. They began to analyze the situation. Before long, a conclusion emerged, one that garnered widespread consensus. The aliens, upon encountering the monster, attempted to control it for their invasion of this planet. Yet, it was evident that the monster did not acquiesce. Thus, a battle ensued, culminating in the aliens' retreat and the monster's victory. As for why the victorious monster refrained from causing destruction, this too merits contemplation. Clearly, after the battle, the monster bore minimal injuries and possessed ample stamina. Hence, it could not simply flee out of exhaustion. Upon meticulous observation, one may discern that the monster, aside from wreaking havoc at the nuclear power station, has not engaged in any overt acts of aggression throughout. This indicates that it was likely humanity that disturbed its repose, inciting its wrath. Nevertheless, in the end, it refrained from venting its ire upon humans. After thorough analysis, one can conclude that this creature is truly remarkable. Moreover, some whimsical netizens have suggested that GRA should be enshrined as the national guardian deity. It aided Neon in vanquishing extraterrestrial invaders, while simultaneously posing no threat to Neon itself. This seemingly absurd proposal has, astonishingly, garnered substantial support online. It is almost beyond belief. If Lin Hao were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. GRA appears to be merely well-fed and preparing to return home. Chapter 163. Hope that the opponent will not change course. The monster retreats. However, the camera continues to follow relentlessly. The live broadcast still transmits to the entire world. Yet, upon witnessing the manner of Gera's retreat, netizens around the globe can hardly remain composed. What on earth is this method? Gera's length is merely a few dozen meters. How does he manage to advance across the ocean's surface? From the footage, only a small portion of his legs is submerged in the water. This is absurd. Goodness. This truly resembles the Godzilla from the movies. When I watched that film, I was curious about how he moved. I thought it was simply a plot hole. Yet reality has slapped me awake. Is there a genius out there who can elucidate how this is achieved? Isn't it simple? Have you ever seen a duck? The way a duck swims is precisely how this monster navigates. Wait, don't say anything more. I can already visualize it. It's quite comical, isn't it? A formidable beast with two short legs paddling beneath the ocean's surface. Surely it's not like that. Perhaps it employs some unique method, after all. It is a monster, and we cannot perceive it through ordinary lenses. The debate among countless netizens regarding how the monster maneuvers across the ocean ensues. Meanwhile, the creature seems to sense this discourse. Soon, it evades the camera's gaze and vanishes from the screen. The sudden disappearance of the monster sends ripples of panic across all nations. They mobilize every resource at their disposal to commence exploration. A creature with an uncertain whereabouts is utterly terrifying. Simultaneously, countless eyes remain fixated on the fleeing aircraft. It can be said that the citizens of Neon are beginning to celebrate. However, the global populace is engulfed in anxiety. The supreme leader transitions from excitement to concern. Initially, upon witnessing the monster assault the aircraft, he exuberantly slammed the table, exclaiming, "This is splendid. This beast should act just this way. It has performed magnificently," leaving that scoundrel with nothing but ashes. The defense minister shares in the excitement, declaring, "This is excellent. We need to resort to nuclear weapons." Ultimately, the ramifications of deploying such weapons bear immense pressure. If it comes to opposing the entire world, the bald eagle truly cannot withstand it. Setting aside military matters, even economic sanctions are excruciating. Resources are insufficient for self-sustainability. However, the current situation appears promising. Indeed, let us vanquish him. The supreme leader gazes at the unfolding scene with fervent anticipation, nearly ready to dance in delight. Yet, in the next moment, his expression darkens considerably. The sky shifts from clear to overcast. The footage reveals the Kodian's ship fleeing in disarray, while the monster opts not to pursue. Despite the evident damage to the alien warship, even during flight, turbulence ensued. Nevertheless, they successfully escaped. The commander's expression was grim. After all this effort, failing to eradicate these adversaries rendered their actions futile. The commander was poised to issue the order to unleash a nuclear strike, intending to obliterate this group. However, at that moment, experts predicted the trajectory of the Kodians. Through meticulous analysis of their path, it became evident that their destination was highly likely to be Huaguo. Huaguo? The commander leaned back in his seat, the ferocity on his face easing. This seemed rather promising. Perhaps it was wise to refrain from immediate action. A dying camel is larger than a horse. This warship, after all, was an extraterrestrial vessel. Its capabilities were undoubtedly formidable and would surely pose a threat to Huaguo. One could only hope that the adversaries would not alter their course. Chapter 164. Goryeo is seeking negotiation in the realm of Huaguo at the mech base. Linhao received the news and stood ready for action. Given the current trajectory and velocity of the alien warship, its destination appeared to be Huaguo. However, just as the entire nation was mobilizing for war, the Kodian's vessel abruptly altered its course, heading towards Goryeo. In an instant, the president of Goryeo was thrown into a state of panic. The role of the president in Goryeo could be deemed one of the most perilous positions in the world. Just today, the former president was incarcerated. Consequently, each president since the establishment of Goryeo had met with a grim fate. It was uncertain what his own future held. Each day felt like traversing a precarious tightrope. Now, he found himself confronted with an even greater burden. Who could elucidate the situation to him? The Kodaians had been progressing steadily towards Huaguo. What prompted this sudden 90-degree turn? It defied logic. Nevertheless, there was a glimmer of hope that they might intercept the alien vessel, which had already sustained considerable damage from that monstrous creature. The president of Goryeo steadied his nerves, continuously reassuring himself. The visuals indicated that the spacecraft was severely compromised. A damaged ship should be within Goryeo's capacity to down. Taking a deep breath, he boldly proclaimed a formidable declaration. At this juncture, stabilizing public sentiment was paramount. Any civil unrest could spell trouble. Silence, ladies and gentlemen, our time is limited. The president gestured for quiet, as the alien ship was imminent and their time was running short. Your Excellency, the Kodaian's vessel is advancing towards Goryeo. Is there any strategy in place to counter their approach? The president of Goryeo stood tall and proclaimed passionately, our soldiers shall bravely fight to protect our homeland. We will successfully repel the invaders. They are merely at the end of their strength. Should they dare approach, we shall vanquish them. At that moment, Goryeo will be the first nation in the world to capture an alien spacecraft. During his speech, he did not miss the chance to criticize Neon. We empathize with the people of Neon. It is evident that they have performed poorly, failing to safeguard their citizens. Goryeo shall not be so remiss. The relationship between Goryeo and Neon was delicate. Essentially, both were allies of the white-headed eagle. However, beneath the surface, conflicts often arose, primarily stemming from the last war, which left numerous unresolved issues regarding culture, territory, and more. Thus, the president seized the opportunity to mention Neon. In response to the president of Goryeo's confident declaration, netizens from various countries divided into two factions. Half of the populace believes that with Goryeo's military prowess, they can easily fend off these beleaguered extraterrestrials. The other half, however, contends that the military capabilities of these aliens should not be underestimated. Goryeo's elite forces stand poised for action. Alas, why have these aliens suddenly changed course? This is truly disastrous. Some soldiers began to grumble. This alien spacecraft easily obliterated the White Eagle's aircraft carrier. Now they must confront such formidable foes. Captain, have we received any intel from the reconnaissance aircraft? Captain, the captain barked, silence. How can you chatter at a time like this? His gaze shifted to the horizon. At this moment, on the surface of the sea, Goryeo deployed its main forces, 2 amphibious assault ships, 10 destroyers, 20 frigates, along with submarines and a fleet of combat helicopters. These forces moved swiftly and decisively forward. They could not afford to prolong the battlefield to Goryeo's homeland. The optimal strategy was to resolve the conflict on the high seas. Soon, they drew closer to the Kodaian vessels, 10 nautical miles, 5 nautical miles, 3 nautical miles. The flames of battle ignited. All firepower concentrated. Yet, Claire and her team were unwilling to yield and retaliated fiercely. Did these adversaries truly believe they were easy prey? Claire sneered. Despite the visible damage to their spacecraft and energy issues, their aerial vehicles were still on a different echelon than these warships, capable of easily overpowering them. As ship after ship succumbed to the inferno, Goryeo sensed the peril and swiftly issued a retreat order. The fleet commander gazed at the orders with a complex expression. Retreat? What nonsense! In the current situation, how could they retreat? The battle had commenced. How could they withdraw without any support or cover? Did they think they were playing a game, where retreating is as simple as a command? They had no choice but to continue fighting. There was simply no alternative. At the very least, they had correctly assessed one thing. The alien ship was indeed wounded. Compared to its performance in Neon, its attacks were considerably gentler now. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope? However, such optimism was a beautiful illusion, while reality remained harsh. Within 20 minutes, Goryeo's naval fleet was effortlessly annihilated. Upon receiving the news, netizens across various nations gasped in astonishment. They are truly formidable. Even though these alien vessels had suffered severe damage from the monsters, their strength was still astonishingly overwhelming. Goryeo's navy, while not weak, should not have been easily decimated in such a brief span. This was utterly preposterous. Who could possibly stand forth to confront this crisis? impose sanctions upon these individuals? Within the presidential palace of Korea, all the senior officials wore expressions of sheer terror. Not long ago, they had been proclaiming their ability to vanquish these extraterrestrial beings and safeguard the nation. And yet, this is the outcome? How long did the conflict last? In an instant, they were annihilated. Can we engage in negotiations with them? Perhaps, at this juncture, only dialogue can salvage our country. The president of Korea made a harrowing decision. They had exhausted all other options. The naval forces had suffered devastating losses, and the ground troops were unlikely to prove effective. He needed to make a choice swiftly. Should we announce this matter to the public, or should we conduct negotiations in secrecy? Several ministers cautiously voiced their opinions, sensing that, regardless of the path chosen, the outcome would remain unchanged. Should they opt for negotiation, they anticipated being vilified. If the results of the negotiations proved unsatisfactory, they would undoubtedly be scorned. Let us refrain from disclosing this for the time being. We shall wait until the negotiations yield results. The president gritted his teeth. All communications with the outside world were severed by Korea. They would not allow any other nations to become privy to the negotiation proceedings. The negotiation representatives swiftly established contact with Claire. Chapter 165. The disdained Goryeo in the face of the negotiation representatives dispatched by Goryeo, Claire felt no surprise. This was a rather mundane occurrence. In fact, upon seeing these delegates, he experienced a flicker of delight, for they had indeed suffered significant losses. This was precisely why they chose to temporarily dock in Goryeo. They needed to regroup. The prospect of engaging in negotiations without further combat was a rare opportunity. After prolonged discussions, the Goryeo representatives slumped into their seats, appearing utterly exhausted. What was this? Would they be immortalized in history as traitors? Despair washed over their faces. I hope you will swiftly fulfill the treaty, Claire remarked with a slight chuckle, before leading his team back to the spacecraft. During the negotiations, their vessel remained suspended in the skies above Goryeo, making no move. This sparked curiosity worldwide. What was Goryeo up to? First, all media outlets were expelled, and then hostilities ceased. The Goryeo side offered no resistance, igniting a fervent desire amongst all to uncover the truth. At last, the Goryeo government issued a statement. The world erupted in chaos. Everyone was in disbelief. Were they truly not mistaken? This was utterly absurd. It resembled a form of colonization. The citizens of Goryeo were infuriated. They had prided themselves on being a democratic nation, yet now they found themselves subjugated. What had their leaders signed? What on earth were they thinking? How could they possibly agree to such terms? These extraterrestrials were exceedingly unreasonable. What were their intentions? Was the ultimate goal to colonize the entire planet? There was no way I could accept this. Such a notion was intolerable. Look at Neon. I believe we should take a page from their book and charge forward rather than capitulate. The populace of Goryeo was entirely unable to accept such a decision. They raged online, some even vowing to confront these aliens head-on. Global netizens engaged in heated debates regarding Goryeo's decision. Had even Goryeo capitulated? Were these extraterrestrials truly infallible? What about my country? This was madness. Why did they not continue to fight? That alien spacecraft had clearly proven its might, annihilating Goryeo's warships in less than 20 minutes. If they did not concede, their homeland would surely suffer consequences, perhaps facing a fate akin to Neon. Hey, can we please refrain from mentioning my country? Although we have endured great hardship, we have preserved our dignity. However, your plight remains dire. For a considerable duration, you shall be the most unfortunate nation in the world. Silence. It appears to be a humiliating treaty. Yet, when it comes to Claire, there is no satisfaction to be found. This place is exceedingly impoverished. They possess barely any nuclear energy. Claire expressed her disdain vocally. The absence of new energy sources is one thing, but the scarcity of nuclear power is utterly intolerable. What kind of desolate backwater is this? If the citizens of Korea were to hear this, they would surely be incensed. Do you still consider us to be poor? Besides, in what manner are we impoverished? Our economy is quite developed, you know. Let us hasten with the repairs. We shall continue our westward journey. I have heard that there lie two great nations, one, the Chinese Empire, and the other, the Russian Bear. Surely that will provide us with ample sustenance. Claire chuckled softly. Chapter 166. Lin Hao, Once again regarded as an alien on the 17th, at 5 o'clock, the spacecraft lingered in the skies above Goryeo for 3 days. After conducting rudimentary repairs and replenishing its energy supplies, it embarked on its journey once more. Its destination was the ancient eastern nation of Huaguo, which hastily mobilized its forces. Under the radiant sunlight, the Yinglong mech shimmered brilliantly. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, Claire's expression subtly shifted. This was the first time he had encountered such a machine. Intriguing, indeed. However, he felt little concern. The civilization of this planet was rather unimpressive. No matter how imposing the armor, it could not surpass certain limits. As Claire's mind wandered in contemplation, a powerful particle beam erupted from the mech's cannon, piercing through the air. The attack struck the defensive net, causing the entire spacecraft to tremble violently, with even the defensive net developing fissures. This elicited a jolt of alarm within Claire. What on earth is this? This weapon is unlike anything I have previously encountered. What is the status of this race? How could their technological advancement vary so drastically? He had observed numerous nations, and their levels of technology were indeed disparate. The previous weapons he had seen were as good as rubbish. However, the armor that had now emerged was something else entirely. Is the battle finally commencing? Huaguo mech versus alien spaceship? I would wager that Huaguo would prevail. This spacecraft has sustained considerable damage from the monster's attacks. No, that cannot be the case. The spacecraft had lingered in Goryeo for 3 days, and I trust that during that time, they could have repaired it. Darn it. They are all Goryans. If even the Huaguo mech cannot triumph, how shall we defeat these extraterrestrial beings? Everyone was deeply concerned about the situation at hand. This battle was not merely significant for Huaguo, it bore implications for the entire world. Presently, the universally acknowledged strongest fighting force was the Huaguo mech. If even the mech could not withstand these aliens, the entire planet would plunge into immense calamity. The plight of Goryeo could soon befall other nations. If the aliens were to repair their spaceship and lead to Huaguo's defeat, I would be forever marked as a disgrace to Goryeo. Indeed, I would share that fate. Suddenly, the sentiment on the internet shifted unexpectedly, all pointing fingers at Goryeo. What on earth? The Goryans were left bewildered. What does this have to do with us? If the Huaguo mech loses, why must we bear the blame? Are we not being treated unjustly? Moreover, when did you all become staunch supporters of Huaguo? This is quite peculiar. Yet, one cannot entirely fault them. What choice do they have but to support Huaguo? They certainly do not wish to share the same fate as Goryeo. At that moment, the attack frequency of the Yinglong mech intensified. The entire spacecraft shook violently. Claire was utterly dumbfounded. This is inconceivable. The technology of this planet is evidently primitive. How could it possibly possess such formidable capabilities? Watching the protective shield ripple in layers, Claire felt a surge of frustration. Since their arrival on this planet, aside from that monstrous creature, they had not encountered any formidable adversaries. The weaponry on this planet had been effortlessly subdued by them. But now, in the distance, the muzzle of a mech was gathering energy. A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. An unprecedented battle. This was a technological conflict that transcended time itself. Overloaded and operating at full capacity, Lin Hao spoke with vigilance, executing continuous evasive maneuvers while steadily approaching the spacecraft. Activate the main cannon. Claire, observing the advancing mech with growing unease, hastily commanded. Particles of light swiftly converged at the cannon's mouth. A hum resonated as the space trembled, and brilliant energy waves surged towards the mech. The speed was astonishing, almost instantaneous, spanning the entire battlefield in a flash, radiating brilliance akin to daylight. However, in that brief moment, the mech slightly adjusted its position, effortlessly evading the attack. The terrifying energy shot skyward, parting the clouds, dissipating smoke and haze. The entire sky suddenly darkened, resembling dusk. It evaded? How is that possible? Such a swift reaction? Before Claire could fully comprehend, the entire vessel was struck violently, shaking uncontrollably. Captain, this creature has mounted us. The assistant exclaimed in panic. I know. Claire gritted her teeth. The sound of relentless impacts echoed in the ears of the Kodians, their expressions shifting to shock. Incredible. Riding on the alien and attacking. Linhao is phenomenal. Those aliens are doomed now. This was the so-called extraordinary alien they had boasted about. The nation erupted in fervor, countless citizens of Huaguo cheering and exclaiming in excitement. The tremendous noise reverberated in the Kodaian's ears. The entire spacecraft was teetering on the brink of collapse, with the defense system sustaining 80% damage. The weapon system suffering 93% impairment, and the detection system facing severe destruction. A stream of data reports flooded in. Claire's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. What in the world is happening? He was not a native of this planet. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Claire. Yes, it must be so. He was undoubtedly from some mechanical civilization, and this planet was likely already under his dominion. We have intruded upon the territory of another race. Claire's heart raced. After maintaining his composure for so many years, unexpectedly, we have encountered a mishap here. Is the communication system still operational? Quickly establish contact with him. Claire commanded decisively. Esteemed sir, we harbor no intention of enmity towards you. It is all a misunderstanding. We were unaware that this planet had already been colonized by your mechanical civilization, and we shall depart post-haste. Listening to the incoming communication, Lin Hao furrowed his brow. What on earth? Are you regarding me as an extraterrestrial? I am not the so-called mechanical civilization you speak of. I am one of the inhabitants of this planet. Furthermore, there is no misunderstanding between us. The armored monstrosity you dispatched previously was vanquished by me. Through Friday's translation, the mechanical voice relayed the message. Boom. A gaping hole was torn in the ship's upper section. The air transformed into a ferocious gale, rushing in. Who exactly are you? Claire screamed in a fit of rage. Can someone please elucidate the situation? This individual is not an alien civilization. How did such formidable technology arise on this planet? Discard that object. Even if we perish, I shall ensure this planet descends into chaos. Claire bellowed with a menacing expression. The assistant nodded in agreement. A component was discreetly ejected from the spacecraft, swiftly plunging into the depths of the sea. The speed was astonishing. Chapter 167. No particular thoughts swiftly. The Kodaya inhabitants aboard the spacecraft were vanquished by Lin Hao. The battle concluded, and he towed the alien vessel back to Huaguo. The entire nation erupted in exuberant celebration, while other countries stood in astonishment. Was this alien spacecraft truly so feeble? What on earth was happening? How could the Koreans have suffered such a devastating defeat? The disparity was staggering. The supreme leader, infuriated, slammed his fist on the table. Had he known the situation would unfold this way, he would have dispatched troops to obliterate the spacecraft. Now, all the spoils belonged to Huaguo. The wreckage of the spacecraft fell into Huaguo's possession, along with the glory that accompanied it. Meanwhile, he was left with nothing, burdened by the humiliation of witnessing an alien force effortlessly decimate a carrier group during his administration. Initially, he had a chance for redemption, to eliminate these extraterrestrials. Yet now, that opportunity had vanished. He could hardly fathom that the aliens had succumbed so swiftly before Huaguo's mecha forces. Equally enraged was the president of Korea. Previously, they had been easily overwhelmed by the aliens and forced to sign a humiliating treaty. To their astonishment, the same adversary was now effortlessly dispatched by Huaguo. Where could they possibly hide their shame? Logically, Huaguo's victory over the aliens should have been a cause for celebration. This meant they would no longer be bound by the treaty, sparing Korea from significant losses, a piece of news worthy of nationwide jubilation. However, why was the president of Korea unable to find any joy in this development? Huaguo's triumph over the aliens was tantamount to a resounding slap in the face. The populace would surely be incensed. How could he possibly explain this to the citizens? Lin Hao returned to Huaguo aboard the alien vessel, greeted by a throng of media personnel. This was a monumental event, not only for Huaguo, but for humanity as a whole. Academician Lin. What are your thoughts on defeating the Kodaya? Academician Lin, how will Huaguo handle this flying machine? Will the findings be shared with the world? Initially, Lin Hao had no intention of engaging with the intrusive reporters. However, upon hearing such questions, he paused. Huaguo will not share its research findings. I am unsure why you would inquire about this. But this pertains to all of human civilization, does it not? As a major power, Huaguo should bear some responsibility. Apologies. But we are merely a developing nation. Furthermore, this is our proprietary research. Why must we share it? Would the bald eagle willingly disseminate its research with the world? Lin Hao spoke lightly. Academician Lin, you have vanquished the extraterrestrials. What are your thoughts on this matter? I harbor no particular sentiments. Is this not a matter of course? He replied, the truth is, the spacecraft has sustained damage, and defeating it is quite simple. The Korean populace, glued to their televisions, was struck with disbelief upon hearing Lin Hao's words, immediately feeling a surge of indignation. A matter of course? What does that make us Koreans? We were coerced by such extraterrestrial beings into signing a disgraceful treaty. Are we to be regarded as mere refuse? Chapter 168. The Challenge from the Novices. Oh my. This is astonishing. Is combating aliens truly so simple? I cannot help but feel that the esteemed Lin Hao is merely posturing. Let us be confident and discard any illusions. He is undoubtedly putting on a show. With Lin Hao making such declarations, what are the people of Korea to think? Surely, their spirits must be quite disheartened at this moment. Just now, I caught a glimpse of the news. It appears some individuals have ventured to the Korean presidential office. Incredible! The position of the Korean president is indeed the most perilous profession in the world. ISNT had often said that former presidents face danger. Yet, this is about the current one. Countless netizens from Huaguo are engaged in fervent discussions. At the Mecha base, similar conversations are unfolding. The general is truly remarkable, effortlessly dispatching the alien spacecraft. It seems as though the Mecha and the general have merged into a harmonious entity, operating with such finesse. Suddenly, I feel rather inept. Several newly minted Mecha pilots are murmuring amongst themselves. They have undergone extensive training through VR equipment, yet after witnessing Lin Hao's prowess in battle, they feel as though they are still mere novices. The gap between them and Lin Hao appears substantial. What are you all worried about? I've seen your training sessions. You perform admirably. At this moment, Xiaoyan approaches. He is now considered a senior. Each field has its experts. The general is typically immersed in research. How could he possibly surpass those of us who train daily? Brother Yin, are you suggesting you are superior to the general? The novices, ever eager for excitement, entertain mischievous thoughts. Why not have General Lin compete against us? Let us see who is stronger. I never claimed such a thing. That was your assertion. However, I must admit, your judgment is commendable. Xiaoyan responds with a hint of pride. He has faced countless virtual monsters and has mastered mecha manipulation. He has even battled real monsters. One could say that he now possesses the confidence to operate a mecha beyond Lin Hao's capabilities. There is no way they would match Lin Hao's speed in vanquishing monsters as they did before. Whenever I reflect upon this, Xiaoyan feels a tinge of dejection. It is rather humiliating. They pilot the same mecha, yet their speed pales in comparison to Lin Hao's singular prowess. This is no jest. Brother Yin, let us simply have Lin Academician compete with us, shall we? At that moment, the novices propose the suggestion. Compete? Xiaoyan furrows his brow. This idea seems rather appealing. However, the general is occupied with research. Does he even have the time? Presently, Huaguo has acquired the alien spacecraft, necessitating extensive study. Lin Hao certainly has no time to spare. Yet, where there is a will, there is a way. Brother Yin, let us give it a try. The group persistently encourages him. Very well. After a brief silence, Xiaoyan nods. Let us have a competition. Soon, the preparations begin. Xiaoyan approached Lin Hao, articulating his desire for a challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao acquiesced. He had discerned that this young man was restless once again. Surely, he felt confident after practicing for so long. A little admonition was necessary, otherwise, he might become overly prideful. After all, he had barely vanquished a few beasts. Could he afford to be so lofty? Inside the training room, a crowd had gathered, consisting primarily of novice mech engineers, alongside numerous students from mech academies eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. I lamented, realizing I had missed an opportunity to compete alongside the esteemed Lin Hao. Do you truly wish to be humiliated? That remains uncertain. We have trained extensively, and our proficiency with mechs is undoubtedly on par with that of a general. I believe Xiaoyan can triumph. As the crowd speculated, Lin Hao approached. Although he was hailed as the father of mechs, he seldom trained. Unlike the others who spent their days immersed in mech practice, they had every reason to believe they could best Lin Hao. Indeed, as soon as Lin Dong voiced this sentiment, Agreement echoed among the crowd. Lin Hao, overhearing, rolled his eyes. What audacity! Who granted you such confidence? Do you perceive me as so feeble? Let me be clear. Should you lose, your training regimen will be doubled. Instantly, Lin Dong and his companions erupted in laughter. Surely, he jested. Their current training was already grueling, leaving little time for respite. Doubling it? Would they even return home at night? Would they remain here to train? Would they prefer the warm embrace of their lovely girlfriends? Xiaoyan, the fate of our evening joy rests upon you. The hopeful gazes of Lin Dong and his companions weighed heavily on Xiaoyan, instilling in him an overwhelming sense of pressure. What is this? Lin Hao tilted his head. An evening of joy. Nonsense. I am still a novice. Are you all reveling in life's pleasures? This is intolerable. Ahem, let me correct myself. Doubling may indeed be too severe. In an instant, the crowd's spirits lifted. Was the general exhibiting a newfound compassion? Were his sentiments softened? At that moment, everyone was nearly moved to tears. However, their hope was short-lived. Lin Hao compassionate? What folly! If you lose, you shall undergo intensive training without returning home. All meals and necessities will be confined to the base, and as for girlfriends, do not even think of seeing them. They will only hinder your training progress. In that instant, everyone stood frozen, their eyes dimmed. No returning home. No embracing their girlfriends. What meaning does life hold for such individuals? Subsequently, a series of penetrating gazes fell upon Xiaoyan, sending a shiver down his spine. He swallowed hard, fully aware that should he falter, his companions might resort to drastic measures against him. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Lin Hao, stating, I am prepared. Lin Hao nodded in acknowledgement, then declared, Let me clarify, our competition today does not involve the speed of monster slaying. We shall engage in a mech battle. Naturally, as your instructor, I shall face you all alone. The declaration sparked immediate discontent among the group. While the format of the contest was indeed unexpected, was it not a touch too audacious to challenge a multitude single-handedly? Such arrogance could not be tolerated. A few participants exchanged knowing glances, then nodded in agreement. One by one, they entered the cockpits and donned their helmets. As the neural pressure enveloped them, the competition commenced. Chapter 169, Defeated in an Instant? As everyone entered the training room, the large screen displayed the unfolding battle. So who do you think will win? Someone asked. That's obvious. It's my idol. The magnificent Lin Hao, another replied confidently. I have my doubts. Lin Hao is indeed formidable, but facing 7 opponents. The odds are against him, came a skeptical voice. I think it's a 50-50 chance. Amidst the lively debate, the mechs began to appear on screen. Listen to me, Xiaoyan declared with confidence. General Lin's mastery over the mechs is unparalleled. You are all novices and cannot possibly contend with him. Just cover me while I take the lead. No one objected to his proposal, as Xiaoyan had consistently proven to be the stronger fighter in their training sessions. Allowing him to take the forefront seemed the most strategic choice. 3 minutes passed, and those in the training room soon understood the plan. Xiaoyan would serve as the main attacker. I feel like Lin Hao is in peril now. The firepower is overwhelming, someone remarked, feeling the tension rise. This is going to be tough. How can we even fight back against such formidable firepower? It was no surprise that Xiaoyan, known for his exceptional skills, had successfully suppressed Lin Hao. As the battle commenced, Xiaoyan leveraged his numerical advantage to effectively pin down Lin Hao, placing him in a precarious position. It's over. Lin Hao's reputation has been shattered, everyone thought. In a 1 versus many scenario, it was undeniably a daunting challenge. However, just as the crowd believed Lin Hao was destined for defeat, the situation on screen took a sudden turn. Out of nowhere, Lin Hao appeared behind the Flame Emperor. Boom! In an instant, the Flame Emperor exploded, sending Xiaoyan flying out of the battle. When he emerged from the training pod, he remained in a state of disbelief. Had he truly lost? Dazed, he glanced at his hands in confusion. The onlookers were equally stunned, having witnessed the entire sequence of events. What? He lost? Is this a joke? They gasped in disbelief. The clock showed 6 minutes and 14 seconds had passed. A collective intake of breath filled the room. While 6 minutes might not seem swift, one must recognize that Lin Hao had accomplished this remarkable counterattack while being besieged by so many adversaries. Moreover, he had taken down the tactical core of the opposing team, which was profoundly impressive. Now, the remaining fighters were surely in jeopardy. If Xiao Yin fell so swiftly, the other novices wouldn't stand a chance. Indeed, one by one, the remaining newcomers began to exit the battle until, ultimately, everyone was vanquished by Lin Hao. Coughing lightly, Lin Hao stepped out of the training pod and turned his gaze toward Xiao Yin, who was still in a state of bewilderment. He had no intention of singling out Xiao Yin. Was he that kind of person? It was merely a fortuitous encounter. The Emperor, Xiao Yin, was delivered right before him. Naturally, one must graciously accept such a magnificent gift. Very well, as we previously agreed, from today onward, you shall remain at the base to undergo training, and furthermore, the training regimen will be doubled. The group nodded in unison. However, they abruptly sensed an incongruity. Wait a moment. Was it not stated that the training would not be intensified? What is this nonsense? Goodness, it's all a ruse. Lin Hao, the deceiver, is tricking a bunch of novices. At that moment, everyone felt on the verge of tears. Chapter 170. The futility of aircraft carriers while Lin Hao was admonishing the group of young men. A peculiar topic began trending on the internet, the future significance of traditional weapons such as aircraft carriers. To be precise, an aircraft carrier cannot be classified as a weapon. It merely serves as a platform, a representation. Possessing an aircraft carrier equates to having a miniature combat airfield, a mobile operational base, a transit station, a supply depot. In the event of war, various aircraft and warships can be rapidly resupplied and returned to battle. An aircraft carrier is typically outfitted with a range of warships and aircraft, symbolizing a comprehensive combat system. Currently, discussions abound globally regarding whether the aircraft carrier strike group retains its importance. This inquiry may seem rather absurd. Undoubtedly, the dominance of the United States over the seas is not solely attributable to their advanced technology. Rather, it is significantly bolstered by their unparalleled fleet of aircraft carrier battle groups, which exhibit formidable combat prowess. Consider how much time it took for China to construct its first aircraft carrier. When this vessel was commissioned, the entire nation was engulfed in fervor. Even now, China is diligently working on the construction of its second aircraft carrier, which will soon enter service. Both Eastern and Western powers are expending considerable effort in the development of aircraft carriers. To question the importance of aircraft carriers is, frankly, a jest. If they were indeed insignificant, why would these major nations invest in their construction? Surely, it would not merely be a case of having excess funds with no outlet for expenditure. However, times have changed. Recently, an incident occurred where an aircraft carrier was annihilated by a single shot. In the face of emerging technologies, aircraft carriers appear cumbersome and unwieldy. When under attack, they find themselves unable to evade, left to endure the onslaught passively. Historically, a variety of warships would escort aircraft carriers to ensure their safety, yet today, that is no longer viable. These escort vessels struggle to protect themselves, let alone safeguard such a massive target, which, in essence, becomes an enlarged bullseye designed to ensure that it cannot be missed. Of course, in terms of size, China's mechs are similarly substantial. However, there is no basis for comparison. Although large, China's mechs boast remarkable speed. When confronted by alien spacecraft, they adeptly evaded assaults. In this regard, how can aircraft carriers compete with mechs? Given the current circumstances, there seems to be no justification for the continued construction of aircraft carriers. The time and effort invested are disproportionate to their sluggish speed on the sea. Once targeted by new weaponry, the outcome inevitably leads to destruction. Certainly, if we could enhance the defensive capabilities of aircraft carriers, perhaps by establishing a comprehensive defense network akin to that of extraterrestrial beings, the situation might transform. However, such advanced technology remains beyond our current reach. Presently, we should direct all our efforts toward the construction of mechas. While nations that lack the requisite technology to build mechas ought to devote themselves to the development of fighter jets. I do not imply that fighter jets are exceptionally powerful. In fact, without the innovation of new weaponry, fighter jets too become obsolete. Nevertheless, in comparison to the relatively less agile aircraft carriers and warships, fighter jets undeniably offer superior advantages. serving as a form of psychological solace. Numerous prominent scientists have emerged to voice their opinions. Undoubtedly, there is a prevailing skepticism regarding the future prospects of aircraft carriers. They are destined to be rendered obsolete by the passage of time. Although this eventuality is anticipated, no weapon can maintain dominance indefinitely, and aircraft carriers are no exception. Yet, the arrival of this day has come rather swiftly. How brief was the era of glory for aircraft carriers? It is likely that when the decision was made to construct them, no one could have foreseen such an outcome. The representatives from the White Eagle have convened a meeting as well. They must reassess the role of aircraft carriers. Maintaining a single aircraft carrier incurs substantial annual expenses. If the carrier proves useful, then the costs are justifiable. However, if it is rendered useless, simply obliterated by a single strike, then what purpose does such maintenance serve? Do they truly believe they possess an abundance of funds to squander? Would it not be more prudent to invest in the production of additional nuclear warheads? Although nuclear contamination remains a persistent concern, at least nuclear weapons serve a tangible purpose, ensuring that the money is well spent. Gentlemen, I propose that all aircraft carriers be decommissioned. They consume vast sums of our resources each year, yet their performance in modern warfare has been woefully inadequate. The Supreme Leader spoke with a measured tone. This is all a matter of finances. As a businessman, he understands the significance of money, especially now, when the expenditures of the White Eagle have surged exponentially. Previously, the emergence of monsters led to the destruction of cities, necessitating reconstruction and the resettlement of disaster victims. Simultaneously, they must develop new armored technologies. Every aspect demands financial investment. But where will this funding originate? Every little bit counts. In fact, I believe we could repurpose these aircraft carriers into parks for public enjoyment. What on earth? The Assembly turned their gazes toward the Supreme Leader. Transforming aircraft carriers into tourist attractions is not unheard of. However, those are all decommissioned carriers. The current vessels are still in their prime, actively serving. Do not regard me with such incredulity. Do you truly believe my perspective is misguided? The room fell silent, as they were at a loss for words. Without aircraft carriers, would their military strength not be unjustly diminished? Now, the nation of Huaguo is watching closely and rising rapidly. The future of the white-headed eagle. I understand your concerns, and I can assure you that we have developed Mecha. Furthermore, it is undoubtedly far superior to the previous liberators. The Supreme Commander chuckled softly and waved his hand. Immediately, a series of images flashed across the large screen. These visuals displayed formidable battle armors exuding a chilling aura of steel. Powerful and majestic, the roar of the engines echoed like a fierce beast growl, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. The war machines of the white-headed eagle are omnipotent, soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. Their immense firepower left everyone in attendance utterly astounded. Just from the visuals alone, it was clear that these machines far surpassed the former liberators, even rivaling the Mechas of Huaguo. A cold sweat instantly drenched the backs of all onlookers, their faces betraying sheer astonishment. Is this truly the Mecha of the white-headed eagle? Could it be real? Surely, it is not mere special effects. This is simply outrageous. It cannot be compared to the previous liberators at all. How were they unaware that the white-headed eagle achieved such a technological breakthrough in such a short span of time? In an instant, the conference room buzzed with discussions. Whispers filled the air, and the final consensus emerged. Abandon the aircraft carriers. Chapter 171. Is this an aircraft carrier? Coincidentally, the Chinese side is also contemplating the feasibility of constructing an aircraft carrier. Due to the mass production of Mechas, China is bearing immense economic pressure. I believe it would be prudent to temporarily set aside the construction of the aircraft carrier. As these words echoed in the room, the expressions of those present became exceedingly complex. Once, they had poured their blood and sweat into the dream of a national aircraft carrier. It could be said that the aircraft carrier was akin to their own child. When the first carrier was launched, they were among the most elated in the entire nation. Yet now, the project was suddenly halted, leaving everyone with a profound sense of heartache, as if they had lost their own child. Some appeared utterly disheartened. I concur. I too agree. After a prolonged silence, a few voices emerged in the conference room, nearly choked with emotion. Despite their reluctance, time waits for no one. The era has shifted. This is no longer a time when aircraft carriers ruled the seas. The nation requires more formidable weaponry, and they had no grounds to refuse. Look at how troubled you all appear. One person remarked with a wry smile. The room was filled with faces resembling bitter gourds, a truly peculiar sight. Old Zhao, although you have not participated in the construction of the aircraft carrier, you are still a researcher. How would you feel if your research were abruptly suspended? You mustn't stand there and speak as if unaffected. If you do not swiftly produce results, you too may face obsolescence. Technology is advancing too rapidly now. Indeed, it is akin to abandoning our children suddenly. It pains us immensely. Are we not allowed a moment of nostalgia? The esteemed academicians jested with one another. Some comments, in the eyes of outsiders, may even seem a tad harsh. This did not quite align with their venerable status, yet among themselves, it felt familiar. They had traversed the arduous years together, sharing a bond akin to life and death. No one was offended by these remarks. Laughter resonated throughout the room. Do refrain from such talk, as if I have snatched your children away. If anyone is to take them, it would be academician Lin and those extraterrestrial creatures, not me. Demand your children back from them. If it weren't for the emergence of mechas, aliens, and monsters, the aircraft carrier would still be the unrivaled weapon of the seas. At least for several decades, that would remain unchanged. Your perspective differs from mine. The achievements of academician Lin are evident for all to see. The nation is fortunate to have him. Yes, indeed. The academicians nodded in agreement. The advancement of technology is a constant state of readiness. The old gives way to the new, a natural result of the changing times. There is no cause for complaint. I certainly did not speak ill of academician Lin. Do not slander me, Lao Zhao chuckled softly. Subsequently, his gaze shifted, and a smile graced his lips. However, academician Lin indeed owes you a child. Upon hearing this, a dozen elderly gentlemen turned their astonished eyes toward the foremost seat, their faces reflecting a mix of surprise. What could this mean? Oh, a child? The aircraft carrier project had been halted, so what could possibly be compensated? At that moment, a colossal object appeared on the projection screen, a fearsome warship. Judging by its exterior, it was even larger than an aircraft carrier. The frontal and lateral cross-sectional views were laid bare for all to see, revealing the vessel equipped with several massive cannons. Everyone stood in stunned silence, mouths agape. What was this? An aircraft carrier? No, it could not be. Although it bore a resemblance, a closer inspection revealed significant differences. And was that an engine? Surely it was not an aircraft carrier. How long had they been engaged in the research and construction of aircraft carriers? Had anyone ever encountered such a behemoth? I must take a closer look. An academician trembled as he rose, making his way to the large screen. Hey, Lao Wang, what are you doing? You're blocking our view. How can we see anything? Several other academicians also stood, eager to examine the situation up close. Everyone, pay attention. It's merely a set of blueprints. I will transmit it to your devices shortly for you to peruse at your leisure, Lao Zhao. Who was presiding over the meeting said helplessly. Just then, a sound crackled through his earpiece. He had received a message. Guests have arrived. Everyone, stay alert. Upon hearing this, the academicians' faces flushed with embarrassment as they realized their unseemly behavior. After all, they were still in a meeting. It was indeed inappropriate to be so boisterous. Everyone returned to their seats. Lao Zhao, who might these guests be? I don't see anyone, they inquired, still brimming with excitement. After settling down, they glanced around. But no one was in sight. It's undoubtedly the owner of these blueprints, Lao Zhao said, nodding toward a certain direction. A handsome young man stepped into view. And upon recognizing him, the crowd's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lin Hao, is this blueprint yours? What is it? An aircraft carrier? How did you design this? It looks somewhat sci-fi. Such a colossal machine, what powers it? Surely only a nuclear reactor could sustain its operation. The excitement among them was palpable. How could they not be elated? Just moments ago, they had received news of the cessation of the aircraft carrier construction, yet now, the situation had taken a remarkable turn. A more formidable entity had emerged. All right, take your time with your questions. I only have one mouth, and I cannot possibly respond to so many inquiries, Lin Hao remarked. A hint of helplessness in his tone. I would like to ask, Lin Hao, what is this blueprint? A carrier? An esteemed elder's gaze fell upon Lin Hao, brimming with anticipation. An aerospace mothership. Lin Hao replied calmly. The aerospace mothership is equipped with fighters capable of operating both in the vacuum of space and within the atmosphere. It employs carrier-based aircraft, kinetic weapons, and laser armaments as its primary forms of combat. This significantly distinguishes it from conventional aircraft carriers. The closest comparable entity would be the space carrier, which can essentially be conceived as an aircraft carrier capable of ascending into the heavens. However, the space carrier is considerably inferior in mobility when juxtaposed with the aerospace mothership. The aerospace mothership can be described as economically efficient. The assembly of academicians looked on in astonishment at Lin Hao. Isn't that conceptually akin to alien spacecraft? One could liken it to a space vehicle. Thus, has Lin Hao truly ventured into the cosmos? And what about the power source? What propulsion system could possibly drive such a colossal vessel? A nuclear power system, perhaps? It seemed there was no suitable propulsion mechanism available. Nuclear power would indeed appear to be the optimal choice. Yet, Lin Hao merely shook his head. Chapter 172. How is this different from the Chow Thief? Indeed, nuclear reactors exist, and currently, they represent the most utilized and mature technology at our disposal. However, the primary propulsion of this warship is not nuclear power, but rather an antimatter engine. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at Lin Hao with sheer disbelief. The antimatter engine serves as the main power source, while the nuclear reactor acts as a supplementary system. This was utterly absurd. Initially, they had presumed that the nuclear reactor would function as the engine, as is customary with mechas. Lin Hao should have been quite adept in that regard. Yet, he surprised them once more. No, that is not quite right. It was more of a shock. If this does not qualify as a shock, then what does? Lin Hao, do tell us, is this technology still in the conceptual phase, or have you truly mastered it? If it is merely conceptual, that could be somewhat understandable. Concepts abound across the globe, yet actualization is an entirely different challenge. Lin Hao, we are currently preparing to conduct experiments on the antimatter engine, and the construction of the space battleship will commence shortly. Could you elaborate on this? How is it feasible? This is outrageous. At this moment, the sole thought echoing in the minds of the academicians was this: the antimatter engine, to date, remains a theoretical construct. How has Lin Hao achieved this? What core have you employed? A solid core, a gas core, or the type of core significantly influences the engine's specific impulse, which in turn affects the speed of the spacecraft. Our current plan is to utilize an ion plasma core. However, if feasible, the final solution may involve a particle beam core. Instantly, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. A particle beam core. This would entail one-on-one annihilation, with magnetic fields controlling charged mesons and directly expelling them from the nozzle. If successful, these mesons could achieve velocities approaching the speed of light. Furthermore, employing this method could substantially reduce the spacecraft's load. Simply put, utilizing this technology, the space battleship could reach Mars in a mere 24 hours. Today, you may indulge in hot pot at home, and tomorrow, you could be on Mars. The disparity compared to conventional chemical engines is stark. Typical engines might require 1 to 2 years. Such a comparison elucidates why these seasoned academicians are astounded. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. As the audience absorbed Lin Hao's explanation, they muttered in disbelief. In truth, the space battleship can operate both in the sky and within the atmosphere. However, at this moment, all the academicians' thoughts drifted into the cosmos. With the ability to explore the universe, who cares about the atmosphere? Do you? A miracle. Lin Hao, you are truly a genius. Is there anything you cannot do? The assembled academicians erupted in laughter. Once successful, our nation will firmly secure air supremacy and dominate space. All of this is attributable to Lin Hao. This is not solely my achievement. It is the result of a collective effort. We have spent considerable time studying that alien spacecraft, which led us to new technological advancements. Lin Hao modestly replied, shaking his head. The others nodded in agreement. Yet in their hearts, they were crystal clear. Who else could it possibly be? Only someone as extraordinary as you could extract such technology from an alien vessel in such a brief span of time. Indeed, this young man is impressive, intelligent, composed, and unassuming. He possesses an admirable appearance, embodying the ideal persona. Lin Hao, I hear you are still unmarried. My daughter is currently single, if you have the time. Old Wang, what are you saying? How old is your daughter? She's 10 years older than Lin Hao. Is that feasible? Lin Hao, let me tell you about my niece. She's young, only 22, and a perfect match for you. What do you understand? What is wrong with being 10 years older? Lin Hao prefers someone mature and steady. Far better than your 22-year-old niece, who is far too young and impulsive. Can she allow Lin Hao to focus on his research? Cough, cough. Lin Hao's face turned slightly red. What does that mean? What do you mean I prefer such a type? Are you all misunderstanding something? You all are mistaken. It's still my daughter. Old Mo, why are you meddling in this? Wait a moment. What do you mean? Isn't your daughter already married? She just divorced recently. I'm worried about her and think Lin Hao would be a suitable match. What on earth? Someone's wife has arrived? Although she is divorced. She has just recently separated. Are you withdrawing already? If I agree to this, what difference is there between me and that rogue Chow? Am I that kind of person? However, I must admit, Chow Chow does have good taste. Everyone, could we pause for a moment? I am not contemplating such matters at this time. Lin Hao interjected awkwardly. Upon hearing his words, the crowd sighed collectively, feeling a sense of disappointment. It's all right, Lin Hao, you could at least exchange contact information. Treating it as a friendship. Yes, let us at least exchange contact details. The crowd gathered around him. After a considerable time, they eventually returned to the matter at hand. There is nothing more to discuss. We cannot afford to be idle. Since we will not be constructing an aircraft carrier, let us build a space battleship. Let us show the white-headed eagle the prowess of our nation's technology. They have long relied on aircraft carriers to flaunt their might and impose blockades against us. Now, we shall surpass them and construct a space battleship. Everyone is filled with enthusiasm, accustomed to the task at hand. They were previously the backbone in the construction of aircraft carriers. Not a single individual exhibits a lack of diligence during work hours. Today, they are faced with a formidable challenge. The fervor within each person is palpable. Soon, workers from various factories were summoned to embark on the creation of this colossal entity. The workload is substantial, even surpassing the complexity of constructing mechas. Naturally, China's large-scale initiative did not escape the keen eyes of the media. In no time, news emerged online, proclaiming, in a shocking turn of events, China urgently mobilizes tens of thousands, aiming to build the world's most powerful aircraft carrier. Upon the announcement, countless gazes were drawn in disbelief. Is this true? Everyone was left in a state of astonishment. Just as personnel were being reassigned, the news broke. Is it possible for such information to circulate so swiftly? Shouldn't this kind of news be classified as top secret? By the time you discovered it, the aircraft carrier should have been nearing completion. How could it be that the endeavor was uncovered before it even commenced? Moreover, constructing an aircraft carrier? Chapter 173. The facade project of Huaguo constructing an aircraft carrier? Are they serious? Aircraft carriers have become obsolete, haven't they? Even the great power of aircraft carriers, the White Eagle, has publicly declared that they will no longer develop new models. The existing carriers are soon to be gradually decommissioned. It is safe to assert that aircraft carriers have become a relic of the past. Yet now, Huaguo intends to build a super aircraft carrier. What could this possibly mean? Have they lost their senses? If this were a game, it would be akin to a reverse version operation, a rebellion against the established norms. And the consequences could be dire. Before long, a cacophony of skepticism erupted online, with many questioning Huaguo's decision. Why forego the development of advanced mechas to pursue an outdated aircraft carrier? What are the Huaguo people truly aiming for? Have they indeed overcome the challenges posed by the aircraft carrier's vulnerabilities? Is there an abundance of resources in Huaguo? Even the White Eagle has abandoned aircraft carrier construction. Why persist in this endeavor? What does this signify? Foreign media found themselves utterly bewildered. High-ranking officials from various nations were equally taken aback. They hastily redirected military satellites to commence reconnaissance. Building an aircraft carrier is undoubtedly a monumental undertaking, impossible to conceal, unless one were to relocate underground. Soon, they detected traces of activity. However, they could not acquire substantial intelligence, as Huaguo would certainly refrain from revealing much. At most, they gleaned a single piece of information. This aircraft carrier is colossal. Judging by the current scale, the volume of personnel involved is immense, and the area it occupies is significantly larger than Huaguo's previous two carriers. What does this imply? Are the Huaguo people genuinely preparing to construct an aircraft carrier? Moreover, a super battleship at that. If they wish to build it, so be it. Let them pursue their ambitions. This seems to be a manifestation of Huaguo's vanity. Once, they aimed to surpass the White Eagle, and now that the White Eagle has announced its cessation of aircraft carrier production, an opportunity has arisen for Huaguo. This represents their singular chance to eclipse the White Eagle. For the sake of their pride and vanity, they have resolved to construct the largest garbage in the world. The Supreme Leader chuckled heartily. Indeed, it is garbage. The larger the aircraft carrier, the greater the target it presents. The likelihood of being shot down only increases. Is it not merely rubbish? Mr. President, could it be that the Huaguo people have acquired some advanced technology from that spacecraft? The defense minister inquired with a furrowed brow. That is absolutely impossible. How much time has passed? In such a brief span, they likely haven't even dismantled the alien spacecraft. To decipher the technology aboard would be nothing short of a jest. The Supreme Leader shook his head, utterly convinced. The time frame is far too short. Are you a deity? Can you merely glance at it and unravel the technology within? Your mind must be extraordinarily agile. I fear that you could have created it yourself long ago. It is utterly impossible. You do not comprehend the Chinese people. I understand them. This is merely a matter of face for them. Just wait. Once this aircraft carrier is completed, they will proudly proclaim their dominance over the seas, asserting themselves as the mightiest nation upon the waters. The commander-in-chief shrugged, unable to suppress a chuckle at the absurdity of it all. He then turned his head and said, "Go forth, announce our war machines. Let us offer them a response." Chapter 174. National doubt regarding the construction of aircraft carriers in Huaguo. Many citizens of Huaguo are perplexed. Why is this so? The practical application of aircraft carriers is not evident. The aircraft carrier of the white-headed eagle was taken down with a single shot. Why then does our own nation pursue the construction of aircraft carriers? Countless individuals are bewildered. Nevertheless, there are many who remain unfazed. Regardless of the circumstances, the aircraft carrier is already under construction. All they can do now is hope for its efficacy. Let us not be too pessimistic. Many countries are still unable to produce aircraft carriers. In any case, this colossal vessel must possess some utility, right? Indeed, the entire nation once fervently desired the construction of an aircraft carrier, and now the government is determined to build a super aircraft carrier. Why, then, are you still discontent? Let us wait and see. Once it is completed, the state will not let us down. Such sentiments are indeed prevalent online. However, many of these voices seem more like attempts at consolation. Do not be overly despondent. Do you know who the mastermind behind this aircraft carrier is? That's right. It is none other than Lin Hao. A Weibo user with a following of 400,000 suddenly posted a message. Subsequently, he briefly enumerated Lin Hao's remarkable achievements over the past year. Each event was more astonishing than the last. Upon the release of the post, many took notice, and the internet erupted. The name Lin Hao signifies something profound. The entirety of Huaguo comprehends this. He has never disappointed us. Today, he is the chief planner. Perhaps this aircraft carrier is indeed worth anticipating? What does this mean? This project is orchestrated by academician Lin Hao. Blogger, are you jesting? Surely. You are capitalizing on the popularity of this topic for views. I find it somewhat implausible. Academician Lin Hao is the head of Mecha manufacturing. Mecha that can even vanquish extraterrestrial vessels. So why would he shift his focus to aircraft carriers? Mecha annihilates alien spacecraft, and those spacecraft obliterate the aircraft carriers of the white-headed eagle. The disparity is glaring. Surely, academician Lin would not forsake watermelons to pursue sesame seeds? Once again, a new concept emerges. Aircraft carrier sesame. This is a fresh idea following the F-22's transformation into sesame. And the backdrop, without a doubt, is the white-headed eagle. The military-industrial complex of the white-headed eagle is likely seething with rage. I, too, find it implausible. Yet, many individuals have raised doubts regarding this Weibo post. This seems too far-fetched. Why would Lin abandon a thriving Mecha project to engage in aircraft carrier construction? Fabrication. You may peruse my previous Weibo posts. Have I ever fabricated anything? I disseminate only the most cutting-edge military intelligence, and I only speak of matters that are 100% verified. Faced with the skepticism online, the blogger was infuriated. Fabrication? Seeking attention? Is he truly that kind of person? Upon witnessing his defense, a netizen decided to revisit his earlier Weibo posts. Indeed, there were no discrepancies. All events were authentic and substantial. At that moment, the followers of this blogger began to emerge, assisting in elucidating the situation. Consequently, the entire internet was left in bewilderment. So, is it true? Has Lin Hao truly embarked on the construction of an aircraft carrier? Many netizens decided to seek out Lin Hao himself. He also maintained an active presence on Weibo, so they thought it prudent to inquire directly, hoping to glean some information from him. Of course, they were well aware of the high probability of being disregarded, for ultimately, such matters pertain to national secrets. Lin Hao might very well refrain from disclosing any details. However, to the astonishment of the netizens, upon seeing the posts, Lin Hao quietly bestowed a like on the blogger's comment. This singular action sent ripples of excitement throughout the community. Everyone sharpened their focus. Indeed, they had not erred. This account belonged to Lin Hao. Was this an acknowledgement on his part? My goodness, it is true. Lin Hao is truly overseeing the construction of an aircraft carrier. Lin Shin, given that aircraft carriers have become somewhat antiquated, why pursue the construction of one? Academician Lin, what distinguishes this aircraft carrier? I know you never disappoint your fans. Academician Lin, when can we expect this aircraft carrier to be completed? Could you share any insights? Ding, ding, ding. Following Lin Hao's engagement, his notifications were inundated with inquiries concerning this new type of aircraft carrier. Nevertheless, Lin Hao chose not to respond. These matters were confidential, and he had no intention of divulging any information. He merely pinned a succinct message on Weibo, informing the netizens that it was indeed worth anticipating. Excitement and disappointment surged within the hearts of these netizens. Lin Hao had proclaimed it worth waiting for, suggesting that this aircraft carrier might indeed be extraordinary. China is progressing. Yet, apart from this, Lin Hao revealed no further information, leaving everyone disheartened. The crowd reconvened around the original blogger, the first to unveil this news. Perhaps he possessed some insider knowledge? I truly have no information. I am not an insider. The blogger, observing the explosion of activity on his account, felt a mix of laughter and tears. Does this count as going viral? However, was this news not rather overwhelming? Is this the burden of sudden fame? Since you all are so curious, I shall share my own perspective, but do note, this is merely my personal opinion. Feel free to take it with a grain of salt. Given the current circumstances, this aircraft carrier should be classified as a super-large carrier, likely powered by nuclear propulsion, a technology that has been remarkably refined in our country. The Mecha employs this very technology. Furthermore, I have reason to believe that this aircraft carrier possesses its own defense system, distinguishing it from traditional carriers, even in the absence of a fleet escort. It can independently undertake combat missions. This defense system must be formidable, as there would be no rationale for Lin Shin to construct a carrier otherwise. The blogger's analysis is quite perceptive. Observing this individual's insights, Lin Hao chuckled softly, finding the reasoning rather sound. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that what I am constructing is not a carrier at all. Thus, this analysis is rendered futile. He shook his head and subsequently released a message. I cannot divulge too much information at the moment, but I must emphasize that one should not view this situation through the lens of past experiences. If you compare it to conventional carriers, you will glean no results. Upon reading Lin Hao's message, the entire internet erupted in excitement. What could this mean? Something beyond traditional carriers? Could Lin Shin have created some extraordinary high-tech marvel? The anticipation was palpable. Everyone was filled with immense expectation. Chapter 175. The War Machine, what is it to equip? Isn't it merely an aircraft carrier? Why all this mystery? It cannot be compared with traditional carriers. Could it possibly allow the carrier to soar into the skies? Upon receiving this news, the commander-in-chief, with his golden hair, began to shake his head vigorously, as if it were a rattle. No matter how you construct it, you cannot escape the fundamental design of an aircraft carrier. What more could he possibly conjure? It seems that Lin Hao has truly begun to regard himself as a deity of technology. Perhaps the flattery from the internet has led him to become somewhat delusional. Now, with such grandiose claims, I am quite curious to see how he will justify himself once the aircraft carrier is completed. His fans will likely be left in disappointment. The commander-in-chief smiled faintly. Mr. President, everything is prepared. Just then, the Minister of Defense entered. Excellent. The commander-in-chief straightened his attire and strode out. Today, their war machine is about to be unveiled. This is far more formidable than that laughable carrier from Huaguo country. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that you may be skeptical about the strength of our Mecha, especially since the previous Freedom Mecha left you with a poor impression. Therefore, I shall refrain from further elaboration, and we shall proceed directly to the Mecha testing phase. A gasp filled the room. What in the world? Has the commander-in-chief been replaced? What has caused this sudden change in demeanor? The journalists had braced themselves to hear the commander boast, yet he had chosen an unexpected path. They found themselves momentarily disoriented. However, they quickly regained composure, directing their cameras towards the war machine of the White Eagle. The war machine descended from the heights, exuding an aura of dominance and fierceness. Merely from its appearance, it was evidently far more powerful than the previous Freedom Mecha. My God, a reporter exclaimed, hastily raising his camera to capture the moment. Initially, he had held no hope. Many nations had produced Mecha, yet aside from the machines from Huaguo country, the rest were merely trash. But now, the White Eagle's Mecha was extraordinary. Goodness, the White Eagle has truly created a Mecha. Does this mean we can no longer maintain a monopoly over Mecha technology? Concerns began to arise in Huaguo country. This Mecha was evidently technologically advanced, no longer resembling the beast-like forms of the past. Many began to leave comments beneath Lin Hao's Weibo, eager to see his thoughts on this new Mecha. Well, how shall I put it? First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the White Eagle on successfully creating a Mecha. It has truly come to fruition. The citizens of Huaguo country were left in a state of panic. However, upon reading the subsequent words, they exhaled in relief. The performance of this mech may have reached the standards of the Red Demon test model, which is quite commendable. The test model, the Red Demon, underwent 3 distinct phases. The first generation was solely crafted by Lin Hao, a test model that had nearly all its functions stripped away, rendering its combat capability limited. The test model, aside from data collection, had never seen the battlefield, for it was too weak. Only the official models of the Red Demon were deployed in combat. Even the official model has undergone several iterations since then, not to mention the second generation, the Yinglong, which exhibits an even greater disparity. Upon reaching this point, everyone felt reassured. So, the White Eagle's mech is of such caliber? Although the mech may not be formidable, Lin Hao remained curious. How did the White Eagle manage this? Given their technology, it seemed improbable that they could produce such a machine. It appears they too harbor some secrets. Lin Hao chuckled softly. Chapter 176. A new round of sanctions. Hand over the alien spaceship. Undoubtedly, the Bald Eagle possesses the capability to manufacture mechas. There must be some secrets involved. Certain technologies are not easily surmountable. Lin Hao, he is indeed extraordinary. Could it be that the Bald Eagle, that silver-haired elder, is also extraordinary? Furrowing his brow, Lin Hao once again directed his gaze towards the large screen. On it, the Supreme Leader continued to speak confidently. Currently, we, the Bald Eagle, have successfully mastered the technology of mecha manufacturing. Simultaneously, our Staff of God has been successfully launched into space. We now possess the most formidable power in the world. We shall assume the responsibilities of a great nation. Should monsters arise, we will eliminate them. Naturally, we may seek some modest compensation in return. Upon the conclusion of this statement, the audience erupted in uproar. Every journalist displayed a hint of disdain. You demand payment while boasting of national responsibility. If you truly wish to be responsible, then offer your services pro bono. Ultimately, isn't this merely taking advantage of a crisis? The rhetoric was polished. Yet everyone shook their heads in disapproval. In the ensuing moments, the Supreme Leader began extolling the might of this war machine, and the journalists perked up. Here it comes. This is the Supreme Leader we know. If he isn't bragging, what kind of Supreme Leader is he? It is indeed a departure from the norm. Now it feels much more comfortable. As time elapsed, the press conference neared its conclusion. However, the Supreme Leader was far from idle. Immediately after the conference, He promptly connected with the allies of the bald eagle. The emergence of the war machine undoubtedly bolstered the Supreme Leader's confidence. Who said the bald eagle was incapable? Is it all right now? The Supreme Leader inquired of his assistant, who nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, the assistant activated the screen before the Supreme Leader, revealing several figures who appeared. These individuals were the leaders of various nations, staunch allies of the bald eagle. Has the bald eagle truly succeeded in creating mechas? The Prime Minister of the Unfallen Empire was the first to speak as the video commenced. Our unfallen empire has been researching for so long. Yet we remain at a loss in the realm of mechas. Previously, Lin Hao deceived us with false technology. How despicable! Indeed, you must have witnessed our press conference. Observe how formidable our mechas are. The Supreme Leader exhibited a touch of pride. Your Excellency, there is no doubt that we, Neon, are the bald eagle's most loyal ally. Should monsters invade once more, I trust the bald eagle will extend its assistance, correct? The Prime Minister of Neon remarked. I cannot withstand it any longer. The monsters and aliens are relentlessly converging upon Neon. The crux of the matter is, the land of Neon is fraught with calamities, as earthquakes strike frequently and natural disasters abound. Moreover, nuclear waste has leaked. How can this Neon endure such tribulations? Should monstrous threats arise once more, what course of action shall we take? It is imperative to seek refuge swiftly. Naturally, the Supreme Leader rolled his eyes, for he had not forgotten how this Neon had once overlooked him. Despite the fact that the bald eagle and Neon were supposed allies, they had sought assistance from the Huaguo, blatantly disregarding the bald eagle. What did this imply? Did Neon believe that the bald eagle could not safeguard them? Indeed, at that time, our mechas had faltered. Yet, we possessed nuclear arms. Subsequently, when the bald eagle desired nuclear weapons to eradicate extraterrestrial beings, Neon had also declined. The Supreme Leader would not let these events fade from memory. They were meticulously noted in his ledger. There would be no escape. Neon, our most steadfast ally, would not be forgotten. Suddenly, the Supreme Leader let out a cold chuckle. However, as you know, the creation of a mecha requires substantial resources. Hence, we must seek compensation. This falls within the realm of normal transactions. Upon hearing these words, the Prime Minister of Neon furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Given the Supreme Leader's nature, which was driven by self-interest, ominous prospects loomed. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a simple list was transmitted to the Prime Minister of Neon. As his eyes scanned the document, his complexion turned a deep shade of purple. If it could be said that previously Huaguo had drained Neon's lifeblood, then the bald eagle was now carving flesh and gnawing on bones. This was a blatant attempt to render Neon lifeless. Already reeling from severe blows and economic strife, how could they impose such demands? Mr. President, this list. The Prime Minister stammered. I understand that this is merely a draft. We can negotiate the specifics at length. However, I must caution you that the emergence of monsters is becoming increasingly frequent, and our planet now finds itself in peril. Upon hearing this, the leaders of all nations wore expressions of grave concern. They had also received a similar agreement and found it difficult to accept. The Supreme Leader, indeed a shrewd businessman, had proven himself remarkably astute. Was this tantamount to a threat? Mr. President, I cannot acquiesce to this list. The Prime Minister of Australia shook his head. We are unable to accept it either. While mecha protection would certainly ensure safety, the demands are simply excessive. To be frank, if such conditions prevail, they might as well seek assistance from Huaguo. In the face of the collective refusal, the Supreme Leader remained unperturbed. All of this had been anticipated in his calculations. His audacious demands were a calculated risk. If these individuals had agreed, that would indeed have been troubling. I understand that you may find it hard to accept. Yet I must express that the technology in question is indeed worth its price. For it is unlikely that any nation worldwide could achieve such a technological breakthrough within a short span. The leader paused momentarily, casting a glance at the faces around him, and offered a slight smile. Naturally, the matter of pricing is negotiable. We can certainly discuss it, and I could even consider having the cost. In an instant, the eyes of everyone present sparkled with keen interest. If the price were to be reduced by half, it would become acceptable. What actions must we undertake? They were all quite astute and naturally grasped the leader's implication. The sudden mention of a price reduction indicated that the leader must have some ulterior motive he wished them to fulfill. I propose sanctions against Huaguo. The leader asserted with a serious expression. We shall impose restrictions on the import and export of various metals and chips, thereby hampering their mech production. A moment of hesitation swept through the assembly. But to prohibit imports and exports is a double-edged sword. While Huaguo would be affected, our own nation's interest would also incur losses. Furthermore, to speak candidly, although an initial embargo may yield significant results, Huaguo will soon devise countermeasures. You may possess a clever strategy, yet I have my own means of overcoming obstacles. The world is not a monolith. Many nations do not align with the White Eagle and could easily engage and trade with Huaguo. Moreover, Huaguo already possesses mechs. They could very well offer mech services akin to the White Eagle, assisting other countries in repelling monsters in exchange for compensation. In fact, this has already transpired, as Huaguo has garnered considerable resources from Maple Leaf Country and Neon. It can be asserted that once Huaguo adapts to the initial hardships, they will achieve self-sufficiency. At that point, it would not be Huaguo that suffers, but rather the other nations themselves. The rationale is clear. Huaguo plays a pivotal role in international trade across various nations, and they are unlikely to hastily agree to such measures. Beyond economic reasons, there are other factors to consider. For instance, if they offend Huaguo and, should the White Eagle's mech prove ineffective, they would be jeopardizing their own retreat. Such a scenario is unacceptable. We must impose a blockade, compelling Huaguo to surrender their mech technology. The leader proclaimed with startling audacity. This is not the first occasion for such a blockade. Previously, I attempted it on a smaller scale, which Huaguo easily circumvented. This time, however, I intend for it to be more extensive, an all-encompassing blockade to exert immense pressure on Huaguo and force their capitulation. This is implausible. How could Huaguo possibly relinquish their mech manufacturing technology? Even if we impose sanctions, they are unlikely to comply. Indeed, they would undoubtedly refuse to surrender such technology. And the assembly shook their heads in unison. Mecha technology has become exceedingly vital for the current state of Huaguo, regardless of circumstances. They are resolute in their commitment to monopolizing mecha technology. Even severing diplomatic ties with Huaguo seems unlikely to sway their determination. The notion that the Supreme Commander would entertain such an idea is rather perplexing, perhaps bordering on folly. Upon hearing these words, the Supreme Commander nodded slightly, and then spoke slowly, suggesting an alternative. What if we consider the alien spacecraft? How do you all perceive that? If we could successfully decode that vessel and acquire its advanced technology, we would be far better equipped to confront the monster crisis. Yet, this endeavor appears daunting. A moment of hesitation enveloped the assembly. The technology of extraterrestrial origin is remarkably advanced, and expecting Huaguo to relinquish it seems somewhat unrealistic. Nonetheless, it is imperative that we compel them to surrender at least one of these assets. Otherwise, the chasm between us and Huaguo will only widen. In truth, the Supreme Commander is more inclined towards the alien spacecraft. The Bald Eagle has already developed its own mecha. To be candid, there is no necessity to covet Huaguo's mecha technology. The request for it serves merely to understand our adversary better. Should a conflict arise in the future, the Bald Eagle would be in a more favorable position to respond. As the thoughts of the Supreme Commander became clear, a profound silence fell over the group. I believe there remains potential for maneuvering regarding the alien spacecraft, whereas securing mecha technology seems rather improbable. I must concede, however, that this proposition is indeed enticing. Firstly, they would gain the support of the Bald Eagle's mecha, rendering them impervious to monsters. Secondly, once they acquire the technology of the alien spacecraft, their power would surge dramatically. At that juncture, they would no longer be beholden to the whims of others. Very well, that sounds agreeable. A subtle smile graced the Supreme Commander's face. A pact was soon to be forged. Chapter 177, Global Catastrophe in the Depths of the Pacific. A metallic box quivers slightly. Blue beams of light dance across its surface, exuding an aura of advanced technology. This box is none other than the one abandoned by the Kodaya from their spacecraft. It successfully evaded Lin Hao's detection and descended into the Pacific Ocean. Now, it begins to activate. From the depths of the sea, tremors arise, creating intricate patterns. The marine creatures, under this disturbance, suddenly become erratic and violent. Even the ancient beings slumbering on the ocean floor seem to be affected. This is Claire's intention. He knows that beneath this planet lie countless monsters, most of which lie in slumber. If awakened, the entire world would face a calamity. This is Claire's final gift. Since he cannot attain it, he will ensure its destruction. Indeed, while Lin Hao's mech possesses formidable strength, what could a solitary mech accomplish against a global tide of monsters? It would be utterly futile. By that time, the entire planet would meet its demise. This could also be considered Claire's act of vengeance. The waves churn violently as the machine's power gradually intensifies. At the base of the aerospace mothership in Huaguo, Lin Hao is directing the construction with urgency. Sir, we have received new disaster information. At that moment, Lin Hao is alerted by Friday, causing his brow to furrow deeply. He immediately investigates. A single glance transforms his expression. A global disaster. A monster wave. A world map is dotted with an array of red points, some large and some small. Each red point signifies the presence of monsters, with larger points indicating greater threats. In Huaguo alone, there are 10 directions from which monsters are invading, south to north, west to east, affecting the vast expanse of the country. This is utterly terrifying. Lin Hao's countenance darkens. What is happening? Is this the apocalypse? How could there suddenly be so many monsters? Sir, we have detected electromagnetic waves. This monster activity may be related to these waves, Friday reports. Lin Hao hastily examines the details, discovering that the source of the electromagnetic waves lies on the ocean floor of the Pacific. The range is extensive, encompassing half the planet, which coincidentally is also a hotspot for monster activity. This is no mere coincidence. Suddenly, Lin Hao realizes that the center looks familiar. Isn't it near the location where I shot down the Kodaya spacecraft? Lin Hao's expression turns grim as a thought crystallizes in his mind. On Friday, a comparison was made between the electromagnetic waves detected from the monstrous armor previously monitored. Lin Hao recalled that the Kodayans possessed the capability to interfere with the brain regions of these beasts. If Lin Hao's conjecture held true, then this incident was most likely orchestrated by them. Before long, the results of the comparison were revealed, displaying an exceedingly high degree of similarity. It was baffling that even in death, they still wreaked havoc. Lin Hao clenched his teeth in frustration. Could they not simply rest in peace? Instead, they had conjured such a multitude of troubles. Subsequently, Lin Hao reported this information, hoping that the government would dispatch personnel to the Pacific to disable the machinery emitting these electromagnetic waves. Simultaneously, preparations were to be made. This time, it was not a mere trivial disturbance. 10 landing sites posed a significant strain on Huaguo. Lin Hao, are you certain you're not jesting? 10 locations with monsters appearing simultaneously? Surely this is implausible. These creatures could not have coordinated their emergence. Upon receiving Lin Hao's report, everyone was left dumbfounded. The simultaneous appearance of monsters, could it be a premeditated arrangement? That seemed inconceivable. Indeed, Lin Hao affirmed with gravity. He then elaborated on the Kodayan's involvement in full detail. A palpable silence enveloped the room, the sound of a pin drop resonating in the stillness. If this were indeed the case, it was utterly terrifying. 10 locations. The pressure on Huaguo was immense. Fortunately, our mecha manufacturing had long since entered mass production, and the pilots had been in training. There should be no significant issues. Everyone furrowed their brows in agreement. Of the 10 locations, 9 posed minimal impact. A simple evacuation of the populace would suffice. However, one site. The monsters were reported to be in Ganjian County, which was no small area. It was a populous county, and evacuating its residents would undoubtedly take time. Time is not the issue. The real concern is the impact. Evacuating the population of a large county carries significant ramifications. Are you overlooking something? Not only Ganjian County, but also the surrounding towns must be evacuated. Have you forgotten about them? A collective gasp echoed in the room. By this reckoning, they would need to evacuate nearly 10 million people. This was an immense undertaking. The logistics of accommodating such a vast number of individuals presented a daunting challenge. How could monsters emerge from such a location? Everyone was at a loss. It was entirely an inland city. How could they have entered? Let us not forget. Beneath the neon volcanoes, there are monsters, It is not unusual for them to dwell beneath the surface. Very well then, without further delay, let us spring into action. The entire nation has entered a state of alert, shutting down all outgoing airports. After all, this is a global catastrophe, and we cannot allow the populace to venture out any further. As discussions unfolded among the crowd, a piece of news arrived. A senior official, upon reading the information, furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Lin Hao, you should take a look as well." Lin Hao retrieved the message and glanced at it. The content was straightforward. The White Eagle and several nations had reached an agreement to deepen their cooperation, solidifying their alliance. Concurrently, these countries had imposed a new round of sanctions against Huaguo, urging the nation to surrender the alien spacecraft for collaborative research, an endeavor deemed pivotal for the future of humanity. It was indeed a significant initiative, and hope was expressed that Huaguo would set an example as a major power. "Ignore them," Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. "In the midst of a global crisis, are they still preoccupied with sanctions? What purpose does it serve? Whether these nations can navigate through this crisis remains a question. Who cares about their sanctions?" Indeed, it was unnecessary to pay heed to such matters at this juncture. The crowd exchanged knowing smiles. The timing of these sanctions was utterly inappropriate. Under normal circumstances, they might have caused some concern, but now, they were hardly worthy of consideration. Chapter 178. Remarkable silence. Various companies have issued a joint statement, causing significant upheaval worldwide. Previously, they had imposed restrictions on technology, but those instances were limited in scope and industry. At that time, they had reservations, yet now they have cast caution to the wind. This essentially marks a complete rupture in relations. Numerous merchants lament their plight. They too have fallen victim to this turmoil. In a high-tech industrial park in the Magic City, despair resonates throughout. "Boss, boss," the secretary softly calls. She has never witnessed him in such a state of desolation. "There is no need to worry so much. The government is undoubtedly more anxious than we are. They will find a solution," she attempts to console him. Their high-tech industrial park enjoys governmental support, surely. In times of crisis, the state will not remain indifferent. "Let us hope," the boss replies, his furrowed brow easing slightly. However, the ambitions of these individuals have been thoroughly exposed this time. To avoid having their throats constrained, they must achieve complete self-research. Otherwise, all is in vain. If they cannot attain full autonomy, they are in grave danger. Should even a single point be exploited by others, it would spell disaster, shattering the entire industrial chain into mere illusions. How much longer can the company endure? He muses. Currently, all the companies collaborating with them have terminated their contracts, and their remaining inventory is barely sufficient for a week. The secretary falls into a contemplative silence. The cessation of operations for such a large corporation would carry dire consequences, an economic collapse. The boss rubs his temples, feeling a headache loom. Just then, a phone call interrupts. Before he can utter a word, the voice on the other end exclaims urgently, "What should we do now?" This time, the alliances are making significant moves, sparing no expense. "If this continues, my company will be finished. Jiang, it's the same for all of us. I suspect only a few companies in the entire park will manage to survive. The rest will likely struggle." The boss lets out a resigned chuckle. "So what are we to do? Are we to face bankruptcy?" He remains silent for a moment. "Who knows what to do? Perhaps we should unite and discuss this with the higher-ups?" "What are you suggesting, Jiang?" The boss's expression shifts, sensing something amiss. Aren't those individuals merely eager to come and study the alien spacecraft? Allowing them to join us won't affect anything, right? Nonsense. Before Jiang can finish, the boss erupts in anger. "What do you know? Why should we let them study alongside us? If they wish to investigate, let them procure their own spacecraft. Moreover, how could you possibly believe their fabrications? They claim it is a collaborative endeavor, yet one can only wonder what ulterior motives may lurk behind the scenes. You perceive no repercussions simply because this does not concern your business. Thus, you regard it as inconsequential. By your reasoning, would it not be the same as relinquishing territory and paying reparations, completely unaffected since it does not pertain to you? I can see that your perspective is quite skewed. The government extends its support to you for scientific research, yet it seems to be a misguided endeavor." After unleashing a tirade of indignation, the CEO abruptly severed the call. "What nonsense! Yet even so, he still felt somewhat unsatisfied. What could possibly occupy this fool's mind? Surely he must be thinking with his lower faculties. The secretary, busy organizing documents, trembled slightly at this remark. And yet you criticize others? Is it not the same for you? This serves merely as a microcosm. This alliance enacts sanctions and research blockades, creating ripples throughout the nation. We must not yield to them. On what grounds should we? If they continue this way, will we be compelled to share any groundbreaking research we might develop in the future? Indeed, we must tighten our belts and forge ahead. Do they believe we cannot survive without them? They may be unable to confront us openly, but they resort to underhanded tactics. Countless voices resonated throughout Huaguo. Without those high-tech advancements, we shall persevere. I am not incapable of survival. Many gaming companies have ceased operations, and nearly all enterprises have halted collaboration. My heavens, my wives. I am determined to retaliate. They have audaciously taken my wives from me. Wait, I am playing domestic games, so it is of no concern. Pity. Your wives remain, while mine have vanished. How shall I navigate the days ahead? Fear not, we shall engage in song, dance, rap, and basketball. There are countless activities we can pursue. Suddenly, everyone was abuzz with conversation, united in solidarity. We must categorically reject such matters. More and more individuals began to deliberate online, discussing potential solutions. Numerous suggestions emerged. Although this alliance is immensely formidable and encompasses a broad spectrum, many countries' research firms have opted not to participate. For instance, the Northern Bear Nation has not joined their ranks. Domestic companies can readily seek collaboration with them. The Bear Nation is a significant power. After all, one must commend the notion, though it amounts to little more than a drop in the bucket. The Bear Nation's strength lies predominantly in its military prowess. To expect them to provide high-tech support would yield limited results. Nevertheless, the Huaguo authorities remained conspicuously silent, emitting no response in the aftermath of the incident. A calm had descended, as if they were unconcerned with the survival of domestic technology firms. Would they allow them to fend for themselves? This left the populace collectively inhaling sharply. Countless eyes fixated on the news, fervently refreshing the page. This is the present moment, where the people domestically engage in a singular pursuit, waiting. They anticipate whether the authorities will take a stand. In stark contrast to the atmosphere within Huaguo, other media outlets exhibit a completely divergent sentiment. They too incessantly report on the unfolding events, each piece of information dominating various platforms. Yet, the emotions encapsulated within these reports differ. Excitement. What does it matter if they have constructed mechs? What significance lies in having downed an extraterrestrial spacecraft? Now, they too must concede. Despite the alien vessel's eventual defeat, its formidable nature is indisputable. A single strike incapacitated the Eagle's aircraft carrier, while another obliterated half of the Neon metropolis. Is that not powerful? Moreover, they are convinced that this is merely the beginning. Should they manage to compel Huaguo to compromise and release the alien spacecraft for joint research, they might very well secure the blueprints for mech construction in the next instance. This narrative is all too familiar to them. Eyes from both home and abroad remain fixated. Yet, at this juncture, Huaguo remains astonishingly silent. Chapter 179. The drama unfolds within the domestic and international spheres. Two distinctly contrasting emotions brew and erupt. Each individual's sentiment teeters on the brink of explosion. Yet, the response from Huaguo remains conspicuously absent. An unsettling silence prevails. It is utterly maddening. Do not panic, they will acquiesce. They have no valid reason to refuse, unless they wish to see their nation falter. The supreme leader remarked calmly. The countenances of other national leaders were grim, their hearts bleeding. The trade volume with Huaguo is substantial. Without Huaguo, they too would suffer grievously. Their sole hope now lies in Huaguo's swiftly conceding. Such a resolution would benefit all parties involved. However, at that very moment, an unexpected announcement reverberated. Huaguo declared an emergency closure of all airports while simultaneously initiating a recall of its citizens from abroad. What is happening? Why the sudden measure? What does Huaguo intend? Is this the precursor to a complete severance with other nations? This is Huaguo's most forceful retort. Dreadful. Are the Huaguo people truly this resolute? Withdrawing all citizens, do they intend to halt their nation's operations entirely? A palpable panic ensued among all nations. This is catastrophic. Huaguo is intent on pushing matters to the extreme. They have united to impose a technological blockade against Huaguo, only to see Huaguo retaliate with a massive evacuation of its citizens. Furthermore, even the airports have been shuttered. Huaguo has adopted such a formidable stance. What course of action remains for them now? A complete rupture with Huaguo could lead to economic collapse. We have underestimated Huaguo's resolve. Initially, they believed that as long as they refrained from encroaching upon Huaguo's mech technology, there would be minimal repercussions. The most likely scenario was a mere disadvantage. Yet, they did not anticipate the unwavering determination of the Huaguo people. Following Huaguo's announcement of the evacuation, the authorities finally emerged to provide an explanation. Huaguo has detected an imminent global monster crisis, which is poised to affect nearly every corner of the world. To safeguard its citizens' interests, Huaguo urges those abroad to return home swiftly. A global monster crisis? Is this credible? The leaders of various nations stared in bewilderment at this news. No matter how one perceives it, it appears implausible. While occasional monster incursions do occur, they are of minor scale, and the intervals between these invasions can be quite lengthy. There are times when peace prevails for months on end. How, then, could it suddenly escalate into a global crisis? These leaders find themselves at a loss. Is this merely a smokescreen deployed by Huaguo, or is there some truth to it? Surely, this is a fabrication. The concept of a worldwide crisis seems too grandiose. Do you truly believe it yourselves? Countries around the globe have intensified their surveillance of monsters. Is there any nation that has identified an issue? How is it that the nation of Hua can discern a global crisis? Their monitoring stations have not yet reached a worldwide presence. Furthermore, do you not find this timing rather sensitive? I have reason to suspect that this is merely an excuse concocted by Hua to facilitate the evacuation of airports and citizens in a bid to counteract us. The supreme leader chuckled lightly. Is it truly such a coincidence? We have just announced sanctions against you, and you immediately respond with a global monster crisis. Initiating the evacuation of citizens from Hua? Nonsense. However, I recall that prior to the last monster invasion of the bald eagle, Hua also conducted an evacuation. And at that time, no one believed them. At that moment, someone whispered softly. This caused the supreme leader's expression to darken. Silence. You fool. That instance was a painful one for the bald eagle, as well as a blemish on the supreme leader's record. Had he believed Hua and prepared in advance, he would not have suffered such significant losses. The supreme leader would not permit anyone to continually reference his past failures. It was merely a stroke of luck for Hua. Now, I ask you, do you believe or not believe that Hua claims a global crisis is imminent? The crowd hesitated. They indeed found it hard to believe that the scale of a monster invasion could be so vast. Moreover, the supreme leader's words rang true. The timing was too precarious. We had just enacted sanctions, and they promptly took action. Is such a coincidence plausible? Regardless of perspective, it seems as though Hua is engaging in countermeasures. Additionally, can Hua truly predict monsters? The crowd was profoundly perplexed. How could one predict monsters? That seems implausible. Monsters are, essentially, living beings. How could one forecast their actions out of thin air? This is not realistic. We understand now. The crowd nodded. It was evident that our actions were yielding results. Hua appeared to be growing anxious, as evidenced by their current maneuvers. I believe they are nearing their breaking point. If we bide our time a little longer, we shall reap the rewards. The corners of the supreme leader's mouth curled upwards. Meanwhile, within Hua, the atmosphere was also tumultuous. Official news detonated like a deep-sea bomb, creating tumultuous waves upon the previously serene lake. A global monster invasion? Is this the end of the world? I find it hard to believe the official narrative. It seems to me that this may be a retaliatory tactic against foreign alliances. Indeed, I also sense that the government is proclaiming a global disaster. Yet one question remains. Do monsters have alliances as well? An alliance of monsters? And did this alliance issue orders for a coordinated action? Otherwise, how could they all appear simultaneously? Huasheng, you have uncovered a blind spot. You are absolutely right. How does one explain this? How could the monsters appear simultaneously? After extensive discussions online, an increasing number of individuals have come to believe that this is merely an excuse, a pretext for the nation to counter external threats. Upon witnessing this, Lin Hao felt a sense of helplessness. He promptly took action, and a brief video began to circulate. Hello everyone, I am Lin Hao. In light of the current discussions circulating on the internet, I wish to emphasize that you should not overthink the situation. This global invasion of monsters is not a fabrication. Please remain vigilant at all times. However, do not succumb to excessive panic, as the state will ensure your safety. I reiterate, this is not a hoax. The evacuation efforts in Gan County are already underway. As the video concluded, the entire nation was momentarily taken aback. Gan County. Investigate. Make calls. All means were employed as they sought to ascertain the truth about Gan County. Before long, images and videos from the scene in Gan County began to leak. Bustling traffic. Densely packed crowds. All individuals engaged in an orderly evacuation. Coordinates. Gan County. I am about to evacuate. I must say, the state has indeed orchestrated quite a performance, actually implementing a genuine evacuation operation. Chapter 180. Tension. The utterance of that individual caused a furrowed brow among all present. Could it truly be mere theatrics? It seems implausible. If it were mere performance, would the state not be squandering resources? Already burdened by sanctions, does the nation possess an excess of funds to expend frivolously? I too find it hard to believe. If it were indeed a charade, what benefit would the country derive? There appears to be no advantage whatsoever. Why engage in such folly? Yet there is a rationale. It serves as a countermeasure against other nations, compelling citizens abroad to return. Consider this. If the government issued a simple decree for evacuation without any justification, how many would heed the call? Many would remain, particularly those pursuing education or business ventures overseas, for to abandon their efforts would render all their hard work in vain. The likelihood of their return would be minimal. However, under the current circumstances, the state has proclaimed the existence of monsters. Apart from the daring few or those firmly entrenched abroad, the majority ought to return. Bringing these individuals back would undoubtedly strike a blow to other nations. There is indeed merit in this reasoning. Without a valid cause, many would resist evacuation. Presently, the government has orchestrated the narrative with finesse. I surmise that almost no one would choose to remain behind. Moreover, this evacuation is not without purpose. Might it not serve as a drill? No one would jest with their own life. Even those abroad who harbor doubts would likely proceed with evacuation. Of course, only a small fraction entertained such thoughts. After the revelation of the evacuation operation in Gan County, the majority remained convinced of its authenticity. The state must have received some intelligence, foreseeing impending peril, hence the grandiose mobilization. Goodness, this is exceedingly perilous. I shall refrain from venturing outside. I too will stay in. The outside world is fraught with danger. Such nonsense, monster invasions? What good does it do to remain indoors? If they truly arrive, can your homes withstand the onslaught? Despite Lin Hao's assurances that there is no need for alarm, the atmosphere of panic continues to proliferate among the populace of Huaguo. Many rush to supermarkets and convenience stores, depleting supplies of water, food, and sundries, especially toilet paper, which has seen astonishing sales. Young men drag rolls away, clutching them tightly as if they were clinging to their very lives. In truth, they are uncertain why they act this way. They understand that in the face of monsters, procuring such items serves no purpose. Even hiding at home provides little solace. Yet, they persist in their actions, perhaps seeking a modicum of psychological comfort. As time progresses, flights returning to the homeland dwindle. Chinese citizens stranded abroad hastily evacuate. All the monitoring stations across Huaguo are operational. Within these stations, everyone's nerves are taut, enveloped in a palpable tension. Administrator, something unusual has emerged on the sea surface. At that moment, a voice resonated within the tranquil monitoring station. Where? All eyes converged at once. On the screen, the waves surged tumultuously. One colossal wave followed another, crashing with astonishing ferocity. The intensity was beyond imagination. The gigantic waves battered against the shore, inundating the coastline and flooding the city beyond the barriers. Beneath the surface of the sea, it appeared as though something extraordinary was stirring. Chapter 181. The tide begins. Through the live broadcast, the situation on the sea became apparent, and a wave of anxiety washed over everyone. A tsunami? Could it be that the tales of monsters by the Hua people were true? It seemed utterly absurd. Was it truly impossible for a tsunami to occur? How could I have been so gullible as to believe these Hua citizens? Meanwhile, some international netizens could no longer contain their emotions and began to mock the situation. The live stream disseminated by the Hua side at this juncture revealed nothing unusual, only the tsunami itself. Could it be that even a tsunami was deemed a monster? How ludicrous! However, as they scoffed, peculiar occurrences manifested across the globe. Volcanic archipelagos abruptly erupted, and the heat began to spread. Amidst such terrifying temperatures, a hissing sound echoed persistently. The magma within the craters stirred with unusual vigor, as if on the verge of an explosion. In addition, numerous regions experienced tectonic tremors, with cracks appearing on the ground. An earthquake? The sky darkened suddenly, and fierce winds howled. The entire world, within a brief span, transformed into something uncanny. What on earth is happening? Those who had previously ridiculed the situation now sensed an unsettling shift. The weather was indeed problematic. No matter how one looked at it, it resembled an apocalypse. Could it be true, as the Hua people had claimed, that monsters existed? Doubt began to creep in for some, while many remained skeptical. Where were these monsters? One could argue it was merely a climatic anomaly. Monsters were worlds apart from this reality. What a stroke of misfortune to suddenly face such towering waves. Even the heavens had altered. In the Hawaiian Islands, vacationers found themselves disheartened. The weather, once pleasant, had shifted without warning, devoid of any forewarning. It's all right, darling. We can retreat to our room and indulge in some intimate activities, the blond man proposed with a grin. No, absolutely not. I was nearly exhausted yesterday. I wish to rest properly now. I will not acquiesce to that, she retorted, her words betraying her true feelings. The man shrugged. You were more excited than anyone yesterday. Now you suddenly wish to abstain? I find that hard to believe. Very well, regardless, let us return to our room, they decided, braving the fierce winds towards their accommodation. Yet, just at that moment, a tremendous wave surged forth. With a thunderous roar, a colossal figure emerged before their eyes. Oh my God! Countless voices cried out, panic-stricken as they fled. A monster! There is indeed a monster here. Hurry, flee. The two individuals began to flee. The blond man suddenly felt his legs weaken. Curse be it. I exercised too long yesterday. Despite his frantic escape, he appeared exceedingly feeble in the face of the monstrous threat. There was simply no time. In a mere instant, he was devoured whole. A piercing scream echoed as the woman collapsed upon the beach. Tragedy continued to unfold. Mr. President, the situation is dire. A monster has been discovered on the Hawaiian Islands, and many citizens are currently trapped on the island. Within the presidential office, a figure rushed in hastily. What? A monster on the Hawaiian Islands as well? The commander widened his eyes in disbelief. What do you mean by that? The reporting individual seemed perplexed. Could it be Chapter 182? The final showdown in Nevada. Monstrous creatures have surfaced in Nevada, and news has just reached us. The Supreme Leader's expression turned grave. This. Suddenly, the staff member's eyes widened in disbelief. The Hawaiian Islands are mere isles adrift upon the ocean. It is not surprising that they harbor monsters. However, what is perplexing is the emergence of such beings in Nevada. How could this be? Is it possible they fell from the heavens? Yet, contemplating the origins of these creatures serves little purpose now. Regardless of their source, one undeniable fact remains: monsters have appeared. Nevada is home to a significant metropolis, Las Vegas, the famed gambling city. Among all the gambling hubs in the land of the bald eagle, Las Vegas is the most ancient and boasts a stellar global reputation. Thriving in tourism, the emergence of monsters in Nevada will undoubtedly have substantial repercussions. Urgent action is imperative. Damn it, they refuse to give me the votes. And yet I must come to their rescue, the Supreme Leader muttered. Although the elections have yet to commence, various polls have already begun. The data reveals that the Supreme Leader's support is alarmingly close to that of another candidate. Several states remain indecisive, and Nevada is among them. Its votes are crucial, potentially determining the outcome of the election. Some media outlets have even proclaimed the final showdown in Nevada. This underscores the significance of the state. However, a pressing issue arises. Most cities in Nevada lean toward the Supreme Leader, yet paradoxically, the most populous and influential gambling city, does not share this sentiment, favoring the opposing candidate instead. This precarious position places the supreme leader in jeopardy. Should Nevada declare a loss, it would spell the end of his political career. During this time, the supreme leader has been troubled, never anticipating that, before the elections even began, monsters would arrive first. Now, a true battle in Nevada looms on the horizon. Mr. President, if we can swiftly eliminate the monsters in Nevada, we might just regain the favor of the populace, significantly improving our situation, one advisor suggested. Upon hearing this, the supreme leader fell into a contemplative silence, sensing the merit in the argument. If they could decisively vanquish the monsters, perhaps some of the citizens would be swayed to cast their votes in his favor. At that moment, the supreme leader felt an urge to shout to them, "I will rid you of the monsters, and in return, your votes. Do you understand?" Shaking his head, he resolved to set aside such thoughts for the time being. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. How many mechas do we currently have? The Bald Eagle's forces have been diligently manufacturing mechas, preparing to confront the very circumstances that have now arisen. Currently, we possess 3 war machines, however. Aside from the original unit, the other 2 have only just been delivered and remain untested. Testing is unnecessary at this juncture. What is there to evaluate at this point? Bring them forth. Let these beasts witness the might of our Bald Eagle. The commander flexed his arms, showcasing his strength. Just as he was about to issue his command, he received distress calls from other nations. They, too, were besieged by monsters. According to the previously established agreement, the Bald Eagle was obliged to dispatch mechs for their rescue. What nonsense is this? The commander's expression turned grave. We have yet to resolve our own monster crisis, and now they seek our assistance? Ridiculous. Inform them that our reinforcements have already been dispatched and are en route to their aid. Upon hearing this, the defense minister hesitated momentarily. But they have no reinforcements to send? Phantom support? After casting a scrutinizing glance at the commander, he chose not to question further, instead turning to issue orders. Prime Minister, the Bald Eagle has assured us that mechs will be sent. At that moment, the Prime Minister of Neon was on the verge of tears. Here we go again. These monsters seem to consider Neon their home. Why do they keep coming? How can anyone withstand this? When will they arrive? The Prime Minister's eyes glazed over, filled with despair. He, alongside the citizens of Neon, had succumbed to utter hopelessness. They did not specify, but they mentioned that help would arrive as swiftly as possible. I estimate they should reach us in 3 to 4 hours. We shall wait a little longer then. Prime Minister, there is another concern. We have not detected any deployment of support from the Bald Eagle via military satellites. What? The Prime Minister of Neon jolted upright, as if revived from the brink of death. Suddenly, an ominous premonition washed over him. Could this commander be deceiving himself? Are you certain there has been no detection? None. Perhaps our technology is simply insufficient? A sharp intake of breath escaped the Prime Minister. This commander wouldn't he betray us, would he? While professing solidarity during the alliance and blockade against Huaguo, he wouldn't he disregard Neon now, would he? Surely not. The Prime Minister pondered thoughtfully. The commander should not stoop so low, should he? We must hold on a little longer and wait. Meanwhile, a cabinet minister's lips twitched slightly. Can we truly afford to wait? If it turns out they have not sent anyone, it would be a waste of precious time. Yet, he understood that urgency would not alter the reality. Without the Bald Eagle's reinforcements, in Neon, there is essentially no means to vanquish the monstrous threats, unless one were to seek aid from Huaguo. But that would be sheer madness. Having just imposed sanctions, to turn to Huaguo now would surely invite exorbitant demands. No, that is not quite right. It is beyond mere exorbitance. It seems they would seek to devour the entire Neon. The very thought sent a shiver down the spine of the minister. Seeking aid from Huaguo is absolutely out of the question. Better to await the salvation of the Bald Eagle. At this moment, nations across the globe are in a state of utter disarray. The anticipated large-scale invasion of monsters predicted by Huaguo has indeed materialized. It is truly outrageous. How did they manage to foresee this? Could it be that these monsters are of their own breeding? How is it that whenever they speak, the monstrous horde appears? Although I harbor no fondness for them, such a claim lacks substantiation. I have heard that Huaguo has already faced 5 waves of monsters, a staggering and astonishing number. If they truly were the architects of these creatures, they would not need to subject themselves to such peril. What on earth? 5 waves? Is it truly that many? Huaguo appears to be on the brink of collapse. I refuse to believe it. Perhaps this is a deliberate performance intended for our observation? Unless they disclose the technology behind their monster predictions, the speculation continues. Countless individuals engage in fervent discourse. The world, at this moment, is in absolute turmoil. Chapter 183. Young man, you lack martial virtue. On a coastal stretch of Huan Nation, 3 gleaming mechas stood solemnly. Captain, could it be that the prediction is erroneous? Wasn't it stated that there would be monsters here? Where are these monsters? Why are you so loquacious? If the forecast claims their presence, then they must exist. Look at the other predicted locations. Monsters have already manifested there. This place should not be an exception. Very well, we shall wait. The 3 mechas stood resolutely against the wind, biding their time. Meanwhile, in a nearby temporary shelter, an elderly gentleman emerged. Where are these monsters? You people are merely trying to fool an old man. I must return. I am scheduled to practice Tai Chi with those young ladies next door. Sir, please wait a moment. If the government has declared the existence of monsters, then they surely must be real. Once the monsters have been dealt with, you can return. Moreover, the lady next door has likely evacuated to another shelter, so you won't find her if you go back now, a staff member interjected with a smile. Where are these monsters? Tell me, are there truly monsters? The old man shook his head, entirely unconvinced. These young people nowadays, they must be watching too many movies, believing in such fantastical creatures. I tell you, my Tai Chi has reached its zenith. If a monster dares to appear, I could dispatch it with just a sneeze and a single punch. With that, the old gentleman, hands clasped behind his back, slowly ambled toward the exit of the shelter. Ah, sir. The staff member, somewhat exasperated, approached to offer counsel. However, the old man remained remarkably obstinate. In resignation, the staff member scooped the elderly man up and carried him back. Put me down. Let me go, the old gentleman shouted. After a short while, the staff member managed to settle the old man once more. The elderly gentleman cast a resentful glance at the staff member. You young people lack martial ethics. Ambushing a 69-year-old man. If you had the courage to face me openly, you would understand my prowess. My Tai Chi is of genuine lineage. With a chuckle, the old man continued, Fine, young man, you are impressive. The staff members couldn't help but laugh, as did the others nearby. All right, my dear elder. We all know you're formidable. There's no need to keep repeating it. You know nothing. In my youth, the old gentleman began to regale them with tales. He was indeed quite an amusing character. Once the staff members observed that the old man was settled, they gradually departed. However, it was peculiar that the monsters had yet to appear. After the commotion caused by the elderly gentleman, the staff members also found themselves perplexed. Monsters had already emerged at other locations. Was it simply not the appointed time yet, or had academician Lin made an error in his predictions? An error? Several individuals displayed expressions of mild astonishment. It is indeed commendable that amidst so many locations, only ours was misidentified, resulting in a remarkably high accuracy rate. After all, academician Lin is not omniscient. It is impossible for him to predict everything with precision. This sentiment resonated deeply with the group as they nodded in agreement. If he were to predict everything accurately, would not Lin Hao be considered divine? Perhaps it would be wiser to enshrine Lin Hao and revere him. It is preferable that he does not come. Once the alert is lifted in a while, we shall be able to return. Should a monster appear, it would certainly have an impact, particularly on the 3 comrades who are enduring a lengthy wait in the meantime. The group turned their attention to the 3 mechs depicted on the screen, who were anxiously awaiting their return. Chapter 184. Simply annihilate. Together the swirling sands enveloped the heavens, casting a somber pall over the sky. On the ground, a cacophony of terrified cries converged. Luxurious cars raced towards distant counties in a desperate bid for safety. Anna, go tell the vehicles ahead to clear the way. I'll offer them 5 million. The young magnate spoke, his voice tinged with urgency. He was youthful and affluent. Yet life was a prerequisite for indulgence. Presently, monstrous threats loomed ever closer. Death approached. He yearned to escape this perilous place. A fair maiden, her complexion pale, hastened towards the front. Shortly thereafter, She returned, dragging a suitcase behind her. What did they say? How did they respond? The magnate queried, casting his gaze towards the motionless vehicles ahead. Could it be that 5 million was insufficient to sway them? Wasn't it said that fortune favors the bold? Surely, there were those willing to risk their lives for wealth. They refused. Anna replied, her expression marred by distress. Moreover, they handed me this, saying that for 5 million, we should just get lost. As she spoke, she opened the suitcase to reveal stacks of fresh banknotes. Good heavens! The young magnate's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astounded. What in the world? They are so wealthy that they can simply refuse. Anna had merely uttered a few words and returned with an entire suitcase of cash. Had money truly lost its value? Just as the young magnate grappled with his astonishment, a thunderous sound erupted from behind. The ground trembled, and the air was filled with frantic screams, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Suddenly, with a jolt, the vehicle lurched, rear-ended. As the young magnate prepared to unleash a torrent of expletives, a suitcase was hurled from the rear. Here's your money. Now get lost. He heard. Frustration consumed him. Do I lack for money? He fumed. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at the 2 suitcases beneath him. You possess wealth, but I am certain there are those here who are destitute. Countless souls have lost everything. They must desire this money. With that, he flung open a suitcase and seized the cash, scattering it into the air. The once despondent and desperate individuals who had resolved to end their lives suddenly found their spirits ignited. They had already lost everything and were prepared to embrace death. Yet now, with an abundance of cash reigning before them, the prospect of fortune flickered anew. If they could seize the money and escape the clutches of the beasts, they would emerge victorious. If they failed, they would have lost nothing. In every conceivable way, they stood to gain. With reckless abandon, a multitude surged forward. The already congested traffic came to a complete standstill. Anna, let's bring out all of our money. At that moment, the young magnate was utterly consumed by madness. Since you refused to let me leave, then let us face annihilation together. No one shall emerge unscathed. The personnel who had evacuated the organization were left dumbfounded upon witnessing this situation. Surely, these renowned magnates of the White Eagle would not meet their demise here today? The ramifications of this event would be monumental, wouldn't they? Suddenly, the ground trembled once more. In the distance, a colossal silhouette materialized before the crowd. Quickly retreat. The military shouted incessantly. Yet, their cries were mere echoes. They had no time to concern themselves with the civilians. Heavy artillery was unleashed upon the beast, illuminating the sky in a crimson glow. Look, it's our army. We are saved. A child exclaimed, his health seemingly robust until this moment. Can they truly rescue us? You must be dreaming. His parents exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. This child appeared to be beyond salvation. Perhaps it would be best to abandon hope? After all, they were still young. Conceiving another child should pose no problem. Command Center, I've been hit. One armed helicopter, just airborne, was swiftly brought down. Billowing black smoke ascended as it plummeted towards a towering structure. Boom. In an instant, flames erupted, engulfing the building in a ferocious blaze. Number 2. Ascend quickly and intercept that giant. The command center ordered, witnessing the first helicopter's crash. The second pilot's expression turned rigid with trepidation. Regret washed over him. He should have penned a farewell note before embarking. He faced a harrowing decision, maneuvering the helicopter into the fray. Our brave military is engaging the monster soon. It shall meet its doom beneath our artillery, proclaimed the television host, exuberantly raising his arms to rally the nation. However, no sooner had he uttered those words than another helicopter fell, leaving him in a rather awkward predicament. At least hold on a bit longer. I just said you were fine, and now you're gone. This is quite embarrassing for me yet. True to his prowess as a seasoned host, he swiftly regained composure. Fear not, for victory often comes with tribulations, and losses are inevitable. He continued, I have received word that international forces have dispatched a formidable contingent, our latest mech. The war machine is en route to vanquish these beasts. Just as he rallied the audience's spirits, 2 massive figures emerged before them. 3 mechs in total. One destined for the Hawaiian Islands, while the remaining 2 had arrived here. Supreme Leader. A decisive victory is imperative to stabilize public sentiment and enhance the international reputation of the White Eagle. There is no room for carelessness. 2 mechs are deployed. This serves as a double assurance. Boom, boom. The two colossal machines descended upon the ground. The earth trembled violently, akin to a seismic upheaval. Tom, take a breather. This little creature is trivial. I can handle it with ease, one of the pilots remarked with a grin. He failed to comprehend why the higher-ups deemed it necessary to deploy two mechs against such a beast. Wouldn't one suffice? Jerry, what do you mean by this? Are you vying for glory? I had hoped to slay a monster myself, to boast before those socialites. They would be clamoring for my company afterward. How could you think so poorly of me? Very well, let us proceed together. Jerry, somewhat exasperated, resigned himself to the situation. He had merely wished for a solo victory over the creature, but that now seemed unattainable. With a sudden burst, the two mechs charged forward. The air filled with terrifying sonic booms. It had begun. At that moment, the hearts of all within the White Eagle were in their throats. They held their breath. 100 meters. 30 meters. The distance dwindled rapidly. Bang! The mechs collided with the beast. A tremendous sonic wave erupted, deafening all. Under the forceful impact, the creature was instantaneously hurled away. Chapter 185. A comparison of mechas in the studio. The host, upon witnessing the mechas, erupted in a fervent outburst of excitement. The entire White Eagle faction joined in a collective cheer, their emotions overwhelming as tears of joy streamed down their faces. Their mechas had finally proven their worth. Indeed, strike fiercely. Our war machines are 1,000-fold superior to those flimsy contraptions of Hua Nation. The commander-in-chief, equally exhilarated, reveled in the moment. However, the defense minister, standing nearby, wore a look of resignation. It seemed the commander had not learned from past experiences. The battle had merely begun, and such proclamations could lead to embarrassment. The minister shook his head, redirecting his gaze to the large screen. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the Prime Minister of Neon was equally engrossed, his anxiety surpassing that of the commander-in-chief. The prowess of the White Eagle's mechas was not merely a matter of life and death for them. It also bore significant implications for Neon. Thus, when he witnessed the initial triumph of the White Eagle's mechas, he clenched his fist in determination. Keep pushing forward, the Prime Minister murmured. At that moment, a cabinet minister hurried over, his demeanor betraying a mix of urgency and concealed delight. What is it? Has the monstrous creature accelerated its advance? The Prime Minister's expression turned grave. No, not at all. Our forces are diligently attempting to slow its progress. The cabinet minister reassured him, shaking his head. With a sigh of relief, the Prime Minister responded, as long as there are no unforeseen developments. What news do you bring? Prime Minister, look. Hua Nation's mechas are encountering problems. The minister presented a video. In it, a mecha from Hua Nation was seen having its arm severed by the monstrous creature. Oh, my goodness. The Prime Minister's eyes widened in disbelief. This must be the most significant damage inflicted upon a Hua Nation mecha since its inception. Previously, their mechas seemed impervious to harm. The Prime Minister watched with keen interest as similar scenes unfolded in various nations, each receiving the alarming news. Hua Nation's mechas were faltering. A group of critics, emboldened by the news, stood tall and celebratory, exclaiming their triumph. Well done. That monster has performed admirably. The commander-in-chief received the news with exuberance, exclaiming, their mechas are overpowering the creature. Hua Nation's mechas have sustained injuries. Who is superior? It is evident. I must tweet about this. The supreme leader, having taken up his phone, skillfully initiated a tweet. At the very moment he sent it out, a multitude of individuals responded in unison. One could say that at this instant, these people were all in a state of fervor. What was happening? The command center of the Huaguo side was enveloped in a somber atmosphere. This was the first instance of an issue arising with Huaguo's mecha. The operator of this mecha was a novice who, in the throes of operation, succumbed to anxiety. How could this occur? Had they not conducted numerous virtual training sessions? Although the virtual simulations were remarkably realistic, the essence of their artificiality lingered in the trainees' subconscious minds, allowing them to engage freely, fully aware that the scenarios, no matter how vivid, were merely illusions. However, the current situation was different. They were truly on the battlefield. Contact nearby support units to assist this mecha. The commander instructed, his expression grave. Just then, a communication from Lin Hao came through. Chapter 186, Has God Truly Arrived? Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, the commander was momentarily taken aback. Entrust the matter to Lin Hao. But wasn't he engaged on another battlefield? How could he possibly manage? Was he suggesting the use of shadow clones? Lin Hao, how do you intend to handle this? Do not overestimate your capabilities. Our troops are undoubtedly formidable and capable of coping with the situation. The commander feared that Lin Hao, in a moment of fervor, might become distracted in the heat of battle while attempting to rush to their aid. That would spell disaster. The situation on the other front had already deteriorated. If Lin Hao were to encounter trouble while trying to assist, the consequences would be catastrophic. Upon hearing the commander's concerns, Lin Hao nodded. He was fully aware of the troops' combat prowess. However, no matter how strong they were, facing monstrous foes would inevitably lead to casualties. After all, this was an entirely different scale of warfare. To minimize losses, employing mechs in combat was the most prudent choice. Subsequently, Lin Hao articulated his perspective. There is no issue with entrusting it to that mech, he stated calmly. What? The commander's eyes widened in disbelief. His gaze shifted to the distant screen. At that moment, the mech on the monitor staggered, having lost one of its arms, and its instruments were malfunctioning. As it moved, sparks flew. Was this feasible? Could it truly defeat the monsters? Lin Hao must be jesting. Given the current state, it seemed that the mech would soon be dismantled. Our genius is always so arrogant. Unwilling to acknowledge the failure of their creations? The commander fell silent, momentarily at a loss for a decision. He contemplated reporting the situation and seeking directives from higher authorities. However, time was of the essence on the battlefield. There was no luxury of waiting for a response. By the time he reported and awaited deliberation, it would be too late. After a moment of reflection, the commander sighed deeply. Ultimately, he chose to place his trust in Lin Hao. He could not articulate why. Logically, the situation was abundantly clear. The mech was disassembled, and defeat was imminent. Regardless of the perspective, the outcome seemed unchangeable. Yet, simply because of Lin Hao's words, a promise, the commander decided to believe in him. This appeared somewhat irrational. Yet the commander acted upon it, for it was Lin Hao who had spoken. He instructed the troops to maintain a perimeter alert and remain on standby to observe the battlefield situation. Understood. The aide responded promptly, albeit in a daze. Meanwhile, the entire command center's attention was fixed on the battlefield displayed on the large screen. No way. Am I really going to be taken down by a monster on my very first time piloting a mech? The novice pilot was exceedingly anxious, drenched in sweat. Inside the mech, alarm bells rang incessantly. A wave of despair washed over the driver's heart. Ha ha ha. Behold the Mecha of Huaguo Nation. It is on the verge of collapse. The commander laughed heartily. If he were to pray to God at this moment, perhaps divine intervention might save him. Otherwise, he could only await his demise. At that moment, the commander, witnessing the malfunction of the Huaguo Nation's Mecha, was filled with an unusual excitement. Undoubtedly, if this Mecha were to be destroyed, he could exploit the situation to his advantage, solidifying his own position further. Mr. President, an unidentified object has been detected in the sky, plummeting rapidly towards the battlefield of Huaguo Nation. Just as he was reveling in the unfolding situation, an urgent voice broke through. The commander's expression shifted. What does this mean? Could it be that God has truly arrived? Chapter 187. The tide of battle turns. Can you discern what that is? The commander leaned heavily on the table, his voice low and serious. Unclear, but his speed is remarkable. Might it be a weapon akin to our staff of God? The commander murmured to himself. He recalled that previously, Huaguo country had also launched a satellite. Perhaps it is something similar to a space-based weapon? Not quite. What could it be? The commander's brow furrowed deeper, a premonition stirring within him. This object is likely to alter the course of the battle. Surely, it cannot be a meteorite. Observing the tense battlefield, the populace of Huaguo country was filled with trepidation. Where are our mech forces? Surely, we possess a considerable number of mechs. Where have they all gone? What nonsense are you spouting? Other mechs are scattered across various battlefronts, are they not? This time, our nation has faced several waves of monstrous invasions, unprecedented in scale. What shall we do? We cannot simply watch as this mech is dismantled. Do not panic. There will certainly be a strategy in place. Have you not noticed that our forces have yet to advance? If the situation becomes dire, those troops will undoubtedly mobilize. The citizens of Hua country were all on edge. The beautiful hosts on major television networks pressed their lips together in anxiety. The pendulum on the wall swung incessantly, each tick marking the passage of time. Despite the fact that battles across other fronts concluded with the Hua mech forces achieving effortless victories, no one celebrated. Their attention remained firmly fixed on this battlefield. Boom! The thick, powerful tail of the beast swung through the air, crashing against the mech's armor. The entire machine was hurled backward. The neural connections appeared to be affected as well, an overwhelming pressure bearing down. A tingling sensation enveloped the driver's scalp. At that moment, the pilot was in a state of sheer panic, all combat techniques forgotten. "What are you doing?" At that instant, a familiar voice echoed. "Instructor?" Lin Hao had taught them about mechs and combat skills. The instructor, too, seemed unfazed. "What are you targeting? There should only be a single beast on your end. And its strength is not particularly high. You should be able to dispatch it with ease. What has happened instead?" Upon hearing Lin Hao's reprimand, the pilot's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. "I shall grant you another chance. If you fail to eliminate this beast, you shall see how I deal with you." "Yes, sir." The pilot responded immediately, but soon realized something was amiss. What the hell? Instructor, you're setting me up. In my current state, how am I supposed to fight? Are you not coming to my aid? Am I to be doomed?" Roar. Just then, the beast let out a thunderous roar. It seemed almost provocative. "What are you shouting about?" The driver cursed angrily. "Fire." He maneuvered the mech, intending to use artillery to suppress the enemy. However, upon issuing the command, there was no response. "Damn it, where's the cannon?" The driver was utterly bewildered. Could it be that even the cannon had been destroyed? As a man, not being able to fire was simply disheartening. This situation was rather unpleasant. He wanted to stand firm, but one of his arms was severed. He sought firepower to suppress the foe, yet the cannon was gone. The most disheartening part was that the instructor expected him to confront this monster alone. Was there anything more despairing than this? "Don't panic. Since the instructor has entrusted me with this battle, there must still be a chance for victory. Surely, he wouldn't send me to my death." In this moment of crisis, the driver took several deep breaths, attempting to calm himself. He pondered carefully for a solution to repel the monster. After a while, he slammed the table. "Calm? What a joke. It looks like there is no chance at all." Meanwhile, in the sky, a meteor streaked across. "A meteor? Brothers, I just saw a meteor. What the hell, what time is it? Why are you making noise about meteors? They come every year. What is so special?" "No, the direction of that meteor seems to be headed toward the battlefield. Could it be that the child of fate is casting a grand summoning spell? If that meteor truly strikes and annihilates the monster, that wouldn't be too bad. Darling, you said that the next time a meteor appears, we would exercise beneath it as a keepsake. Let's hurry." A sudden meteor ignited the emotions of the Chinese populace in an instant. A meteor crashing onto the battlefield? Perhaps it could alter the tide of battle? As the driver contemplated how to contend with this beast, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated. The driver was left in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. The damaged arm completely detached from the mech and plummeted to the ground. Then, in the sky, a meteor descended. With a few mechanical sounds, a brand new mechanical arm materialized above the mech. Simultaneously, scattered damaged parts began to separate from the mech. In the air, a floating apparatus continuously ejected new components. The mech underwent repairs in a remarkably short time. Incredible. Although uncertain of what had transpired, exclaiming "incredible" was certainly warranted. Upon assessing the mech's condition, a comprehensive checkup was swiftly completed. The integrity of the mech stood at 80%. Aside from the cannon still being inoperable, it was fundamentally capable of normal combat without any issues. The remaining minor issues are undoubtedly beyond repair in such a short time. However, that is inconsequential. What truly matters is the capability. The driver bellowed fiercely, unleashing full power. The mecha charged forward. Just as it was about to collide with the monster, the mecha executed a sudden slide, thrusting a long sword into the creature's underbelly. In an instant, blood gushed forth. Once the monster was wounded, the tide of battle was irrevocably altered. What followed was entirely a showcase of the mecha's prowess. With effortless grace, it executed a counterattack and emerged victorious. All the citizens of Huaguo, gathered before the grand screen, exhaled in relief. They had feared that the Mecha might succumb, but fortunately, it succeeded in its counterstrike. Yet, what was that device that appeared so suddenly? Don't you think it bears a striking resemblance to Veronica from the movies? Indeed, upon mentioning it, I cannot help but agree. Battlefield damage support, replacing components mid-combat. It is remarkably similar. Astonishingly, elements from the films have all materialized in reality. The entire nation of Huaguo was engulfed in jubilation. Chapter 188, a slide tackle previously, the other mechs had achieved victory, and their excitement was merely momentary. There was no celebration. Now, with the most arduous battle concluded, the citizens of Huaguo could finally revel in jubilation. At this juncture, the pilot received another message from Lin Hao. Instructor, was that remarkable maneuver you executed earlier your creation? It was astonishing. During the battle, you managed to replace components. How is that even possible? He pondered that this feat might surpass the complexity of spacecraft docking in outer space. Who taught you that technique? However, Lin Hao paid him no heed and merely replied, Technique? Are you referring to the slide tackle? I devised it myself. Isn't it impressive? The pilot appeared somewhat proud. Self-created? That simplifies matters. Upon your return, prepare a 100,000-word report. Furthermore, you shall continue with closed training. The so-called slide tackle was merely a utilization of the thrusters on the mech to propel itself along the ground. It was not particularly challenging. Yet, such a maneuver would undoubtedly exacerbate the wear and tear on the mech. Why resort to such flamboyance? The battlefield is not a stage for showmanship. If one can defeat a monster using the simplest of methods, that suffices. 100,000 words? Instructor, when I pen novels, it took me an entire day to produce 4,000 words. How long will it take to write 100,000? The pilot lamented repeatedly. 100,000 words. Surely this is not an inspection? It feels more like a request for a short story. Yet, Lin Hao disregarded his complaints. This lad needed a stern lesson this time. Otherwise, should an issue arise in the future, there would be no one to shield him. Thus, was this the object Lin Hao had dispatched last time? In the command center, the commander had yet to comprehend the situation. Everything had unfolded too swiftly. The tide of battle had turned in an instant. They only knew that something had plummeted from space and altered the course of the conflict. If all went as anticipated, Lin Hao was behind it. They recalled that during the last rocket launch, Lin Hao had sent something up. Academician Lin had an extraordinary depth of understanding regarding mechs, evidently capable of such feats. The assistant beside him nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. Apart from the two of them, the entire command center was engulfed in astonishment. In the presidential office of the White Eagle, the supreme leader and several aides exchanged bewildered glances, all equally perplexed. An eerie silence enveloped them. What exactly had transpired moments ago? The supreme leader was the first to shatter the stillness, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Initially, he believed the mechs of Huaguo were destined for dismantlement. He had even drafted a tweet, mere moments away from sending it. Yet, the situation had shifted dramatically. The mechs of Huaguo had executed a sudden turnaround. And all of this, all credit, is due to that meteor. Could it truly be a divine gift? It appears more akin to a platform for battle damage support, as it relies on satellites. Therefore, regardless of the battlefield's location, this platform can swiftly arrive and provide assistance. This implies that even when injured, the mechs of the Huan nation can be repaired on the battlefield, which is rather terrifying. It is akin to donning a resurrection suit. To defeat Hua's mechs, mere skirmishes are utterly futile. Only overwhelming force, capable of utterly annihilating their mechs in a brief moment, can suffice, denying them any opportunity to react. However, based on the combat prowess displayed by Hua's mechs thus far, such a notion seems entirely unrealistic. Neither the nations of the world nor the monsters can currently pose a tangible threat to Hua's mechs. The Hua nation has become even more formidable. The Minister of Defense spoke in a grave tone. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, it is likely that Hua has surpassed us in the research of space-based weaponry. And it is not out of the realm of possibility that they have mastered space-based laser weapons. If such technology can reach outer space, then space-based kinetic weapons would not be overly challenging to develop. What is most concerning, however, are the space-based laser weapons. If Hua has managed to harness this technology, we are in deep trouble. Perhaps laser weapons may not surpass kinetic weapons in sheer power, but they hold advantages in other aspects, such as target precision. Kinetic weapons, at their core, involve dropping a projectile from the sky to strike the ground, resulting in a lack of precision. Even with boosters, this flaw cannot be remedied. Laser weapons, on the other hand, boast remarkable accuracy. Furthermore, laser weapons can target not only ground installations but also aerial threats, specifically those in outer space. They can strike other satellites equipped with space-based weaponry. This indicates that the Eagle's Staff of God is now exposed within the strike range of Hua, and they have yet to retaliate. This is indeed distressing. Damn it, these researchers are utterly incompetent. What on earth are they doing? We provide them with substantial funding each year, yet what have they produced? The commander fumed. It is entirely the fault of those researchers. I shall cut their research budget. Such incompetence does not warrant any funding. What good are they? In fact, the Eagle's ability to construct mechs is entirely attributed to the alien armor that fell from the singularity. The Eagle merely emulated that armor to barely create their mechs. This has nothing to do with those researchers. We could redirect these funds to more fruitful endeavors. The commander seethed, and after a tirade, continued. The commander once again turned his gaze towards the battlefield in Nevada. At this moment, it seemed that only the strife there could alleviate his troubled spirit. However, the scenes unfolding on the battlefield rendered the commander's countenance dark as night, his expression shifting dramatically. Their two war machines were now utterly subdued by the monstrous adversaries. Ensnared at every turn, one of the mechs was in a state of severe disrepair. Why had no one reported this situation earlier? The commander, in a fit of rage, hurled his cup to the ground. Their mechs had deteriorated to such a state, yet no one had deemed it necessary to inform him? The staff felt a twinge of injustice. Had he not just instructed them not to disturb him? He had insisted on observing the combat of the Huaguo mechs in earnest. Now, he lamented their failures. You incompetent fools! The commander exclaimed in exasperation, surrounded by such ineptitude. Despite his considerable talents, he found himself unable to exert any influence. What transpired just now? He demanded to know. Were not our war machines at a significant advantage moments ago? How could it have devolved into this? Chapter 189. The incommunicable sorrows and joys of humanity. Enough of the trivialities. I simply wish to inquire if we possess that item from Huaguo. What was it called? Ah, the battle damage assessment? Let us examine our mechs and ascertain the extent of their devastation. The commander spread his hands. Cough, cough, cough. The surrounding crowd echoed with coughs. Where could we possibly acquire such a thing? On the battlefield, Tom's countenance darkened. Jerry, something feels amiss. If I return alive this time, I swear I shall never oppose you again. I feel the same. In truth, I believe you are my closest friend. A relationship of love and rivalry. Tom was nearly moved to tears upon hearing this. Well, actually, it was I who took the cheese from the refrigerator that day. I should not have falsely accused you. 3 question marks appeared above Jerry's head. However, he soon found solace in the thought. We are at the brink of life and death. What do a few pieces of cheese matter? I forgive you. If we manage to vanquish this beast, I advise you to drink less. You know, when you drink, you sleep like a dead pig, and that is not good. You will miss out on many things. What do you mean? Tom was somewhat bewildered. Miss out on what? Yet it seemed a well-meaning reminder. Jerry, you should be cautious as well. Just look at the girlfriends you choose, all battle-hardened. Even I cannot handle them. Jerry's expression shifted slightly. Let us not mention those individuals, rather. You ought to pay heed. Stop going out so much. Your wife is truly remarkable, exceptional. Upon hearing this, Tom fell silent. A nagging sense of unease began to envelop him. Drinking, missing out on things, a wonderful wife? Damn it. Suddenly, Tom's face flushed with anger. What the hell have you done, you despicable fool? Shut your mouth. You stupid pig. What have you done? The two immediately fell into a quarrel. Meanwhile, in the command center, everyone wore a grim expression. What on earth are these two fools discussing? Unbeknownst to them, the command post had overheard their entire exchange. The commander, with a sharp command, ordered them to advance immediately. Upon receiving the message, both men's eyes blazed with determination as they turned to face the monstrous foe. Let us swiftly dispatch this wretched creature and return to settle our scores. Subsequently, the two mechs charged forth recklessly, launching a frenzied assault. My heavens! Our bald eagle mechs are truly formidable. If this is the case, we can surely secure final victory. Countless citizens of the bald eagle nation ignited with hope. The battle raged on. Boom! Suddenly, sparks erupted from one of the war machines, revealing severe damage. The driver hastily executed an emergency escape. Although one mech was lost, the monstrous creature bore numerous wounds. The remaining war machine launched a frenzied assault. At last, following a fierce barrage, the beast collapsed. This marked the first successful defeat of a monster by the bald eagle's mech. However, at that moment, the commander's expression was grim, devoid of any joy. Despite having triumphed over the creature, akin to Huaguo, the emotions were starkly different. The sorrows and joys of individuals cannot be shared. Indeed, they had vanquished the beast. Yet they paid a devastating price. One mech was rendered inoperable, and another sustained severe damage. Such losses are utterly intolerable. Chapter 190, The Alliance. Easily shattered upon witnessing such a scene, the commander was instantly filled with rage to the point of spitting blood. They had expended a considerable fortune to painstakingly construct these mechas, and for what? Coughing, the president remarked, I believe our mechas are not inferior to those of Huaguo. Look, their machines have also suffered significant damage. However, they possess that platform to provide support for their battle losses. Without that platform, perhaps their performance would not surpass our war machines. Hearing this, the commander, who was on the verge of a breakdown, regained some composure. There was indeed a point to be made. The combat prowess of these beasts was far superior to the previous ones. Observing the performance of Huaguo's mechas, it was evident that our machines had outperformed theirs. We succeeded in defeating the monsters without the external aid they relied on. This marks a monumental advancement in the history of human mecha civilization. Emerging from his fury, the commander became somewhat exhilarated. I shall host a victory celebration. This is a momentous triumph for our bald eagle mechas. Regardless of the circumstances, this victory belonged to the bald eagle's use of mechas. They had refrained from deploying nuclear weapons. Mr. President, before we hold the celebration, should we not first address the pleas for assistance from other nations? Clearly, they have grown rather impatient. After all, the bald eagle had formed an alliance with other countries. Initially, it was agreed that in the face of the monsters, the bald eagle would provide manpower while other nations would contribute financially. Now that the monsters had truly appeared, it was essential to attend to their concerns. Damn it. I almost forgot about that. Inform them that our support troops are en route, and to reassure them to wait patiently, the commander replied nonchalantly. Support? What a joke. They have incurred such great costs to eliminate the monsters. Why should we extend help to other nations? Absolutely not. The people around him could hardly suppress their grimaces. When had they ever dispatched any aid? It was merely an empty promise of support. They had already discerned that the commander had no intentions of assisting other countries. Upon receiving the bald eagle's response, the Prime Minister of Neon was immediately incensed. He could assert with certainty that the bald eagle had not dispatched any so-called reinforcements. They had urged for assistance countless times, and each time, the response was the same. They are on their way. As for the specifics of their journey, the bald eagle had always been vague and non-committal. Prime Minister, the bald eagle is holding a victory celebration. What? The Prime Minister's expression darkened significantly. The people of Neon are still in dire straits, and you dare to host a celebration? Furthermore, what victory are you celebrating? You have merely dealt with the monsters in Huaguo, while the isolated Hawaiian Islands remain in peril. The monsters over there remain unresolved. Yet you are already eager to hold a celebration? Allow me to glimpse what that individual is truly articulating. The Neon Prime Minister, with bloodshot eyes. The bald eagle. Within the presidential palace, reporters were swiftly summoned. This is not merely a celebration. It concurrently serves as a press conference. The Neon Prime Minister remains silent, his gaze fixed intently. Soon, on the large screen, the Supreme Leader appears, still sporting that familiar golden hair. I am delighted to host such a celebration, and I trust you have witnessed the formidable prowess of our bald eagle mecha. It stands as the greatest mecha in the world. He has triumphed over the monsters. Previously, when the monsters roamed, experts advised me to deploy nuclear weapons without delay, just as before. claiming that only through swift action could we avert greater losses. Otherwise, with each passing second, countless bald eagle citizens would face sacrifice. However, I rejected their counsel. What do those so-called experts know? We do not require nuclear weapons. We simply need our war machines to take the battlefield and effortlessly harvest victory. Now, I can declare that the bald eagle shall become the safest nation on earth. For you possess the protection of this magnificent giant. The supreme leader slightly turned, gesturing toward a nearby screen displaying the imposing figure of the war machine. In an instant, the supreme leader's supporters erupted in unprecedented cheers. They are unwavering fans of the supreme leader. Regardless of his past actions, they trust him. We love you. Suddenly, a chorus of shouts erupted from the crowd. Figures leapt from the ground, for in their eyes, no one could perform better than the supreme leader. He is the greatest president in the history of the bald eagle. Under his governance, the bald eagle is the most remarkable nation on earth. One day, it may even become the most powerful nation in the universe. Mr. President, however, as far as I know, to eliminate this monster, the bald eagle has paid a heavy price. In comparison, the Huaguo. Silence. The supreme leader interjected hastily. Huaguo Mecha? That is a relic of the past. Observe these images. They are utterly inadequate in the face of the monsters. They are far too weak. A series of tragic images of Huaguo Mecha were displayed before the camera. Damn it. Far away in Huaguo, a pilot cursed angrily. You better write a self-criticism. What they say has nothing to do with you. But the pilot's face turned crimson. If it were not for his actions, they would not have been able to seize a hold on the bald eagle to criticize so publicly. He has brought shame upon Huaguo's Mecha. The strength of Mechas is not determined by mere conjecture. On the islands of Hawaii, there are still monsters lurking. Their hasty decision to hold a celebration is perplexing, and one cannot predict how it will all conclude. Another pilot approached. Why engage in a fleeting contest with them? It is far more prudent to stabilize your own mindset. Your training has been commendable, which is why you were entrusted with a mission. Yet, to my surprise, you have presented yourself in such a manner. I assure you, next time will be different. I have gained experience now and will undoubtedly avoid mistakes. This was my first time. After all, it is only natural to feel anxious. Nonsense. When I faced my first engagement, I was never anxious. My prowess shone brightly on the battlefield. Back then, the pilot tilted his head. Didn't this mech just come into existence not long ago? What do you mean by back then? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his face flushed with embarrassment. You old lecher. I was discussing the war, and you were rambling on about something else. He buried his head in shame and began to write fervently. Such matters are not to be trifled with. I must admit, I lack experience in this regard. Chapter 191. Longtime fans. Uninvited guests. After showcasing a series of embarrassing images of Huaguo's Mechas, the Supreme Commander basked in his triumph. The reporters below rolled their eyes in unison. Clearly, the issue was not with Huaguo's Mechas. One only needed to observe the various battlefields where Huaguo's Mechas surged forward with overwhelming momentum. It was evident that the problem lay with the pilot's mindset, and this did not diminish the strength of Huaguo's Mechas. In fact, the white-headed eagle had to deploy 2 Mechas just to barely defeat a monster. How does one explain that? Mr. President, what is your perspective on the sudden emergence of Huaguo's aerial platform, the one capable of conducting repairs on Mechas in the heat of battle? It was apparent that this platform played a pivotal role in the recent skirmish. Imagine if every Mecha from Huaguo were equipped with such a resupply facility. Their combat effectiveness would escalate rapidly, perhaps even doubling. A truly daunting prospect. That's nothing. It's merely a straightforward docking mechanism. No one understands this technology better than I do, replied the Supreme Commander, maintaining his composure. Then why isn't the white-headed eagle employed such technology? Questioned the reporter. Surely, if such technology existed, the situation in Iwazu would have improved significantly. At the very least, the white-headed eagle would not have suffered such heavy losses. What nonsense are you spouting? Losses? We have achieved a great victory. The commander asserted. We can conquer the monsters without that platform. And that is precisely why we choose not to utilize it. Implicitly, we possess such technology. We simply do not wish to use it. Or rather, we do not need it, as we can secure victory with ease. The commander's declaration sent his supporters into a frenzy of excitement. Undoubtedly, the white-headed eagle would rise again. As citizens of the white-headed eagle, they felt a profound sense of pride. Perhaps, when the monsters first appeared, the white-headed eagle had faltered. However, the situation was now steadily improving. Their mecha technology was becoming increasingly sophisticated. Just look at other nations. Where are their mechas now? The white-headed eagle has built its capabilities from the ground up. Is that not remarkable? At this moment, other countries gazed at the white-headed eagle's press conference with palpable envy. Regardless of how well or poorly the white-headed eagle's mechas performed, or the extent of their losses, they had successfully vanquished the monsters. That alone was commendable. Meanwhile, their own nations were rife with peril, utterly powerless against the monsters. Everyone now yearned for the white-headed eagle, some even aspiring to acquire citizenship. There was no doubt that the white-headed eagle was experiencing a resurgence. Indeed, it has garnered considerable attention. Many individuals have never held a fondness for Huaguo. Previously, other nations have exhibited a lackluster performance, leaving them with no choice but to feel a sense of resignation. However, the current landscape has transformed. The rise of the bald eagle has instilled a sense of hope. It is imperative to extol its virtues. Need it even be stated? Praise it to the utmost. As for Huaguo, it is best to disregard it entirely. Shortly after the commencement of the bald eagle's celebration, a plethora of posts suddenly inundated the globe. Without exception, they all extolled the prowess of the bald eagle's war machine. Even some longtime admirers, who have followed the war machine for 2 decades, made their presence known. Chapter 192. The true form revealed. The remarks made appeared somewhat ludicrous in the eyes of the citizens of Huaguo. Our mechs have demonstrated such formidable combat prowess. Yet you choose to ignore it. The war machines falter, and yet you sing their praises? What kind of operation is this? It is utterly incomprehensible. Just wait. I wager that the battle in the Hawaii Islands will see the war machines obliterated. There is no need for a wager. They will undoubtedly be destroyed. In Linhao, 2 mechs, alongside various aircraft and tanks for support, barely managed to subdue the monsters. Over in the Hawaii Islands, the White Eagle dispatched a single mech. How do they expect to emerge victorious? It's disastrous. I am curious to see how the White Eagle will respond. How will they handle the monster invasion? Do they lack additional mechs? Though the war machine may be somewhat inferior, the battle in Linhao illustrates that sheer numbers can indeed slay monsters. They could have sent several mechs to the Hawaii Islands, yet they only sent one. Are they seeking their own demise? I share this sentiment. They likely possess no more mechs. If they had them but chose not to deploy them, that would be an egregious overconfidence. Compared to the fervent adulation of foreign netizens for the war machines, the citizens of Huaguo remain remarkably composed. Their attention has now shifted to the battlefield in Hawaii. Everyone is eager to witness the second battle of the war machine. At this moment, the Prime Minister of Neon seethed with frustration as he gazed at the Hawaii Islands. He fervently hoped that the mech would be utterly annihilated. An alliance? What a farcical notion. According to the agreements made, the White Eagle was supposed to dispatch a rescue team. And what was the result? An empty promise of aid. The so-called alliance was feeble and easily shattered. Given the remote location of the Hawaii Islands, transporting mechs there requires considerable time. Meanwhile, the battle has already concluded. And even this celebratory gathering is halfway through when the war machine finally arrives at the battlefield. Dora, relax. Our mechs are exceptionally powerful. We have secured victory in Linhao. And the president is hosting a celebration, eagerly awaiting your arrival. An officer from the White Eagle's military reassured the mech pilot. Dora took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. He was unaware of the true nature of the battle in Linhao. All he knew was that victory had been achieved. As for the details of the confrontation, he had no time to dwell on them. It was said to be a resounding triumph. The war machine had showcased its immense strength, effortlessly defeating the monsters, which alleviated much of Dora's initial anxiety. After all, how could one lose while piloting such a powerful mech? Dora, we have arrived. Prepare yourself, came the voice once more. Dora's expression turned grave in an instant. Boom. The mech touched down, towering and imposing. Suddenly, it appeared before the monstrous creature. Little fellow, encountering me is truly unfortunate for you, for I pilot the most advanced mech of the bald eagle. Dora licked his lips, his inner fervor gradually boiling over, displaying a hint of excitement. The battle in Hawaii commenced. The crowd, previously transformed into fans of war machines, now turned their attention to the large screen. The Bald Eagle's military had not provided a broadcast. Despite the commander's grandiose proclamations, the prior battle in Nevada had already fallen woefully short. They were acutely aware of their own limitations. Should they fail to triumph, broadcasting it would be sheer folly. However, at this juncture, even if they desired to refrain from broadcasting, it was futile. The monster had become a global topic of discussion. Whenever a creature emerged, military satellites from all corners would converge. Media outlets, employing every conceivable means, scrambled to disseminate the news. Thus, regardless of the Bald Eagle's reluctance, the visuals of the battle still reached the public. Leading news anchors continuously presented various data regarding the war machine, while experts remained on call without pause. Everyone was engaged in analyzing the war machine statistics. Behold this magnificent figure. It is undoubtedly the most exemplary product of this century. The timing of this monster's arrival is truly ill-fated, coinciding perfectly with the emergence of the war machine. It is doomed. I just observed that other nations are in disarray due to the monster's invasion, while we, the Bald Eagle, remain steadfast. Our homeland is now secure. If we can eliminate this creature, we shall have successfully navigated this global crisis. What a magnificent nation! What a great president! Countless voices erupted in cheer. Now, the preceding remarks served as an introduction to the war machine, showcasing its immense power. Let us now witness its splendid performance. The host's words were yet to conclude when, on screen, the war machine had already engaged in combat with the monster. As the battle commenced, Dora's expression shifted. What the hell? What is happening? Isn't this mech supposed to be incredibly powerful? Didn't he effortlessly secure victory in Nevada? What is going on? A sense of confusion enveloped him as he sought clarification from the command center once more. Of course, wrap up the battle quickly. We still need to make it to the victory celebration. After receiving a reassuring response, Dora's mood stabilized. As long as that was the case, it proved that the mech's performance was entirely sound. Within the command center, a staff member gazed at the commander, perplexed. What is going on? A great victory in Nevada? Confusing allies? Sedating allies? Could it be that this would double the combat prowess of the teammates? Or perhaps, even the commander has come to believe it? Such grandiose claims, when repeated incessantly, lead one to believe in their own embellishments. This, indeed, is the most formidable form of bravado. Meanwhile, brimming with confidence, Dora initiated the charge. Given the extraordinary capabilities of this mech, it was only fitting to unleash its full potential. Defense was deemed unnecessary. A head-on clash was the order of the day. Boom. The monster and the armor collided with ferocious intensity. In the wake of this impact, the legs of the war machine were struck, causing the entire mech to crash to the ground. What the hell? Dora was left in utter disbelief. Wasn't it supposed to be powerful? Was this it? Such a fragile mech could secure a resounding victory in Nuwa? Surely, you must have defeated mere rodents in Nuwa. At that moment, the realization struck him. He had been deceived. Bang, bang, bang. Successive impacts reverberated through the air, a thunderous cacophony. The damage to the war machine intensified with each blow. Suddenly, the entire world fell into a hushed silence. Chapter 193. Still waiting, countless individuals gazed at the scenes unfolding on their screens, rendered speechless. Is this truly their idol? The Supreme Commander must step down. What a worthless mech. Hurry and resign. What kind of feeble mech is this? Why is it so fragile? Step down. We shall no longer believe this charlatan. At the celebration banquet, the Supreme Commander was slightly inebriated. Under such circumstances, indulging in a little drink seemed reasonable. His complexion flushed with pride, yet just as he reveled in his triumph, he received alarming news. The mech dispatched to the Hawaiian Islands had been dismantled. Impossible. These war machines are not like the pathetic freebooters. Look at Nevada, we achieved victory there. This is mere rumor. Who is spreading such slander? The officials exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Mr. President, we deployed a significant number of troops in Nevada, and additionally, we sent 2 mechs. However, we lack such firepower in the Hawaiian Islands, where we have only 1 mech. Observing the disbelief etched on the Supreme Commander's face, one minister sighed. Mr. President, we must devise a strategy swiftly. The dismantling of the mech places the Hawaiian Islands in a precarious position. Indeed, I have received the news. A large crowd has already gathered, and they will soon arrive. Protests are underway. The Supreme Commander shuddered, the memory of being forced into a bunker still vivid in his mind. He had no desire to return there. Nuclear weapons. The thought of nuclear armaments flashed through his mind. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression shifted. Are we truly resorting to nuclear weapons again? The bald eagle possesses a substantial stockpile of nuclear arms. If it comes to that, they certainly have the means. However, the consequences would be dire. This is not an attack on another nation. This is our own territory. Perhaps we could utilize that space-based weapon? The crowd's gaze turned expectantly towards the Supreme Commander, awaiting his response. A glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. Yes, they still possess that. Whatever it takes, we must eliminate him swiftly, the Supreme Commander declared. Shortly after they reached this decision, a staff member hurried in. Mr. President, the reporters have caught wind of the situation. They are now gathered, seeking to conduct a new round of interviews. Interviews? The Supreme Commander's expression darkened. What do they wish to interview about? Chase them all away. Meanwhile, in Huaguo, netizens erupted in laughter upon witnessing the war machine's performance. This mech truly was overhyped. It boasted itself only to be obliterated. Those individuals spoke too soon. Could they not wait until all battles concluded before heralding their triumphs? Now, they have been left with bruised egos. Our mechs, however, remain formidable. Indeed, the Mecha squad dispatched by our nation has all returned. Yet what about the remaining team? Why have we received no word? Suddenly, a netizen recalled that all the Mechas had successfully vanquished the monsters and returned. However, there remains one team without any news. What on earth is happening? Let us not even mention it. Those 3 Mechas have yet to encounter a single monster. At this moment, the 3 Mechas are still in a state of anticipation. Captain, what is the situation? Where are the monsters? One of the team members lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened. Was it promised that we would face the monsters? Do you believe me if I say the monsters are galloping towards us? The captain replied with a wry smile. Just wait for the command from headquarters, he said, filled with exasperation. He too was unaware of the circumstances. Chapter 194, The Hawaiian Islands, in Ruins. The mech forces of Huaguo remain in a state of anxious anticipation. Meanwhile, a resolution regarding the potential deployment of nuclear or space-based weapons has been reached. The supreme leader cannot act unilaterally. Consensus from others is essential. It appears that this matter does not warrant extensive discussion, as space-based weapons are fundamentally cleaner than nuclear arms, devoid of radioactive fallout. Clearly, utilizing space-based weaponry seems preferable. However, a significant concern looms. Space-based weapons have yet to be tested in practice. All discussions remain theoretical. In theory, their destructive capacity rivals that of nuclear bombs, capable of annihilating monsters. Yet, who can ascertain their actual efficacy? What if the space-based weaponry fails to eliminate the monsters? Would we then be compelled to resort to nuclear options? This would represent a secondary catastrophe. Thus, a debate ensued regarding these 2 types of weaponry, followed by a vote. Minutes later, the results were revealed. The space-based weaponry triumphed decisively. Swiftly, the bald eagle issued evacuation orders for the Hawaiian Islands. All military personnel and civilians were instructed to withdraw. Upon the announcement, a palpable sense of foreboding enveloped the globe. It felt as though the bald eagle was preparing for a monumental strike. This situation mirrored the previous nuclear devastation of Garden State. Everyone held their breath in anticipation of the final outcome. The bald eagle's officials convened a press conference. The supreme leader was absent, having delegated a representative to speak. The monsters in the Hawaiian Islands have exceeded our predictions. Undoubtedly, this creature is the most formidable we have ever encountered. Despite the bald eagle being the most powerful nation, we find ourselves somewhat overwhelmed by such an advanced biological threat. However, our great president has provided us with the staff of God, a weapon of immense power. We have resolved to deploy this weapon to eliminate the monster. In that moment, the assembly fell silent. The staff of God. Every journalist present had heard whispers of it. Was the bald eagle truly on the verge of deploying it? Yet, a pressing concern emerged. Rumors suggested that the staff of God's power was comparable to that of a nuclear warhead. What would become of the Hawaiian Islands once it was unleashed? Would they be obliterated? How could you do this? My wife is vacationing there. A voice in the crowd erupted in outrage, ready to confront the spokesperson. Cough, cough, Paul. Don't act rashly. Allow me to clarify. Your wife is not vacationing with mine. She has been with me at the hotel all along. Your wife must have gone on the trip with her company's leadership. A perplexed expression crossed Paul's face as confusion spread among the onlookers, who cast sympathetic glances his way. Stay strong, brother. No worries, my friend. Hart has encountered such situations before. I advised him to adopt a more open-minded perspective, as his wife was striving for both career and family. Indeed, I later told my wife to focus on her work, assuring her that I was unfazed. Such occurrences are trivial. In fact, during one trip, my wife acquired numerous skills, which was quite commendable, even though some individuals shared their experiences in an attempt to persuade. Paul's expression grew increasingly grim, turning a shade of green. Well done. I love you all. He suddenly shouted at the podium. Paul had become even more frenzied than before. However, his stance had undergone a complete transformation, flipping from opposition to unconditional support. Amidst the clamor of dissent, Paul stood out singularly. The speaker on stage was momentarily dazzled. While everyone else opposed, you chose to agree. Are you the one showcasing your talents? Look at this gentleman. He embodies the voice of our eagle-headed populace, representing the will of the people. We shall heed the public's opinion. In 3 minutes, we shall launch the spear of God. The monster's doomsday has arrived. The official spokesperson raised his arm in fervor. Soon, the button for the space-based weapon was pressed. In the heavens, a satellite received the command and commenced its operation. A short rod plummeted from the satellite, streaking through the sky like a bolt of black lightning, traversing the atmosphere at high speed. Friction produced a fiery glow. At this moment, the eyes of the world were fixated on the mech of Huaguo, a groundbreaking technology. How could the space-based weapon be any less significant? This is a novel weapon. Before long, the short rod descended upon the monster's location. Boom. Instantly, the earth trembled and mountains crumbled. The immense kinetic energy rapidly spread across the small island. The entire Hawaiian archipelago felt the powerful tremors, akin to an extraordinary earthquake. Countless plumes of dust surged into the sky, waves roiled, and the explosive force from the ground created a formidable shockwave that rippled outward. Countless individuals in retreat were swept up by this shockwave, their bodies thrown asunder, eardrums ruptured. Blood was scattered everywhere. It was a scene of utter devastation. Howling winds, explosions, earthquakes, and tsunamis lingered, difficult to dissipate. Whether the monster survived remains uncertain. However, it is undeniable that the Hawaiian archipelago has been ravaged. Merely by external observation, one could clearly discern that the area surrounding the explosion had sunk. If all goes according to fate, this island will soon vanish from the world, sinking beneath the waves. This globally renowned resort is destined to disappear. Although the Hawaiian archipelago comprises various islands, the sinking of an island may seem inconsequential at first glance. However, the majority of Hawaii's economy and population is concentrated on this principal island. With the main island submerged, the other islets become virtually meaningless. No nuclear weapons were employed. Yet the outcome for Hawaii bears a striking resemblance to that of the Garden State in its time. The world remains silent, at a loss for words. The tremors gradually fade, and the scene of Hawaii begins to unfold before the eyes of the masses. In the command center of the Bald Eagle, everyone holds their breath. If, despite such a formidable assault, the monster still survives, the situation would become dire, veering into an irretrievable direction. Fortunately, the collective anxiety does not materialize. The monster is vanquished. Even it could not withstand such a powerful onslaught. Upon witnessing this, the commander-in-chief exhales in relief. Well done. At the very least, we have succeeded in eliminating 2 monsters without resorting to nuclear weapons. This marks a significant triumph for us, the Bald Eagle. The commander-in-chief's pride swells in his eyes. This is indeed an achievement worthy of boasting, even if Hawaii is no more. We are the first nation in the world to rid ourselves of the scourge of monster invasions. Chapter 195, The Vanished Beast. What? The commander-in-chief was so exhilarated he could hardly contain himself. The first? What is the situation? Hasn't the Huan nation already successfully vanquished the beasts? The Huan nation had anticipated several waves of monster invasions on their homeland, yet so far, there remains one location where the beasts have not yet appeared. Thus, we are currently the first nation in the world to emerge from this crisis. Upon hearing these words, the commander-in-chief was instantly filled with elation. At last, we have finally surpassed the Huan nation. Despite some challenges encountered during this battle against the monsters, the bald eagle has still reaped substantial rewards. They did not resort to nuclear weapons. Their mechas successfully defeated the beasts, and their space-based weaponry has been successfully tested. Surpassing the Huan nation, we have become the first country to escape the clutches of this crisis. Shouldn't this be heralded far and wide? Contact the media and ensure they report this development thoroughly. As the assistant prepared to depart, the commander-in-chief called him back. Remember, seek out only those media outlets that are favorable to us. Disregard the other garbage media and strive to silence their voices. He was prepared to employ certain tactics. As president, one must possess a modicum of strategy. Shield oneself from any unfavorable information while prominently showcasing the highlights of this battle. In the past, the commander-in-chief had little to boast about. However, this time, things were different. Soon, news began to circulate. The bald eagle had crushed the beasts, becoming the first nation to resolve the monster crisis. The bald eagle is now proclaimed the safest country in the world. Various statements emerged, igniting yet another wave of enthusiasm among the commander-in-chief's supporters. What of the Huan nation? The so-called Mecha powerhouse, what has become of them? We, the bald eagle, have already escaped the monster crisis. Why have they not made any move? Perhaps they have already been leveled by the beasts. Their mechas are nothing but scrap metal, a pile of worthless junk. Have you seen the videos circulating online? They were utterly decimated. Should they be crushed, I would be entirely unsurprised. These remarks swiftly gained traction online. In no time, they reached the homeland of the Huan nation. Witnessing such anti-intellectual commentary left all netizens astounded. Brothers, are you serious? The Hawaiian Islands have vanished. Hundreds of thousands are gone. Everything occurred in an instant. Why are you still so proud and boastful? What is going on? I cannot comprehend. Perhaps I am on the first level while they are on the fifth. In any case, I cannot understand. Nonsense. They are, in fact, several hundred levels underground, leaving me utterly bewildered. Nonetheless, it must be said, the bald eagle has indeed become the first nation to resolve the monster crisis, while our own country still has one predicted monster invasion site yet to be addressed. It seems that the anticipated creature has yet to make an appearance, despite the passage of considerable time. Perhaps it has lost its way and ventured to other countries? Indeed. It might have journeyed to Korea or Japan, or perhaps the predictions were simply erroneous. It is possible that the creature is female and only makes an appearance once a month, hence its current absence. In response to the missing beast, netizens in China have engaged in fervent debate, although the title of the first crisis resolution is not taken seriously by many. The sight of the bald eagle leveraging this situation to propagate its narrative and disparage China has caused widespread concern. Will the creature ever arrive? The anticipation is palpable. Previously, people wished for the creature to stay away, but now they yearn for its swift return. The sooner it appears, the sooner it can be dealt with. Oh, creature of the abyss, do come forth. We assure you, we mean you no harm. Chapter 196, King of Monsters, Command Center of Huaguo. The discussion continued within the command center regarding the current situation. It seemed unreasonable to leave the mechas idling there without action. Lin Hao, are you absolutely certain? Is there any mistake? The eyes of the assembly turned towards Lin Hao, their faith in him unwavering. Thus far, Lin Hao had exhibited no errors in his judgments, yet one must acknowledge that no one is infallible. Doubts lingered, as certainty could never be guaranteed. Why not reevaluate? Someone suggested. No need, Lin Hao firmly replied, shaking his head. There are no issues with the prediction. However, the question loomed, why had such a situation arisen? Lin Hao furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just as the air thickened with confusion, an urgent alarm blared, cutting through the tension. What is happening? What is the situation? The team swiftly entered a state of readiness. An anomaly had been detected on the sea's surface, suggesting the emergence of monsters. Notify the 3 mechas to prepare. A monster incursion may be imminent. The commander's face hardened as he issued a series of rapid orders, then turned his gaze to Linhao. It was astounding. Whenever doubts about Lin Hao's predictions arose, reality seemed to slap them back into place. From now on, he vowed never to question Lin Hao again. What Lin Hao asserted was indeed the truth. "Captain, they're here." The mecha pilots, who had been waiting anxiously, erupted in excitement. They had endured a harrowing wait while monsters wreaked havoc on other battlefields. The creatures had been eliminated elsewhere, and yet they remained in a state of anticipation, feeling almost like stones waiting for their husbands to return. Finally, the monsters had emerged. "Captain, I'm going to take down 3. One exuberant pilot exclaimed. "At your young age, do you think you can handle 3? Another teased. "Captain, you underestimate me." The pilot chuckled, but suddenly his expression shifted. "Wait, Captain, you're not planning to take them from me, are you? That's unacceptable. I've called dibs." "Dibs? Dream on. What about the 3 of us? If you've called dibs, what about the captain and me? Enough of this banter. Let us charge in together." The pilots exchanged jovial remarks, entirely devoid of tension. As time ticked by, the sea level began to surge ominously. Enormous waves, towering dozens of meters high, roared to life, threatening to engulf everything in their path. Thank heavens we're inside the Mechas. Otherwise, those waves would surely swallow us whole, one pilot remarked, astonished. "This is getting interesting. After such a long wait, it would be disappointing if nothing came of it," the captain chuckled. "All units, prepare." With a single command, every mecha transitioned into combat mode. At long last, the monsters revealed themselves. The towering figure, reaching heights of several dozen meters, if not nearly 100, was undeniably colossal. However, the attention of the onlookers was not fixated on its stature, for as it emerged from the depths, a multitude of dismembered flesh drifted upon the surface of the sea. Though shattered into fragments, it was unmistakably clear that these remnants belonged to the bodies of other beasts. A gasp of realization swept through the crowd. Had the monsters turned upon one another? No wonder they had remained hidden. They were embroiled in a fierce battle. What now? There was only one beast left. How could they possibly divide it? Divide? What are you thinking? This creature is formidable. The captain's expression was grave. With a thunderous roar, the beast bellowed, its massive form connected by 2 powerful, sturdy limbs. Its claws glistened with a dark sheen under the sun, exuding an aura of unyielding strength. It stood as solid as a mountain, its spine reaching skyward like a dragon in ascent. The scales that adorned its body were impenetrable, stained with a viscous, dark green liquid. If nothing unforeseen had occurred, it was undoubtedly the blood of other monsters. Just how many had this creature vanquished? The stench of blood wafted through the air, causing even those encased in their mechs to shudder slightly. Its fierce gaze swept across the 3 mechs, as if poised to strike at any moment. Countless netizens from Huaguo, upon witnessing this scene, were instantly paralyzed with fear. This beast was of an entirely different caliber compared to those previously encountered. This was the true king of monsters. "Support. We need immediate assistance. It feels as though these 3 mechs will be utterly insufficient. Dispatch reinforcements at once." Yes, the mech squad. Hurry and send them out. If we delay, we will be in deep trouble. The populace of Huaguo was engulfed in worry. The entire world, at that moment, was rendered speechless, staring in awe at the beast. How overwhelmingly powerful it was. Its mere entrance was drenched in blood and exuded strength that dwarfed all other monsters. On the surface of the sea, the beast and the 3 mechs faced off, neither side making the first move. A suffocating silence hung in the air. Wait, doesn't that beast look somewhat familiar? Isn't it the same one that appeared in Neon City? It even sent an alien spacecraft flying. Goodness, we must tread carefully. This creature is undoubtedly formidable, having bested extraterrestrial beings. And look at its size. It seems to have grown. Its power is surely greater than before. How envious I am of this beast. Growing so rapidly in such a short span, I too wish to grow larger, for size is paramount. Being short and nimble is merely self-deception. Some recognized the beast and gasped in shock. Likewise, the 3 mech pilots identified Gera with a collective intake of breath. "Captain, this creature appears far from easy to handle." The memory of it ruthlessly sending an alien spacecraft spiraling still lingered vividly. Now, it had only grown stronger. This inevitably stirred feelings of tension. You just moments ago were boasting with great bravado, and now you falter? The captain chided coldly. Everyone, rally your spirits. The captain served as a steadfast anchor, instilling calm in the other two. On the mech, all weaponry was repositioned, aimed squarely at GRA. Look, is that not our guardian beast? Exclaimed a few of the inhabitants of Neon. He has ventured to Hua country. Truly, he is a commendable ally of ours. Their voices rose in fervor. The world is shifting. The age of the beast cult is dawning. Their adulation for GRA had reached a frenzied peak. The creature has gone to Hua country? Upon receiving this news, the Prime Minister of Neon exhibited little astonishment. This beast had vanished into the depths of the sea. Its options were limited, making a journey to Hua country highly probable. Thus, the Prime Minister faced a monumental dilemma. Should he support Hua country or the creature? The epical question loomed before him. Chapter 197. Is surrender imminent? In the past, Lin Hao took advantage of the chaos and seized a substantial amount of resources from Neon, exacerbating their plight. Now, with monsters appearing in Hua country, one might think this should bring joy, as it offers Hua country a chance to face adversity. However, the predicament lies in the fact that Neon is also grappling with the monster crisis. They are incapable of fighting it off, and with the loss of support from the White Eagle, they might ultimately have to seek aid from Hua country. If Hua country suffers severe damage from this monster, how will they be able to assist Neon? Thus, this issue is quite grave. The Prime Minister of Neon is momentarily at a loss as to whom to support. Nevertheless, this concern is entirely unwarranted. Will GRA not engage with these mechanized foes? Does he truly believe Lin Hao is inconsequential? Everyone, stand down, Lin Hao stated calmly. In an instant, all eyes in the command center were fixed upon him. What could this mean? To refrain from action. It was incomprehensible. Engaging the monsters should naturally involve taking the initiative to gain the upper hand. Academician Lin, is your command. Immediately, a voice, heavy and resolute, resounded from the temporary commander of the troops. He had just resolved to trust Lin Hao unconditionally, believing there must be sound reasoning behind his words. Insanity. They must all be mad. The commander and Lin Hao have lost their senses, facing monsters and yet choosing not to strike. The command center was filled with gasps of disbelief, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Lin Hao himself was taken aback. What was happening? He had braced himself for opposition from the entire command center, yet the commander had placed his faith in him without hesitation. What was this turn of events? It was perplexing. Could it be that my striking appearance has bewitched them? At that moment, Lin Hao instinctively shifted slightly to the side. Meanwhile, 3 pilots, upon hearing this directive, were utterly bewildered. Not engaging? What is the purpose of that? Captain, if we do not act, will we not become fish on a chopping block? Awaiting our fate? Captain, in the field, military orders are not absolute. We should take action immediately. Silence, you two. Have you been reading too many novels? Military orders not applying in the field. The captain sighed in exasperation. Do you truly believe the command center, or academician Lin, would wish harm upon you? Though the captain was also perplexed by the nature of this order, he remained resolute in its execution. He had unwavering faith that the command center would not betray them. Indeed, indeed. Upon hearing these words, the 2 individuals exclaimed in unison. After a brief pause, a new command was issued. The trio nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, they aimed their cannons towards the heavens. A barrage erupted. In that moment, the entire world was bewildered. What were the mecha pilots of Huaguo doing? Their artillery was not directed at the monsters. How absurd. They must be so terrified that they are pleading for mercy. Alas, the creatures cannot comprehend such sentiments. Just watch. They will soon be dismantled. The Supreme Commander erupted in laughter, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, he had little regard for any instruments. The pilots of Huaguo were utterly ridiculous. How could they even think of begging for mercy from the monsters? A similar scene unfolded across the globe, with countless individuals mocking the situation. It was simply too absurd. Chapter 198. A glimpse into Huaguo. What an enigma. None can comprehend the actions of the Huaguo drivers. Your cannon is not aimed at the beast. Instead, you fire it into the sky. What could this possibly mean? Do you believe the monster will spare you as a result? What is the intention behind this? Why do they not take action? My frustration mounts. What are they thinking? Countless Huaguo netizens, witnessing the spectacle, stamped their feet in exasperation. This beast is formidable, possessing immense power, and yet they choose to behave in such a manner. Do they have an abundance of life to squander? As anxiety gripped everyone, the camera captured the beast letting out a thunderous roar. All the mech pilots felt a jolt of alarm, bracing themselves for an imminent attack. However, the ensuing scene left them utterly astounded. The once ferocious gaze of the monster softened, transforming into an unexpectedly gentle demeanor, akin to an innocuous creature. Its tail swayed gently, nudging the floating carcasses of other monsters toward the Huaguo mechs. Subsequently, its forepaws danced in the air, not in aggression, but rather as a gesture of goodwill. What on earth? 3 mech pilots stared, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is the monster extending an olive branch to us? One of the team members stammered. Utterly baffled. I cannot fathom this. The captain shook his head in disbelief. This is utterly bewildering. In his recollection, monsters were meant to wreak havoc and exhibit violent temperaments. What does this signify? Good grief. This creature appears more docile than my own pet, which seldom listens to me. What else with these antics? How can it be so well behaved? It becomes evident why the state has refrained from deploying the mechs. We are merely in the first layer, while the state operates from the stratosphere. Upon realizing the monster harbored no hostility, the tension among the populace dissipated. In the Huaguo command center, everyone was rendered speechless, their gazes fixed on Lin Hao. Could it be that Lin Hao anticipated such an occurrence, which prompted him to issue that command? Astonishment filled their hearts. What sort of maneuver is this? Meanwhile, foreign forums erupted in chaos. I am now certain that this beast is nurtured by Huaguo. This is irrefutable evidence. Upon entering, I witnessed the monster extending goodwill towards you. Yet, you claim not to have raised it? That seems improbable. If Huaguo had indeed nurtured this creature, what does the current situation imply? Wouldn't they have exposed themselves? Do you not grasp it yet? This is Huaguo demonstrating its might. They wish the world to recognize their capacity to raise monsters. Heavens! The people of Huaguo not only possess mechs but also command monsters. What force could possibly hinder their advancement in this world? They proudly declare themselves to be the descendants of, yes, the dragon's heirs. I suspect that dragons truly exist in this realm. Dragons, capable of leading countless beasts, make it hardly surprising that the descendants of dragons can now command monsters. My goodness. Dragons! In this moment, Lin Hao found himself at a loss for words. They had indeed guessed correctly. This monster was, without a doubt, nurtured by him. However, Lin Hao would never divulge such information willingly. Why invite trouble upon oneself? Enough, Lin Hao said calmly. At that instant, all the cannon fires ceased. Subsequently, the creature turned its massive form and began to venture slowly into the depths of the ocean. With such a formidable size, it was somewhat challenging for Lin Hao to keep Jela by his side. He could only allow it to find its own refuge for the time being. Clearly, it was time to devise a plan. Lin Hao murmured. It wouldn't do to always leave Jela outside. This predicament needed swift resolution. The departure of the monster did not bring joy to Huaguo, but rather bewilderment. The creature had simply left? Based on its recent actions, it seemed as though the monster had aided Huaguo in resolving this crisis. The corpses of monsters drifting upon the ocean served as irrefutable evidence. Captain, have we driven the monsters away? The pilot remained in a state of confusion. The deceased monsters upon the surface were not slain by their hands, nor had they forced the departing monster to flee. What had they truly accomplished during this mission? It appeared that they had merely been waiting endlessly, only to see it all conclude. Goodness, what is this? The captain, exasperated, commanded, fall back. This day had certainly been the most surreal of his life. Lock onto that monster. After the creature departed from Huaguo, every nation, especially those bordering the Pacific, felt a sense of dread. No, this is bad. The monster seems to be heading towards our neon. If its pace remained unchanged, it was projected to arrive on their shores by 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Crash. The director of the monitoring station collapsed weakly into his seat. Truly, the more one fears something, the more it materializes. Neon still had one monster yet to be dealt with, and now another was on the way. How many calamities had Neon suffered since the onset of global upheaval? It was impossible to count them all. Was this day destined to bring ruin to Neon? Report. The director spoke feebly, his complexion pale. Soon, the news was transmitted upward. The entire neon high-rise stood in profound silence. Is there something on our neon island that irresistibly attracts these monstrous beings? Why do these creatures seem so drawn to us? The Prime Minister of Neon, his face pale, inquired of those around him. Could it be that our island is a hidden trove of treasures, perhaps concealing the legendary One Piece? The influence of the Pirate King in Neon is not to be underestimated. Thus, even those entrenched in politics are well aware. One cannot help but admire their remarkable composure in such circumstances, managing to jest amidst the turmoil. However, setting aside these musings, we must focus on how to address this monstrous threat. After pondering for a while, the Prime Minister, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his temples in frustration. We are utterly powerless. This is not a reflection of his inadequacy. It is simply an insurmountable predicament. If another were to assume the role of Prime Minister, the outcome would remain unchanged. As he spoke, an oppressive silence enveloped the conference room, with everyone lost in deep contemplation. After a moment, one individual hesitantly suggested, "Perhaps we could draw some lessons from Huaguo." In an instant, all eyes in the conference room converged upon him. What do you mean by that? Learn from Huaguo? Chapter 199. Audacious Thoughts Learning from Huaguo? A multitude of gazes converged instantly. What does this mean? Is there really a need to learn? I am perfectly clear. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony. At that moment, a minister blurted out. Swiftly, everyone turned their attention towards him. I now suspect there is something amiss with you. Why? Pray tell, do you remember Huaguo's core values so well? Are you not perhaps an undercover agent sent by others? Ahem, please do not regard me so suspiciously, as the art of war in Huaguo teaches. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. I merely sought to familiarize myself with them. The minister hurriedly explained. Many individuals in Neon have delved into the military strategies of Huaguo, some even to the point of obsession. Thus, to utter such phrases as to know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory is not particularly extraordinary. However, therein lies the conundrum. While we are suspecting you, you dare to defend yourself with Huaguo's military principles. Is this not rather peculiar? Are you not concerned about exposing yourself? A multitude of sharp eyes scrutinized the minister. Who would have thought that even you, with your prominent brows and large eyes, would betray us? However, that is not my intention. What I wish to convey is that since this beast has aided Huaguo in repelling the invasion of other monsters, perhaps we too could manipulate the situation to our advantage. Do you not recall? Last time, it was this very beast that helped us fend off the aliens. The individual who had initially suggested this, observing the unfolding situation, could only shake his head in resignation. He promptly redirected the conversation. With his words, everyone nodded in contemplation. It seemed to hold some merit. At present, a beast is rampaging within their own borders. They certainly cannot rely on the white-headed eagle. Seeking assistance from Huaguo is not an option they wish to pursue. Now, this course of action appears to be the only viable solution. After all, was it not so previously? Currently, within Neon, many still hold this beast in high regard, all due to its prior assistance in repelling the extraterrestrials. In this light, the Prime Minister of Neon's expression grew grave, pondering deeply. This plan appears promising. Yet, whether it can be executed remains uncertain. If it fails, would that not invite the beast into our midst? They would then become the eternal sinners of Neon. Prime Minister, we can no longer afford to hesitate. We are out of alternatives. Very well. The Prime Minister of Neon nodded solemnly. Subsequently, orders were issued. The self-defense forces of Neon received this command. The countenance of all involved was grim. The current self-defense forces are dwindling, and now they are entrusted with such a formidable task. Is the upper echelon intent on leading them to total annihilation? We have no retreat left. For the Emperor. For the people. The remaining self-defense forces commenced their operations. They swiftly advanced towards Jela, an act that bordered on recklessness. To speak frankly, with just these few frail vessels, Jela could easily topple them without a second thought. The distance between the two parties continued to diminish. The crew aboard the warship felt a tightening in their chests. Even at the height of its power, the self-defense forces struggled against the monsters, let alone their current state. Once they encountered the beast, they would scarcely have the chance to flee. Commander, I have a bold idea. Chapter 200. Madness Commander, I have a bold idea. At that moment, a soldier spoke up. The captain raised an eyebrow slightly. I have reviewed the footage of how Huaguo dealt with that beast, and I believe we might be able to emulate their approach by firing shells into the air. I suspect this action could serve as some form of communication. In the animal kingdom, many species have unique modes of communication, and humans have often imitated these to achieve interaction. Perhaps we too could communicate with the monster? The captain furrowed his brow. It is true that animals have special ways of communicating. However, have you ever seen projectiles used for such means? Even if it is a monster, that seems rather implausible. Nonetheless, it appears we have exhausted other options. We might as well try this desperate measure. After all, the situation cannot worsen. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. The captain patted the soldier on the shoulder. As the warship approached GLA, the order was given to fire the cannons. However, they were not aiming at GLA. Rather, they were, like Huaguo before them, firing into the sky. At the Huaguo command center, everyone observed this scene through satellite feeds. A ripple of laughter spread among them. Is this a joke? They want to imitate us? That beast looks like it is about to be provoked. Just look at its eyes. Something is clearly amiss, the crowd murmured in discussion. Beside them, Lin Hao shook his head. I must admit, these neon people are quite inventive, attempting to mimic our actions. Alas, can such a thing truly be emulated? Originally, this little creature was merely hungry, seeking a meal. Now, with this provocation, it seems we may have incited a relentless conflict. Lin Hao sighed. Since GLA had feasted in Neon last time, it appeared that the creature now regarded Neon as its personal pantry, returning there whenever it felt peckish. Indeed, the nuclear waste in Neon was abundant, sufficient to satiate GLA. Other locations simply could not compare to the allure of Neon. With a light chuckle and a shake of his head, Lin Hao rose to make contact with the higher-ups. This was a prime opportunity, a chance to have Neon serve Huaguo, to become its subordinate. If all went as anticipated, once GLA landed on the main island of Neon, they would be utterly incapacitated. Two monsters, one of which could be deemed the king of beasts. How could they possibly contend with that? The only recourse would be to seek aid from Huaguo. As for requesting assistance from the bald eagle, that seemed unrealistic. It was likely the bald eagle had abandoned Neon. Otherwise, with the monster having appeared for so long, there would surely have been some response from the bald eagle. Lin Hao did not believe that Neon had not sought help from the bald eagle at the first opportunity. The Mecha has been destroyed, and the white eagle seems to lack effective means to vanquish the monster, whether it be nuclear warheads or space-based weaponry. The destructive power is far too great. The Neon people would certainly not permit the white eagle to deploy such forces. Lin Hao's gaze shifted, his mind racing with conjectures. The Mecha is ineffective. The nuclear option and the staff of God are off the table. Naturally, the white eagle would not come to the aid of Neon. In this scenario, the situation becomes more manageable. With no alternatives, Neon has no choice but to turn to Huaguo. This bears significant implications. As Lin Hao made his contacts, the battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously docile GLA, upon hearing the sounds of cannon fire, became ferocious, its eyes filled with fury as it roared relentlessly. The soldiers aboard the Neon warships felt their legs weaken, unable to stand firm, as if they had fought tirelessly through the night and were utterly drained. The sensation was akin to experiencing profound fatigue, their legs giving way beneath them. Hurry, retreat. The captain commanded urgently, while inwardly cursing the situation. What sorcery is this? Both sides are firing at the heavens, yet the disparity is staggering. How did they provoke the monster to such a state? Had he known, he would have simply bombarded the beast directly. It might have yielded some results. A searing heat ray surged forth, engulfing a warship in a torrent of flames, reducing its hull to molten iron. The soldiers aboard that vessel were incinerated by the terrifying heat, their flesh and bones disintegrating. The seawater evaporated, and an endless mist rose from the surface of the ocean, obscuring visibility even at close range. Beneath the oppressive heat, those warships that had narrowly evaded GLA's onslaught were also caught in the fallout. Numerous devices emitted frantic warnings due to the extreme temperatures, and everyone was drenched in perspiration. Quick, lead it towards the other monster. The captain, parched and anxious, commanded as the remaining warships, sheltered by fighter jets, began a frantic retreat across the sea. This was Neon's last line of defense, and they wagered everything on this battle. Witnessing this scene, Lin Hao felt a twinge of sorrow. What a pity it is for a once thriving economic power to devolve into such a state in such a short span. Well done, he could only remark, reflecting on the heavy toll they had paid. With the Navy and Air Force nearly annihilated, Neon finally managed to lure Jilei to the designated shoreline. From here, it would be left to the army to continue the grim task. At that moment, Neon had become the focal point of global attention. After GLA landed, it relentlessly advanced towards the other monster. At this time, the nations of the world seemed to begin to grasp Neon's intent. Are they hoping GLA will defeat the other monster? The idea is splendid, but what then? If one monster falls, what becomes of the other? How will you address that? The most desirable outcome would be for these two formidable beasts to inflict mutual destruction upon one another, thus resolving the crisis in Neon. However, it is not imperative for such an outcome to transpire. Have you forgotten? The last time, it was indeed this very monster that vanquished the extraterrestrial vessel and subsequently departed from Neon without wreaking havoc. This implies that if Neon could successfully replicate the previous scenario, they would effortlessly quell the monster crisis. Countless individuals are now expressing admiration for the wisdom of the Neon people. Only magic can conquer magic, and only a monster can vanquish another monster. At long last, amidst the fervent anticipation of the masses, the two monsters converged. Some zealous Neonians, disregarding the military's attempts to restrain them, surged into the streets. Oh my God, I am your devoted follower. I implore you, aid us in repelling this monster, he exclaimed, one who had previously held GRA in high esteem. Now, upon witnessing GRA's emergence, his fervor intensified. Such a spectacle, witnessed by Lin Hao, left him with but one exclamation. Are they out of their minds?